This is a technique that everyone considers garbage. Although practicing this technique leads to rapid progress, it requires sacrificing lifespan and damages the foundation of the great Tao. Those who practice it all die suddenly, yet you are infatuated with it. Simply because you possess the ability of immortality and can heal all injuries, high-yield forbidden techniques are your perfect match. A few days ago, you groggily opened your eyes and found yourself lying in a pile of rubble, dressed in coarse cloth, covered in blood. Well, you have crossed over into the body of an orphan who shares your name. You calmed your emotions and glanced at your left hand, still clutching a crimson strange grass. You felt a bit panicked, starting off with serious injuries. How are you supposed to play? Suddenly, you noticed a point of light floating within you, as if it had existed since time immemorial. The point of light erupted like a supernova, suddenly radiating endless brilliance, and all your wounds began to heal at a visibly rapid pace. Even the broken bones were restored in an instant. When you come to your senses, the light spots have already dimmed. Just as you were still in shock, the sound of rustling footsteps came from not far away, and a middle-aged man dressed simply, carrying a medicine basket, appeared in front of you. "Ah Ming?" the newcomer said with some surprise. You looked up and saw that this person was pale and thin, with deep-set eyes, looking like he was suffering from a lack of vitality, staring at you with a wandering gaze, a machete in his hand glinting in the light. You recognized him, like you. He was a herbalist, named Old Ghost Huang. "Did you get hurt while gathering herbs? Is it serious?" Old Huang asked with concern, his gaze fixed on your hand, a flicker of intensity in his eyes. You felt a sinking feeling in your heart. "It's not serious. I'll be fine after a short rest," you replied casually, and then tried to get up and leave. The old ghost Huang chuckled hoarsely. "It's good that nothing's wrong. Ah Ming, you're really lucky to have found a fire cloud grass. It can sell for 30 taels of silver, enough to keep you fed and clothed for several years." Just as the two of you were about to pass each other, a fierce light suddenly flashed in Huang's eyes. "Little brat, go die." He raised the machete in his hand and thrust it violently into your chest, causing a spray of blood. "Ha ha ha, this fire cloud grass is mine." Old Huang laughed with great joy and reached out to grab the fire cloud grass in your hand. In his view, you, who had been pierced through the heart, had no power to resist. However, just as he let down his guard for a moment, a glint of cold light flashed before his eyes, and you used the medicine spatula to slice his neck, after which blood gushed out. He stared at you in disbelief, and finally fell down unwillingly. You looked at the old yellow ghost, spat fiercely, and at the same time, your body was quickly self-repairing. You gained a deeper understanding of your situation. With low strength, your life is as cheap as dirt, and anyone can step on you. Even if you hadn't encountered the old yellow ghost today, when selling this fire cloud grass, you would still face layers of exploitation, and might even attract disaster. A medicinal herb worth 30 taels of silver is worth the risk for anyone in this chaotic world. So you made up your mind to practice martial arts and become strong. Then you began to search on the corpse of the old ghost Huang, and found a piece of animal skin on him, the back of which was filled with dense, pitch-black small characters. At this moment, you finally understood why the old ghost Huang always looked so weak and blood deficient. This was a prescription that used human blood as the main ingredient, but it was meant for animals. Ordinary birds and beasts that took this medicine would obey the person providing the blood, serving their commands. It seems that the old ghost Huang used his own blood to refine the medicine, driving animals into the mountains to find medicine for him, thus earning a considerable amount of money. For ordinary people, this is a harmful forbidden technique, but these issues are completely non-existent for you. Your eyes are shining. This prescription in your hands can play a greater role. Before long, it was getting dark, and you casually found a cave to spend the night. You looked at the fire cloud grass in your hand. It was quite valuable, but you knew very well that this fire cloud grass could make the old ghost Huang want to kill, and it could also incite greed in others. Rather than risking it for money, it was better to consume it yourself. Moreover, it was said that this thing could nourish chi and replenish blood, making it a great tonic. Now that your body was weak and you urgently wanted to practice martial arts to become stronger, the medicinal effect of the fire cloud grass was just what you needed. Then you put it into your mouth, and instantly, the chill of the rainy night was dispelled in an instant, and your body gradually warmed up. The next morning, you looked down and saw that the hardest thing in the world is no longer steel. This medicine is really powerful. 2 days later, you gathered quite a few herbs and then left the Yunmeng Mountains. Returning home, once home, you began practicing your martial arts. The residual effects of the fire cloud grass made your training much more effective, and your physique improved significantly. Now, you are no longer weak, and your strength has greatly increased. However, if you want to practice martial arts, you must find a way to make money. Whether it's apprenticing to learn martial arts or buying martial arts pills, both require a lot of silver. Martial arts is not a game for the poor. Then you moved the fresh herbs you had picked in the past few days out of the house, spread them on the ground to dry, preparing to sell them at the market after they were dried. The next day, as soon as you arrived at the market, you encountered the notorious local thug, Scar. To avoid trouble, you chose to pay him a few copper coins to send him on his way. In the morning, you sold a total of 60 copper coins, bought some rice and flour in town, and there wasn't much money left in your hands. This world is too difficult. On the way home, you pondered to yourself that perhaps it was time to try that prescription. You spread the gray-white beastskin you got from Huang Laogui on the table, examined it carefully, and then followed the prescription to start working. More than a month later, deep in the Yunmeng Mountains, a strong figure picked a plant at the edge of a cliff, then leaped lightly and easily climbed up the cliff, landing steadily. A month ago, it would have been impossible to gather this black tea herb. You carefully placed it into the medicine basket, your face full of joy. Now, you seem to have undergone a transformation. Under your loose clothing, your muscles are well defined, brimming with explosive power. Perhaps 3 or 4 ordinary adults combined would not be your match. However, since 2 days ago, your strength growth has been slowing down. It seems that ordinary boxing techniques can no longer satisfy you, and you must find a way to practice martial arts. The so-called martial arts are not just simple skills of fists and feet, but a method of transcending the mundane through cultivation. It requires not only external training methods but also the corresponding internal breathing techniques to embark on the path of martial arts. However, the urgent task is to solve the financial problem. You touched the gray rabbit on your shoulder. With its help over the past month, you have collected a lot of herbs. You have arrived at the cave again, where various herbs are piled up. But how to turn these herbs into silver coins to put in your bag is also a dilemma. You think to yourself that carrying them all down the mountain to sell is suicidal, so you can only eat the expensive herbs and take the rest down the mountain in batches to sell. The next morning, you went to the market to sell medicinal herbs. By mid-morning, you had sold most of the herbs, so you went to the tavern. After greeting a few familiar herbalists, you sat down at a table that was already occupied. What a coincidence! Master Zhou, this meal is on me. You pushed a plate of food and drink over. Across from me is a frail old man with white hair, as if he could be blown down by a gust of wind. He downed an entire bowl of wine in one go and then said earnestly, Ming, my martial arts method is incomplete and too harmful to the body. Teaching you would only harm you. You looked resolutely at him and said, Old Zhou, I'm still young, I have to give it a try. Old Zhou looked at your determination and smiled bitterly. Alright, whenever you're ready, come find me, but don't blame me if your body gets ruined. You quickly replied, Thank you, Old Zhou. Soon you started chatting with the people around you. It is said that a group of martial artist families has recently come to the town, but it's unclear what they are here for. Additionally, several herbalists have gone missing. Hearing this, you felt a sense of impending storm, and your desire to become stronger grew even more. Time passes, and Peace Town remains the same as always. The few missing herbalists seem unimportant, and even the topics in the tavern no longer mention them. However, recently you have noticed that there seem to be some vague gazes sweeping over you. In the tavern, you and Old Zhou are sitting at a table together. Old Zhou points to a few dishes on the table and meaningfully says, During this time, you've sold quite a bit of medicine, and many people have noticed. Jiang Ming laughed, unimpressed. It didn't sell much. Those people aren't so bad as to break the rules for this amount of money. Old Zhou too frowned slightly. Old Scar and those officials are certainly too lazy to care, but there are still quite a few loitering punks in town. Master Zhou. Jiang Ming muffled the wine in the bowl in one gulp and let out a long breath. There's not just one way to live. I have my own way. Just wait for me to save up enough money and find you to learn martial arts. Old Zhou head was stunned, then sighed. No longer say anything more. Just think that this teenager is young and frivolous, perhaps to suffer some more losses, in order to be rubbed off the edges. Jiang Ming also did not say much. Arguing about this is useless. Only the final result is persuasive. Drinking in the morning, shopping and wandering in the afternoon. Bought some tea and rice noodles. Jiang Ming wandered home, so full of human life, but also calm and interesting. In such a hurry? Jiang Ming's footsteps suddenly slowed down. It was a narrow dirt road in a field, usually almost deserted, but today there were 2 dangling young men, blocking the front. He twisted his head to look behind him, and there were a few brats with tattered clothes behind him as well, their eyes averted, but they pressed forward step by step. Ah Ming, I heard that luck is in the air these days. In front of him, the leader, a dark-skinned, stout-limbed youth with a wood knife swinging around in his hand, slowly walked up to Jiang Ming. The brothers are a little short on cash this time, and have come to borrow some silver money from you to spend. Chapter 8, I Want to Be Evil. On the narrow dirt road, Jiang Ming stood casually in place, not panicking in the slightest, and smiled lightly. Guahaizi, A little silver is just a little money. It's all out of body. I can give it to you guys. No need to see blood. With that, he pulled out a string of copper coins from his pocket and waved it in front of several people's eyes. Guahaizi's eyes lit up, and the punk kid beside him even laughed disdainfully. I told you all before. This Jiang Ming is a wimp. Hold him down and search all the silver. Behind Jiang Ming, a few poor boys who were originally afraid. Once they saw the copper money, and then saw how cowardly Jiang Ming was, they were suddenly scared to death, and with green light in their eyes, they rushed over towards Jiang Ming. A dry and skinny teenager who looked inconspicuous even directly touched a wooden stick from his sleeve and smashed it towards Jiang Ming's head. However, the imagined situation where Jiang Ming's head was broken and bleeding did not appear. Jiang Ming's body deviated, and his left hand lightly probed out, pinching the dry and skinny teenager's wrist afterward, making him unable to move in the slightest. Ah, let go! The teenager screamed miserably. His entire face was twisted beyond recognition. He felt as if he was being tackled by a fierce tiger. His bones were about to be crushed, and he couldn't break free even though he tried his best. The wooden stick fell from his hands. Jiang Ming's right hand gripped it obediently. Then his arm swung out, dryly knocking on the dry and skinny teenager's calf. Cut it out. Only a crisp sound was heard. The dry and thin teenager's calf was instantly twisted, and his screams were comparable to killing a pig. Why bother when you've said you're guilty of seeing blood? 10 copper coins? Mark it down. Jiang Ming said indifferently, casually throwing his hand. The dry and skinny teenager immediately flew out several meters and smashed into a muddy field aside, groaning miserably. The remaining few poor boys, on the other hand, had been scared to the point of backing away when the teenager's first miserable scream was emitted, and at this moment, they were even more cold and horrified. They usually just do a little bit of stealing. When have they ever seen such a ruthless guy, directly knocking off their legs at the drop of a hat? In their impression, this is something that only people at the level of Master Scar and the official master are qualified to do. Guahaizi was even more shocked and furious, viciously pointing at Jiang Ming, snapping, "Do you know what kind of relationship I have with Master Scar? Dare to hurt someone in Master Scar's territory? Not afraid of Master Scar chopping off your hand? You, 20 copper coins." Jiang Ming responded by pointing a wooden stick at Guahaizi's head. "You horse, looking for death." Guahaizi was completely furious and greeted the gangsters beside him. "Chop him up." The two of them rushed up with their wood knives and stabbed towards Jiang Ming. However, in Jiang Ming's eyes, these two people's movements were no different from a pheasant pecking away. Over the past month or so, Jiang Ming had persistently practiced boxing, and his strength, speed, and even reflexes had surpassed the limits of ordinary people. Even though he practiced ordinary body-strengthening punches, it was more than enough to deal with a few village and town gangsters. In an instant, the stick shadows flew and swept like rain, crackling on Guahaizi's two bodies. Ah! Ow! Two miserable screams, accompanied by the crisp and pleasant sound of broken bones, rang out in this field. "You're the one who tried to hold me down just now, aren't you? Courageous. 25 coins. Jiang Ming nodded at the punk kid, knocking him a few times towards the head in the process, beating him black and blue, snot and tears. "A few of you come over here as well," Jiang Ming greeted. Another crackle and a few more screaming panda heads in the muddy field. You're looking for death. Master Scar won't spare you." Guahaizi was still howling mournfully. "You're dead, whether I die or not. What does it have to do with you?" Jiang Ming said carelessly. "Aren't you here to borrow money? Just take your money." What do you mean?" Guahaizi's brain was a bit unspun. Jiang Ming directly untied the copper coin rope and threw down 20 for him, and then threw them to the punk kid and the dry skinny teenager respectively according to the number he just said. The rest, the other few split it. Jiang Ming casually threw the remaining coins to the ground and greeted a bunch of dumbfounded panda heads with a gentle smile. "Keep the money and remember what I say next." A few panda heads were even more bewildered. "First, instead of giving you money, I blocked each of you in front of your homes, beat you severely, and robbed you of all your silver. Secondly, tomorrow morning you are to go to town and cry about what happened to you today, and that's exactly what you're going to say. Thirdly, you can go to Master Scar and tell him the truth. But you have to remember that as long as Master Scar can't kill me, I'll kill you. Of course, if you tell Master Scar, then you will not only get a beating, but you will not be able to keep the silver money that came to you. I'm afraid that the loss is not worth the gain," Jiang Ming said slowly and methodically, and then turned to leave, leaving only a field of increasingly confused panda head. Get together to mutter. Early the next morning, a spectacle has arisen in the town of Pingan. One by one, guys with swollen noses and swollen faces were crying out in various parts of the town about being brutally beaten and robbed of their money. "That's the only money I have left for food. He's killing me. It was so vicious. He came straight into my house and broke my leg with a stick. I just want to live by the book. How could I meet such evil people? At the entrance of the tavern, Gua Haizi, with his arm covered with a white cloth, sat at the door and cried bitterly, looking like he was dying. That Jiang Ming, he's simply too vicious. There was a lot of talk in the tavern, and everyone had a hell of a look on their faces. What the was going on? Jiang Ming, that young man who was kind to everyone he met, dared to do such a ruthless thing? Old Zhou Tu and old Jiang Tu behind the counter looked at each other in dismay. Both of them had lived for more than 100 years combined, and neither of them had ever seen anything so bizarre. Suddenly, Gua Haizi outside the door was like having his voice pinched. Suddenly no sound. Rustling footsteps sounded, and a teenage figure walked into the tavern, calmly greeting the crowd as usual before ordering a drink and sitting down across from old Zhou Tu, eating and drinking as if no one else was around. The tavern fell silent, and a gaze quietly swept over Jiang Ming. That's your law? Old Zhou Tu lowered his voice and said, you don't want to live? That Gua Haizi is following old Scar. Jiang Ming looked up at him and sighed softly. Master Zhou, you're getting old and can't see through how this Jianghu works anymore. There are times when wanting to live in peace isn't as easy as just backing down and holding back. The more you tolerate, the more people will try to ride on your head as an ass until the ass is completely crushed. I want to learn martial arts. I want to earn money. It will always become more and more noticeable. If I don't want to be oppressed by evil people, then I have to become evil too. Old Zhou Tu was a bit clouded by what he heard, and hesitantly said, but will Master Scar spare you? He won't just spare me. Jiang Ming chucked a piece of smoked tofu drenched in chili peppers, enjoying the spicy, mellow aroma, and laughed softly. He'll also smile at me and try to pull me in and take me in as a brother. Chapter 9, The Bull and the Sheep and the Tiger and the Wolf. Old Zhou Tu was a bit dumbfounded as he listened to Jiang Ming's nonsense, unable to figure out if he was really confident or if his brain was fried. Alas, the young people nowadays, it's really different. From my time after a long time, the old Zhou head was bitterly smiling and shaking his head. He then admonished, I hope that things will develop as you wish, but I advise you to prepare yourself and flee as soon as things get bad. Jiang Ming nodded and continued to drink his wine. Old Zhou head also no longer say more, just also did not get up to leave. The heart is already thinking, if later really make a mess, with his three thin face, should be able to save Jiang Ming alive. Outside the tavern, Gua Haizi was still grunting, but the people in the tavern were getting more and more crowded. All eyes were converging on Jiang Ming, and there were constant whispers. This Jiang Ming is usually honest. How could he do such evil things? Maybe they've been bullied for a long time and want to take it out and vent. But although the gas is out, the person is going to be miserable. At least one of his hands will be broken by Master Scar. I think it's at least 2 hands. A man swore. What kind of person is Master Scar? How can he allow someone to provoke him like that? Isn't it? This young man is really young and naive. He has never seen Master Scar's methods. A large portion of the buzzing chatter was actually waiting to see the show. Even quite a few people who had been bullied by Master Scar were even red in the face at this moment, drinking while guessing how many bones Jiang Ming would have broken. Their excitement was a little hard to understand. Jiang Ming caught all of it in his ears and laughed silently, but he understood what they were thinking. Some people are usually bullied and can't raise their heads, and when they suddenly see that someone has the audacity to rebel against those who oppress them, the first thing they think of is not to applaud the rebel, but to think, why should he resist? Doesn't that make me look like a wimp? It's just a pariah like me. How dare he be so wild? He must be beaten and beaten to bow down obediently. Only then can my heart be balanced. Only then will it be smooth. When cattle and sheep are kept in captivity for a long time, they lose their rebellious minds. Jiang Ming shook his head and stopped thinking about this. Soon, there were cluttered footsteps from outside. A scarred face appeared in the tavern, half lit against the light, as if it were a ferocious wild wolf, so that people could not help but be in awe. The tavern fell silent. Master Scar's gaze coldly toured around, eventually locking onto Jiang Ming, quickly walking closer, pulling over a chair, and sitting down with a large horse. There was a hoot and a holler behind him, and 7 or 8 followers surrounded the table. The atmosphere was tense. Ah Ming, you are really good at this, Master Scar said in a coarse voice, casually touching a bowl of wine and drinking it all in one go. It's about to start. The crowd of onlookers looked excited. This Jiang Ming is going to pay for what he's done. Jiang Ming's gaze was calm as he smiled lightly. Compared to Master Scar, it's still not even close. Master Scar seemed to be exasperated and laughed as his body leaned back and slapped the table. Tell me, what's going on? I have to be given an explanation today. Many of the people watching stretched their necks at once, waiting for Master Scar to make a move. However, the old Zhou head and a few other old grease, but the eyes are puzzled. This is not the same as the usual style of the old Scar. In normal times, if someone dared to offer a few coins less, Old Scar would have dared to break one of his fingers, and wouldn't even say one more word of nonsense. And when Jiang Ming made such a big deal, how come Old Scar wasn't so grumpy instead and gave Jiang Ming a chance to explain? Jiang Ming was about to open his mouth when old Zhou Tu hurriedly coughed lightly and said, Jiang Ming, explain yourself, tell Master Scar any difficulties you have. His implication was for Jiang Ming to brush off the responsibility and push it onto Guo Haizi and the others. After all, the crowd still knew what kind of goods Guo Haizi and the others were. Jiang Ming shook his head in his heart. I didn't spend dozens of coins just to be a good guy. And being a good guy now is a cow and sheep playing the poor guy in front of the tiger and the wolf, setting the plate for themselves. There's not much going on, he said, without thinking, carelessly. The old man has been spending too much in recent days, and his hands are a little tight. It just so happens that I heard that Guo Haizi a few guys, often unclean hands and feet, for the scourge of the countryside. I went to their homes to teach them a lesson, and in the meantime borrowed some silver money to spend. It's just a few broken bones. It's not like they won't grow back. No big deal. Jiang Ming's expression was casually bland, and the tone of his voice when he said that he was breaking people's bones was as easy and casual as stepping on a few ants. It seemed that his previous low profile and honesty was all pretense, and today was his true colors. At the door of the tavern, Guo Haizi leaned against the threshold, and tears flowed from his two ebony eyes. How to snatch all my lines. Clamor. In the tavern. On the other hand, there was an uproar as the crowd looked at Jiang Ming in disbelief. They had thought that Jiang Ming was an honest man who couldn't stand being bullied, and that's why he exploded in anger and rose up to seek revenge on these punks. No one could have thought that this Jiang Ming's honesty was all a disguise, but in reality, he was actually a bully who acted arbitrarily and did such evil things as robbing money and hitting people. But he didn't even take it seriously. This Jiang Ming, he's hiding too deep. That's just it. Almost fooled by his old honest face. The crowd murmured. But strangely enough, after Jiang Ming revealed his bully image, the gazes of those who had gloated and watched earlier quietly lowered and disappeared instead. In its place, a look of fear and awe. Old Zhou Tu was dumbfounded. He thought he knew Jiang Ming well. He really couldn't figure out why Jiang Ming portrayed himself as a bully. However, Master Scar sniffed, and after staring straight at Jiang Ming for a moment, he suddenly laughed out loud. Good, good, good. I really didn't see before that you were actually a character. Ah Ming, those few losers were unruly. I wanted to clean them up a long time ago. I didn't expect you to step in for me. I really have to thank you for this matter. Jiang Ming didn't say anything. Naturally, he wouldn't be stupid enough to take this sentence seriously. Master Scar again let the old gingerhead to send 2 bowls of wine, stood up, raised a bowl, said boldly, there is no great hatred in grudges. You and I dry this bowl of wine. Today's matter even end. How? Jiang Ming then revealed a smile and got up with his wine. Just listen to Master Scar. Bam! The bowls of wine clinked together and they both drank. Brother A Ming, if there's anything in the future, just look for me. Old Scar. Master Scar put down his bowl and spoke aloud. He then stared at Jiang Ming with a stoic expression. This is recruiting. Jiang Ming knew the meaning of this sentence, but did not care. Old Scar operated this Ping'an town as if it was his kingdom, but Jiang Ming was going to leave here sooner or later, low or not. He didn't care at all. All he wanted was to get rid of the trouble once and for all. In that case, thank you Master Scar. Jiang Ming laughed and dried another bowl of wine alone. Only then did the old scarred man burst out laughing, and with a greeting, led another group of followers, fish out, disappeared outside the tavern. Everyone was frozen in place. The tavern was silent for a long time before a buzz of low murmurs rang out. It's just over? No one can understand what's going on. From the Scar Master to go. But at tea time, originally thought the powerful bloody scene, the last surprising cup of wine to release revenge? Old Zhou had stayed for a long time. Only in his eyes was a trace of half knowledge and half understanding of the understanding. I seem really too old. Chapter 10, The Great Evil Gem. It was nearing noon, and besides old Jiang Tu, only Jiang Ming and old Zhou Tu were left in the tavern. Nowadays Jiang Ming, in the minds of the townspeople, even if it is not comparable to Master Scar, it is still an evil person who has to go around when he sees it, who still dares to stay here. The old gingerhead's gaze, all a bit ghostly. This old Scar, drink my 2 bowls of wine for nothing. Jiang Mingzhi was still throwing peanuts in his mouth and was dissatisfied. Old Zhou Tu was speechless. You've become a great villain that everyone is clamoring for, and you're still picking at these 2 bowls of wine. You're only half right about this. Jiang Ming immediately corrected. Becoming a big villain is true. Everyone shouts. That's not necessarily true. Old Zhou Tu was speechless, then let out a long sigh. I've lived my whole life, and only today have I gained insight. How can you be sure that old Scar will just spare you? He said, still somewhat puzzled. Jiang Ming laughed and said without haste, if I am an honest person who rebels against the bullies, the old scar is sure to knock off my legs, because even more rowdy cattle and sheep, in the eyes of tigers and wolves are only plate food. Once they don't listen to the word, they will directly bite and eat. But if I am a bully who does no evil, then I am on the opposite side of the bulls and sheep, and the bulls and sheep will fear me, while the tigers and wolves will treat me as one of their own kind. Even if there will be fights between tigers and wolves, it will never be caused by the provocation of cows and sheep, and I am a young tiger and wolf that can be ganged up for Master Scar. If I can be subdued, it is naturally the best. Why bother to fight to death? As for Guahaizi, those punks, in the eyes of Old Scar, at best, they are just stupid and unaware cattle and sheep. When useful, they will be used, and when useless, they will be directly discarded. Old Joe headlong breath, suddenly thought of his younger self. If not a stoic retreat, perhaps now will be very different. It turns out that I once practiced martial arts for decades, yet I'm still a cow and sheep. The later generations are fearful. Old Joe too was disillusioned and sold a jug of wine, carrying it slowly away. Behind the counter, Old Jiang too looked at Jiang Ming with interest. Then your image in the town is considered completely ruined. Even if it's difficult to clarify now, don't you care? What you seek must be given up. What I am seeking now is purity, and what I am giving up is the image. Jiang Ming sipped the old wine one sip at a time. His mood at this moment was unbelievably comfortable. The old ginger head suddenly said, so, you never intended to follow the old scarab either. Old Scar? Jiang Ming stood up with his bowl and laughed. What a thing! Let's go! He finished the last sip of his drink and turned to leave. Old Gingerhead looked at the back that gradually disappeared into the corner of the street, and a trace of shock flashed in his eyes. Scary teenagers, not caring in the slightest about any image, or face, anything else can be given up for the sake of one's goal. Old Jiang too felt his body was a little cold. He could see that Jiang Ming really did not care about Old Scar. The previous raise of the cup to drink together, but just for the sake of purity play acting. The nature of this teenager may be much more frightening than the bully image he pretends to be. Half a month later, in the small courtyard of the bamboo fence, the bamboo chairs creaked and rocked, and the dappled sunlight hit Jiang Ming's body through the luxuriant leaves. With one hand pillowed under his head, he held up a tattered, yellowed book to read. The book tells the story of a small Longjong practicing medicine and accumulating good, step by step to become a doctor. Finally become the Imperial Palace doctor step by step. With Jiang Ming's eyes, it was a poorly written and cool text, but the good thing was that the book had many introductions about various parts of Yen, which allowed Jiang Ming to learn a lot about the local customs. If you're tired of reading, just put the book over your face and take a nap. It wasn't until late afternoon that he was stretching to get up, picking up the books that had fallen on the floor, brushing off the dust and putting them away, then getting the fire going and boiling water while he made and rolled out 2-finger-wide noodles. After frying wild vegetables and dried bamboo shoots from the mountains in lard, covering them with white noodles that had been boiled and passed through cool water, and pouring on the chili sauce that he had taken away from Old Jiang too, Jiang Ming ate with a big mouthful of huffing and puffing, with a bowl of noodles all down his throat. Jiang Ming closed his eyes in contentment. This, is the life. Master Bai, eat with an open belly. He stroked a white rabbit that was nibbling on a carrot at his feet, and said with great bravado, if there's a bite of food from me, Jiang Ming, I'll never starve you. Sound made by an empty stomach. White rabbit spirituality. Rubbed Jiang Ming's pants leg. Click 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 click, eat more addictive. Counting my savings, it's almost 4 or 5 taels of silver. Jiang Ming calculated as he jerked the rabbit. Archery is also very difficult to progress again in the short term. It is almost time. It is time to find Master Zhou to learn martial arts. Ever since the last storm, Jiang Ming's life was much more comfortable. The rebred Master White was resourceful and took him back on the road to riches. And now when he returned to town after picking herbs, the government officials ignored him. Medicine market stall. The old Scar is no longer on him to collect venue fees, but instead called brother and brother. Jiang Ming knew that Old Scar was also using him to consolidate his power in Pingan town. After all, even the newly promoted Jiang Big Evil was a brother to him. Old Scar. Who would dare to provoke this more and more powerful Scar Master? But Jiang Ming didn't care. Right now, no matter how much he earned, no one in the town dared to look for trouble from him anymore. And that was the best thing. Ding dong. A knock sounded on the door, and outside the half-man-high ragged wooden door, a thick-browed brat was waving his hand towards Jiang Ming. Ming, tomorrow morning, by the Red Cloud River, Ms. Wang returns her wish to be released, he exclaimed. Watch me, Fei, perform. With that, he raised the rotten fishing net in his other hand. Jiang Ming laughed and said loudly, beware of returning empty-handed. Hey, I've been practicing for a small month. Wait and see you. Fei hemmed and hawed and laughed, juggling his fishing net and darting away like he was dragging a rotten kite that couldn't fly. Jiang Ming shook his head speechlessly. This Fei was the same kid who had hurriedly gone to make a harpoon after hearing that Miss Wan was going to be released in the tavern last time. Then I don't know where I picked up a rotten fishing net and practiced catching fish in the river every day. Interestingly enough, except for a very few people in the town, such as old Chow Tao, who knew the truth about Jiang's great evil, everyone else shunned Jiang Ming, except for this Fei, who didn't care and maintained a relationship with Jiang Ming as always. Even if some people said that this Fei was doing it to hug the thighs of Jiang Dajie, he didn't argue. He just did what he liked and didn't change in the slightest because of other people's words. Nothing to do. Tomorrow to catch fish is not bad. Jiang Ming touched his chin. Just to find Master Zhou to learn martial arts. Mention 2 big fish as a meeting gift. Is not it doubly dignified? The next day, the Red Cloud River, connecting the city of Dayanfu and Yunmengshan's. As for where it leads to further away, the ordinary people don't know. Pingyang Town was built on the mountains, and it was not far from the Red Cloud River. Early that morning, many people gathered by the river, and Jiang Ming stood by the river with a corncob, looking around. People are like that when they are idle. They want to join in all the fun. Hey, coming. Suddenly, an excited voice rang out from the top of a certain large tree. Chapter 11. What is a Buddha? Smoke billowed from the dirt road in the distance, slowly approaching towards the Red Cloud River. The river was in an uproar. It's finally here. The legend says that Miss Wang is as beautiful as the heavens. So today I'll finally be able to see it. It seems like a lot of people have come. Is it hard to believe that they're all here to release their lives? What exactly is to be released? An old man stared at the rolling smoke in the distance, puzzled. The man next to him burst out laughing. Zhang Lao Hanner, you've lived most of your life and you've never even seen a release? Just you can. Have you seen it? Zhang Liahan's old face reddened in defiance. The others also rushed to look over, straining their ears to listen. Who could run to see the fun? And who had seen more of the world than anyone else? Some old men and peasant women, who don't even know about the release of life. Just hear that there are big fish in the river today and come to catch them with wooden sticks. I really know. The man enjoyed the feeling of all the attention, and said with great vigor, last year, I was in the prefecture city to build a house for a large family, and I just happened to have seen a match by the Drunkenville River in the city. Say it, the crowd urged. To release a life, you must first set up a wooden table covered with a red cloth, prepare water and branches, and then get a bodhisattva statue to put on the table. What wooden table with red cloth? You say that's an incense burner. Someone on the side couldn't help but say, are you still listening? The person who was speaking showed an unhappy look on his face and waited for the surroundings to quiet down before he was continuing. Everything is ready. Then ask the big bald man to sing sutras, burn incense and worship the Buddha, sprinkle the fish with branches, and then ring the bell a few times around the fish. Anyway, the last thing is to throw the fish into the river. Doesn't the fish sit in the water? Still need to sprinkle water? This is not to take off your pants to fart. Zhang Lao Hanner puzzled. What do you know about the affairs of the rich and powerful? Don't pry. Between a bunch of pimply-faced guys bickering, the carriage was clearly visible in the distance. There were 3 wagons in all, followed by several ox carts pulling large wooden barrels, loaded with what were supposed to be released fish. There must be hundreds of them. It really wasn't in vain. Several peasant women grinned, their sleeves rolled up high. The others also had green eyes. They hadn't eaten a few taels of meat on weekdays, so they would definitely catch a few more today. Fei was also excited as he stood beside Jiang Ming. This Wang family, quite rich. Jiang Ming lamented. I'm afraid that ordinary families wouldn't be able to withstand such a build. Fei stared at those ox carts, enviously said, but no, this Danianfu in addition to the official family. It is estimated that the Wang family is powerful, ancestor out of the capital of the officialate. No wonder. Jiang Ming raised his eyebrows. The next process, but it is not different from what the man just said. Set up incense, sing incense hymns, flick incense to salute the Buddha. Only that many people came down from the carriage, including servants and a big oily monk, but they never saw the so-called Miss Wang. It wasn't until the last step of releasing the fish that a slender figure got out of the carriage, gently took a fish, threw it into the river, and then turned around and got back on the carriage. A short appearance, but it also caused a cheer from the small group of people watching. TSK, this body, this posture and temperament. I don't know where it is higher than that Schwer girl. Fei's eyes were glowing. Have you seen Miss Schwer? Just talking nonsense here with your eyes open. Jiang Ming looked at Fei speechlessly. I don't care. The one who brings me fish is the best. No more talk. Get down to the river. Fei held up the fishing net and plunged into the river with a jerk. After Miss Wang released the fish, Those servants also began to push buckets of big fish to the river and dump them down. A large fish, more than 2 feet long, flopped and leapt into the river, making large waves. There really are fish. Catch them. Plop, plop. The poor people of Ping'an Township have long been looking red in the eyes, and at once they scattered and ran wildly, jumping into the river like dumplings, and at a shallow beach downstream, they were ready to intercept these big fish. Jiang Ming also jumped into the river bank early, but he didn't bring anything with him, only a long rope. Ah Ming, you can't be prepared for this. The big fish is slippery. How to bring a stick? Jiang Ming twisted his head to see that it was the old ginger head of the tavern, grasping a harpoon in his hand, always ready to strike. Jiang Ming sniffed and smiled. Master Jiang, let's compare who caught more, and the loser will give another fish to the other. Humph, little guy, I am afraid that you don't have anything to lose. The fish is coming. Old Gingerhead came to temper, carrying a harpoon and rushed forward. I'll tie it. Old Gingerhead wielded his harpoon and within a few strokes he had tied one and tied it with a rope. The old man is not less powerful, said the old Gingerhead proudly, twisting his head and preparing to swing a wave to John obviously, but when he turned around, he froze on the spot. Asterisk. Are you a medicine picker or a fisherman? Not far away. Jiang Ming had a rope wrapped around his arm, and the other end of the rope was thrown in the water, which had been tethered to 3 big, fat fish that were still struggling to swim. 1 zapped to death versus 3 alive and kicking is already a tall order. Is Master Jiang going to admit defeat early? Jiang Ming laughed. Ha! Another one. Under Lao Jiang Tu's dumbfounded gaze, Jiang Ming violently probed, then grabbed towards the water with a hand, so fast that Lao Jiang Tu couldn't even see it. Bang! Splash! In the next moment, Jiang Ming got up and had already grabbed a big fish between his hands. He untied the rope on his arm and passed it through the gills and mouth of the fish, then retied it again. As long as you move fast, no fish can run away. Jiang Ming winked at old Gingerhead. With his physical fitness, what more equipment would he need to catch a fish? Just do it. You, said the old Gingerhead in annoyance, are too unskilled and rough. If Master Jiang says a few more words, the fish will all slip away. Jiang Ming laughed. You must remember to give me one more. The old Gingerhead, his angry beard, even turned around to continue to look for fish. Schmucks, stop scratching, all of you. Suddenly, there were shouts from the shore. The people in the river turned a deaf ear and continued to bury their heads in the sand to catch fish. Jiang Ming glanced at it. It was the few monks who had just organized the release ceremony for Miss Wang, who were now standing by the river, shouting anxiously. Fat bald donkey, we catch fish in your way what? Fei is not subject to this bird anger. Immediately choked back. That's right, I can't catch a fish you don't want? Keep catching. Never mind him, echoed a chorus around the room. The monk at the head of the group held his round belly and said in pain. Fish are also living beings. Miss Wang is compassionate and performs good deeds to release life for the people to pray for blessings. But you guys are so killing life. Is there not a little bit of goodness in your heart? It's none of your business if the old man is happy and willing. A Hanyu immediately shouted. The big monk's fat face trembled with anger. You are happy. But what about these fish? Do they deserve this? Damn. Gibberish. Fei said irritably. The monk who came to make money last time even said that the one who can make people feel happy is Buddha. Now that I am so happy, you favor to stop me. You say, whether you are a family with the Buddha or not, it will not be a fake monk. You. The fat monk angry 7 orifices smoke. And then the profound Buddhist law. Meet this group of unruly people also I'll say no more. Hey, can't say anything anymore? It's really a fake. Fei's eyebrows fluttered, suddenly feeling that his Buddha nature had risen greatly at this time, and he couldn't care less about catching fish. Shouting, Mother ********, what's a Buddha? I think these fat fish are the Buddha. They can make Miss Wang happy. They can make us happy too. And we can still eat fish and be happier than her. Chapter 12, No Fate with Buddha. One heart for martial arts. On the river bank, a few monks were red in the face, and were almost backed up by this flurry of mouthfuls of punches from Fei. Crooked reasoning. Is all crooked. The fat monk angrily pointed at Fei. The Buddha says that karma is cyclical. Good and evil are rewarded. And you will be rewarded. What is crooked is right. And what survives is truth. Jiang Ming strung a dozen or so fish on the rope, so he no longer continued to fish, carrying the fish step by step to the shore, wrung out his wet clothes and looked at the fat monk with a smile. The people are suffering, and if you have not cut your flesh and fed it to the eagles as Buddha did, you should not use Buddhism to label yourself and educate the people, borrowing the Dharma to play the bully. This kind of behavior, how is it any different from a fox pretending to be a tiger? Jiang Ming said indifferently, pointing to the upstream bank. Besides, the masters have all run away, so don't bark here. The fat monk looked over in the direction Jiang Ming pointed, only to see that those carriages had already started to turn around and leave. A delicate hand lifted the curtain of the carriage. Miss Wang glanced over to this side of the fishing scene, and then let down the curtain again. Giddy up. The horseman flicked his whip and the carriage took off. You foul-mouthed evil thief. You will never be related to Buddha. The fat monk immediately panicked and ran back with a gang of subordinates while cursing and chasing the carriage away. Hey, this old thief Baldy is full of fat, but ran away fast. Didn't let me have another mouthful. Fei also carrying a heavy fish basket ashore. Some unfulfilled cursed, still have no affinity with Buddha? Those officials and nobles, how one by one are so with the Buddha's destiny it. Old Gingerhead forked waist climbed up the bank. Blackface handed Jiang Ming a fish. Sighed, you two are still too young. With those bald donkeys to fight for what strength? They can put the dead are said to be alive, but also dead grudges. In the future to see away from the point. Do not get involved again. Jiang Ming smiled and pushed the fish back. Put it on the account and count it as 3 meals of wine. Little brat. Old Gingerhead almost jumped up. Put here repeatedly wool-gathering him. Jiang Ming hemmed and hawed without saying anything. Old Jiang too threw the fish to Fei again. If he doesn't want it, you can take it. As a share of money, go back and pickle it up. When the time comes, it will also be a hard dish for a long face. Thank you, Master Jiang. Fei gladly took it. This is mine. Jiang Ming threw one over as well. This Fei is not very old, but has already got a daughter-in-law, just waiting to pick a good day to hold a banquet. This is the life of the underclass. Surviving, thriving, dying. To the town. Jiang Ming bought some coarse salt, returned home to slaughter and wash a large part of the fish, salted in a tile jar, left a few raised in the tank, and then picked out 2 of the largest, ready to bring to the head of the old Zhou. Old Zhou too was even older than old Jiang too. He hurt his body by practicing martial arts in his early years, and now he can't even go into the water to catch fish, so he is willing to teach Jiang Ming to practice martial arts, but also in order to leave his children and grandchildren with a little bit of silver wealth. In the evening, Jiang Ming found another bucket, sprinkled some salt and spices into the bottom of the bucket, scooped up half a bucket of fresh water, and carried it out the door. This season, it is the time to eat robin monkeys, but even if people in the town to catch, most of them are also sold to the city's government officials. They often cannot afford to eat. The following morning, the sky was clear. Jiang Ming first went to the tavern to sell 2 pounds of wine, and then went home to bring 2 fat fish and a bucket of robin's tongue, and carried silver to the old head of the week home. You're too grand. Old Zhou too was a bit flattered when he received the wine and meat that Jiang Ming had mentioned. Although he knew that Jiang Ming was not an evil person, he also knew that it was by no means a pool, looking at the usual peace and harmony, but in the bottom of his heart, he was afraid that he didn't take whoever in Ping'an Township really seriously. Who would have thought that he would have such respect for a bad old man like himself? A master is a teacher. If Master Zhou is too much, please teach me more attentively, Jiang Ming sincerely said, and without any heartache, he put 5 taels of broken silver into old Master Zhou's hands. When it's time to pay tuition, Jiang Ming never skimps. Well, old Zhou, I will do my best to teach you all that I have learned in my life. Old Zhou was touched, then turned around and shouted, Ah Xiu, come out quickly. A young girl of 13 or 14 ran out of the house and greeted her nicely. This is the granddaughter Zhou Wenxiu I told you about. Her parents are gone. The old Zhou had rambled with tears in his eyes and said, I don't have many years to live. In the future, if you become rich in Ming Brothers' life, Master Zhou. Jiang Ming looked at old head Zhou with a slight smile, his expression unfazed. Old Zhou too awkwardly wiped his tears, knowing that he couldn't fool Jiang Ming, so he stopped talking. He asked his granddaughter to carry the wine and meat back to the house, while he himself sat in the courtyard with Jiang Ming, shouting into the house in passing, Fry the robin's monkey in a hurry. It'll be rancid if you leave it any longer. I think it's you who are greedy. Zhou Wenxiu's crisp voice came out. Old Zhou too touched his nose and hurriedly poured Jiang Ming a cup of tea to hide his embarrassment. Brother Ming, drink tea. After the two of them chatted for a few moments, Zhou Wenxiu brought a pot of fried golden robin monkeys that smelled fragrant. Old Zhou too immediately pinched up one and threw it into his mouth, chewing it crispy, then looked at Jiang Ming seriously. You have to think about it. Do you really want to learn? This body and bones of mine are broken from practicing martial arts. He patted his knee. Although you are young and strong, you can't be impulsive. Jiang Ming also pinched a robin monkey and chewed on it. Master Zhou, do you know how long this robin monkey can live? Half a month. Right. What happened? Old Chowderhead wondered. No, it is 7 years. Jiang Ming shook his head. They stay dormant in the blackened earth for 7 years before they break out of the earth, and then they die in less than a month. Old Joe didn't know what Jiang Ming meant and could only go along with it. That's kinda pathetic. It is quite pitiful. But it is better than sleeping underground for the rest of your life. Jiang Ming laughed. It was then that old Joe too suddenly realized, and then bitterly smiled. Good. Since you've made up your mind to learn, Ming brotherer, then I won't say any more nonsense. As for the way of practicing martial arts, I actually only have a half understanding of it. Old Joe head sighed. When I was the most powerful, I was only an unorthodox martial artist. I thought I could walk across the 4 directions, but I did not expect to not get out of the Daeunfu, was taught a hard lesson, and finally could only recuperate in this Ping'an town. He shook his head, obviously not wanting to say much about his experiences back then, and continued. The method of practicing martial arts that I learned, called the Fuhu Fist, is a book of crippled methods, and it is said that the highest that can be practiced is a second-rate martial artist, and if Ming's son can practice it to a great extent, even forces such as the Wang family will treat you as a guest of honor. It is a pity that even my master, practicing for a lifetime, is only a third-rate martial artist, said old Joe too. The difficulty of the martial way is unimaginable to ordinary people. That's all the more reason not to wait. Start today. Jiang Ming half-joked. Old Joe too lost his smile. Good. From today onwards, I will first teach Ming brother's son the external refining method of your Fuhu Quan, and when it is well integrated, you can combine it with the internal refining of breathing, melting the blood qi, and impacting the realm of the martial artist. Chapter 13, Fuhu Quan. Melting blood qi? Jiang Ming raised his eyebrows. In the past, he only knew about the martial artist's saying, but this was the first time he had heard such a statement. Old Joe too nodded and said, the biggest difference between a martial artist and an ordinary person lies in the blood qi. Whether it's refining the moves externally or refining the breath internally, the ultimate goal is to melt the blood qi and transform the qi into strength. The only way to touch the threshold of martial arts is to practice blood energy, and only then can one be called an unorthodox martial artist. Otherwise, no matter how purely you have practiced your punching technique and how strong your power is, as long as you have not practiced bleeding power, you will always be considered only an ordinary person, with no chance of winning against a martial artist. And after practicing blood energy, if one can go one step further and control the blood energy to run the whole body, and reach the realm of force light to carry a tripod, foot light to run horse, then one can be considered a third-rate martial artist. It is rumored that from third-rate martial artists to first-rate martial artists, they are all essentially different methods of applying blood energy, and the first-rate realm of blood energy is like a rainbow, which can defeat 1,000 armies. As for whether this is really the case, I don't know. Jiang Ming frowned. What about after the first class? Ha ha ha. Old Joe too couldn't help but laugh out loud. Ming brother's son can really dare to think. A first-class martial artist is already the top big shot in the Great Cloud Province. Can't he still get into your eyes? Jiang Ming smiled. Just curious. Just to become a martial artist, it is enough to exhaust many people's life's work, and those who enter the stream are even less than 1 in 10. And those who surpass the martial artist are the 1 in 10,000 martial masters. Old Joe had eyes sighing said. And then? Amin blinked. Then, I don't know anymore. Old Joe Head did not have a good mood. I'm not a big person. I can know this is already considered to be knowledgeable. Start. The purple chi is coming from the east. Is a good time to practice martial arts. Old Joe too took off his shirt and moved to warm up, and on his dry, thin and old torso, there was even a muscle swimming like an earthworm. It seems that martial artists, even if their blood chi is decaying, are not comparable to ordinary people. Jiang Ming said in his heart, if it were not for old Joe's head having a dark disease, that old scarred man would have had to bow his head and call himself Master Zhou. The first style, fierce tiger sitting you. Old Joe too's body slightly crouched, legs like iron bars nailed in place. This is the fundamental technique of the Fuhu Quan. The practice of good or bad or not, determines your ultimate achievements. At this moment, old Joe too seemed to condense with the earth as one, and even if the wind and rain were raging, he was still able to stand firm. Jiang Ming didn't follow the comparison, but tried to memorize old Joe too's movements and tried to understand the style, like an upgraded version of the squatting horse stance, the main training of the lower body and core strength. Jiang Ming secretly said, this is indeed a crucial step. About a quarter of an hour later, Joe Old Man will be the external refining strokes of the Fuquan played once, a total of 24 styles. The first 12 styles are practiced, the last 12 styles are hit, wide open, ruthless and deadly. The momentum is like a fierce tiger. It's just a pity that this Fuhu fist is too rigid and extremely easy to injure the body. Old Joe too panted and stopped. When you practice the fist, Ming brother's son, you must not be greedy, sensing the blood chi before, practicing up to 3 times a day. How long will it take to sense blood qi? Jiang Ming asked. Only by sensing the blood qi can you practice the inner refining breathing technique. If you are lucky, 3 years and 5 years, if you are not lucky, it is a lifetime. Old Joe Headgaze ghostly said. I used 8 years to sense blood chi back then. 10 years to meld blood chi to practice blood strength. Before I became a martial artist by a fluke of the extreme. Now think about it. And what is the use of it? You know why I want to stop you to learn martial arts, right? Jiang Ming was dumbfounded. No wonder there were not many people in Ping'an town to learn martial arts. Practicing martial arts consumed energy, silver wealth, and the possibility of eventually becoming a martial artist was small and small. It was simply not something the poor people could afford to play with. I also don't know how long it will take me, Jiang Ming said in his heart. He is naturally not afraid of hurting his body, and what the limit of 3 times a day need not be heeded at all. Old Joe too finally and suddenly said, of course, if it is supplemented with gold bug ginseng, red blood vine and other great tonic drugs, martial arts practice progress will be accelerated quite a bit. In addition to this, it is the secret medicines for practicing martial arts. The martial arts hall in the city has refined medicines to assist in practicing martial arts, which can speed up the sensing of blood chi. If Ming's silver money is enough, you can ask the lords who come to purchase the medicinal herbs to inquire about. Jiang Ming's eyes lit up. Thanks to Master Zhou for mentioning it. I'll play it again now for you to see. Please point out more if there is anything wrong. With that, he recalled Old Zhou Tu's movements and practiced one move at a time. Old Zhou Tu laughed, chewing on the golden and crispy robin monkey while carefully looking at Jiang Ming's moves. He is willing to say so much, but also Jiang Ming this junior is really to his liking. He at least once was a martial artist. The old scar is also polite to see him. If the other people to learn martial arts, where will be so dedicated? As he watched, Old Zhou Tu's gaze was also amazed. Although Jiang Ming's moves were slow, and he looked like a novice, they were all standard, and there was a beauty of power in his hands and feet. Good. Old Zhou Tu clapped his hands and praised. Brother Ming, you're so much better than I was back then. Jiang Ming rolled his eyes in his mind. I've practiced boxing for a month or two and built a foundation for so long. If I'm still not as good as you were back then, wouldn't it be a waste of practice? The next days, every day to practice martial arts. Eat, practice tired of going into the mountains to collect medicine. Without realizing it, another month or so had passed. The autumn wind is gloomy, bringing up the falling leaves in the sky, and Yunmeng Shanza has already hung up the golden autumn clothes. Deep in the mountain zephyr, a tiger ape-like figure leapt down from the cliffside, one hand outstretched, hanging directly on a protruding rock block. Red-blooded vine. To the hand, Jiang Ming used his medicine scythe to cut off a pinky thick crimson vine, revealing a satisfied smile. Pick lush leaves in spring, red flowers in summer, roots in fall, and dead flowers in winter. The herbs vary from season to season, and today is the time to pick the red-blooded vine. Ever since Old Zhou Tu had spoken of those several medicines that were greatly beneficial to martial arts practice, Jiang Ming had tilted his focus to these herbs. Sound made by an empty stomach. On the top of the cliff, a plump white rabbit poked its head out, cheering for Jiang Ming to pick the medicine. Ha ha ha, it's worthy of being my lucky star. Jiang Ming climbed up the cliff and rubbed the rabbit's head. Second master bye. I'll take you to eat and drink tonight. If there's a bite of food from me, Jiang Ming, I'll never starve you. Late at night, in the cave, in a tile pot, a small fire simmered various herbs such as red blood vine, golden bug ginseng, and poisonous fungus mushroom, while Jiang Ming sat on the ground at the side, light flickering in his eyes. It's just one step away from sensing chi and blood. We'll try again tomorrow. In the past few days, it had been possible to vaguely sense chi and blood occasionally, but it was not possible to maintain that feeling. During this period of time, he practiced the Voltron fist at least a dozen times a day, and the various medications were never cut off, but he didn't expect that his progress would be so fast. Maybe this is where quantitative change produces qualitative change. The difference between practicing only 3 times a day and practicing a dozen times a day can't just be calculated by adding or subtracting. Just wait until tomorrow. He calmed himself and closed his eyes. Chapter 14, A Turmoil Grows. The next morning, outside the cave, before dawn, Jiang Ming had already practiced the Fu Fist 7 or 8 times. Every time he practiced, he could feel some kind of exuberant chi leaping within his body, seemingly ready to burst out at any moment. If we only practiced 3 times a day, we wouldn't be able to feel this kind of chi at all, Jiang Ming muttered. No wonder Master Zhou said it would take 3 years and 5 years. Practicing martial arts is meant to be persistent and diligent, but this Fu Fist is difficult to follow because it is too overbearing, and it is indeed too flawed. But perhaps it was because of this that Fu Quan was able to reach the hands of commoners like Old Zhou Tu. Jiang Ming briefly paused for a moment, picked up the medicinal soup that had been simmering for a night, and gulped it down, even eating the herbs cleanly. If this jar of herbs was sold, it would be enough to sell for 6 or 7 taels of silver. It's all worth it as long as I can sense the blood chi. Feeling the raging medicinal power in his body melt away, as if a stream of heat was flowing between his limbs and bones, Jiang Ming's eyes burned as he continued practicing his boxing. 10 times, 20 times, 30 times. The sun rose and set, the mountains and forests were silent, and there was only one figure, practicing persistently. Late at night, the waning moon hangs high. Jiang Ming, who was practicing boxing, suddenly had a flush on his face. On his skin, sweat vaporized, and a white mist actually rose. The blood rushed through his veins as if it were the wind, sweeping over the steppe, or thunder, cleaving through infinite darkness. That wisp of chi exploded out at this moment. Finally, sensed the blood chi. It is not blood, nor chi, but a power that exists in the blood and bones and is neither real nor imaginary. It's just that this blood chi is like water and smoke, exists in my body, but I can't control it at all. Jiang Ming sensed it carefully and tried to throw a rock the size of a human head a long way, and his strength had grown 2 or 3 times. The next step is to look for Master Zhou to learn the internal practice breathing method. Only with the breathing method can you control this blood chi and melt it into your strength. The town of Peaceful is a lot more silent in the fall. The mountains are cold, even more so in the fall and winter, and every year many old and infirm people are sent away. But people still want to stay here, far from the capital, living a hard but peaceful life. In the tavern, there were still the same familiar faces, but there were a few more unfamiliar faces in the corners, each sitting with a few medicine pickers, their faces enthusiastic, not knowing what they were talking about. Hello Ming, Fei greeted with a smile, and seemed to have visified a bit in the months that had passed, the boyishness of a teenager fading quite a bit. I also wonder if they are worried about the wedding. Some of the other medicine pickers also greeted Jiang Ming one by one. John's reputation as a great villain had not diminished even to this day, because last month there are a few gangsters think Jiang Ming is to take advantage of Guahizi. A few people do not pay attention to the Black Hand. Really dry fight may not be top, so they were going to give it a try. And then there were a few more lame geese in town. Jiang Ming nodded in response and walked over to the counter. Master Jiang, the old two. Yo, rare guest. Old Gingerhead joked as he beat the wine. Jiang Ming then raised his eyelids. What's the situation? Old Jiang too looked around and lowered his voice. During this period of time, I don't know what's happening in the prefecture city. Many forces have sent people to Ping'an town to pull in and recruit you medicine pickers, especially the Wang family, even sent Miss Wang to come in person again, performing good deeds and giving alms every day, and enthusiastically pulling together hay. I also received a bowl of Miss Wang's porridge to drink. There are already a few people who have left, working for those forces in the prefecture city, and I heard that they are going to the Yunmeng mountain swamp to explore and collect medicine. Jiang Ming froze for a moment, then exchanged a glance with old Gingerhead, both seeing a hint of uneasiness in the other's eyes. Whatever happened, it shouldn't have been good for Peacetown. I heard that the treatment is not bad, so nothing should happen. Old Gingerhead muttered, not knowing whether he was comforting himself or comforting Jiang Ming. Jiang Ming shook his head and was about to leave with the wine and food, when old Gingerhead suddenly said again, by the way, you also need to pay attention. You've harvested quite a lot of medicines during this period of time, and you've made a name for yourself in the town, so you should be approached as well. Jiang Ming's footsteps lurched, and he turned straight back to stand by the counter, took his chopsticks and picked up the smoked tofu, sending a piece into his mouth, and then dried the entire bowl of wine in one gulp, wiping his mouth and twisting his head to leave. There is something at home, so I won't sit at the table and drink. Jiang Ming's words came, and the person had already disappeared. The old Gingerhead looked dumbfounded, then cried and laughed, this little thing, but it is a thief. Then his eyes flickered, as if he was also pondering something. Old Chowderhead's house. Master Zhou, teach me the breathing method. Jiang Ming opened the door. Old Zhou's head was a bit confused. What are you learning now? It's useless. He didn't even dare to think that Jiang Ming had already sensed blood chi, because even if he ate great tonic pills and secret pills for practicing martial arts every day, that would still be impossible. Jiang Ming sighed, Master Zhou, can't you see that this Ping'an town is no longer peaceful? First the medicine pickers keep disappearing and being killed, and now those old men have changed their faces and are recruiting me. I am really afraid that if I am captured, I may not be able to come back. Better to learn what you can first. Jiang Ming didn't say that he could already practice breathing techniques, but he didn't tell a lie either. These were indeed his concerns. Besides, aren't you getting older? Finally, Jiang Ming added a leathery sentence. Hey yo, I have this violent temper. Old Joe, head of the gas, almost jumped 3 feet high, and then sighed, it is a little bit not peaceful. Also, then today will teach you. He then went back to the house and took out a thin yellowed booklet. This is the specific outline of the breathing method. You have not yet sensed the blood chi today, Even if I give you a demonstration today, it would be difficult for you to comprehend the essence, and when you really practice in the future, you will have to refer to this booklet. Thank you, Master Zhou. A few moments later, the old weekly head began to demonstrate the breathing method. Late at night, Jiang Ming left old Zhou Tu's house and returned to his own home. Ha! Jiang Ming stared at the rotten wooden door of his home and collapsed to the ground. Reflecting the moonlight, Jiang Ming saw another footprint on the wooden door. Looks like someone's already been here. Jiang Ming kicked the wooden door to one side, and didn't think that the bottom was which family did it, and went home to pick up his own medicine picking equipment, and then ran into Yunmeng Mountain Zephyr in the night. What pulling together the invitation? I directly move far away. Do not play with you still not. To those high and mighty lords. Jiang Ming knows better than that. At first it may be enthusiastic to pull together, but if in the end they can't get together the number of people, then it's not enthusiastic. It's light to tie up directly. Only catching medicine pickers means that a lot of herbs are needed. Jiang Ming burrowed into the cave, holding the hot mushroom soup and pondering as he drank it. Either there's a pandemic or there's a war. Pandemics are normal. Wars can be a pain in the ass. Chapter 15, The Government City. Broken rainbow clearing rain, mountain wiping microclouds. Autumn mountain color is magnificent and colorful, but it also contains hidden killing opportunities. Mountain locusts, snakeskin wasps and other poisonous insects become active, as well as wild boars and black bears go out to forage for food. So if you are not careful, you will lose your life. Most of the medicine pickers, at this time of the year, only move around the outermost part of the area, picking hazel mushrooms and wild vegetables, and preparing some firewood to withstand the winter. But the more so, the higher the price of seasonal herbs in the fall and winter. So there are still medicine pickers who venture into the mountains. Jiang Ming has met two people in the mountains. From them to learn the situation in the town is getting more and more lively. There are about a small half of the medicine pickers. Are the masters of the city please away? I heard that it is with the strong men to open up the mountains and pave the way to go on a rampage to pick medicines. It seems that there is a war going on somewhere and the demand for herbs has increased dramatically. It's too uncouth. Thinking about this matter, Jiang Ming couldn't help but shake his head. Mountain herbs seem to grow at random, but in fact, they all have unique growing environments. So a large number of people to open up the mountain. The survival of the herbs is devastating. Coupled with those lords, I'm afraid that they will not be like the medicine pickers. Cut the grass without removing the roots, digging a hole to be buried well. Or not to say that not an inch of grass will not grow. I guess it will not be good to go. But all of this are not affected by Jiang Ming. He hid in the mountaineers clean, daily pondering the breathing method of the Fu Hu fist, tired to drink tea and read books, buried in bed, the cave outside the autumn wind soughing, and sometimes a drizzle, living like a mountain idler. It's not good enough to be like this all the time, or to build a house. People idle is easy to itchy hands. Jiang Ming looked at the messy cave, but also some can not see. He likes to idle life, not like to be a bitter caveman. Nesting a poop have to run a long way. What's more, the situation in Ping'an town didn't know when it would be stabilized. Jiang Ming didn't intend to go back for a while. It was better to create a place to stay. If I was back home, where would I have room to mess around with building? Now I finally have the chance. But there are no tools, and the oil, salt, rice and flour are gone. It's time to go to the capital city and take a stroll. After coming to this world for a few months, Jiang Ming had never been to the Great Cloud Prefecture city, and would like to take a look. He thought about it and picked up his medicine basket and walked out of the cave. It had just rained, and wild mushrooms were growing all over the mountain like homegrown ones. Jiang Ming picked a basket full of hazelnut mushrooms, full of return, ready to take to the city to sell. Mountain wild goods. In the city is also able to sell some price. To enter the capital city, you have to pay the entry fee, and the people at the foot of the mountain enter the city. Usually bring some mountain goods for sale. If you enter the city empty-handed, instead, it will attract attention. Now this time back herbs and not too suitable. Jiang Ming can only get something else, but this hazelnut mushroom used to stew chickens is the most delicious, but also not worried about selling. Early the next morning, Jiang Ming set off with a medicine basket on his back and a few strings of copper coins, and after descending the mountain, he bypassed Ping'an town and headed straight for Dayun Prefecture city. The family silver money were all taken away by him, except for a few salted fish pickled in jars, nothing else, so there is nothing to go back to see. Along the Lus Road walked for nearly 2 hours. Dusty Jiang Ming only saw a prostrate in front of the city. Green stone walls are more than 10 meters high. In the sunshine under the refraction of cold luster, looks very intimidating. At the entrance of the city, there was a long line, mostly villagers from the countryside or traveling merchants doing small business, groveling at the side gate to the soldiers guarding the city to pay money to enter the city. As for the main gate, it was where the dignitaries passed through, the carriages rolling and crushing by, the soldiers guarding the city nodding their heads and currying favors to see them off. Jiang Ming followed the tail of the line and slowly moved to the city gate, paying 2 coins before being led into the city. Just as he walked through the doorway, he saw some lists posted on the front left wall, depicting the faces of several menacing men. Next to the list, a soap-suited minor official was reading aloud, supposedly for the people who could not read. Flower picker Jia Shen, raped and killed 3 women of the people, fled to this day, 6 feet tall, with pockmarked face. Those who capture it will be rewarded with $800. Hundreds of people slaughter Wei Yan, evildoers burning and looting. If there are clues, the government rewarded 500. Those who are captured will be rewarded with 50 taels of silver. Jiang Ming walked while listening. His eyes revealed a look of amazement. This Roche 100 slaughter, what exactly did he do? But was able to attract the government to offer a reward of 50 taels of silver. I'm afraid this money isn't worth earning. Jiang Ming shook his head, guessing in his heart that it was most likely a martial artist. Otherwise it wouldn't be worth the official government's bloodshed. The city is very prosperous. After all, it is the main city of a prefecture. Stores lined up on both sides, tea houses and taverns, rice stores salt number. There is also the Qingha house, where the headliner is the girl Schwer, who is chanted about by many people every day. A single vendor squatted on the street, hawking various trinkets or mountain specialties. Wooden stool, bamboo basket, dry firewood, wild mushrooms, mountain chickens, animal skins. Jiang Ming walked around and looked, directly found a nearby trading bazaar, sold his hazelnut mushrooms to a collector vendor with a brain, and got his hands on 50 copper coins. He was supposed to be making a disguise, so he didn't bother to set up a stall and call for a sale, and just sold it off at a low price. Next, he wandered through a couple of iron stores and found the cheapest one to buy an axe, and bought a bag of crushed tea leaves from a street stall, then some rice, flour, oil and salt. As Jiang Ming walked, he stopped in front of a mansion that covered a rather large area, revealing a startled expression. On the door plaque of the mansion, the 3 big words Tiger Hunting Villa flew in an imposing manner. At this time the door is open. Through the door can see inside a large open space, paved with stone bricks. A few stout men bare-chested, is busy around a case. On the striped case, there was a big spotted tiger lying on its back, its eyes closed tightly, already dead for a long time. At this time, those big men are skinning and cutting the meat. Worthy of being a good tiger hunter of the Tiger Hunting Villa, to be able to hunt such a big tiger. TSK, worth a lot of money. That's right, Tiger Hunt Manor Master is a first-class martial artist. Hey, this is showing off, attracting those young and energetic guys to join the tiger hunting village. Where would the door be open on weekdays? Around the gate, many pedestrians stopped and murmured at the door. Jiang Ming looked at a few more eyes, and his heart fluctuated a little, not because of the tiger, but because the old head of the week had said that his Volt Tiger Fist, he learned it in this tiger hunting manor. Since the villa master is a first-class martial artist, it means that the Tiger Hunt Villa must have a more complete method of martial arts. But now that he wasn't even a martial artist, it was a bit early to think about that. Jiang Ming shook his head and continued to walk forward. Not far in front of the Tiger Hunt Village, there is a medical center called Jishir Hall. Customers continue to come, business is booming. When will you stop being a medicine picker and open a medical clinic? Tasting all kinds of herbs every day in Yunmeng Shanzi. Jiang Ming's attainments in medicinal herbs had far exceeded those of ordinary medicine pickers. If you study hard and practice hard on the medical path, in time, you may not be unable to become a party of famous doctors. Well, learn it sometime. The road to everlasting life is long and unending, and it's fun to learn more and see more and experience more. East of the city, a large family birthday invited the opera troupe singing. Jiang Ming and a group of white Johns huddled at the base of the wall to listen to 3 or 4 plays, until the setting sun in the west, only to be carrying a basket full of medicine out of the city gates. At the entrance of the city, a few beggar-like people with disheveled heads were casually wandering around, but their eyes kept sweeping over the people entering and leaving the city. It seems to be a poor man who came to sell mushrooms. The ones he carried should be rice and noodles or something. Not much oil. A beggar swept to Jiang Ming and whispered, "Bah, bad luck." A few others didn't bother to take a second look and looked for their next target. Chapter 16, No One Can Stop Me From Living. Jiang Ming still didn't know that he had unintentionally avoided a trouble due to his caution. He hummed a little tune as he walked back up the hill, in a good mood, already fantasizing about how the house should be built and where the vegetable patch should be dug. After all, no matter where you go, the flower grower's desire to build a yard, dig a garden, plant a seedling is always unavoidable. Jiang Ming's footsteps suddenly lurched. Trouble seemed to be coming. At this time, The sky was dark, and on both sides of the road was a forest with dark shadows, like a black abyss. But Jiang Ming had already sensed blood qi and his five senses were much sharper, and he could hear some abnormal subtle sounds behind those tree shadows. Boy, what vigilance! A slightly familiar voice rang out, and several figures jumped out from both sides of the road, 3 in front and 2 behind, blocking him in. Jiang Ming's eyes narrowed slightly as he looked at these people. Are you the gang of mountain goods collectors? A few people were clearly the vendors who had purchased his hazel mushrooms in the marketplace in the morning. However, at this moment, in their hands, they were all holding long, brightly shining, fine iron swords, obviously for the purpose of killing. Still not cautious enough. Jiang Ming sighed. The fact that these few people could chase out of the city to kill him meant that he must have been exposed somewhere. However, you guys really shouldn't have come. Jiang Ming sighed in an unintelligible tone. He likes to be meticulous and does not like to cause trouble. But today, he really met this kind of trouble, and there is only one way to deal with it. Because even if he pays money and plays the goat at this point, it won't change the fact that these people have already found out that he has a problem. They would only cause him more trouble if they survived the night. Kid, quite crazy. The person in the lead calmly laughed, but his eyes showed a contemptuous light, as if he was looking at the lambs in the cage waiting to be slaughtered. Leave everything behind. Take off your clothes, and then I'll ask you a few questions and let you go. This kind of calm is not pretending. They always mix in the capital city and the mountains and swamps. All kinds of unseemly things have been done, looting this kind of single fat goat, but it is a common household meal. As for letting you go or something, naturally, they are talking nonsense with their eyes open, and they have never left any living mouths in this business. The other traders burst into playful laughter and surrounded them with their long knives. The things are all for you, but I also want to ask a question. Jiang Ming seemed to be startled, and hurriedly put down the medicine basket, and took out a few strings of copper coins from his pocket and threw them on the ground. Then asked curiously, how do you guys know I still have money? Don't play dumb with me. The head trader glanced at the strings of coins and snorted. The hazelnut mushrooms you picked all have silver and white patterns. They only grow deep in the mountain forests, and ordinary mountain pickers can't pick them at all. Give me your safe route for picking hazelnut mushrooms, and I'll leave you alive. Or else. Humph. He shook his long sword and his eyes were fierce. In the eyes of these traders, Jiang Ming must have been lucky to find a safe route to get into the deep mountains and pick the best quality hazel mushrooms. The price of this hazelnut mushroom is several times that of ordinary hazelnut mushrooms, and now it is the peak growing season. If they have such a route, it is not completely developed. Oh, so it is. Jiang Ming suddenly realized, thinking that it was really like a mountain apart. He was familiar with picking medicines, but he knew nothing about picking mushrooms, and hadn't paid attention to the differences at all. But there is one thing you guys misunderstood. Jiang Ming figured out the truth, so he simply stopped pretending and laughed. I'm picking mushrooms and relying on no safe routes, so you guys are wasting your efforts. You're not going to do this until you're forced to do it. The trader scolded in a harsh voice and rushed up with their long knives, and the first 2 knives flashed, chopping at Jiang Ming's arms in a staggered manner. Up until this point, they were still playing with their hearts, trying to force Jiang Ming to tell them the safe route. Jiang Ming's gaze was calm, and he was already violently dipping out, his upper body leaning back like a spring, avoiding the light of the knife and then suddenly straightening up again. His fist was as fast as lightning, fiercely smashing into the neck of one person. Only heard a click sound. The man's head immediately crooked off, body like a rotten sack flying out, before landing on the ground has been broken. The vendor was still staring with wide eyes, his mouth and nose constantly spilling blood, as if it was still hard to believe that he had been killed by a fat sheep in his eyes with a single punch. At the same time, Jiang Ming had already physically leapt back and lifted the axe he had just bought from the medicine basket, standing like a pine. Something's not right. Quickly kill him. This sudden turn of events caused the leader of the vendors to be shocked and furious, and he immediately roared in a stern voice. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Little bugger. The 4 of them killed from the front and back, and between the powerful winds, the 4 long knives seemed to form a net of knives, covering Jiang Ming's head. In the midst of the battle, Jiang Ming's comprehension of the Fuhu fist seemed to have refined a lot in an instant. The body is like a tiger, and the sword and axe are also extensions of the body. At this moment, it was as if the axe suddenly had a spirit, and it circled around a long blade that was ready to block. Sound of escaping laughter. The axe was so powerful that it directly chopped across the chest and abdomen of one of the vendors, bringing up a large shower of blood and broken bones. The man's chest was immediately torn open with a hole, blood flowing like a column. The hot heart was still beating in his chest cavity, but his torso was already powerless and collapsed on the ground, motionless. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Senior. This kid has practiced martial arts. A messy exclamation of surprise. The leader of the vendor's face is as gloomy as water. No longer the beginning of the calm rite. Today they are considered to kill the fat sheep to kill a tiger head. Jiang Ming's arms and back also added 2 wounds, staining his clothes with blood red, but he was unconcerned. Drinking. Come on. He is injured. Give me on. The leader of the vendors shouted angrily. Tonight for a fat goat, even folded 2 people. It is really too big a loss. However, just 10 or so breaths later, when the third person fell to the ground with his head chopped off, the lead merchant and the only other person left were already in shock. How? Do you not die? He looked at Jiang Ming's stomach, a long knife stuck in it, his face full of horror. Jiang Ming sighed, your shortcoming lies in your eyes being too sharp. Ah. And the other person has been completely scared mad. The blade in his hand fell to the ground, twisted his head and ran. It's too late to run. Now. Jiang Ming pulled out his long knife from his stomach and directly flung it out, piercing through the chest of the fleeing man and nailing him to a large tree. Just a moment ago, there was a full complement of 5 people who robbed money, but in the blink of an eye, there was only the head traitor left, so scared that he fell to the ground and said incoherently, Don't kill me. I won't say anything. Jiang Ming's gaze was ancient. From the moment you came to me, there was only one ending to this matter. Sound of escaping laughter. The pleas for mercy ended abruptly as the axe cut into his neck. Phew, scared the hell out of me. Almost got exposed. Jiang Ming let out a long breath and nodded in satisfaction as he looked at the motionless 5. It's time to keep living again. Chapter 17 Wushuan Godao. The smell of blood hung thick in the air on the silent mountain road. Jiang Ming's wounds had all healed. He looked around and without delay, immediately began to touch the corpse. Rather all quite rich. On the remaining 4 vendors, Jiang Ming had searched a total of 3 or 4 taels of broken silver. But in the clothes of the leading vendor, in addition to a dozen taels of silver, he had actually touched a 5220 silver note. Lin's total added up to nearly 70 taels of silver, just by collecting mountain goods. You can't earn so much. Jiang Ming's gaze was cold. It seems that this group of people have not done this kind of robbing and harming people, and I am afraid that this is not all of their wealth. What's this? Jiang Ming fished out another thin book from the arms of the head merchant. Transfiguration. Looking at the 3 big words on the cover, Jiang Ming revealed a look of surprise. He tried scraping the back of his knife on the corpse's face, and actually did scrape off a thick layer of makeup mud, revealing a completely different face. No wonder he was able to rob money so arrogantly as a merchant, and even after the incident, he was able to change his face and continue to do evil in the Dayun province. What a great tool for killing people and getting away with it, but not the time to study it. Slip away first. Putting the silver taels and silver tickets and the thin book into his arms, and picking up his own things such as the axe and the medicine basket, Jiang Ming did not deal with the corpses anymore, and left the place at a quick pace. He still didn't go to Ping'an town, and directly entered the Cloud Dream Mountain Zephyr and returned to the cave. After taking a bath in the stream and rinsing away the blood stains all over his body, Jiang Ming calmed down. It wasn't the first time he had killed someone, but the feeling of being in trouble and out of his control still made him a little uncomfortable. All fear comes from a lack of firepower. Tea gurgled on the fire, and Jiang Ming was draped in animal skins, warming his body while reminiscing about today's battle. My strength and speed are far superior to those vendors, but my combat experience is still too little. Even though the Fuhu fist is practiced to perfection, I didn't bring it into play much today, and instead I was slashed a few times for nothing. Being injured wasn't a big deal to Jiang Ming himself, but it was the situation that was most likely to cause trouble. Imagine a person who has been cut a few times or broken a few bones, is alive and active within a few days. Who can not be suspicious? And if those few people were a little stronger, or a little more resourceful, and saw the situation and twisted their heads and ran away, it would be hard for me to kill all of them. That way, the trouble would be big, in case it attracts a big shot figure to take me and slice me up. Jiang Ming's gaze was grave, and a wave of fear washed over him. This is the kind of thing that must never happen. One must become stronger. Strong enough not to get hurt, strong enough to kill all enemies. Jiang Ming looked firm and determined, because even if I'm careful, it's impossible for me to not show any breaks at all. So, it's just a matter of taking out all the people who find my breaks. It's the only way my secret won't get out. This is unrivaled Godao. Jiang Ming's eyes are burning. For the next few days, Jiang Ming stayed in the mountains. Early in the morning, he practiced the Fuhu breathing method, and in the afternoon, he went up to the mountain to log and build a house. In his spare time, he drank tea and tasted medicine and picked mushrooms, tasted all the wild flavors in the mountains, saw the beautiful scenery of the mountains and rivers, and researched the mechanism of various medicinal herbs. Half a month later, deeper into the mountains and forests, on the flat terrain upstream of a river, a house made of solid wood had been largely molded. Jiang Ming had only scratched out 2 rooms, the main house and the pharmacy. As he was the only one living, daily activities such as sleeping and cooking, drinking tea and reading books were then done in the main house, while the pharmacy was used to store and study the herbs that were picked. In addition to reclaiming a few points of wasteland, to be planted in the spring of the next year some vegetables and herbs. As for the latrine, Jiang Ming directly covered the river, nesting after the poop flushed away on the spot. As for whether there is anyone downstream to drink water and cook, he can't care. Fall to winter, the sky and the earth were in a state of depression, and the mountains grew more and more silent. It had been many days since Jiang Ming had seen any medicine pickers entering the mountains. The last time I saw someone, I heard that the storm in Ping'an town had subsided, and due to the onset of winter, the amount of medicinal herbs that could be harvested in the mountains had plummeted, and those city forces had retreated. But the price of herbs, still has been rising. I heard that all sold to the north, where the war seems to be very tight. Rise, the people suffer. Die, the people suffer. Jiang Ming sighed softly. If the war continued, this storm in Ping'an town would definitely not end there. It's about time, too, to go back to town. Jiang Ming went to the pharmacy, picked up some dried herbs, loaded them into the medicine basket, and carried them down the mountain. Peaceful town, medicine market. Master Scar, look. Old Scar was leading a group of followers to collect the venue fee when one of the followers suddenly pointed in a direction and called out. The old scarred man looked along and immediately his eyes sank. This Jiang Ming even dares to come back. Go! In a corner of the medicine market, Jiang Ming is squatting on the ground and setting up a stall to sell medicine. The last time I heard the people who entered the mountain said that they disappeared. The old Scar also led a good search for some. He went back to Ping'an town. Inevitably cannot escape the eyes of this old Scar. So he first came to the medicine market to meet. Sure enough, the herbs hadn't been spread out for long. An old Scar was leading a group of people, aggressively surrounding them. Jiang Ming, I thought, you and I were already brothers. The old scarred man had an unhappy expression and said in a deep voice, when the lords of the capital city came to select medicine pickers, I specifically recommended you, so why did you run away and disappear? Jiang Ming looked at the old Scar, that gloomy expression, the heart of the clear. It seems that I guessed correctly before. This guy should be the city those lords, in the town of Ping'an black gloves, collecting protection money to do dirty things. He cursed in his heart, take me as a brother to push me into the fire pit? What a coincidence. Something was too busy those days. Jiang Ming said with a face full of sincerity. In this matter, you must give me an explanation. Old Scar was not so gentle this time, and said coldly and hard, otherwise, you won't be able to walk out of the medicine market today. He is now also some pondered the taste. When Jiang Ming and his own wine talk happy, is not to take himself as a shield, to avoid trouble it. Master Scar, please calm down. Jiang Ming did not intend to turn the tables on old Scar. These a few punks is nothing, but provoked the old snake gang behind. It will be a lot of trouble again. Even if you move old Scar, it has to be a fatal blow that can't be known to the bystanders. Thinking so in his heart, Jiang Ming's smile on his face became even warmer. I'll make a promise to you. The next time those lords come looking for medicine pickers, I'll definitely be the first one to rush in. This time, count my fault. A period ago I just happened to pick 2 golden insect ginseng, specially processed to bring down the mountain to make amends to Master Scar, but also please Master Scar smile. With that, Jiang Ming flipped out 2 sun-dried golden insect ginseng from the medicine basket and handed them over. Old Scar's eyes lit up. The current market 2 golden worm ginseng is worth nearly 2 taels of silver. He collects protection money for 10 days. He may not be able to have so much income. After all, he has a bunch of brothers to feed, and even more so, he has to deliver a large portion to the top. Good, or a Ming brother sensible. I really wrong you. The old scarred man laughed cheerfully. All dispersed, there is no hilarity to see. I am very good with brother Ming. Chapter 18 Magic Operation. In a corner of the medicine market, old Scar several people stared at Jiang Ming, who had packed up his things and left. Master Scar, just spare him? A follower couldn't help but say. Old Scar snorted coldly. What else? In the final analysis, that kid didn't violate any rules. I have been operating in Ping'an town for many years, although I do things ruthlessly, but explicitly are in accordance with the rules. Today if the public really do something to this kid, I'm afraid that in the future in this Ping'an town, it is also difficult to convince the public. Then Master Scar means that we secretly. The follower's eyes dripped and seemed to hear other meanings. Old Scar played with the 2 golden worm ginseng, shook his head and said, this kid is a bit of a handful. Clean him up, may have to fold a few more people. This period of time the gang is short of manpower. Ping'an town cannot be any more extraneous branches, but he has toyed with me several times. This breath I have to take out sooner or later. The old scarred man's eyes showed ferocious light. Let this Jiang Ming jump around for 2 days first. When it's over winter the gang will send someone over. At that time, this old scarab is better handled than expected. Jiang Ming was also slightly surprised as he walked through the town. It seems that the previously established image of villainy has some effect. Old Scar is no longer horizontal, but also just ordinary people, relying on the fame of the old snake gang. In order to suppress the peace town, these fear of the powerful and noble people of the lower class. But horizontal afraid of rash. Jiang big villain, this kind of no one is not afraid of the rash. Naked a stick. A word on the door to touch the door to knock off the leg. Spare the old Scar, there is nothing to do. It's still strength that determines everything. Jiang Ming side. The tavern, which is even more lively in winter, is where both medicine pickers and mountain pickers spend their days drinking all day long. Now that they can't get into the mountains, the tavern was in an uproar. And old Jiang too was so happy that he even recruited Fei as a temporary second. Whoop. The wooden door pushed open and the cold wind slammed in. The drinker in the doorway glared over and was about to yell at whoever had the problem of opening the door so wide. Yo, who are you glaring at? Jiang Ming looked at him with a smirk. Ming brother. The drinker stammered. You're back? The tavern was quiet for a split second. And the great evil Jiang returned. Drink honestly, don't stare at people easily. Jiang Ming patted his head, maintaining his image of a great villain, and striding towards the counter. Half a caddy of running tongue. Small dishes at your disposal. Jiang Ming slapped over 10 large coins. Brother Ming, it's been a long time, still so majestic. Old Jiang too joked. This world is good to be alive. Jiang Ming shook his head and saw that old Zhou too was also there, so he went over and sat together. There are a lot fewer medicine pickers. Jiang Ming lamented. The old Zhou head bitterly smiled. You run into the mountains for a quickie with a bear stick. This town is almost a mess. Many people do not want to go. That old scarred man will take family members to threaten explicitly and secretly, making a mess of the chickens and dogs. Such nonsense? Jiang Ming frowned. Remember the Stone family, the newly promoted first-class family, the one that killed several medicine pickers. Nowadays, they are mixed up with the old snake gang. Who dares to say anything? Then it's almost New Year's Eve, and it's not being released back? Jiang Ming asked. Nowadays at this time of the year, there was no way for the large troops to enter the mountains. Old Zhou had eyelids slightly drooped, sighed. Before it was slowly swallowed, I heard that some of the medicine pickers have been sent to the northern battlefield to serve as accompanying army doctors. I don't know how many of them make it back. Jiang Ming was stunned. What kind of magical operation was this? Could a medicine picker be the same as a doctor? War is not a joke. You can't just do that. It could be a big deal. What the hell is going on? Jiang Ming was all confused. Who's fighting who? I heard that there was a rebellion in the north, and the 3 provinces of the land were overrun. The capital side sent out troops to fight the bandits, ordering all the provinces to contribute men and women, and the number of medicinal herbs and weapons, soldiers, and accompanying doctors were all required. And so the Great Cloud Mansion is so muddled? Wasn't that medicine picking quite active? Jiang Ming was even more confused. Muddling? A head suddenly poked over from the side, and a medicine picker said thievishly, how do you know it's fooling around and not on purpose? And those herbs? I heard that a lot of them were hijacked by the rebels when they were halfway through the transportation. Those old men in the city are more thieves than anyone else. Jiang Ming now heard and understood. The feeling was that there was a traitor. But think about it is normal. Since ancient times are running Water Dynasty Iron family. These families bet in advance. Some people press the royal family. There are people press the rebels. Maybe there are still 2 sides of the bet. Look at this situation. Those officials of the Dainianfu, perhaps also with the rebel bandits, unclear. If this war doesn't end next year, I'm afraid we'll have to conscript soldiers. Old Zhou Tu sighed. By the way, while you were in the mountains, something big happened here. This topic is too heavy. Old Zhou Tu turned to say. A gang of bandits that had been rampaging through the Danyun province for a long time were swept away in a nest on the road to the capital city, and the scene was called a tragic one. Immediately, someone picked up, TSK, I heard that one of the heads was chopped off, and another was nailed to a tree and couldn't even be pulled off. Really killed the pain. The official government have posted a list to find that good man who killed the bandits. A heavy reward of 100 taels of silver. Say this hero why not show up yet? If I would have received the silver to go live happily. I'm afraid you'll wet your pants when you see that scene. At the mention of this, the tavern was abuzz with talk. Apparently this kind of topic was more exciting. Jiang Ming listened silently. From time to time sip of wine. Show up? Showing up? A few guys who aren't even martial artists. You say, are bandits. Still he meow rampant for a long time. If it is true, Then there is only one explanation. Behind this nest of fake traitors, there is not a small power in support. Maybe it is the city's witch. This is if Jiang Ming dares to show up, has not received the silver, afraid of being sunk into the well, and so on to be fished out again. Maybe all the second industrial revolution. At noon, Jiang Ming bought some necessities in the town and returned to Cloud Dream Mountain Zephyr. He found that he kinda liked this kind of life, practicing martial arts and picking medicines alone, drinking tea and reading books, and occasionally going down the mountain to feel the fire of the earth. Time passes. The weather gets colder and colder. The rivers in the mountains are covered with a thick layer of ice, and snow falls one after another, white-capped everywhere. Jiang Ming also went out less, but still maintained 2 or 3 days to go out to pick medicine. Winter seasonal herbs have the highest price, when the next year to sell in the spring, but also can sell a lot of money. In a mountain stream, Jiang Ming was wrapped in a thick animal skin, looking at the scene in front of him with surprise and joy. Amidst the snow, a bit of emerald green stood out. It was a place that was no more than 3 feet square, with a patch of green grass growing, while in the center of the grass, a small reddish plant swayed gently, seeming to radiate warmth even in the freezing weather. Fire cloud grass. Finally, I've come across another plant. Jiang Ming was excited. The last plant was cooked and eaten by him, but at that time, he hadn't practiced martial arts yet, and the medicinal effect was almost wasted for the most part. And now that he was at the critical time of impacting a martial artist, this fire cloud grass came at the perfect time. He patted a rabbit beside him. By fourth master, remember this look and taste. As long as you can find another plant, I guarantee that as long as there is a bite of food from me Jiang Ming, I will never starve you. Carefully digging out the fire cloud grass, Jiang Ming's thoughts also returned to the day when he just came to this world. Everything also started from that fire cloud grass. In this world, the only code is the weak and the strong. Without being a martial artist, everything is empty talk. Chapter 19, The True Meaning of Fu-Hu. The cold wind whistled and swooped angrily down from the top of the lofty steep mountains, swept over the surrounding glistening white valleys, traversed the snowy plains crisscrossed with icy rivers and snowy hills, and splashed a cloud of silver needles and jade shavings. Jiang Ming stood on top of the glacier with his bare upper body, practicing the Voltron fist over and over again. His chest and abdomen rose and fell, regularly swallowing and exhaling chi, and his entire body exuded a ferocious aura, as if he were a real tiger in every move, taking in the hearts of the people. If the external practice is the form, the internal practice is the intention. The combination of form and intention can bring out the maximum power of Fu Hu Quan. As he breathed, Jiang Ming's skin gradually became reddish, emanating a trace of white gas, but ultimately still faded away, and those blood chi in his body still could not be fully controlled. The breathing method has been almost mastered, but it's still almost interesting to be far from melting the blood energy. Jiang Ming muttered to himself, slowly stopping his movements and returning to the wooden house. The aroma of medicine in the room is filled with incense, and a jar of herbs is stewing on the stove fire. Red blood vine, golden bug ginseng, poisonous mushroom, and of course, the most important, it is still the fire cloud grass. After coming to this world for a long time, Jiang Ming realized the rarity of the fire cloud grass. Even for those high and mighty martial artists, it is a rare treasure that can be encountered but not sought, which is of great use to the progress of the martial arts path. When the medicinal soup was stewed and slightly cooled, Jiang Ming directly drank all of it, and none of the herbs were wasted. All of them were eaten. Exhale. When the medicinal soup entered his stomach, Jiang Ming immediately felt wisps of blazing power spreading out along his limbs and bones, and at this moment, it was as if he had inexhaustible power. The blood chi in the body seems to be more active at this time. Jiang Ming threw down the pot of medicine and immediately rushed outside the house, standing in the middle of the icy sky and snow, and continued practicing his Voltron fist, running the fist technique over and over again. Jiang Ming could feel the blood chi in his body stirring, as if it was forming a hot stream of huffing and puffing that ran rampant within him. He subconsciously ran the breathing method, trying to guide and control this rushing heat, but never succeeded. Jiang Ming's eyes were all a little red from the impact of the blood chi, and while he was distracted, a hint of enlightenment rose abruptly in his mind. It turns out that this is the true meaning of the Fushijai fist. He was burdened with the power of immortality, and no matter what situation he encountered, he always thought that there was still room for maneuver, so he never really sent a vicious. Even when he killed those few vendors, it was more of a consideration under reason. And in the practice of martial arts, although Jiang Ming perseverance never slack, but from the lack of that kind of courageous conviction, practicing tired on a break, only to think of their own life as unlimited, will one day be able to succeed. But the meaning of the ambush tiger should not be like this, but a kind of canyon meets courageous fearless sharpness. It's not a matter of fighting if you want to, but it's a matter of fighting if you have to. In that case, if I don't take you down today, I won't stop. A ferociousness rose in Jiang Ming's heart, and he tried his best to rehearse the Fuhu fist, and gradually, his breathing seemed to synchronize with the rhythm of the blood qi in his body, and gradually became indistinguishable from each other. Boom! Jiang Ming threw the last punch and suddenly stopped. At this moment, he was naturally running the internal training breathing method. His breath was thick and long, and his entire body seemed to contain an inexplicable light. Beneath his skin, a red aura flickered, and the blood qi of his entire body moved with the rhythm of his breathing, its form dispersing and its meaning remaining intact, being thoroughly melted by Jiang Ming, evolving a brand new kind of power, blood power. Jiang Ming fiercely took a deep breath, gathered the power of blood energy, and slammed his fist on top of the glacier. Anum! Bang! The ice splashed in all directions, and a hole the size of a man's head appeared in the ice, revealing the river flowing underneath. Jiang Ming shook off his slightly numb arm. Unharmed, months of hard training, finally become a martial artist. From today onwards, I am truly on the path of martial arts. Jiang Ming's heart surged, and he became more and more convinced that there must be a path to immortality cultivation in this world. Because of the martial arts alone, let Jiang Ming be shocked beyond measure, smashing through the thick ice with the power of a single punch and remaining unharmed. This is simply not a power that mortals can have. Then he took a big breath. But this blood energy is too consuming. This punch dried down a large portion of my blood qi. Still, I have to continue to practice and control the blood energy to run my whole body at an early date, so that I can step into the realm of the third stream, thus controlling more blood qi. As for second-rate martial artists, they need to quench their skin membranes with blood power, and the top ones can be almost invulnerable to swords and spears, and are first-rate strong men. However, stepping into a second-rate martial artist, normally without 10 or 20 years of effort, don't even think about it. Though I have no lack of time, it is indeed time for this peaceful town to leave. After the excitement of breaking through to martial artist went down, Jiang Ming also began to think about the road ahead. The many medicinal herbs in this Yunmeng mountain swamp were a treasure, but he didn't have a formula for practicing secret martial arts medicines, and each time a pot of big messy stew almost wasted most of the medicinal effects. Not a martial artist in the past, it does not matter, but in the future if you want to continue to practice martial arts, this approach is afraid that it will not work. Maybe drink 10 cans are not very effective. Jiang Ming wants to learn more profound martial arts, real fighting methods, or wants to utilize martial arts practice secret medicines to aid in cultivation. These are all things that Ping'an Town can't give. Only the city of Dianfu had what he needed. Besides, I can't be a medicine picker all the time. Go Dao is not a constant low-profile behavior, but according to their own strength, time, opportunity, choose the most appropriate way to act, in order to be in this world of smooth go down. When Jiang Ming was weak, there was naturally nothing wrong with being an ordinary medicine picker, secretly saving money and practicing martial arts. But now that he has become a martial artist, he needs to earn more money to maintain his martial arts practice expenses, and he needs to spend his efforts to seek a higher realm of cultivation. If he pretends to be a medicine picker, will only become more and more out of place. After this winter, it's off to the house. Jiang Ming recalled what he had seen and heard during his last trip to the capital city, and gradually made up his mind. The town of Ping'an is a lot more lively in the winter months. Many people in the town, who usually worked as laborers in the prefecture, now that the New Year's Eve was approaching, returned to the town to kill pigs and slaughter chickens and prepare for the New Year's Eve. Although life is poor, but money or no money to go home for New Year's Eve. For these poor people, this may be the end of the year, the biggest hope. Jiang Ming stepped on the snow and also returned from the depths of the mountain forest. He liked the quiet, but he was no hermit. And there was always a bit of fireworks at New Year's Eve. In addition, that Faye is going to marry in the month of Lunar New Year. He also accompanied the share of a fish, always eat back, greeting people he knew or didn't know along the way. Jiang Ming carried his medicine basket back to his home. Haven't been home for months. I'm afraid it's been barren and messy. Jiang Ming looked toward the door and froze a little. Chapter 20, Lapland. Cold winter mornings are filled with cold fog. Jiang Ming looked at his yard with some suspicion. Yes, it's here but what's wrong with it? The front door was clean. No weeds or dead leaves. Across the street than when he lived at home. Even the wooden door that had been kicked down by who knows who when he ran away overnight before, has now been repaired and reattached. And it is quite sturdy when touched. Much stronger than before. Is it hard to be turtled up by someone? Jiang Ming muttered to himself. Jiang Big Evil's reputation isn't working anymore? But when he pushed the door open and stepped into the courtyard, it was just as he had first imagined. With dry, barren grass all over the place and layers of rotting branches and leaves piled up. It seems to be overstated. Just then, a sound of talking rang out not far away. Dad, Dinner's ready. Don't panic. Don't panic. Wait for me to fix this chair at the old king's head's house. Jiang Ming twisted his head to look. In the other small courtyard next to his, a young girl in rough clothing with a few good looks was carrying the meal under the eaves of the house and handing it to an old man with gray hair. The old man's body is stooped, hands full of calluses. It seems to have done a lifetime of hard work, is buried in a broken unlike a wooden chair, glanced at the rice bowl will continue to pour. Ha, people live here? Jiang Ming raised an eyebrow. Jiang Ming learned from the memory of his predecessor that this next-door yard has not been lived in for more than 10 years, broken beyond recognition. Even if it is a new move to the town, no one is willing to clean up. It would be better to rebuild the house. At this time, the girl also noticed Jiang Ming, and quickly waved her hand and said, "We are newly moved here. My name is Li Qingqing. This is my father. Please forgive me if I have disturbed you." Jiang Ming laughed. "I still have to thank you guys for helping me clean the front door and repair the courtyard gate. The neighbor on the other side is a fat woman, but not this kind heart to do this. Not to Jiang Ming home dumping garbage are considered good." "Yeah, how did you know we did it?" Li Qingqing was surprised, then smiled in embarrassment. "We cleaned up after we moved here and saw the long grass in front of your house, and just happened to clean it up by hand. But I didn't dare to enter the yard for fear that the owner would come back and get angry. And that door, my father repaired it. Good craftsmanship, right?" Li Qingqing spoke with an inexplicably proud tone. "Simply awesome." Jiang Ming seriously praised, and politely said a few more words, finally sending over some sun-dried wild mushrooms to show his gratitude. Inside and outside the house is a mess. Jiang Ming simply lazy to clean up. Medicine basket thrown out the door. The town, everywhere is a lively scene. This year, city people have city people over the law. The town people have town people over the law. A pig is divided into small pieces. Some people only need half a catty. Some only take the skin, and some buy some fat and then satisfied. More mountain wild vegetables, sun-dried, pickled, steamed and boiled will be several dishes again. As for fried, that has to be able to afford to buy fat oil people can do. Anyone who can put out a few air-dried rabbits and chickens at this time of year is enough to occupy the highest point in the chain of contempt among the neighbors. After all, they say they live off the mountain, but not just anyone can make it in the mountains. The tavern, as always, but it seemed more run down. Old Joe Head looks even older. Now cannot even drink running tongue, can only drink a cup of medicinal wine to nourish the body, and then be assisted by the granddaughter to go home. Hey, practicing martial arts is so. When you get old, once winter is the life and death robberies. There were not many people in the store. Old Ginger Head got up and sat at a table with Jiang Ming. Sighed, "I hope that the old Joe Head can live for a few more years. I think back in the day, me and old Chowder Head could drink 10 pounds. The old Ginger Head rambled and kept talking about the past, blowing either true or false cowhide. Jiang Ming did not talk, drinking wine one mouthful at a time. It's not easy for an old-timer to meet someone who will listen to him. This time just listen. Speaking, the old Ginger Head was a little drunk, fell asleep on the table. Fei carried a towel and came over after cleaning up a few wine tables, shaking his head helplessly. Several old people have gone away this winter, and Master Zhang's essence seems to have gone away for the most part. The two men worked together to carry the old Ginger Head to his bed in the inner room and sat back down at the wine table. "What happened to the marriage?" Jiang Ming asked. Fei heatedly smiled. "On the 19th day of the Lunar New Year, just set up 2 tables of food in my yard. You must come." "Ming." Jiang Ming chopsticks a beat. "Say what nonsense? Lousy part of the money with the money still cannot go? You want to covet my fish, don't you? How dare I?" Fei juggled his treasures and then said, "By the way, your new neighbor, have you met him?" Jiang Ming nodded. "Nice guy, fixed all my doors." "Who says it isn't? That old Lee's carpenter's craft has spread all over Ping'an town. So many people look for him to repair woodwork and make furniture." Fei shook his head and shook his brain. "There is also that daughter of his, Li Qingqing, which is not soon to be married, just 1 day later than me to do the banquet." Fei said another person's name. Jiang Ming has met a few times, can't say how excellent, but quite honest. Life in town is like that. What with all the door-to-door picking and choosing and all, it's pretty much just getting by, day by day close to the end of the year. Jiang Ming also completely relaxed. Nothing to pull grass at home, go to town to buy some wine and meat to prepare for the new year. He got along well with his new neighbors, old Li Tu and Li Qingqing, who often came to help Jiang Ming clean the yard. Jiang Ming is also very interested in the old Li head of the carpentry work. Leisure time will also follow the old Li head of the streets. Learning carpentry work. For Jiang Ming, only cultivation on the road to immortality is also too boring. Learn some skills is also considered to add a bit of fun. He even intends to find an opportunity to learn the old Ginger Head's private brewing skills. The 19th day of the month. Fei officially married. Wearing a patchless dress, the bride's head covered with a piece of red cloth, feverishly sent into the bridal chamber. Old Joe head is bedridden, did not come to drink the wedding wine. Jiang Ming paid the share of money for him. The 20th day of the lunar month, Jiang Ming and Fei together came to the old head of Li's house, ready to drink Li Qingqing's wedding wine. That young man, fatherless and motherless, is also considered to be in the Li family. Everything was normal at the banquet, and Jiang Ming also met Li Qingqing's elder brother, who he heard was working as a servant in one of the big families in the prefecture, and had taken a special leave to come back today for his sister's wedding. However, her older brother only came out once, toasting each table, and then quickly disappeared again. Why is this brother mysterious? Fei curiously said. Jiang Ming was about to speak when there was a sudden cacophony outside the courtyard, followed by a scream. Murder! Murder! Chapter 21 Confusion. The sudden scream silenced the noisy banquet scene instantly, followed by panic. What? Is someone dead? Run for it! The crowd pushed and shoved their way to the outside of the courtyard, and the food and wine bowls and chopsticks fell to the ground, so no one could care to continue eating. Father, this! Li Qingqing ran to old Li Tu's side, somewhat overwhelmed. Old Li had forced himself to calm down, said, Do not panic. Do not panic. Our family honest life. What trouble can not come to our head? But looking at a good wedding banquet has become a mess. The old Li head of the look is also a little helpless down. Just then, an angry curse came from outside the courtyard. Squeeze my ass, all of you. Get back in there. Hey, what's up? What's up? Don't push. In a burst of pushing and shoving, the people who had just rushed out of the courtyard were all driven back again, making a lot of noise. Jiang Ming's eyes sank slightly, already hearing who the owner of the voice was. Sure enough, the next moment Old Scar was leading a group of gangsters in. Murder, to kill. There is no heavenly reason. Behind the Old Scar, an obese woman was held by a few punks on the shoulders, and was struggling madly to scream and curse. Jiang Ming fixed his eyes. This is not the other side of the fat neighbor. I heard that the family man in the city is a businessman, usually arrogant and domineering. Even the Old Scar did not dare to do anything. What happened today? Bang! A few punks threw together, directly threw the fat woman into the courtyard. One also went up and kicked hard. Give me the old man to shut his mouth, and then screamed to beat you full of teeth. Hey, I thought it was really dead. So it was this fat woman. The crowd in the courtyard was quiet. Some people muttered in a low voice. The last two words were put very lightly. After all, it is not a good thing to be remembered by an official's wife. The fat woman, however, was still shouting and cursing. Old Scar, hurry up and let me go home. Give you the guts is not afraid of my man to come back to teach you a lesson? The old scarred man's eyes were fierce. He took a few steps over and slapped her in the face, saying sternly, Scream again. I'll really kill you. The fat woman was instantly quiet, piled up fat face which then revealed a shocked pale color, lips tightly closed, no longer dared to speak. She is usually arrogant, but she is not a little cute. Could see that Old Scar was really angry today, and if it went on any longer, maybe he really dared to kill someone. Corner, Jiang Ming harked out. This Old Scar on weekdays, although the means of venomous, but in fact, is bullying soft and afraid of hard. Never provoke the old Joe head, fat woman and others such a bit of the background of the people. Today even so arrogant, a little wrong. He suddenly stared at the side of the old scarab, an ordinary-looking black-robed middle-aged. The latter's pace is calm and steady, the light in his eyes, necessarily practiced martial arts people. Old Scar's hands are not this good. Today, no one is allowed to leave without my order. On the other side, Old Scar finished dealing with the fat woman, before he stepped over her, his eyes staring menacingly at the courtyard full of people, and on his side, the black-robed middle-aged man's eyes rolled as he looked toward everyone in the field one by one, eventually shaking his head gently at Old Scar. Old Scar's face was slightly ugly as he turned to look at Old Li Tu and sneered. Old Li Tu, your daughter's big wedding and your son doesn't even come back to celebrate? Jiang Ming and Fei glanced at each other, both remembering the mysterious young man who had just disappeared after showing only one side. I just saw his son Li Zhuang. Why is he gone at this moment? Someone next to him also whispered. I heard that Li Zhuang in the city which big family is a servant, will not be guilty of something right. Old Li had his face changed. This group of guys, came for his son? His lips mumbled and his face paled as he said, I wonder what happened to him. Zhuang? The old scarred man grunted, and was about to explain the reason, but suddenly his eyes turned and said, he gambled in the city and owed the gang a lot of silver. I couldn't find others, so I came to ask you. Old Li Tu was a bit dumbfounded and quickly shook his head. Impossible. How could Zhuang do such a thing? Hey, 30 taels of silver. If your son never shows up, you'll have to pay this debt for him. The old scarred man laughed. I heard that you have been in the town for a while and it is very scenic. You should have saved a lot of money. Oldly head body even more hunched, full of fear, trembling said, Scar master, little old man will only some carpentry work, do some woodwork to support the family, where can save money that I don't care, I only recognize money. The old Scar glanced at him and said with a smirk, and you moved to Ping'an town for so long, and lived in a house for a few months, have you ever paid a little rent? Rent? Oldly head panicked, trembling, when my daughter and I just moved here, we gave all the money to the town official, who pointed out a courtyard for us to live in. Never heard of any rent. Old Scar glanced at him and sneered. What the officials charge is land money, and what I charge is rent money. Can it be mixed up? Oldly's lips turned white and he didn't dare to speak. The old scarred man let out a long sigh and pretended to be generous. I see you poor. Your son's gambling money plus your rent together. Even if you 40 taels of silver. What? Oldly too was shocked by this figure and his body went cold. He had lived his whole life, but he had never earned enough money for this much. Li Qingqing was also furious, and was about to rush up and argue with Old Scar, but was pulled back by Old Li Tu and her husband. The Old Scar glanced at Li Qingqing, then teasingly looked at the family, carelessly said, debt repayment is natural. I give you a day of time. Tomorrow at this time if you cannot pay back the money, then you this daughter will be used to offset the debt it sold to Qingha house. Should be able to sell dozens of taels of silver. Old Li head legs soft, immediately fell to his knees on the ground. Crazy Kowtow, Scar master, you let me do anything. Never take away my daughter Remember, there is only one day. Don't think about escaping. That will only be worse. The old Scar, however, showed no mercy, stomped the old Li head away, and led a group of gangsters to leave in a big way. Before he left, the old scarab also glared at Jiang Ming with an unkind gaze, obviously also discovering him. After the old Scar this mess, this banquet cannot be held. The courtyard is soon empty. A mess. Old Li head powerless paralyzed on the ground. Mouth unconsciously murmured, how can this live How can this let people live Li Qingqing also just held Old Li too. Bewildered, not knowing what to do. Jiang Ming squatted to the side of the two men and whispered, no matter what, don't go looking for Li Zhuang. He couldn't see the real reason why Old Scar was making this mess, but what he could be sure of was that it was never just because of money. The key to everything lies in that Li Zhuang. Once Li Zhuang is found, then the consequences are bound to be not too wonderful. Chapter 22 Decision. Brother Ming, then you say, what to do? That Scar master must have sent people to watch. Can't even escape if you want to escape. Old Li Tu looked at Jiang Ming with a hopeful face, as if he was now the only straw that saved his life. Li Qingqing also wiped her tears and looked at Jiang Ming. Jiang Ming sighed. In all fairness, he had a good impression of the family and didn't want to see anything happen to them. But Jiang Ming is not a saintly mother. In case that Li Zhuang really did something offensive in the city, then the mess to this end. Cannot blame others. Uncle Li, if you need money, I can lend it to you. Jiang Ming was silent for a moment and slowly said, but there's no way for me to decide for you how to handle this matter. You have to think about whether giving the money to Old Scar will truly solve this matter. Old Li looked hesitant, as if he wanted to say something, but in the end, he just sighed heavily. It seems that this Old Li had indeed know some of the real situation. Jiang Ming heart secretly, but his words are here, and did not say anything more, returned to his home. The tea on the stove in the cool room smoked in wisps. Jiang Ming looked at the gurgling, bubbling water and whispered to himself, when the new year is over, I am going to go to the capital city to learn martial arts. It is unwise to take the initiative to provoke unnecessary trouble. The person beside the old Scar, a high probability is the old snake gang's expert. It seems that the Li Zhuang has committed something extraordinary. Otherwise it would not have been traced from the prefecture to Ping'an town. Besides, I don't know exactly what Li Strong did, whether it was good or bad. Everlasting life will encounter more and more troubles in the future. If I manage them all, where will I have time to cultivate? Invoking the old snake gang is inconsistent with the Go Dao? Inconsistent with the Go Dao. If he does not care about this matter, there is no loss in himself, but if he does, it may lead to great trouble. Jiang Ming sipping tea, eyes slightly closed, calming his mind. He can agree to borrow some silver. Has been considered very good. Other people who can take out so much silver to solve the trouble for the old Li head. But the tea on the stove was boiling more and more, gurgling noisily. Jiang Ming simply lie on the bed, quilt a blindfold ready to sleep. However, tossed half a day, almost stomped out a hole in the bedboard. Asterisk. Jiang Ming threw off the covers and went straight out the door with his cocktail head. Toward evening, it was so cold and snowy that there were hardly any people to be seen on the streets. Jiang Ming walked distractedly, leaving a series of crooked footprints on the snow. Tavern. Old Jiang Tu looked at the disheveled Jiang Ming and froze a bit. What happened? It was the first time he had seen such a Jiang Ming. Master Jiang, what do you know about old Li Tu's son? Jiang Ming asked as he opened the door. That Li Zhuang? Old Gingerhead looked startled, looked around and whispered. What do you want to do? The person invited by Old Scar today is an expert of the old snake gang in the city. Jiang Ming sipped his wine and didn't say anything. Old Gingerhead helplessly shook his head, slowly said, I have heard not much, only know that Li Zhuang is a servant to the young master of the Stone family, usually never in trouble, only to his father complained that he did not want to do it in the Stone family, and that the young master of the Stone family is not a good thing. This time, I guess it has something to do with the Stone family. Jiang Ming ruthlessly stuffed his mouth with smoked tofu. No wonder the old snake gang will step up now. The old snake gang is almost equivalent to a dog of the Sure family, and it will do any dirty work. You must not be impulsive. Messing with the Sure family. Dayanfu, no one can save you. As soon as old Jiang Tu looked at Jiang Ming's expression, he knew what he was thinking and hurriedly advised. How can? Jiang Ming pulled out an ugly smile and fiercely poured a mouthful of wine. But I always feel no pain. The old Gingerhead sighed. Nothing is as important as being alive. Everyone has everyone's destiny, no matter what happens to the old Li Head family, as long as it is not caused by you. You have no need to feel guilty. Jiang Ming did not say a word, drinking wine, the sky unconsciously late night. Even though Jiang Ming's martial arts physique was a bit drunk, his heart became more and more unsettled. Master Jiang, I'm leaving first. Drinking without any pain, Jiang Ming carried a jug of wine and turned to leave. The town was silent. Jiang Ming walked alone, looking at the sky full of stars, but suddenly remembered the expectations for the future when he had just obtained the golden finger of immortality. One day, he'll be at the top, sitting and watching the endless scenery. If there really is such a day, I am invincible, overlooking everything in the world. Jiang Ming muttered to himself in his heart. Then, will I remember today's events? Will I remember what happened to Li Bo and Li Qingqing? As he walked, Jiang Ming was already approaching his own small courtyard. Just at this moment, Jiang Ming suddenly saw a bright light in front of him, and it seemed to be the old Li Tu's house. Not good. Jiang Ming was startled in his heart and hurriedly increased his speed, rushing towards old Li Tu's house. In the distance, some talking could already be heard. Ha ha ha, Master Scar's calculations are really accurate. I knew that as soon as I looked for trouble with old Li Tu, this guy would come back. We haven't guarded it for long, and we caught it. Hey, if I say even that sister of his together tied up, forget it. First let the brothers enjoy, and then sent to the Qingha house, is not the best of both worlds. You're a resourceful kid. When Jiang Ming rushed into the courtyard, he saw Li Zhuang, whom he had seen during the day, tied up by a thick hemp rope, with blood flowing from his face, miserable and incomparable, already fainted to death, and old Li Tu and Mr. and Mrs. Li Qingqing were both kneeling on the ground and were begging for mercy. The object of their pleas for mercy was the three gangsters who had appeared during the day, now holding torches and looking down on the Li family crowd with a godly look on their faces. Jiang Ming secretly shook his head. The old scarred so-called gambling, renting a room are all to force this Li Zhuang out. Did not expect to be caught so quickly. He told old Li Tu not to look for Li Zhuang, but he couldn't control Li Zhuang throwing himself into the net. When the crowd saw Jiang Ming rushing in, they all turned their heads to look at him, and old Li Tu and Li Qingqing's faces showed a hint of disbelieving elation. The three gangsters, on the other hand, were grim-faced, and one of the leaders immediately scolded. Jiang Ming, I advise you to mind your own business, or else I'll even arrest you together today. Jiang Ming smiled and waved his hand. How dare I meddle? I am just curious about what evil this Li Zhuang has done, so much so that you brothers are so excited? Humph. Blame him for seeing what he shouldn't have seen and hearing what he shouldn't have heard. A little Yakuza. Still wanting to escape the palms of the Sure family and my old snake gang? You really don't know the heights of heaven and earth. Both punks are hanging on for dear life. Alright, don't say anything that shouldn't be said. The leading gangster twisted his head and drank, then coldly looked at Jiang Ming and said disdainfully, don't think that you've beaten up a few minions in Ping'an Town and take yourself seriously. You can't afford to get involved in this matter. Hurry up and get lost. Jiang Ming nodded slightly. So it is not because of doing something wrong, simply because of knowing certain things that should not know. The Stone family, Jiang Ming muttered, remembering again the pill pickers who had disappeared a few months ago. What's wrong with them trying to survive in this world? They're just trying to stay alive. Just like Li Zhuang? ******. I'm talking to you. Did you hear me? The leading punk walked up close to Jiang Ming and pushed towards his shoulder. Sound of escaping laughter. There was a soft thud, and the voice of the lead punk ended abruptly. he slowly looked down as a fist, at some point, pierced his chest. Chapter 23, Killing While Drunk. Skip class, of students. Jiang Ming pulled his hand out of the other man's chest and looked at him carelessly. It's too loud. Cough. Cough. The leading gangster's face was full of horror, wanting to say something, but his body's vitality was rapidly fading, and he eventually fell headfirst to the ground, turning into a corpse. Jiang Ming's gaze was calm. After coming to this world for so long, this was the first time he had ever taken the initiative to kill someone. A bit risky, but, so what? Jiang Ming does not want to be a hero. He just wants to wait for countless years later, when he overlooks the scenery of the world. There is no regret and regret of today in that scenery. On the snow, warm blood gurgled and bubbled in wisps. Ah, how dare you! How dare you! The other two gangsters were scared as if they were sifting chaff, looking at Jiang Ming in shock and anger. How could they not dare to imagine that this Jiang Ming would dare to kill their men? Moreover, Jiang Ming even punched through the chest of the leading gangster, which further appalled these two. Was this guy a martial artist? It was unbelievable that there was a martial artist hidden in Ping'an town. You're dead. One person's face was as pale as paper, but he still hissed in a colorful manner. Dare to kill someone from the old snake gang. Even if you're a martial artist, you'll die an incomparably miserable death. Is that so? Jiang Ming seemed to smile. Then as long as no one knows that it was me who killed the person, won't it work? What? The two of them froze, and then both of their bodies went cold as they looked at Jiang Ming in horror. What does this man want? Escape! In unison, the two men turned their heads and fled. However, the speed of these two people was just too slow in the eyes of Jiang Ming, who was a martial artist. His feet violently stomped, ice and snow splash. The body is like a tiger leaping out. Instantly fell behind one of them. One-handed clasp his neck, such as a tiger claw fell, violently twisted. Cut it out. Put. The crisp sound of a broken neck rang out. The flesh was easily torn like rotting paper. A large good head flew out horizontally, and blood gushed out from the chest cavity, splashing up 3 feet high. The other punk heard the commotion behind him, and his legs gave out, tripping over a rock and flopping right down into a nest of snow. A strong wind whistled behind him, and when the punk turned his head in horror, he only saw a foot falling from the sky and stepping on his chest. Anum! Bang! As if a leather ball had exploded. Crimson blood mixed with the stubble of broken bones and splattered butterfly-like shapes on the ground. When Jiang Ming returned to the Li family, he saw that old Li Tu and the three of them were untangling the rope for Li Zhuang, and the latter was slowly waking up, still a little confused about the situation. When Mr. and Mrs. Li Qingqing saw Jiang Ming, they both looked fearful. Ming brother's son. You, old Li head, on the other hand, was full of guilt. It's the little old man who can't do right by you. He knew very well how much trouble the people Jiang Ming had killed would attract for Jiang Ming himself. Jiang Ming said indifferently, if you really feel sorry for it, pack your bags tonight and leave the Dayun house with your family, and never come back. Old Li Tu's expression stalled. Icy weather, how can we escape? Li Zhuang, who had just woken up, couldn't help but say, it's no different from looking for death. Jiang Ming glanced at him. If you stay here, you'll die faster. Li Zhuang was speechless. Tomorrow morning, I don't want there to be any living people in this courtyard. Jiang Ming looked deeply at old Li Tu and turned to leave. Old Li Tu's heart trembled, feeling that the normally breezy young man in front of him was like a demon at this time. I and Qingqing several people, all saw him kill. Thinking of this, old Li head was cold. Some understand what Jiang Ming words mean. It's just, where can't I go in the world? This big cloud house, go is just. That Li Zhuang looks dull and stupid, but old Li Tu is a smart man and knows what to do. With this thought in his mind, Jiang Ming casually lifted a firewood knife from the corner of his own yard, and while rushing in a direction with great strides, he lifted the jug of wine he had brought back from the tavern and gulped it down. Since we kill, let's kill the trouble in this town. As the strong wine went down his throat, the ferocity in Jiang Ming's heart was aroused. 2 lifetimes of people, he only lived less than 20 years combined, and how can it be really like living thousands of years of the old demon general, in the face of injustice can turn a blind eye to? Old Scar has taken so much money from me in the past few months, let this account be settled together. Footsteps on the snow crunching, a silence between heaven and earth. Ping'an town households are closed doors. What happened during the day today? So that everyone in the town is at risk. No one dares to show their heads on the street. Jiang Ming finished the last sip of wine and casually threw the wine pot to the side. Dark moon and windy night. Time to kill and set fire. A small stone-walled courtyard covering a considerable area was brightly lit, and there were bursts of yelling and drinking noises coming from it. Jiang Ming stood in the darkness outside the wall, listening to the arrogant voices of Old Scar and the gangsters coming out of the house. His face ancient. Scar, This is a good plan of yours. Surely you can fish out that Li Zhuang. A strange mellow voice rang out. The old scarred man hemmed and hawed and said gruffly, "This means compared to Master Tongyu, how can it be counted for anything? Waiting to catch that Li Zhuang. I will that sister of his also invited over. Let Master Tongyu taste a little? That's not good. Ha ha ha." The strange voice said, and then it was laughing impatiently. "Master Tong, you are an expert who can become a martial artist in the future. In the future, I have to ask you to take care of more." Old Scarred hurriedly struck the iron while it was hot. "There are too many thorns in this town. It really makes me upset." "Oh," Master Tong's nose emitted an arrogant grunt. "Who dares to mess with our old snake gang nowadays?" The old scarred man quickly said, "There is one called Jiang Ming. I heard that I learned martial arts with that old Joe head for 2 days. The brothers really can't clean up. The body is very good?" "Oh." Master Tong coldly laughed. "Li Zhuang, after this matter is fixed, I would like to see that what Jiang Ming can block me a few punches." "Many thanks, Master Tong." Old Scar's excited voice rang out, and Jiang Ming stood outside the wall, all as if he could see him fawning. "Good old Scar, still want to mess with me?" Jiang Ming laughed silently, spreading out a packet of yellowish powder in his hand, and with a gentle blow, it drifted down the wind towards the courtyard, along the window and door cracks, seeping into the house. Picking medicine for several months, Jiang Ming tasted all the grasses and trees in the mountains, and found a lot of uses for its wonderful drugs. This yellowish powder is one of the poisonous fungi dried in ground powder, not lethal, but can make the inhalation of people limb weakness, like mud. Whoop. Jiang Ming carried his firewood knife, kicked open the courtyard door, and took a big step inside. Whoo! In the courtyard there were punks peeing at the root of the wall, hearing the ringing and hastily twisting their heads, but their bodies were soft and they directly fell to the ground. Jiang Ming didn't even look at it, and slashed diagonally down, from the neck to the waist and stomach, directly cutting it into two. Sound of giggling. Blood gushed like a fountain, staining the blade red. Jiang Ming's face was expressionless as he carried the blood-dripping firewood knife and pushed open the door of the main house as he stepped inside. Chapter 24, Chicken for Sale. In the house, the people were drinking and eating meat, and when they looked at Jiang Ming, who had suddenly barged in, they were all a bit frozen. "Master Scar, good evening." Jiang Ming smiled, but the blood all over his body, and the blood-dripping firewood knife in his hand, made the smile somewhat terrifying. Jiang Ming, what have you done?" The old scarred man's face showed shock, and he was about to stand up in a moment. The next moment, however, he was limp and fell back into a sitting position. "What's going on? I can't move." "Me too. Is there poison in this dish?" Bull **********. I personally bought made. How can? It must be this Jiang Ming screwed up. A few other punks are also found wrong. The house is suddenly chaotic. All are like mud, or crawl or kneel. The old scarred man sat paralyzed in his chair, forced himself to look at Jiang Ming, and said in a deep voice, "Jiang Ming, you use this kind of underhanded means, is really a disgrace." Jiang Ming smiled disdainfully. "Shame, you're all dead. Who would come to shame me? Since the decision to go out, Jiang Ming will not leave any more room for maneuver, and can save energy to get things done. Why should the front hard to fight? In case of letting go of a that is not a waste of effort, and then in case of injury it, how painful nah. It's all a lesson learned from the last kill. You, how dare you?" Hearing Jiang Ming's words, Old Scar fell into shock. "Do you know who you're messing with? Old Snake Gang. Sure, family. Who else? Say them all together for me to hear." Jiang Ming said indifferently. "Then do you know what happens when you mess with these forces?" The old scarred man said in a deep voice, a fierce aura flowing between his eyes. If it was an ordinary citizen, he might have really been frightened. Jiang Ming, however, looked at him like a little cutie, like looking at him. "Of course I know. That's why I have to kill all of you to prevent you from reporting." The old scarred breath almost did not come up, and then turned his mind to think about it, and had to admit that what Jiang Ming said was really reasonable. He cursed straight in his heart, but his face was instantly replaced with a warm and incomparable smile. "Brother Ming, this is all a misunderstanding. A misunderstanding. You let me off the hook today. I will definitely have a generous reward in the future. Thick rewards and all that. Wait for your next life." Jiang Ming glanced at him. "No more nonsense." Slowly walked to the table, lifted the head of a punk kid, glanced at the looks, and faintly said, "When the Sure family killed the medicine picker, I heard from Master Jiang that you helped to catch him." No. Spare my life." The gangster's snot and tears flowed, frantically begging for mercy. Jiang Ming's expression was indifferent, holding his head in one hand and a firewood knife in the other. slowly cutting through his neck like killing a chicken. Sound of escaping laughter. Blood sprayed out, splattering the faces of the table full of people. Jiang Ming threw this person down, walked 2 steps, and grabbed the head of the second person. During the summer, did you break old Sun 2's legs? He didn't manage to carry this winter. Put. Lines of blood splattered from his neck as Jiang Ming threw the man down to bleed out the blood and continued to walk towards the third man. This move of slowly killing over one by one instantly shocked everyone, and a depressing and terrifying atmosphere permeated the entire house. They watched as one by one their companions were killed, knowing that it would soon be their turn, but nothing could change. Help! Help! Poof! A gangster cannot stand this kind of horror. Was so scared that both eyes rolled over and fainted. Underneath the yellow and white piece, was actually incontinent. The old scarred man was trembling like sifting chaff, looking at a black-robed man with high expectations. Tong, Master Tong, save. Jiang Ming, however, had already walked over to this black-robed man, and one hand had already lifted his head as the firewood knife slashed at his neck. A look of despair appeared on Old Scar's face. However, in the next moment, the black-robed man, who had been limp earlier, leapt up violently, and the light in his eyes skyrocketed as he slammed his fist towards Jiang Ming's head. Old Scar's eyes lit up. Humph, District Yellow Hair Child, also dared to count me. Do not know that I have been sensing the blood chi of the master, although affected by the drug, but put his best foot forward is also the power of a blow. Master Tong Fist has not yet arrived. His face has revealed a sneer arrogant color. It was as if he had already seen. Jiang Ming's brain splattered. Snap, a soft sound, but it is to pull Master Tong from the fantasy back to reality. Jiang Ming's left hand was slightly raised, lightly blocking Master Tong's full-force punch. The palm of his hand didn't move at all, as if it was a steel plate, and it even made Master Tong's fists a little numb. Old Scar and Master Tong were both confused. Sensing blood chi now? Jiang Ming smiled gently. Try harder in your next life. He could see during the day that this black-robed man was unusual, and would not fail to guard against something. You're a martial artist. Master Tong's body went soft again, but he shouted in horror. How is it possible? You're a mountain village boy. How did you practice at such a young age? Pust. Jiang Ming did not wait for him to finish his words. Is a knife karma his neck? Blood directly sprayed on the beams of the room. Worthy of having practiced martial arts. Jiang Ming was also taken aback. Then appreciated. Master Tong died as if he was rolling his eyes at Jiang Ming. Jiang Ming then one by one to kill the past. Just a moment. The whole house will be left only one Old Scar alive. Several times under the great joy and great sadness, the Old Scar's spirit is a little out of order. Eyes out of focus. Paralyzed in a chair. Only the mouth mumbled ceaselessly, don't kill me, don't kill me. Jiang Ming calmly watched this scene. In the peaceful town of Scar Master, but also just an ordinary person. In the face of life and death. Only to show their true colors. He did not hesitate. Cut off the Old Scar's head with a knife. And rolled his bones to the corner of the table. The scar on his face clearly visible. Phew. Lived again. Until this moment. Jiang Ming was relieved and looked around at the silence. Very good. Perfect dive. Jiang Ming gave this operation a perfect score, and next began to touch the corpses with gusto. A few punks on the body, not surprisingly poor, are only a few dozen coins. Old Scar had 3 taels of cash silver on him, and a number of copper coins. The richest of them all was that Master Tong, who actually had a 50-20 silver ticket tucked away in his arms, as well as a thin book. This is the prescription for the secret martial arts practicing medicine? Jiang Ming casually flipped through it twice, and then his eyes lit up. What a sleepy head. Since he broke through the martial artist, his cultivation speed had plummeted. This prescription was simply more attractive to him than a silver ticket. It should be this Master Tong. In order to cultivate martial arts, I don't know where to spend a lot of money to beg for. Jiang Ming guessed, but now he has done it for himself. Hurriedly stuffed the silver tickets and thin book into his arms. Jiang Ming went into the inner room, and surprisingly searched another box to find more than 30 taels of silver. This old scarab can be really fat. Jiang Ming raised his eyebrows and nonchalantly tucked it into his arms. Then Jiang Ming found clean clothes in the house and changed into them, then kicked over the stove fire in the house to keep warm, and left this place with great strides. In the darkness of the night, tons of fire quickly sprang up and swept through the entire house and then the small courtyard in a matter of moments. Chapter 25, Decorating with Lights and Colors. In the darkness of the night, the blinding firelight rushed up and was soon noticed. There's a fire. There's a fire. Put out the fire. Wait, that direction is Old Scar's house. It's really this still going? The town was in chaos, and many of the townspeople were ready to rush out to put out the fire. But at this moment they stopped in their tracks. Master Scar's men are full of fierce generals, so we shouldn't be needed. An old man muttered, threw down the bucket, and pulled his grandson back into the house as well. What are you looking at? Serve the food. Oh no, go to bed. Maybe it is Master Scar who is happy for the new year and lights a fire to help the party. Another family home. Someone pretended to be serious and speculated, but the tone of his voice had an undisguised gloating. So the strange scene appeared. The whole Peace Town actually did not have a person to put out the fire. I do not know how many pairs of eyes are watching. The fire is getting bigger and bigger. Will be the whole yard shrouded, and the old Scar home within a few dozen meters of a circle of an empty. No one dares to approach on weekdays, and now it is not a wave of other people. So we are more not in a hurry, as the new year to see the fireworks. The Lee family's small courtyard. Jiang Ming passed by outside and glanced at the already empty yard, with only a few corpses lying quietly in the snowy nest. It seems old Lee's family has left the area. Whether or not you can live depends on your own destiny. Jiang Ming's face remained unchanged as he turned around and went home. He has done all he can do. People live on their own in the end. No one can help them for the rest of their lives. Washing his body clean of blood, Jiang Ming lay quietly on the bed, finally feeling much more comfortable. After this, he finally realized what he wanted. Eternal life is good, but what is the meaning of an unhappy eternal life? Like an immortal ghost, I can live a long time, so long that perhaps 10 years or 100 years will be but a white horse to me, passing by in an instant. But even so, each day of the present must be lived with indulgence and pleasure. But my strength is not enough, only more powerful, can be more fastidious? If I am a first-class martial artist, I can directly kill through the old snake gang and the Sure family, kill all the people who may come to find my trouble. This is more stable. Jiang Ming's triple introspection and profound reflection eventually fell into a deep sleep. The next day, early morning, the noise outside woke Jiang Ming up. He was as clear as a mirror in his heart, but he still opened the door and walked out with a blank face. A group of people surrounded in front of the Lee family courtyard, pointing at the several dead and miserable corpses, all red-faced and excited, as if they had discovered a gold mine. Jiang Ming was a little dumbfounded. This can be different from what he imagined. He had thought that everyone was in fear and panic. This scene can be really weird. He shook his head breathlessly. Ming brother, you really sleep Something big has happened. Fei stood outside the door with his sleeves tucked in and hurriedly greeted. All out. All out. What total annihilation. Jiang Ming had an appropriately dumbfounded expression on his face. Old Scar's gang of gangsters died a clean. Fei lowered his voice, but his mouth is almost grinning to the root of the ear. This old Lee's door died 3. One more than a miserable. Over there, the old Scar's yard was also lit. Raised a clean. Dug out a few piles of charcoal from the inside. Jiang Ming changed into a shocked expression. I said how no one put out the fire last night. It turned out to be a roasted whole person. Regret. Regret nah. An old herb picker sighed. What are you sorry for? Fei wondered. Regret that I didn't personally go to see nah. Such a happy event. But I didn't see it with my own eyes. The old man slapped his thighs. Regretful. Jiang Ming was speechless. You are even more full of drama than I am. Soon. A soap clothes are not fully dressed minor officials rushed to. Face ugly and incomparable scolding. All scattered. Who stayed down? I will take him as a murderer arrested. Capable of catching the real murderer. The many townspeople gradually dispersed, yet a festive atmosphere quietly permeated Ping'an town. In the name of celebrating the new year, some people put up red paper lanterns, some even put up couplets in advance, and some even walk around each other in advance to pay respect to the early new year. Jiang Ming originally wanted to keep a low profile. However, even the fat woman neighbor next to her, she hung 2 big red lanterns and wore a big red cotton jacket. Obviously the old Scar that day's slap caused her a lot of damage. I don't get something. Still weirdly out of place. So Jiang Ming also bought a pair of couplets and pasted them on the door in advance. Looking at a few people in the next door to clean up the corpse, Jiang Ming estimated in his heart, it should also be coming soon. Right. Old Scar is, after all, the old snake gang steward here. Plus what's that Master Tong folded here? Sure enough, that afternoon, a group of old snake gang's men arrived in Ping'an town in a dusty manner, breaking down doors door to door, and sternly inquiring about last night's events. Yet no matter how much coercion and intimidation, they end up not knowing anything. On the night of the cold winter months, there was no one blindly sneaking around, plus no one dared to get too close to the old scarred gang of gangsters. And surprisingly, no one saw the murderer. In the end, the only intel was also that the Lee family had disappeared into thin air. The leader of the old snake gang came to the leader's face was as gloomy as water, and the anger in his eyes burned. Not only did he not catch Li Zhuang, but also folded in an expert who sensed the blood. Is simply a loss of a lady and a loss of soldiers. However, When he saw those corpses, that anger was instantly extinguished as if it had been doused with a pot of cool water. This wound is definitely caused by a martial artist. The leader's heart shook. Maybe there's more than one person. Even if it's a martial artist, it's difficult to wipe out Master Tong and Old Scar. All of these people. In a courtyard. Maybe it is which enemy of the gang. The leader's body is a little cold. The old snake gang is arrogant and accustomed to it. And the enemies that have caused it cannot be counted. A martial artist may not count for much to the old snake gang. But if the other party makes up its mind and keeps laying black hands behind the back without confronting it head-on, then even the old snake gang will have to have a headache. We need to report this to the gang. We can't be this cocky in Peacetown anymore. The leader said in his heart. In the prefecture city is okay. No one dares to do anything to the old snake gang. But if the enemies are staring at Ping'an Town to lay their hands on them, then there is really no way out. That night, the people of the old snake gang retreated like a tidal wave, as if nothing had happened, causing the townspeople to wonder what had happened. They're scared. In the tavern late at night, only Jiang Ming and Old Gingerhead were left. Old Gingerhead froze and muttered, "Scared? So these old men in the city can be afraid. In the future, even if the old snake gang sends someone back to take charge of the town's days should be much better." Jiang Ming said with a faint smile. Old Jiang Tu poured Jiang Ming a bowl of wine and lamented, "We still have to thank that unknown good man." Chapter 26, New Year's Eve Dinner. Time passes day by day, closer and closer to the end of the year. Snow is also falling non-stop, everywhere white. The burnt and charred small courtyard at the head of the town was completely covered with snow just a few days past, and the old scar was as if it had disappeared for decades, and no one mentioned it anymore. The old snake gang also moved quickly, and on the third day after the incident, a new administrator was sent to take charge of the medicine market. The new administrator kept quiet about what happened before, as if he didn't know anything about it, and just set up a lot of new rules, such as charging the venue fee of the medicine market only 10% of the silver money for selling medicines, and fining those who violated the law and entered the city to sell medicines 10 times, etc. The townspeople of Ping'an Township, instead of being dissatisfied, have more smiles on their faces, and one by one, they feel that life has a head start, because although this rule was still harsh, it was countless times better than Old Scar's doing things according to his mood. The life of the common people is like this. Where is there any non-thinking? As long as they can let them live and have a mouthful of food, they are satisfied. Under the eaves of the house, Jiang Ming looked at the snow scene while drinking hot tea and said to himself, "It's just a shame that there are lords out there who just want to squeeze them to death." Just then, there was a sudden knock on the door outside. "Brother Ming, Steward Dong has an invitation." Jiang Ming raised his eyebrows. Steward Dong was the new steward of the old snake gang. He hadn't met him yet. Now he was looking for himself. Could it be that something had happened? It should not be so. Otherwise where would someone come to invite? Early directly hit the door. Jiang Ming only pondered a little before he got up and followed the visitor outside. The visitor was a young man in his 20s or 30s, groveling and smiling. "Brother Ming, don't think too much. Steward Dong asked you to do a great thing, and in the future, the brothers will have to ask you to take care of them more." Jiang Ming glanced at him. This person is also a familiar face in the town, named Wu Yi, previously low profile and honest and inconspicuous, but now also embraced the new thigh of Ping'an Town. However, he did not say much. The Jianghu generation of new people change old people. Everyone has everyone's living method. He does not like to point out other people's practice. Big deal, etc. When you look at the eyes, touch the door and a knife chop is. Did not get a response. Wu Yi suddenly touched a nose. The heart can only mutter not worthy of Jiang Big Villain. Soon, the two walked to Old Gingerhead's tavern. There were very few customers in the tavern, and a middle-aged man with a stout figure was sitting quietly at the wine table. Seeing Jiang Ming arrive, the burly man just smiled and got up. "I've heard about the name of Jiang Big Evil, but I didn't expect it to be a flamboyant young man. Please sit down." "Thank you, Master Dong, for your love." Jiang Ming raised his eyebrows and sat down with a swagger. At this moment, he was Jiang de Evil, so he naturally had to posture, and immediately poured a large mouthful of wine and said in a hangdog manner, "I don't know what Master Dong's purpose is in inviting me to the tavern. If it's to drink, then I'll accompany you to the end." When Steward Dong saw Jiang Ming's gesture, a trace of undetectable disdain flashed in his eyes, and he also slowly sat down, the smile on his face remaining the same. "Drinking is of course fine, but I'm here today, and there's another important thing, to invite Brother Joan to join my old snake gang." Sure enough, Jiang Ming's face was stunned, but in his heart, he had expected it. Old Scar's gang was he cut clean. This Dong steward new official, directly is a bear rod commander, sure to find followers in the town. The child Jiang Big Bad Man naturally counted as excellent talent. How can you miss it? But Jiang Ming naturally impossible to agree. Immediately waved his hand vigorously and said, Master Dong jokes. I am most annoyed with ganging up. The more people I have a big head. Alone to pick medicine for wine. Save enough money to go to the Qingha house to see the girl Schwer. That's the fastest thing in life. Steward Dong wanted to say something else, but Jiang Ming shook his head repeatedly. Master Dong, don't say anything. I really can't do this kind of thing. Alas, since Brother Jiang is so determined, then it is can only be counted as the loss of one of my old snake gang's great generals. Steward Dong face showed regret. Then drink. Today Brother Zhang's wine all inclusive. Refreshing. Jiang Ming laughed out loud and immediately took a big gulp. Drink for a moment. Dong Steward excused to leave. Jiang Ming full of red, as if he did not know the same, continued to eat and drink wildly, until he fell head over heels on the table. Was the old ginger head rushed to call the Fei back home? Master Dong, that Jiang Ming, ended up drunk and was sent home. Late at night, in a room, that Wu Yi, who had brought Jiang Ming to the tavern, was reporting to Steward Dong. Steward Dong closed his eyes for a moment before opening them. Leave him alone. To be Wu Yi left. Dong Steward only from under the table turned out a booklet to open, which is densely filled with names of people. Actually are the townspeople of Ping'an Town. A lot of them have been scratched off. A little prickly kid who doesn't like to be restrained, addicted to alcohol, and has poor self-control. Can't be him. Steward Dong muttered, finally scratching over Jiang Ming's name. Late at night, Jiang Ming was lying on his bed, his gaze clear and incomparable, where there was still the appearance of drunkenness. The acting should be okay. This matter, it should be counted as an end for now. Jiang Ming muttered to himself. In fact, he knew that his acting skills were not brilliant, but no one would believe that a teenage village boy would be a martial artist, and that Steward Dong was probably just a routine test, not really focusing on him. However, that Steward Dong doesn't look like an ordinary person. Jiang Ming's heart moved slightly. The other party's every move was unobtrusive and extraordinary. Definitely someone who had practiced martial arts, or even, possibly, a martial artist. It seems that this little Ping'an town has some tricks up its sleeve, but I'm about to leave, and everything has nothing to do with me anymore. New Year's Eve. Families were bustling with cooking smoke and the smell of food everywhere, and even the most desperate laborers returned to town on this day to be reunited with their families. Jiang Ming had planned to spend the new year alone, but old Zhou Tu sent his granddaughter to call him, so he brought up wine and meat and came to old Zhou Tu's house. Hey, quite a full house here. Jiang Ming raised an eyebrow, only to see that old Jiang Tu and Fei's couple were surprisingly there. Fei was busy cleaning the yard while his daughter-in-law was in charge of cooking. As for the old ginger head is sitting in front of the old Zhou head of the bed. The two old men do not know what they are talking about. From time to time to send out a hee lewd laughter. Master Jiang, if you let my grandfather drink again, I'll go smash your tavern. Zhou Wenxiu just came back and saw old Jiang Tu touching out a wineboard, and instantly crossed her arms and shouted, Did not drink. Hey, old gingerhead like a child who did something wrong, hastily hid the gourd. On New Year's Eve, goosefeather snow fell outside the house. With a group of people crammed into a tiny room, they put together a New Year's Eve dinner. I hope everyone can live in the new year. Old Gingerhead raised his bowl of wine and said seriously. Chapter 27, Tiger Hunt. Years later. Spring cold. The ice on the river has not yet completely melted. Ping'an Township. But people have been picking medicines on the back of the medicine basket into the mountains. Began a New Year's labor. Deep in the mountain forest, the ice and snow on the wooden roof slowly melted, pattering on the ground, dripping out a few water nests. Unknown little water bugs scurrying around inside. Under the eaves of the house, a small clay stove was burning brightly. Tea gurgling. Jiang Ming reclined on all fours on a bamboo chair, eyes slightly closed, casually humming a tune from his previous life. I am at the city tower, looking at the mountain view, and my ears are hearing the outside of the city. Chaos is in the air. He would have liked to stay in the town for a few more days, but did not expect just after the new year. Ping'an Town is a lot of strangers, all day mysterious wandering around. I heard that they want to build in the town. Jiang Ming did not bother to inquire more, left the house to Fei to take care of, picked up the medicine basket and went into the mountains, practicing boxing and drinking tea every day, leisurely and at ease. The prescription of the secret medicine for practicing martial arts that was obtained was also almost studied by Jiang Ming. Only there are several herbs that are not available in the mountain, and the medicinal soup that is boiled is always almost interesting, but it's always too much stronger than a big mess. Drink a bowl of this medicinal soup. Every day my blood chi today is more than 3 to 5 times stronger than when I first entered the martial arts, and it's only one step away from a third-rate martial artist. It's also time to go to the prefecture city to learn martial arts. Jiang Ming exhaled a long breath and stood up from his chair. There was no longer any point in staying any longer. One step can be a rift. Old Zhou too wandered in the uninitiated all his life, and failed to step over the threshold, and now he has fallen into a frosty sideburns are numerous, and 100 years of disease. Jiang Ming walked into the pharmacy. It was almost empty. Most of the herbs had already been carried to the medicine market to be sold. There were only some higher-priced rare herbs left, and Jiang Ming stuffed them all into the medicine basket, preparing to bring them into the city to sell to the medicine stores, where the price would be 4 or 5 times higher than the purchase price at the medicine market. As for what 10 times the fine, he didn't care at all. Anyway, in the short term, he didn't intend to go back to being a medicine picker. Jiang Ming rummaged under the bedpan again and weighed the money bag in his hand. With the silver money earned from picking medicines in the past half year, plus the 2 unexpected fortunes, Jiang Ming's wealth now amounted to nearly 200 taels of silver, which was enough to live in the prefecture for a long time. The next morning, a cold fog filled the air and the slanting moon hung in the distance. Fourth Master, see you again sometime. Jiang Ming waved his hand as he put a white rabbit back into the mountain. Beasts hibernate in the mountains in winter, but the white 4 masters have survived until now, and after the carrots are eaten, he has also hogged a lot of herbs. Sound made by an empty stomach. The rabbit arched its forelegs in a reluctant gesture, then disappeared into the hills. Jiang Ming also left with the medicine basket on his back, not returning to Ping'an town and directly entering the prefecture. Finding a medicine store, he sold all the herbs in the medicine basket and earned more than 20 taels of silver. Then he went straight to Tiger Hunt Villa. Old Zhou Tu's Fu Hu Quan was learned from here. If I want to continue to learn martial arts, naturally this is the most suitable place. At the entrance of the Tiger Hunt Villa, the door was open, and 2 strong men with strong chi and blood stood casually at the entrance, but it was as if they were 2 ferocious tigers, so that people didn't dare to approach casually. Jiang Ming, carrying his traveling bag, slowly walked up to the 2 men and slightly arched his hand. Ping'an town medicine picker Jiang Ming has come to ask for a way out. Go in. A burly man lifted his eyelids and said faintly, at the beginning of spring, it is the time for all the major forces to recruit. Tiger Hunt Villa is no exception. These days have come a lot of people to sign up, waiting to enter the villa assessment. Crossing over the dark and thick 2 gates, Jiang Ming was again led by a servant, passing through the front yard, garden, and other places, and finally coming to a green stone paved practice square. At this time on the square, Hepburn has converged on 10 or so people of varying ages. Among them there is even a dark-skinned woman, with thick bones and a steady gaze, who looks like she has practiced martial arts. And in front of these people, several people with more uniform clothing were competing in a trial. To be precise, it was 7 or 8 people carrying wooden knives and sticks, and were surrounding a bare-shouldered big man, who was full of stubble, 8 feet tall, and struck the 4 directions horizontally with his bare hands, like a fierce tiger striking, and was actually suppressing the 7 or 8 people in their misery. Bang, bang, bang! Those wooden knives and sticks smashed in the body of the big man, issued an unbearable creaking sound, a disciple due to the excessive force. The wooden stick is actually click sound, broken into 2. See, this is the most powerful headhunter in our estate. Second-rate martial artist Lord Guanfeng. The servant said to Jiang Ming with a proud face, if you're lucky enough to pass the test, remember to salute Lord Guanfeng when you see him in the future. Okay? I know. Jiang Ming said hurriedly, while smiling in his heart. This Guanfeng's strength is obviously far more than those few people. If the real shot is afraid of a slap, will be able to shoot a large number of people. At this time deliberately so show off the strength, obviously to show these outsiders a hand. Good. It's the hour. Guanfeng seemed to have just seen Jiang Ming and the others and commanded, close the gates and start today's examination. That servant left in a hurry, while Guanfeng turned his head, staring at Jiang Ming and these people. He was still radiating heat from his body, and his pair of tiger eyes would cause the other person's body to tighten no matter who he swept past, as if he was being stared at by a ferocious tiger that chose to devour people. I know that all of you have come here, all for the purpose of joining my Tiger Hunt Villa. Guanfeng finished his rounds, before speaking aloud. The rules of this village I believe that you have also heard of. Do not accept your silver money. If you cannot pass the examination, even if you send silver money, this village will not accept people. And if you pass the examination, in the future you will be a member of the Tiger Hunt Villa. And from now on, honor and disgrace will be shared. Wherever you are bullied and humiliated within the Great Cloud Mansion, you can come to me, and this mansion will definitely stand up for you and seek justice. Good. The square resounded with enthusiastic shouts. All of them were so excited that they couldn't wait to join the tiger hunting villa immediately. Jiang Ming is also appreciated in his heart. This kind of practice than those in the city tuition 10 taels of silver a month martial arts hall. I do not know how many times stronger. But, I am afraid that this tiger hunting villa's examination is not easy to pass. Soon enough, the crowd was brought to a narrow side alley. The alley is 2 to 3 meters wide and dozens of meters long, filled with wooden stakes for practicing kung fu. The peculiar thing is that the stakes at the bottom are long and thick, interlocking with the stakes of other wooden stakes. This is the wood tiger formation of my tiger hunting villa, and any hunter including me, must practice this formation diligently every day. Guanfeng introduced. The faster the person passes it, the higher their status in this villa. If you pass within 1 incense stick, you can pass the examination and join this estate. And if you pass in half an incense stick, you can join the tiger hunting team. 10 breaths through, and you're a headhunter. Exhale. This simple and rough way of assessment instantly made everyone's breath catch and excitement rise. No need to play the heart. No need to take the relationship. As long as the strength is enough, you can have the corresponding interests and status. Seemingly simple rules, but has been enough to impress anyone. Chapter 28 Wooden Tiger Formation. Looking at these ignorant rookies full of excitement, Guanfeng, on the other hand, had expected it and immediately laughed wistfully. I'm going to show you guys how to do it first. Just follow along. It's easy. Exhale. In the narrow alley, a bare-shouldered figure rushed out violently and pushed a palm onto the pilehand of a wooden manpile at the very front. Bang! Anum! Rolling around, the wooden stake rotated in response, giving way to a narrow path. Yet the foot of the stake was knocked on the foot of the wooden stake next to it, inducing several surrounding wooden stakes to instantly rotate as well. Snap! The stakes and feet rotated and collided with each other, and the shadows of the stakes and hands and sticks flew, and Guanfeng had already rushed into the wooden tiger formation, charging all the way forward horizontally. Bang! 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 Wherever he passes, all the piles in the way, either by his palm to slap away, or the body like a tiger leaping to avoid and away. Soon, the wooden stakes in the entire alley were spinning, stick shadows flying and whirring, not knowing when they would suddenly appear in Guanfeng's path and give him a hard blow. Even as strong as the second-rate martial artist Guanfeng, he had taken several heavy blows from the pilehand, but with his terrifying physical strength, he had swept across without stopping an inch. In less than 5 breaths, Guanfeng had rushed out of the wood tiger formation and was standing at the other end of the narrow alley. As for the crowd at this end of the alley, they all looked silly. Long ago dare to come to participate in the tiger hunting villa examination. The hands are all 2 brushes. Naturally can see that this wooden tiger array is terrible. Anum! For heavy things falling down. A 4-limbed strong man gulped and grumbled. Is this, ing also called very simple? Jiangming is also a gaze of gravity. This wood tiger array involves 1 hair and affects the whole body. The faster the rush suffered, the attack will be faster, more and even stronger. Perhaps instead of slowly walking through, there is still the possibility of not being hurt for a moment, but the test requires that it be completed within 1 incense burner. But they can't afford to go slowly. Ordinary people can't get through at all. Jiang Ming estimated in his mind, but in his heart, he was a little pleased that this trip was not a loss. Just this one wood tiger formation alone has opened his eyes, and if he cultivates here every day, his stance and strokes will have a huge progress. These are exactly his weaknesses. Begin! Guanfeng spoke suddenly, standing with his hands in the air, within 1 incense stick. Stand to my side, and you are a member of the Tiger Hunt Villa. Beside him, a Tiger Hunt Villa man was already holding a fire discount, ready to light incense. A silence. Grandma, I'll go first. That strong man with all 4 limbs gritted his teeth and walked out first. My name is Li Daniel. I have been practicing martial arts for 3 years, and today, I am offering to make a fool of myself. Rustle of skirts. Bang! You asterisk 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 asterisk. Hit the foot. Again less than 5 breaths. Comrade Li Daniel completed his examination. His incisors were broken too, covered his mouth and was invited out. The eyes of the crowd were even more stayed, and they realized that the danger was not only the pile hand, but those pile feet that were easy to ignore in the line of sight were just as scary. If they were not careful, they could be tripped or knocked down. What followed was one failure after another, with some chasing speed getting their ribs broken by a high-speed slamming pile driver, others playing it safe but ending up with a timeout, and still others in the middle of a dilemma. In the end, the first one to pass through was actually the dark-skinned woman, who with her athletic and lightweight figure, broke out of the wood tiger formation when there was only a quarter of a thread of incense left. First passer, Huang Xiaoying. With the first passer, the confidence of the rest increased greatly, and soon a second passer appeared, a teenager about Jiang Ming's age named Fang Lai, who took a bit less time than the woman. After 2 more people passed, it was time for Jiang Ming. Under me, Jiang Ming. He arched his hand in what seemed to be a somewhat nervous manner and slowly walked to the front of the wood tiger formation, took a deep breath, and pushed his palm into the staked hand in front of him. Bang! The wood tiger formation was in operation, and Jiang Ming clenched his teeth as if he was looking death in the eye and charged straight in. His speed was not fast, his body shape was wide open, but he always dodged those piles of hands and feet between millimeters, like a tiger hunting for food, running fast in the dense forest, but he could avoid all the rocks and grasses. This is. Guanfeng instantly became interested. Voltron fist. In the wood tiger formation, Jiang Ming seemed to be breaking forward dangerously, while his heart was calm. The few people who had passed in front of them had not even sensed blood qi, while Jiang Ming, being a martial artist, naturally had an easy time trying to pass. But naturally, Jiang Ming will not show his true realm, and the strength he shows today is about the same as before he sensed the blood qi, which is already enough to pass. As for performing the Fuhu fist, it was also Jiang Ming's intention to do so. He knew through old Zhou Tu that Tiger Hunt Villa was not opposed to the exodus of the Fuhu fist. Instead, it strongly supported it, and for those who were successful in practicing it, they would also be invited to join Tiger Hunt Villa. That's one way to pick talent. Exhale. When there was only 1/10 of the thread incense left, Jiang Ming finally broke out in a sorry state, taking a dozen or so heavy blows to his body. Jiang Ming had just stood up his body, when Guanfeng asked, "You practiced the Fuhu fist?" Sure enough, Jiang Ming said in his heart, but on the surface, he said with fear and trepidation, "Master, this is learned from the old man in the town." Very good. Guanfeng smiled broadly. To be able to practice the Fuhu fist so purely at such an age is rare. In the future, when you practice our Zhuang's Cowhide Tiger Bone technique, your strength is bound to skyrocket. The rest of the few people were a little envious. This Jiang Ming was the slowest to pass, yet he was the only one to receive Guanfeng's appreciation. Next, carry away. Next, no one passed through the wooden tiger formation again, and in the end, only 5 people succeeded in joining the tiger hunting villa. Pong Lu, take them to rest in their lodgings, talk about the rules of the manor, and come here to drill early tomorrow morning. Guanfeng commanded and was the first to leave. Follow me. When Guanfeng walked away, the man next to him who was in charge of lighting the incense beckoned and walked forward first. There aren't really any strict rules in the manor, said the man named Peng Lu as he walked. You've just arrived, so just remember to practice boxing at Dao Hour and start eating at Eternity every day. And in the morning you'll need to help the manor with work, such as disposing of prey carcasses and go out to sell goods. After 3 months, if you are still willing to stay, you will receive 1 or 2 silver pieces of monthly money every month. One man immediately wondered, is there anyone else who doesn't want to stay? Where else can you find such a good job for 1 or 2 pieces of silver per month? Several people looked at each other. A few moments later, Peng Lu led several people to a courtyard, pointing to the corner of a few side-by-side huts said, "You are considered to be a formal member of the manor. Each of you can be assigned a room. Do not look at the not big, can be much better than those who live in a large bunkhouse servants." "Thank you, Brother Peng." Several people all thanked him in a hurry. When Peng Lu left, a few people picked an empty house to stay. There are still a few rooms with locked doors. Seems to be already living. The room is narrow and cramped, also exudes a musty smell. Jiang Ming is full of care. To the bed a lie, is the 4 tilted sleepover. Chapter 29 Youthful Exuberance. Knock knock. In the evening, the rough slamming of the door woke Jiang Ming up, and there were unpleasant curses coming from outside the house. There's really trouble everywhere you go, Jiang Ming muttered to himself unsurprisingly. However, this is also the biggest motivation for Jiang Ming to learn martial arts. Even if he can't avoid all the trouble, even if he meticulously again, so he can only make himself strong and dry over all the trouble in order to continue to meticulously drink tea and watch the snow. When he got up and came outside the house, he saw Fawn Lai's men, blocked at the base of the wall by 6 or 7 unfamiliar men. "New pups, who told you to stay?" A big red-faced man with a face full of crossmeat stepped his foot on the stone bench, assumed a fierce and incomparable posture, and viciously said, "Sweep the yard and thatched toilet clean, and then wash the master's clothes. Don't want to go to bed tonight if you don't finish it. Dormitory bullying all this is." Jiang Ming laughed lightly in his heart. "Fine, we'll go now." There were 2 people who came with Jiang Ming who hurriedly groveled and said, which one who could make it in this world hadn't lowered their head. Huang Xiaoying was silent while Fawn Lai was unassuming. "I'm not going, it's not my job." "Hey, the kid gave you the guts, right?" A thin black youth raised his eyebrows and was about to swing his fist to punch someone. Jiang Ming took a step forward and said indifferently, "We are all mixed into one courtyard, who can still be nobler than anyone else. However, you came earlier than us, but you still live in this kind of shabby place, and your status in the manor I am afraid that you are also at the bottom of the list, right? Jiang Ming was new here and didn't want to be too high profile, but he knew that he couldn't pretend to be a wimp at this time, and once he was wimped out, this group of people would surely keep looking for trouble, and this wave of his group ridicule immediately made those few people rage. The thin black youth who was ready to make a move just now, directly rushed towards him with big strides. Bastard! What did you say? Before he finished speaking, a fist with a strong wind landed in front of his face. Boo! The skinny black youth flew out backwards and smashed on the ground, his nose bleeding all over the place. You dare to hit me. The thin black youth simply did not expect Jiang Ming to dare to make a move, and ate a solid punch. As if he had been strangely humiliated, he struggled to get up and screamed, "I'll beat you to death." Jiang Ming did not say a word, rushed up and kicked him over, sat on him, swung his fist as a burst of fierce beatings. Even though this skinny black youth had practiced martial arts, he had no room to fight back after being given a punch by Jiang Ming first. Bang bang bang, not a few punches down. The thin black youth's face was swollen high, beaten head broken blood, let out a killing pig-like scream. Damn, what a straight-up fight. The red-faced big man was also shocked. I didn't expect this new one to be so flinty. This is the tiger hunting village. He didn't care about posing, and he quickly jumped down from the stone bench, wanting to rush up and pull Jiang Ming away. Exhale. A broomstick suddenly attacked from behind his head. The red-faced big man just wanted to turn around when he heard the commotion, and he was struck on the head by a stick. Knock! With a muffled sound, the big man directly flew out and fell in a dog's ass. His eyes glazed over. Fong Lai threw down the broom, stepped on the red-faced man's back, crouched down and opened his bow left and right, snapped and slapped towards his head a dozen times. Fong was calm and said, "I only want to come to Tiger Hunt Villa to learn martial arts. It's not right for you to make me sweep the floor." The red-faced big man's head buzzed. Were all the newcomers nowadays psychopaths? That's how I got beat up when I first got here. How come I'm getting chipped again now? The red-faced hunk's face was pressed to the ground, and tears seemed to moisten the ground. Jiang Ming then hit the thin black youth crying and begging for mercy. Before he stopped his hand, slightly crazy eyes looking around, coldly smiled. How else do you want me to sweep the floor? Misunderstanding. Several other people were scared and backed up. They are also not little cute. A look at Jiang Ming grabbed a deadbeat not to let go. I know is a really ruthless. Everyone is just to make a living. No one wants to mess with such a crazy. But someone still colored and said, "Let go of them, or I'll call out to someone." Good. Call the head hunter to come over. The big deal is to be kicked out of the tiger hunting villa together. Jiang Ming, like a shrew, carried out the image of Zhang's great villain. Did not care about it. The men lost their temper. They could be assigned to this courtyard, and all of them had little background, and it was not easy to join the tiger hunting villa, which would be willing to be kicked out just because of fighting for bravery. And Jiang Ming is also precisely to see this point, only without fear of striking out. But I did not expect that Fong Lai looked calm and peaceful. Fight to fight without dragging his feet. Convinced? Son thief. Jiang Ming saw that the group of people were all shocked before he slapped the thin black youth's head and snorted. Served. Grandpa, you spared your grandson. The thin black youth hurriedly cried bitterly and begged for forgiveness. If you don't have that strength, don't pretend to be horizontal. Understand? Jiang Ming stood up and yanked him up. Seeing this, Fong Lai also got up from the red-faced man's body and exchanged a glance with Jiang Ming, both smiling. For some time in the future, we are all neighbors. Get to know each other. My name is Jiang Ming. I used to pick medicine in Ping'an Town. Jiang Ming then said. The red-faced big man touched his head and said, "Enlighten the master." Ming. My name is Wang Dong. My family is the west head of the city to kill pigs. My father let me come to learn something to defend myself. In fact, we have just come a few days. My name is Zhao Xiaolu. I've been playing miscellaneous in the martial arts school for several years, and I've always been deducted silver money. I heard that Tiger Hunt Manor can provide a full meal, so I came here. This kid can't do anything else, but his stance is like a monkey. Wang Dong came up to introduce. Jiang Ming smiled, and Wang Dong stopped talking when he remembered Zhao Xiaolu being knocked down by a punch just now. My father is teaching. Fong Lai took the initiative to open his mouth and seriously said, the sages in the books said many great truths, and I always held them as the most important truths, until once I saw on the street that the officials kicked over the vendors' tofu stalls, and I tried to reason with them, but they beat me up. So I realized that reading books did not solve all my problems, and turned to the study of martial arts. It turns out that learning martial arts is still useful. Fong Lai looked at his hands, not knowing what he was reminiscing about. Wang Dong immediately had a black face. I used to farm something at home and wanted to come here to learn some skills. Huang Xiaoying gathered enough courage to come up and whispered, Now even Jiang Ming was a bit surprised. Huang Xiaoying's stance during the previous examination did not look like something a farmer should have. But he didn't want to pry into other people's secrets and didn't ask anything more. Late at night, in a room, Guanfeng listened to the servant's report and laughed openly. Young and vigorous. Very good. This kid is to my liking. Not vigorous still ing called young people? Early the next morning, the Tiger Hunt Villa practice field. Dozens of newcomers who had just arrived not long ago stood neatly in the uniform black practicing clothes that had been issued to them, waiting for Guanfeng, the headhunter in front of them, to speak. Within the Tiger Hunt manor, apart from the manor master who was a first-class martial artist, the strongest person in terms of strength was Guanfeng in front of him, and even in the entire Great Cloud province, he had a formidable reputation. The weekday drills and lectures on martial arts were also handled by Guanfeng. Gentlemen, what is the most important thing about the so-called martial way? Guanfeng didn't say anything, transported his blood and qi, and his voice was like a bell. It's not the stance, not to mention the power and speed, it's the momentum, the flowing water soft potential, the big river fierce potential, the cold ice solid potential, are all the same thing, but there are different potentials, in order to play a different role. Without momentum, it's like a puddle of dog piss that will soon dry up in the sun and serve no purpose. Chapter 30, is this really not immortal cultivation? Practicing martial arts is also the same. Martial arts skills can be pure into the martial arts, but not into the potential of the martial arts against the real masters. The other side of a look can scare you, do not dare to move. This is for the potential forced. Perhaps because there were more newcomers, Guanfeng went into quite a bit of detail in order to open everyone's eyes. The reason why martial artists are divided into non-starters and starters is because of the potential. And only by moving from skill to potential can you move your chi and blood all over your body and enter the realm of the third stage. And only then can you truly enter the door of the martial arts path. A third-rate martial artist is light in strength and light in footwear. He is also invincible in the military. And even more so, he is strong enough to traverse the 4 directions of the Great Cloud Prefecture. And any power will treat him as a guest. Jiang Ming's heart was slightly enlightened. No wonder he had never been able to enter the third stream. It turned out that he hadn't entered the potential. Perhaps by slowly grinding through time, one could naturally comprehend a breakthrough. But now that a second-rate martial artist was personally lecturing on martial arts, as if lighting the way forward for Jiang Ming, this time would be greatly shortened. Wang Dong, with his large face swollen into a steamed bun, asked longingly, Headhunter Guan, what about after martial skills and martial potential? Ha ha, boy, you practiced blood qi without even sensing it, and you dare to think so far ahead? Beside Guanfeng, a few old men who had been here for a long time were laughing. Maybe you can't get into the momentum, even after practicing it for the rest of your life. Being beaten to a pulp is quite a dream. Guanfeng reached out and pressed his hand in vain, silencing the voices of several people, just pretending that he did not see Wang Dong's piggy face as he smiled faintly. It is a good thing to have a quest, so I'll say a few words about it. After entering the potential, it is to realize the intention, as the name implies. Is the intention? From the technique into the potential. Potential to store the intention. Can manipulate the blood and gas to quench the skin and flesh and tendons and veins. Knives and spears are difficult to penetrate. Known as the second-rate martial artist. What is the will? The crowd was bewildered. Guanfeng smiled without saying anything and suddenly looked at Wang Dong. Ah! Wang Dong let out a fierce cry of surprise, staggering back, almost falling to the ground, startling everyone. I seem to see a ferocious tiger pouncing on me. Wang Dong murmured with palpitations, subconsciously touching his chest as if he had really been injured by a tiger's claw just now. Everyone was shocked. How could martial arts practiced to a high level be so terrifying? With just a look, one could scare off a strong man who had practiced martial arts. Jiang Ming's heart was also shaken. In that instant just now, even he was chilled through and through, as if he felt a great danger. Is this still a ing martial art? Is it really not immortal cultivation? Jiang Ming said in his heart. This is the meaning. When you practice to this realm, you will naturally understand. Those who can't practice, will never understand in their lifetime. Guanfeng didn't say much and simply said, these years, hunting Tiger Zhuang collected hundreds of people. The achievement of second-rate martial artist but only a handful of. Say more useless. This expert is not by teaching out. Headhunter Guan is awesome. Wang Dong and the others immediately touted. I'm only afraid that there are not many people in this Great Cloud province who are your opponent. Do not talk nonsense. First-rate martial artists are the top masters. I am as bad as a chicken in front of the banker. Guanfeng shook his head, then added, however, second-rate martial artists are also indeed enough to dominate a party. If you step into the second rate before the age of 30, you will be counted as a true genius, and there is a great hope of impacting the first-rate realm. 30? the crowd exclaimed. Who can be second rate? They were all people who practiced martial arts, and only by practicing martial arts did they know how difficult the martial arts path was. And 90% of people had difficulty becoming a martial artist in their entire lives, not to mention the third or even second rate. Guanfeng smiled, but his face is not too good to see. Tiger hunting villa is naturally not, but the great cloud house last year then out of a sure family sure Junwei, only 23 years old will step into the second stream, breaking the record of the great cloud house. Future almost a nailed-on first-rate powerhouse, and there is even hope to go further. The crowd is talking. Jiang Ming is raising an eyebrow. This Stone family fortune is also too fast. Just popped up not long ago. There is such a genius. However, looking at the expression of Guanfeng, Tiger hunting villa and the Stone family, it seems that it is not too much to deal with. Pretty good. He doesn't like the Stone family anyway. Well, don't be overly ambitious. Seeing that there were still people who wanted to ask questions, Guanfeng coughed lightly twice and said in a deep voice, don't think that if you join this villa, you'll be able to rest on your laurels. In 1 month, I will personally take you to Yunmeng Mountain to hunt tigers. Whoever is not Taoist enough to die in the mountain. Can't blame me for not reminding you today. The crowd was in awe and said yes in unison. They knew before they came that the Tiger Hunt Villa teaches the method of martial arts for free, not for charity. On the hunting route, any danger can be encountered, and the Tiger Hunt Villa has to die every year. To get more, you have to take higher risks. Guanfeng nodded with satisfaction. Next, I will teach you the Zhuang's cowhide tiger bone skill. This method is about the momentum of the fierce tiger. Only the heart as a fierce tiger, with an unrelenting state of mind, can be a true introduction, if practiced to the great success, enough to step into the second-rate martial artists. The crowd breathed in sharply, not expecting the Tiger Hunt Villa to really be so generous, imparting what was actually a straight-through second-rate martial arts method. Guanfeng could see what they were thinking and said lightly, in fact, the method of martial arts is not an unspoken secret to the major powers. You must always remember that the path of martial arts, practiced is the person, not the method. If you guys can't practice the second stream, taking this cowhide tiger bone trick is also useless. If you can practice the second stream, it will naturally be a blessing for my Tiger Hunt Villa. The crowd was about to praise the pattern, when they only heard Guanfeng continue. As for outsourcing, I allow, but do not recommend. Because this method needs to be combined with the unique martial arts practice, secret medicine of this village can only be cultivated. If rash cultivation, injury to the limbs and internal organs and so on, do not come to me. Ch. The crowd shook their heads breathlessly. So the handle is here. Next, Guanfeng began to teach the external practice method and internal practice breathing method of the cowhide tiger bone technique. Once Guanfeng had finished imparting his teachings, the many new arrivals drilled in the square. Jiang Ming played the external practicing fist technique with a single board, while in his heart, he said, this is a bit similar to the Fuhu fist. Maybe the voltaic tiger fist is a lower version of this cowhide tiger bone technique, with the Fuhu fist as a foundation. Jiang Ming's progress was extremely fast, and within a few rounds, he was getting better and better. And Guanfeng was also casting a concerned gaze. This kid is a can-be-made material, Guanfeng secretly said in his heart, but also to grind a temperament. There have been newcomers who have practiced Fuquan, thinking that practicing a little bit of fame is a genius, and finally complacency can only be obliterated. The crowd, Pong Lu, fight them. Thinking like this, Guanfeng looked up and said, a bunch of flowery fists and fist, it's annoying to look at them. Wudao isn't practiced, it's fought, it's beaten out. If you haven't been beaten up, if you haven't been bruised and swollen, how can you inspire the fighting spirit? Whoever can walk under Pang Lu for 10 moves will be rewarded with a bowl of secret martial arts training medicine for breakfast. Guanfeng grunted coldly. This was supposed to be something you could only drink after 3 months, after you officially stayed in the manor. Upon hearing this group of people immediately eyes are red. A wailing rushed to Pang Lu. Chapter 31, The Doubt of the Fire Cloud Grass. Practicing martial arts, eating, and miscellaneous. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye it was half a month later. The morning breeze was crisp and cold, and there were already many people practicing kung fu on the practice field. Jiang Ming also woke up early, came here to practice cowhide tiger bone skill. In half a month's time, Jiang Ming still hadn't broken through to a third-rate martial artist, but he wasn't in a hurry. The martial arts experience and techniques he learned here were things he couldn't learn in a lifetime in Ping'an Town. Although he is already a martial artist, he is lacking in experience and skill, and now he is also resistant to loneliness and practicing hard every day. Plus Pang Lu's daily drills. Practical combat ability improves rapidly, and his blood chi is also more solid. It's just a pity that, until now, I haven't had a bowl of secret martial arts practicing medicine. Jiang Ming was speechless in his heart. Pang Lu was a real martial artist. Even if the suppression of strength, until now no one can go through 6 or 7 moves under him. I had planned that once someone lasted past 10 moves, then I would also fish in troubled waters, pretending to be lucky to make it through and mix up a bowl of medicinal soup. But since no one has passed, then Jiang Ming also does not want to be the head of the head. Too much attention. Anyway, 3 months later we'll be able to drink. The district a few months' time. For him is nothing. Exhale. Suddenly a strong wind came from behind him, as if a ferocious tiger roared and pounced down on him. It's Peng Lu the old 6 again. Jiang Ming cursed in his heart, turned around and punched, but it was in the air. A hand with thick bones clenched into a claw, rubbing his arm and probing his throat. Guan headhunter? Jiang Ming was shocked when he saw the visitor. Did he realize that he was a martial artist? In the midst of his thoughts, Jiang Ming didn't even dodge. His feet stomped violently, and his fist power turned into a claw, digging towards Guan Feng's heart. It's a total fight for your life. Instead, Guan Feng shifted his body, bypassing Jiang Ming's attack and circling around to his side. No good. Jiang Ming turned around in a hurry, but he saw that Guan Feng had already stood aside, looking at him rather approvingly. Just now my claw. If you are backing away, my power is fully exerted and open. It can easily tear your throat. Guan Feng said without haste, but you don't back away. Instead of advancing, to fight for your life to answer the enemy moves, is to curb the power of my move? And this kind of life-changing boldness may scare off the enemy. It's still far worse than Guan headhunter. Jiang Ming arched his hand. It seemed that this guy just wanted to point himself out. You're already very good. Guan Feng smiled lightly, then asked, I heard that you used to be a medicine picker from Ping'an Town? Jiang Ming froze and nodded in agreement. Have you ever picked fire cloud grass? Jiang Ming's heart snapped, but on the surface, he shook his head regretfully. I haven't seen it so far, but from last year until now, I heard that there have been several people who have picked it. Rare in medicine, naturally difficult to find. Guan Feng smiled meaningfully and encouraged. Practice boxing well. In the future, maybe back to Ping'an Town, but also rely on you to take us into the mountains to collect medicine. Then Guan Feng is turning away. Jiang Ming's heart but rose a trace of doubt. This fire cloud grass in the end, what is the head? Why even the headhunter of the Tiger Hunt Villa are concerned? Could it be that there is a secret story in this fire cloud grass that he doesn't know? And what it means to be back in Peacetown? Jiang Ming couldn't help but think of the strangers who had said that they wanted to build a big project in the town before they left the town. Is there any involvement of the tiger hunt in it? The world is chaotic. It's better to practice boxing. Jiang Ming no longer think much. The best way to not want to get into trouble is to have the strength to blast through trouble with one punch. After having breakfast, Jiang Ming and the others left on their own to participate in the various chores in the manor. Like Wang Dong, the family butcher, from the time he first entered the village was gathered to deal with the carcasses of the prey, and now has the honorary title of Master Wang, and every day there are free meals with meat, which is much better than the canteen. Fong Lai, on the other hand, teaches the young children in the village to draw and write every day, and has the most leisurely days, and his martial arts progress is the fastest, and now he can even sense blood chi from time to time. And Guan Feng thinks that he is expected to melt blood and turn it into strength within a year, and become a martial artist. As for Huang Xiaoying, daily low-key martial arts training, and then help the kitchen cooking, is considered the most low-profile and hard-working one. There were even a few times when Jiang Ming got up at night and saw Huang Xiaoying quietly practicing boxing in the courtyard against the thin moonlight. However, it seems that it has been most of the month, and it seems that there is not much improvement. This little girl, what happened at home, is afraid that it is not small, Jiang Ming thought, but also has no intention to get involved in other people's affairs. His only purpose to come to Tiger Hunt Villa is to practice martial arts to become stronger. Next, it's time for Fong Lai to thoroughly sense the blood chi, and I'll also progress slightly. After all, only by progressing will I be able to be taken seriously and obtain more resources for practicing martial arts. Jiang Ming didn't want to stand out too much, but with a little genius like Fong Lai in front of him, Jiang Ming's slight progress wouldn't attract too much attention. Jiang Ming pondered while walking to a side courtyard, where the fragrance of medicines filled the air and many fresh or sun-dried medicinal herbs were piled up. The main business of the tiger hunting villa was to go into the mountains to hunt, but when they came across medicinal herbs, they would also bring them back with them. And Jiang Ming's main task was to help pick and organize these medicinal herbs. The harvest is good this time, Jiang Ming said with a smile as he rummaged through the pile of fresh herbs. Little brother Jiang, just waiting for you to take care of it. An old man with gray hair in the house heard the commotion and rushed out to shout. There were 2 teenage girls in the courtyard, who were helping to organize the medicinal herbs, and they also ran up to Jiang Ming and chirped, Jiang Ming, you can be too powerful. The last time I picked out that inconspicuous little yellow flower, I took it to the next door Jishur hall, and sold it for 300 big bucks. It said it was some kind of wonderful medicine for healing injuries. There's also that gray line ginseng, which is very useful for boosting blood qi. Why haven't I heard of it before? Fragrant wind puffed on his face. Jiang Ming was not complacent. He tasted countless grasses and trees in Junmeng Mountain in Zhe, studied countless medicinal herbs, and his understanding of medicinal herbs was naturally not comparable to that of ordinary people. There are even many medicinal herbs that the pharmacists of this world have not discovered, which have been included by Jiang Ming in his own knowledge base. Just casually showing his two hands, he subdued these half-assed people in the tiger hunting villa. And even more so, he made this old pharmacist in the villa praised. And these young girls can be the Zhuangli's family. Dare to take the herbs to sell money to buy clothes to wear. Look at in kind. Maybe when because of the unhappy flip, Jiang Ming didn't want to cause more trouble, so he smiled and squatted in front of the pile of herbs and began to organize them. By the way, there's a job this afternoon. I don't know if little brother Jiang is willing to go? The white-haired old man looked at Jiang Ming, who was working seriously, and suddenly said with a smile, "Feel free to command." Apothecary Feng. Jiang Ming said, being clear about his position. Nowadays he was a small shrimp of the tiger hunt villa. Keeping a low profile was the main focus. Feng pharmacist smiled with satisfaction. A large portion of the prey that our tiger hunting villa hunts back is sold to the major families in the city, and on weekdays it is the men in the villa who are responsible for transporting it over. This is the time of year for spring hunts, and quite a few of them have gone into the mountains, so there is a shortage of manpower in the villa. He winked and said, "This afternoon there is a carload of goods to be delivered to the Wang family. Jiang little brother, if nothing else, you can follow the run. Come back, you can come to me to receive a bowl of martial arts practice secret medicine to drink." Chapter 32, Third-Rate Martial Artist. Secret pill for practicing martial arts? Jiang Ming was shocked. Didn't he have to wait until he stayed at the Tiger Hunt Villa after 3 months before he could drink it? Then he reacted. This pharmacist Feng is deliberately taking care of himself. What delivery to come back to receive the medicinal soup is just pulling a pretext. Pharmacist Feng is in charge of the distribution of secret medicines in the Zhuang, and it is nothing to just give anyone an even bowl. But Jiang Ming is, after all, a newcomer who has just arrived, and he can't do anything too outrageous. I didn't realize that I'd gotten this benefit in return for my low profile and seriousness. Many thanks to Apothecary Feng. Jiang Ming hurriedly said, Fine. Go back and get ready once the herbs are sorted out. I'll make the medicinal soup." Feng pharmacist smiled and said, to this newcomer satisfied, not anxious, diligent and low-key. If you can become a martial artist, it would be even better. They still have a granddaughter has not yet been married to it. In the afternoon, Jiang Ming went out with 2 of the Zhuangshans, escorting a wagon load of goods to the Wang family. There were 3 large, half-human-tall tiles strapped to the crate, and even when covered with a sealing cloth, a strong odor of blood still emanated. "Brother Pang, what's packed in here?" Jiang Ming asked idly. A man is precisely Pang Lu, smiled at the words and patted the tile jar and laughed. The hearts and kidneys of all kinds of prey as well as a jar of tiger blood, which can be used for practicing martial arts, can be refined into all kinds of secret medicines, and that jar of tiger blood alone is worth 100 taels of silver. Jiang Ming smacked his lips, not worthy of being a first-class martial forces, but this kind of money is not anyone can earn. I heard that those fierce beasts in the deepest part of Yunmeng Mountain Zephyr can even tear martial artists alive? Simply does not seem to be mortal. Even Guanfeng do not dare to break into the deepest part of the 3 of them traveled through several streets of the prefecture city, and eventually entered a secluded mansion that covered a wide area. The king's house. Within the Great Cloud province, the top power besides the government is the Wang family. Once there were 2 first-class martial artists sitting in the town, now there is only 1 left, but its heritage is not comparable to other forces. The task went smoothly, and one of the Wang family's stewards handed Pang Lu a few silver tickets after inspecting the goods a little. That's the Wang family's martial arts arena. Pang Lu also introduced as several people passed by a square as they left. In the square, there were many people practicing, and as Jiang Ming glanced over, both the quantity and quality were a bit stronger than the Tiger Hunt Villa. It is only a pity that the Wang family does not have enough stunning geniuses in the younger generation, and the current first-class martial artists are already close to 100 years old, whispered another Han, who seemed to still have some gloating intentions. Pang Lu was just about to say something when he suddenly glanced at a figure and hurriedly said, "Shut up." Several good men of the Tiger Hunt Villa. Hard work. A woman in a plain white dress walked up and said in a generous manner. Jiang Ming looked over at a glance. The woman has a slender figure. Her face is fair and quiet, and her whole body exudes the temperament of a great lady. Hurricane is exactly the Miss Wang who went to Ping'an Town to release her life in the beginning. Pang Lu hastened to politely say a few words. Although they were both first-class forces, there was still some gap between Tiger Hunt Villa and the Wang family. Not to mention that Miss Wang's identity was extraordinary. This little brother is also from Tiger Hunt Manor? But Miss Wang suddenly looked at Jiang Ming and said with a smile, I remember that you robbed my fish in Ping'an Town. Jiang Ming stared wide-eyed, as if he had seen a ghost. That heavenly King-S Big Miss just glanced into the river a few times. How could she remember him? Pang Lu was also dumbfounded. He had heard that Jiang Ming was a dilettante, but he hadn't expected to be so fierce. Daring to rob Miss Wang? Miss Wang laughed softly. There is no need to be surprised. I don't mean to hold a grudge, but I've had the ability to forget things since I was a child. Really powerful. What else can Jiang Ming say? Can only hasten to tout Emil, and then explain that he has been practicing martial arts for a long time to have the honor of joining the tiger hunting Villa Clouds. Until leaving the Wang family, Pang Lu was a long breath of air. Admiringly looked at Jiang Ming. You road can be really wild. Miss Wang released fish dare to catch and eat. Jiang Ming was full of concern. The life of the town has eaten the top and not the bottom. Who cares if it is the fish of the Wang family? However, this incident also made Jiang Ming wary. In the future, in addition to always pay attention to the style of action, really when you want to do something unseemly, or to disguise some good. That book of disguise technique to get a long time, but has not really used. It seems to be to learn a lesson. Back in the manor, Jiang Ming's 3 men each received a bowl of secret martial arts practicing medicine and drank it, each practicing their fists in the practice field. For Jiang Ming can receive the secret medicine. Pang Lu both did not say anything more. For this kind of thing unspoken, after all, their secret medicine, also in the hands of Feng pharmacist. This secret medicine is really effective. Jiang Ming practiced the cowhide tiger bone technique, and his heart was also delighted. The secret medicine that he had gotten from that Master Tong in the beginning was more focused on growing muscle strength, which led to the growth of blood qi. And as soon as Feng pharmacist drank this bowl of medicinal soup, Jiang Ming could feel his blood qi as if it was boiling, and the blood strength that was coiled in his body seemed to be loosening up. Maybe we'll break through today. Jiang Ming's heart was excited as he practiced the cowhide tiger bone technique over and over again. His speed wasn't fast, both because he didn't want to expose his strength and to realize the fierce tiger's momentum in the fist technique. To this critical foot, has not been gritted teeth. Fierce practice can be resolved. It is more important to grasp the wisp of the illusory potential. Until the evening, when the medicinal strength had almost passed, the two Punlu were ready to leave. But Jiang Ming was still practicing boxing. Frozen, practicing martial arts can be really playful. Pang Lu looked at Jiang Ming, who was not stopping for a moment, and also showed respect. Hunting tiger Zhuang's Hanzi do not play false, only serve than their own strong people. And Jiang Ming, this period of time to show the seriousness and persistence, has conquered many people in the Zhuang. Pang Lu thought to himself that it is absolutely impossible to do so. Gradually, darkness fell, and the practice field was empty. Jiang Ming practiced and practiced. The heart finally suddenly rose a trace of enlightenment. Boxing seems to have suddenly more a ferocious gas. If the previous practice of the cowhide tiger bone trick, empty of its form, now is the form of God, has the momentum of a fierce tiger. When one goes forward, Jiang Ming whispered, finally stepping into the realm of the third stream. The blood energy in his body was like an arm and a leg, running non-stop throughout his body, like a great river running, reciprocating. When the blood force runs to the legs, Jiang Ming feels that his body is light, as if he can instantly breathe 100 feet. And when the blood force runs to the shoulders and arms, Jiang Ming feels that the force is like a spring, and he can carry a 10,000 catty giant tripod. This is a third-rate martial artist. It's really a world of difference compared to a noob. Jiang Ming lamented. In the days since then, Jiang Ming has continued to keep a low profile, practicing martial arts and working every day, occasionally rubbing a bowl of secret medicine at Feng pharmacist. Finally, a month after their group of newcomers joined the Tiger Hunt Villa. Tomorrow, go into the mountains to hunt tigers. Guan Feng's gaze was like a knife as he swept over the dozens of people below. It's not too late if you quit now. Chapter 33, Returning to Ping'an Town. In the deep mountains and old forests, the morning light was clear and faint, and from time to time, bursts of insects and birds chirped. A tiger hunting Zhuang's Hans or leaning or lying hooting and hollering. Many people are still injured, ragged like beggars. Only a few blood and energy in the periphery of the people walking patrol. Warning of danger. On a flat open space, Jiang Ming practiced the cowhide tiger bone technique one move at a time, rubbing against the air with a loud whine and erupting a surging breath from time to time. A few days ago, Fong Lai thoroughly sensed blood qi. Jiang Ming also entered the mountain one morning. Practicing boxing happened to progress. From time to time began to sense blood qi. You don't mess up. in the slightest, Guan Feng said with a big bow on his back, walking close to Jiang Ming and smiling lightly. Jiang Ming closed his fist and stood up, looked around. I was originally mixed in the mountains and forests and wild places, probably adapted to it. Besides, the more chaotic it is, the worse it gets. The only way to better face the danger is to practice the fist and become stronger. Only I have never known that the depths of this Yunmeng Mountain Zai are so dangerous, said Jiang Ming is also cautious face. He used to be a medicine picker. The scope of activities has never been so deep. Encountered wild beasts are also within his coping range. But this time this mountain forest is completely different. 5 days had passed since Guan Feng had taken their group of newcomers into the mountains, and the originally confident crowd's confidence had been devastated within the past few days. The deeper one went into the mountains and forests, the more terrifying the beasts one encountered became. On the first day they were able to kill a few roe deer and wild deer with gusto, but on the second day they were attacked by wolves, and Zhao Xiaolu and a few other newcomers were injured. Yesterday, a thick-skinned black bear even charged straight into the crowd and slapped 2 newcomers to death. But in the end, it was Guan Feng who stepped in and nailed an arrow to the black bear's heart before killing it. No one knows how big Yunmeng Mountain Swamp really is. Even the banker is afraid that he hasn't traveled all the way to the end. Guan Feng sniffed inside. The beasts in this mountain are even more ferocious. Some of the beasts that have devoured exotic flowers and herbs. It is not difficult to bite a martial artist to death. Of course, this is precisely why I, Tiger Hunting Villa, went into the mountains to make a living. Or else how can I kill some ordinary beasts to feed a few hundred of the population? Jiang Ming's heart moved. Will this mountain forest to remember? Can make wild beasts mutated places not simple? Perhaps there is some supernatural power. Perhaps in cultivation of immortality related to it may also be possible. When I become powerful later, I can't wait to come back and explore. Guan Feng suddenly said, would you like to settle in my tiger hunt villa? Jiang Ming froze. No matter if it was them, the newcomers who had just arrived, or the old men who had been in the manor for decades, they could only be considered to be working for the Tiger Hunt Manor, and the so-called settled, is to become a real part of the Tiger Hunt Village, is considered to be the owner of the Tiger Hunt Village, has the rights and resources, and Jiang Ming they are these workers completely incomparable. But how easy was it to settle in the Tiger Hunt Villa? At the very least, one had to become a third-rate martial artist like Pang Lu, but nowadays Jiang Ming's strength can only be shown by sensing blood qi. Can Guan Feng see his real strength? Jiang Ming secretly shook his head. There shouldn't be any. Unless a martial artist inspired his own blood qi, it would be very difficult for a first-class martial artist to see the bottom of a bystander. However, Jiang Ming had spent a month with the people of the Tiger Hunt Villa, and knew that this was a group of seemingly reckless men who actually valued their feelings, and Guan Feng had treated him well, so he didn't want to lie. With this in mind, Jiang Ming raised his head and said frankly, I don't want to swindle Guan Hunting Head, but in the beginning I came to the Tiger Hunting Villa for only one purpose, and that is to learn martial arts and become stronger. When I was in the Tiger Hunting Villa I naturally did my best to do what I had to do, and I wouldn't have been lazy in any way, but my ambition is not in the Tiger Hunting Villa, nor is it in this piece of mountain forest. Whether you're a medicine picker or a student of martial arts, does it really make a difference to me? It's all just an experience on my way to growing up. Jiang Ming is if a frivolous teenager, but this is indeed his true thoughts. For him a tiger hunting village and how to fit his long life. Only these will not be enough for outsiders. This is equivalent to a refusal. Guan Feng also sked and said, do you know how many scalps those old people in the Zhuanli can squeeze for a settlement place? The Jianghu in this world cannot be as romantic as you think, with your strength to go out to break into the world, but it is just a dead end, which has to join the Tiger Hunt Villa peace in quiet. Jiang Ming laughed sagely. Guan Hunting had taught me on the first day that the tiger's momentum should be unrelenting. Why are you talking about the word peace and quiet now? Has it been so long in the manner that the tiger's strength has been smoothed out? Guan Feng froze, then let out a loud laugh. Good. Worthy of being the young man I admire. Rash and wild. Don't worry about learning martial arts in the manner. As long as it's something I know how to do, I can teach it to you. If you one day developed, meet Tiger Hunting Villa have difficulties, don't forget to pull a hand. Guan Feng joked again. Jiang Ming nodded seriously. Definitely. The many newcomers have been exhausted for the past few days and are sleeping drowsily. And at this time, they have been woken up by Guan Feng's loud voice, and they are about to scold angrily to see who it is. But they all shut their mouths. Russell. Pang Lu walked with a few people and said in a deep voice, Chief, tiger-inducing powder is all sprinkled. Alright, this trial ends here. Guan Feng grinned. You take these rookies, carry the harvested prey to Go Pingan Town, where there is someone to receive. Back to the manor who wants to go. 100 copper plates to send away to roll. The rest with me to continue to go deeper. Crouching tiger. We can finally go down the mountain? Zhao Xiaolu covered his injured arm, his voice taking on a crying tone. Many people were relieved, and a few even had fear flashing in their eyes, never wanting to enter the mountain again. Guanfeng took all these people in his eyes, shook his head disdainfully, turned his head and walked deeper into the mountain forest. Pang Lu commanded these newcomers to carry the roe deer, hare and other prey, while he himself, with a soft shout, directly carried the 2+ tall black bear on his back, and walked down the mountain with a flying stride, worthy of being a third-rate martial artist. Fan Lai carried a bunch of pheasants and a wild deer on his shoulder, his eyes full of envy. I wonder when I will be able to meld blood power and become a martial artist. Jiang Ming, on the other hand, dragged a wild boar and curiously said, since when does the Zhuangzi have a stronghold in Pingyang Town as well? Fang Lai scratched his head and said, I heard that all the major forces in the city are in Pingyang Town, building branches. Our manor should also be involved in it. Jiang Ming nodded, thought of Fei and old Gingerhead and others. Go back to sea is not bad. Peaceful town. Familiar petty officials still hold the entrance to the town, charging protection money to every medicine picker who returns to town. However, when he saw Peng Lu, who was carrying the black bear and walking as fast as he could, and when he saw the gang of big men behind him, the arrogant expression on his face, which was dangling, instantly switched to fawning and humility. It's the good men of the Tiger Hunt Villa, isn't it? This way please, this way please. Your villa's stronghold is in the best place in the center of the town. Although he was considered a member of the government, a petty official with no rank was nothing compared to the martial artists of the first-class power Tiger Hunt Villa. When Jiang Ming walked past him and locked eyes with him, the petty official froze, and then a look of panic flashed in his eyes. Long time no see ah. Jiang Ming laughed. The minor official revealed a smile that was even worse than crying. Brother Ming, it turns out that you have joined the tiger hunting villa. In the past, it was the minor who had more offenses. Please be generous. Saying that, he hurriedly pulled out a large string of coins from his clothes pocket, wanting to hand it to Jiang Ming. Keep it and spend it yourself. Jiang Ming shook his head and left. Once rode on his head as a bully, now also groveling to him, and then go with this kind of people general understanding, but also not much fun. Chapter 34, The Death of Old Zhou 2. Jiang Ming walked through the town and actually had a feeling that it was like a world away. The street has been widened a lot, and on both sides are covered with one glorious mansion after another, a scene of feverish activity. Occasionally, the dilapidated thatched huts interspersed in the middle can be seen, which are blocked by the shadows of the tall mansions, as if they had disappeared. Everyone work hard. In the future, when this place is developed, a large amount of silver can be earned casually says you. Don't be lazy. On the site where the house is being built, the overseer loudly encourages the hard laborers to work, and when he sees someone resting from exertion, he changes his face and scolds them harshly. My lord, when this house is built, can we really go in and work as laborers? A simple-looking old man with a stooped body vigorously moved the lapis lazuli floor tiles. The veins on his brain rippled, but he still grinned and asked, his eyes full of anticipation. Supervisor eyes flashed a trace of sneer disgust. The fat meat on the face is smiling into a chrysanthemum. That of course, the adults in the city casually threw. That are white silver, casually you pick up. However, I tell you, those who are sneaky, when the time is surely do not want. Good. I must work hard. The old man revealed a mouthful of yellow teeth. The heart of the beautiful calculation. Their own this field to let the city's master to build a house. Really do the right thing. Not only can receive 1 or 2 silver, when you can go to the master's house to do labor to earn money. These gents are really great people. Jiang Ming looked at a scene like this expressionlessly and sighed lightly in his heart. The lords of the city come to the little town to build a great deal and create a glorious castle, yet only the lords themselves can live in it. But himself at this time, if he rushes up to say this to those hard laborers, he is afraid that he will be drowned by spit stars, saying that he is jealous of them. He shook his head and continued to walk forward. A group of people walked from the main road with great vigor, and soon arrived at the Tiger Hunt Villa's branch here, a mansion that had already been built for the most part, and there were carriages waiting outside the courtyard. Jiang Ming remembers that the original place of this mansion seems to be a piece of uninhabited mountainous wasteland. It seems that the tiger hunting villa has put in a lot of effort to clean up. Brother Pang, why exactly are we building a branch here? Wang Dong loaded all the prey on his body into the car before he asked curiously. Pang Lu glanced at him, was about to admonish him for meddling, then glanced at the other people's curious looks. Fong was helplessly shook his head and said, this is all the orders of the lord of the manor, and I only heard the last time Guan Hunting Head was saying this. This Yunmeng Mountain Z, it will be bustling in the future The crowd looks at me and I look at you. What is the meaning of this? Jiang Ming is also suspicious in his heart. This Yunmeng Mountain Zay has what secrets in the end? Could it be related to the fire cloud grass? After all, last time Guan Feng specifically asked himself about the fire cloud grass. Okay, don't even guess. Do your own work, Pang Lu reprimanded. Load all the prey into the car. Pang Lu and other people are all followed to leave. Jiang Ming is a half-day leave. Said to go home to see. Back to their own small courtyard. Due to the terrain is remote and difficult to go. The city's old men probably do not see this shabby place, but did not suffer much, and even cleaned up quite clean. It should be Fei's daughter-in-law who helped clean up. Fei, that boy can't do this kind of detailed work. With this thought, Jiang Ming slowly walked to old Zhou Tu's house again, but he was slightly stunned, only to see the old Zhou Tu home is a lonesome, actually empty, the door in front of the weeds crazy. A bad feeling rose in Jiang Ming's heart. Yo, brother Minger is back. One of old Zhou Tu's neighbors came back picking 2 buckets of water, and when he saw Jiang Ming he hurriedly came forward to greet him. Jiang Ming pointed at old Zhou Tu's house. Where are the people? Old Zhou had The neighbor froze, and then sighed with a complex expression. He was not in good health. Some time ago the Shi family in the prefecture of the city to build a mansion in the town. Want to occupy his fields? The old Zhou head went up to the theory. Was a Shi family male children kicked? Within a few days the person is gone. This neighbor sighed. His granddaughter buried him well, since then also no whereabouts. I heard that he went to the city to learn martial arts. Jiang Ming's body stiffened, then relaxed inside calmly. Life is hard. Who says it is not? But the old Zhou head is also too impulsive. The old man to occupy the field. The development of our Ping'an town is also good, not? That neighbor rambled, as if already imagining the future after getting rich, with a golden flat bar picking the scene of the water. By the time he came back to his senses, Jiang Ming had long since walked away. It's the Shi family. Again. Jiang Ming slowly walked down the street, keeping this matter in his mind. He has plenty of time. This revenge is slowly reported, unconsciously smelling a hint of wine. Jiang Ming looked up and saw that the old Gingerhead's tavern was still there, but the customers were still the same familiar faces. The medicine pickers who reeked of sweat, the old farmers with dark fingernail crevices. They hunkered down in the shadows of the old tavern, sipping their old wine so slowly that the hot scene outside seemed to have nothing to do with them. I don't think the lords from the city would come to a place like this to drink. Jiang Ming walked into the tavern, causing a wave of surprised greetings. An old Gingerhead, who was napping behind the counter, was also awakened. That night, Jiang Ming and old Gingerhead, Fei all night talk, and a bowl of warm wine quietly set. Early the next morning, Master Jiang, Fei, will avoid if he can. Don't start a conflict with those people. Jiang Ming was ready to return to Tiger Hunting Villa, and before he left, he explained, if someone occupies that yard of mine, just give it to them, maybe after a while, I'll be back. Fei nodded his head to indicate that he knew, while old Jiang too looked at Jiang Ming and said, that Shi family is different from old Scar, but it is a martial artist family. Don't worry, Master Jiang. Jiang Ming arched his hand to him. Both of them are smart people. So the old Gingerhead did not say anything more, and watched Jiang Ming leave. Tiger Hunt. When Jiang Ming came back, he realized that there were several people gone from the small courtyard, and the only ones left who came with his batch were him, Fong Lai, and Huang Xiaoying, while the ones who came a bit earlier than them were even the only ones left. Wang Dong. This group of cowards. Wang Dong, who also had gauze wrapped around his shoulder, said indignantly, I thought that Zhao Xiaolu was a man, but I didn't realize that he was also a sissy. Jiang Ming smiled. People have their own aspirations. Not everyone can put life and death aside. Right. Ming, you quickly go to collect the medicinal soup. Fong Lai hastily reminded. This time the Zhuangli open grace. The newcomers who participate in the hunt can collect a bowl. It's of great use for the cultivation of the cowhide tiger bone technique. Yes. I've already drank it and I feel like I'll be able to sense blood qi tomorrow. Wang Dong was also filled with excitement. Huang Xiaoying was silent, but his dark little face was also a little red, obviously agitated. Jiang Ming touched his nose. He cannot say that he has already drunk several bowls of it. However, being able to drink one more bowl was naturally more profitable. Jiang Ming also changed his expression to one of excitement and ran to Apothecary Feng, receiving the medicinal soup and gulping it down. I heard that little brother Jiang has sensed blood qi? Apothecary Feng asked with a smile. Jiang Ming hurriedly nodded. I wonder what Master Feng has to say. After getting acquainted with Apothecary Feng, Jiang Ming's address also went up the pole and changed to Master Feng. Apothecary Feng smiled and said, do you know that there is a saying that medicine and martial arts are not separate? Chapter 35, A Sudden Advancement. Medicine and martial arts are not separate? Jiang Ming had of course heard of this expression, but only had a cursory understanding of it, so he immediately cupped his fists and said, I'd like to ask Master Feng for clarification. Medicine and martial arts are not separate. The surface meaning is naturally well understood. The medical and martial arts paths are connected. The martial arts path strengthens the body. The medical path nourishes the body. Different paths are the same. No one can be separated from anyone. Feng pharmacist stroked his beard and continued. In depth, what martial arts practice is blood qi. But you who learn martial arts, are all rough men. One only knows to practice according to the gongfu brutally, which knows the real reason of blood qi operation. If you don't understand blood qi, you will naturally make slow progress and even waste blood qi. Jiang Ming was stunned. This Feng pharmacist is right. Although the cowhide tiger bone decision is a straight-through second-rate martial arts method, the description of the blood qi is only hazy, and can only be based on the martial arts practitioner's own groping and perception. Even though Jiang Ming was now a third-rate martial artist and could control the blood energy to run his entire body, this kind of running seemed incredibly rough, and every time he condensed his blood energy, he would use up a large amount of blood qi. Feng pharmacist said, and the fundamental of the healer's treatment is to regulate the blood qi. Blood qi is smooth to get rid of all the diseases. Healers have seen countless patients. For the study of the blood qi compared to you martial arts practitioners, can be much more subtle. If when practicing martial arts, there is a great doctor with great medical skills to help guide and regulate the blood and qi, it may be more useful than drinking the secret medicine for practicing martial arts. Jiang Ming's eyes lit up and he seemed to vaguely understand something. Then you. Apothecary Feng shook his head repeatedly. I'm just an old man who knows how to boil medicine. I don't know anything about this. It's all from what I heard from old man son from the next door's G*** on when we played chess. These things he usually does not pass on to others. But this person likes drunken Immortal House's roasted chicken and old yellow wine the most. Apothecary Feng winked and said. Jiang Ming was stunned, then gratefully said, thank you, Master Feng, for your guidance. The next day, Jiang Ming lined up at drunken Immortal House from morning to noon and finally spent 1 or 2 pieces of silver to buy 2 servings of this place's signature roast chicken and old yellow wine. It's so dark. Thinking that a meal at Old Gingerhead's Tavern was only a few coins, Jiang Ming couldn't help but spit. However, for the sake of his own martial arts, what is a mere amount of money? Jiang Ming comforted himself in this way, and first gave a copy to Apothecary Feng before carrying the other copy and walking quickly to the next door Jishur Hall. In the Jishur Hall, a wall full of medicine cabinets were spread out, and 2 medicine boys were busily organizing the medicinal herbs. All kinds of medicinal herb smells come to the surface, but it makes Jiang Ming a little nostalgic. Jiang Ming had just stepped into the front hall when an old voice rang out. Who brought the roasted chicken from drunken Immortal House? Behind the counter, a crane-haired, slightly chubby old man popped up from his recliner, and with 2 shrugs of his nose, he stared straight at the object in Jiang Ming's hand. May I ask if you are Dr. Son? Jiang Ming looked at the fat old man in front of him and slightly arched his hand. I'm from the Tiger Hunt Villa. You are the Jiang Ming that old man Feng said? Dr. Son's face changed, and he immediately huffed and lay back. This dead old Feng. I haven't promised yet, so I'll stuff people over. Jiang Ming's heart realized that the original pharmacist Feng had already greeted Dr. Son in advance, and it seems that if not for the pharmacist Feng, the general public could not invite Dr. Son, rather owe a big favor. Jiang Ming sighed in his heart. He could only find a chance to return it later. Gulp! The sound of gulping suddenly rang out, and Dr. Son awkwardly sat up again, muttering, sooner or later, I have to hammer him, netting me trouble. What are you still waiting for? Come to the backyard. To put things down, Dr. Son did not have a good temper, and went to the backyard first, sitting at a stone table in the courtyard. Jiang Ming hurriedly followed, putting the things on the table and respectfully standing aside. Since he had come to ask for guidance, he naturally had to have the proper posture. Knowledge is always noble. Humility is not too much. Old man Sun grinned widely as he unwrapped the oil paper wrapping the roasted chicken, and poured himself a bowl full of old yellow wine, eating and drinking as if no one else was there. Before he pointed at Jiang Ming with his oily finger. Take your cowhide tiger bone trick and beat it again, let me see. Yes, Jiang Ming hurriedly said, and began practicing his boxing in the courtyard. After 1 hit, Dr. Son snorted. Humph, sloppy, please ask Dr. Son for guidance, Jiang Ming said seriously. Although he had disguised his martial arts cultivation, he thought that the punches he had thrown were flawless. Dr. Son glanced at him, and the party said faintly, no matter what realm you are in, you can only punch like this with a maximum of 7 points of effect. Why? If you and I suffer from the same disease, can we prescribe the same dose of medicine? Dr. Son abetted the bone and asked rhetorically. Naturally I can't. You and I are different in age, fatness and thinness, Jiang Ming subconsciously said, and then a lightning bolt flashed in his mind, and he seemed to understand somewhat. Dr. Sun nodded, practicing martial arts is also the same. Guanfeng taught you boxing, is in accordance with his body to teach. You follow the cat to draw a tiger can draw a rough, but it is not suitable for your own boxing. Blood and chi operation is not smooth, day after day into a disease. There is also the method of breathing, and it is not a set truth. Some people can hold a breath for an incense burner, and some can only hold it for a few breaths. Dr. Sun rambled, the method of martial arts are created by people, the most suitable only that founding father, and I want to teach you, is how to let you practice the method of martial arts, more in line with your body, even if the degree of fit is not as good as the founding father, but it is also better than you now practice haphazardly to much stronger. Those things, Guanfeng that vulgar and reckless man can't teach you. Dr. Sun spat out a chicken bone and grunted coldly. Back then, it wasn't thanks to me pointing out that he was able to enter the second stream. Dr. Sun is powerful. Jiang Ming did not mince words in a burst of fierce praise. Fight again. Slower. I'll first pick out your bigger stance flaws based on your stance, and when the modifications are done, then I'll teach you how to regulate your blood chi, said Dr. Sun with a wave of his hand. Jiang Ming immediately stood still, and continued to play boxing, while Dr. Sun was on the side, began to point out by heart. It wasn't until the evening that Jiang Ming excused himself and left with a full harvest. He felt that this afternoon's harvest even caught up with his cultivation for a month. The methods of martial arts are varied, but there is only one foundation, and that is blood chi, and if the blood chi is smooth, then all the methods will pass. Jiang Ming muttered to himself. Time rushes by as spring leaves flourish and summer flowers bloom. In the blink of an eye, Jiang Ming had already spent 3 months in Tiger Hunt Manor. In the backyard of the Jishur Hall, Jiang Ming fought the bullskin tiger bone technique, his limbs stretching like flowing clouds in water, filled with the beauty of power, as if this set of fists was tailor-made for him. Kid, I really don't have anything to teach you. Old Sun Tu gnawed on a chicken leg and shook his head. After all, I'm not a real martial artist, and then you have to look at yourself. Jiang Ming closed his fist and bowed. Thank you, Dr. Sun. Dr. Sun waved his hand. Thank you, do not have to. These months of chicken legs wine is also worth dozens of silver. Counting your kid has a heart, whereas in the past Guanfeng that stingy ghosts dared to take the stall on the fake wine to fool me. Why didn't I think of that? Jiang Ming's eyes lit up, and when he saw Dr. Sun making a move to fight, he hurriedly fled. Back at the Tiger Hunt Villa, Jiang Ming also began to think about what to do next. In the past few months, under the guidance of Dr. Sun, Jiang Ming had changed almost every move and style of the cowhide tiger bone technique, cultivating it with twice the effort, and it was already a senior sensing blood chi martial artist comparable to Fong Lai. Of course, his real strength is also soaring, for the control of the blood more subtle. Before the whole body blood melted out of the blood strength, only able to play 3 or 4 power will be consumed. Now in the subtle control, but can play 9, the strength of nearly doubled. However, the next step can only be improved by water polishing. It should be difficult to make such a violent progress, unless one steps into the realm of the second stream. Jiang Ming shook his head. How difficult it was to be a second-rate martial artist, and there were only a handful of them within the Tiger Hunt Villa. Staying any longer without a breakthrough opportunity is just killing time. Chapter 36, The Ridiculousness of the World. A few days later, Yunmeng Mountain Zephyr. The late afternoon sunlight casts dappled shadows through the gaps in the trees, in the quiet and peaceful scenery, but a mangy roar came out steeply. Roar! A big spotted tiger was 3 or 4 meters long, with claw blades like knives, and its bloody mouth opened, and roared as it pounced down toward the human in front of it. Finished. Wang Dong's face was white. It was already too late to dodge. A thought flashed through his mind. Is my dang old wine going to perish here? Suddenly, a figure swept out from one side and ruthlessly slammed into the ferocious tiger. Iron Bull collapsing mountain. Jiang Ming lightly drank in his heart, as if he was pouring all his strength into it. Blood chi violently erupted out. His waist and back seemed to have instantly thickened by a few points as he violently slammed into the back body of the big spotted tiger. Boo! With a dull thud, Jiang Ming bounced off like a leather ball and stumbled hand over hand into the distant bushes. The ferocious tiger was still in mid-air, with no place to use its strength, and was also knocked down by Jiang Ming, nearly falling to the ground. Wang Dong hastily took the opportunity to roll away to the side, and Fong Lai, Huang Xiaoying and others have long been looking at the time. Have a knife to close the circle, and do not care where the aim is. Cut a knife and run. The injured tiger is also a tiger. No one wants to take a claw. Wait for the tiger to bleed for a while, then several people will see the opportunity to rush up. After pulling like this for nearly an incense stick, this ferocious tiger was only gasping for air and collapsed on the ground without a sound. Several people are all carrying injuries, and Jiang Ming is also hung by the bushes and covered in blood. Daozi has gotten the indestructible source light for more than a year, and Jiang Ming can have a little control over it, and when he is injured, he can change the speed of recovery from physical injuries. This is so that Jiang Ming does not have to be careful every moment, fearing that he will be discovered when he recovers from his injuries. However, it is limited to this. If he is fatally and seriously injured, the indestructible source light will still repair his body in a moment, so it's still necessary to keep a low profile. Jiang Ming said in his heart. In the distance, Guanfeng and Pang Lu and a few other old men came striding along, glancing at the big tiger that was in a miserable state of death, and bursting into laughter. Guan Headhunter, we performed well, right? Wang Dong's head is covered in blood, but he is still proudly taking credit. Not only good, it's simply breathtaking. It's just falling from a 100-meter cliff, and it can't fall so badly now, Guanfeng said quietly, and the other old men laughed even louder. Wang Dong was instantly dumbfounded. Pang Lu used the tip of the knife to pull the tiger carcass, commented, a good tiger. The tiger skin has been cut to pieces. Blood is also almost drained. The heart, liver, spleen, lungs and kidneys are estimated to not have a complete. This head was originally worth 500 taels of silver of the tiger, now less than 100 taels. The more Wang Dong and Fong Lai and other newcomers listen, the more their faces fall. Jiang Ming is also a shameful face. He is not a good hunter. Even if he does not hide his strength, at most, he will be able to blow the head of this tiger with a punch as for what an arrow through the eye, and the animal skin is not damaged. It is similar to listening to heavenly books for Jiang Ming. Looks like there's still a lot to learn. Jiang Ming muttered to himself in his heart and added another item to his study list, hunting. Jiang Ming has always believed that longevity itself is uninteresting, and the interesting thing is that you can see endless mountains and rivers, taste endless food and snacks, master countless interesting skills, and do countless things you want to do. Medical path, hunting, are so, do not need to consider what gains and losses, want to learn, anyway, this life, but also along. When the mood comes to tame the eagle and hunt the tiger, the mountain is free, or to practice medicine and help the world, wander the red dust, are all wonderful things. This is also a privilege of the long-lived, isn't it? Jiang Ming laughed softly in his heart, remembering his past life that seemed to have been distant and incomparable, and couldn't help but sigh. Life is so busy and hectic that you even forget what the stars look like at night. And when did you get away with it like you do nowadays without any constraints? Well, this batch of newcomers can combine to kill a ferocious tiger. It's already considered good. Guanfeng see Pang Lu's big stick hit almost, then stood out and began to give honey jujube, more grinding a little. In time is also the mainstay of the zhuangli, the silver sold by this tiger, all divided into them. Wang Dong and the others cheered at once. Alas, just now under the knife is too heavy, followed by a few people and heartache. White flowers of silver by them stabbed away. Guanfeng continued. 3 months have passed, and this tiger hunt is the final assessment. And since you have persisted until now, you will be considered as true Tiger Hunt Villa Hans. Welcome to Tiger Hunt Villa. After he said a few more words of scene, he ordered, alright, the others rest first. Jiang Ming, come with me. The two of them walked to the edge of a broken cliff, under which the clouds rolled in and out of sight. You've really decided? Guanfeng's figure stood upright like a pine as he faintly said. Jiang Ming nodded. The Pingyang town branch needs manpower, and since I'm a part of the manor, I naturally have to contribute. A few days ago, Guanfeng announced the establishment of the Pingyang town branch, and that he was going to draw manpower from the Zhuangli. However, most people feel that it is a birdting place, and few responders did not expect Jiang Ming to be the first to sign up. Guanfeng stared at Jiang Ming and coldly grunted. How do I look at it? You look like you want to go back to the town to get away with it. Only just sense the blood qi, and then you are so indulgent. Don't let me look at you wrong. Jiang Ming looked straight at Guanfeng and said sincerely, Guan Headhunter is wrongly blaming me. I just feel that it is difficult to advance in martial arts by an inch these days, so perhaps I need to change my environment and mindset in order to advance further. Guanfeng stared at Jiang Ming for a long time before he was helplessly shaking his head. You brat. Sometimes you really make me impervious. Jiang Ming's gaze remained unchanged, while in his heart he said, what I said can be true. Only it's not about sensing blood qi inching forward, but breaking through the realm of the second stream. That's just it. Since you've already thought about it, I, Guanfeng, don't like to force people. Besides, the branch is in its infancy. It does need someone to sit in on it, and you've already sensed the blood qi, so it can be useful to start with. Guanfeng waved his hand and said, Wait a few days to sell the prey. You get your share of the silver before you go. Thank you, headhunter Guan. Jiang Ming arched his hand, then asked in disbelief. Why are all the major forces, all of them, establishing branches towards Pingan Town? Guanfeng smiled at his words. That's not a secret. The Pingan Town in the future may have to be renamed Pingan County. Goddamn Pingan County. I'm still Italian canon. Jiang Ming almost choked before he was asking. Why? Guanfeng eyes suddenly some strange. This is but from the capital of the order. I heard that the aging emperor old man in order to refine the immortal pills, the bitter search for the world of the Fengshe, digging all over the world in search of treasure. One of the Fengshe didn't know from which nook or cranny, turned out a tome, saying that there are ancient legends that this Yunmeng mountain in Zhe has a foreign treasure, and the appearance of the firecloud grass is a sign, that in as little as a dozen years, or as many as a few decades, there will be an immortal grass that will come out. So the emperor, the old man, ordered the Dainianfu to withdraw the town and build a county, and to build a big construction, to establish the emperor's palace, and when the opportunity arrives, he will come, on a traveling ship, not, wait. Jiang Ming suddenly looked puzzled. This legend, how come I seem to have seen it before? Guanfeng revealed a strange color. I won't lie. I've also read, The Longzhong Fairy Fate. Jiang Ming let out a shriek. Suddenly remembered, that book is about a small Longzhong practicing medicine and accumulating good. In the Cloud Dream Mountain Zephyr found fire cloud grass, step-by-step drilling when the doctor, and finally became the imperial doctor of the imperial palace step-by-step story. Finally gray hair and return home in fine clothes, get the immortal grass, and become an immortal on the ground. Isn't this damn, written by a crappy storyteller from the Great Cloud Province? Jiang Ming queried. When he first came to this world, he had gone through it several times in order to understand the customs. He said with some uncertainty, could the storyteller be an immortal? Immortal? Immortal a poop. Where in the world is an immortal? Guanfeng snorted. I'm not going to lie. I even went to hear him speak, and to say that garbage is to lift him up. He wandered the streets and starved to death more than 10 years ago. Then so that, this vast and grandiose building. Jiang Ming suddenly felt a little ridiculous. The old farmers who had their fields taken from them, the homeless women and children, and those who, like old Chow Tao, died under this wave without making a single wave. All of this from a crappy book that a crappy storyteller just made up as he went along? Even though Jiang Ming couldn't believe it, he had to believe that this was the case, and he could only let out a light sigh. The world is a ridiculous place. Chapter 37 To My Lost Youth. After lamenting for a moment, Jiang Ming but suddenly reacted with doubt. Not right even if the emperor personally approved, but this Daeunfu sky-high emperor far away, the major forces are even more different minds, even sent to the army's herbs have dared to be robbed several times and 3 times, will really listen to the holy order and do their best to build Pingan County? I see that in today's Pingan Town, the families don't look like they're playing make-believe. Guanfeng glanced at him, said quietly, of course it is not playing false. This Yunmeng Mountain Zhe is rich and fertile, who do not want to create their own forces at the foot of the mountain. But Yunmeng Mountain Zhe is known as the dragon vein of the state of Yen, and successive emperors have cherished it, thinking that it can affect the national fortune of the state of Yen, and it is strictly forbidden to build a great deal of land and trees in the vicinity. That little grass hut in Pingan Town is nothing, but if anyone dares to step out of line, it's a head-killing disaster, and even if they are as jumpy as the Shi family, they wouldn't dare to touch the tiger's ass in this matter. But now that the emperor personally approved, Dainianfu's families are naturally active in building, such as our tiger hunting village. With the Pingan Town branch, the speed of hunting and transportation will be increased by several times, and the extra can be a lot of silver. And the Shi family, not only want to rob our hunting business, but also want to take over the Wang family's herb business. The Wang family's herb business, with a stronghold in Pingan Town, it will be better to act. And there are many mineral deposits in the mountains. No one dared to move in the past, but now taking advantage of the chaos of this big boom, there are a few families who are afraid that they have already moved. Guanfeng shook his head and laughed lightly. It is absurd to say that the emperor's old man's attention to the dragon vein is even far more than training soldiers and generals. The rebels ravaged the 3 northern prefectures and 17 counties. He is not in a hurry. As if the dragon vein is not destroyed, his throne will always be solid. Jiang Ming said quietly. However, when it comes to their own life expectancy, what dragon veins are nothing but bull ********. Now he dares to build Pingan County. Then if another square priest tells him that he can become immortal by digging up Yunmeng Mountain in Zhe, he is afraid that he will not even have a hint of hesitation. The causes and consequences are finally clarified. But Jiang Ming does not feel ridiculous. Perhaps the world is like this, the interests of all parties, coupled with the stupid emperor, and then meet a Longzhong Xianyuan like an unpredictable and absurd opportunity, will be able to create a prosperous and colorful scene of the world. Sighing for a moment, Jiang Ming only felt tasteless, lazy to think more about these. Anyway, Yunmeng Mountain in Zhe is vast and incomparable. He only wants to drill into the depths to practice boxing and drink tea, and learn medicine and hunting. Other ridiculous things, let those ridiculous people do it. Hunting back to the city. Dealing with the sales still need a few days. Jiang Ming will be completely relaxed, every day with Pang Lu and Wang Dong and others in the city to eat, drink and play, listen to the opera troupe's song, and then go to the Qinghe building to see the girls dancing. Occasionally, he would bring up roasted chicken and old wine, and go to Jishir Tang to see Dr. Sun to talk about martial arts, discuss medical skills, and drink a bowl of secret medicine to regulate blood qi. Dr. Sun's secret medicine, and the tiger hunt villas indifferent, can make the blood and gas more smooth. Drink after practicing boxing to the body comfort. The sense of boxing is quite beneficial. To Jiang Ming, it even felt like this secret medicine that didn't seem violent was even more precious than the one he received from Apothecary Feng. Because although Feng pharmacist's secret medicine can accelerate the enhancement of blood qi, but the main role is still to avoid the cultivation of cowhide tiger bone skill on the body damage. However, for Jiang Ming, this so-called primary role is completely unnecessary. It would be best if we could get the prescription. Jiang Ming's eyes flickered. Only this is something that Dr. Sun mixes with. It's not good to ask for it. But the coming days are long. I can afford to wait. He sat in his cramped dormitory and sipped his tea unhurriedly. At night, the city of Dayanfu was still bustling with activity. Drunken gold on both sides of the river. More and more noisy. The bank of the attic lights reflected in the river, such as broken gold drunk into the river fluttering. An enchanting kabuki in the window pose seductive, revealing the white body. Night market 1,000 lamps shine on the blue clouds. High building red sleeves customers have. Jiang Ming suddenly had a feeling, remembering the poem in his previous life. However, the poem also has the last two lines, saying that outside of the prosperity, a depression and defeat, internal worries are endless, external troubles are emerging, and it is impossible to be as stable and peaceful as usual. What does a little martial artist care? Jiang Ming shook his head and put these emotions behind him as he hooked up with a few people from Guangdong Panglu and stepped into Qinghe building. Today just received the silver from the tiger hunt. Tomorrow will return to Ping'an town. So I invited a few familiar people to come to the Qinghe building, ready to have fun. Gentlemen of Tiger Hunt Villa, please come in quickly. The old bod was full of enthusiasm, welcoming the crowd into the building. Pang Lu sat down in the front row with a big grin. Why don't you ask Miss Frost to come out and dance? What's the use of smiling so brightly? The bod hastened to apologize and went upstairs to invite someone. Frost Girl is the headliner of Qinghe House nowadays. Only when a first-class power like the tiger hunting villa comes, will she be invited out to the finale? Jiang Ming glanced to a corner. Is a greasy-faced fat man in the arms of the woman rubbing panting? That is the former flower girl Schwer Girl, once claimed to be cold and proud, selling art not selling, but now for a few grains of silver to make every effort. Jiang Ming recalled that last year at this time, and the old Zhou head with Fei and many other sweaty and smelly medicine pickers, crowded in the old ginger head of the tavern, drinking and bragging. The biggest dream is to make a lot of money, to come to the Clear River building and the girl Schwer happen something, to my lost youth. Soon. Frost Girl is Lotus step lightly, slowly from the second floor stairs down. In front of the Lotus platform began to twist waist, vigorously dance. Long and round legs and the light gauze skirt under the inadvertent swaying, will reveal a large area of white greasy. This dance is really big. Wang Dong's eyes straightened and unconsciously muttered. The singing is so white. Pang Lu high-fived in agreement. Fong Lai. That mallet. Reading stupidly. Not coming every time. Know what he's missing. Jiang Ming was also reclining on a chair, enjoying the big, white song and dance, with a broad-breasted maid sitting on his lap, peeling grapes and feeding them into his mouth from time to time, each time causing Jiang Ming to feel a burst of warm, soft suffocation. Everything is so beautiful. That was until an arrogant and raucous voice suddenly sounded outside the door, causing Jiang Ming and the others to frown a little. Humph. What trouble can there be in Ping'an town? I can press those country bumpkins to death with one little finger. Master Hong is overbearing. We'll have to rely on you, Master Hong, to do things in Ping'an town in the future. Yes, those under and so on to Master Hong shoes are too dirty. Even dare to mess with Master Hong, really do not know death. Good to say. Fine too, I'm satisfied with tonight to spend the night. I sure family get rich absolutely cannot treat you poorly. Accompanied by a few compliments and that arrogant voice, a few people walked into the Qinghe building and sat down at the other end. The leader of the group, a tall and thin young man with slender eyebrows, was still bragging loudly about what he had done in Ping'an Township, as if cleaning up those old farmers with no backgrounds was some kind of great achievement. Someone from the Sher family, beside Jiang Ming, an old man from the tiger hunting villa, said quietly, but looking at the color of his breath, he's a bit weak. He shouldn't be a practiced fighter. Pang Lu's eyes followed the Frost Girl's dance as she wandered, snickering, play your own game. Don't care about them. When the court collected the herbs, they were the ones who lost the most, and now that the rebels have taken down the 3 prefectures, they're in full swing. A few moments later, the tall, thin youth had already left behind the few ass-kissing guys and walked upstairs with his arms around the 2 round, slightly chubby women, bragging to the 2 of them. Humph, you guys haven't seen me teach that old martial artist. A lesson hack I take his field is to look down on him. How dare you stop me? I stomped him with 1 foot. Martial artist? The 2 women were so scared that they lost their colors, and their bodies went limp before they wrapped themselves around the tall and thin youth's body. Scared what me? Oh, Master Hong is really powerful. Even the martial artist is not your opponent. The 2 women's voices are soft and seductive. Pulling the tall and thin youth has disappeared in the corner of the stairs. Jiang Ming admired Miss Frost's dance. The smile on his face seemed to have gotten even brighter at some point, and he suddenly beckoned towards the pimp. Tonight Master Jiang is happy. Is your girl Frost free to accompany Master? Chapter 38 Extrajudicial Fanatic Zhang Shan. Hearing Jiang Ming shout, the pimp's eyes instantly lit up, and without the slightest hesitation, he called the Frost Girl down and replaced her with an enchanting and colorful songstress to go up. Don't look at these. Flower Girl usually only sells her art but not her body. One by one, she is so noble, but all of them are fooling those poor people who have to break open a copper plate to spend. Only by making these poor people feel that they are not encountering those vulgar things, but the absolute white lotus flower, they will be able to willingly spend money to support these commodities called Flower Girl. However, in front of the first-class power of the Great Cloud House, what innocence and what rules are all farts. Jiang Ming looked at the Frost Girl walk toward him, pure and flawless pretty face, as if pure so that people cannot bear to ravage, but suddenly felt some familiar. There was such a commodity in a previous life, but it was just changed to a different name, called Minggao. As for the spectators on the surrounding tables, at this moment, they could only use gazes that were so jealous they wanted to spit fire. Watching Miss Frost walk to Jiang Ming's side, there are a few young guys see the scene, but is full of heartbreak, as if the worldview has collapsed. Cannot believe that their eyes clean and self-love Frost Girl? Even to a strange man throws himself to a strange man. I don't know how much they've spent for Miss Frost, but they haven't even touched their hands. No, Miss Frost must have been forced. A teenager suddenly stood up with a prancing sound, his eyes red with grief. These big power guys are so unkind for the sake of wealth that they even bully a weak girl. Frost Girl's heart must be desperate, sinking in this dark and dirty world, but cannot break free, he said, but Tiger Eyes with tears, hate turned away. 30 years east of the river, 30 years west of the river, do not deceive the youth to be poor. I will definitely save the Frost Girl from this devil's cave. When the Frost Girl heard this kind of voice, her body trembled slightly, and the waves of light in her eyes flowed, as if she had really been said. Jiang Ming snorted and directly yanked him over. The Frosty Girl exclaimed as she sat on Jiang Ming's lap, her eyebrows as picturesque as her eyes and her waist as soft as her limbs, with a kind of quiet temperament that one couldn't help but pity. Pang Lu whispered and laughed. Ah Ming, you finally got the hang of it. Have a good exchange later. I heard that Miss Frost is a talented girl. She can write poems and paintings. Miss Frosty's cheeks were slightly red, and she hurriedly hugged Jiang Ming's arm, burying her head into Jiang Ming's arms, as if she couldn't stand this kind of teasing. A talented woman with a talented man. When floats a great white. Jiang Ming laughed out loud and, wine and wine. Jiang Ming embraced the double Frosty Girl upstairs. Pang Lu and Wang Dong are also left and right. Upstairs, Miss Frost's boudoir. Master Jiang, you said you are a talented man. I wonder what talents you know. The Frosty Girl whispered with curiosity. I know a lot of talents, but I'm best at idioms. Oh, then what do you say, Master Jiang? I'll write. Frost Girl light smile. Late at night, the house was quiet. Master Hong, ah Master Hong, it can be really coincidental. Jiang Ming recited in his heart. When he first learned of old Zhou death, he learned from Fei and old Jiang too that the person who occupied old Zhou's field and kicked him to death was a dude from the Sher family named Sher Junhong. Just Jiang Ming also did not expect to meet this Master Hong in the Qinghe building, but also take the death of the old head of Zhou as a talking point. The head that comes to the door. And it's no good not taking it again. Tomorrow is going back to Ping'an Town. 2 hands empty to go to old Zhou head grave. Also too shabby. Just bring some gifts. Jiang Ming's eyes fluttered, remembering the Sher family's steward who had pressed his prices and robbed him of his herbs in the medicine market, and remembering the Sher family's random killing of those benighted medicine pickers. There's also the evil deeds done by the old snake gang, which will eventually be counted against the Sure family. The account is accumulating more and more. So today we will collect some interest first. But people have to be killed and things have to be done cleanly. Jiang Ming took out one of the small paper packets from his clothes, opened it and took a sliver of yellow powder, blowing it gently between the noses of the sleeping person beside him. Inhale this improved version of my mesmerizing powder with a dozen kinds of poisonous mushrooms, and you won't be able to wake up even if the sky collapses in 2 hours. He dressed and got out of bed, stood in front of the Frost Girl's makeup mirror, did not see how to move. The muscles of the face is to begin to slowly change, from a clean young boy, eventually turned into a big man full of crossmeat. This disguise technique, it's marvelous. Jiang Ming touched his face and muttered to himself. Even his voice became completely different. The transfiguration technique that he had obtained from the vendor in the beginning was actually divided into 2 parts, the upper and lower parts. The previous post is about applying makeup slime to your face, which is a cheap trick at best, and is what the vendors use. The next chapter, on the other hand, requires a third-rate martial artist to be able to perform running blood energy, to use the power of blood energy to change the distribution of the facial muscles and the thickness of the vocal cords. Even if the closest relatives come to the front, they don't want to recognize them. It's also time to activate this identity, Jiang Ming said to himself as he looked at himself in the mirror. The best way to kill and run is not always to sneak and masked and disappear thousands of miles away. For Jiang Ming, who had mastered the art of disguise and possessed a golden finger, there was a better way. Disguise completed, Jiang Ming gently opened the window, a leap out, and closed the window again. In a certain private house, Jiang Ming stole a suit of clothes to change into, and hid his own inside some crappy house that had been uninhabited for a long time. A few moments later, a ferocious and strong man walked out with a dragon's stride. Clear River House. This master, inside please. The familiar-looking pimp greeted him with a smile. The burly man let out a soft grunt between his nostrils and rasped, "Lousy is not playing with women today. Duke Sure has something important to order me." "Where is he now?" "Mr. Sure is on the 2nd floor, room A-No. 1. The old bod was scared by the fierce aura of this burly man, and hurriedly said subconsciously. The burly man pushed her out of the way as he sauntered upstairs. The old bod, however, reacted again, panicked to catch up and exclaimed, Hey, not right." Sure Gonzi commanded. "Even if his father came, he cannot disturb him. Ha 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 ha. Old man is his grandfather." Wild laughter sounded. Bang, a loud bang. A room door on the 2nd floor was kicked directly into pieces, with debris flying around. Zhang Shan is here. Sure Junhong suffers death. Chapter 39, The Head by the Night Jug. Boom. The door to the room shattered, and the 3 white bodies on the bed were instantly startled. The 2 women screaming in a hurry and covering themselves with the covers. Sure Junhong, on the other hand, was filled with hostility, staring at Jiang Ming in a violent rage, snarling, "Who are you, daring to break into my door?" The person came with thick limbs, a face full of horizontal meat, a pair of tiger eyes overflowing with fury, and let loose a loud laugh. "Sure Junhong, you've done many evil deeds. Grandpa Zhang Shan has come to collect your head today." Sure Junhong froze for a moment, and then he laughed angrily. "Bastard, dare to take my head. Have you eaten a bear's heart and leopard's gall?" Just as the 2 of them were talking, 2 figures attacked fiercely from outside the door. The wind whistled, and the 2 long knives were already hacking at the strong man's vital points. "Don't know how to die." Sure Junhong laughed coldly, looking at this strange burly man with a face full of sarcasm, really thinking that he was a little cutie. Not to be. He has done an unknown number of evil things, and naturally knows that there are countless people who want to find him to seek revenge. Without 2 martial arts guards close behind, he will not go out at all. Sure Junhong seems to have seen that this guy who does not know the sky and the earth was chopped into mincemeat by his 2 guards, but this time to go back, these 2 guards should also be beaten, a whip and thrown into the water prison. Lightning flames. Sure Junhong's heart anger rose. Surprisingly, it was broken into the door, and did not even stop it. The strong man also seemed to be startled by the person behind him, and angrily shouted, "Little thief, how dare you sneak up on Grandpa?" He turned around violently, not using any stances, and blasted forward with a wide-open punch. The fist is as lofty and heavy as a mountain. Not good. Third stream martial artist. The attacking duo was horrified. How? Sure Junhong's face also changed drastically. Although he was a son of the Sure family, he wasn't a direct descendant. Otherwise he wouldn't have been placed in that hole of a place in Ping'an Town. And the guards he was usually paired with were only unorthodox martial artists. Naturally it was no problem to deal with ordinary people. But against a third-rate martial artist, it was no different from giving away food. Damn, when have I ever messed with such an expert? Sure Junhong's face changed sharply, although he was arrogant, but he also knew how many pounds and how many twos he had, and bullied all the bitter ha with no background, and never messed with a real martial artist. Anyone who thought about his head, he also did not figure out where this third-rate martial artist came out from. You know, martial artists are not big cabbages, not to mention the realm of the third stream. In the whole of the Great Cloud House is also a number. It is impossible to suddenly come out of a boo. In an instant, the burly man's fist carrying the momentum of 1,000,000 pounds had already avoided the blade and smashed on top of the chest of one of the guards. Sound of escaping laughter. Wherever the fist passed, the flesh seemed to be made of tofu, and immediately exploded into a bloody hole, in which the beating heart was faintly visible. The guard screamed miserably, flying out horizontally. In midair is no sound. He's tooting his own horn? Sure Junhong, however, had a happy look on his face, seeing that the strong man's punch was too strong, but he was unable to turn his body, and another long knife was already approaching his neck. Seek death. The burly man was furious, as if he only had time to avoid the vitals and fight hard with his waist and back. Put! The blade swept through, instantly bringing up a shower of blood, and the strong man's clothes were torn, revealing a bone-deep wound on his back. The guard immediately shouted with joy, "I've cut him!" Sure Junhong also showed a happy face, although the strength and speed of the third-rate martial artists had increased a lot, but after all, they had not yet quenched the blood energy into their skin and flesh, and when they were hacked by the blade on their body, they were not much stronger than an ordinary person. Exasperate me. As if completely enraged, the burly man turned around and came with both hands, which clamped the blade of the knife, and then kicked the guard off and snatched the long knife over. Then he was bullying his way up and shouted, "Die for me!" The long knife standing split down, all the way through the shoulders and internal organs. The guard's half of the body, immediately is flying up. Blood splattered all over the corridor. Dirtbag. The burly man laughed coldly, before he returned, only to find Sure Junhong panicking and trying to climb the window to escape, and directly gripped him back and threw him on the ground. The good man spares his life. Sure Junhong saw the wind and knelt on the ground and cried bitterly, "I don't know where I messed with the good man. Please look at the face of my Sure family." Sound of escaping laughter. The knife light is cold. From his neck a cut through. A human head is thrown up. Death does not close eyes. Noisy. The strong man laughed coldly, "I kill people. I'm most annoyed with people begging for mercy. What Stone family old snake gang? Are all the same goods? I cut all the way over here to kill you evil people who oppress the people. Bah! It's not as tough as the group of robbing traders on the official road." The strong man spat viciously, glanced at the corner of the bed, was terrified, shivering. Two women, laughed loudly and walked over, ruthlessly touched two, before it was the long knife thrown. From the window a leap down. In the windowsill left stains of blood. Killing people, killing people. Only then did the bot outside the door dare to let out a pig-killing squeal. All this happened too fast, before and after but dozens of breaths. Until this time only someone heard the movement out of the house, heard the pimp's call. The whole Qingha building party is noisy. Sure Junhong's doorway, in the blink of an eye, surrounded many people, and in the secluded streets, a figure as fast as lightning, quietly touched into an unoccupied private house. A moment later, a clean-cut young man is out of it, blood power running. A few leaps disappeared into the night. Clear River House. Noisy everywhere. Miss Frosty's willow brows knitted lightly as she slowly woke up. What's going on outside? Why is it so noisy? She looked to her side. Jiang Ming jumped out of bed naked, revealing his bare back, and was hurriedly putting on his clothes, saying excitedly, "I heard that someone died. Do you want to go see?" How can this be good? Frost Girl was shocked, and then her face was full of sorrow. "Affect the business. Also do not know who died." She also hurriedly let Jiang Ming help her put on her blasphemous clothes, casually draped a sarong, and curled up in Jiang Ming's arms as she walked towards the door. "This soul awakening pill is quite effective," Jiang Ming said in his heart. The door to the room opened and Jiang Ming wrapped his arm around the Frosty Girl as he rubbed it, soon arriving at the dead man's door as well, following the crowd to watch the action. "Hey, this is a really hard hand. Catching up with the good man who killed the bandits on the official road a few months ago. Maybe it's the same person. That good man is not so far not found, and the methods are so similar, all very rough and ruthless." Someone boldly went into the house and kicked the head around by the night jug, revealing the dead man's face. "Bad. It is that male son of the Sure family," the man immediately exclaimed. Everyone's hearts were shaken and they were all filled with horror. Something big had happened. Where the hell is this murderous man who dares to kill the Sure family's son? Chapter 40, The Stone Family's Anger, Request for Catch-Up Reading. Rolling around. Sure Junhong's head rolled a few times and finally crooked on the floor. his eyes wide open and full of blood to the many people watching outside the door. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Is still weirdly scary, Jiang Ming said with a shocked face, and the Frost Girl was even more startled and squeezed hard into Jiang Ming's arms. This, who is crazy can't it be? Someone next to him muttered, his face full of disbelief. Killing people from the Sure family, this is not wanting to live. For a while, the chatter buzzed, and many people subconsciously shrunk their heads, for no other reason. The Sure family's popularity in the Great Cloud Province in these years is really too prevalent. No one is not afraid of the Sure family. What a good man nah. Some people, however, suppressed their excitement and whispered, the Sure family has finally suffered retribution. Shu, you're dead. In the middle of the crowd's discussion, there was a sudden rumble from downstairs, and a large number of armor-clad officers and soldiers barged in. Seal off this Qinghe building. Don't let a single fly out. A middle-aged officer at the head of the group shouted sternly, and the many soldiers behind him immediately dispersed in all directions, guarding the various entrances and exits of Qinghe building. No, it's not an official soldier. Jiang Ming's eyes narrowed slightly. The armor of the official soldiers of the Dayun province is not this kind of appearance. Dare to touch my Sure family's people. Sure, will catch this murderer throughout the year and execute his 9 clans. The officer-like middle-aged man looked around the Qinghe building and said icily, word by word, as if the killing machine in his eyes had turned into substance. The majesty of the Sure family cannot be provoked. He must take this murderer to stand up. There was silence in the Qinghe building. No one dared to say anything. They knew that the Sure family could really do such a thing. This Sure family really has rebellion written all over its face. Jiang Ming secretly shook his head. The district a martial artist family dared to armor into an army, but also blatantly want to kill people 9 clans. This really did not put the government in the eyes. But if the rebels in the north, one day really hit the capital, then this Stone family is also considered to be completely flying on the branch to become a phoenix. Next, the various tenants were driven back into their houses, and Sure gave a deadly order throughout the year that only those who had been questioned by him one by one would be able to leave this Qinghe building. Jiang Ming, like the others, had a dissatisfied and stifled look on his face and helplessly returned to the house. In Sure Juanhong's house, Sure stepped over the broken meat and mutilated corpses all over the ground throughout the year, stood by the bedside and stared at the 2 shivering women, and said in a deep voice, tell me everything you saw tonight, word for word. A full 2 hours or so later, when the sky had already dawned, Sure was wiping the blood on his hands throughout the year and walked down the stairs. On the 2nd floor of the house, the 2 women were cloaked in blood, tortured beyond recognition, and the pimp's fingers were cracked too. Even the strength to scream was gone, paralyzed in the corner of the wall. Zhang Shan, old snake gang, merchants, Sure muttered throughout the year, but the fury in his eyes is getting thicker and thicker. Good. Very good. He asked in a cold voice. Have you ordered everything? A person next to him hurriedly responded. Back to the Lord. Has let the government seal the city. The whole city search for the murderer, focusing on squatting on the pharmacy and medical hall, and strictly investigating the people who have back injuries. Sure throughout the year nodded, pulled over a table, sitting in front of the Qinghe building with a big horse, called down those tenants' female prostitutes. One by one, I will personally ask questions. It was only at sunrise that the knock on the door came. Jiang Ming put his arm around Miss Frost and went downstairs together, staring at Sure throughout the year with some dissatisfaction, and said in a deep voice, Lord Sure, if you look for the murderer, just look for the murderer, and lock us all up here. It's too much. Sure frowned slightly throughout the year and saw the tiger head embroidery on Jiang Ming's clothes, which was the very logo of the Tiger Hunt Villa. Although the Sure family is popular, but in the face of other first-class martial arts forces, without reason and do not dare to be unscrupulous. Tiger Hunt manners? I'm sorry, my Sure family must investigate last night's matter thoroughly. As long as you have nothing to do with that murderer, I naturally won't make things difficult for you, he patiently said. If an ordinary drinker dared to contradict him like this, he would have been kicked over by him long ago. I have nothing to do with this kind of lunacy? Jiang Ming was speechless. Sure was expressionless throughout the year as he said, tell me all the things you saw last night. Really? Jiang Ming glanced at the frosty girl beside him, seeing that Sure was going to be angry throughout the year. Jiang Ming then said, last night we were too tired. Roughly this, and that, and then early on we were tired and slept. And when we woke up again, we heard noisy killing outside the door, so we dressed and went out. Don't believe you ask Frost Girl. The frosty girl, thinly clothed, nodded her head repeatedly. It's really this, and that. Sure's face is gloomy throughout the year, and again this kind of rhetoric. The whole Qinghe building to see what that murderer looks like. In addition to the old pimp and the 2 women, there is surprisingly no one else. You two take off your clothes and show your spines, he said coldly. What do you want? Jiang Ming looked wary. I'm not that kind of person. Strip. Stone drank in the anger of ninjas throughout the year. If not for the other side of the tiger hunting village, he really wanted to beat this guy violently. As if stunned, Jiang Ming reluctantly took off his clothes, revealing his upper body. The frost girl did as she was told. Her fragrant shoulders trembled slightly, her hands covered her chest, and she timidly said, My lord, do you still continue? Jiang Ming immediately speechless. This frost girl's segment, really high without bounds. Sure glanced at the two men's intact spines throughout the year and impatiently said, Get the hell out of here. Miss Frost, see you again sometime. Jiang Ming bid a reluctant farewell before walking out of the Qinghe building. Tiger hunt. As soon as Jiang Ming returned, he was surrounded by Pang Lu and the others, impatiently asking what happened last night. I heard that Shi Juanhong's head was soaked into a night pot, Pang Lu curiously said. Wang Dong gleefully said, How did I hear my friend say that he was split in half by that good man Zhang Shan with a knife, half dipped in steamed buns to eat, half held up and directly drank blood? The crowd looked at Wang Dong in unison. What kind of ing friend did you make? Yours is all bull asterisk. I hear The crowd was talking, making Jiang Ming's head spin for a while. God on high, he just wanted to make a cynical extrajudicial fanatic Zhang Shan, but did not want to create a man-eating maniac. In the end, Guan Feng's arrival was what rescued Jiang Ming from the pile of people. The Shi family didn't make things difficult for you, did they? Guan Feng smiled lightly, seemingly in a good mood. Jiang Ming shook his head, just asking questions. This time, the Stone family can be considered a face. Guan Feng laughed loudly. No longer stable, this group of people caught a night, and did not catch that murderer. That person seems to have disappeared from the Great Cloud Prefecture city. What else can Jiang Ming say? It's a ghost if he can catch it. The wind is flourishing it. Was snapped in the face. This Stone family is afraid to make a fuss for a while. Guan Feng music for half a day. Before it is said, do not talk about these. They make a fuss about them. What do you intend to do? Leave today. Jiang Ming replied. The realm of martial arts is stagnant, so it's useless to stay any longer. You, alas. Guan Feng wanted to say something, but finally shook his head. That's just it. You kid. I don't think Tiger Hunt Villa will be able to keep you in the end. Go to Old Feng's place later. I have something to leave for you. Guan Feng waved his hand in disinterest and let Jiang Ming leave. Jiang Ming respectfully saluted before turning to leave. In these days in the Tiger Hunting Villa, Guan Feng also counted on him to take care of him. Chapter 41, After the matter is over. I'm still a medicine picker. In the small courtyard, Apothecary Feng took out a prescription from the house and handed it to Jiang Ming. This is what Guan Feng happened to get when he was practicing outside by chance back in the day. It has no direct effect on practicing martial arts, but it is able to calm one's mind and improve concentration. It is a little bit of use when one's mind is restless and one's emotions are confused. Apothecary Feng laughed. He knows that you are bent on seeking martial arts, and this counts as a bit of his expectation for you. Don't be disturbed by external things, and stick to your path of martial arts. Thank Headhunter Guan for me. Jiang Ming will live up to his expectations. Jiang Ming took the prescription and arched his hand. I also thank Master Feng for taking care of me these past few months. Don't be polite with me. Pharmacist Feng smiled and said, then pointed to the prescription. But there is one thing to remember. This prescription can only be drunk at most once a month. Otherwise you will have a splitting headache and mental depression for a long time. It is best to use it at the critical time of breaking through the bottleneck. So evil? Jiang Ming raised his eyebrows, then nodded his head to show that he kept it in mind. Bidding farewell to Apothecary Feng to leave, Jiang Ming touched the prescription, but his mind was alive with thoughts. I also wonder what the effect would be if I drank it once a day. Returning to his small courtyard, Jiang Ming saw at a glance that Feng Lai was sitting under a big tree, reading his book that he had read several times on some kind of ruling the country and leveling the world, which was thicker than a slab. And as usual, Huang Xiaoying practiced martial arts at the base of the wall, still failing to sense blood qi. Wang Dong, on the other hand, has long been with Pang Lu and others, ran to the city's taverns to drink, inquiring about last night's Qinghe Lu matter. Seeing Jiang Ming's return, Feng Lai closed his book and walked over, sighing softly, Ah Ming, if you really want to go to Ping'an Town, what about your martial path? The prefecture city is the place to realize your ambitions. Jiang Ming pointed to the book that Feng Lai had placed at the root of the tree and laughed. I'm originally a mountain idler, so perhaps my path to martial arts is in the mountains, just like your path to martial arts, which can never be separated from the passionate blood in your heart. Feng Lai is, after all, a teenager, and was instantly said to be a little red in the face. Where do I have any kind of passion? Jiang Ming patted his shoulder and smiled without saying anything. Huang Xiaoying seemed to move his lips slightly, as if he wanted to say something to say goodbye, but in the end, he still lowered his head and practiced his fist, saying nothing. Jiang Ming didn't think anything of it, packed up his belongings, and left the Tiger Hunt Villa in stride. Jezebel Hall. Jiang Ming brought Dr. Sun roasted chicken and old wine again, accompanied him to drink a meal, and finally mixed a bowl of medicinal soup to regulate blood qi, before saying goodbye and leaving. Walking in the streets of the city, everywhere in chaos, rows of government soldiers and Stone family private soldiers search everywhere. The Sher family seems to have moved on, frantically searching for that murderer. Jiang Ming face color ancient well no waves. Good man Zhang Shan killed people. With him Jiang Ming what is the relationship? Panic a getter. At the city gates, Jiang Ming was stripped and inspected again before being let out. Outside the city, Jiang Ming looked up. The sky ahead was bright and cloudless, and Yunmeng Mountain Zephyr was far away. When the matter is over, I will go away and hide my body and name in the deep. Jiang Ming revealed a smile. Moo. An old man with a furrowed face drove an ox cart, pulling a load of hay, slowly past him. Old man. Where to? Jiang Ming waved his hand and shouted. The old man turned his head somewhat sluggishly, his blank eyes focusing on Jiang Ming before he slowly said, Ping'an Town. Give me a ride. Jiang Ming threw over a copper plate, regardless of the old man with or without consent, directly rolled on the ox cart. Bang Sound lying on top of the hay, casually dragged a piece of gripped in the mouth. Is the hands resting on the back of the head? Crossing his legs and resting his eyes, the old man pinched the copper plate carefully measured for a moment, only to be grinning, driving the ox cart to continue to move forward, to halfway to the wilderness when no one, and even sang a mountain song. Peaceful town, tavern. Jiang Ming leisurely sipped a small wine and ate smoked tofu that he hadn't eaten in a long time. He has been back for a few days, reported to the branch of the tiger hunting villa, and knew that the people have not come together, is to drill into the mountains to pick medicine and drink tea, and did not return to the town until today. A burly figure suddenly came striding in and sat down across from him. Jiang Ming looked up and smiled. Steward Dong, long time no see. Now Jiang Ming was almost certain that this Steward Dong must be a martial artist. After all, the old snake gang was going to establish a real branch here as well, and still needed a martial artist to sit in on it. But the old snake gang's gang leader is also a second-rate martial artist, and the Steward Dong who was sent here is at most a third-rate, or even more likely to be a non-entity. Jiang Ming had now entered the realm of the third stream. There was nothing to be afraid of. Even if he only spelled out his identity, this Steward Dong would not dare to move the people of the Tiger Hunt Villa. Dong's steward face but a little unsightly, said in a deep voice, when I invited Jiang little brother to join the old snake gang, you said that you do not like to gang up. Now how to even join the tiger hunting manor? Jiang Ming let out a loud laugh and said carelessly, Steward Dong's information is well informed, but one thing has changed. Nowadays the world is in chaos. A good bird chooses a tree nest. So what if I join the tiger hunting villa? You. Steward Dong changed color, and his eyes were filled with fury. Are you saying that I, the old snake gang, can't do it? Compared to the tiger hunt villa, there's still a thread of one. Jiang Ming didn't care, and said openly, what is this one of a thread? Steward Dong should understand. Jiang Ming, how dare you? Steward Dong is a martial artist. What are you? Behind Steward Dong, a follower couldn't help but scold angrily. Don't stomp on your nose. I'll damn well let you know the rules first. With that, he was slapping towards Jiang Ming. Dong's steward sat and did not move, but the corner of his mouth was a cold smile. Of course he did not dare to beat Jiang Ming, but his men could not help but fight. What can he do? Big deal, you guys beat my men again. Jiang Ming looked cold, sitting on the chair without moving. A flick of the wrist, a wine bowl was shot out. Snap sound hit the follower of the bridge of the nose. Cut it out. Bones snapped. Ah. That follower let out a miserable scream, staggered and stumbled back several steps, and finally couldn't stop his retreat. Sitting on the ground with his butt, the entire corner of his nose and eyes were bloody, with broken bone stubble exposed, and he looked scary as hell. Wu Yi, you've really come up with a good name. Jiang Ming indifferently looked down at this young follower. When the old Scar was in power, this Wu Yi was still an honest mountain picker, and then changed to Dong Steward. He embraced the thigh. Jiang Ming still remembered that Wu Yi was still groveling to himself. I didn't realize that in just a few months, Wu Yi has become a real Wu Yi. The surrounding drinkers were startled. This Jiang Ming had gone out for a few months and came back. Why had he become even more wild than before? Instead, Steward Dong stared at Jiang Ming with a deadly stare and said in a deep voice, you sensed blood qi? That seemingly simple hand of Jiang Ming's was not something that anyone could do. That kind of force could only be struck by those who sensed blood qi. Ha ha ha. Of course. Otherwise how would I have the face to return to Ping'an Town? Jiang Ming laughed out loud. Jiang Ming was undaunted and leveled his eyes at Steward Dong. Nowadays he had two skins, one of which was the extra-legal maniac Zheng Shan, which could not be revealed in front of the people, and once it appeared it was necessary to see blood, and the other one is Jiang de Maniac, or called Jiang Aron, need to always operate. This skin is loaded with Pinyin town of medicine pickers and tiger hunting Zhuang's learning martial arts disciples, seemingly wild and domineering, but there is not much heart, the most easy to let people lower their vigilance, and do not want to be messed with. The last time he killed Old Scar, it was also with the skin of Jiang de Maniac that made Steward Dong dispel his doubts. As for the real him, he hides behind these two skins, practicing martial arts and searching for immortality, enjoying long life. As expected, when Steward Dong heard this, the corners of his mouth twitched a little, and he also kind of didn't want to pull any more crap with Jiang Ming. At this moment, he just wanted to find a step down and hurriedly get away from this Jiang Dazhong. If this guy is still an ordinary person, Steward Dong naturally has a way to hold him. After all, although the old snake gang is a second-rate force, but backed by the Sure family, there is still a way to clean up an ordinary person. But now that Jiang Ming has already sensed the blood chi, unless Steward Dong personally makes a move, he really can't hold him. This prick will be packed up, sooner or later. Dong's steward cursed in his heart, somewhat regretting that he came to provoke this dilettante today. Chapter 42 The Legend of the Fourth Master by The Fourth Master is still alive. Please read after him. This guy actually already senses blood chi. Is the talent for cultivating martial arts so high? Steward Dong stared at Jiang Ming, feeling an immense headache. He simply did not dare to personally take a shot at Jiang Ming. Otherwise this old snake gang branch, I'm afraid that in the twinkling of an eye, it will be trampled down by the gang of reckless people from the Tiger Hunt Villa. Jiang Ming slowly sipped his wine and smiled lightly. Steward Dong, there are some misunderstandings between you and me. How about getting over it? God, misunderstood. Steward Dong glanced at the bloodied and grunting Wu Yi and only felt fire rise 3 feet high. But now, he can only pinch his nose and admit it, squeezing out a smile on his face. Master Jiang has a point. It's all a misunderstanding. A misunderstanding. In that case, Mr. Jiang takes his leave. Jiang Ming laughed 3 times and left the tavern in stride. Wu Yi covered his face and walked forward, enduring the pain and saying unwillingly, Master Dong, just let him go? Snap. As soon as his words fell, he was slapped by Steward Dong and knocked over on the ground, with bloody foam from his teeth splashing out of his mouth. Rubbish, don't let me see you again in the future. Steward Dong drank with an icy face, while in his heart, he held a complete grudge against this Jiang Ming. Good boy. In just a few months you climbed to Master Dong my head, but as long as you haven't become a martial artist yet, you're nothing. Wait, a little longer until the day when my old snake gang goes straight up. What Tiger Hunt Villa? What Wang family? All have to languish under the feet of my old son. He rose with a flourish and left without looking back, Wu Yi miserably lying on the ground, while jealousy burned in his eyes. Why is it that I work so hard, but still inferior to that Jiang Ming? With spiteful eyes, he stumbled up from the ground and ran off into the distance like a wounded lone wolf. 3 days later, the tavern. Jiang Ming drilled into the mountains and practiced boxing for a few days. His mouth was craving for a drink, and as soon as he walked into the tavern, the people around him stood up and greeted Jiang Ming with awe. Good morning, Master Jiang. Master Jiang. The events that happened in the tavern that day spread quickly, and the news that Jiang Dazwangren had soared to fame and power and suppressed the old snake gang Master Dong flew through Pinyin town like wings. Ming Gure's name was also upgraded by 1 level to become Master Jiang. Jiang Ming sat in his seat. Drinking wine is also a little emotional. From the beginning of the Ming to the Ming Brotherhood, to the current Master Jiang, I am also considered a master generation. Fei, 1 bowl of running tongue per person. I'm treating, the rest to hang on the account. Jiang Ming beckoned and threw over an ingot of broken silver. With his current status, it was normal to carry some silver on his body, and no one dared to covet anything anymore. Okay. Fei put in the silver, began to busy. Behind the counter, the old gingerhead lying comfortably on a bamboo chair, has begun to live a retired life in advance. Weekdays the tavern's business, have hired the Fei couple to take care of. Many thanks to Master Jiang. Master Jiang atmosphere. A chorus of compliments rang out from all around, and Jiang Ming had an expression of enjoyment on his face as he casually asked, anything interesting these days? Hey, of course there is. Fei poured the wine while cheerfully saying, you all know about the night pot murder incident at Qingha House in the city, right? No. Blood-drinking fiend Zhang Shan, my idol. Jiang Ming almost spewed out a mouthful of wine. Goddamn night jug murderer and blood-drinking fiend. Others are already arguing about it, in all versions. Alright, all of you. Stop arguing. Fei said impatiently, What I'm about to say is new news. Oh, what's new? The others said in a rush. Fei mysteriously said, I heard people on the road say that this good man Zhang Shan has done more than this big case. What? Tell me quickly. Fei also no longer sells the story. Continued. Remember last year on the official road, a few hijackers were split in half and nailed to a tree? I heard that the several people who died this time died in the same manner. What? That thing was also done by the good man Zhang Shan? Truly worthy of being my idol. Seriously, it can't be? Someone was incredulous. Hey, 8 or 9 is not far from it. Fei hemmed and hawed and said, that night, my friends on the road were squatting outside the Qinghe building, and heard with their own ears that Zhang Shan good man was shouting, I kill people. Don't care what bull sure family old snake gang. Heck all the way to cut over. To kill is these bastards who oppress people. And, shucks, the Shi family scumbags aren't as tough as those traitors. Yes, ouch. In the tavern, a hoot and a holler. Now Pinyin Town has long been built a new restaurant. Wine and food exquisite wine a lot of. Can stay in the old gingerhead here to drink. Are still the former bitter people. Now it is the wine is full of sound. Heard the news since it is a big cry of pleasure. By the way you said the old snake gang. Could it be that the good man has also laid hands on the old snake gang? Haven't heard of it Someone suddenly wondered. Haven't you heard? Fei had a strange look in his eyes. At the end of last year. Where was the fire you forgot? The crowd was dumbfounded. And then they were all shocked. That good man has come to Pinyin Town? The original old Scar. Even this good man also killed. Good. There is injustice in the heart. Pulling out the sword to show the sharpness. This Zhang Shan good man is really a hero among men. Jiang Ming bragged at the right time, adding a halo to his good man's human skin. Who says it is not? The crowd all marveled. And then even Jiang Ming bragged together. Master Jiang is worthy of having been in the city. That is, he has a literary talent. Old Gingerhead lying behind the counter. But his face showed a trace of stunned confusion. He had always thought that the old Scar was killed by Jiang Ming. Could it be that he was mistaken? Because no matter how powerful Jiang Ming is, he can't be a third-rate martial artist. What an old fool, sighed the old Gingerhead, shaking his head. By the way, Fei, where did you get your friends on the road? So well informed? On the wine table, someone suddenly remembered to ask. Fei was speaking eloquently with a fluttering brow when he stammered at the words. I don't suppose you made it all up, did you? The man was instantly suspicious. You don't defile people's innocence out of thin air. Fei immediately anxious red face. Forehead veins bloomed out. And finally really have no choice. Is like a deflated ball. I used to roam in the city. Know some friends. That night just happened to be someone in the back of the Qinghe building to rummage through the garbage cans. HM? Ha 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 ha. The tavern erupted in laughter, filling the air inside and outside the store with rapture. Jiang Ming also revealed a smile. Since Fei can hear the wind, that the character of the good man Zhang Shan should have already spread throughout the Daeunfu. If you act again in the future, you won't need to use the identity of Jiang Ming, he whispered in his heart. After all, Jiang Ming's identity has roots and can be supported for many years. If it is not necessary, he does not want to be too conspicuous. A moment later, an old medicine picker carrying a medicine basket said again. Speaking of new news, this year a group of wild beasts appeared in the mountains, everywhere with our medicine pickers to steal work. Have you ever seen? A bunch of beasts? What do you mean? Another person took over the conversation and hastened to say, I have seen it. Are you talking about a few mountain deer, a tiger, and a few mountain pigs, as well as a big, fat, unlikable white rabbit that sits on the tiger's head every day? Yes, yes, yes. I've seen that rabbit before. I've been searching for the golden bug ginseng for a long time, and it gleaned and ate it in 3 or 2 swipes. It's outrageous. A rabbit riding a tiger across the mountains. At the mention of the fat rabbit, the tavern was abuzz with activity, and many people swore that they had seen the scene of a rabbit riding a tiger. But there are still most of the people who have never seen it, are full of disbelief. This is more outrageous than the legend of what mountain gods and spirits. How can it be possible? This damn. Jiang Ming's face was odd, and he muttered in his heart. Fourth Master, what kind of tricks are you playing? Chapter 43, you think it's a village brawl? That rabbit is definitely real. I saw it slap a tiger on the head. You drank a fake bar and a tiger was beaten by a rabbit? If it's real I'll pull a handstand. Stop stop stop. Where is the fake wine? What are all the fetishes? Go home and perform yourself. Old Gingerhead immediately displeased said. The tavern was in chaos, and the people argued around whether the rabbit was true or false for half a day. The last rumor was more and more evil, and no one was able to convince the other. Jiang Ming also had an interested look on his face, interjecting a couple of words about nothing, and soon got the general situation clear. It turns out that from the beginning of this spring, there are people in the mountains and forests to see a fat white rabbit suspected of picking herbs. Immediately felt curious. Want to catch it home. I didn't think that the fat white rabbit was incredibly resourceful, and escaped into the depths of the mountain forest, for a long time without reappearing. Until last month, someone once again encountered the rabbit in the mountains, but saw the original lone rabbit. Now it is a group, and even hooked into a tiger as a mount. Who said that only cows and goats are in groups? This dang mountain king is also too undignified. Jiang Ming spat in his heart, for the fourth master is still alive but is not surprised. He had nothing to do last winter, with his own blood enough to refine 20 to 30 copies of the Imperial Beast Medicine Soup, all fed to the White Four Masters. Its spirit to open up the degree of far more than the previous few. Living until now is naturally no problem, but a rabbit can dominate tigers, boars and such ferocious beasts. But let Jiang Ming is also a little stunned. Could it be that this guy ate too much medicine to produce any mutation? If you're free, you can catch up with the fourth master, Jiang Ming said in his heart. And the tavern. This seems to attract people's attention to the topic. Soon is the past. Because this kind of fact is too bizarre, many people simply did not believe. Just as someone deliberately make up strange stories to attract people's attention. Jiang Ming smiled. This kind of thing does happen from time to time. Some remote villages and towns and the beasts and monsters talk countless. Numerous villagers say that the real existence of, but 99% of them are considered false. It's just that. This time it's for real. Jiang Ming Xin said. But if we find the fourth master, we'll have to keep it on the down low as well. Sun up 3 pole, drink morning wine crowd gradually leave. Jiang Ming also ready to go. Today the tiger hunting Zhuang branch chief arrived. This branch will officially run. He also want to show up. Master Jiang. Wait. Old Jiang too, however, sat up from his chair and called out to him. You're the one who was Master Jiang. Still call me Mingir, just call me Mingir. Jiang Ming laughed. Old Jiang too laughed and said, Brother Ming, remember the guy who fought here the other day? Jiang Ming raised his eyebrows. Wu-ee, how? He came to his senses and changed his ways? Old Gingerhead shook his head. He came to me to buy wine several times, but never drank it. It was all sold away. I also heard Fei say that he was sneaky every day, and appeared outside your home yard many times. You have to be careful. Jiang Ming was stunned for a moment, then sighed and slowly said, I know that he used to be a decent person, and I wanted to give him a chance to change his ways. Old Gingerhead said with complicated eyes, when a Benjamin is vicious, he is more terrible than a villain. I know. Master Jiang need not worry. I will take care of it. Jiang Ming nodded gently and turned to leave the tavern. In Ping'an Town, Tiger Hunt Villa Branch, there were more than 20 people standing in the spacious courtyard. And in front of the crowd, there is a cool young man in his 20s or 30s, with highbrow bones and slightly shadowy eyes, who at this time is making a spirited speech, such as what a concerted effort, to create another brilliant. My father can't use so long to kill a pig. Wang Dong stood in the crowd and muttered. He thought that the road of martial arts was hopeless, and took the initiative to ask for help to come here to do some slaughtering work, and did not think that he would meet such a long-winded one. Jiang Ming, on the other hand, is eye to eye, nose to nose, standing still, seemingly listening attentively to a chaos in his ears, not listening to anything. It's all a skill practiced in a previous life. It was only after more than half an hour that this division leader named Zhong Shaoan ended his speech, and the crowd immediately flew away. Jiang Ming, stay for a moment, he suddenly said. Jiang Ming stood still, looked at this Zhong Shaoan, and smiled. I don't know what Chief Zhong has to do. Jiang Ming remembered that the owner of the tiger hunting villa is the surname Zhong. This Zhong Shaoan is a third-rate martial artist, but there are many third-rate martial artists in the villa, and he is so young that he can come here to be the chief, and is afraid that there is not a small relationship with this family name. Zhong Shaoan put his hands behind his back, turned his back to Jiang Ming, and said indifferently, Headhunter Guan said that you're a young talent, and recommended you to me as a deputy. I don't know if you're willing to help me share some of my affairs. Jiang Ming froze, then his mind turned sharply. This Zhong Shaoan seems to be a person who likes power. If he really borrowed Guanfeng's might and foolishly agreed to it, he was afraid that there would be less trouble in the future. He immediately arched his hand and said with an apologetic face, Everyone in the manor knows that I don't like affairs, so I still have to work hard for Chief Zhong to make the decision on the many matters of this Ping'an Town branch, and I have no second thoughts about it. When Zhong Shaoan heard this, he immediately revealed a wisp of a smile, but his mouth was regretful. Well, since it is so, then I can only work harder. Chief Zhong is truly a role model for my generation. Jiang Ming hurriedly made a look of admiration and touted this new chief for a few more sentences before leaving the place. That's good. Nothing to worry about. Walking out of the tiger hunting villa branch, Jiang Ming also revealed a smile. Suddenly understood why Guanfeng recommended him to be the deputy. It is impossible for him not to know what Zhong Shaoan is. This is to try to find an idle job for himself that no one will bother him. High, really high, Jiang Ming admired. Any other position, it was impossible to be so leisurely. Next, after the last thing is dealt with, you can happily go back to the mountain to meticulously practice martial arts. Jiang Ming was in a happy mood. Late night, small yard, grassy house, a candle flame fluttered, reflecting Wu Yi's face brightly and darkly, somewhat hideous. In front of him were several jars of spirits. Jiang Ming, I have to ruthlessly retaliate against you this time. He gritted his teeth and looked sinister, lighting up your house while you were asleep. I don't believe you can still live. Bang. The door to the room suddenly broke open and was kicked to pieces. Who? Wu Yi was alarmed. Jiang Ming walked in without hiding, and the district is not worth hiding his identity for a Wu Yi. Even if Steward Dong knows, so what? He can only hold his nose and admit it. You, what do you want? Wu Yi was startled when he saw Jiang Ming. Jiang Ming glanced at the cans of wine and said with a smirk, burning down my house? Is that all you've got? No, I didn't. Wu Yi's face turned pale, desperately shaking his head. I bought it to drink. You spare me once. The wine you bought to drink. What can I spare? Jiang Ming smiled lightly. Wu Yi was dumbfounded, knowing that he had spoken out of turn. He fell to his knees with a flutter and kowtowed frantically. This time I was wrong. You have a lot of mercy. Let me go. Jiang Ming was expressionless and said indifferently. This time? Do you think this is a village head fight, where you go round and I go round? Wu Yi looked up in horror. Jiang Ming casually picked up a fragment of the wooden door and lightly flung it forward. Sound of escaping laughter. The shard was inserted into Wu Yi's brow. Blood gurgled, and he suddenly lost his voice and planted himself on the ground. From the day you hugged the leg of the jungle people, you should have the realization of dying in the jungle. Jiang Ming glanced at the corpse and left in stride. A few days later, Yunmeng Mountain Zephyr. Jiang Ming has been picking herbs in the mountain forest for several days and finally saw the fourth master. Chapter 44, The Rabbit and the Tiger. Click click click. In the mountain forest, a white rabbit, fat as a round ball, held a ginseng plant in both paws and ate it as fast as it gnawed on a radish. And underneath its buttocks, a large spotted tiger was lazily lying on a rock and sunning itself, shaking its head from time to time to shake off the crumbs that the rabbit had eaten onto it. Suddenly, this ferocious tiger let out a low whistle from its mouth and violently stood up, staring at the jungle in front of it. The fat rabbit was also startled, and hurriedly tucked the ginseng under his buttocks, his little paws deadening the tiger's fur. Rustle, the blades of grass shook, and a silhouette slowly walked out from it. Fourth master, so powerful. Jiang Ming looked at the scene and smiled. He had been practicing his fist and picking herbs in the mountains for the past few days, and it was not until today that he managed to encounter this group of beast combinations that had already gained notoriety. Roar! The tiger opened his bloody mouth. A ferocious aura flowed out, and was about to give this human who did not know the high ground a little color to see. However, the rabbit on its back was suddenly leaping and running forward in a flurry of smoke, circling around Jiang Ming's legs in an excited frenzy. The tiger stopped moving at once, his eyes full of confusion. Coo coo coo, coo coo. Jiang Ming laughed as he watched the fat rabbit keep making noises, his little paw frantically pouring out, pointing here and there for a while. I haven't seen you in a few months. Fourth master, your spiritual wisdom seems to have improved quite a bit. Jiang Ming also gazed in amazement. It seemed like that imperial beast pill prescription was really something. Coo 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 coo. The fat rabbit pointed at the tiger again, and then at himself. After half a day of language exchange, Jiang Ming finally roughly understood that this rabbit, after drinking dozens of copies of the imperial beast potion soup, had produced some unknown changes, and was able to order some of the mountain beasts to do things for it. There seems to be a limit to the number of such commands though, and they are only temporary, lasting a few days before they expire. So you're too lazy to toss it and only keep a tiger as a bodyguard. Jiang Ming laughed lightly, still knowing the character of this lazy rabbit quite well. The fat rabbit nodded his head in a hurry, an anthropomorphic giggle on his face, his chubby face trembling with fat. It's really a rabbit in a hat. Jiang Ming was not expecting this kind of change, but in the end, it was not a bad thing, and it was not bad for this rabbit to have some self-preservation in the mountains. Spiritual wisdom is so high. In the future, is it possible to teach the fourth master to recognize words? Jiang Ming stroked his chin. After recognizing words, is it still possible to practice martial arts? Can't it be that this rabbit will really become a demon in the future if it grows up? I didn't expect that this prescription that I first got was, on the contrary, suspected to be the closest thing to the world of immortal cultivation. Jiang Ming whispered softly. There must be a demon in the event of an anomaly. And this prescription was clearly not like the contraption of the mundane world. Only until now, Jiang Ming had never seen anyone who was really related to immortal cultivation, so it seemed that this matter could not be rushed, and he needed to wait for his chance slowly. But it's okay, the last thing he needs is time. Keep a low profile in the future. Being discovered by the humans outside, with your little smarts cannot escape. Then he patted the fourth master's head and admonished. The fat bunny nodded his head in a hurry. After reuniting with the fourth master, Jiang Ming came back to the wooden house that was once built, and was surprised to find that it was kept quite clean, and apart from some dust and fallen leaves, there was nothing like animal feces and corpses and such contraptions. The white fourth master rode the tiger, smugly walking around in front of Jiang Ming to claim credit, stating that it was all its doing. Jiang Ming lost his smile, slightly cleaned up, and then re-established residence in this mountain cabin, daily picking herbs and cooking tea, practicing boxing and sleeping, and sometimes following the fourth master out in search of medicine, leaving that big tiger to watch over the house, and in the fourth master's help, now can enter the eyes of Jiang Ming. The minimum is also worth dozens of copper rare medicinal herbs. Even the golden worm ginseng are not considered top medicinal herbs, and to the town to sell, and no one dares to look for his trouble again. This is the strength and identity brought about by the change. Morning light, the wooden house outside the river, a figure naked, tirelessly practicing boxing, breathing long and thick, exuding a trace of fierce momentum, just like a real ferocious tiger. Under the eaves, a tiger lying on its back revealed a puzzled look, feeling how that human had an aura similar to it. It wasn't until the sun was up that Jiang Ming stopped and took the medicinal soup that the fourth master held out to him and drank it all in one go. The potency of this secret medicine. It's getting weaker and weaker. Jiang Ming felt the blood qi within his body boil slightly, and then it was gone. The secret medicine for practicing martial arts that he had taken from that Master Tong in the first place was not a high-level stuff. Plus now that he had broken through to a third-rate martial artist, his blood qi was growing slower and slower, and this medicinal soup was already difficult to satisfy him. But this is not a problem. The longevity of my life is endless. My body functions will not decline, and my blood qi will not be lost. As long as I slowly simmer, I can always simmer my blood qi up. The biggest problem today is how to comprehend the intent. Jiang Ming was a bit helpless, although he could live forever, but he was not a genius in practicing martial arts, and faced with this kind of metaphysical stuff like the realm of meaning, he also had a feeling that he had no place to use his power. Cannot comprehend the state of mind? It is difficult to quench the blood qi into the skin and flesh, even if the blood qi is strong and powerful. Being cut on a knife or blood splattered 3 feet. Right. That prescription of Guan Feng's. Jiang Ming's eyes suddenly lit up. Apothecary Feng said that this prescription can calm the mind and improve concentration, so taking it when breaking through a bottleneck might be useful for me. And most of the herbs in that prescription are available in the mountains. Just go to the pharmacy and buy a few adjuncts. He jumped into the river with a plop and casually took a bath, then returned to the pharmacy, picked some herbs and loaded them into the medicine basket, and took a big stride towards the mountain. Ping'an town. Jiang Ming didn't go to the medicine market again, but directly walked into a medicine store opened in the center of the town. This was the store opened here by the Fu Changwang family. There was no need to be concerned about any old snake gang at all. This also makes the old snake gang's medicine market. All of a sudden the door cannot be, but there is nothing to be done. Even the tiger hunting zhuang they do not dare to mess with. Not to mention the first family of the capital city Wang family. Master Jiang. Rare guest. Inside the medicine store, the shopkeeper warmly welcomed. Jiang Ming had already sold medicinal herbs to him several times. Each time it was some rare contraption. It was an invaluable guest that could not be missed. Calculate a price for me for these. In addition, I need some herbs. Jiang Ming handed over the medicine basket and reported a string of names of herbs. The pharmacy shopkeeper wisely did not ask anything, panicked and nodded his head to get busy. And soon it was a couple of taels of silver and 2 large packages of medicinal herbs were handed over to Jiang Ming. Just after walking out of the medicine store, Jiang Ming met up with a burly figure on the street. Master Dong. Busy ah. Jiang Ming smiled and continued to walk forward. Steward Dong, however, had an ugly face and blocked in front of him. Wu Yi is dead. I don't know who did it. Jiang Ming said with an astonished face. Many actions will lead to death. This reasoning your surname Dong. You should understand ah. In the future, you have to restrain the people under you more, so that you don't mess with anything that you shouldn't. With a light laugh, he crossed over to Steward Dong and disappeared down the street in stride. Steward Dong's fists clenched, veins showing on his forehead. Good. Very good. Smacking my old snake gang's face. I'll take this revenge. This Steward Dong is even more narrow-minded than old Scar. Jiang Ming toward home. The heart is also dark, this old snake gang. Really a nest of snakes and rats. Only a pity that the strength is not enough now. Wait for me to break through to the second stream. Oh no. Is waiting for the good man Zhang Shan to break through the second stream. Steward Dong does not know in the slightest that when he is holding a grudge against someone, that person is already thinking about how to end his lair. And after Jiang Ming walked down the street for a moment, he suddenly let out a soft eep and looked in one direction. That is the old Zhou Tu's home. Since the old Zhou Tu's death, it is empty, and now it is actually alive again. Wisps of smoke are rising from the house. Chapter 45, 100 Slaughters. Wei Yan. Creak. Jiang Ming pushed the door and stood in the courtyard. The shallow pit under his feet was incomparably familiar. It was left behind from practicing the Fuhu fist back then. On the treetops, a burst of cicadas. This time last year, Jiang Ming carried a robin monkey and wine and meat, and came here to learn martial arts from the old Zhou Tu. The scene is still vivid, but now things are not the same. The people in the house heard the commotion and rushed out. Seeing Jiang Ming they were also stunned, and then their eyes were red. Mingle. Jiang Ming looked at Zhou Wenxiu, once a cheerful and tender young girl. Just a few months passed. Between the eyebrows is more mature. Only the exposed armrests. There are a lot of scars. It looks like it was whipped. Jiang Ming knew that this girl should have suffered a lot in the city. But this was the path that the underclass had to go through in their growth process, and no one could go through it for her. Some people are born in the clouds. Others are born in hell. And not only do they have to struggle through hell, but they also have to endure the taunts and oppression of those who sit in the clouds. 1,000 words came to my lips, but only one remained. Do you cook much? Give me a bowl. Zhou Wenxiu gritted her teeth and nodded, panicked and ran into the house. For a long time before she was to come out again, her eyes reddened, and she served Jiang Ming dry noodle cakes and boiled wild vegetables. Jiang Ming sat on the low small bench, eating and drinking heavily as if he had been hungry for days, and finally burped his incomparably satisfied self again. You ate all my cakes, Zhou Wenxiu said as she sat across from Jiang Ming, her elbows propped up on her knees, her hands cupping her head in exasperation. Jiang Ming couldn't help but smile. At this time, Zhou Wenxiu, Fong had some of the aura from back then. I don't have any money with me anyway. Jiang Ming stood up and laughed. Why don't I teach you how to practice boxing and offset your money for this meal? How about it? When old Zhou Tu was alive, he never taught this granddaughter to practice kung fu for fear that she would train herself badly. But the old Zhou head did not understand. This world is not afraid of you practicing bad, only afraid that you are too weak. When the old Zhou head somewhat understand this truth, but it is already too late. Zhou Wenxiu also froze at the words, and then her legs bent to kneel on the ground. Jiang Ming's eyes and hands quickly gripped her up, shaking his head. You cook for me. I teach you to practice boxing. No one owes anyone. You kowtow to me again. Do I kowtow back to you? Playing worship it. Zhou Wenxiu blushed at once. Jiang Ming coughed lightly and comforted her. Don't be embarrassed. From now on, as long as I'm in town, I'll cook 3 meals a day. You don't want to miss a single meal. Zhou Wenxiu was baffled. What are you fuming about? Start. The first style. Fierce tiger sitting you. Jiang Ming recalled what old Zhou Tu had taught him, and said slowly, this is the fundamental technique of the Fuhu Quan. A few moments later, fist winds whistling in the small courtyard, as in the year, going up the mountain to pick herbs and down the mountain to teach kung fu. In the blink of an eye, it was 3 months later. Yellow leaves fill the sky and cold winds blow. In front of the mountain hut, a somewhat fat tiger stared at the human by the river, his tail tightly clamped behind him. The breath of that human is getting more and more scary. This king is a bit scared. Why doesn't the rabbit lord take me far away? By the river. Jiang Ming fist momentum wind, as the heart, already not stick to the stance, but still quite a chapter, such as clouds and water as smooth as you want, do not see the slightest disorganization. The fierce tiger's momentum is almost complete, and the blood chi is almost the same, but the fierce tiger's intent is still untouchable and unseeable. Jiang Ming gently shook his head. This martial arts path, the further it goes, the harder it will be to. Jiang Ming shook his head gently. Since the last time he went down the mountain to buy a few large packets of herbs, he would drink 3 bowls a day. Indeed, some effect can let him calm his mind, focus on practicing boxing, with twice the result with half the effort. Effect will be the tiger's strength and blood gradually raised to the extreme. Today's Jiang Ming has been counted as the 3rd stream of great success, coupled with his characteristics of not being afraid of cutting and stabbing. If the life and death fight up, unless Guan Feng like the 2nd stream of martial artists to fight, he has no more enemies in the Great Cloud House. However, the 3rd stream to 2nd stream, more to precipitate, sense, already not stuffy hard training can break through. Do not know how many 3rd stream martial artists lifetime stuck here. Jiang Ming has been ready to be stuck at this bottleneck for 3 to 5 years or even longer. Counting the time, Guan Hunting Head and the others should also enter the mountain. Go to get together. He then said to himself. In these few months, although Jiang Ming didn't get involved in the affairs of the tiger hunting villa branch, when he met Guan Hunting Head to lead a hunting party, he would sometimes still participate a little. The founder of the cowhide tiger bone skill. This is to imitate the posture of the savage bull and the ferocious tiger and create this method. In the fight with the ferocious tiger, for the sense of the meaning of the fierce tiger, but also a great benefit. Hey, it's just a pity that although there is one at home, it can't be used for killing. It still has to be kept for watching the door. Jiang Ming glanced at the fat tiger under the eaves of the house, shook his head, lifted a fine iron short sword and left the wooden house, heading deeper into the mountains and forests. Then what is the human looking at me for? The spiritually undeveloped fat tiger was bewildered, and immediately felt a tightening of the chrysanthemum. The depths of the Yunmeng mountain swamp. Jiang Ming met up with Guan Feng and the others at a resting point. Huang Xiaoying didn't come today? Jiang Ming raised his eyebrows. He remembered that girl never missed every hunt since she passed the tiger hunting team's examination. Feng Lai shook his head inside. She just sensed blood chi a few days ago. I was happy for her. I didn't expect that the next day she packed her bag and left, saying that she couldn't apologize to everyone, that her only purpose for coming here was to learn martial arts for free, and now that her purpose has been achieved, she's also gone. Jiang Ming was puzzled. Since you're learning martial arts, why don't you continue learning and be satisfied with just sensing blood chi? Feng Lai shook his head, indicating that he didn't know. Guan Feng was sitting against a large tree with his eyes closed when he suddenly said, the only requirement for the Tsongshan Army's city-breaking team is to sense blood chi. Tsongshan Army? The crowd was shocked at the words. Jiang Ming was also stunned, somewhat in disbelief. The Tsongshan Army is the rebel army in the north that has broken the land of 3 provinces, and now the leader has crowned himself the king of Tsongshan, and his momentum is as high as the sun, and he has consecutively attacked the cities and territories. And among the Tsongshan Army, a city-breaking team was the most famous, making people scared, having set a record of breaching the prefecture in 3 hours. City-breaking team, initially are composed of people practicing martial arts, and then the power to grow. The standard is raised to must sense the blood gas. It was just that everyone, including Jiang Ming, couldn't believe that the low-profile and honest Huang Xiaoying was going to join the rebels. She came to me the day she left. Guan Feng said lightly. Her family is in Qinglanfu, north of Dayanfu, and the family offended the officials and were killed cleanly. Even the 70-year-old crone was not spared. Only she escaped with a life and made it to Dayanfu. She lives with only one obsession, and that is to kill her way into the Qinglin mansion and slaughter the official who killed her family. The crowd was silent. Only after a long time did someone sigh. This damn world. Suddenly, a voice rang out from the front. Yeah, this damn world. A few figures, slowly stepping out of the jungle, appeared in front of the crowd. Who are you? Panlu stood up with a wary look on his face. On the opposite side, a youth who looked like he was only around 20 years old slowly walked to the front and faintly smiled. Wei Yan. What? You're the Centurion? On the side of the Tiger Hunt Villa, a gasp of surprise rang out. Chapter 46 Entering the game. In the mountains, the atmosphere was tense. Jiang Ming looked at the youth in front of him, but also recalled the first time into the city. We'll see the notice posted at the entrance of the city. Among the highest reward is the highest person. Is 100 people to slaughter Wei Yan? The crime seems to be to burn, loot and pillage no evil. But how could Jiang Ming not be able to connect the fierce bearded man in the portrait with this somewhat literate-looking youth? It's a hell of a thing to catch people. Jiang Ming was powerless to spit on those mixed-up painters. 100 slaughter? I only saw the youth shaking his head and laughing, saying, these officials, they really gave me a good name. I merely robbed some grain and grass and took some official silver. Hunting Tiger Village people are speechless. This can be a little too scary? Even Hunting Tiger Village, such a first-class martial arts forces, do not dare to do this thing. How do you dare to say that's so commonplace? Pang Lu was immediately a little nervous, turning his head to look at Guan Feng. This is, after all, a big criminal wanted by the government. Guan Feng was calm and said, I've heard a lot about your name. I wonder what your excellency is looking for in my Tiger Hunt Villa. Many people realized that it was not a chance encounter in the mountains. The other party was purposely looking for the Tiger Hunting Village. It is also the Big Cloud Dream Mountain Swamp, which is so coincidental. Ha ha ha. Worthy of being the head hunter Guan of the Tiger Hunting Villa. Wise as a hawk. Wei Yan laughed a few times before arching his hand. Then I'll get right to the point. I've come on behalf of Flying Cloud Castle to talk to Tiger Hunt Manor about a piece of cooperation. You're from Flying Cloud Castle? At this moment, even Guan Feng's eyes flashed with a hint of shock. Flying Cloud Castle. rumored to be a party force that runs through Yunmeng Mountain in Zhe, has gained a lot of popularity in recent years. Rumor has it that Flying Cloud Castle has done some good deeds of robbing the rich to help the poor, and has even killed several officials who have committed crimes in villages and towns, and destroyed several nests of roving bandits who have plagued villages and towns. It is well known in the Danyun prefecture, and even among the people of the surrounding counties. Exactly. Wei Yan nodded his head and was about to continue saying something. Guan Feng, however, directly waved his hand and said, "Say what you have to say straight. We're a bunch of coarse people. We're used to being straight." Jiang Ming laughed in his heart. How could Guan Hunter Head be a vulgar person? He was just wary of this Flying Cloud Castle. That's why he pretended to be vulgar to interrupt the other party's rhythm. As expected, Wei Yan opened his mouth, prepared half a day of rhetoric useless, finally can only a bitter smile. In that case, then I do not talk much nonsense. Here is a letter. But also please Guan Headhunter for me to pass to Zhong Zhuangzhuang Master. After he sees, he will understand. With that, Wei Yan beckoned, and an inconspicuous middle-aged man by his side immediately stepped forward and handed a letter in Guan Feng's hands. Guan Feng received it with a calm expression, but suddenly probed out a palm and slapped it forward. That middle-aged man's face remained unchanged as he returned with the same palm strike. Boo! A muffled sound like a boulder falling to the ground came out. Strong wind whistling, sand and leaves splashing scattered. All of them had bulging eardrums and were somewhat unsteady on their feet. Guan Feng and the middle-aged man both had their bodies shaken before they stepped back and separated. A second-rate martial artist actually looks down on a young man who has never practiced martial arts. Guan Feng didn't bother to look at the middle-aged man, but instead stared meaningfully at Wei Yan and suddenly laughed. Your Excellency wouldn't be the mysterious and unpredictable fort master of Flying Cloud Fort, would you? Ha ha ha. Guan Hunter can really joke. Wei Yan lost his smile, and then said with a straight face, Guan Hunter is a smart person. Whether this letter is handed up or not, I am not forced. It is all up to you to decide. Pang Lu and other people listened to the clouds. Uing come to deliver the letter, but also said to deliver or not to deliver can be. Leg long run to play you? Jiang Ming is some understanding. This so-called Flying Cloud Castle, vertical between the mountains and wild. The main business is to rob the rich to help the poor, to strengthen the power, and in the civilian population to accumulate fame. This set of combinations clearly exceeded the upper limit of an unusual roving bandit. As for what its real purpose is, it's already calling out. And what was the reason for coming to the Tiger Hunt Villa today? I believe that Guan Hunter's mind was as clear as a mirror. Guan Feng nodded and didn't immediately refuse, but threw over a leather pouch filled with wine, whether or not this cooperation will work out. Since we've met, let's reward your face. Guan Headhunter folded me. Wei Yan laughed, ignoring the image of sitting on the ground. Open the leather bag is to fill too big mouth. Guan Feng then said, I heard that Flying Cloud Castle spans the land of several provinces, whereabouts such as flying streams of clouds from the undefined. Insight is naturally far more than me. I do not know if I have seen the north of the Tsunshan army. The people all stood up their ears, and the rebels in the north have been up for more than a year, and many people are wondering if they can change the dynasty, but no one has really seen the legendary Tsunshan army. Wei Yan laughed. Naturally, I have seen, but also with the army soldiers and generals together with the wine and joy, the camp strong soldiers and horses. Food and grass is full, but with all due respect, this so-called Tsunshan army is difficult to become a climate. Why? Guan Feng's gaze was calm. Wei Yan continued, there are only 4 words. The time has not yet come. While the crowd was puzzled, Guan Feng pondered slightly for a moment before asking again, then when do you think that Tsunshan King will be defeated? The place where the army was defeated is here in the Great Cloud House. Wei Yan pointed to the surrounding mountains, smiled faintly and said, the Tsunshan King came from the north, wanting to enter the capital. Army must pass through the Daeunfu outside the Yunmeng mountain swamp, but the terrain here is like a pocket, so as long as the Tsunshan King drills in, the capital will send out troops to intercept the rebels, and crush them in one fell swoop. Does the royal family still have soldiers that can be used? Guan Feng frowned. The decline of Yan's royal family was not new news, or else no one would have dared to raise an army. This Yan can not only be the royal family's yen, but the family's yen. Wei Yan heatedly smiled. The gold and silver treasures on this old ship have not yet been scavenged, and those families will not let it sink. When this ship is hopelessly rotten, that is the time for it to sink. Although the old ship has not sunk, but the people on the ship, if they want to live, they also need to find a new ship, as early as possible, Wei Yan said with a slight deep meaning. Guan Feng was stunned, and only after a long time did he let out a long sigh and looked up at Wei Yan. What if the new ship that he is looking for also capsizes? Wei Yan's gaze was frank. No boatman dares to say that the boat he rows won't capsize, but there are many new boats. Waiting for the boat. People don't have to stick to one boat. Guanfeng stared at Wei Yan for a moment and finally revealed a smile. Good. Your letter. I sent it. Many thanks to Headhunter Guan. Wei Yan also had a smile on his face. On the way down, Guanfeng walked side by side with Jiang Ming and said with a faint smile, "What do you think of this new ship? My eyes are small. I can't see through it." Jiang Ming shook his head and said honestly, although he could tell what the other side was up to, his own gold finger wasn't seeing through the future, so where could he read that much? But if this letter is delivered, Tiger Hunt Villa will be in the game. Jiang Ming said, no matter if they agreed to cooperate or not, the Tiger Hunt Villa would not be able to stay out of it in the future. Yes, Guanfeng sighed softly, but the old and the new will always come. If we don't get into the game at this time, then I'm afraid it's too late. This game is treacherous and unpredictable. I hope that in the future, the new ship will still be able to drink with Guan Headhunter. Jiang Ming said seriously. Guanfeng revealed a smile. Taking your good advice, how can I get on the new ship to see the scenery? Chapter 47, Martial Dao Forbidden Technique, Blood Burning Blade Technique, Peaceful Town. Jiang Ming sold the medicinal herbs he had picked these days at the Wang family's medicine shop, and was carrying the empty medicine basket towards old Jiang Tu's tavern. Since the war in the north, prices have skyrocketed and business has been hard to do. This herb has not been a worrying seller, but instead the price is getting higher and higher. Jiang Ming put a few taels of silver into his pocket, but he didn't look too excited. Once the fire of war burns over, whether he can feel at ease in the mountains to pick herbs and drink tea is still a toss-up. To make plans earlier, if you can break through to the second stream, you will have enough power to protect yourself, but it is a pity that it is too difficult. Jiang Ming thought so in his heart, and just as he walked into the tavern, he heard some drinkers complaining. Master Jiang, how come this running tongue has risen to 2 coppers a bowl? We are all familiar customers. Old Gingerhead from behind the counter trotted out, smiled bitterly. 2 copper plate iron is not as good as before. Now the price of rice and flour doubled. This wine cannot follow the rise? Hey, I don't know when is the end. This grain prices rise again. I even can't afford to brew wine. Master Jiang has a point. I believe you. 2 bowls of running tongue and a dish of smoked tofu. Jiang Ming sat down with a big smile. The others immediately lost their voices. Even Master Jiang, who had joined the tiger hunting villa, had said so. What opinion could they have? And one by one they could only vent their grievances on the war. If this war goes on, people won't be able to afford to live. If I say, that Sangshan army hurry to fight into the capital, forget it. The current official all slaughtered. Maybe our life will be better. Flowing water throne. Iron hoe. Change the emperor, we cannot be better. Good planting your land. Jiang Ming listened to the murmurs of the 7 mouths, and also let out a light sigh. When the battle is fought here, I am afraid that there is not even wine to drink. He sold 2 more pounds of wine, cut some pork in the butcher store, carried back home, called Zhou Wenxiu to cook and boil medicine for him, while drinking and eating meat, while instructing her to practice boxing. Half a month later, Fang Lai arrived at Ping'an town from the capital city. Things are finalized? In his own small courtyard, Jiang Ming and Fang Lai sat opposite each other. Almost. After the matter of meeting with Wei Yan, Fang Lai seemed to have stabilized quite a bit overnight. Nodding his head, the Manor and Flying Cloud Castle made some deals. Flying Cloud Castle provides us with prey in gold, silver, and jewels, while Tiger Hunt Manor on the other hand, provides Flying Cloud Fort with items such as weapons, salt, and clothing, and if the Tsongshan army really fights over, the deal will be suspended. Jiang Ming nodded. After all, the Tiger Hunt Villa has limited manpower. Sometimes into the mountains for a long time harvest is not good. If the Flying Cloud Castle to help, the silver earn should be able to be a lot more, plus gold, silver, jewelry and so on. The Tiger Hunt Villa's wealth will grow rapidly, faster to grow their own forces. In troubled times, gold and silver will always be hard currency. Weapon salt is afraid that it is not good to get it. Jiang Ming frowned. Nowadays, the current situation is chaotic. Even the officials of the Dayun prefecture are thinking about the way back. Who cares so much? The hammers of the blacksmith stores in the city are almost knocking smoke out of their hands. Fang Lai shook his head breathlessly. And some of the war knives that were bought back even had official markings engraved on them. So I don't know which one of the warehouse watchers is selling them. Jiang Ming was dumbfounded and said in his heart, I guess even if this Tsongshan king is finished, Yen will not be able to calm down. This matter is explained by Guan Hunter. Don't leak it to the people in the branch. Fang Lai added, deliveries to the mountains will take another route. The fewer people who know about it, the better. Jiang Ming nodded. What new ship? Old ship said even better. It is still a rebellion. Naturally to act in a low profile. By the way, Flying Cloud Castle gave us a life preservation method, saying that it was as a sign of sincerity. Fong Lai said, pulling out a booklet from his pocket. This is what I copied. The banker gave an order that anyone who senses blood chi can cultivate. Jiang Ming took the booklet, only to see 4 big words written on the cover. Burning blood blade technique. Sounds a bit ruthless. Jiang Ming laughed. Fong Lai eyes strange, you first read through. Not only is it ruthless, this gang of rebels one by one simply don't want to die. Jiang Ming instantly became curious and flipped through the pages of this secret sword technique. The more he looked at his face was also more shocked. When the book was closed it was a long breath. There is even such a domineering and ruthless sword? This sword method can allow martial artists to fight over the level, but burning blood can only be performed. Each slash will be injured in the origin. The least will be a year of life, and each slash will need to recuperate for a few months. And if it is performed continuously may even be directly die a violent death. Fong Lai couldn't help but say, what a bunch of crazy people ah. This kind of martial arts forbidden art also dare to practice. Jiang Ming laughed, then do you still practice? Practice. Of course. Fong Lai's eyes were blazing. I have a hunch that Flying Cloud Castle may be the new ship for me to realize my ideals. And this blood-burning blade technique is the weapon that will help me cut through the thorns and help me realize those ideals in my heart. What about you? Fong Lai looked at Jiang Ming. Jiang Ming smiled and nodded. Practice. He silently said to himself in his heart. Even if all of you don't practice, I damn well have to practice ah. This is simply the most valuable thing he has gotten since coming to this world. Doesn't crossing the ranks mean that he can now resist second-rate martial artists? What the price of losing his life and dying a violent death? To him it is the same as nothing. A knife chopping cannot die. I chop you 10 knives 100 knives still cannot do it. And when he becomes a second-stream martial artist, he will be able to engage in battle with a first-stream martial artist isn't there no one within the Great Cloud House who can restrain him. Moreover, this blood-burning blade technique was able to be passed down from the Flying Cloud Castle, and there were bound to be not a few people who practiced it. So even if he cast it out against the enemy, as long as he didn't show his true face, no one would be able to guess who he was. Send away Fong Lai. Jiang Ming will drill back to the mountain. Immediately began to cultivate the blood-burning knife law. The great chaos will rise. This life-saving law naturally want to grasp in the hands as soon as possible. As fall turns to winter, another year ends. In front of the wooden house in the mountain, the snow was flurrying. Jiang Ming was holding a fine iron battle sword, practicing the blood-burning blade technique, driving the snowflakes in the sky, splashing and flying in all directions. Chop! With a soft shout, his body surface unexpectedly erupted with a layer of crimson blood mist, and the battle sword in his hand fiercely chopped out, carrying the momentum of 10,000 pounds, ruthlessly splitting on a half-human high boulder. Bang! The boulder cracked and blew in half. Jiang Ming, however, the knife momentum is not stopping. Continue to slash the second knife, the third knife. It wasn't until the ninth blade that he stopped with a tremor in his arm, and his battle sword fell to the ground. It still doesn't work. Jiang Ming frowned. Every time I slash, the blood chi boils a little. Slash to the ninth slash the blood chi boils uncontrollably, and it's already is the limit. Fractured life and injury to the origin. Jiang Ming is naturally not afraid, but the blood chi boiling can be beyond his control. Jiang Ming jumped into the cold river water, cleaning the blood mist on his body surface while thinking about how to suppress the boiling blood chi. Come to think of it, the only way we know today seems to be Dr. Sun's prescription for toning the blood. Looks like it's time to make a trip to the prefecture. Chapter 48, A Two-Pronged Approach. The City of Dianfu. Jiang Ming bought roasted chicken and old wine at drunken Immortal House and carried it towards Tang. Along the way, from inside and outside the city gates to the streets of the city, everywhere you could see the soldiers guarding the patrols, home armor waving a sword, their eyes vigilantly scanning everyone on the road. The street vendors are much less. Some small stores have even closed, and I heard that the people who have the road have fled further south to the south, but there is some feeling of military chaos. At the entrance of the Hunting Tiger Villa, there are two unfamiliar Hans standing. It seems to have recruited newcomers. Since the cooperation with the Flying Cloud Fort, the Hunting Tiger Villa's bottom line has also grown stronger and stronger, and it is secretly developing. And I have heard that the number of third-stream martial artists has increased by quite a lot. Although first-rate and second-rate martial artists are stronger, third-rate martial artists are the backbone of a force, and only with enough third-rate martial artists will Tiger Hunt Villa have the qualifications to sail and steer on the new ship. Otherwise, even if it boards, it will just be fishing for fish. It's just that I also don't know how far the ship of Flying Cloud Castle can be rowed. Jiang Ming sighed softly in his heart. The struggle in the chaotic world was incomparably tragic, and no one dared to say that they would be able to go all the way to the end. There was nothing to do back at the manor, so Jiang Ming simply didn't go in and continued on. Jezebel Hall. Jiang Ming had just walked in when he saw Dr. Sun instructing his disciple to grab the medicine. And he instantly smiled when he saw him. You kid in the peace town to live fast, but not come to me for a few days. The mountain idler is used to being a. Jiang Ming smiled and arched his hand, putting the wine and meat on the counter. Dr. Sun's throat gurgled, then rubbed his hands and said, come all the way here. What else to bring? I really have nothing to teach you. Passing by the drunken Immortal house, I saw that there were not many people lining up, so I brought one for you. Jiang Ming said without thinking. Hey, this world is in a mess. The people either save their food or run away. Who is still in the mood to eat this roasted chicken? Dr. Sun sighed. His hand already couldn't help but reach towards the roasted chicken. Jiang Ming smiled. Roasted chicken cannot eat. Your bowl of qi-nourishing soup cannot be ignored. First give me a bowl of. In the town cannot drink your medicinal soup, but it is making it difficult. Qi-nourishing soup was the secret medicine that Jiang Ming had been drinking at the Ji Tang. Although it had no direct effect on practicing martial arts, it was miraculously effective in toning and calming the blood qi, and it was beneficial in raising the future upper limit of a martial artist. If this medicine is supplemented daily, Jiang Ming's control over his blood qi will be greatly improved, and by suppressing the boiling blood qi, he may be able to slash more blood-burning knives. Dr. Sun heard the words as a sudden stagnation. The hands slowly retracted back. The eyes of the ghostly look at Jiang Ming. You kid, come to give me wine today, but the purpose is not pure na. Jiang Ming did not cover up. Frankly said, Dr. Sun's discerning eyes, I will not beat around the bush. Today I came here, is for your prescription. You bid a price. You, Dr. Sun pointed to Jiang Ming, a little want to be angry, but ultimately it is shaking his head and smiling bitterly. Do you know that I can open this medical center to now? Relying on what? Is that these are not out of the prescription? How do you say that I sell to you? Of course I know, but you have more than one secret medicine in the bottom of your box. Jiang Ming wasn't surprised and laughed. This qi-nourishing soup is indeed not bad in effect, but for the vast majority of martial artists, figuring out how to raise their blood qi will consume almost all of their energy and money, and they simply can't afford to care about tempering their blood qi, raising their upper limit, or anything else. This qi-nourishing soup of yours, you can't sell a few bowls in a month, now that the world is in turmoil. Instead of holding on to this precious prescription of yours, it's better to take it out and exchange it for some silver, in order to live a more comfortable life in this chaotic world. Jiang Ming spoke without haste, and Dr. Sun's gaze was cloudy and uncertain for a long time before he sighed heavily. You say, this world, how suddenly the world is in chaos. Dr. Sun muttered. When I was an apprentice at that time, the world was peaceful and the people were rich. How just a few decades, times have changed. Jiang Ming sighed. It is not a good thing for the people to be rich, when the richness makes people drool. The lords want to move the knife. Dr. Sun laughed bitterly. Being said by you, I feel chilled all over my body, for fear that which lord will come to cut me a knife, to the time of chaos, only to find out that everything is false, are not as good as those of you who practice martial arts. He said despondently, if the world wasn't in turmoil and you dared to think of my prescription, I'd have to beat you out. Jiang Ming revealed a smile. Thank you, Dr. Sun. Dr. Sun is silent again for a long time. Fong is the eyes sad. A long sigh. This is against the decision of the ancestors. Price is low cannot. A few moments later, Jiang Ming walked out of the Jisher hall, tucked a hand-copied prescription into his pocket, and left in large strides. And Jisher hall, Dr. Sun carrying a heavy bag of money in his hands, long pouting and sighing for a long time, only to be a ruthless teeth, seems to have made what decision? The chaotic world should know how to adapt, in order to live longer. So chaotic down the old man's medical hall may have to close, or save more silver to rest assured. Since it has already begun, might as well sell a few more. Xiaolu Zi, go to contact a few of our big household acquaintances. Jiang Ming naturally didn't know that the business guru, Dr. Sun, had begun to go crazy against his ancestors' decision, but he didn't care. It was good to get what he wanted. He also bought a large amount of herbs that were difficult to pick in the mountains from several medicine stores in the city, before Jiang Ming returned to Ping'an town with a full harvest. After staying for 2 days and instructing Zhou Wenxiu on practicing martial arts, Jiang Ming took the medicinal herbs and some daily necessities such as salt and clay pots, and once again drilled into the Yunmeng mountain swamp. The pandemonium was getting closer and closer, and Jiang Ming wanted to raise his strength a little further, before he felt at ease. A few kills are actually quite thrilling. If they were dozens of times stronger, they might have captured and sliced me up. It's horrible. I still have to get stronger. When can I kill all the witnesses in one move? Then I'll be considered to be truly meteoric. Outside the wooden house, Jiang Ming smothered the entire bowl of qi-nourishing soup in one gulp and felt the much smoother blood qi in his body. So he lifted his battle sword and continued practicing the blood-burning blade technique. 1 cut, 2 cuts. On Jiang Ming's body surface, a flurry of blood mist continuously erupted until the 10th slash was made. And then it stopped. It really works. Jiang Ming was covered in blood red, living like a blood gourd, but his face showed joy. Then he gazed strangely. I've lost several decades of my lifespan just practicing my sword. Right. Everlasting life is really good. It means you can do whatever you want. With that, he threw down his battle sword and went back to the house to pour down another bowl of medicinal soup and began practicing the ox skin tiger bone technique. This medicinal soup given by Guanfeng is magical. It feels like the more you drink it, the better the effect becomes. And now that a bowl goes down, you can clear your mind of distractions and maintain an incomparable state of concentration. And it seems to be getting closer and closer to that so-called realm of intent. Let's call it the clear god soup. Jiang Ming casually give this nameless secret medicine a name. Everyday Qingshan soup and nourishing gas soup 2-pronged. Nourishing gas soup practice burning blood knife law. Qingshan soup to assist in the realization of the tiger's intention. Day by day also flew by. Chapter 49, Soldiers at the City. 1,000 miles of ice in the dead of winter. Pinyin Township. Bamboo fence yard. Thick snow accumulated on the eaves of the house, but the yard was swept out a regular path. Bacon, dried vegetables and other things are also neatly hung under the eaves of the house. Was organized. The fire in the house was burning. The teapot was gurgling white gas, and a plainly dressed, clean-cut young girl was washing and brewing tea with style and serving it to a recliner. Jiang Ming covered a medical book in his hand in his arms, took the tea, and took a sip of it beautifully. This life is what is called comfortable. Jiang Ming hummed a small song, viewing the snowy scenery outside the door. Cozy. No wonder the ancient masters one by one maids in groups. This clothes to stretch out the hands of food to open the mouth feeling. Simply do not be too addictive. As the year drew to a close, Jiang Ming also returned to Pinyin town from the mountains, temporarily putting down his martial arts and completely relaxing himself. Now that he was able to slash 15 times in a row with his blood-burning blade technique, he thought that he had the power to fight even against a senior second-rate martial artist like Guanfeng. Even if the war reaches the Dianfu, it is considered to have enough power to defend itself. And the mighty tiger's momentum was also comprehended to an extremely deep level. As if one step further, one would be able to touch the mighty tiger's true meaning. Only this step is like a copper wall Jiang Ming has never been able to step into, so they decided to temporarily put down. This so-called mood is not hard practice can comprehend, perhaps loose and relaxed to comprehend. Unconsciously, come to this world also almost 2 years, only this year's festival. I'm afraid not last year so good over. Jiang Ming heart sighed softly, explained Zhou Wenxiu at home to practice boxing. He raised some medicinal herbs out of the door, to the tiger hunting villa branch. These 2 years Jiang Ming contact with a wide range of medicinal herbs, plus with Dr. Sun also learned a few hands of medical skills. This period of time when the leisure time, he will also act as a hand of the mountain wild bone setter, to the hunting tiger villa branch of the injured Hans to prescribe some medicine, treatment of injuries. On the street, many more stores and stalls. Popularity is also much more prosperous than before. Today's Pinyin town has basically completed the expansion, only waiting for a paper from the court. It can become the so-called Pinyin County. Only this paperwork, I'm afraid that I won't be able to wait for the time being. Jiang Ming Xin said, the war is now. Even if the emperor in the capital is dim, I'm afraid I can't care about what prolonged life and immortality in the mountains. However, walking on the streets today, Jiang Ming actually saw quite a number of warbling ladies, who looked like they should all be pampered noble ladies, and were even sent to this remote Pinyin town. Walked into the Tiger Hunt Villa branch. Jiang Ming was surprised to find that a lot of women and children old and young of the Tiger Hunt Villa was even in. It seems to have just arrived not long ago, and is still organizing the distribution of luggage. Master Feng, why are you here too? Jiang Ming suddenly saw a man and quickly walked over to him, helping him lift his luggage. Hey, people don't want me anymore. As the two of them walked together towards their assigned residence, Apothecary Feng also half-joked. What the hell is going on? Jiang Ming said in disbelief. Feng pharmacist then sighed, listened to the news of Guan Hunter had said. King Linfu was attacked last night. Sanshan King has already put out words. The next attack is the Dainianfu. The master of the manor is afraid that the government city cannot hold the wave of the manor, which is the reason that we are the old and weak are sent here to avoid the war. News this fast should have come from Flying Cloud Fort. Jiang Ming thought to himself, it seems that all the other forces have their own news channels as well. Then he asked in disbelief, then the town of peace will be spared? Feng pharmacist said quietly, you do not know that the Sanshan army boasts for the people, dare to call the sun and moon for a new day. all the way through the place to love the people like a child, never hurt the innocent. Broke the city is also strictly forbidden to burn, kill, loot and pillage. There are a few counties surrendered without a fight. The Sanshan army is more to keep its promise. Did not kill a soldier and generals, just to put they disarmed and demobilized. There is no garrison in Pinyin town. That Sanshan army will definitely not waste their troops to toss this place. Dayun Prefecture City is different. It is the key place to guard the south. The imperial court will definitely guard it with heavy troops, and it will be an unbelievably fierce fight at that time. Jiang Ming froze for a moment, not realizing that this Sanshan army was still a benevolent force. However, in the next moment, Jiang Ming's mind recalled Wei Yan's comment on the Sanshan army, which is difficult to become a climate. Benevolence is the best ruling tool and slogan for those in power, but for the rebels, it is their fatal flaw. Jiang Ming sighed lightly, but then thought about it in turn. This is a good thing for Pinyin town. It was only a few days later that the news that the Sanshan army had captured Qinglinfu was gradually spreading into the ears of the people of Pinyin town, causing a panic. After all, the Sanshan army is portrayed as good, ultimately a group of rebels. What is it like when it really hits here? No one can guarantee. And unlike the others, the people from the Sher family and the old snake gang were instantly high and mighty, and Steward Dong walked through the town with his nostrils almost up in the air. The few times he saw Jiang Ming, Steward Dong was even more cynical, ridiculing Jiang Ming for not being able to understand the times. This Jiang Ming naturally ignores the fact that laughing now is not really laughing, and the winner is the one who laughs until the end. Day by day, the blink of an eye is the year after the Sanshan army, but as if there is no movement, stagnation in the Qinglin palace. But everyone could sense that a mountain of rain was coming down. It seems that the Sanshan king is not stupid, knowing that this great cloud house is the place of the decisive battle, whether it is life or death, whether it is a flight to the sky or a head to the ground, all depends on this battle. Jiang Ming shook his head, relaxing long enough, and continued to go into the mountain to practice boxing. He had a feeling that the so-called mighty tiger true intent was close at hand. In early spring, the riverbanks were a soft green, and the drizzle had lingered in the wind all day before just stopping. The sun was about to set. Jiang Ming's figure was like a dark silhouette, stretching wantonly in the blood-like remnant of the sun, and an increasingly ferocious and rigid aura slowly diffused out from his body. The river shimmers and time passes unnoticed. The last rays of light faded and the heavens and earth fell into darkness. Jiang Ming's eyes suddenly opened as he threw his last punch. In the darkness, it was as if two lightning bolts flashed. Mighty tiger true intent. It's done. Jiang Ming let out a long whistle, startling a gaggle of flying birds. From today onwards, I, Zhang Shan, the extrajudicial fanatic, am a second-rate martial artist. After the new year seems to be more than a month, I don't know what the situation is. After the excitement, Jiang Ming also calmed down and decided to go down the mountain to take a look. Starless and moonless, the sky and earth were silent. Jiang Ming stepped into the night to return to Pinyin town. Jiang Ming stood halfway up the hill near the town, and then he saw campfires flickering at one end of the town, which was even quite a bit larger in area than Pinyin town. The Sanshan army has arrived? Jiang Ming was startled. Didn't it say that it wouldn't spread to Pinyin town? Jiang Ming's eyes narrowed slightly, and after observing for a moment, he still continued down the path, because he could see that the campfire was next to the town, but it was clearly separated from the town of Pinyin. It seemed that this Sanshan army, indeed, would abide by some rules. I just don't know. Can this rule be observed until the end? Jiang Ming shook his head. If he wins, it is okay. If he loses, those routed wandering soldiers, he is afraid that he will not talk to anyone about the rules. Chapter 50, Waiting for the Right Time. Late at night, Jiang Ming quietly returned home. A push the door of the house is not pushed open. The house and Bama tea bowl fell to the ground broken sound. A panicked voice rang out. Who? Jiang Ming? This is my ing house. Who am I, you ask? Jiang Ming didn't have the heart to say. Zhou Wenxiu, you've grown up. After a long time, Zhou Wenxiu sat down in front of Jiang Ming with a little blush and mumbled. Now that there are soldiers outside all day long, I'm afraid that at some point that rebel army will rush into the house. You're now the Jiang master of Tiger Hunt Villa, and no one dares to break into your house. I just thought of hiding here for some days. Jiang Ming was speechless, but he did understand that, even if the Sanshan army was more powerful and strict, it was ultimately a group of mixed rebel army, and all kinds of nasty things along the way were afraid to be rare. He glanced at the neatly made beds, and the scattered floor beds on one side, and sighed. It's not that I don't want you to stay, it's just that your reputation for staying with me is all over. I don't care. Zhou Wenxiu immediately said. What's the use of reputation? Last year Qingqing's sister's reputation is so good. In the end, if it is not that Zhang Shan good man to save, It is not almost captured by the Sure family defilement. I do not know if she is still alive now. Jiang Ming was dumbfounded, then said with strange eyes, "You seem to have great admiration for this good man, Zhang Shan? That's for sure." Speaking of this person, Zhou Wenxiu's eyes seem to be shining brightly. He is upright and bold, cynical and hateful, and he even killed that bastard Shi Junhong for me. I must become like him in the future, kill all the evil people I see, and level all the injustices I see. Jiang Ming touched his nose. In addition to nodding, what else can be said? Quoted me strange embarrassed. But you live with me in a house cannot be. In the next 2 days I will find someone to build another house. Jiang Ming pointed to the ground, said casually, nowadays, he is not the bitter medicine picker Jiang Ming, but the Jiang master of the Great Cloud Prefecture's tiger hunting villa. Assigning a few people is still a breeze. Right, tell me about this military camp outside the town. What's going on? Jiang Ming turned to ask. Zhou Wenxiu quickly said, you just entered the mountain not long ago. I heard that the Tsongshan Army 200,000 army pulled out their camp and set off to kill the Danianfu town. Then there are many more people. I heard that all of them escaped from the government city. Half a month ago, the prefectural city suddenly closed its gates tightly, not allowing entry and exit. 2 days later, the Tsongshan army gradually arrived and set up camp 50 miles away. As for the peace town here, I heard that it seems to be a supply wagon battalion, responsible for the management of grain and vehicles and tools and whatnot. Most of these days are peaceful and quiet. There are a few soldiers who drank and splashed around the town raping the women of the people, but also by their leader beheaded. And now there are very few people making trouble. Jiang Ming nodded. How is the war going you know? Zhou Wenxiu immediately shook his head. I rarely go out. Now I only heard that the attack on the city had begun 2 days ago, and I don't know exactly what kind of fight it has become. Jiang Ming no longer asked more questions. Danianfu was after all one of the Yin country's number of big cities. It should not be so fast to attack in. But, don't know whether the Sure family and those goods of the old snake gang will wait for the opportunity to make a move and have an inside-out collaboration with the rebels outside the city. Jiang Ming no longer thought much about it. As long as the waves could not affect him, he was at ease practicing martial arts. It's just that I am now a second-rate martial artist, and the cowhide tiger bone skill can only be practiced up to the second-rate grand completion at most. And if I want to break through to the first rate, I will need to search for the technique again. Tiger Hunt Villa naturally have a breakthrough to the first-class method. But if Jiang Ming to seek, will be everything exposed. He practiced martial arts in just 1 year to break through to the second-class realm. This news if the news is spread out. The trouble in the future for fear that cannot be stopped. When things are slow, they are round. There's no hurry in this matter. Jiang Ming lay on the bed, secretly thinking, I don't know if this war fire can burn down a few first-class families, so that I can take the opportunity to fish in troubled waters. Today's Jiang Ming is also considered to be the art of high people bold. As long as it is not run into the number of first-class martial artists, the Great Cloud House, he is still not wantonly rampant. The next day, Jiang Ming woke up early and practiced the cowhide tiger bone technique in the courtyard. Now that he has stepped into the realm of second rate, the main practice is the internal practice of breathing method. With the help of the tiger's true will to drive the blood force to quench the skin and muscles, the external practice of the method does not need to be fully exerted, is not afraid to be found out what the end. Zhou Wenxiu, on the other hand, built a fire in a corner of the courtyard to cook, and in the meantime, boiled those 2 kinds of medicinal soup for Jiang Ming. Not a moment later, a dense sound of footsteps came slowly from far away. You can still hear the sound of kind and bright laughter. My name is Li Yong of the Tsongshan army. I have disturbed you many times. Please forgive me father and mother. Today, the kitchen missus made more soup porridge. Everyone don't be polite. Just come and serve. He saw a handsome young man commanding a few soldiers to put the soup pail on the roadside open space and warmly greeted the surrounding townspeople. They have been so every day for the past few days. Zhou Wenxiu came over and whispered, but I don't dare to claim it. Everyone has claimed it. What wouldn't we dare to do? Jiang Ming looked at the people coming out of each household with bowls to serve kanji, and laughed. Let's serve 2 bowls as well. Drinking the rebel army's thick and mushy rice porridge. Jiang Ming was thinking, this rebel army's grain and grass seems to be very sufficient. And the rear should be well run. Maybe this kind of for the sake of the people and not to hurt the people. After all, it still plays a little use. Of course, this all assumes that the court hasn't done anything about it yet. After licking the last grain of rice, Jiang Ming threw the bowl to Zhou Wenxiu, is lifting the foot toward the old ginger head of the tavern, ready to learn some information from this Peacetown Intelligence Center. Still attacking the city. Didn't attack. First-class martial artists appeared in the city to kill back out of the city. The rebels lost a lot. For several consecutive days, Jiang Ming got the news or so, but it is normal. Ancient siege lasts for several months are considered normal. There is even a siege of more than a year. The city-eating human flesh events. In the town of Pinyin, on the other hand, it was peaceful, and after a few tense days, the people lived the same life as usual, even a little better, because that Li Yong will come to send rice porridge every now and then, and these poor people in the town have a very good relationship, and he never went to those families stationed here, and even scoffed at those people. Even that old snake gang's dong steward wanted to get close to him, were coldly rejected by him. One morning, Jiang Ming heard the footsteps of soldiers approaching again and couldn't help but smile. This man is quite interesting. Dang it! Folks, come out! Dang it! A gong sound but suddenly sounded, making Jiang Ming frown. What happened? Chapter 51, Blending In. Jiang Ming looked at Zhou Wenxiu, who was also shaking her head in bewilderment. Ever since the Tsangshan army arrived here, nothing like this had happened. Jiang Ming simply got up, walked out of the courtyard, and headed in the direction where the gong had sounded. The front has long been surrounded by a lot of people, and there are also bursts of screams. Jiang Ming pushed aside the crowd and walked forward, and immediately saw a person who was tied to a tree to be whipped. Steward Dong? Jiang Ming was a bit confused when he looked at the lanky figure that was tied up in 5 different ways. In front of Steward Dong, Li Yong stood like a pine in full armor, while a small soldier with a hint of hostility on his face, viciously lashed over another whip, hitting Steward Dong's skin and flesh, screaming miserably. Jiang Ming looked at this scene and only felt a little confused. Aren't you old snake gang and the rebels on the same side? Other onlookers are also baffled, especially those who have taken refuge from the prefecture, who do not know that the Stone family old snake gang hooked up with the Tsangshan army. Since the Tsangshan army has been stationed, these days can make Dong Steward Bull angry. Although people did not take care of him, but he still flaunted his power all day long. Even the first-class martial arts forces such as the Tiger Hunting Villa and the Wang family are not in the eyes. And there are several times that he purposely wants to find Jiang Ming to trouble him. How did it turn out to be like this in the blink of an eye? Jiang Ming had also planned to wait for the Tsangshan army to fight into the city or defeat, and when the chaos touched Steward Dong's house to give him a knife, so that this guy is completely at peace. Do not always look for his trouble. You don't hit the mark when given the chance. Jiang Ming secretly shook his head in his heart. Being hung up and beaten by a friendly army can really get to you. At this time Li Yong also stood out. To the surrounding clasped his fist, said aloud, all of you folks, I Tsangshan army for the people, to kill to stop killing, in order to return this world a clear sky, to create a people rich, live in peace and work in the world. Yes, the Tsangshan army is mighty. Before he finished speaking, a chorus of hoots and hollers resounded around him. Li Yong revealed a smile, continued, I heard that this Dong Dashan private collection of medicine tax, mean and vicious, in Pinyin town stirred up not a small amount of public indignation. Today, my Tsangshan army will act for the sky, for the people to get rid of the harm. Good. The chants of the townspeople immediately rose. The old snake gang had been harboring grudges for a long time, and now that they were being cleaned up by the Tsangshan army, they naturally drew a chorus of praise. Many people have already begun to feel that this Tsangshan army seems to be nothing bad, and if it is in power, it may still be a good thing. Steward Dong screamed miserably and shouted hoarsely, I'm from the old snake gang we're the rebel army's insider in the Great Cloud Palace. Bang. Li Yong took the whip and casually lashed it, sneering, death to the head, is still babbling. The other townspeople were even more agitated, spitting towards Steward Dong. Also don't take a piss and look in the mirror. How can people Tsangshan army be in the same boat as your old snake gang? That's right. Evil forces like the old snake gang should have been eradicated a long time ago. Jiang Ming's eyes moved. Suddenly thought, this Tsangshan army should not be again when in stand. Take the old snake gang as a cow and horse to make call. Use up and then directly drop stand reputation it. Sure enough, those who engage in rebellion can't be any white lotuses. Jiang Ming spat in his heart. He was too lazy to look any further and was about to turn around and leave when he heard Steward Dong, who had continued to scream and beg for mercy, suddenly screamed frantically when he saw that Li Yong was about to kill him regardless and drew out his battle sword. Just wait. Our gangmaster will soon break through to first class and will definitely avenge me. Sound of escaping laughter. The blade cut through, and heads fell to the ground. The shouts of approval were endless, and Jiang Ming's footsteps gave a slight lurch as he continued to walk towards his home. About to break through first class? That means he must have a first-rate technique. Jiang Ming made a note of this. In the afternoon, Steward Dong's story spread throughout Pinyin town, and heads were picked up by bamboo poles and hung high in the center of the town. The rest of the old snake gang members have also become street rats. Being seen is a fat beating. The door to the Sher family's branch in Pinyin town was closed and there was no response. Now that the city is isolated from the outside, who dares to touch the mold of the Tsangshan army? Don't look at the other side usually peacefully, but draw the knife that can be faster than anyone. 1 month later, early morning, Jiang Ming sat in the doorway with his bowl, waiting for the feeding in an old-fashioned manner. Li Yong came and brought yet another gong instead of a soup tureen. Dang it, gentlemen, today, the Great Cloud Prefecture's city lord is dead. Li Yong's first sentence caused a gasp of surprise. Jiang Ming is also a slight movement of the eyes. The city master in the city master's residence to stay well how to die. That is a first-class martial artist. It seems that after attacking the city for a month, some people in the city finally couldn't help it, and saw that the official government was slow to back up, and felt that the Yin country's gas number had been exhausted, and directly tore the face to lay a black hand on the city's main house. Li Yong, eyes wild, said loudly, Ixangshan army will be able to break the city in a few days to kill in the weekdays in the city of the officials are bullying you bully used to it. There is any son or son still have a passionate blood. Join my Ixangshan army, tomorrow morning with me to pull out the camp set off. Kill the officials and soldiers, rob the gold and silver, to fight for a lifetime of honor and wealth. Around, a lot of blood-fresh young people have eyes excited. This is the opportunity to turn over to be the master. I sign up, and me. In the blink of an eye, more than 10 people raised their hands. Li Yong nodded with satisfaction. Give them spears and grass armor and follow me into battle to kill the enemy. Fei didn't know when he got into the pile of people, came to Jiang Ming's side, and whispered, Brother Ming, you're so strong. Don't you go for a fight? Jiang Ming glanced at him. Wrestle for what? Wrestle over whose blood spurts higher. This mess has just begun. I'm going to drill the mountain to hide. You also stay honest. This is not the same as robbing Miss Wan's fish. Don't blindly think about what's there. Jiang Ming knew that this guy was not afraid of the sky and the earth, and after admonishing him, he turned around and left, a picture of not wanting to get into trouble. Fei eyes Jiang Ming are hiding. The excitement in the eyes suddenly went down a lot. Some wake up. All the way back home at a trot. Jiang Ming's home. I'm going to go to the mountains to stay for a while. You live here? I have explained to Wang Dong. Tiger Hunt Villa will take care of you some. Really big trouble you hide Tiger Hunt Villa to go. Jiang Ming and Zhou Wenshou explained a few sentences. Is carrying a medicine basket to leave? Ming. Up the hill again. I met a few people I knew along the way and greeted them casually. The fact that Jiang de Maniac didn't like trouble and liked to go up to the mountains to live alone was now well known in Pingan Town. And no one paid much attention to anything. Deep in the mountains, in some cave, Jiang Ming threw the medicine basket into the depths of the cave, and the blood energy slowly worked its way to his face, and in a moment he was changing into a plain and uninteresting face. Late night, outside the town of Pingan, inside the supply wagon camp, a cook with a green cloth wrapped around his head, full of urgency, went within the woods at the edge and peed into a lesson tree. Scattered, the soldier felt sleepy and fell headlong to the ground. A figure quietly appeared, carried this soldier, and retreated silently. A few moments later, the cook reappeared out of the darkness, looked around, and burrowed into his tent. In the large tent, there are still a dozen or so soldiers crammed with cooks, and the smell of stinky feet rushes straight to the sky. This guy looked around expressionlessly, then found his own empty seat and lay down, huffing and puffing. Chapter 52, Entering the City. Early the next morning, at Li Yong's command, the supply battalion pulled out and set off, coordinating with the other departments of the Tsangshan army, approaching towards Dayun Prefecture city like a dark cloud. The siege had reached a white-hot stage, and the supply battalion needed to follow the army closely, providing wagons, horses, grain and grass, and other war preparations at any time. The place where the supply camp was camped was still far away from the city wall, and Jiang Ming could hear the shouts and drums in front of him, and the black smoke from the burning kerosene rolled up. The sound was horrifying and incomparable. Xiaowu, don't look. An old, dark-faced cook patted him on the shoulder and pointed in the direction of the prefecture. If you're bold, follow Lord Li in charge to the vanguard battalion, chopping off heads and grabbing credits. I wouldn't dare to. I earn a little bit of payroll and that's enough. Jiang Ming quickly shook his head and ran back to cook porridge for dinner. The supply battalion has always been not involved in the charge. The casualty rate is the lowest. Many people who cannot survive in order to make a living, so they all go to this supply battalion. But every time you win a battle also cannot share the benefits of the battle. After the war only an equal share of the property, better than nothing. And Li Yong is a supply battalion commander. This should not be AWOL. But this Tsangshan army rise too fast. Mixed fish and dragons. Military discipline is not so strict. Every time the city is about to break, Li Yong will dredge up relations. With a number of young and strong logistics soldiers rushed to the front to seize the credit. Jiang Ming looked at the dozen or so bloodthirsty young men from Pingan Township in front of the supply battalion, gleefully carrying their spears and following Li Yong forward, and couldn't help but shake his head. A few bowls of rice gruel and you're fobbed off. But these have nothing to do with Jiang Ming, someone who wants to fight himself. Don't blame the enemy's knife for being too fast. Jiang Ming carried a wooden spoon and began to feed the logistics soldiers who stayed behind. Until the evening, Li Yongfang is with people covered in blood back to the supply wagon camp. The mourning out of the dozens of soldiers behind it now has been less than a small half of the Ma. This gang of hard bones is really difficult to gnaw. Li Yong is no longer in the peaceful town of peace and kind image, full of ferocious air. Cursed, tomorrow, I must kill the city head. Chop them. Jiang Ming and the others hurriedly served the meal and sent it to Li Yong's tent. Just then, a young man with a colorful face cowering with a grass-armored spear walked in. Who let you trespass the army tent? Li Yong was in a bad mood, so he immediately raised his eyebrows and drank. Jiang Ming looked over. It was none other than a man who had followed Li Yong to join the Tsongshan army in the town yesterday. The young man flung himself to the ground and cried, "Sir, you said that you took the brothers to kill the enemy to build up their success, but several died in one day. I don't want to do it anymore. I want to go back to my hometown to farm." Jiang Ming sighed in his heart, set up the bowls and chopsticks, carried the wooden tray and retreated with his head bowed. Behind the tent, Li Yong's icy cold drink came out. "Fleeing from the battlefield, disorganizing my army, shall be beheaded. Come to the people. Ah, Lord, spare my life. I was wrong." The screams and cries faded away. Jiang Ming has returned to the kitchen, his face calmly kneading and steaming steamed buns, preparing for tomorrow's early morning meal, only to steam a few less again. There's always a price for doing something, whether you anticipate that price ahead of time or not. 5 days later, Jiang Ming unhurriedly ate cauldron food and drank thin rice porridge, and watched Li Yong take another batch of people pulled from nowhere and rush to the battlefield in front of him with great strides. Although they had not been able to capture Daiyun Prefecture City for a long time, the entire Tsongshan army, including Li Yong, didn't seem to be the least bit discouraged, but instead, their battle spirit was burning brightly, and their attack became more and more violent, because everyone realizes that the harder this battle is, the more likely it is to be the last hard battle, and as long as the city is breached, the rest of Yan's territory will be like lambs to the slaughter, ready to be taken at a moment's notice. A change of dynasty is close at hand, and at the supply camp, I guess it'll take another 10 days before this gate is broken. I'll bet 10 coppers for half a month. I followed a group of no-ideal cook logistics soldiers, squatting together to play a bet. Jiang Ming licked the light rice bowl, is also to join in, with crappy insights waving, research and judgment of the situation. However, before noon, a silhouette came running back in a flurry of wind, roaring with a red face. "The city is broken. The city is broken." Jiang Mingtang stood up and looked at the beacon smoke, in the distance as if he could hear the calls from both inside and outside the city when the city broke. Only one is cheering while the other is full of despair. The army has attacked the city. Lord Li has ordered the supply battalion to pull out and enter the city. The visitor called out. The supply wagon battalion sprang into action, packing up and driving the wagons, slowly making their way toward the capital city. At the entrance of the city wall is still burning with a blazing fire, covered with sword marks and sword holes. The city gate is unknown whether it is smashed into pieces by martial artists or siege equipment, and the flag at the top of the city has been replaced with the banner of the Tsongshan army. The hissing and shouting of the alleyway battle and pursuit of the killings can still be faintly heard in the city. Jiang Ming stepped on the brick rubble that covered the ground, stepped on the limbs and arms of the dead, and followed the supply battalion slowly into the city. Where is that kid Xiao Wu? An old cook suddenly looked around, surprised. This young man, it will not also be hot-blooded and robbing people to make a merit. Right, the rice is not made. The old cook shook his head, stuffed a few pieces of firewood into the stove, and hastily kneaded up the dough. In the city, there was chaos. The alleyway battle between the Tsongshan army and the Imperial army continued. The people in the city were terrified and hid in their homes, not daring to move. Jiang Ming walked all the way through, and even saw many people in rags, hiding under the eaves and shivering at the base of the wall. Although there were many people who escaped from the city of Daiyunfu, there were also many fleeing in from the north, and the tall walls of the city always gave people confidence and a sense of security. But when the city gate broke, this confidence also collapsed and messed up. Along the way the ground hooligans can be seen everywhere, taking advantage of the chaos to rush into the people's homes to loot. The soldiers are killing, the people are crying, and the evil people are robbing. In short, it is a word of chaos. Even if the Tsongshan army again boasts that it does not hurt the lives of the people, but this situation is not a moment to stabilize. Even this chaos, which also less Tsongshan army soldiers involved, after all, is a gang of fish and dragons mixed rebel army. Slogan shouting the sky, really fall into practice may not be how many. Peaceful in Peacetown. That's only because there's not much oil. Wait and see for 2 days. Jiang Ming did not immediately rush to the old Snake Gang base camp. After all, the old Snake Gang with the rebels have collusion. Who knows what is the situation in the old Snake Gang now? There is no expert sitting in the town. In case you meet a first-class martial arts, it is not nothing to look for pain. He went across the street from the old Snake Gang's base camp, found a small mansion with a few rooms, and hid in the woodshed. This family lives a bunch of ordinary people who open a rice store couple. With Jiang Ming's second-rate martial artist Kung Fu, the other party cannot find out at all, and he can also listen to the corner of the wall by the way, to understand the situation in the city. Chapter 53, Come to Cheat, Come to Steal. The 5th day after the city broke down, the Tsongshan army had basically mastered the situation and had the city of Daeunfu firmly under control. The Stone family also no longer cover up. Announced that with the Tsongshan army, the status of the Tsongshan army, the status of the city rocketing up into the Lord's house. The Stone family head of the family concurrently served as the lord of the city. The veteran family Wang family's momentum is directly suppressed. As night fell, in the dimly lit woodshed, Jiang Ming ran his blood energy to his ears and listened to the conversation of the master of the mansion next door. Today the Tsongshan army came again. Let our family donate another 10 stones of white rice. The male head of this family sighed. Didn't you say that the Tsongshan army doesn't harm the people? I just hope they hurry up and go. The hostess also sighed softly, which is a good person who is an official. The male host muttered. Tsongshan army is still good. Nowadays as long as the grain and grass. Looting gold and silver is also going to knock those involved in the defense of the city's big powerhouse. The Wang family are being knocked hard. Now the most troublesome in the city. On the contrary, those who do not know the real and fake rogues and bandits in the past, taking advantage of the war to loot and kill people. I even saw Gui Tiger's family pretending to be thieves, rush to the street stores to loot gold and silver treasures. That's steward and we have done a long time in the rice and noodle business. I recognized it at a glance. Really shameless. Jiang Ming's eyes narrowed slightly. Tiger Gua? In the tiger hunt, Jiang Ming has heard that this Gua tiger, back in the tiger hunt, also learned the cowhide tiger bone trick, and then learned martial arts success will be self-sustaining. A body of blood thick as a savage tiger, is a famous second-rate martial artist in the city of the capital. However, this is rather more than 10 years ago. Gua tiger into the second stream when already more than 40 years old, and then busy with business and then no inch, now old and frail. A body of kung fu is afraid of no more than a few % left. However, the Gua family is a good thigh. The last time Jiang Ming killed Shi Junhong in Xinghua building, the 2 toadies following behind him were people from the Gua family, and the field, occupied by the head of Lao Zhou was finally rewarded by Shi Junhong to the Gua family, and now it is the location of the Gua family's branch in Ping'an town. Counting the age, this Gua tiger is also more than 70 years old, although the residual power is still there, but really fight for fear that it will not be able to. Jiang Ming heart thought, on the contrary, this old snake gang so far there is no movement. The old snake gang master in the end sudden breakthrough to first-class martial artist, who does not know, or to wait quietly, continue to observe. Deep night, Jiang Ming listened to the long snoring next door, quietly tumbled out of the firewood room, leapt onto the roof and swept away. On the streets of the city, patrols of the Tsongshan army strutted through the city, and when the occasional landlubber or hooligan made a mess, they were quickly rushed to the past. It will take some time to completely suppress the huge capital city. The Gua family, Gua tiger rely on the martial arts is not bad, coupled with the means of ruthless and evening Shi family, operating out of not small family property. Gua residences also covers a wide area. At this moment, in the backyard of the Gua family, in a study room, Gua tiger is confiding things with his eldest son, Wei. This Tsongshan army acted a bit wrongly these days, slaughtered several family heads. The Shi family may be able to carry this wave of wind and waves, but our Gua family is not certain. Tomorrow morning you bring your wife and children. Our family a few people change their faces and hide. Home let these steward servants first cover. Wait for some days once the city gates are open. We will leave this capital city. To the peace of the town of the East Mountains start again. Got it, Dad. I'll get ready later. A few moments later, a youth hurried out of the house and left the place. In the house, Tiger Gua tapped the parcel on the table, quietly contemplating if there was anything else missing. Ding dong. Just then, there was another sharp knock at the door. Dad, the eldest son Guowei's somewhat anxious voice came in, seemingly because of nervous tones or some abnormal changes. What? What kind of trouble have you encountered? Tiger Gui was startled and hurriedly got up to open the door. Creak. Room door open, the night wind blowing in. Gua Tiger is feeling a little dizzy head. It seems to be really old. Cannot stand. When blowing a little cool wind, Gua Tiger wrapped his clothes and looked at the sun in front of him. Not right. His face changed and his body shook slightly. Ecstasy. Guo Tiger's mind just flashed a thought. Then he wanted to boost his blood chi to force out the medicine. In front of him, Guo Wei is steeply rushed forward. A fist swung out fiercely smashed to Guo Tiger's chest and abdomen. Tiger Guo's face changed greatly. Subconsciously wanted to resist, but he was already in a state of blood failure. Coupled with the attack by the eldest son, an ecstasy slowed down his reaction speed, so he could only watch the fist through his blocking gap, smash down without any obstruction. Finished. Guo Tiger's heart only flashed such a thought. The whole person is like a straw floating up. Blood sprayed wildly in the mouth, smashed down a piece of tables and chairs. He was lying on the ground with blood spilling out of his 7 orifices. His chest was bloody and his sternum was smashed and sunken, and it looked like he couldn't live. But he was still looking at the person who looked 6 or 7 times similar to Guo Wei walking in, gasping for air. Who are you? A second-rate martial artist. How dare you come to cheat, to sneak attack me, an old man in his 70s, with such an underhanded trick, and use a bewitching drug. Guo Tiger is full of suffocating. Old sun blood and chi have decayed like this. Normal fight also cannot beat you. You to be so cautious and sinister? It's still my first time to kill a second-rate martial artist, so of course I have to be cautious. Jiang Ming eyed him and saw that he was indeed out of breath more and in breath less. Then he seriously and incomparably said, "The fact that your body wasn't even pierced by me shows that the physical body of a second-rate martial artist is still terrifying. If your blood chi was a bit stronger, I might be the one to die. Of course, this is the premise that I don't use the blood-burning knife method." Jiang Ming secretly added in his heart, Guo Tiger but was angry, rolling eyes. Blood chi stronger? You're talking about 100 times stronger. Immediately afterward, he failed to take a breath and actually died on the spot. At this time, there was also a burst of panicked footsteps from outside, accompanied by a burst of shouting. Jiang Ming ignored it, and after lifting the package on Tiger Guo's desk, he leapt up from the window and left the Guo family. Guo Tiger is old and weak. These years Guo family no more second-rate martial artists appeared. This is the thinning of the day. Otherwise Guo family steward is not to pull down the face as a hooligan. Now Guo Tiger died. Guo family will be like a toothless tiger. I do not know how many enemies eyeing want to divide the Guo family, this fat sheep. Plus the Tsangshan army will not let go of this mouth fat meat. From now on, this Guo family will cease to exist. But no matter whether it is the Guo family or the old snake gang, the back is relying on the Shi family as a big mountain. Jiang Ming ran and swept through the night, his face ancient and waveless. This Tsangshan king hasn't even become the emperor yet, and the Shi family just popped out to wave the flag. It can't help but be a bit. Let's see who gets the last laugh then. Chapter 54, Crossing the River and Breaking Down the Bridge. The 7th year of Yuan Shou. May. The Tsangshan army and the Shi family's old snake gang and other forces collaborated with each other to break through the city of Daunfu. 2 first-rate martial artists of the imperial army died in battle, and the rest fled en route. 10 days later, the Tsangshan army beheaded the captured Yen generals and ministers in Kaishiko, and made it known to the world that the Tsangshan army is petitioning for the people to crusade against the fainting Yan Zhao emperor. This year, before the winter snow falls, it will break through the capital and take the emperor's head. Since then, the Tsangshan army has occupied the 5 northern provinces, and the Yen court has been deadlocked in the 7 southern provinces, with the Yanning River, which runs through Yen, as the boundary between the 2 sides, and they have temporarily drawn the river to rule the country. More than half a month after the city broke down, opposite the old snake gang's main camp, in an inconspicuous narrow alleyway courtyard, a plain-looking teenager, stretching his limbs in the courtyard, slowly playing the cowhide tiger bone trick, a trace of hidden blood aura flowing under the skin. That is the blood strength and the quenching of the skin and sinews. This person is naturally Jiang Ming. Since he entered the city disguised as a cook, he has never used his real face. After all, hunting tiger Zhuangjiang master in this city is also a little famous, especially the drunken gold river on both sides of those specialty restaurants. Speaking of which, all those restaurants should have opened up again. Right. Jiang Ming muttered to himself, remembering the understanding girl Frost. Since the city broke down, the Tsangshan army will be in the city of the remaining members of the imperial army to kill the kill-catch, but also gradually maintain the peace and quiet. Since a few days ago, the city gate is also reopened, allowing people to enter and exit. The city's restaurants and stores and so on, under the authorization of the Tsangshan army, are also remaintained and opened. A peaceful scene of reliving. However, the broken walls that can be seen everywhere, and the broken hands and broken flesh that can be stepped on without paying attention, make this peaceful scene seem not so real. Many people who have family treasures are worried, and they have fled from the Dainianfu as soon as the city gates are opened. Those who stayed, instead, were the bitter people at the bottom and the displaced people whose houses had been destroyed and who were not clothed. For them life was already bitter like this. And where could it be different to go elsewhere? Jiang Ming spent some silver and bought this small courtyard from a person who was preparing to leave the Dayun mansion, practicing boxing and drinking every day, keeping a low profile. Of course, the main objective is to watch the old snake gang. Jiang Ming was naturally not in the least bit anxious. The old snake gang had been doing a lot of evil. Their enemies were almost as bad, not to mention spreading all over the Great Cloud province. And I'm afraid that there were not a few people who held the same mindset as him nowadays. Yesterday night, Jiang Ming also saw a man in black, touched into the street across the old snake gang's mansion. And then there was a tragic shouting and killing sound. But soon no movement. There's no rush. Just wait. For Jiang Ming, the last thing he lacked was patience. Only after practicing until darkness fell and feeling the blood chi in his body depleted did Jiang Ming close his fist and stand. The second stream realm. It's indeed a lot more powerful. Jiang Ming clenched his fist, feeling the surging blood chi in his body. He estimated that nowadays, if he performs the blood-burning blade technique again, I'm afraid that he can continuously chop to more than 30 blades. After all, the control and suppression of blood chi by the power of the realm of intent is completely incomparable to that of a third-rate martial artist. I don't know who has the great fortune to be able to eat my first blade, Jiang Ming whispered. Of course, the strongest point of a second-rate martial artist was not yet the blood chi, but the physical body. If the skin and sinews are tempered to great success, second-rate martial artists can break the sword with their bare hands, and ordinary martial artists are difficult to break their flesh, which is simply a human-shaped weapon, and it is also a big killer in the battlefield. Jiang Ming had heard that in this siege, that Sanshan Army's city-breaking team had several second-rate martial artists, who used their physical bodies to carry the rain of falling rocks and arrows, and fought their way to the bottom of the city to forcefully blast open the city gates. But my physical body, nowadays, at most, I can only block a paper cutter. Or I have to learn hard. Jiang Ming muttered and returned to the house, pouring the medicinal soup simmering on the stove into a bowl, and after it cooled slightly, he only drank it in one go. The medicine is really good. Feeling the wisps of scorching medicinal power rushing to the limbs and bones, the exhausted blood chi rapidly recovered and was vaguely more powerful. Jiang Ming also revealed a smile. After killing Gua Tiger that night, Jiang Ming got the bag he was going to use to run away, in which apart from gold leaves and silver tickets, the most precious thing was the prescription of a secret medicine for practicing martial arts. The prescription is called blood strengthening soup, which is made from tiger blood, deer antler, golden worm ginseng and other precious herbs, and it has a miraculous effect on the strong blood chi, which can make the martial artist's blood chi far exceed that of the same level. And I think that Gua Tiger's blood chi was so thick that it moved the Great Clouds province in those years, and it was because of this prescription. Jiang Ming now happens to be missing a secret medicine that strengthens blood chi. This Gua Tiger is really a good person, sending pillows when sleepy comes, but the herbs are running out, so I need to buy some more tomorrow. Late night, Jiang Ming washed up, was lying on the bed drinking tea and reading a book, suddenly heard a burst of hissing and shouting sounds outside, eventually accompanied by a low muffled sound and a scream. It is no longer moving. It should be a third-rate martial artist's encounter. With the movement coming out, Jiang Ming secretly estimated. His face was calm. It wasn't the first time something like this had happened. Right at this moment, an icy cold voice from outside was also wrapped by the blood energy and transmitted far out like a thunderbolt. If you dare to come to the old snake gang to cause trouble, prepare your own coffin in advance. Any further offense, kill your entire family. There was silence in the darkness. After a long time, there are a few stray dogs woof woof sound. Looks a little funny. It seems that the old snake gang is really panicked. Jiang Ming laughed. So put a hard word is obviously some bottom. But this put who also panicked. I thought I had made a big achievement, to be a great success, but I did not expect people Sanshan Army into the city, but did not take care of the old snake gang, even the Stone family. This period of time also broke contact with the old snake gang. Some Stone family members in the street encountered the old snake gang congregation, but also a face of do not recognize the appearance, coupled with the fact that in the past few days, that Sanshan Army has been constantly liquidating the city's ruffians, as well as some of the notorious forces. Many people are speculating that this Sanshan Army may be planning to cross the river and tear down the bridge to the old snake gang. Some of the bold ones wanted to fish in troubled waters and touch in to smooth some money before the Sanshan Army did. Jiang Ming estimated that maybe someone really got it, but the number of people who were killed on the spot would not be small. It's still a small fight. Jiang Ming shook his head. No longer pay attention to the movement outside. Threw the book, covered with a quilt and smothered his head to sleep. The next day, after Jiang Ming finished practicing his boxing early, he got up and walked out of the courtyard, strutting towards the Tiger Hunt Villa. For something like tiger blood, naturally it had to be the best quality from the Tiger Hunting Villa. next door to the Tiger Hunt Villa Mansion. The opening also has a specialized store selling all kinds of animal meat and blood bones and other things. In the siege, Hunting Tiger Village door closed no one to participate in the war. After the war the Tsangshan army donated some animal meat, gold and silver, but also not how difficult to be. Jiang Ming also saw in the store on duty Pang Lu and other acquaintances, but naturally did not recognize each other, but instead cut the price a few times, almost beaten out by Pang Lu. After buying the tiger's blood, Jiang Ming walked towards Ji Shi Tang, ready to buy some herbs. Drunken Immortal house was smashed by a stone-throwing car and lost. Dr. Sun is not blessed with a mouth these days, Jiang Ming muttered and walked inside, but he suddenly smelled a stench of blood. Chapter 55 Hunting the Old Snake Gang. The smell of blood entered his nose, and Jiang Ming also hurriedly accelerated his pace and rushed into the medical hall. Inside the hall, herbs and drawers were thrown all over the place, and a medicine boy was lying on the counter, with blood dripping from underneath him all the way to the ground, already lifeless. Right at this moment, a furious and angry voice suddenly came from the backyard. Old thing, then you go to hell. Jiang Ming's face changed slightly, and he rushed to the backyard, where he saw a tall, thin man with a masked face, stabbing a knife into Dr. Sun's abdomen. Who? The tall, thin man twisted his head, fury flowing from his eyes. Although the other party is masked, but Jiang Ming still recognized that this is a disciple of Dr. Sun, usually honest and low-key. I did not expect to make this kind of deception of the teacher and the ancestor. Jiang Ming's face was calm, and he didn't talk much. His blood energy was running, his body moved like the wind, and in the blink of an eye, he came to the tall and thin man, and in his horrified gaze, he smashed his fist on his heart. Bang! This tall and thin man was immediately blasted through the heart and planted on the ground without moving. Jiang Ming looked at Dr. Sun again, only to see blood flowing from his abdomen, and it looked like he couldn't be saved. And Dr. Sun's gaze was also despondent and miserable, obviously not expecting that his disciple, whom he had taught with all his heart and soul, would take advantage of the war to kill him. Jiang Ming sighed and simply changed his appearance, revealing his original face and helping Dr. Sun to his favorite recliner. Dr. Sun's eyes, which were already almost closed, suddenly widened, incredulously breaking off. You are a third-rate martial artist? The hiding can be really, really deep. He was well informed, and when he saw Jiang Ming use this kind of disguise technique, he judged that he was a third-rate martial artist. Jiang Ming didn't deny that he didn't use his full strength to kill the tall and thin man, and naturally, Dr. Sun couldn't imagine that he was actually a second-rate martial artist. But even with such a scene, it is already impossible for Dr. Sun to divulge his secrets, and Jiang Ming will not reveal all his cards. After teaching so many disciples, it's not as good as an outsider. Also, what that sinful disciple wants to take away. Dr. Sun, on the other hand, his face was dead gray, his fingers slightly raised, and before he finished speaking, his hand fell down, and his vitality dissipated. Jiang Ming looked at Dr. Sun's corpse, his gaze ghostly. Sanshan army boasts that it does not hurt the people, so what? As long as they rise up, there will be countless people die because of them. Want to live peacefully? How difficult. All external things cannot be pinned down, only their own strength is the guarantee of everything. Jiang Ming looked in the direction that Dr. Sun pointed to, the very same stone table that he used to eat roasted chicken and drink old wine every day. He strides over and moves the stone table, digging the bricks underneath, revealing a wooden box at once. Jiang Ming opened the wooden box, in which there were some gold leaves and jewels. At the bottom was a booklet made of thin sheepskin scrolls called the Nourishing Codex. It seems that the thing that anti-bone boy wants to rob is this health maintenance codex. Jiang Ming sighed. This Dr. Sun has only one drawback, which is his big mouth. Once told Jiang Ming that all those prescriptions of his were from a medical book, and Dr. Sun vaguely mentioned that the medical book is not simple. It seems to be this permaculture codex. Jiang Ming stuffed the booklet into his arms and transformed his appearance back, looking for someone to collect Dr. Sun's corpse. The body collector took money from the officer and didn't even ask much. Maybe he's seen too much of this kind of thing these days. Jiang Ming looked at the corpse collector left alone, sighed, also turned to leave. He may have to send away many people in his life. It is better to get used to it earlier. Another 3 days passed, and news suddenly came out of the city. The Sanshan army notified the whole city that from the uprising to the present, the Sanshan army is dedicated to the people, and cuts down the treachery and eliminates the evil. All the rumors about the Sanshan army and the evil bandit gangs in the city are all rumors, and all the evil people who do evil can be put to death. On the same day, Sangshan army will be pulled out of prison. Hundreds of bullies and bandits, lined up together in the vegetable market entrance. As many as possible cut off the head, the blood flow with the same as a small river. Finally, in the small courtyard, Jiang Ming revealed a smile. The Sangshan army has finished reorganizing the city of Daeunfu, and will be preparing for the next war with the Imperial Army. And gathering people's hearts and minds is naturally the most important thing. The fastest way to see the results is to take these evil bandits to open the sword to establish the authority. This move by the Sangshan army should give a lot of people a peace of mind. In the old Snake Gang's base camp, in an opulent mansion, goddamned Sangshan army, despicable and shameless. A square-faced man with half-white hair sat at the head seat with an ugly face, not knowing how many cups he had shattered. Gangmaster, what do we do? Down below, the many old Snake Gang executives were all looking dishwater. When they attacked the city, they did not know how many small actions they did, dragging the back leg of the court army, only thinking that after that Sangshan army entered the city, they could give them a great credit, but they did not expect such a result. What else can we do? Withdraw from the prefecture city tonight. The square-faced man's face was grim as he said that if he stayed in this city any longer, he was afraid that he would be chewed to pieces. The Sangshan army and the Sher family are ruthless enough. His gaze was hideous, but he could only stifle himself and eat this big loss. I thought that the Sangshan army is a wrongdoer. Follow the mix some benefits. I did not expect to end up being anti-grip a wave of wool. Just then, a long string of laughter suddenly came from outside. Ha ha ha. Duan Jinwu, today is the day you die. Immediately outside the door is coming from the door wall broken in gusts of screams. Square-faced man Duan Jinwu immediately changed his face. Did not expect the trouble to come so quickly. The old Snake Gang rushed out of the house, and they saw that the front yard was already in complete chaos, with shouts of killing and screams in a chaotic mess, causing them all to change color. There is a second-rate martial artist. Duan Jinwu listened to the movement in the front yard, and his face turned ugly, subconsciously touching an object in his bosom. Second-rate martial artists want to get some property in the war. Is really more than simple, but wait until today rushed into the old Snake Gang. Obviously not for the sake of seizing wealth. Then it can only be for this thing. If you have the heart to come and grab it, you have to have the life to take it. Duan Jinwu's face revealed a rich hostility. Even if I haven't stepped into the first class, I'm still a peak second-class martial artist. Can't I be bullied by just anyone? Bang. The shadow wall in front of him collapsed with a bang, and a bloodthirsty figure stepped in, and a dark arrow was shot at his chest, but it bounced off with a bang, failing to injure him in the slightest. The crowd of the old Snake Gang changed color. Second-rate martial artists. The man didn't even look at the others, but only stared at Duan Jinwu, and immediately he swung his fist and rushed up, laughing. Old thing, suffer death. Duan Jinwu blasted out a fist, sending him flying backwards, and said proudly, just by your. There is a world of difference in strength when they are both second-rate. However, before he could finish his sentence, a big foot came from behind, kicking him to a stumbling position and almost falling on his ass. Duan Jinwu looked at this person with his cape and blood spilling from the corner of his mouth. Another second-rate martial artist. Brush up. In an instant, two more figures rushed in. A full 4 second-rate martial artists, surrounding Duan Jinwu in the center. Chapter 56 Zheng Shan, a good man, reappears in the Jianghu. In the old Snake Gang's backyard, Jiang Ming quietly slipped in and crouched on the roof of a room, looking at the scene below. The 4 second-rate martial artists all seemed to be waiting for today as well. Jiang Ming thought to himself, first-rate martial arts methods were rare, and it was difficult for an ordinary second-rate martial artist to obtain them even if they joined a certain first-rate force. And today this great opportunity, naturally all to seize. These several second-rate martial artists. He is also familiar. After all, being in the Tiger Hunt village, often send prey to various martial arts forces, have seen a lot of martial artists. Second-rate martial artists in the major forces is also a phoenix feather. Naturally remember clearly. And I don't know if there are any others like me who are still squatting. Jiang Ming muttered in his heart, but it didn't matter. When the time came he would shine and work away, not giving others a chance to react. Mo Tai, He Lin, Wang Li, Tong He. Good, very good. And down below, Duan Jinwu's gaze was like an eagle, ferociously sweeping over one by one. All of you are my old Snake Gang's enemies, finally unable to hold back? If I can spell you all to death today, it's not a loss. Ha 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 ha. Duan Gangmaster, when you destroyed my Red River Society back then, did you ever think that I would come to seek revenge today? The first person to strike at Duan Jinwu laughed out loud, but the color of hatred was in his eyes. Duan Jinwu looked at these 4 second-rate martial artists with a slightly sunken gaze. Even though he was at the peak of the second rate, his blood chi was limited. Not to mention the fact that he was old and had failed to impact the first rate a few times, so his blood chi had already begun to decline. The 2 moves that he received just now made his blood chi surge and consumed a lot of. Want to retreat in one piece? I am afraid that it is already impossible. But before dying, he also wants to pull on a few cushions. Oh, Matai, you don't pretend. What's seeking revenge? You come to round up me. Nothing but for this. Duan Junwu slowly laughed, and touched out a booklet from his bosom. Lu Yun Know-how. The martial arts method that leads to a first-class martial artist. I think all of you are all hot-eyed. But there's only one copy of the method. Who do you think I'll give it to? He said, looking over at a few people with an impish grin. Several people's faces are slightly changed, while Emotai immediately droned in a deep voice, don't listen to him to sow discord. We join hands to round him up and kill him, and each of us will be happy to transcribe. Do not mess up. If we can't kill him, we'll wait for his crazy revenge in the future. Go! He Lin also said in a cold voice, charging up first and attacking towards Duan Junwu. The other 2, moreover, surrounded them from different directions at the same time, limiting Duan Junwu's play. However, Duan Junwu let out a cold snort, and directly threw the booklet towards Emotai, and himself met He Lin, let out a bellow, his eyes open angrily, and his arms swelled up a circle, and he slapped his palm out, and He Lin's fists blasted together hard and fast. Boo! He Lin's arm twisted violently, blood spurting and bone stubble splattering. Duan Junwu took the opportunity to bully his way up and slapped another palm on his chest, denting his chest directly and killing him on the spot. In the side of Duan Junwu, Tong He is a fist close, smashed in his waist and abdomen, only to hear a click sound. Ribs were smashed directly broken. Duan Junwu staggered back, gasping for breath to stand still. He used his full strength to kill a second-rate martial artist with a thunderous strike, but his blood chi was lost by a third all of a sudden, and he also received a punch on his waist, so his strength plummeted. Rotten mud can't help the wall. Jiang Ming then glanced at the other side, that Emotai and Wang Li even halfway back, at the same time to seize that booklet. Otherwise, Duan Junwu wouldn't have dared to be so arrogant as to chase after He Lin with his back greatly exposed. At this time, the 2 Emotai have also seized the booklet, and one person tore half of it and grasped it in his hand. Ha! Old thief! You swindled me! Emotai glanced down, but he was instantly annoyed. It was actually a book of poems. Ha 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 ha! Duan Junwu laughed. How stupid! Seek death! The 2 of them, Emotai, were enraged and rushed over at the same time with explosive shouts. The bottom of Duan Junwu's eyes, however, flashed a trace of sinister. Arms suddenly explored, and hundreds of fine needles as fine as cow hair in the 2 sleeves shot out. Shoo shoo shoo. Silver needles flew. Emotai and the 2 of them didn't even have a chance to react. They were shot into their bodies. Poof. Sculpture worm small skills. Both of them are disdainful. This flying needle is sinister. But for the sword and gun invulnerable second-rate martial artist, it is like scratching an itch. Silver needle hit and 2 people have landed on the body. Emotai 2 people a slight beat. Is with the Tong He together? Then read the siege and kill. In a matter of moments, Duan Junwu's left and right sides were weak, and coupled with the increasing consumption of his blood chi, he had added many wounds to his body, and his legs were broken. However, only for a moment, Emotai suddenly went limp, and was actually smashed straight on the head by Duan Junwu's fist, exploding into a rotten watermelon on the spot. That silver needle is poisonous. Wang Li instantly reacted and exclaimed, it's too late to know. Duan Junwu gasped and laughed in a fierce manner. His hallowed second-stream martial artist's bottom card is not that simple. The silver needle coated with the drunken blood sand, touch dissolves into the body. Even second-rate martial artists cannot prevent. Wang Li went limp and watched as Duan Junwu rushed over, despairing beyond measure as he was slapped with a palm on his heavenly soul cap, and was directly hit with a splattering of brain matter, completely dying. In a matter of moments, the 4 great experts who had surrounded Duan Junwu were left with only Tong He and one other. Tong He, however, showed a happy face. This Junwu is now seriously injured and his blood chi is at the bottom. He just needs to be careful. The final winner will definitely be him. He suddenly craned his head to look, only to see a burly man with a face full of crossmeat, carrying a long knife, walking over step by step. Zhang Shan, the burly man said coldly. What? You are Zhang Shan? Tong He's face changed slightly, knowing that this life-threatening fellow was the ruthless man who dared to kill the Shi family's son. This Duan Junwu's head and things belong to me. The burly man didn't reply. Instead, he took the tip of his knife with an uncontrollable arrogance and vainly pointed at Duan Junwu. Your Excellency's breath is not too big. Tong He's face sank. Duan Junwu was also furious and laughed. Who dares to come and kill me? Before I die, I'll pull a back. Noisy. The burly man sneered. Eat my blade first. Boom! His blood chi surged, and he actually erupted in an instant with an aura that caused Duan Junwu and Tong He to palpitate. The blood mist on the surface of his body steaming up, slowly condensing towards the blade like a blood cloud. Blood-burning blade technique? Tong He exclaimed, obviously recognizing this forbidden martial art as well. This person is crazy. This thought was born in the hearts of the two people at the same time, and the burly man had already lifted his sword and leapt up in the air, exploding with amazing speed and strength, slashing down hard towards Duan Junwu. Crazy. Duan Junwu wanted to curse his mother and desperately dodged away. Boom! The long knife chopped on the lapis lazuli floor, and chopped out a one-person wide gully on the spot. Only the aftershock shocked Duan Junwu's internal organs cracked, and his mouth sprayed blood. Luckily, this guy is also adorably stupid. Such a terrifying forbidden art was used casually. Duan Junwu's face is as pale as paper, but his heart is happy. So the other party used a forbidden art to injure the origin. Then the strength of the big drop, and he is less than half an opponent. The chance of survival greatly increased. However, before he could think much, he felt the terrifying aura behind him rise again. He twisted his head in horror, and saw that Zhang Shan, who had already become a blood god, even performed the blood-burning blade technique for the second time, and chopped toward him with a ferocious face. What exactly do I have with you? This is the last thought of Duan Junwu before he died. Chapter 57 Overthrow of the Old Snake Gang. Sneer at. Blood mist surrounded the blade, and Jiang Ming's body was steaming with blood, like a blood-bathed god of killing, as he slashed at Duan Junwu. Sound of escaping laughter. No matter how tough Duan Junwu's fleshly body was hardened, at this moment, it was as unbearable as thin paper. Blood spattered. A big good man's head flew up, and fell into the grass in death. Unbearable. Jiang Ming laughed twice in a pretense of open-mindedness, then lowered his head and started groping on Duan Junwu's body. Tong He has long watched the dumbfounded. He has never seen such a life-threatening maniac. Life-saving moves so casually cut out 2 knives? That is 2 years of life. And the origin is damaged. Even the path of martial arts will be affected. Maybe there is no way to step into a first-class martial artist in this life. But, surely he can't slash a third time. Tong He suddenly came back to his senses and looked at Zhang Shan, who was searching the corpse with his head down, his eyes flickering. Perhaps this is the best time to strike. Just at this moment, a big laugh suddenly came from outside the courtyard. I didn't expect that. Today is really lively, and I can also see such forbidden arts as the blood-burning blade technique. The voice came from far and near, and a figure landed in the courtyard. He laughed. It's just a pity that the mantis is catching the cicada and the yellow sparrow is at the back, and the final winner is me after all. Zhang Ye. Tong He recognized this person and could not help but change his color. This is also a long-established second-stream martial artist in the prefecture city. Can really endure. Now that he and Duan Junwu sparred and were injured, he simply had no chance of winning against an intact second-stream martial artist. The new Zhang Ye also has an indifferent gaze, as if everything is under control, and faintly said, "That Zhang Shan, give me the stuff. I cannot make a move on you." At this time, Jiang Ming had already searched for the so-called flowing cloud skill, and carelessly tucked it into his pocket, before turning his head over and glancing at this person as if he was looking at an idiot, and then striding towards the outside of the courtyard. Seek death. Zhang Ye was instantly annoyed, and immediately, his blood energy revolved and killed Jiang Ming. This Zhang Shan can be really crazy, but it's a pity that now he still has any crazy capital. Tong He also shook his head. However, the next moment, his mouth was wide open, only to see that Zhang Shan turned around with a face full of impatience. The blood mist on his body surface erupted again without hesitation. His long sword was violently lifted up, and he blatantly met the killing Zhang Jia. Blood-burning blade technique. Third blade. This guy, don't want to die. Tong He was completely messed up. The blood-burning blade technique was continuously performed, and the damage caused to the body increased exponentially. 3 knives go down. I am afraid that 10 years of life is gone, plus the origin is damaged. What is the use of this Zhang Shan robbing the flow of cloud skill? Not to mention breaking through the first class. How long can I live is a problem, right? And this Zhang Shan, like don't want money like crazy cast blood-burning knife, is drinking fake wine or what? However, Zhang Jia could not think of these. He was confidently killing this Zhang Shan, but encountered this sudden blade, even had no time to change his stance, only had time to set up his own blade with a face full of horror, trying to block this blow. Boom! The blood-burning knife chopped down, immediately erupted with a terrifying and incomparable might. The 2 long knives burst into pieces in unison. Countless blade fragments erupted forward, immediately the Zhang armor into a bloody hedgehog. After a short scream, it was to fall to the ground and die. Jiang Ming glanced at the only remaining hilt, shook his head and casually threw it away, and was striding out the door. Although the blood-burning knife method is very strong, but this war knife is after all mortal iron, cannot withstand this horrible force. It seems that in the future we have to find a handful of blades. By now, the only second-rate martial artist left in the courtyard was Tong He. Yet even when Jiang Ming's long sword crumbled, Tong He didn't dare to have any more thoughts about the flowing cloud technique. Faced with this kind of life-threatening madman, who have to retreat, the opportunity to promote first-class martial artist is certainly rare, but more rare or their own little life. This old snake gang, from today onwards, is also gone. Jiang Ming walked out from the backyard, looking at the various bold martial artists encountered along the way, all taking advantage of today, rushed into the old snake gang for $0 purchase. All kinds of shouts and killings, spilled silver money and jewelry can be seen everywhere, and the air is filled with a strong smell of blood. Jiang Ming casually slapped the two assassins who were staring at him, seized some gold leaves, and was directly leaving the old snake gang. Jiang Ming, who was covered in blood, was also somewhat striking, and he hid in an unoccupied private house on the strength of his skillful body, until late at night, when he quietly returned to his own small courtyard, take a bath, go to bed. Early the next morning, Jiang Ming went to the street food stall to drink tofu brains, then heard a few eaters chatting excitedly about yesterday's events. The old snake gang was overthrown. Several second-rate martial artists died. The biggest explosive news, naturally, is still the extra-legal fanatic Zhang Shan reappeared in the world, and chopped the head of the old snake gang leader with a knife. I knew it. The Zhang Shan warrior is as cynical as he is vengeful. How could he miss this opportunity to get rid of evil? A teenage boy shouted with a reddened face, wishing that he was that warrior, killing all the evil people in the world. I heard that hero made use of the forbidden martial arts that have a detrimental effect on life expectancy, but he really has a strong character. He would rather fight for his life to get rid of such a tumor like the old snake gang. It's really something to be admired. Everyone nodded their heads, growing more and more in awe of him. One more bowl, with extra marinade, Jiang Ming yelled, huffing and puffing as he drank the tofu brain and ate the hot donuts, and in his heart, he also cried and laughed a little. I'm not trying to run a warrior hero image this time. That's what you guys are saying, not me. By the way, have you heard that the Tsangshan army has begun recruiting? One man suddenly said. I heard that the treatment is not bad, and the monthly pay is sufficient, enough for a family of 3 to eat and drink. I see that this Tsangshan army is not bad, very good to the people, and all the way to attack the city and break through. A little bit of that. Another person pointed to the sky and said with a hefty smile, join in now. Maybe in the future you can soar and enjoy life in the capital. As soon as he said this, the people who originally didn't want to join the Tsangshan army, after being stunned for a moment, were all a bit tickled. Although the war is dangerous, but when the ordinary people are not dangerous, instead of stifling life for a lifetime, it would be better to gamble, betting on the right that can be a flying. Jiang Ming glanced at the two guys who were singing in unison, and didn't bother to say anything more as he finished his own meal and slipped around the corner to prepare to go back to his own small courtyard. Suddenly, he took a slight step. On the streets, a group of soldiers from the Tsangshan army were strutting by, and the people were retreating in panic. In that group of soldiers, there is an inconspicuous short man with a dark and strange face, talking and laughing with his fellow travelers beside him, but his eyebrows are filled with the fury of the past killings, and a pair of eyes like a falcon scanning the streets. Huang Xiaoying. Jiang Ming just glanced at her and turned his eyes away to continue walking forward. The quiet and timid little girl back then. The change is quite big. Jiang Ming laughed lightly in his heart, but this is not necessarily a bad thing. In a world like this, being able to live is the most important thing. Chapter 58, The Mentalist. Jiang Ming naturally didn't rush up to recognize Huang Xiaoying. He just felt a bit marvelous. Only just less than a year. A person's change was like a sea change. If 10 years, 100 years, 10,000 years pass, is there anything familiar in this world? Perhaps the only thing that will last forever is yourself. Jiang Ming sighed lightly, no longer think too much. In the street to buy some rice and noodles, meat and vegetables, and lifted a watermelon. Back to their own small courtyard. From the well to play the water ready to wash vegetables and noodles, and then threw the watermelon into the bucket, sunk into the well chilled. He planned to stay in the city for more time. The Great Cloud Mansion had lasted for nearly 1,000 years through 4 dynasties. The city had been destroyed and built again, but the name had remained unchanged, rumored to be the name set by an immortal in ancient times, although the true and false have long been indistinguishable. But listen to the storyteller tell a story of historical or legendary characters. Watch the theater on the babbling performance, but also some fun. You don't get to see any of these in Peacetown. The main reason, of course, was that Pingan Town was not very peaceful these days. I heard that the Tsangshan Army's supply wagon camp is located there to receive the grain and weapons brought from the north, and nowadays they are catching medicine pickers to go into the mountains every day to collect medicines, so as to make reserves for the upcoming big battle. He meowed. Who did we herb pickers invite? Jiang Ming instigated the noodles he rolled out. Still couldn't help but curse. Carbohydrate intake is too much. Propped up Jiang Ming dazed and confused. Slept a lot in the afternoon. Only in the evening is to get up. He fished the watermelon out of the well and cut it into large chunks to eat while flipping open the flowing cloud technique that he had retrieved from Old Snake's gang, looking at it absently. The so-called martial artists. When they have the heart of martial arts, they can go forward on the path of martial arts. It wasn't until there was almost no light left in heaven and earth, and Jiang Ming's face was almost attached to the book, that he was able to finish the last page hastily and close the book. He is still far away from the peak of the second stream nowadays, and he also just wants to understand first-class martial artists first. However, this booklet also allowed Jiang Ming to gain a lot, which not only had the cultivation method of the flowing cloud technique, but also had some martial arts insights of the creator of this method and the description of the subsequent path of martial arts. So a first-rate martial artist is so terrifying. Jiang Ming's gaze flickered. According to this booklet, second-rate refining of sinews and flesh, first-rate quenching of bone marrow. First-rate martial artists quenching and nourishing the bone marrow with their blood power can make the bones as strong as fine iron, and even blood chi depletion can be recovered quickly. Of course, the most important thing is that first-rate martial artists can have their blood energy cover their body. Their battle power soars several times. Even a peak second-rate martial artist's body can't block a first-rate martial artist's casual strike. Jiang Ming suddenly recalled the blood-burning blade technique, which also involved blood chi draping around the body and wrapping around the blade, and seemed to be similar to the way first-class martial artists fought. So perhaps it was a way of overdrawing his life expectancy to use the power that only first-class martial artists could possess in advance. But nowadays, it's only blood chi that covers the body, not melting blood energy to cover the body. I don't know how much the power of the blood-burning blade technique will grow after breaking through to the first-class realm. Jiang Ming is looking forward to this. After all, the actual battle is the only standard to test the truth. After yesterday's battle, he found that this knife law is really good. A knife down to the head of the ground, 2 knives down to the world quiet, really is the right hand of the Wu Shuan Go Dao. There's still more practicing to be done when you have time. Other people can only be used to save the life of the big move. A lifetime do not dare to use a few times. But Jiang Ming can be used as a flat A make. Naturally have to learn hard to practice, to integrate. And through this booklet, Jiang Ming also finally understood that above the first-class martial artists, there were also 2 realms of martial arts masters and martial arts grandmasters, which were the martial arts masters that old Zhou Tu used to talk about. Only that old Zhou Tu didn't know much about it, and he could only generalize about it. Rumor has it that the king of Tsangshan is a martial arts master. Jiang Ming muttered. No wonder he dared to rebel. So he is still a martial arts supreme. But is there really no way out after this martial grandmaster? According to this flowing clouds recipe, a martial arts master is the end of the martial arts path, and no one can surpass it for thousands of years. It seems like we still have to make plans to find the immortal path early. Jiang Ming sighed. The imperial beast prescription that he got back then was obviously not a contraption that could be created by someone in the martial arts path, but where its source was, it was still nebulous. If I really can't, I'll just travel around the world. I don't believe that if I live for 1,000 or 800 years, I still won't be able to meet a cultivator of immortality. In the evening, Jiang Ming continued to practice the cowhide tiger bone trick in the small courtyard, to realize the meaning of the fierce tiger. Although this method of martial arts could only be practiced up to second rate, but its intention was not bad. A forward-looking, courageous and fearless, etc., are in line with the path of martial arts, even if the follow-up does not practice this method, but also can be benefited from it quite a lot. To maintain a forward-looking mentality, for the cultivation of martial arts is very beneficial. He almost emptied himself. His mind was clear and lucid, breathing and exhaling against the moonlight, immersing himself in boxing. Suddenly, Jiang Ming felt a wave of boredom in his mind, and for no reason, he opened his eyes and looked towards a certain wall of the courtyard fence. Exhale. A black-clothed figure suddenly climbed up from that wall without making a sound, and landed silently on the ground with a flip. Then, he saw Jiang Ming. The black-clothed man's face changed, and he twisted his head to climb the wall to escape. Jiang Ming snorted coldly and kicked out a stone under his foot, hitting him directly on the back of his head and knocking him to the ground. The man in black stifled a grunt and turned his head. Jiang Ming was already standing in front of him. Good man, spare your life. The man in black knew that he had kicked the iron plate and begged for mercy. Jiang Ming said expressionlessly, I ask. You answer. Good, good. The man in black nodded his head like a chicken pecking at rice. What's the name and why did you come to my house? The man in black hurriedly said his bamboo tube pour beans like, enlighten the master. The name of the small Lu Chongjiu, feet a little kung fu, usually do some steel chickens and dogs work. In recent days I heard that many yards in the city have changed to new owners, and I guess that the lords who bought the yards should have quite a lot of family money, so I wanted to come and try my luck. Jiang Ming's gaze was indifferent, taking out a packet of powder and pouring it into his mouth. This is the heart-destroying powder. If there is no antidote, it will erode the heart and die within an hour. Saying, Master, spare your life. Master, spare your life. Ah. The man in black was so scared that he cried out in pain. What I said is the truth. Ah. After a long time, Jiang Ming stopped asking. This guy should be telling the truth. After all, he didn't change his mind until he died. Jiang Ming glanced at the corpse with blood spilling from his mouth, and without hesitation, he packed his bag and left the residence. 2 days later, the rebranded Jiang Ming rebought a dilapidated small courtyard and hibernated once again. What happened that night, though, was something he recalled often. When that Lu Chongjiu hadn't gone over the courtyard wall yet, Jiang Ming was immersed in practicing his fist, and didn't pay any attention to the movements there, but looked over as if from instinct, which was really a bit hard for him to understand himself. That feeling is like a perception of unknown danger, like a super sense, never a coincidence. Jiang Ming sat in the courtyard and contemplated, trying to figure out the reason for the generation of super senses. Chapter 59, The Return. Prefecture, small dilapidated courtyard. Jiang Ming drank a bowl of medicinal soup, stood still in the courtyard, practicing boxing one move at a time, his mind gradually becoming empty and clear, leaving behind all distractions and immersing himself in boxing. Exhale. The leaves of the trees clattered in the fresh breeze. Jiang Ming suddenly felt something in his heart, and his body shifted horizontally, standing under the peach tree in a corner of the courtyard. Snap! At almost the same moment, a malnourished green peach fell and was caught in Jiang Ming's hands. It was as if Jiang Ming had already anticipated the peach before it fell. There it is again. That keen perception beyond cognizance. Jiang Ming stared at the peach in his hand, his mind fluctuating. These days he practiced boxing every day, trying to find the feeling of that day. I don't know how many times he tried. And today he finally entered the super sense once again, as if he was integrated into heaven and earth, and was in control of everything around him. And seems to have found what triggers the super sense as well. Jiang Ming looked towards the root of the wall. The dregs of the medicines piled up like a small mountain. Those were all the herbs used to brew the clear spirit soup. After the super sensation appeared that day, Jiang Ming began to think about the spells he had practiced, with the various secret medicines he had used, and finally locked onto this clear spirit soup. At first, drinking the clear spirit soup just made my mind calm down. However, as I drank more and more, nowadays every time I drink it again, I can immerse myself in the marvelous realm where my mind is free of distractions, and the speed of comprehending the meaning of the fist increases a lot faster. The fact that the two triggers of super senses were both just after drinking the god-clearing soup also made Jiang Ming more and more certain that this secret medicine that he got from Guanfeng definitely had an extraordinary origin. Could it be that it is again the same as the secret pill of the imperial beast? Does not belong to this mundane world? Jiang Ming whispered in his heart, but no one should be able to answer him on this question for now. He drank 3 bowls of Qingshan soup every day, and continuously drank for more than a year, before triggering this super sensible state, while other martial artists can only drink once a month, and he didn't drink as much as he drank from birth to death, and he was afraid that no one could trigger the super sensible at all. Looks like we'll have to add more in the future. Jiang Ming's gaze moved slightly. The 2 times he triggered the super sense were both short moments, but they allowed him to feel the power of this ability. In that instant his comprehension of the mighty tiger's true meaning was as if it spanned decades of time, and he had the feeling that he had completely realized it. Although this feeling is false, but Jiang Ming also benefited a lot, conscious of the fierce tiger true meaning of the comprehension of the enhancement of a lot of. If one day can maintain this super sense at all times, his strength will surely change radically. Let's start with 10 bowls a day. Jiang Ming made a decision. He copied Guo Tiger's bottom. Now he is rich. Some secret medicine is still not a problem. And this clear spirit soup, maybe really have something to do with the cultivation world. Jiang Ming naturally cannot let go of this clue. The weather is getting warmer and another month has passed. Jiang Ming insisted on drinking 10 bowls of god-clearing soup every day, and triggered the super sense 3 more times. His perception of the mighty tiger's true intent skyrocketed, and his control of his blood qi became more and more refined, and his entire body's dermal membrane had already been quenched and completed. The swords and knives of an ordinary third-rate martial artist would have trouble breaking through Jiang Ming's fleshly defense now. Second-rate martial artists, roughly divided into 3 steps, quenching the skin, flesh, and sinews. Jiang Ming, with the aid of various secret medicines, is also considered to have stepped into the second step. This kind of speed, even that sure family genius, I'm afraid it's vastly inferior to me. Jiang Ming muttered to himself. This super sense was truly like a plug-in. It was by no means something that should exist in an ordinary martial arts world. Otherwise, in this world, I'm afraid there are more than these second-rate martial artists. But it should be time to leave. The 7th year of Yuan Shou, the end of July, King Songshan personally arrived at Danianfu, led his army across the river, and pressed on to the 7 southern provinces, leaving only a small garrison in Danianfu. Is there really going to be a change of dynasty? I see that this Songshan king can make things happen. These 2 months put the Great Cloud House in order. I see that it is much better than those old masters in the past. Outside the courtyard, under a large tung tree, a bunch of old men with white beards sat in the cool, fanning large bushels while discussing the current situation. Hey, your move, an old man suddenly exclaimed, is too shady. Across from him, a plain-looking teenager smiled coyly. Master Chen, you owe 3 rounds. The old man angry blowing his beard and eyes. Hula a mess of the chess pieces. An angry shot out 3 copper plate, only to get up with a black face. Another replacement old man quickly sat down and rolled up both sleeves. Watch me, I must win back the previous days today. Ah Shang, you say you are young, why don't you follow the Songshan army to build a career? That old man Chen who got up suddenly said, playing chess and drinking tea with us old men all day long is too much of a waste of time. I cannot be as brave as your son. I can only mix the life just. The teenager face modestly said, in the future, when your son did the kings and lords and generals, when the clothes return to the countryside, can be sure not to forget us these small people. Ah, the other old men also hurriedly agreed. And old man Chen grinned at once. Don't worry, my son is a martial artist. He will definitely not forget you guys in the future. The teenager smiled and said no more. In the evening, Jiang Ming pawed the dozen or so coins earned, humming a little song back to the yard, leaving only a few old men behind him with blackened faces. Whether or not this Songshan king can accomplish anything, we can't just look at this moment. Under the peach tree, Jiang Ming looked at the boiling teapot in front of him, muttering to himself, now that Songshan army war is going well. Naturally, everything is good to say. If the war is unfavorable, was the court army beat the retreat? This Danianfu was afraid of can be messed up. Catching strong men to expand the army is unavoidable. And then hard heart, burn the city to grab the stray people. It's not impossible. If the city gates are closed again, I don't even have a place to run. After all, it's only a martial artist and not an immortal. It seems like it's time to go back to Ping'an town, now that Songshan army troops almost all left. And no one in Ping'an town to catch the medicine picker. Go back to not encounter any trouble. And Ping'an town adjacent to the Yunmeng Mountains. No matter what happens to the mountain, a drill on the end of the matter. The army transit again. How will not go to the mountains? The next morning, Jiang Ming picked up his traveling bag and prepared to leave the prefecture. At the entrance of the city, Jiang Ming looked at the soldiers guarding the city, and one of them, a general-like fellow, was looking somewhat familiar. Isn't this the Sure family Sure throughout the year? Jiang Ming remembered the man from the Sure family who had ruthless methods in the Qinghe building. I didn't realize that it had already shifted to become the general of the Songshan army. I also don't know how long you can be this general. Jiang Ming laughed in his heart, and after a simple interrogation by a few pawns, he walked out of the city gates with great strides. He found a remote road, slipped all the way into the Yunmeng Mountains, and took his medicine basket in that remote cave, before revealing his real face and striding down the mountain. Chapter 60, I am invincible under the first class. At the foot of the mountain, at the mouth of the town of Ping'an, from a long distance away, Jiang Ming saw a few soldiers in wooden armor, hanging around patrolling the town's entrance. It seems that this Ping'an town, nowadays, has also been treated by the Songshan army as its own land. Jiang Ming sighed in his heart. The old snake gang is gone, but replaced with the Songshan army. Although the army has left, but always leaves some stray fish to watch the house. Whether it's good or bad, you can't tell. Just as he approached, a soldier stopped him and chided. Picking herbs? How come you're so blind to the price of going down the mountain? Goddamn downhill fee. Jiang Ming stunned, really worthy of the wild road. When the court's petty officials were not so straightforward. A leader-looking fat middle-aged man next to him hurriedly ran over and kicked away the soldier who was blocking the way before he was arching his hand at Jiang Ming and smiled. Forgive me, Master Jiang. The newcomer doesn't know any better. Jiang Ming's eyes narrowed slightly as he looked at the guy who had nearly burst his armor and recognized this person. When Li Yong, the commander of the supply battalion, had led the people to give out kanji, he had been following Li Yong, and he also knew that Jiang Ming was a member of the Tiger Hunt Villa. What kind of a setup is this, Zhu Shishang? He asked with a smile. Zhu Shishang, a fat face oily, smiling, looks very kind. said the old snake gang evil, now was completely eradicated. This Peacetown medicine market but no one to take care of. A chaos. From time to time there are scrambling and fighting, bloodshed happened. And this Ping'an town also needs to keep people to guard. Lord Li Yong with the army to go on a journey. So he sent a few of us to guard here. Watch over the medicine market to guard the order. Patrolling the mountains and forests to guard against bandits is also a kind of protection for the people. Really, old Sao with bra set after set. Protect you a fat pig ear. Jiang Ming cannot help but spit in his heart. This Li Yong is really good face and hard heart. Not only to fool the people of Ping'an town as cannon fodder, and even this path of wealth is not spared. Jiang Ming thought of the time when Li Yong killed Dong Steward, presumably also to prepare for his own takeover of this financial road. A town's medicine market harvest. Maybe the huge Songshan army cannot see, but if they are all by Li Yong on the pretext of town guarding the town, as much as possible into their own pockets. Fine water flow up. That is not a small amount of money. And this town's herbs, now basically also sold to the Songshan army. This Li Yong, if you let his men in the price and then do something, that can be to earn. Indeed, the flowing throne, Iron Hoa. No matter the person on top of the head is the old snake gang or the Songshan army. This Ping'an town's medicine picker will always be exploited. It seems that this Songshan army thinks that the power has been established, and it is not even too lazy to pretend. Jiang Ming thought in his heart, but his face showed a smile. Since it's a rule, let's not make it difficult for Zhu Shishang. How is this downhill fee calculated? Everyone else is 3 coins. Master Jiang, what kind of status you have? Of course you don't need to. Zhu Shishang hastily waved his hand and refused with a strong face. Jiang Ming glanced at him. Believe you the hell. Bistro. Good day, Master Jiang. Long time no see, Master Jiang. As soon as Jiang Ming walked in, the surrounding drinkers were all greeting him, and Jiang Ming responded with a smile one by one, walking up to the counter. You are really slippery. Drilling into the mountain for 3 months. What storms have passed? Old Gingerhead was counting the accounts, looked up and instantly laughed. Slippery ass. Just went down the mountain 3 copper plates to feed the dog. Jiang Ming skimmed. The old Gingerhead was stunned at the words, and then sighed. It is good to be alive. This Songshan army is at least a little stronger than before. Jiang Ming was silent. Perhaps there were many others who thought the same way as the old Gingerhead. For them, they are already satisfied when the lords are not so ruthless and exploit them for slightly less money. So how dare they ask for other vain things? Yet just this life alone doesn't necessarily last long. By the way, a few days ago someone picked another fire cloud grass. This year I don't know what happened. Only half a year has passed and there are 3 people who got lucky. Old Gingerhead suddenly asked, you stayed in the mountains every day and didn't meet a single plant? Jiang Ming's heart was in awe. This fire cloud grass has been found more and more frequently in the past 2 years. Could it be that the crappy storyteller wrote that it was true? That there would be immortal grass coming out of the world? Looks like it's time to go back to the mountains for a visit. Jiang Ming thought in his heart, while his face didn't show any sign of it. Sighing, maybe I'm still not lucky enough. August. Songshan army arrives in Jiangnan province. Threatens to take another city in just half a month. Jiang Ming, on the other hand, didn't listen to anything outside the window, and after buying a big bag of rare medicinal herbs in the Wang family's pharmacy, he returned to the mountain hut, collecting medicines and practicing martial arts every day to quench his blood and flesh. The combination of Bai Sifu and Fat Tiger, who have been crisscrossing the mountains in all directions, and the vicinity of this hut has become a forbidden place for mountain animals, has been kept very clean, and this pair of combination, find up the medicinal herbs, is also more and more skillful. One has the brain and one has the force. Saved Jiang Ming a lot of energy. He was even considering feeding Fat Tiger some secret pill of sentinel beasts as well when he had the time to do so, or else it would always look like an iron bean, which would affect the image of the combination too much. On this day, the log cabin was by the river. Boom! Jiang Ming executed the blood-burning blade technique, and the blood chi in his body gushed out in a steady stream, condensing on top of the blade, erupting with a terrifying might that could open gold and crack stone. 57 blades. Jiang Ming counted silently in his heart as he slashed out his last slash, finally exhausting all of his blood chi. This blood-burning blade technique, it can finally be performed with impunity. A satisfied smile appeared on Jiang Ming's face. After a few times of triggering the super sense, Jiang Ming's comprehension of the fierce tiger fist intent skyrocketed, and now the manipulation of the blood chi is as good as an arm and a leg. Jiang Ming's own estimation is comparable to that of a second-stream grand accomplished martial artist, manipulating the blood chi with a second-rate great accomplishment of intent. Coupled with the combination of the blood-strengthening soup and chi-nourishing soup, the speed of quenching the blood and flesh naturally increased by leaps and bounds, and after returning to the mountain, the White Four Masters and found him a fire cloud grass. This morning just with a variety of herbs, boiled into a medicinal soup to drink. With the help of the power of the fire cloud grass, Jiang Ming had completely completed the quenching of his flesh and blood, and was just short of quenching his sinews and veins to become a true second-rate grand completion martial artist. Burning blood blade technique, too, was finally able to control it completely, unaffected by the boiling blood qi, and the blood qi in his body was enough for him to slash more than 50 times in a row. This set of flat splits down. No one can carry it hard. Jiang Ming muttered to himself. Nowadays, he can be considered to be able to walk horizontally in the Great Cloud House, and there is no more enemy under the first class, and there is no fear above the first class, but it is actually still a little difficult to kill. The so-called blood-burning sword method can cross the rank, provided that people also have to fight with him head-on before. However, first-class martial artists are not fools. See someone casting forbidden techniques, turn their heads and run is not okay. Coo, the fierce tiger knight, Master White 4, suddenly returned from the distance, his two small paws still rapidly pouring. Jiang Ming instantly read its gesture and was surprised. Found the fire cloud grass again? He was excited in his heart, but also dazzled on a sense of impropriety. This fire cloud grass has not been found too often. Chapter 61, The Origin of the Fire Cloud Grass. As noon approached, the clear mist in the mountain forest gradually dissipated and became dry and hot. The White Fourth Master rode the fat tiger, gleefully and swiftly running and sweeping in front. Jiang Ming followed behind, with a hint of doubt in his eyes. According to the expression of the Fourth Master just now, what it found is not fire cloud grass, but it has the flavor, or scent of fire cloud grass. Could it be the fire cloud grass that hasn't matured yet? Jiang Ming's eyes moved slightly, and he became somewhat curious about what he was about to see. According to people in the town, no one has ever seen exactly how the fire cloud grass grows and matures since it first appeared. Jiang Ming recalled the information about the fire cloud grass. Every time I see it, it's always in the form of the crimson seven-leaf grass, as if it appeared out of nowhere. If we can see the immature fire cloud grass, we might be able to figure out how it appears and grows. After passing through mountain streams and streams, for half a quarter of an hour, the sun is getting hotter and hotter, and the combination of wild beasts in front of them, only then did they stop their footsteps. Coo. The White Fourth Master raised his paw and pointed forward. Jiang Ming hurriedly swept his body and stood to its side, looking forward. Jiang Ming saw the scene in front of him, but he was dumbfounded. On the edge of the cliff, where the sun is at its strongest, a short clover plant grows tenaciously in a rocky crevice. Purple root grass. Jiang Ming recognized the grass, a relatively common herb with dark purple rhizomes, the main treatment for spleen weakness. However, at this moment, Jiang Ming's attention was not on this purple root grass, but rather shifted to a flying insect of less than an inch lying on top of the grass blades. The flying insect is slender and soft, with two short antennae, a pair of very long tail whiskers at the end of the abdomen, and a pair of broad, large forewings of translucent reddish color. Fire mayflies? Jiang Ming finally revealed a stunned expression. This is a common insect found deep in the mountains and forests, named for its wings that flicker like flames, a species of unparalleled antiquity, which does not eat or drink for its entire life, and which lives and dies in the morning. Jiang Ming looked at this primitive and beautiful insect, but at this time, it exuded an unusual fiery aura, that was extremely similar to the fire cloud grass. Clamor. Every few moments, the fire mayfly would flap its wings, its translucent thin wings reflecting a colorful luster under the sunlight, among which there was a hidden red aura flowing, bright and uncertain. Is it drawing on the power of the blazing sun? Jiang Ming's heart became more and more shocked. This fire mayfly could be found everywhere in the rivers and swamps in the mountains, but he had never heard of it having such a miraculous change. What in the world was it that caused such a mutation in the fire mayfly? He endeavored to calm his mind, and stood still as he continued to observe. Closer and closer to noon, the sunlight in the sky became more and more blazing, and the vibrations of the fire mayfly's wings became more and more frequent. Finally, at midday, the sun was at its strongest for a moment. The fire mayfly suddenly lifted its wings and flew toward the sky. The red mango in its wings, in this instant converged into the whole body, radiating a blazing power. There seems to be a drastic and incomparable extreme metamorphosis, which is being carried out in its torso. However, in just an instant, raging flames burned up from within its body, burning it to the ground. Points of crimson light fall, like rain into the sand, into the purple root grass below. Purple root grass as if obtaining what great complementary things, immediately with the naked eye visible speed growth, gradually transformed into a reddish color, and draw out a piece of new shoots. In a matter of moments, a mediocre purple rootgrass was metamorphosed into the firecloud grass that Jiang Ming had seen several times before, emitting a faint burning aura. So, This is where the fire cloud grass comes from. Jiang Ming stared at the gently swaying crimson strange grass, and was also a little emotional. Who would have thought that the source of the fire cloud grass, which was worth tens of taels of silver, would be a fire mayfly that was weaker than a mole cricket? The fire mayfly should be borrowing the purple rootgrass in order to be able to draw on the power of the blazing sun in an attempt to undergo a metamorphosis. But this metamorphosis doesn't seem to be that simple. Jiang Ming muttered to himself, and suddenly thought that there were more and more fire cloud grasses in the mountains, and whether there was a certain fire mayfly that had already metamorphosed successfully? A fire mayfly that fails to metamorphose can create a fire cloud grass. What kind of existence would it be if it metamorphosed successfully? It seems that this Cloud Dream Mountain Zephyr is really not simple. Jiang Ming muttered to himself, thinking that the tiger hunting villa was in another mountain forest, and the prey it had hit was able to tear a martial artist alive, and the mysterious fire mayfly had appeared in this mountain forest in front of him, and this fire cloud grass is appearing more and more frequently. Could it be that there really is some kind of treasure that is going to come out? Jiang Ming muttered to himself. According to those old rumors, every time the fire cloud grass appeared frequently, it would cause a bloody storm. Perhaps the treasure that caused the scramble was the source of the fire mayfly mutation, guessed Jiang Ming. In any case, can't stay in the mountains for a while. As soon as he gripped this fire cloud grass away, he began to make early plans. Maybe now those big forces have not reacted, but when another period of time, the frequency of fire cloud grass appearing is a little higher, then everyone knows that this mountain is going to be a treasure. Not to mention the major forces of the Great Cloud Province, even the martial arts experts from other places are afraid that they will come from far away. After all, the fire cloud grass is already a treasure medicine that can make martial artists move their hearts, and the suspected source of the birth of the fire cloud grass is at such a level that it is afraid that it will make people even more crazy. Although Jiang Ming is a second-rate martial artist who is capable of sparring first-rate existences, but he has no intention to participate in this treasure fight. An unknown treasure. It is not worth his risk. What else more? Maybe even the martial arts masters above the first class will be attracted. It's better to run first. Jiang Ming returned to the wooden house in the mountain, boiled this fire cloud grass into a medicinal soup and drank it, and then put some valuable medicinal herbs into the medicinal basket, and then walked down the mountain. As for the rest of those things, to throw it, Jiang Ming at this time is not that just crossed the Porha, the big deal is to wait for the storm to pass and rebuy the White Four Masters and Fat Tiger, but also in the account of Jiang Ming, to the depths of the mountains and forests to find a safe place to meddle up don't wave. A few days later, the tavern. Hey, Master Zhang is treating us today, so we're all going to give him a good slaughter. Jiang Ming was just chatting with Fei, when a group of medicine pickers came in. In the very center of the group, an old man with a face full of folds was surrounded by people, also with a red face. Good, good, good. I'll pay for today's drinks. Everyone let go and drink. Zhang Laohan laughed boldly, his face overflowing with excitement. Master Jiang, hurry up and serve the wine. Old Zhang also picked fire cloud grass today, sold to the Sanshan army made a full 30 taels of silver. Yo, congratulations, awesome old Zhang. The tavern was a mess, and everyone was looking at old Zhang with envy. Now that the Sanshan army is in power, it is not as shameless as the old snake gang. As long as it abides by the rules, the medicinal herbs will be purchased at normal prices. Several people have gotten rich this year picking fire clay, the second one up. Jiang Ming took a sip of wine and let out a soft sigh in his heart. Just a few days after he returned to the town, two people had found the fire cloud grass. Chapter 62, The Great Hidden Town. Master Zhang, congratulations. Jiang Ming raised his wine bowl and lifted it towards the joyful old man. Many thanks, Master Jiang. This bowl of wine of yours is on me. Zhang Laohan grinned. Having been poor all his life, he was considered to be rich today. Hey, with these 30 taels of silver, old Zhang, you can even go to the city and open a small store. If you ask me, it's better to build a big mansion in our town. The many people watching the show were talking and fantasizing about how to spend the 30 taels of silver. In a warm atmosphere, there are a few aged old herb pickers, but their eyes are obscure, seemingly remembering what. Jiang Ming walked to the corner of the counter, clinked a bowl with the old ginger head, and said in a low voice, Master Jiang, do you know what this fire cloud grass frequently appears? Old ginger head's face is also not much joy. Sniffing and sighing, when I was still young, I heard my father in generation say that when the fire cloud grass is more and more, there will be a medicine king born in the mountain, rumored to prolong life and drive away all diseases. More than that I don't know, but one thing is certain, once the medicine king appears, then these medicine pickers in Ping'an town, I am afraid that they will be robbed. Again a trace of worry flashed in the eyes of the old ginger head. Pill king? Jiang Ming mused in his heart. Onlookers didn't know how the fire cloud grass was born, but he had seen it with his own eyes. Created from the remnants of a failed fire mayfly metamorphosis, is the so-called Medicine King, the successful metamorphosis of the fire mayfly, inhabited by the mutation of the purple root grass? Can't go into the mountains anymore, Jiang Ming said darkly. Although he highly suspected that this Pill King was related to the Immortal Edge, he wouldn't be overwhelmed by greed. Even the old ginger head knows these things. Maybe there is already a well-informed person who has touched the mountain and started to quietly search for the so-called Medicine King. He has a lot of time. The big deal is to wait and see a wave first, and wait for 100 years after the search for the next Medicine King. For the next few days, Jiang Ming stayed in the town, quenching his tendons at home while teaching Zhou Wenxiu to practice boxing. When the blood is out of breath by this stupid girl, she goes to the tavern of the old gingerhead to sit for a while and listen to the news of the war in the south, as well as the message related to the fire cloud grass. Jiangnan Prefecture City is a tough nut to crack. I've heard that the Tsangshan army suffered a lot of casualties and didn't even touch the city walls. Hey, I don't think it's good. Rumor has it that the lineage in that Jiangnan province that colluded with the Tsangshan army has suddenly stopped moving, now that all the major forces of the prefecture city had branches in Pingan town. These bottom-tier townspeople were much better informed than before. War news is pouring in, but for 5 or 6 days in a row, there was no more news of the fire cloud grass. It wasn't until the 7th day, when Jiang Ming had just walked into the tavern, that he saw the many drinkers with red faces, seemingly celebrating something. His heart sank. Sure enough, a medicine picker with reddened cheeks who drank excitedly shouted, "Good morning, Master Jiang. Another fire cloud grass today ah." Xiao Jiang picked it. Hey, we, the medicine pickers, are finally going to get rich too. Numerous herb pickers, gleefully clustered around a teenager in the middle of the tavern. A lot of people are rubbing their fists and are already ready to go into the mountains and do something big. 3 days later, two fire cloud grasses, Old Tang and Deaf Qian have both picked them. In the tavern, even the drinkers who are not medicine pickers are excited. And even the cripples like Qian Deaf, who usually dare not go into the mountains, have wrestled a plant. So what are you waiting for? As for some of the elderly medicine pickers, although they were also following the celebration, the obscure color in their eyes was getting stronger and stronger, as if they had a premonition of what was about to happen. Master Jiang, I am ready to go back to the capital city. Jiang Ming sighed and slapped the wine money on the table. The old gingerhead nodded in understanding. To avoid it is right. I understand. Jiang Ming now also counts Pingan Town Reputation's senior medicine picker. If there is really a background not bad big forces to find the king of the medicine, I am afraid that it is less likely to catch him as a strong man. Jiang Ming snapped. His nickname of Jiang Run Run, now in the town, is also considered famous. After returning home and briefly explaining to Zhou Wenxiu, Jiang Ming picked up his traveling bag and left without any delay. Although he is a person from the tiger hunting villa, if the Tsangshan army comes to invite him, or if forces outside the Dayun province that surpass first-class martial artists come to arrest people, this background is also useless as, "Good day, Master Jiang. Master Jiang, where are we going? After fighting in the war for so long, I've been holding back in the mountains and fading out of the birds, and now that the city has settled down, I just saved up some money to go for a few days of pleasure." In the town, Jiang Ming greeted people along the way and walked in the direction of Dayun Prefecture City, looking like he was going to enjoy life in the city of Dayunfu, Tiger Hunt Villa. Jiang Ming. At the entrance of the city, Jiang Ming took a look at the Shurclan officers and soldiers guarding the city, and then he swaggered in. There are more officials and soldiers on the streets than in the previous days, and conscription notices are posted everywhere, with lucrative pay and promising futures, attracting desperate stragglers or hot-blooded youths who want to turn into princes and generals. It's just one big defeat away from catching a strong man, Jiang Ming muttered in his heart, walking without hurry, unknowingly walking into a secluded and unoccupied narrow alley. A few moments later, a mediocre-looking teenager walked out from the narrow alley, heading towards his own small yard. A few old men were still playing chess under a large tung tree. Yo, what did Ah Sheng do these days? An old man suddenly glimpsed a figure and shouted at once. Other old men also have to look over. That has a martial artist son of Old Man Shen is even shouted. Sangshan army is on a large conscription at the payroll fat oil. Ah Sheng, you sign up for it. Teenager Ah Sheng smiled bitterly and shook his head. Master Chun, don't joke. Just my small body. Go up is not to give food to the opposite side of the. These days I am just afraid of being arrested. So I hid. I see that this city is also getting more and more restless. This is not thinking of coming back to pack up. Go to the countryside to stay for a while. Relying on carpentry work may also be able to get by. Hey, young age, no impulse ah. Old Man Chan looked regretful, An old man who played chess with him but coldly grunted, patted his leg and said, I see that Ah Sheng is very smart. This Tsingshan army may be when the game is over. No more. Old man Chen suddenly said angrily, directly overturning the chessboard and leaving with a gloomy face. Don't blow your martial artist son this time. An old man looked at old man Chen's back and snorted. Several masters. Then we'll see you again. As if he didn't see anything, Ah Sheng arched his hand and turned around to go back to his courtyard. A few moments later, the teenager Ah Sheng is a change of clothes, carrying a bulging bag, carrying a large box loaded with carpenter's tools, striding away. At the entrance of the city, a soldier saw the young man and immediately stopped the road and said, Stop, what are you doing? Where are you going? My name is Yu Ah Sheng, and I have taken on some work in the countryside, said the teenager respectfully. The soldier stared at the teenager for a moment before he said impatiently, Get lost and remember to come back. Goddamn remember to come back. Jiang Ming walked toward the outside of the city, and his heart was speechless. Wanting to wait for me to come back to catch me to be cannon fodder is it? Also thanks to the Tsingshan army is not defeated now. Otherwise Jiang Ming do not even dare to come back this trip. One day later, peaceful town. You can stay here. The big-bellied Zhu Shishang, stuffing a few taels of silver laboriously into his belt, casually pointed to a small, ramshackle courtyard. Good. Thank you, sir. Jiang Ming bowed repeatedly. Send away Zhu Shishang. Jiang Ming surveyed the small courtyard. Here before the owner he remembered, also a medicine picker, was captured by the imperial army to the north as a slave doctor after. Never came back. Jiang Ming sighed lightly, threw down his toolbox and traveling bag, and began to clean up this yard. From today, I'm Carpenter Yu Ah Sheng. Chapter 63, The Pill King Storm. Teenager Sing's life as a carpenter is not ideal. Nowadays, in the middle of the war, not many townspeople are willing to take out their free money to make any tables, chairs, and benches. And those lords from the city can't see the contraptions made by Ah Sheng. But it's a mixed bag. Jiang Ming pulled up his trouser legs, squatting in the yard, unhurriedly took the ink pen and ink bucket, mark on the board, drank a mouthful of soaked black and strong tea, then picked up the chisel planer, giggling to do the work. From him into a carpenter A Shang, and the past half a month or so, although the business is not good, but there are some small jobs, plus weekdays to the neighbors to repair the furniture for free, but also mixed a good reputation. Jiang Ming now is a second-rate martial artist, under the operation of the blood force, height and size, walking posture are different from before, often show up as not afraid of being acquaintances to see what, dry to noon, with the neighbors to send the dry vegetables to do a bowl of noodles, eat and drink enough to sleep. When the sun is about to set, Jiang Ming is carrying 2 good wooden stools, into the old ginger head of the tavern. Master Jiang, here are the 2 benches you asked for, put them down for you. Jiang Ming shouted politely, placing the benches next to the wine table. Yo, let me see. This craft is really good. Old Gingerhead trotted over, smiling, handed Jiang Ming a few copper plates, and generously said, Tonight, you little brother's wine money is waived. Ah Fei quickly poured wine. Good Lu. Fei poured wine while lamenting. Ah Shang brother, you know an old man called Li Dingshan. That year also came from the city carpenter. Do carpentry work is really good. Who do you think I learned carpentry from? Jiang Ming secretly said in his heart, but on the surface, he shook his head. The capital city is too big. I have not heard of this master surnamed Li. Okay, don't say it. How long has it been? The old gingerhead patted Fei's head. The incident back then caused the Sher family to be furious, and now it has been rarely mentioned. Jiang Ming silently drank the wine, and his heart also sighed lightly. Yes, from that snowy night, it has been 2 years, and the Sher family still has a great deal of scenery, but it's almost the end of the line, and the total score has to be settled after all. Ha ha ha, I'm rich too. Suddenly, a loud laugh came from outside the door. A mud-covered herb picker came in with gusto. Today's wine money, it's on me. This herb picker waved his hand and said with bravado, the crowd simply do not need to ask more. They have to say happy up. Must be another picked fire cloud grass. Jiang Ming followed suit with compliments and mixed another bowl of free wine. However, just a moment later, there was suddenly a loud cacophony outside the tavern. 3 plants. Old man's son picked 3 plants by himself, inside and outside the tavern, are boiling up in an instant. A storm is about to rise. Jiang Ming silently sipped his wine, glancing at the old man's son who walked in with a full face of scenery, and already had some guesses in his heart. This old man's son is afraid that he has also discovered the origin of the fire cloud grass. As there were more and more fire cloud grasses, there were bound to be people who were as lucky as Jiang Ming to see the process of its birth. Old man's son alone picked 3 plants. Only by luck is afraid that it is not too much to say. The probability is that he discovered the secret of the fire mayfly and followed the trail of the fire mayfly and got it. And in the tavern, after a short period of boiling, the many pill picker's gaze is all a little slightly sunken. Found so many fire cloud grass, that what the legend of the king of the medicine should not be true. Even if there is no medicine king, more and more fire cloud grass will inevitably attract the high and mighty lords out. In the past, the fire cloud grass can only be found in a few months to find a plant. Those lords are too lazy to bother with the effort. Now it is not the same. If it is an average of 1 plant per day, a month can be 1,000 taels of silver. Even if the Wang family, the Sure family, such a family, I am afraid that it will not be able to sit still. What's more, at this rate of momentum, it's more than 1 plant a day on average, and those lords looking for medicine will inevitably grab them. The medicine pickers, as guides, old son your battle record of 3 plants a day. I'm afraid that you will soon be famous in all directions. Old Gingerhead looked at Old Man Sun, who was still in the euphoria, and could not help but remind him somewhat. The old Gingerhead man is old and refined, and also guessed that the Old Man's son must have some unique secret skills. When the time comes, the first one to be captured is afraid that he is the first one to be captured. Old Man Sun sniffed and froze, then his face changed slightly. Everyone, I still have something to do. Go home first. With that, he was hurrying out the door. However, just as he reached the door, he bumped into a round belly and was bounced backward. Yo, master's son, heard that you made a fortune. Where is this rushing to go? Shu Shirchang stood in the doorway with a smile, clad in full armor, his hand pressed on the hilt of his sword. Shirshang Zhu, Old Man Sun was startled, his face pale. The tavern was instantly quiet. Everyone's face changed. Oh no, should have run away earlier, whispered a medicine picker with a face full of remorse, gritting his teeth. The human mind is very wonderful. Sometimes the subconscious mind knows what is going to happen, but always have fantasies, until the real occurrence of this moment will be steeply awakened and repent. Shu Shirshang was still smiling, but his tone was unquestionable. All medicine pickers, follow me. Officer, I still have a sick old mother at home, said a young man who was not too old to walk forward and try to reason with Zhu Shirshang. Tinkling of small bells. Zhu Shirshang pulled out half of the blade, smilingly said, we know people. This knife does not know. You folks don't make it difficult for us. After all, we've sanctioned army for the people to ask for orders. It is not good to kill people casually. Everyone changed color. What is not good to casually kill people? Is there a more blatant threat than this? In just a moment, all the medicine pickers in the tavern were pressed by a few soldiers to come out in a line. Zhu Shirshang swept around the remaining Jiang Ming and the others, confirming that there were no pill pickers, before he sheathed his sword and left with an 8-foot step. This calamity comes when it says so. Old Gingerhead looked at the empty tavern with some emotion. Master Jiang, I'll leave first too. Jiang Ming made a face of panic and fear, and also left the tavern with quick steps. On the streets of Pingyang town, it seems to be a little more chaotic than usual. Not only the Tsongshan army, Stone family, the Wang family and even the tiger hunting villa are looking for medicine pickers everywhere, ready to go to the mountains to make a fortune. The fire cloud grass was only secondary. The real purpose of the forces was naturally the pill king that was nowhere to be found. Ha! Jiang Ming suddenly saw a few familiar faces. Even you guys are coming along for the ride. He brushed past one of them, and the man craned his head over with slight amusement, then shook his head and walked away. Flying Cloud Castle, Wei Yan. Jiang Ming's heart silently recited. Since the last time he parted in the mountains, he hadn't seen this group of people again. I didn't realize this medicine king came out and hooked them too. I'm just afraid this isn't the end. Chapter 64, Bloodshed. A few days later, in the town of Pingyang, it was already a mess, with an influx of unfamiliar faces rushing into the Cloud Dream Mountain Zephyr in an endless stream. Li Yon, that's the Zhu Shirshang's boss, also came back from the front line, and I heard that together with him, there are also first-class martial artists, and those 5 big ones, they are the ones who came from the Qinglin house in the north. In the slightly lonesome tavern, Fei was conveying a message to the few drinkers. The medicine pickers had all been captured, and the business of Old Gingerhead's Thai tavern was in tatters. That news is leaking out pretty fast. Jiang Ming sat in the corner, drinking light osmanthus wine, and from time to time he ate a fried fresh and crispy small river shrimp. Now that he is a meek and low-key Yue Shang, his eating habits naturally follow the change, but it is also a different flavor. However, the fact that the Tsongshan army had also sent someone to compete for the Pill King had also made Jiang Ming a bit surprised. The war ahead is difficult. The Tsongshan army has not attacked the Jiangnan province so far, but it still has the heart to send a first-class martial artist, this kind of big expert, back. It seems that this medicine king is indeed somewhat extraordinary. These days about the Pill King's news is more and more. Jiang Ming has also heard a lot of rumors. It seems that this thing has a great use for the martial arts masters. Jiang Ming had some hidden guesses in his heart. Could it be that this Tsangshan army was trying to rely on this Pill King to create a martial arts expert? Or even which martial arts master has reached a bottleneck? Wants to rely on this king of medicine and impact the patriarch? The Tsangshan army now only has one patriarch. The Tsangshan king, if another one pops up. Jiang Ming shook his head. This kind of thing let the emperor's old man worry about it. Said also do not know that the emperor's old man? Now whether there is still the heart to seek this immortal fate. With a full stomach, Jiang Ming walked out of the tavern and prepared to leave. On the street, but suddenly erupted a burst of noise. Two groups of people in the middle of the street touched together. Both sides have drawn their swords. The atmosphere is instantly crossbow. The many townspeople of Ping'an town hurriedly hid to the sides of the street, and Jiang Ming was also pushed and shoved by the crowd to the root of the wall. Watching this scene, in the past few days, the town has become more and more crowded, and not a few conflicts have erupted, and people have even died from time to time. Today, however, Jiang Ming saw a familiar face, stone throughout the year. One of the parties was none other than the people from the Shi family, the leader of which was Shi Yongyuan, who had investigated the murder at Qingha House, a long-famous veteran second-rate martial artist. On the other hand, it was a group of people that they had never seen before at all. A few young men and women with extraordinary aura, protected in the center by a group of martial guards, were looking at the Shi family's crowd carelessly. Duke Liang, Shi looked scornfully at a young man across the room throughout the year and said with a slight warning, "You are not in the capital nowadays. I advise you not to mess around." People from the capital? Jiang Ming raised an eyebrow. Now at this delicate moment, dare to run from the capital to the Tsangshan army's territory to rob things. The identity of these people is afraid that they are not simple either. Also do not know. This stone throughout the year how to offend these people. On the other hand, opposite Shi throughout the year, the youth with a gloomy face was instantly snorting out a laugh. Messing around? Are you alluding to the Tsangshan army's gang of fools? Thinking that they can protect you? Shi was gloomy throughout the year and did not answer. His dependence was indeed the Tsangshan army. He did not believe that this Liang family dared to move him in the territory of the Tsangshan army. Tsangshan army wants to make things happen. Do you think they dare to offend my Liang family? Without our capital city family, they are not even a fart. Liang Gongzi laughed, followed by his face but suddenly icy cold. Drank, stupid contraption. My Liang family raised dogs, but also dare to turn their backs on the Tsangshan army. Betray my Liang family. To the old man to fight. Whoop. The guards in front of Duke Liang instantly rushed up to half of them, each with a vicious face, and without a word, they hacked towards the Shi family. It should be someone from one of the great families, Jiang Ming said in his heart as he looked at these well-trained guards, his body quietly retreating to some more inconspicuous corner. Give the old man to kill. Shi throughout the year, on the other hand, was shocked, and at this time, he was also enraged and growled. The Shi family crowd rushed out at once, and the two sides collided together fiercely, and blood splatters soared out in an instant, accompanied by a miserable scream. Not long after, the ground is lying a piece of corpses. Most of them are stone family people. Shi throughout the year pressed the knife in his hand. Fong never made a move, but at this time, he could not help it, and with a long whistle, he rushed up. I'll cut you, since we can't talk peace, we'll just have to talk with our swords. Sound of escaping laughter. The long knife in his hand was as fast as lightning, and in the blink of an eye, he killed 2 or 3 of them. The other guards rushed to protect in front of Duke Liang, but Duke Liang was full of disdain and drank. Get out of the way. He casually drew a long knife from the waist of the guards beside him, and met them, blocking Shi's knife with a clang, and his body did not move at all. This wave-swallowing sword of yours, you can't practice it well. Duke Liang sneered. Shi throughout the year was greatly shocked. Even if it was his stone family's rising genius Shi Junwei, it was impossible to block his knife so lightly. This Liang Gongzi is still several years younger than Shi Junwei. How can he have such a deep power? A frog at the bottom of a well. Duke Liang skimmed his lips and knew what he was thinking in an instant, and with a backhanded flick of his blade, he sent Shi's knife flying out throughout the year. Let me teach you the wave-swallowing blade. Duke Liang's gaze suddenly turned cold, and with his sword in hand, he bullied his way up, slashing towards Shi throughout the year. Clang. The blade light is linked together like an unending wave, getting faster and stronger. Shi year-round left and right, soon as to show a break. Waist by the blade rubbed in, immediately broke open a half-foot-long bloody mouth, blood gurgling out. The physical body of a second-rate martial artist was as unbearable as thin paper under this blade. Damn! Shi's entire head was covered in beads of sweat, just when he thought he was going to die here. Duke Liang's figure was retreating like a ghost. Skip class, of students. Duke Liang tucked the long sword back into place and stood with his hands in the air as if nothing had happened. Sure, throughout the year. On the other hand, his mind instantly slackened, and his legs fell to the ground with a softness, his body drenched in sweat. Today will first give you a small lesson, but this account you sure family remember well. Always have to clear. Duke Liang said indifferently, and then he and a few companions walked idly through the pile of corpses and left in style. The main purpose of his visit was to seize the Pill King. He didn't want to cause too much trouble. Killing a few cannon fodder guards to deter them was not much of a problem, and the Sure family didn't dare to move him. But if you kill the second-rate martial artist of the Sure family, it might lead to some unnecessary trouble and affect the seizure of the Pill King. My lord, those of the Sure family who were still alive rushed to assist Sure throughout the year. Not going into the mountain today. Quickly go back to heal my injuries. Sure's face was grim throughout the year, and his voice was hoarse. The crowd scrambled to find cloths and stop Sure's bleeding throughout the year, so they assisted him toward the Sure family branch. Phew, counted on dodging a bullet today. Sure endured the pain throughout the year, but he was relieved in his heart. We have to hurry back to the prefecture city and report this matter to the family head. However, just when his mind was relaxed for a moment, a figure on the street was tripping over a puddle of dirt, and a stagger skewed over to his side. Chapter 65, The Mentalist Hunt. Get out of here. Don't dirty the old man's clothes. Sure, throughout the year, a few guards saw an old peasant-like mud-legged man fall this way, then a rough and stern, have raised their feet to kick. However, right at this moment, that old farmer was twisting his body in an incredible position. His arms opened violently, and slapped out two palms in unison, sending the two guards who were blocking the way flying out. Put! The two guards sprayed blood in unison. Their sternums sunk into a large pit, and they did not look like they were going to live. Sure, throughout the year just after a life and death struggle. At this time it is the time when the mind and spirit is tired and slack, is also a little shaken. He simply did not expect this big cloud house even people dared to attack and kill him. It was not until the two guards were dead that Sure reacted throughout the year, and was about to mobilize his blood chi to strike, when the old farmer had already closed in on him, and the long knife he held in his arms was sheathed smoothly, and at a subtle angle that was exquisite to the very top. He counter-teased it from the bottom to the top. Boom! Terrifying blood chi erupted from that old farmer, draping over the blade. Blood-burning blade technique? Sure was horrified throughout the year, but this moment was a dilemma. The trajectory of this blade appeared to be plain, but it sealed all the retreats of Sure throughout the year, as if it had already prejudged all his routes, and even the rhythm of his mobilization of blood chi was incomparably difficult for the other party to jam. Sure was so frightened throughout the year that he didn't have time to think about what kind of deadly feud he had gotten himself into, and only had time to raise his arms in an attempt to block. Dang! The sound of the gold and gold goblet clash exploded, shocking several guards with gold stars in their eyes, while Sure throughout the year's double sleeves were directly shattered, revealing two metal arm guards, blocking the knife. However, his arms were blown to bloody pulp and bone stubble turned outward by the force of the vibration that was passed down. Escape! Sure was blown backwards throughout the year, and blood spilled from his mouth, but he used the momentum to turn around and wanted to escape. He fought with that Duke Liang, and his blood chi was almost depleted. Plus he had suffered a considerable amount of injuries, so he simply couldn't afford to fight with a second-rate martial artist any longer. And this old farmer's slash, even more completely scared Sure throughout the year, not only because of the terrifying power of the blood-burning blade technique, but also because of the other party's kind of divine calculation and judgment, making Sure feel as if he was fighting with a martial arts master who had been immersed in martial arts for hundreds of years throughout the year. Even if I am at my full strength, I'm afraid that I can't beat this person. This was the only thought in Sure's heart throughout the year. Even if he racked his brain, he couldn't figure out why a second-rate martial artist would have such a profound comprehension of martial arts. However, Sure had suffered heavy blows one after another throughout the year, so how could he be faster than an intact second-rate martial artist? The old farmer's eyes were ancient and way-free, and with a single stride, he caught up with Sure throughout the year, and without saving another blood-burning knife, stabbed Sure throughout the year straight through his heart from behind, and threw a heavy fling, pinning him to the green brick street surface, like an iron sign to a struggling grasshopper. Sure struggled helplessly with his limbs throughout the year, but a light, inaudible voice suddenly sounded beside his ears. Zhang Shan sends his regards. This has already exhausted the oilstone throughout the year. Heard the words but violently opened his eyes, looked up and tried to look for that old farmer, but the other party has long disappeared at the end of the street, mixed into the crowd of all sorts of colors. Sure throughout the year eyes angrily open, but the consciousness is gradually falling into darkness. Several stone family guards, has long been pale, hands and feet at a loss to look at the stone nailed to the ground throughout the year. Ah, Shang. Just got back. The table you fixed for me is really sturdy. I put some tender corn cobs in your yard. Cook them. Delicious miles. Okay. Thank you, Master Zhao. Ah, Shang. Have you eaten yet? Come to Auntie's house for dinner. No, no, no. Thank you, Auntie Wang. The plain-looking teenager. Ah, Shang. Smiled gently and greeted his neighbors along the way as he returned to his small home. Split the firewood and throw it into the stove. And cook a pot of strong tea. Jiang Ming is only a long breath, cozy sitting under the eaves of the house, watching for a while the curling smoke of the families, the cloud scrolls of Yunmeng Mountain Z, and only then is to close his eyes and fake sleep up. This super sense state is truly terrifying. If not for triggering the super sense, that slash would definitely not have been that effective. Jiang Ming recalled the battle just now in his mind. Sure, Yang Yi was no longer a peak second-rate martial artist on par with Guan Feng, and even if he was injured, he was by no means a casual slasher. And their own knife, but just the right split in the stone throughout the year. Mind slack moment, timing, trajectory, force, are considered perfect. It was only then that a knife chopped Sure throughout the year with both arms bursting into pieces and serious injuries. Too bad it's only for a moment. Jiang Ming sighed lightly, after drinking the clearing soup for so long. Now he also raised the probability of triggering the super sense by a lot, but at most, it was once a day, and the time was only a short moment. And now that he is Yua Shang, he can no longer blatantly 10 bowls a day, can only wait for the opportunity to continue to show off in the future. But even if it's just an instant, it's enough between life and death struggles. Jiang Ming muttered to himself, feeling a bit insatiable. Other martial artists in their whole life, they are afraid that they can't trigger the super sense once, and he can trigger it once every day. But he is still a little unsatisfied. If this is known to others, they are afraid that they will be jealous of their faces and twisted. This stone died throughout the year. I'm afraid that it is also going to cause a storm. But with my carpenter Yue Shang, and what does it have to do with? Jiang Ming rested for a moment, got up and poured a big bowl of strong tea. Is to start working. The interest of the Sure family, let's receive it here first. When the time comes, we'll settle the total account. The thing Jiang Ming wasn't afraid of the most was waiting. He can wait until that Songshan army collapsed, the Sure family fell. And even more so, he can wait until he becomes a first-class martial artist and personally kills the Sure family. Yunmeng Mountain Z more and more lively. But all of this is nothing to do with Jiang Ming. He lives in deep simplicity, buried in the home to do furniture, only occasionally carry tools to go out a trip to the neighbors to repair some old tables and chairs. It was only after a full half a month that Jiang Ming came to Old Gingerhead's tavern again, politely asked for wine and food, and ate and drank alone in the corner. As Jiang Ming expected, the topics discussed in the tavern were still related to the firecloud grass and the pill king. Now the firecloud grass found in a day. There are more than a dozen plants, right? And that pill king still doesn't even have a ghost shadow. The families fighting to die are more than the number of firecloud grass. In the end, to find the king of the medicine, I am afraid to be angry to vomit 3 liters of blood. Speaking of dead people, then you have to say that the Sure family One person suddenly squeezed his eyebrows and said, and the others burst into laughter. A hallowed second-rate martial artist, being nailed to the street and unable to key up. The Sure family is afraid that they will go crazy. But some people suspect that the gang from the capital did it. Do you think it's true? Anyway, I heard that martial artist from the Sure family fought with the Liang family from the capital before he died, and a lot of people died. Well, if that's the case, it's kinda possible. Jiang Ming chewed a small river shrimp, silent. Of course this scourge will not be so easily led to the capital Liang family. But now Ping'an town is as chaotic as a pot of porridge. The Sure family wants to find the real murderer. I'm afraid that it is also impossible. Chapter 66, One wave after another. Jiang Ming sat in the tavern and listened for a moment, but also vaguely heard out. The Liang family in the capital seems to be a party of the old family, known as What Yen, one of the 6 great families. Rumor has it that there are martial arts masters sitting in the town, and the legacy has been passed down for hundreds of years without ceasing. Jiang Ming secretly nodded his head. No wonder that Duke Liang was so powerful that day. He had beaten Sure throughout the year without any power to fight back. A super family that could inherit for hundreds of years. Its heritage might be even more terrifying than the royal family. The royal family of Yen has been in power for only a scant 200 years. After I break through the first class, I can't help but leave the Great Cloud Mansion and go for a walk outside. Maybe the capital is a good place. Jiang Ming pondered in his mind. He had already seized the old snake gang's first-rate techniques, and cultivating to a first-rate martial artist step by step with the aid of various secret medicines wasn't much of a problem. However, above the first-class martial artist, how to break through to a martial arts master, Jiang Ming still does not have the slightest clue, and no one in the Great Cloud House can point him out. If you want to go to the next level, the only way to do so is to leave this novice village and go outside to look for opportunities. Moreover, the capital city, as the center of power in Great Yen, might have more information about the cultivation world. This is what Jiang Ming values even more. Big news, big news. Suddenly someone walked into the tavern with excited eyes. Rumor has it that someone has seen the Medicine King and was just about to capture it. The man panted and gulped down his tea. What's going on? Why don't you say it? The others were instantly anxious. The man only then put down the teapot. Manhwa laughed, that the root of the Medicine King, surprisingly pulled out of the soil, as if born feet, a smoke on the run out of sight. What? How is that possible? Who saw? Wouldn't be eating poisonous mushrooms, would they? 1,000 times over. The people who have entered the mountain have gone crazy, have asked for help from the forces behind them. This mess is even bigger. Pity those medicine pickers who were taken, sandwiched between those high coming and going martial artists. I heard that several have already died. The world is a tough place. The tavern was in chaos, and Jiang Ming was also slightly shocked. In his heart, if this is true, then the Medicine King's head can be too big. He thought of the fire mayfly again and couldn't help but become even more curious about the secrets of the depths of the Cloud Dream Mountain Swamp. But curiosity killed the cat, and I'm afraid a lot of people are going to die this time. Jiang Ming's gaze was calm. He suspected that once this news was spread, it would attract more than just first-class martial artists. He's a second-rate weakling. He'd be better off playing with wood. After drinking the wine, Jiang Ming quietly left, circled around and bought some rice, noodles, oil and salt at the east end of the town before heading back to his own small broken yard, far away from passing by his own door. Jiang Ming glanced at it without a trace. A young girl in the yard is sweating and practicing hard boxing. The yard is clean and tidy, and a lot of smoked meat and dried vegetables and so on are hung under the eaves of the house is estimated to be sent by those people in Guangdong. It shouldn't be much trouble, but it's a life lived more abundantly than mine. Jiang Ming smiled, is quietly left. Time is in a hurry. Autumn and winter, snow flurries, and the world is white. Under the eaves of the house, Jiang Ming was wrapped in a thick fur coat and gathered around the fireplace, slowly drinking hot tea. Yue Sheng is just a small carpenter. Naturally, he can't be the same as a martial artist in the cold days and still have a single shirt and bare shoulders. Jiang Ming, although he is not a professional camouflage, but he still tries not to show any cracks. However, although he did not move, but secretly still running the internal breathing method of the cowhide tiger bone skill, quietly quenching the flesh and sinews, the path of martial arts was difficult and dangerous. And even if Jiang Ming was an elder, he still needed to practice diligently in order to go farther. Half a year has passed. He practiced a few hours a day. Now it is also a small effect. Tendons and veins are much tougher than usual, and even the skin membrane and flesh are also enhanced by a lot of. Although he was still some distance away from the second stream grand completion, martial artists under the second stream would be hard-pressed to injure him nowadays even if they were carrying a sharp long knife. A few months have passed. This Pill King storm, but it has finally calmed down. Jiang Ming's gaze flickered. Ever since the fire cloud grass appeared more and more frequently a few months ago, there had been waves of forces pouring into the Cloud Dream Mountain Swamp, and after the news of that Pill King's long legs escaping spread, it even triggered the entire martial arts world, with countless experts coming. There are even news rumors that there really are martial arts masters in the mountains erupted in a great battle, born to destroy a large area of woods, as if smashed by a meteorite. But since the autumn, the number of fire cloud grass is rapidly decreasing. Now it seems like half a month no one has ever picked it, but there has never been any news of that king of medicine being captured. Could it be that the Medicine King has really become a spirit and escaped? Or was it quietly captured by some big power? In any case, this Jiang de maniac, it seems like it's time to come back. From the prefecture, Jiang Ming suddenly muttered to himself. Since the number of fire cloud grass plummeted, those forces are like a tidal wave retreated. Even the town's medicine pickers were released back, but some people are forever disappeared in the mountains. Carpenter Yue Shang originally existed in order to avoid the Pill King trouble. And now that the trouble is gone, there is no need for this vest to continue to be maintained. In addition, if everything was calm, it wouldn't matter if Jiang Ming, his real body, was allowed to remain in the city for a quickie. But now that Songshan army war is more and more unfavorable, the city is also gradually not peaceful up, and then stay down to seem also abnormal. That night, the young man Yue Sheng picked up his traveling bag and tools and quietly left Ping'an town. As for whether or not it would be noticed by someone with a heart, Jiang Ming wasn't worried at all. The town has been a mess for the past 6 months, with so many people coming and going that even the site where old Scar was burned to death back then has had tents set up to live there, and the departure of a small carpenter is nothing at all. And since the weather turned cold, Yuasheng has been working a lot less, stayed at home all day and appeared less and less in the town. When it disappears silently one day, I guess only the grandparents on the left and right will ask a few questions. Other than that, no one cares. Then Zhu Shishang might even be more happy that this yard is being organized well and can be sold to someone else at a high price again. Yue Sheng disappeared a few days later. Near the end of the year, Zhang the Maniac is carrying a large bag of New Year's goods, rubbing a trip to the Tiger Hunt Villa carriage back to Ping'an Town. It's a coincidence that you're back. Something happened on the front line of the Tsongshan army. Guan Feng and Jiang Ming bumped into each other, but they laughed in a low voice. Jiang Ming glanced at him. This guy has been a god for nearly a year or so, mixing with Wei Yan's secretive guys all day long. News that could make him so happy. It seems that the Tsongshan army is in bad luck. Could it be that the Tsongshan king is dead? Jiang Ming guessed. That's not so. Guan Feng full of black lines. Tsongshan army at the beginning of the year blew down the cowhide, before the winter snow falls to fight into the capital. Yet until now. But even Jiangnan House did not attack in. Just yesterday, the granary of the Tsongshan army suddenly caught fire, and enough provisions to feed 100,000 troops for a month were torched. Chapter 67, Defeat Like a Mountain. The granary burned? Jiang Ming was stunned. What the hell kind of miscellaneous army was this? The Tsongshan army was able to besiege the Jiangnan prefecture city for several months, precisely because they had no success in attacking the city, which is why they wanted to rely on their abundant supply of food and grass to try to trap Jiangnan prefecture alive. Who would not have thought that the Jiangnan province has not yet been captured? The Tsongshan army's own ass is being ordered. Jiang Ming then reacted. There's a mole in the Tsongshan army? The granary is an important place for soldiers. There are bound to be masters to guard it. Even if the imperial army sends people to sneak in and burn the grain and grass, the open fire will be discovered as soon as it is lit. And it can't burn much. The only possibility is that there is a mole. And it's not a small one. Otherwise it couldn't have made such a big move. Guan Feng nodded. You're smart. You guessed it all at once. I heard that the grain and herb battalion guarding that granary mutinied en masse, killed a handful of those who didn't follow, and then took advantage of the dead of night to sneakily use kerosene and spirits to ignite dozens of granaries at the same time. Burned completely at once, and then even took advantage of the night, and fled without a trace in one breath. And the court army of Jiangnan province, even while the fire was raging, shot out countless arrow feathers tied with paper strips, and mocked the Tsongshan army with obscenities to the extreme, saying that they were homeless orphans, and that they only knew how to brag and fight but acted like pussies and whatnot. Jiangnan speechless. The high end of the war is often really only the most pristine operation. Tsongshan army siege of the city for several months and cannot be, but also at the time of the freezing cold. The military heart is only afraid that it is the most chaotic time. This wave of grain and grass was burned, coupled with the crazy mouth mockery. At this time, the Tsongshan army, I am afraid that it is already scorched. I can only say that the court army still has a ruthless person. The entire grain and grass battalion developed into an undercover agent, but it has been held back until now to make a move. Can only blame that Tsongshan army is still too young, and it was taken by the court army ruthlessly. If the court army suddenly strikes at this time, Jiang Ming suddenly said. When the news came back, the cavalry of the court army had already rushed out of the city. Guan Feng glanced at him and sighed. This time, the Tsongshan army is afraid that it will shed a layer of skin even if it doesn't die. Alas. Jiang Ming also sighed. The success or failure of the Tsongshan army he does not care, but when the Tsongshan army is in chaos, these people will follow the bad luck. Although it has long been known that it is difficult for the Tsongshan army to make things happen, but when this moment comes, Jiang Ming still feels a little helpless. A few moments later, Jiang Ming said goodbye to Guan Feng and returned home carrying the New Year's Eve goods, and when they met, they threw a package to Zhou Wenxiu, practicing boxing every day, practicing to become a savage, to buy you clothes rouge, pouring over the new year. I don't want it. It's ugly to death with the flowers. Zhou Wenxiu grunted, but her mouth was grinning to the root of her ears. Stupid girl. Jiang Ming shook his head and threw the rest of the things to her as well. Clean up and hurry to cook. Starving me. He himself drilled back into the house and prettily boiled up a fine tea, not caring in the least about the vicious glances behind him. Now that the Tsongshan army is in decline, I'm afraid defeat is only a matter of time. After tea, Jiang Ming lay down in a bamboo chair and pretended to sleep, but his mind was alive. Rats in a sinking ship. Those who once borrowed the Tsongshan army to make a fuss. It's time to find the time to settle the score. Nowadays, I am considered to have profound strength among second-rate martial artists, and with the help of the blood-burning blade technique and the triggering of the super senses, I may not be unable to spar with first-rate martial artists. Of course, a hard-on is out of the question. The city head changes the flag of the king. Sit back and watch the king and his vassals become new ghosts. Jiang Ming wasn't going to be the one to go out on a limb. It was naturally best if he could fish in troubled waters. A few days later, the tavern. Jiang Ming sat at the counter, drinking the good wine that old Jiang Tu had specially sold for him, and listening to the many drinkers discussing current events. The news that the Tsangshan army's granary had been burned finally reached here the day before yesterday, and immediately caused a commotion. That Jusha chief is so shameless that he emptied my rice store. A slightly neatly dressed middle-aged man was burning with rage. His body was still hanging with colors, and he didn't need to guess that he had been beaten by Zhu Shishang's men. Jiang Ming sniffed and looked at the past. This person used to be a medicine picker, and in the Medicine King storm the good luck of picking the fire cloud grass, sold the money to open the store. This thought that it was going to be developed in this way, but I did not expect to be suddenly robbed by this robbery. This is just the beginning. Jiang Ming whispered in his heart. From Guanfeng, he received news that the imperial court had sent a large army from the capital to work with the defenders of Jiangnan Prefecture. Totaling 500,000 troops pressed out of Jiangnan Prefecture in a big way, wanting to completely clear out the Tsangshan army. And Tsangshan army is once again backyard fire. Once pulled together the northern families, chambers of commerce, should have given the Tsangshan army to provide food and grass war preparations, but in one night jumped ship a big have cut off the supply to the Tsangshan army. Even many northern cities had erupted into rebellion, overturning the Tsangshan army's defenders, and even the people who had once been the most supportive of the Tsangshan army had now become silent. Only a few days had passed, and it was as if the Tsangshan army was caught in a stormy situation, ready to topple at any moment. This is kindness gone too far. The people will be touched by benevolence and righteousness, and the families will smile at you because of benevolence and righteousness. But if you want to tame them, benevolence and righteousness alone is not enough. Another 4 or 5 days passed, and Pingan town became more and more chaotic, with Xu Shichang leading people all over the streets to capture brigands and search for food and silver, to be sent to the front to fight. I heard in the capital city than the peace town is many times more chaotic. Tsangshan army everywhere looting and killing, as if from the bodhisattva all of a sudden turned into a devil. Xu Shichang, I don't have any spare food. On this day, Jiang Ming stood at the door, blocking Xu Shichang's chubby body and frowned. Xu Shichang's eyes were covered with blood. His voice hoarse as a broken bellows. Silver, copper plates. I want all of them. And you, Master Jiang, are you willing to go to the battlefield to fight for glory and wealth? Behind Xu Shichang, the two guards quietly took a step forward. Xu Shichang, don't be too impulsive. Want people well said. I hunt Tiger Villa more than. Jiang Ming is not the slightest bit panicked. Indifferently said. With a jolt, Xu Shichang's head seemed to have cleared up a bit, and he stared grimly at Jiang Ming for a few moments before turning away and leading his men towards other people's homes. You're so messed up. It can't work. Jiang Ming stared at Xu Shichang's departing back, but he shook his head. Now Tsangshan army defeat has been finalized. According to Flying Cloud Castle to probe the news, the front of the army has become a rout. Retreating, was beaten like a lost dog. They cannot withdraw to the north of the river are not certain. This Xu Shichang even dare to be so rampant raiding silver wealth. Jiang Ming remembered the guy's top boss Li Yong. Two people are wilting bad. Where the money is more where to go. On the Tsangshan army can be said to have no penny loyalty. It is not guaranteed that today this kind of behavior a large part of it is for their own pockets. I had planned to go straight to the prefecture city and squat a wave of the Shi family. Jiang Ming muttered to himself in his heart. But since you dared to find me on my head, I'll give you a ride first. Since Xu Shichang came here, he did not charge him less protection fees, and also swindled Yua Sheng several taels of silver. This debt will be counted together today. This guy, is he trying to go and knock the Shi family off their feet? Jiang Ming looked at the direction Xu Shichang had gone, his eyes moving slightly, already thinking of a way to make a move. After telling Zhou Wenxiu that he was going for a drink, Jiang Ming left his home. Chapter 68 The Shi family, break with the Tsangshan army today. In Pingan town, Jiang Ming sighed as he walked down the street, looking at the disorganized streets, and the pedestrians who hurried past from time to time. The previous transit of the Tsangshan army was just a small fight. Now is the beginning of the real chaos. Scrupulous military discipline in victory, burned out and looted in defeat, is like a truth, universal everywhere. As Xu Shichang led his men to unsympathetically search for food and forcefully arrest strong men, Pingan town, these days, also became windy. Although the news of the rout of the Tsangshan army has not yet reached here for the time being, the people who can live under the oppression of the lords for so long are also ultimately a little bit of eyesight. When they saw Xu Shichang and others showing their ugly faces without any concealment, they knew that the situation of the Tsangshan army was afraid to be not too good, and rumors about the Tsangshan army were spreading. Many people who have a clear mind and think they have some skills in their bodies, roll up their bags and flee into the mountains. adjacent to Yunmeng Mountain Zay is that there is this benefit. No matter how much the war outside, those officials and soldiers are idle and will not rush to the mountains as long as they hide well. They can also avoid a war. Of course, there are poisonous insects and beasts in the mountains, or they meet a small group of stray deserters, and they can only recognize their own bad luck. But it is much better than waiting for the defeated army to cross the border. Others are dragging their families and fleeing further north, only they don't know where they'll get to. The people are panicking for their lives. These lords are idle. Jiang Ming passed by a few newly built wine shop tea houses, but saw some richly dressed men and women sitting in the middle, slowly and methodically sipping tea and talking and laughing, singing and dancing, as if the chaos outside the window had nothing to do with them. Jiang Ming recognized that they were all the sons of the city's oldest powers, so maybe these things weren't much of a storm to them. Yes, the Tsongshan army, no matter how stupid they are, do not dare to mess with these Yan's foundation of power. That will only die a more miserable. Even if there was a small group of ungrateful deserters who wanted to find trouble, they would be unable to take a hit in front of these deep-rooted forces. It's true that some people are born in Rome and some people struggle all their lives to remain cattle and horses. Walking, Jiang Ming is disappeared in a street corner. The Shi family branch was in a bit of a mess, with many of the Shi family members rushing towards the main entrance. An inconspicuous figure, after looking at a remote wall for a few moments, quietly tumbled in. Somewhere in the side house, a Stone family dude is doing something interesting, but suddenly fell to black. Moments later, a Stone family son is full of anger out of the house, into the arms of the stuffed a sharp knife, furious towards the gate. In front of the stone house, a group of uniformly dressed Shi family members were standing at the doorway with incomparable annoyance, staring at the Tsongshan army soldiers blocking the doorway. You dare to come to my Shi family to demand money? Do you really not know what you're in for? A group of Shi family members were all furious with their chests heaving. There were so many branches of power in this town, but this Tsongshan army had chosen to find their Shi family. This was simply the greatest humiliation for them. Zhu Shishang, however, was not the least bit flustered, and gave a strange laugh with a heave. Everyone, a family does not say two families. We are all grasshoppers on a rope. If the Tsongshan army is defeated, you think the Shi family can still jump for a few days. Nowadays, the experts of the Shi family are all shrinking in the prefecture city. All the folks cannot force us to use force. We only need 1,000 taels of silver. I'll turn my head and leave when I get it. Shi family several people face ugly. One angry forehead veins rippled. But take this shrewish general Zhu Shishang nothing to do. They were basically the family members of the Shi family. And there weren't even many serious martial artists. So they might not be a match for these soldiers who had seen blood when they really fought. This is also the embarrassment of the Stone family. The rise of too fast. In addition to the high-end force is not weak. The foundation is very weak. Originally sitting in the town of Pingan is only stone throughout the year and so on. The last time also almost killed a clean. Has not been able to draw out manpower over. Originally thought that the small town had no one dared to mess with the Stone family. Plus the Tsongshan army sat in the town more nothing. Who did not expect the first to find trouble? But it was the Tsongshan army. Just when the Stone family members were suffocating and helpless, a Stone family teenager who appeared out of nowhere was suddenly squeezed to the front of the crowd. He was filled with grief and anger and snapped. What are you? But a dog of the Tsongshan army. How dare you blackmail my Shi family? Even if I die here today, I won't give you a single copper plate. Well said. Just as it should be. The other children of the Shi family had been holding their breath. When they heard the words, they all shouted, and the group was excited. Good, good, good. I would like to see if your backbone is that hard. Zhu Shichan's body tightened, then but slowly drew his battle sword. Everyone, think carefully, he said in a murderous manner, word by word, while his gaze was fixed on the older men who looked like stewards. However, Zhu Shishang's heart, at this time is in the crazy dark cursing, asterisk. His mother where to the rash. Lousy silver are almost a hand. You obediently hand over the money is not good. Do really want to fight? I don't want to fight in blood. I only want silver. Really fight. Even if the fight is won, they are expected to hang color, and get a few people dead. Zhu Shishang valued his life like gold, and now he could only hope that those few stewards would not be too impulsive, and the speed of drawing the knife was getting slower and slower. Finally, a man with gray hair sighed softly, Ronger, retreat. As he spoke, he went to pull the grieving Shi family teenager. Other Stone family members secretly sighed, but also relieved. After all, hot blood to the head. To fight for their lives, this kind of thing they are still a little resistant to. Weekdays are instructing the subordinates to kill, wear and really move their hands. Zhu Shishang also breathed a sigh of relief, the smile on his face about to rebloom. That's right, as long as he gets the silver, he will throw away this skin and escape far away. The sky is high and the emperor is far away, who can find him? Yet just when everyone thought that the conflict was about to die down, that Sher family's teenager, however, violently broke away from the hand that came to pull him and violently took a step forward. His gaze was death-defying, and his voice was loud. Heaven and earth can be judged. Has my Sher family paid less for your Sangshan army? Let's kill the city lord. Let's open the gates. We pretended to be bandits, slaughtering people and looting stores. What are we for? Isn't it for the grandeur of the Sangshan army? Now even have to suffer this insult. I am not willing. I am not willing. The more this teenager spoke, the more grief and anger he felt, his eyes red and tears welling up. However, the people of the Stone family are more and more listening to the more wrong. Killing the city lord they recognized, opening the city gate, is also considered to be involved. But slaughtering the people and looting the stores, this is really not. The man of the Sher family who was in charge had a panicked look on his face and was about to cover his mouth. However, that Sher family's teenager seemed to be stimulated to the limit, and let out a loud cry. My Sher family, today I will make a complete break with your Sangshan army. Tinkling of small bells. He drew his sharp blade from his bosom, and with a frantic yell he rushed toward Zhu Shishang. I'll kill you. Asterisk. The Sher family crowd panicked. Asterisk. Jushman is also numb. Chapter 69 Diary. Clueless tree, clueless fruit. Clueless tree under the tree, you and I. Stone home entrance. This sudden scene let both sides are a little caught off guard. There's no need for that, big bro. That was the same thought on both sides at the moment. A little silver only. How to put up a fight. Dignity. Dignity can be worth a few dollars. And Zhu Shishang watched the teenager carrying a short blade, rushing toward himself like a madman. And there was no counterattack in the midst of his confusion. Subconsciously, he wanted to dodge, and then restrain this guy. Until this moment, he was still thinking about avoiding this conflict. A teenager's impulsiveness is just a teenager's impulsiveness. As long as it doesn't cause a death, there is still room for redemption. Silver is the most important thing. Maybe we can extort more. Zhu Shishang dodged while thinking to himself. However, the next moment, Zhu Shishang was feeling out of place. He had just dodged a step away, but the dagger seemed to follow him like a shadow, stabbing right after his body. That Stone family teenager is still a crazy face. As if nothing cares is rushed over. The pace seems to be a bit weak and unsteady. Could it be a coincidence? Zhu Shishang couldn't think about it in time and continued to flash to the side. I'm a martial artist. Can I still be injured by a little brat? Not good. Sound of escaping laughter. The dagger dug into the chest like a ghost and pulled out in an instant, bringing up a trail of blood. The whole scene is quiet. The Sher family crowd is like seeing a ghost. This Sher Juanron lies on the belly of a woman every day, and has not even practiced martial arts. How did he hurt a martial artist? You're. For his part, Zhu Shichan's eyes widened steeply, realizing that this guy was by no means any ordinary person. The slash was so fast that even he didn't react. Zhu Shichan's mind flashed a shocking electricity. Everything just now is this guy pretending. His purpose is to kill himself and provoke the contradiction between the Sangshan army and the Sher family. Zhu Shishang just wanted to open his mouth to say something. That teenager is holding a dagger. Crazy stabbing up. A few breaths as Zhu Shishang stabbed into a bloody hedgehog. I'll stab you. Stab you. The teenager stabbed while his mouth screamed randomly. Cough. Cough. Blood clogged in his throat. Zhu Shishang eventually failed to say anything and collapsed in a pool of blood. Ha. I've raised my eyebrows for our Stone family. Sher Juanrong threw away the dagger, while running in the street at a fast pace, while raising the sky-long laugh, the mouth constantly shouting nonsense words, as crazy as the posture of the people on both sides of the scared are not dare to move. The man in charge of the Sher family froze for a moment, but his face changed. Not good. Quickly arrest him back. However, just this moment of effort, that crazy Sher Juanrong, but has disappeared without a trace. Sher family. You are so bold. Wait for our revenge. And the rest of the Sangshan army soldiers without a leader, one by one are all panicked eyes, put a couple of harsh words, is to carry Zhu Shichan's body to fly away. This is big trouble. The people of the Sher family looked at each other, their faces so gloomy that they could drip water. The Sangshan army was defeated, and the Stone family was supposed to face the liquidation of the court army. However, after this mess today, the relationship between the Stone family and the Sangshan army is also completely broken. When the Sangshan army's defeated army passes through the Dainianfu, what kind of scene that will be? It's hard to say. And what was that thing he shouted just now? Who taught him? A Sher family elder suddenly said in a deep voice, somewhat unable to suppress his anger. What killing the city lord, opening the city gates, slaughtering the people. These things do, even if this can be said? Not to mention that some of them have not been done. Stone Family Branch is located in the middle of Ping'an town. Just now the street to and fro can be a lot of people. The news here is afraid that will soon spread all over the town and the prefecture of the city. The Stone family will make countless enemies overnight, become a street rat that everyone shouts. Even if the Sure family said they hadn't done those things, but with the Sure family's past reputation at the bottom of, the fear is that no one will believe it. This is really yellow mud off the crotch of the pants. However, as he spoke, the look of doubt in the eyes of the Sure family elder grew thicker and thicker. This Sure Juanrong has always been minding his own business and only playing with women. When did he become so hot-blooded, and even stabbed a martial artist to death? This is like a pie in the sky. How can it be something he can do? No. Quickly go to the Sure Juanrong house to take a look. His complexion changed drastically and he suddenly burst out. The others froze, then seemed to react as well, changing color in unison and rushing to the backyard. A few moments later, a group of people stared at the room. The two white bodies on the bed. Their faces were all hard to see. Sure Juanrong is here. Then who the hell is the Sure Juanrong who just shouted and killed? Sangshan Army Station. A few soldiers carrying Zhu Shiqing's body back, still in a whisper discussing whether to pack up the gold and silver fine soft run away to forget. Anyway, the army masters in front have heard that they have all been routed, and Zhu Shiqing is also dead. Let's each share some silver money, and escape far away to enjoy the happiness. How good. Yeah, just do it. A few people got excited. However, when they walked into the courtyard, they were instantly shocked and stayed on the spot, only to see the yard, lying sideways and upside down, a few soldiers' bodies, the house of a few boxes in pieces. It is not easy to scavenge the gold and silver treasures, have been looted. Which goddamned person did this? A few people wanna cry. They have worked so hard to rob for so long, but they have been plucked peaches. Late night. This Zhu Shiqing is quite fat. Jiang Ming sat on the bed and opened a parcel, slowly counting the harvest this time. All kinds of gold and silver jewelry in piles. Jiang Ming estimated that it is worth at least 3,000 taels of silver. When added up, it seems that the money for drinking medicine in the short term is not worried. There is also a booklet, to see what is written. Jiang Ming picked up a booklet without a name with a pitch black cover. This thing is hidden with the jewelry. It should not be ordinary. Could it be some secret martial arts technique? Jiang Ming flipped it open to browse, but he froze a little. Diary? Who the hell keeps a diary these days? He watched patiently. In the waxing month of the 23rd year of the Great Yen, the Red Pine Snow Plain of the northern Ningfu province, visited the Master of the Sword Path, by M.O., and together they explored the secret of the hollow valley of the sword sound in the depths of the snowy plains. The extreme coldness became more and more piercing, before entering the deepest part. The 31st year of the Great Yen, Jiangnan Province, Jiulon Lake, unsuccessfully searching for the legendary spiritual stone in the lake. 60 years in Great Yen, I became a patriarch. Into the Daeunfo Yunmengshans. See the secret of the birth of the fire cloud grass. See the king of medicine. Pursue it deep into the mountains and forests. Just a bunch of ordinary worms. Occasionally have a strange change. But where is the immortal fate? 93 years of the Great Yen. Lifespan extended by borrowing from the medicine king is finally coming to an end. Where is the immortal? And is there really an immortal in this world? Chapter 70, A general success is a bone dried up. The content of the diary ended abruptly. In the 93rd year of the Great Yen, leaving only the last page of the pen marks that were 3 times into the paper, as if it contained endless unwillingness. It looks like there's either been an accident or he's been turned into a pile of dry bones. Jiang Ming muttered to himself. Great Yen has been founded for nearly 200 years, and even if the blood of the martial arts masters is no longer vigorous, it can't withstand the power of the years. Now, I am afraid that it is long ago that the dust will return to the earth. I don't know how many people this diary has gone through, and it ended up in the hands of Zhu Shiqing's gang. Where is the immortal? Is there an immortal in the world? Is there really no immortal destiny in this huge country of Yen? Jiang Ming stared at the slightly crazy handwriting at the end and also muttered. The sovereign was already the end of the martial path journey, yet he still couldn't find the way forward, which was really a bit desperate. But, not necessarily. Jiang Ming calmed his mind, his gaze slightly thoughtful. This person went to the snowy plains, the Nine-Dragon Lake, Yunmeng Mountain Zay, and other various mysterious places. Perhaps there are some things that he did not probe out. Manpower has its limits. Even a patriarch can only live for more than 100 years. The interval between each appearance of the Pill King in Yunmengshanza is more than 100 years. So maybe there are similar opportunities in several other places, perhaps at even longer intervals, so long that a patriarch can't wait for a lifetime. Jiang Ming will be recorded on the diary of all the secret places, are one by one in mind. he is the least lack of time, and so later became a master. One by one to find the past is, the big deal is to live in the centuries and millennia, digging the ground 3 feet. In addition, this martial arts master named Zhou Jingyu, who described himself as having collected a number of mystical items and scriptures during his search for the immortal fate. Jiang Ming pondered for a moment, then shook his head, not holding much hope for this. This patriarch has been dead for hundreds of years, and coupled with a lifetime of searching for immortality without establishing a force, those contraptions are afraid that they have long since disappeared to nowhere. Today's primary goal is still to cultivate martial arts. The only way to qualify to explore these things is to go to the top of martial arts and become a martial arts master. 3 days later, the news of the Tsongshan army's defeat finally reached the Great Cloud province. All kinds of rumors were flying all over the place, chaos everywhere, and some forces that had been eye to eye with the Tsongshan army were now sitting in a state of anxiety. And the Stone family doesn't know what mood to be in? In the small courtyard, Jiang Ming finished practicing boxing and drank the tea made by Zhou Wenshu without any hurry. A few days ago the Stone family children, in the street to kill the head of the Tsongshan army. The Stone family to break with the Tsongshan army news, now has spread all over the city. Plus, there are good people spreading rumors that the Shi family is only waiting for the Tsongshan army to escape the soldiers to pass through the Danianfu, and then they will intercept and kill them, to be used to atone for their sins and show their loyalty to the imperial army. This rumor was also spread quickly and added more and more outrageous, let's just say, out of touch. Jiang Ming just want to give the Stone family to find some trouble, also did not expect it will evolve into this way. It seems that the Stone family is really too unpopular. I do not know how many people are looking forward to the fall of the Stone family. However, it's not time to make a move yet. Jiang Ming took a sip of tea and wasn't in a hurry. The Shi family might fall, but not at the hands of the Tsongshan army. Tsongshan army is also not a little cute. Flabbergasted completely believe the rumors. Now they are self-conscious. Busy running for their lives is not enough. Where to have the time to die with the Shi family? The snake in the ground? Not to mention the fact that the Shi family had another layer of identity, being the dogs raised by the Liang family in the capital. The Cthulhu army is down, and the only ones who are miserable are those who are soldiers. Those officials who are strategizing may still be waiting for one day to be recruited and shaken. Maybe they are still colleagues with the Liang family. Where would they be so unkind to kill the Liang family's dogs? But with the locusts crossing the border, it should be rare for the Shi family to shed their skin. Jiang Ming muttered to himself and decided to continue to wait and see. The Liang family's dog will only die in the hands of the Liang family itself, but also cannot be idle. The same day Jiang Ming went to the Wang family pharmacy to buy a large number of medicinal herbs. Continue to drink every day 10 bowls of clearing the spirit of the soup, 3 bowls of blood strengthening soup, trying to get the supersensory trigger frequency up a bit more. Another half a month passed, and large and small groups of Tsongshan army deserters finally appeared in the territory of Daeunfu, and chaotically and incomparably continued to roam to the north. These deserters no longer have the good and friendly when they go south. One by one, they lose their armor, and along the road they can rob, and when they meet those who don't see eye to eye, they kill. The prefectural city, the county and the town, are in chaos everywhere, and countless people are displaced and fleeing in all directions, which is even more miserable than when the Tsongshan army attacked the city in the south. Peaceful town is a little better. With the major forces of the martial artist deterrent, there are a few deserters passing by want to rob the wealth. Not yet jumped a few times on the neck of the karma, but even so there are many townspeople have been robbed. Those lords care only about their own, will not care about a wall of pariahs. However, in the midst of this chaos, a group of mysterious and incomparable green men, but quietly appeared in the various chaotic counties and towns. They claimed to be subordinates of Flying Cloud Castle, and they did not proclaim any slogans, but when they saw the rebellious deserters, they rushed up to cut them down and distributed their silver wealth to the displaced people. Kill, share the money, turn your head, and rush to the next place where the deserters are. These green men come and go like the wind, and their thunderous moves are impressive to everyone. Gradually, the reputation of Flying Cloud Castle, in the surrounding counties and towns of the Daeunfu spread rapidly, and many people began to look forward to Flying Cloud Castle can appear in their own townships among the good means. Jiang Ming heard this news and couldn't help but think of that well-mannered youth, Wei Yan. Although there was no intelligence, Jiang Ming had a hunch that this move came from none other than Wei Yan, sharpening the sword for more than 10 years, revealing the sharpness today. Flying Cloud Castle waits for today's opportunity, wanting to step on the bones of the Tsongshan army to build up prestige and achieve their own hegemony. A general success is 10,000 bones withered, and I don't know whether the bones of this Tsongshan army can pile up the new ship of Feiyun Fort. 2 days later, news about the Shi family also reached the town. A general of the Tsongshan army returned with his troops. and after hearing the rumors related to the Stone family, he immediately became furious and led his troops to surround the Stone mansion, personally fighting with the head of the Stone family, breaking down more than a dozen courtyards before stopping. Rumor has it that the head of the Shi family was seriously injured and paid out tens of thousands of taels of silver to the Tsongshan army, with countless jewels, weapons, grain and grass. Wait a little longer. Jiang Ming's gaze was long. The Shi family was able to make a fortune so quickly. They wouldn't be defeated so easily. There might be some unknown undercard. Now someone wants to be stupid, so let them be the one to take the heat. Now that Tsongshan army had withdrawn all the way to the northernmost Baining province, preparing to hold on to the northern border, the imperial army will not be a few days, will be killed to the big clouds. Until then, is the time to fish in troubled waters. Chapter 71 All in one net. Snowy and just in time for the new year. Yan's northern state is in chaos. Tsongshan army pass like locusts, burning and looting wantonly chaotic. Countless people displaced, frozen to death in the wind and snow. On the 10th day of the new year, a group of several hundred vanguard troops of the imperial army arrived at Danianfu, and effortlessly took over the capital, captured a large number of people on the same day, and pushed them directly to the guillotine, with their heads rolling down to the ground, and the blood flowing into the river. Not to punish, but only to establish authority. Market entrance, a hobbling old beggar mixed in the crowd watching the crowd, looking at the guillotine. That one was tied up rebels, also was the heart of the dark Sai. These beheaded people, some of them did hook up with the Tsongshan army, but more of them seemed to be just the bosses and fellows of the stores, and the martial artists of the martial arts halls, and even some of them look like the drudges of the docks. 8 rods can't fight with the Tsongshan army. However, the court army is even lazy to think about the crime, as long as there is a suspicion, or even look at the wrong eyes to catch is beheaded. They will all be punished as rebels of the Tsongshan army. Some people shouted at the top of their lungs that they were wronged, but no one paid any attention. The imperial army is killing, row after row of beheadings, and the ghost head knife has rolled the edge of several swords. It seems that it wants to take a breath of bad air for the defeat that has been going on for a long time. The people on the sidelines, on the other hand, are all staring numbly, and have no sympathy for this scene. Some people, even some people, also took out melons from their pockets and watched while getting high. This is one of the few moments of entertainment for the common man. Every time someone's head hit the ground and blood splattered, a hue and cry went up from the crowd. Good kill. Well, these wicked people deserve what they get. As for how good or how evil, that's almost nobody's concern. Now that the court army is in power, then of course the court army is good, and the people they kill are of course bad. Jiang Ming, who was dressed as an old beggar, looked at him for a moment, then turned around and left, begging all the way through the streets and alleys. Eventually he looked tired, huddled in a leeward corner, with a few peers to warm up. This place is just enough to see the Stone family compound. Since the Tsongshan army crossed the border in a big way and fled to the north, the capital city fell into a short period of tranquility. So Jiang Ming took the opportunity to mix in, disguising himself as a different lookalike every few days, squatting in the shadows to guard the Shi family. After a toss from the Tsongshan army, this Shi family is also considered to be injured. Jiang Ming half squinted his eyes. Ever since the news that the Shi family head was seriously injured, the Shi family's doors had been closed tightly, not entering or exiting, and no one knew exactly how the situation was inside. Jiang Ming guessed that the Shi family probably had the intention to slip away, but did not dare to. The Stone family has risen in the past few years, and the number of enemies who have offended is uncountable. When I heard that the news of the defeat of the Tsongshan army had just been spread, the Stone family sent a team of family members to sneak out of the city, wanting to leave a back road for the Stone family. But that team of family members just went out of the city. It was killed by the mysterious people all on the official road outside the city. Even the second-rate martial artist who led the team was killed horizontally, so that the Shi family was not rich in the number of masters. More and more snow. Since then, the Stone family has never dared to move, can only huddle in the middle of the capital city, hoping to borrow the Stone family head of a first-class martial arts power to deter the curfew. Is now completely sealed door, not to give the outside world a chance to pry. However, this is only a chronic death. When the first-class experts of the court army arrive at the Dayun province, the Shi family's end will only be worse. Jiang Ming muttered to himself in his heart. The head of the court army that entered the city was only a second-rate expert, and he still did not dare to move the Stone family. But waiting for a few more days could not be certain. He expected the Stone family in the short term, and it was bound to make a move. A few days later, late at night, a group of beggars, their lips purple from freezing, covered their bodies with a few torn animal skins and huddled together to sleep. An old beggar's ears moved slightly, and suddenly opened his eyes. to look into the distance with the stone mansion that was silent in the dark night. He rose quietly, his body swept, mounted a large tree, and stood in the treetops looking down. In the dark night, a group of people suddenly rushed out from the gate of the Sure family. A dozen people riding fast horses rushed along the street in the direction of the city gate. Immediately following, there is the second team, the third team. Some people are on foot and gallop. Some people drive the carriage and run wildly, a frantic look of fleeing for their lives. And in a few moments, they scatter in all directions and flee in different directions. And around the Sure clan, bursts of commotion resounded, and a figure ran and swept out, following those Sure clan men and horses. Obviously squatting Sure family, can not only Jiang Ming finally can't help it? Want to scatter and escape to fight for a ray of life. Jiang Ming's gaze was calm, but he didn't move with those fleeing men and horses. To the Stone family's urine, those people are estimated to be just discarded cannon fodder. The area of more than a dozen teams of people. It is estimated that a large part of the escape cannot escape the city. To be exterminated clean, the rest of the chance of survival is also not big. Where to go? These are all fronts, where the Sure family's direct lineage lies, necessarily still biding their time or looking for a way out. Jiang Ming's mind was suddenly a bit uneasy. His heart moved, and he didn't hesitate to trigger the super sense. There, under the supersensory state, Jiang Ming seemed to be one with heaven and earth. His gaze, directly locked on a certain remote compound in the distance, which was hidden in the backstreets and narrow alleys, and was not inconspicuous at all. Could it be that there is someone or something related to the Sure family? Jiang Ming's thoughts raced in his mind. Nowadays, his power of extrasensory perception has become more and more sensitive. Not only can he trigger it twice a day, but even in normal times, he will occasionally have a heartfelt sense of certain things related to himself. And now Jiang Ming is most concerned about only the Sure family. His gaze moved slightly, and without hesitation, he drew away, toward the compound that he had sensed in the supersense and swept away. A few moments later, Jiang Ming was hidden behind the ridge of a house, staring at the compound more than 100 meters away in front of him, revealing a stunned look. This is, the moonlight shone on the white snow, reflecting the scene in that compound, where a figure was creeping out of a dry well. Sure Junming, Sure Junwei, Sure Quantang, and the head of the Sure family, Sure Jintai, seemed to have really suffered some serious injuries. Jiang Ming took the faces of these people into his eyes one by one, focusing on the white-haired old man who was being assisted for a few moments, and muttered, 3 generations of the first line of the Sure family. Surprisingly, they're all in the. It's a clean sweep. He couldn't help but look oddly. He didn't know if this Sure family was stupid or greedy, letting cannon fodder attract attention, and then surprisingly all of the first family members were gathered together, digging tunnels to try to escape en masse. If it succeeds, naturally, all will be happy, and we may even be able to rise again. But if they are found, it's all over. The heart is not enough for a snake to swallow an elephant, Jiang Ming whispered. But this is also in line with the Sure family's style of doing things, greedy and arrogant, but never know how to make trade-offs. But if it hadn't triggered the super senses, they might have gotten away with it. But now that I've found out, I'll just have to send you all on your way. Jiang Ming stared at the group of sneaky guys as they left the compound and followed them without hurry. This total debt can finally be settled. Chapter 72. At the west gate of the prefecture city, a few soldiers of the Imperial Army were leaning against the city wall, dozing off dizzily. Now that the Tsongshan army has been defeated, defending the city is just a situation. Who dares to look for trouble with the court army at this time? That is really living impatient. Coupled with the fact that this west gate is a passageway for supplies, it is almost never open on weekdays, and there is even less people. Plop. Suddenly, a heavy-weight landing sound sounded. Shocked, a city guard soldier hastily stood up straight body, to send out the sound place to look at, but only see a fall on the ground gurgling blood of the body. His eyes opened wide at once, and he was about to cry out, when suddenly his eyes went black, and his consciousness was plunged into darkness. In a few breaths, these soldiers defending the city were killed cleanly. A figure stepped out from the darkness, and after checking left and right that no one was alive, he shouted in a low voice, "Go!" Dozens of figures sprang out at once, flew open the city gate, and ran to the outside of the city. And behind this group of figures, an inconspicuous silhouette followed from afar, also exiting the city gates. And in the capital city, at this moment is a lively shouting and killing sounds from time to time. All the people are crazy to surround the Stone family, gradually to the east gate-south gate convergence. But no one noticed the movement of the west gate here. 2 hours later, it was still dark. A remote mountain path leading to Yunmeng Mountain Zephyr was so overgrown and barren that almost no one walked on it during the daytime on weekdays, let alone at night. Today, however, the path is a little lively. Weeds were trampled to the east, and a group of people with a look of celebration on their faces after the robbery hurried through. Shortly afterward, a burly man with a face full of horizontal meat also walked slowly by. This extrajudicial fanatic Zhang Shan, born, because of your Shi family, will be used to send you all to death. Jiang Ming walked unhurriedly. No silhouettes could be seen in front of him, but he was in no hurry. These people of the Stone family dragged their families, although they walked very quickly, but for him this speed is nothing, and the traces left behind are too obvious. The hunting skills he learned in the tiger hunting zhuang can be quite a lot. Casually glanced at Two Eyes, and knew what the situation of the people in front of him. Then he thought in his mind, and that sure Jintai's injury, 80% should be true. Following all the way out from the city, most of Jiang Ming's attention was on Sure Jintai's body, seeing that even though he was fleeing for his life, he was still being assisted all the way, even affecting the speed of the whole team. If it was faked, it was too risky, and it wouldn't do much good. It would be just as dead if someone found out. But still, be careful. Jiang Ming's eyes were calm. Caution was never wrong. Even the injured Sure Jintai was a true first-class martial artist, not something that could be compared to the old Snake Gang master's stream. He is now only a second-rate martial artist, even with the blood-burning knife method and the super sense of the addition. But also do not dare to 100% guarantee that you can cut a first-class martial artist. Not to mention the Stone family of these first family, more than Stone Jintai a martial artist. So it's still necessary to go up a bit. Jiang Ming touched his arms. A few years had passed, and the types of medicinal powders he had researched had grown. Looking at these tracks, these pampered familiars don't seem to be able to hold out much longer. Jiang Ming glanced at those crooked and shallow footprints, and estimated the time. A few hours passed, plus the high mental tension of fleeing for their lives. Now I am afraid that some people have already been unable to carry it. He found light footsteps, hidden into the mountain forest on one side, quietly touching forward, just like with the night color into one. Almost not a sound. This is also when the tiger hunting zhuang learned skills. Hunting must be like a ghost. Only the moment of striking, it is a must kill. On a roadside field, the family members of the Shi family were lying or sitting paralyzed on the ground, all of them with trembling white lips and panting heavily. They had been pampered and spoiled. When had they ever experienced such a high-intensity sprint? And it was already very good that they could last until now. Father, why are we running away? Didn't we listen to the Liang family before we got involved with the Tsanshan army? Now the Liang family won't even protect the Shi family? A mean-looking young man's face was full of resentment. On what grounds can we say that our Shi family betrayed them? We didn't just keep a few pieces of jade privately. Shut up! A middle-aged man shouted in a low voice. Remember, from today onwards, there is no longer the so-called Shi family, and you are no longer called Shi Junming. That Shi Junming clenched his fists, but he didn't dare to argue with this middle-aged man, and brushed his head to head towards the woods. I'm going to go and facilitate. Father, you don't get angry with him, he just can't accept the fallout. For a while, a valiant young woman came over and persuaded. I'm afraid he's not the only one who can't take it. Middle-aged man Shi Quantang glanced around. Those pampered male and female family members. Sighed, Junwei you are now a late second-rate martial artist. The future of our Stone family will rely on you, and so you achieve the position of martial arts master. Our Stone family will be able to rise again, even better than before. Shi Junwei nodded, and there was also a fighting spirit burning in her eyes. A few moments later, Shi Junming slowly came out from the depths of the forest. Seems to be still a look of anger. Directly sitting on a person-high green stone, buried his head without saying a word. The others could only shake their heads at the sight. Late at night, the cold wind was brisk, blowing the thick leaves in the forest, making a rustling sound, making people feel a little creepy. Junming, you be careful of catching a cold. Hurry down. Shi Junwei saw Shi Junming sitting in the wind and hurriedly shouted. He's a martial artist. What's he afraid of catching a cold? Shi Chuanton's eyes glared. Shi Junming also did not say anything, but obediently jumped down from the stone and sat on the ground. No one saw, however, the two small paper packets he had quietly hidden in his hands. Alas, I really can't. The more I rest the more tired I get, sighed a woman in her 30s or 40s, with fair skin and gold and silver jewelry hanging from her neck and wrists. Who says it isn't? Can't lift my legs. The hills are too hard to walk on. A number of people responded in kind. A bunch of waste. Get me to stand up and set off. All day long do not work. The first to die when you meet the enemy is you. Shi Quantang hated iron and steel said. Wait, not right. Has been sitting on the ground to close his eyes to rest his head of the Stone family Shi Jintai, but steeply opened his eyes. His face changed greatly. Quickly hold your nose. This is ecstasy. What? Someone's coming after us? The Shi family members were in chaos. When have these family members ever experienced this kind of situation? One by one, they panicked and wanted to get up and escape, but their limbs were so weak that they couldn't get up. Only Shi Junwei and other Shi family martial artists could forcefully suppress the power of the ecstasy with their blood qi and not be affected by it. But no one noticed that when they catalyzed their blood qi, the rate of consumption of their blood qi was somewhat abnormally fast. Chapter 73 1 for 1 on top of first class. In the mountains and forests, there was a panic. The unknown enemy was potentially in the shadows, while a large portion of the Shi family members had already lost their ability to move. All of you take your weapons, and then move these people together and shield them. Shi Jintai stood up in a prancing manner, running his blood energy, his eyes like electricity looking around. Don't be alarmed. The other party using this kind of underhanded means that the strength is definitely inferior to ours, and doesn't dare to fight head-on. Although he had the intention of stabilizing people's hearts, what he said did make sense, and Shi Junwei and the other martial artists were slightly calmed by what he said, and hurriedly went to move those family members. Shi Junming also took action, slung his long sword around his waist, and helped carry another family member. But when he turned around and came back, he intentionally or unintentionally walked over to Shi Jintai's side, and muttered under his breath, "When I went to go to the bathroom a while ago, I thought I saw a person." What? Where? Shi Jintai's originally solid and taut spirit suddenly appeared a hint of a break. Boom! It was at this moment that a terrifying aura erupted from Shi Junming's body as he sheathed his long sword and back-tickled it, chopping at Shi Jintai's face. The blood-burning blade technique exploded in an instant. Shi Jintai's face changed greatly. Too late to block with his weapon. He could only raise both arms. Blood energy instantly covered on top of his body surface, and resisted this knife. A first-class martial artist's stance? The blood energy covering the body is comparable to gold and iron. Boom! The long knife and the flesh collision actually erupted a horrible and incomparable sound and whistle. The aftermath of the waves overflowed, and the sand and stone splashed. All around the grass was plowed away by a layer of raw. Cough! A figure coughed violently and staggered back involuntarily, leaving spots of blood on the ground. Dad! Head of house! It was only at this moment that the Shi family's crowd was able to react, rushing to the side of the retreating person, who was clearly Shi Jintai, the Shi family's head, a first-class martial artist, but was actually repelled by a knife, although he was already injured. But it is enough to show that the enemy is powerful. Blood spilled from the corner of Shi Jintai's mouth, and with another glance at his bloodied arms, he stared at the man across from him in shock and anger. Who the hell are you? Shi Junwei and the others were also shocked to look at Shi Junming, feeling their bodies shivering. What kind of person was the relative who had fled with them all the way for so long? Everyone was urging their blood qi and staring at the shady-looking youth in a strict stance. Until now, they looked closer, only to find that this person looked similar to Shi Junming extremely, but the nuances are still a lot of different. Just a moment ago no one even noticed. Worthy of being a first-rate martial artist, receiving a slash from me and not even dying. Shi Junming, however, stopped moving and laughed lightly. In his heart, he was marveling at the power of this blood-burning blade technique, which was indeed able to harden a first-class martial artist. Where are the curmudgeons? Dare to come to kill the old man? Even dare not show his true face? Shi Jintai droned in a deep voice, but secretly he was running his blood qi, calming the blood qi vibration caused to him by that strike just now. Why don't you dare? Shi Junming's face slowly changed, revealing a face full of horizontal flesh. Zhang Shan is here, coming today to see everyone in the Shi family off. Zhang Shan, it's you! The Shi family crowd immediately exclaimed. Anger flashed up in their eyes. The Shi family could be said to hate this Zhang Shan to the bone. When the Qinghe building murder case shocked the Great Cloud province, but in the end, they failed to catch Zhang Shan, the murderer, causing the Shi family to lose face. Shi throughout the year was also killed by you. Right. There is also that Sangshan army Zhu Shichang. Shi Jintai suddenly opened his mouth, and his eyes stared at this Zhang Shan with an icy cold gaze. In this instant, he is to figure out many things. Proficient in the disguise art, also mastered the blood-burning knife law, this forbidden art, plus every time the unlucky is still the Stone family. Jiang Ming laughed loudly. So what if it is? Today, I, Zhang Shan, will get rid of the biggest scourge, the Shi family, for the Great Cloud Mansion. If you have any last words, leave them one by one. You're stalling for time to calm your blood qi, aren't you? Shi throughout the year suddenly opened his mouth, staring at Jiang Ming with what seemed like a smile. A second-rate martial artist. I don't know how the secret method is used to be able to perform the blood-burning blade technique with impunity, but there is bound to be a price to pay. Even if you're a Zongshi, you won't be able to carry this kind of exertion. Clever. Jiang Ming glanced at Shi Jintai appreciatively. To see that I'm stalling for time. But how could you not be? How about it? Is the blood chi recovering? What do you mean? Shi Jintai's face changed slightly, but after a moment he was alarmed. How is my blood chi being lost? Jiang Ming secretly nodded. This is his own newly developed medicinal powder this year, which can make the person who has been hit. The speed of blood chi consumption accelerates by several times when urging blood chi. It seems to be useful even for first-class martial artists. This is unparalleled clinical material. Take a closer look at it and go back and write it down in your book. None of you should catalyze your blood chi. As expected of a veteran expert, Shi Jintai quickly reacted and shouted explosively. The crowd hastened to stop. Then Shi Junwei was colorful, but without activating the blood chi. The power of that ecstasy will penetrate the body. Before she could finish her sentence, her body went limp and she fell to the ground. And so did the others. Good means. Shi Jintai's eyes were filled with hatred, and he stared at Jiang Ming with a deadly stare. It seems that today I, Shi Jintai, will have a hard time escaping this. He was already seriously injured. Plus he had just used his physical body to fight hard against a blood-burning blade, and now the injuries in his body were getting worse and worse. And even if Jiang Ming didn't kill him, he was afraid that he wouldn't be able to last for a few months. But, even if I die, you don't want to live. Junwei, you don't want to do it. Shi Jintai gritted his teeth, and his body unexpectedly erupted with an aura that Jiang Ming was familiar with. Old Mi's blood-burning knife. Are you able to catch it? Shi Jintai's beard and hair were furious. His body was covered with blood energy, like a warrior clad in blood armor, and with a fierce and stern cry, he carried his sword and chopped at Jiang Ming. Jiang Ming is not surprised. Although the blood-burning knife is a forbidden art, but with the status of the Stone family, it is not difficult to get it. Family head. The Shi family's crowd all exclaimed in shock. With the family head's current state, casting the blood-burning knife is almost no different from seeking death. Many people had tears in their eyes. This was the family head using his life to fight for their survival. Shi Junwei and the others' eyes were red, but they didn't dare to push their blood chi any further. There was still a long way to go behind them. If they were all consumed here, then the sacrifices made by the family head would be in vain. And in a battle of this magnitude, even if they participate in the battle, they can't change anything, and may even cause the family head to be held back. Jiang Ming, on the other hand, didn't hesitate and once again cast the blood-burning blade to resist. Dang! With a loud sound, the two long knives shattered in unison. Jiang Ming was immediately blasted, flying out horizontally, and blood spattered out like it didn't want to die. Good. Again! With a desperate stance, he bounced violently from the ground, using his fist instead of a sword. Regardless of the fact that he once again inspired the blood-burning sword, and bravely rushed up, Shi Jintai was even more red-eyed, charging towards Jiang Ming, but he was unable to inspire the blood-burning knife again, and his might fell quite a bit at once. Boom boom boom. The two of them punched their fists to the flesh, and for a while, they actually fought hard, fighting all the way into the mountain forest next to them, and the ancient trees and rocks were all shattered by the fight. However, the more he fights Shi Jintai, the more he feels wrong. He had thought that this Zhang Shan had cast two blood-burning knives. No matter how, the strength will fall greatly. The fact is also true. This mountain, the more you fight, the more wounds on the body, eyes, ears, mouth and nose all overflowed with blood, like a blood gourd, panting heavily, seems to fall down at any time. However, Shi Jintai has already fought exhausted, opposite the shaky Zhang Shan, but never fell down. Why don't you die? Shi Jintai shouted angrily in a rush of fire, and coupled with his injuries, he sprayed out a large mouthful of blood, and his breath shriveled up quite a bit. Almost there. Jiang Ming stared at Shi Jintai's demeanor, certain that he was really close to running out of light. Another glance in the direction from which it came. No one from the Stone family followed. The super sense was steeply triggered at this moment, and the blood chi above his fist, burning blood blade strength, erupted with full force. The left rib is broken. Boom. An incredibly well-executed punch lands hard between Shi Jintai's waist and stomach. Put. Rao is a first-class martial artist's physical body, but also by this fist blast of blood and flesh, a root of white bone stubble exposed, intestines and internal organs flowed all over the place. Ho! Ho ho! Shi Jintai stared at Jiang Ming in shock. His mouth made an unintelligible sound, but he couldn't say a word, and he fell to the ground with a plop, unable to die anymore. Jiang Ming frowned and uneasily threw another heavy punch, blasting at Shi Jintai's head and breaking it into pieces before he was relieved. Above first class. It's kind of a 1-for-1. He let out a light laugh. Although there are such and such factors, but no matter what, Jiang Ming is also considered to have slaughtered a first-class martial artist. Chapter 74, Total Annihilation. On the side of the mountain wild road, a group of Shi family members shrunk into a ball, paralyzed on the ground, and waited with trepidation for Shi Jintai's return. This damn Zhang Shan. What kind of stuff did he use? The medicinal strength is so difficult to dissolve. Shi Quantang leaned against a rock, his face ugly. Once he tries to use his blood qi to dissolve the psychedelic, his blood qi will be violently consumed, and it is estimated that he won't even last a quarter of an hour. However, once he stopped, the psychedelic strength of the drug came back, leaving him paralyzed on the ground and unable to move. These two medicinal strengths, one alone is not considered fatal, but together they make the martial artist completely wasted. Can the family master beat that Zhang Shan? A noblewoman with a jewelry-filled look of uneasiness said in a trembling voice. The other family members are also trembling. They are usually pampered. Where have they encountered this kind of scene? Even if there is also, they take pleasure in abusing other people. Humph. That Zhang Shan is nothing but a second-rate martial artist who only uses underhanded means and then relies on forbidden techniques to force his way up. Shi Chuanton's face sank as he said, if not for the family master's injuries, he would have been able to finish him off with a single move. And even now, killing that Zhang Shan wouldn't be a problem. Shi Junwei and the other martial artists also had calm eyes. Perhaps the family head would die after this battle, but he would never lose this battle. The more you practice martial arts for a long time, the more you know the power of a first-class martial artist. A first-class martial artist in the Daeunfu is the sky. No matter how that Zhang Shan how to make trouble, will eventually have to die in the master of the house under the hands of the. A moment later, the sound of rustling footsteps finally rang out from a mountain forest. Everyone's spirits were lifted and they hurriedly looked over. It seems that the family master has already solved him. Shi Quantang had a confident face. Shi Junwei stared at the direction from which the footsteps came, while her face was a bit worried. I also don't know if the family head is seriously injured. While several people were talking, a figure covered in blood also slowly walked out of the mountain forest. He stood in front of a group of Shi family members, overlooking them, like a tiger overlooking a group of lambs to be slaughtered. The confidence on Shi Chuanton's face was completely destroyed in an instant. Impossible, he said subconsciously. How? The faces of the Shi family's crowd also changed drastically as they looked incredulously at the person who walked out. Why is it Zhang Shan who came back alive? The family master's strength is superb. How could he be defeated by a second-rate martial artist? Someone muttered in disbelief, not daring to accept this result. Are you not trapping the family head somewhere? A martial artist somewhat lost his mind and roared. Jiang Ming grinned. It's what you say it is. And soon you guys will be able to go accompany him too. He took large strides forward, killing intent bursting from his eyes. Sure, Jintai is dead. Jiang Ming did not bother to say anything more to these minions, and killed them all. He killed the family head. He must have already run out of lights. Don't sit around and wait for death. Fight him. Shi Quantang came back to his senses, let out a roar, and without hesitation stood up. His blood qi exploded desperately, and a palm was slapped towards Jiang Ming's chest. Shi Junwei and other Shi family martial artists also urged their blood qi, killing Jiang Ming in grief. The head of the family is dead, but this Zhang Shan is alive, and he will not spare them no matter what. If you can't live through this night, where else is there any future? The only thing you can do is to fight to the death, so that there is a ray of hope. It's just a pity that I don't have a lamp to run out. Jiang Ming's gaze was indifferent, and the blood-burning saber strength was draped over his fist, carrying the force of 10,000 pounds as it collided with Shi Chuanton's palm. Cut it out. Just one blow. Shi Chuanton's arm is broken. Exploded. Blood and flesh and broken bones flying, while Jiang Ming's fist is more than momentum, directly smashed in Shi Chuanton's shoulder. Boom! Fist power gulping, half of Shi Chuanton's body instantly burst into pieces, exploding a puddle of blood mist. A big good head flying high, fell in the distant grass, bone rolling down the mountain. Shi Junwei looked horrified. How are you still able to activate forbidden techniques? This is beyond common sense. The people of the Shi family know more about forbidden arts than ordinary martial artists. Shi Junwei simply can't understand why someone can use forbidden arts as ordinary moves. How can this still fight? Jiang Ming's face was filled with more and more hideous flesh, and he looked at death as he said, even if I put together all my lifespan today, I'll exterminate your Shi family. However, in his heart, he muttered, like this blood-burning blade strength, I can still blast out dozens of channels. Surprised or not, what exactly is the enmity between my Shi family and your excellency? Shi Junwei couldn't help but say. Jiang Ming is too lazy to speak. A cold smile is mang up. I have to say that this Stone family's youngest genius Shi Junwei, there are really two brushes. The strength in that Shi Juntang is also 1 point stronger. Surprisingly, has been the blood force refining into the tendons, vacillating and dodging between, but is to avoid the Jiang Ming a few moves. It's a pity that it's still not enough to cast a good berth in your next life. Finally, Jiang Ming forced Shi Junwei into an unavoidable corner, and when he saw the right moment, He slammed his fist into her chest. Boom sound. Flesh and blood burst into pieces. Nothing left. Your pair of A's won't be able to block my flat A's. Jiang Ming glanced at the fallen body and skimmed his lips. He suddenly glimpsed that in the flesh and blood of Shi Junwei's corpse, there were a few crystals that didn't look like bones. However, this was not the time to study this. As Jiang Ming kept it in his mind, he quickly dodged and rushed towards the remaining martial artists. Next, Jiang Ming transformed into a ruthless killer, killing martial artist after martial artist, and the bodies on the ground grew more and more. There were a few martial artists who saw the opportunity to try to escape. But how could a group of people who didn't dare to push their blood chi with all their strength escape Jiang Ming's pursuit? Plus the fact that this mountain forest was a hunter's territory. Jiang Ming struck out in all directions, and in less than a quarter of an hour, he had killed all the martial artists cleanly. There are a total of 26 martial artists, and 49 family members. Jiang Ming calculated the number of people he had killed, and it was the same as the number of people he had counted at the beginning of his tracking, which was a relief. He was dripping with blood, the enemies and his own, like a gore-stained gargoyle, and approached the group of paralyzed familiars slowly with a knife. You don't kill us. These fine-skinned men and women have long been scared to face like gold paper. At this moment there are even people who are scared to urinate and defecate, and a nasty odor was emitted. I've never done evil. I'm just a family member of the Shi family, never participated in outside matters. The noblewoman with all kinds of gorgeous jewelry cried out in tears. Whenever they go out and do evil things, I burn incense and chant at home, hoping that the Bodhisattva will forgive their sins. Pardon? You can have peace of mind after doing evil things, and burning incense to atone for your sins? Jiang Ming hemmed and hawed and laughed twice. No wonder you lords have yuan with Buddha and like to worship him. The noblewoman was still trying to explain, but a blade light cut through steeply. Sound of escaping laughter. The head fell to the ground and the necklace strung with pearls and gems shattered open, falling into a pool of blood. One short miserable scream after another, constantly echoing in the night sky. A few moments later, in this mountain field, there is only Jiang Ming left alive. So far, the Shi family's direct line members were all exterminated in this nameless wilderness. Chapter 75, Martial Dao Forbidden Technique Element Seizing Technique. In the air, the rich smell of blood wafted all over the ground and scattered limbs and broken arms, which looked a little gruesome in the dark night. Jiang Ming, on the other hand, is like an old farmer who checks the growth of crops, and does not mind the trouble at all, and explores one corpse after another, and when he meets two that still have faint nasal breath, he does not hesitate to cut off the head, and confirms that there are no survivors, and only then does he feel completely at ease. This time it should not be crawling out of the pile of corpses to find a person, decades later to seek revenge on me. Right. Jiang Ming remembered certain dog blood plot, could not help but mutter in a low voice, but it doesn't matter if someone takes revenge. It's still the same sentence. The person Zhang Shan killed. What does it have to do with me, Jiang Ming? Jiang Ming was completely relieved, and then he looked at the corpses all over the ground. Who dares to imagine that all the direct members of the strongest forces of the Great Cloud Province would just silently pounce in the middle of this barren mountain range? Okay, lyricism over. Let's get down to business. After a short period of emotion, Jiang Ming's sleeve was rolled up and began to perform the traditional craft, touching the corpse. This does not burst some good things. Really sorry for the blood I shed to fight for my life. Jiang Ming eyes expectant. These can be the Shi family direct line. Can bring on the body to escape. Is bound to be the bottom of the Shi family pressure box, bottom of the 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 bottom. He first touched up from his family, gold leaves, jewelry, and so on, and in a short while he stuffed a parcel with a bulging bag, so that Jiang Ming's family, which was not poor, was once again a little richer. But it is not searched what rare stuff. Jiang Ming is not surprised. After all, it is just a group of ordinary people. And the most important thing for them is these gold and silver. It's still crowdfunding that makes money fast. With that, he contentedly picked up his parcel and strutted towards the group of Shi family martial artists. Martial artists were the backbone of a lineage, and if these people did bring any treasures with them, they were bound to be on them. The first one has a harvest? Jiang Ming directly touched out a tome from the corpse of that second-rate martial artist. Shi Quan Tang, wave-swallowing sword? Jiang Ming was overjoyed when he read the 3 words on the cover. When he was in Ping'an town, he had seen Shi throughout the year and that Duke Liang, fighting with the swallowing wave blade, which was an offensive and defensive blade technique, rumored to be the Shi family's Jin clan battle technique, with a value comparable to that of a martial arts technique that could be cultivated to a first-class martial artist. This book of swordsmanship alone is already not a loss. Jiang Ming stuffed it into his arms and continued to search through them one by one. Secret medicine remedies. Shop deeds. The first-class martial arts method of the Shi family. And the notes of Shi Jin Tai. Good stuff. Jiang Ming searched all the way. The harvest is more and more abundant. But what land deeds and other contraptions? He did not stay directly thrown away. Although the Stone family is basically considered to be gone. But if you take these mansions, inevitably by the people who are interested in staring at. Ronot. Finally, he walked over to Shi Jin Tai, who had half of his body blasted away by him in the middle of the mountain forest, and regretted a little. Shouldn't have broken any straight through martial arts master's spells, right? However, the battle was fierce at the time, so Jiang Ming didn't have a chance to stay in the fight at all. With some trepidation he crouched down and began to feel his way. That's really something. A few moments later, Jiang Ming touched out an extremely thin tanned beast skin from under the Shi Jin Tai's clothes, which was not small when spread out, densely memorized with small words, while on the rightmost side of the beast skin, there were 3 large, thick, black characters written in an ancient style. The art of taking over the elements. Jiang Ming roughly glanced at a few eyes, is to reveal a shocked and happy color, quickly folded it into the pocket. This secret art is where the foundation of the Shi family lies. Jiang Ming's heart was pounding, and he couldn't wait to immediately escape to a safe place and study it carefully. But there's one more thing, I almost forgot. Jiang Ming returned to the roadside and walked briskly to that Shi Junwei. In a piece of blood and flesh, white bone stubble is blindingly conspicuous. But what makes Jiang Ming pay the most attention is still in those blood and flesh. A few yellow crystals that are big as soybeans. He crouched down, pinched up a few crystals, wiped the blood clean on Shi Junwei's clothes, and carefully observed them. The crystals were stubbled so distinctly that they seemed to have shattered and opened from a whole piece but were by no means bones. Jiang Ming tried to pinch it a little harder, and with a second-rate martial artist's 10,000-pound force, he couldn't even crush it. This thing is not small. Jiang Ming instantly made a guess and without hesitation slapped his palm at Shi Junwei. A moment later, Jiang Ming wrapped a dozen or so yellow crystals of varying sizes in a piece of rag and stuffed them into his arms. He got up and left in stride. The next day, the city of Daeunfu. A little piece of news that swept through the streets like a hurricane. Powerful news, the first lineage of the hallowed first-class martial arts power. Shi family fled, but was wiped out clean. This news cannot, I have heard. That is false news. Dead are some cannon fodder. Real Shi family direct line. Long ago fled to the outside of the city no shadow. Hey, you're the one who can't. I'm talking about the ones that escaped. The first 3 generations of the Shi family. What martial artists? Family members all dead. Even the Shi family's head of the Shi family Shi Jin Tai, were blown off half of the body. What? Really fake? Who was so ferocious that he was able to exterminate all the direct lineages of the Shi family? This can still be false. A mountain picker who came into the city to sell goods in the morning found the court army have gone forward to deal with it. It couldn't be the Wang family or the Tiger Hunt Villa that made the move. I still say the good man Zhang Shan killed him. For a time, the news in the city is chaotic. The Stone Mansion is a $0 purchase site. Countless bold martial artists seized the opportunity, rushed in to burn, kill and loot Shi Jin Tai and others in order to keep it secret, fleeing without even informing the ordinary children of the Stone family. Today many Stone family talent just sleepy eyes wake up, is to be a knife split into 2. You dare to break into my Shi mansion, looking for death. A member of the Shi family, who hadn't yet figured out the situation, tried to scare off the thugs. What? You still want to execute my 9 clans? The visitor said with a face full of hatred, and directly punched the Shi family member to explode his liver. Such a scene, but also in the Stone family everywhere kept happening. The Stone family offended enemies, not to say the whole Big Cloud province, at least half of it. Today's Stone house than the day of the old Snake Gang is still miserable. Blood flow everywhere. Screams in the Stone house everywhere kept ringing. Pinyin Township, bamboo fence yard. Squeak. Jiang Ming opened the door to his room and walked out into the courtyard, slowly playing a set of ordinary health-improving boxing in the morning mist, his movements flowing in the clouds and flowing in the water, with a dusty air. No one could have imagined that a teenager like this was the culprit who caused the Shi family's demise. Jiang Ming's thoughts, however, were no longer above the Stone family, but were filled with the secret technique on that beast skin, the art of taking over the elements. This is considered to be the second true martial arts forbidden art after the blood-burning blade technique. Right. Chapter 76, left foot on right foot, straight to the green clouds. Capture Yuan technique. Capture people's Yuan Qi, against heaven. Jiang Ming recalled the record on the beast skin. The so-called capture the Yuan art, from the name can be seen. This is a ruthless and overbearing auxiliary cultivation method. The performer can take away the vitality of others. That is, the so-called origin, essence and other things, although nebulous, but it does exist. Once the martial artist has no vitality, it is not far from death. After seizing this yuan qi, it can be refined into the so-called yuan power, which can be integrated into one's own flesh, sinews, and bones, greatly increasing one's own cultivation speed. Even if you have been to capture the yuan art to assist in cultivation, from now on there is no longer a bottleneck in the martial arts, straight through the martial arts master. In addition, the stronger the strength of the target of the yuan seizing technique, the thicker the seized yuan qi would be, and the faster one's own cultivation speed would be. Even those with low qualifications could practice to become a martial artist in a short period of time if they were able to make use of this element snatching technique. However, although the yuan rating technique can enhance the cultivation speed of martial artists, it is too overbearing, and therefore has a fatal drawback. Every time it is performed, it will depreciate 10 days of life expectancy. Only with the assistance of the corresponding secret medicine every day can the loss of 10 days of life be cut to 3 days. This also makes it a forbidden art, and thanks to this, otherwise the Shi family would still be in heaven. Jiang Ming realized, no wonder that Shi Jintai was so old at 60 or 70 years old. In terms of the lifespan of a first-class martial artist, 60 or 70 is exactly the prime of life, but he was full of wrinkles and looked as if he was old. It seems to be the reason for practicing this technique. If according to the daily performance of a capture of the yuan art to calculate, every day in the past on the less live 4 days, practicing a year on the less live 4 years, 10 years in the past, not to say that the practice is not practiced out of the Hall of Fame. People are half of the body into the ground, which who can carry? I guess no one can use this to train to a grandmaster, and it's unlikely that they can even train to a master. Shi Jintai practiced half of the body into the ground of the old man, only to be able to practice into a first-class martial artist, and then practiced on the estimated yet to become a master to practice their own lost. But, I can carry it. Jiang Ming blinked. All these forbidden techniques were practically tailor-made for him. It's just that although I can't use the secret medicine of the element snatching technique, I haven't searched for the corresponding prescription either. Jiang Ming frowned, suddenly thought of the background of this Stone family, the Stone family and the capital Liang family under the help of the rise of this snatch yuan art. Is the Liang family gifted to the Stone family? But the secret medicine prescription is in the hands of the Liang family, is used to control the Stone family's means? He secretly nodded. If this is the case, then it makes sense. It seems that this so-called 6 great families in the capital city do have a little something. I also don't know what other good things are in the warehouses of those 6 great families. When I become a Zongshi, I must go and explore. Jiang Ming said in his heart, if there really is an immortal karma in Yen, the greatest possibility is that it is in the hands of these families that have been passed down for hundreds of years. The next step is to try this element snatching technique to see if it's what I think it is. According to the beast skin, the art of capturing the element was only an auxiliary cultivation technique, and it also required the cooperation of the martial law. Jiang Ming is now practicing the cowhide tiger bone skill, and there is also a copy of the first-class magic skill flow cloud skill that has been studied for a long time, and there is even a magic skill that has just been seized from the Shi family. There is no shortage of these things. However, the main question today was whether he could put this raider of the elements technique to use. Massively slaughtering other martial artists and seizing yuan qi is of course impractical and unstable, and it is more likely to cause trouble. Jiang Ming wants to find a sustainable path, and I don't know if my guesses will work. His eyes flickered, and in his mind, he recalled that yuan snatching art several times again, making sure that there were no mistakes. Then after taking a deep breath, he began to push his blood energy and run the yuan snatching art. A trace of strange red aura coalesced between Jiang Ming's fingers and palms. Then it was a wobble and dissipated. Jiang Ming was undeterred and tried again. No matter how much this is a forbidden art, it is impossible to cast it casually and successfully. 3 days later, the house. Jiang Ming's gaze was calm, slowly urging the blood energy. Silk red aura coalesced, eventually forming a red halo in his palm, which vaguely seemed to be spinning, emitting a strange power. It's finally done. Jiang Ming was overjoyed, and without hesitation, he began to cast the element seizing technique. I'll take it, he lightly drank in his heart, and then, bang, slapped his palm on his chest. That's right, Jiang Ming's way is to glean his own yuan qi. After reading the yuan capture technique a few times, Jiang Ming found a break. This spell says it is to be used on others, but it doesn't say that you can't use it on yourself. No one to use on themselves, because no one dares to use so. Originally used once less than 3 days to live, and then suck their own vitality to themselves. This ing is not adding to the problem, sucking 2 times the adult dryer, but also practicing a what? But these limitations did not hold true for Jiang Ming. I have an indestructible source of light, and if it is gone, then I will make up for it. Who am I afraid of? Are we people who lack that little bit of yuan qi? But specifically this approach cannot work. Jiang Ming is also a little apprehensive. After all, just theory, has not really practiced it. Clamor. As the element snatching technique was executed, Jiang Ming instantly felt as if something had been taken out of his body, and his entire body went black, directly falling to the ground. However, at the same time, in his palm, he felt a pure and thick power slowly flow into, and then turn to seep into the limbs and bones and dissipate. Immediately afterward, Jiang Ming felt the indestructible source light in his mind blossom with light, and the yuan qi he had just been robbed of was instantly made up for and restored as before. It still works. Jiang Ming's eyes were excited. The power that was injected into his limbs just now was the so-called yuan power, right? He couldn't wait and immediately began practicing the internal breathing method of the cowhide tiger bone technique. Wisps of blood qi, like mud cows into the sea, quickly integrated into the sinews, with a speed that made Jiang Ming dumbfounded, began to quench the sinews. This speed, it's increased by more than tens of times. Good, 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 good. Old me left foot on the right foot, straight up to the clouds. Jiang Ming collected his mind, and while this yuan power was still there, he quenched his tendons with all his might. After practicing for a full 3 hours, this feeling of sudden progress is only slowly dissipated. Practicing for 3 hours is almost as good as quenching for almost half a month normally. Jiang Ming was shocked when he estimated the degree of quenching of his tendons. As he recalled the pleasure of that rapid growth and strength, he could no longer endure the snail-like speed of cultivation. Without hesitation, he banged his palm and gave himself another shot of the yuan-taking technique. What, once a day? Stingy. I still lack this lifespan of you? Boom, boom, boom. Darkness before my eyes. Power infused. Light before my eyes. Another good man. This is what we call cultivation. Jiang Ming immersed himself in the infinite cycle of I seize myself and began to bury his head in bitter cultivation. Chapter 77 Treasure Moves the Heart. A month later, the ice melts, everything recovers, and a new year begins. The state of Yen, which had experienced wars and turmoil, finally calmed down gradually. The imperial army traveled unhindered all the way to take over the northern provinces. Sangshan army, on the other hand, completely routed. Rumor has it that Sangshan king was also surrounded by 2 martial arts masters and beaten into serious injury, leading the army to solidly defend in the northern border of the northern Ningfu, based on the glacial dangers of the Qisong snow plain and live, with the court army to temporarily form a confrontation. In the Dayun province, the occasional straggling routed soldier who roamed into villages and towns to cause trouble could still be caught, but overall it was no longer enough to worry about. Peaceful town. At some point at the entrance to the town stood another pawn, waiting with old-fashioned calm for the downhill medicine pickers. Life is still the same as before. Make do. Many people say so, but that's from the people who survived. If those who died in war, wind and snow could open their mouths again, I'm afraid they wouldn't say this. Jiang Ming walked into the old Gingerhead's tavern, asked for a pot of wine, a few small dishes, sat in front of a wooden table by the window, and leisurely ate and drank. Still have to enjoy life. The sunlight was warm on his face. Jiang Ming's eyes narrowed slightly, his body completely relaxed, and he struck up a conversation with the drunken drinkers without a word. A month ago, Jiang Ming, who had just gotten the yuan rating art, was like a poor man who hadn't eaten meat for decades, and practiced hard for a few days, with both eyes glowing and wasting sleep and food, and his strength had skyrocketed a lot. Then he got a little overwhelmed. It's not that the body can't suffer, but psychologically, that suffocating feeling of being on the verge of death every time you are robbed of your vitality is just too hard to bear, making Jiang Ming still recoil a bit when he thinks about it now. Just like eating big fat meat for a few days in a row. Within the Great Cloud Mansion, for the time being, no one has been able to threaten me, plus have been immortalized. I am suffering from this for what? In the future, only 3 times a day to use the yuan rating technique, by no means more. According to this, progress in less than 3 months, can also be cultivated to the peak of the second-rate martial artist, and so on to the time to fight again. Jiang Ming set a cultivation plan for himself and began to cultivate step by step. Even if he only used the yuan taking technique 3 times a day, it still topped more than a month of previous cultivation. This speed is already fast enough. From the beginning of crossing over, Jiang Ming has been tightening his mind and practicing martial arts diligently. However, now that the Shi family has been destroyed, the rebels have been defeated, and Jiang Ming has the background of the tiger hunting villa, he is already about to become a martial artist on the surface, and he is more or less a figure in Ping'an town. As long as he doesn't go out and wave, he doesn't participate in all kinds of struggles, this great cloud house basically has no one who will be idle to find his trouble. Cultivation for what? Is not to live comfortably, drink and listen to the opera is not good. Jiang Ming slowly sipped a large mouthful of wine, eyes closed, self-consciously reminiscent of the taste. And in the tavern, the many drinkers were discussing the great events that had taken place in the meantime. The Stone family is completely gone. Killed, fled. Not 1 in 10. Even the Stone mansion, were poured with kerosene burned clean. I heard that the people of the Liang family in the capital have already arrived at the Dian house, and are extremely angry at the extermination of the Shi family, offering a heavy reward for the pursuit of the murderer, and threatening to make sure that the murderer will be lording it over the public. Didn't they say that the Shi family betrayed the Liang family? Shouldn't the Liang family be happy? Your dog bit you 2 bites, run out to play, but by outsiders a knife chopped you can be happy? To chop also have to own chop but I can hear. The Liang family rage can perhaps also another reason. Heard that is the Stone family took the Liang family what thing? How did I hear that it was the Liang family that instructed the Shi family to go into Yunmeng Mountain to look for the treasure? And after the Shi family found it, they secretly obscured it. A variety of heard, true or false, but no one cares. It is a pastime after dinner. The discussion is more and more hot and heavy up. Jiang Ming, on the other hand, suddenly opened his eyes and thought of something for a split second. This month, he was also organizing and studying the various things that he had obtained from the Shi family. The spells and prescriptions, needless to say, were the true heritage of a power, although they were not silver. It was not too much to take them out and say that they were worth 10,000 gold. And of all the things in the Shi family, the only thing that has always kept Jiang Ming from studying them is the dozen or so yellow crystals dug out of Shi Junwei's body, no matter what way he tossed it. Sledgehammer smashing, clear water soaking, blazing fire, and even triggering the super sense to probe. Except for the hardness of the surprising, but failed to study anything special. The only thing that was certain was that when that yellow crystal was close to the body, it would make one's blood qi run faster, and it seemed to have some enhancing effect on practicing martial arts. That Shi Junwei buried it in her flesh and blood. Does it serve a better purpose? Jiang Ming guessed that it was probably thanks to this item that she had become the first genius of the Great Cloud Mansion. However, Jiang Ming did not intend to try it. Why would he use this thing when he had the element snatching technique? Moreover, this yellow crystal is so mysterious. Its real role must not be limited to this. Could it be that these yellow crystals are the treasures of the Shi family's obscurity? Jiang Ming's heart stirred slightly. There was no way that something else from the Shi family could make a giant like the Liang family so moved. The only explanation for these yellow crystals, if these rumors are true, and the Shi family found these yellow crystals from the mountains, then maybe it's even related to the secret of the Cloud Dream Mountain Zephyr. Study it slowly. One day we can figure out the use. Maybe we can really figure out a path to the immortal edge. Jiang Ming muttered to himself in his heart, not panicking in the slightest. If the Liang family is here to support the Shi family, is for the treasure of Yunmeng Shanzi, they will certainly have follow-up action. They do not need to rush. Watching them perform is, but no matter what, the world will finally be peaceful for a while. Jiang Ming listened to the sounds of talk and laughter in the tavern, and also revealed a smile as he drank the wine in his bowl and walked out of the tavern. After buying an axe in the town, Jiang Ming was carrying it towards Yunmeng Mountain Zhe. Once that wooden house, after several storms, also do not know by which unenlightened guy fighting broken. Jiang Ming intends to rebuild continue to go in the mountains to drink tea and watch the scenery, cultivation and medicine collection. In addition to the cultivation plan, my imperial beast plan must also be put on the agenda. Jiang Ming walked while also thinking, ready to wait for the wooden house to be built, then go down the mountain to buy medicinal materials, bloodletting and refining medicine. In the past, he was too lazy to bleed and refine medicine every day, and he got a wife 4 masters enough to be used, but now he is forced to expand his beast organization. Since this Yunmeng Mountain Zhe does have a mysterious place, then Jiang Ming naturally wants to explore it. However, it is naturally impossible to personally go to the deep mountains, so he can only send some mountain animals to explore the road. For the sake of the greater good, I can only ask you to sacrifice. Jiang Ming muttered to himself, with little pity or guilt in his eyes. When you eat snake stew and roast pheasant, you don't see anyone feeling sorry for these innocent animals. Being of use to people is their greatest value. In the mountains and forests, the young man walks alone, stepping over the newborn grass, through the old trees, through the rolling majestic mountains, disappearing in the depths of the misty clouds and smoke. Chapter 78, 3 years. The mountains are quiet as if they were ancient. The daily routine as if it were a small year. Without war and strife, Jiang Ming practiced martial arts and medicine collection, bloodletting and refining medicine on a daily basis according to the plan. Although it was a bit boring, but it was also a fulfilling and comfortable life. Now it was the time when all kinds of colorful mushrooms were growing. Jiang Ming started to dazzle mushroom soup every day again, and now he could almost tell whether each kind of mushroom was poisonous or not, and picked them out. and threw away the ones that weren't poisonous, and kept the poisonous ones to cook the soup. His tastes are also getting more and more tricky now, and the ones that aren't a bit toxic simply aren't fresh enough to be fun to drink. Martial arts practice and the Imperial Beasts program are also progressing steadily, and everything is going according to plan. Now, it's just a matter of waiting for the movement of Yunmeng Shanzi. Jiang Ming believed that in addition to the Pill King that was seen once in more than 100 years, there must be unknown secrets in this Yunmeng mountain zeitgeist, and even this secret might be related to the Pill King and be of higher value. Otherwise, the hallowed patriarchal family, the Liang family, wouldn't have expended their efforts to cultivate the Shi family in the Great Cloud Prefecture to explore the secrets of the Cloud Dream Mountain Zephyr. Just the Liang family probably did not expect. They spend money and effort to cultivate the dog, but was halfway rattled neck. Even the treasure found was also picked peach. The Stone family was destroyed. The Liang family, even like a dog, jumped over the wall like crazy to hunt down the murderer. Although it is the dog they raised, but also have not seen for the dog to avenge such a dedicated master. It could only be because of those yellow crystals, which means that stuff must be important to them. But unfortunately I haven't researched what it's for so far. In the tavern, Jiang Ming was cloaked in hair and tattered clothes like a beggar, drinking wine while brooding like no one else. At this time from the time he went up the mountain, it was already more than 2 months later. The progress of martial arts cultivation was even faster than he expected. This morning he cultivated the cowhide tiger bone technique to its great completion, completely completing the quenching of the sinews and veins, and stepping into the realm of the second-rate great completion. Under the static extreme thinking under the action, Jiang Ming will plan to go down the mountain pastime rest for a few days. By the way, to buy some of the mountain does not have the medicinal herbs. Listen to the news of the 8 villages gossip. And in the tavern, Jiang Ming had also heard that in the past few months, the Liang family had sent wave after wave of people to the Dayun province to investigate the destruction of the Shi family. And even first-class martial forces such as the Wang family and the tiger hunting villa had been reprimanded by the Liang family. If I can find the place where the Shi family found the yellow crystals, I might be able to discover its secret. Jiang Ming whispered in his heart. This beast army has to expand as soon as possible. Exploring the mountains and forests requires not individual strength but huge numbers. 3 days later, Jiang Ming carried the medicine basket on his back, carrying a large bag of medicinal herbs and rice and noodles, and re-entered the mountains again. Jiang Ming wasn't afraid of being conspicuous at all. Since he had just crossed over not many months ago, he had shown his interest in studying the mechanisms of herbs in front of outsiders. Now a few years passed. Jiang Ming, by virtue of the understanding of the herbs, medical skills are also increasing. Not to say that comparable to Dr. Sun, but in Ping'an Town is also considered to be near and far. Like to study the quirks of the herbs on his body, is not considered a maverick. I just don't know. When will this Liang family enter the mountain? Jiang Ming was a little curious. The Liang family had sent people to the Great Cloud Province for a long time, but yet it seemed to be just tracking down the murderer without exploring the Yunmeng mountain swamp in a big way. Could it be the same timing as when the Medicine King appeared? Jiang Ming gazed calm. No matter what the timing, he can afford to wait. Can anyone else be more able to wait than him? The time is long and there is much to be done. So why rush? Jiang Ming returned to the mountain, and after bleeding every morning, he began to delve into the flowing cloud technique that he had snatched from the old snake gang to prepare for his advancement to first-class martial artist. The Shi family's first-class martial arts method is not bad, but when a first-class martial artist strikes, it is inevitable that the characteristics of the method will be exposed, and the Shi family's goal is too big. Jiang Ming does not want to turn himself into a light bulb. Those notes made by Shi Jintai can be referred to. As for the spell, keep it to give it to someone someday. Jiang Ming pondered a little, and suddenly hammed and hawed. Depending on which good man has a destiny with this spell in the future. Sasha. Light rain suddenly pattered down. The mountains and forests are foggy. Almost can not see the road ahead. Jiang Ming put on a bucket hat. The rice noodles to the arms tight. Forward all the way to trot up. Rushed into the smoky rain. There are no years in the mountains, and the cold is over. In the blink of an eye, 3 years rushed by. In the spring of the 11th year of Yuan Shou's life, one of the dual Marquis of Wen and Wu of Yen, Marquis Zhou Pingshi, returned from his cloud travels. Upon hearing that the remaining members of the Tsangshan army were still defending Baining province, Marquis Wu angrily cursed the incompetence of his ministers above the court, and after seizing the tiger's talisman from the elderly and infirm emperor, he led his army in the northern expedition. In only 3 months, the army of the Marquis of Wushu broke through the Baining province, killing more than 100,000 enemies, leaving only the king of Tsangshan to lead a few of his men to flee the city without knowing where they are. Wu Ho was furious, ordered the slaughter of the city for 3 days, robbed all the treasures in the city of women, a time of blood flow into the river. The people of the city of Tan no one The whole country is shocked. There are reckless martial artists praising the martial marquis for his unparalleled power, and there are also literati who write an angry scolding Zhou Pengshi for his cruelty and shamelessness, taking pleasure in slaughtering the people. But in any case, the name of the Marquis of Wu was as popular as ever, and even had the miraculous effect of stopping a child from crying, which made it an instant hit in the whole Yin country. After this battle, after the Tsongshan army chaos countless stupid forces, is suddenly out of fire, the entire Yin state presents a quiet and peaceful, restoring the former prosperity of the situation. The depths of the Yunmeng mountain swamp. In a wooden house, a small, low fireplace was burning brightly, and the tea on the stove had been boiling for a few moments when it began to bubble. A small furry white paw rushed to reach over, carefully lifted the teapot, poured a large bowl full of strong tea, cupped and moved toward the outside of the house. The chubby body is almost invisible to the paws of the feet, like a ball of white glutinous rice writhing on the ground. Way under the eaves, a fat tiger is lying down to sleep here. The movement slightly raised his eyes. He glimpsed such a funny scene in front of him, suddenly happy to roll on the ground, let out a roar strange sound, revealing a belly full of fat meat shaking. Coo coo! The white glutinous rice ball made an annoyed sound. Its ruby eyes glared at the fat tiger, and the latter then instantly froze in place, its two front paws stacked with flab covering its head, lying on the ground and not daring to say anything. Only then did the glutinous rice ball hum with satisfaction, twisted his head and continued to carry the tea to move out. Crashing sound. The mountain streams run, swift and fierce. A figure is standing in the shallows by the river, practicing a set of boxing skills. The river flows past its feet, splashing a fine wave. His boxing style was continuous and light, with the smooth beauty of flowing clouds and water, like light clouds in a clear sky, and his whole person had a dusty temperament. The meaning of flowing clouds, 1,000 changes, gathering and dispersing like the heart, turning, the fist suddenly fierce, bursting out of the 10,000 horses like air-breaking sound, such as torrential rain pouring down, rumbling the pressure of the top of the lead clouds, giving people an irresistible crushing momentum. Chapter 79 Legion of Beasts. Boom! Above the fist, the blood strength dazzle like a cloud, bombarded in the river, swept away as strange ripples. The water is instantly exploded, a huge crater about 10 feet in diameter. The water such as a tornado rushed up a few meters high. Then, it drenched Jiang Ming into a drenched chicken. Jiang Ming closed his fist and stood, but he could not care about his wet self, and could not help but let out a long whistle, which shook the birds in the forest in all directions. Ha ha ha. 3 years? Does anyone know how I've spent these 3 years? Laozi finally comprehended the true meaning of the flowing cloud technique. Jiang Ming smiled broadly and muttered to himself. His eyes flashed with undisguised excitement. Having comprehended the meaning of the flowing clouds, he was considered a complete first-class martial artist. With the Yuan capture technique, raising his power to the first-rate realm wasn't a problem, and a few months after Jiang Ming reached the peak of the second-rate realm, he was using his blood qi to quench his bone marrow to achieve the blood power overlay, and successfully stepped into the first-rate realm, but empty first-class martial artist power, without comprehending the true meaning of martial arts, but also a shape without its meaning of the flower frame. Difficult to play out the true power of the law of martial arts, only by brute force to meet the enemy, at best a pseudo-first-class martial artist. However, after being burdened with the power of a first-class martial artist, comprehending the corresponding true meaning of martial arts is also like pushing a boat along with the water, which is much easier. Otherwise, with this mediocre martial arts practicing qualification of Jiang Ming, he may not be able to break through the first class and comprehend the true meaning on his own for more than 10 years. In any case, 3 years into a true first-class martial artist, this speed also surpasses 90% of first-class martial artists. Right, Jiang Ming muttered to himself. After all, in addition to him, no one can take the Yuan rating art as a daily practice, and even Jiang Ming estimated that this thing is only used to cultivate cannon fodder in the Liang family, and the real Liang family. I am afraid that no one is practicing it. After all, it's something that damages your life and is worth a lot less, otherwise it wouldn't be possible to spread it out. Next, just follow the steps of quenching the bone marrow and cultivating to the peak of first class, and since he had the element seizing technique to help him, it wasn't even a problem. As for above the first class, the martial arts master, Jiang Ming has not even gotten a decent spell yet, but it is necessary to prepare for it earlier. The Shi family is just a dog raised by the Liang family, just hardened up and shriveled up in less than 2 years. It's normal to not have master-level spells, but the Wang family and other forces that have been passed down for many years might have this. After all, first-class martial artists and martial arts masters, just like 169 and 170, although it is a Rift Valley distance, but will always try to do everything to rub up a little. These old first-class forces of the Great Cloud House have been entrenched for many years, so they will naturally try to do everything they can to get master-level spells. As for the tiger hunting villa, Jiang Ming had also taken advantage of the drink to inquire about Guan Feng on the sidelines, and the answer he got was that the tiger hunting villa's master-level spells, which were passed down from the ancestor of the owner's lineage, would never be passed on to the outside world. It seems that Tiger Hunt Villa's ancestors were once brought as well. Jiang Ming no longer consider tiger hunting zhuang. After all, they cannot carry a knife to kill to the zhuang force robbery it. His gaze leisurely, but there is no need to be anxious. Slowly wait, always wait for the opportunity. The fall of the lineage, the change of dynasties, anything is possible. On the bank of the river, a fat, ungainly white rabbit brought tea and cooed a few times. Jiang Ming, wringing the water on the clothes, walked ashore, took over the tea bowl a drink. Before it was asked, "For masters, how is it? These days the news summary is finished. There is no new discovery?" The fat rabbit shook his head in a hurry, his two ears wiggling about, his little fat paw miserably writing on the muddy ground. 3 new burrows have been explored. No anomalies. Jiang Ming glanced at it, nodded, and used his foot to erase the words. For 3 years, he continued to bleed and refine the secret medicine of the imperial beasts, and finally took control of a large number of beasts in the mountains, such as the fast birds of the forest, peregrine falcons and rain swallows, as well as wolves, bobcats and other beasts with strong survival ability, but also fast running, and even dozens of different varieties of fish in the water. As for poisonous snakes and whatnot, Jiang Ming didn't bother to get them. His purpose was not to answer the enemy, but to explore the mountains and forests. Having these swift-moving animals was enough. However, most of them were only fed the medicinal liquid 3 or 5 times and were used by Jiang Ming as tool beasts, and only a few animals that performed well were continuously cultivated by Jiang Ming. Even the white 4 master's mount, the fat tiger, also drank no less than dozens of bowls of medicinal soup, and now the spirit and teenage boy is no difference. With these continuously cultivated animals as the commander, in charge of all the other tool beasts, Jiang Ming gradually spread out an intelligence network in this Yunmeng mountain swamp, exploring the entire mountain forest for him, and he had made a small gain in the past 3 years. At the very least, the copper plates, broken silver and other belongings were picked up in bits and pieces. More valuable, it is some martial artists left in the mountains of the spells. Weapons, most of them are broken, and occasionally got a few sets of boxing knife skills, but never what he wanted to look for. Do we have to explore towards the most forbidden area? Jiang Ming whispered softly, and during his exploration, he had also divided the Cloud Dream Mountain Zephyr into 3 types of areas. The safe zone is where the ordinary medicine pickers and mountain pickers hang out, and even if they encounter wild beasts, they are all ordinary beasts. The danger zone was where Guan Feng and the other tiger hunting villa martial artists were deep. The beasts there were already extraordinary, even capable of injuring second-rate martial artists, with thick skin and great strength, just like monsters. As for the forbidden zone, it is the deepest part of Yunmeng Mountain Zephyr. All the animals sent to explore the area are like mud cows into the sea, and nothing has been fed back, and even did not come back again. Jiang Ming raised his head and looked towards the lofty mountains deep within the Cloud Dream Mountain Swamp, his gaze flickering slightly. It seemed that the ultimate secret of the Cloud Dream Mountain Swamp was there, but going is impossible to go, so I'll just keep sending cannon fodder outside to test the waters, to see whether this forbidden zone of yours exists for a long time, or whether I, Jiang Ming, live long. Jiang Ming grunted, twisted his head and lifted a short sword as black as ink from the riverside, and continued practicing his sword technique. This was also his beast legion, a weapon picked up from the mountains. Nothing else. It was indestructible, and the size was suitable for hiding, just what Jiang Ming wanted. Boom boom boom. Short knives flying. Jiang Ming directly performs the burning blood blade technique. However, the blood burning blade technique that Jiang Ming practiced nowadays, compared to the beginning, was one that had been completely revamped, and could be called a super version of the blood burning blade technique, and even if its creator saw it, he would probably have to be stupefied, only to see the crimson blade ons continuous, in a moment is round into a piece, like one after another crimson water wave swept up, as if never break. This was a newly formed blade technique after Jiang Ming had studied and practiced the Shi family's swallowing wave blade, and it had taken him more than a year to incorporate the blood burning blade technique into the swallowing wave blade. The blood burning knife method is actually only one knife in essence, and the most important thing is the way the blood energy operates. How to burn the blood chi moves, but it is very rough. The wave swallowing blade, on the other hand, was precisely the subtle and incomparable blade technique that made up for this flaw, making it a complete and flawless set of blade techniques. However, this kind of knife method, only Jiang Ming can create it. After all, even its original creator, It is impossible to chop dozens of hundreds of knives in a row, taking his life to drill the knife method. Maybe this is the reason why the blood-burning knife method moves are rough. This blade technique has never had a name. Let's call it the blood wave blade. Jiang Ming casually came up with a name, and his blood chi flowed like a wave. This blood wave blade is my best trick, both offense and defense. The power is increased by several times. Consume the enemy. Of course, if the enemy was ridiculously strong and directly slapped away his blade wave, then he would forget about it. So it seems that we still need to find a superior stance when we have the chance, and we need to run, even if we can't fight to be foolproof. Jiang Ming muttered to himself in his heart. He could now carry and fight. If he could also pull, it would be perfect. He was practicing vigorously, and without realizing it, it was evening. The White Four Masters suddenly rushed to the river again, cooing. There's a situation? Jiang Ming hurriedly put away his short sword and rushed to the shore, only to see that Master Bai Si had already written a crooked line on the ground. Danger Zone. Stone Tomb. Chapter 80, The End of the Martial Way. Tomb of Stones. Weapons. Many books. The Fourth Master's little paw, still drawing on the floor in a mischievous manner. A few simple words, but they caused Jiang Ming's eyes to suddenly show a look of interest. All kinds of dead bodies in the mountains are not uncommon, but the cover of the grave is very few. Even if there are also some villagers casually gathered up the small dirt grave, he has not seen any stone graves during these 3 years, and there are booklets. It seems that the owner of the tomb had some status in life. The books of this world are not too expensive, but can hide a lot of books in the tomb. Is by no means ordinary people, not to mention, this leisure is not ordinary people can do. Go, take a look. Jiang Ming pinned his short sword to his waist, and with a command, he went in the direction of the danger zone first. With his strength today, the so-called danger zone is nothing to him, and as long as he doesn't get close to the so-called forbidden zone, there's not much risk. Our fat tiger see to go out to collective activities, is also an excited strange call, immediately from not far away rushed over. Pack up the Fourth Master will run to the depths of the mountain forest swept. At the same time, the surrounding mountain forest in the treetops, some flying birds quietly swept, scattered in all directions. Several gray eagle rises up in the sky, soaring over the mountain forest. A large part of the mountain forest movement into the eyes, and in the river, a fish swims, and a few small, insignificant fish bump into each other, pass messages, and keep passing upstream and downstream. Today's Jiang Ming, in Yunmeng Mountain Zhe, although it can't be said to be invincible, but it is also considered to be like a fish in water, no longer need to act carefully, and even do not need to hide their own first-class martial arts strength. No matter where he goes, there are tools and beasts to explore the road ahead for him in advance. And any trouble will be avoided in advance, and he would be able to know at the first opportunity what had come in this mountain forest. Only during these 3 years, Yunmeng Mountain Zhe is also calm and surprising. In addition to the villages and towns of the medicine pickers mountain pickers, as well as the occasional martial arts pursuit of the fight or something, but then there is no big event. However, I heard that since the beginning of this year, the Liang family has instead stationed more manpower in the Dayun province, and has also heavily recruited many martial artists. Jiang Ming mused, perhaps the time to wait wouldn't be too much longer. Although the Liang family hadn't found the treasures that the Shi family had misappropriated, it was assumed that they also held something else in their hands, and were prepared to explore the Yunmeng mountain swamp. However, this time, Jiang Ming didn't plan to go far away directly. This time, he wasn't looking for the Pill King, and a power of the Liang family's level couldn't look at them as countryside medicine pickers. So as long as he didn't make trouble out of nothing, there shouldn't be any trouble. And Jiang Ming does not need to go down to the field, then just stay in the town. Remote control mountain animals, always grasp the intelligence can be, if there is a suitable time, and then decisive action is not too late. In addition to the Liang family, I heard that there seem to be other unfamiliar forces that have quietly come to the Great Cloud Mansion. Jiang Ming's gaze moved slightly, but he was happy to see this kind of scene. Yunmeng Mountain Swamp, this kind of terrain complex place, the more chaotic. Jiang Ming muddy water to fish, the greater the opportunity. It was just that he didn't know what the secret of this Cloud Dream Mountain Zephyr was, and Jiang Ming hadn't inquired about anything so far. Shouldn't be someone digging a big hole here. A flicker of such a thought flashed through Jiang Ming's mind, and then he put it out of his mind. In any case, as long as you enter the mountain, you're entering my home turf. If I can touch a big fish in this muddy water, it won't be in vain for me to wait these 3 years in this novice village. Jiang Ming reveals a smile, like a landlord who opens his pockets. Yakin sets the table, enthusiastically waiting for guests to gather at home. The fat tiger unintentionally turned back, glimpsed that human smile. Suddenly all the hairs stand up straight. The heart has no reason to panic, playfully running forward. Half an hour later, Jiang Ming finally arrived at his destination. This is a piece of loose soil slope. After the heavy rain in the mountain, the soil and stones slipped, actually revealed a piece of collapsed corner of the green stone grave. Through the sunlight shining into the tomb, one could see that it seemed to be quite small in size. The one who discovered the tomb was a small squirrel with purple-gray fur, and when he saw Jiang Ming coming, he jumped onto his shoulder in 3 or 2 tries, his fluffy tail wagging around as if he was inviting credit. Jiang Ming laughed and took out a cut of golden bug ginseng and stuffed it to send it away. Then he made a deep leap and jumped into the greenstone tomb. In the tomb, it was dim, and a lot of sand and dirt poured in, but you could still see the general layout. Has anyone lived here? Jiang Ming revealed a startled look. Not only was there a row of bookshelves in this tomb, the tables, chairs and beds were even more complete, and there were even obvious traces of human life such as walls blackened by fire. If it wasn't for the fact that at the very end of the tomb, there was still a rough sarcophagus, Jiang Ming almost thought that this was a buried residence. Maybe that's exactly what it is too. Living and dying alone here. I'm offended. Jiang Ming walked to the sarcophagus first and slowly pushed open the lid. A withered bone lying quietly in which, under the dim light, the bone's root crystal, even present warm luster, like jade carved from the general. Jade bone immortality. This is the bone of a patriarch. Jiang Ming's eyes stared, not realizing that this unnamed tomb was buried with a martial arts master. His eyes looked between the crossed hands of the withered bones. A roll of gray and white animal skin was held in his grip. He pulled out the animal skin and spread it out to browse. My name is Lai Tai. I became a martial artist at the age of 14, entered the first class at the age of 20. At the age of 35, I became a patriarch. At the age of 50, I stood at the peak of the Zhongshe, sweeping the world Zhongshe, without a single defeat. Standing at the end of the martial arts path, I am so proud of myself that I want to go one step further, to open the way for the world's martial artists, to see the scenery above the Zhongshe. At 80, I am still in my prime and invincible, but I have not advanced an inch because I cannot see the road ahead. At 130 years old, I have gray hair on my temples and despair in my heart. Is the end of the line for the patriarch. Why is God so cruel? At 150 years old, my blood and chi slipped and I was dying. I heard the legend of Yunmeng Mountain in Zhejiang, and came to seek immortality from 3,000 miles away in the country of Jing. 176 years old. I can't wait any longer. Martial arts I've spent my whole life pursuing you, but why are you so cruel? After a long time, Jiang Ming closed the beast skin with a soft sigh. Zhou Jingyu in the front, followed by Lai Tai, 2 great masters, both died for the search for immortality. Is the end of the martial arts path? That is, the master, and there is no way forward? But looking at what this Lai Tai stated, he may have already sought out the so-called immortal's fate, only that he has been living here for more than 20 years, but he has never been able to wait for the right time. Jiang Ming's eyes flickered as he walked towards the only table in the tomb, on which some animal skins, books and other things were thrown around in a scattered manner, and even on the table there were quite a few scribbled brushstrokes, and on top of the table, Jiang Ming suddenly saw a familiar item. So this thing was supposed to look like this? Chapter 81. There's a big pit in the mountain. I'm going back to the countryside. In the catacombs, the table is strewn with items and dust. One object, however, was immaculate, sitting in an open wooden box, emitting a faint crystalline glow. It was a thumb-sized bright yellow orb, clear and transparent, like a crystal. The yellow crystal bead didn't have any scent, but Jiang Ming could tell at a glance that it was from the same source as the yellow crystal fragment he had dug out of Shi Junwei's body. I thought it was a spirit stone or something from the immortal cultivation world, but I didn't expect it to be something like this. Jiang Ming revealed a look of surprise, picked up the bead and pinched it hard, and it really couldn't be pinched. I don't know how those crystals in Shi Junwei's body, how did they break into that? Maybe it was a patriarch who made a move to destroy them. But so it seems that this unknown yellow crystal bead is really related to the secrets of Yunmeng Mountain Z. The Shi family was able to find some fragments, and it's normal for an invincible patriarch to have this item. Jiang Ming put the yellow crystal bead into his bosom, and then looked through the animal skins and books on the table. Many of the books were already rotten and broken because they were too old, and many of the words on the animal skins were blurred, but fortunately, some of them were still vaguely recognizable. Jiang Ming flipped through some of them, and his eyes finally rested on a neatly written animal skin. Yunmeng Mountain in Zhe. Immortals are sleeping. Holding an immortal's token can get the immortal's fate. It looks like some of the information summarized by this patriarch. Jiang Ming browsed while also revealing a look of enlightenment. It turned out that there was some kind of legend circulating in the world that there were immortals who were dormant in the Yunmeng Mountain and swamp, and would awaken once every few hundred years. When an immortal awakens, as long as one holds an immortal's token, One can step into the immortal's sleeping place and seek great fortune. Some get treasure. Some seek martial arts techniques. And some even seek longevity. And that yellow bead is the so-called immortal relic, called the topaz bead, scattered all over the world. However, hundreds of years, even the patriarchs have changed several crops, and it is necessary to happen to have this topaz bead, and it is necessary to happen to meet the awakening of the immortal. In order to be able to enter the immortal's dormant place, almost no one waits for this kind of immortal fate, and the legend becomes less and less believable. No wonder Zhou Jingyu was not found. Li Tai also waited alive to become a withered bone. Jiang Ming mourned for a moment for these two patriarchs who had sought the Tao but could not find it. This is the sadness of not living long enough. Lamenting the shortness of life. Envying. Well, there's nothing to envy. But now that the Great Cloud Mansion is surging with dark currents, could it be that it's time for immortals to get up and pee again? Jiang Ming suddenly foxed, always feeling that something was wrong. First of all, even if this legend of uncertain truth is true, but according to the legend, this immortal holding urine time is not fixed. No one can say that he in the end a few hundred years up a time. This Liang family and other forces. How do you know that nowadays is the time for the immortal to get up? The news is still spreading so widely, causing a dark current in the Great Cloud House. Jiang Ming muttered. To be able to convince a patriarchal family like the Liang family, this person who spread the news was afraid that his background wasn't bad. It couldn't be the emperor's old man who's up to something, could it? After all, the emperor seems to have always been very attached to the immortal destiny of Yunmeng Shanzi. Jiang Ming shook his head. Maybe he is too careful. The patriarchal family has been inherited for hundreds of years. Maybe they really have the timetable of getting up for the immortals. He was about to tear the beast's skin with his hand, but suddenly his heart moved and he put it away in his arms. Then Jiang Ming began to check the other objects in the tomb. All kinds of books and animal skins were almost all ancient books related to Yunmeng Shanzi. There weren't a few left intact. As for the martial arts techniques he wanted, battle techniques and so on, there is none. The whole tomb seems to be a bit simple and poor, and there is not much gold, silver and jewels and other funerary objects. A world invincible master, so plainly and quietly died in this mountain pass. According to Lai Tai's own account, he didn't even have a wife descendant and was drunk on martial arts all his life. A single mind seeks the Tao without any distractions. Jiang Ming also developed a wave of respect for this martial arts master whom he had never met before. Recovering the sarcophagus, Jiang Ming leapt out of the tomb and slapped down a large piece of earth and stone with a palm, resealing the verdant tomb. The path that you all have not yet traveled. Let me, the everlasting one, find it for you. Jiang Ming bowed and arched his hand, turning around and striding toward the bottom of the mountain. The first into the first class should be celebrated. Drinking and eating meat is life. Today this is already considered overtime. Chirp! A rain swallow slightly longer than the palm of his hand suddenly flew from a distance, like a black lightning bolt crossing and landing on Jiang Ming's shoulder. Chirp chirp! Rain swallow called out quickly, and Jiang Ming looked at Master Bai Si, who hurriedly pulled out a paper book and a charcoal pencil made of burnt willow branches from one of the backpacks on Fat Tiger's back, brushing and translating. Why can animals communicate with each other, but not with people? Jiang Ming was also speechless. A moment later, Jiang Ming took the booklet and looked at it. Two humans entered the mountain, less than 30 years old, clothes with Liang family logo. No other humans within a 10-mile radius. The content of their conversation. Thanks to our Liang family getting the news and ambushing the Lai family of the Jing Kingdom, we were able to capture another topaz pearl. I heard that Lai family is the descendant of the once great master Lai Tai, but nowadays it's really fallen. Only sending a martial arts master to dare to come to compete for the immortal edge. Let's look for it in the mountains. Maybe we can find the topaz beads as well, and we'll make a great achievement. Jiang Ming looked at the contents of these conversations. Then his body instantly stiffened. Didn't that patriarch Li Tai have no descendants? This laborious Jingguo Li family. Where did it come from? Could it be that someone is pretending? Why is this? Just to send the Liang family a topaz bead and let the Liang family compete for the immortal destiny? No matter how you think about it, it's not right. Jiang Ming's eyelids jumped straight up, and more he felt that this Yunmeng Mountain was like a big pit, deep and bottomless. I'd better run. Jiang Ming rushed back to the wooden house in the mountain, packed a wave of things, is to slip down the mountain. Anyway, he had eyes and ears such as Master Bai Si and Fat Tiger, so no matter what happened in the mountains, he would be the first to know. What old silver coin, instead of serving the immortals themselves to get up, had to shake so many people? Jiang Ming was becoming more and more certain that this wave of the Cloud Dream Mountain Zephyr fiasco was definitely someone deliberately leaking information. What in the world is the figure? Jiang Ming couldn't figure it out, so he didn't want to think about it. No matter who got the immortal edge, he followed its back and so on is, at most 100 years of light. waiting for the death of this old silver coin, digging graves and digging graves. Immortal Edge is not still their own. Finally back. Seeing the smoke of the grass hut cooking from afar, Jiang Ming was also relieved and planned to not mess up the mountain for a while. This peace town finally changed its name? Jiang Ming looked towards the entrance of the town, where a newly erected stone monument had the words Pingan County written on it. Looks like the emperor is about to make a move too. Thinking of the Yiring Guanfeng laugh about the Longzhong Immortal Edge of the scene, Jiang Ming also have some feelings about the impermanence of the world. Who would have thought that this Yunmeng mountain zephyr really have immortal edge it? But whether this immortal fate is true or not, it can still be an unknown quantity. Jiang Ming shook his head and walked into the town with his medicine basket on his back. Oh no! Into the county. Chapter 82, The Beginning of Everything. Jiang Ming walked into Pingan County. The streets were much more lively than 3 years ago, with all kinds of stores, tea houses, workshops, and cloth houses. There were also many vendors in the open spaces along the streets, hawking meals, bamboo utensils, and wild mushrooms. After the war, yen was like a disease to get rid of the general, and gradually show more powerful than in the past prosperity. The emperor to reduce taxes, build granaries to relieve the people. Even these villagers in Pingan County, life is also a lot better. It's just a matter of mending the sheep. Jiang Ming sighed, walked to the tavern, walked straight up to the second floor, asked for a bright place by the window, ordered wine and food, and ate and drank heavily. Now the old ginger head has completely retired. When the hands of the shopkeeper, they do not know where to save some money, sent the tavern renovation. Now also a new atmosphere. Business is booming. A few tables of drinkers next to the table, drinking their faces and necks, as usual, are discussing current events that have happened recently. Marquis Wu is really a godman. A battle shocked the world. The town of all sorts of curiosity do not dare to move. Just a butcher with a taste for killing. Not popular. Sooner or later he will get his comeuppance. Put your fart. The martial marquis slaughtered the city. Is not good to kill, but to warn those who have the intention to rebel. Dare to scold me. Instant wine bowls and stools flying around. Jiang Ming hurriedly sat on the other side of the table protecting the wine and food to avoid being splattered with blood. After a few moments, the two fighting men were thrown out of the tavern by a red-faced man with one hand, lifting chickens in general, drawing a chorus of hoots and hollers. The red-faced man then folded back to the second floor and sat down opposite Jiang Ming. Brother Ming, it's been a long time now. How did you become this tavern fighter? Jiang Ming laughed. This person was none other than Wang Dong, Jiang Ming's contemporaneous friend from Tiger Hunt Villa. 3 years have passed. Jiang Ming's strength has also been raised to the level of unorthodox martial artist, but Wang Dong is still only sensing blood qi, and has not stepped over the threshold of martial artist. It's just more silver. Wang Dong drank a large mouthful of wine. Bitter smile, only practiced martial arts. Only know how difficult martial arts. I'm afraid I do not have this talent anymore, and too lazy to go to those big families as a dog, so I inherited my old dad's old business. In Pingan Town. Oh no, Pingan County opened a butcher store. Didn't you marry your mother-in-law last year? And this year the doll is due again, and the family is strapped for cash. So you've come to do more errands. Wang Dong rambled. Jiang Ming did not interrupt, silently listening. This may be the final destination of most people practicing martial arts. Hey, in our phase, it seems that the only ones who have become martial artists nowadays are you and Fong Lai. Wang Dong suddenly said. Just a few days ago, Fong Lai's blood strength was running as it should, and he stepped into the realm of the third stream. Is that so? Jiang Ming laughed. I'd like to congratulate you when I have time. Now people can be very busy. Follow Guan hunting head god dragon, see the head and not see the tail. Wang Dong whispered. His eyes are a little fluttering, as if recalling the days when they went up to the mountains together to hunt tigers. Jiang Ming patted him on the shoulder and asked for 2 more pounds of spirits and a few pounds of pig's head meat, and both of them were drunk before they left. However, Jiang Ming didn't go straight home, but turned to a remotely located medicine store. The pharmacy was called the 100 Herb Hall, and it was not large and its location was still remote, but because the medicinal herbs were more complete, the customers were not bad on weekdays. Seeing Jiang Ming come in, a few customers who were buying medicine greeted him. Boss Jiang, long time no see this time what good goods Nothing, a few golden worm ginseng, I clean up a bit. You are interested in another day to see Jiang Ming smiled and responded one by one. This 100 Herb Hall is exactly what he opened. And now with his background, open a pharmacy is not a big deal. Most of the medicinal herbs picked on weekdays are thrown here to sell, and then by some other medicine pickers can also have some income. The most of the herbs he picks on weekdays are thrown here for sale. And then he buys some herbs from other medicine pickers, so he can also earn some income. Off to drink again. Zhou Wenxiu dismissed these guests and walked out from behind the counter, staring at Jiang Ming with dissatisfaction. Early the next morning, Jiang Ming stood in his own small courtyard, practicing a set of simple boxing techniques to move his body. Wow! Brother Jiang Ming, you're back. Outside the fence, in the small yard next door, there was a sudden cry of alarm. Jiang Ming twisted his head to look, only to see a small girl not much taller than by C, is bouncing over, picketed by the fence, holding a small porcelain bowl with a missing corner, filled with fried golden and oily robin monkeys. The little girl was only 3 or 4 years old. Her whitewashed rough clothes were stained with dirt, while her round little face was greasy from eating, like a spent cat. Tian Anan, you're playing with mud again. Jiang Ming grabbed the hem of the little girl's shirt and pointed to the mud spots on it. Later on, your mother will come back and beat you up. Scary. The little girl looked down and exclaimed, I'm not playing in the mud. This isn't my dress. Jiang Ming almost choked. Just now, as soon as I went out, I saw a tiny little dot squatting in a rain puddle treading water. Could it be a ghost? Tian Anan, however, instantly forgot about it, wiped a handful of snot bubbles, and familiarly put a robin monkey into his mouth, chewed with a crunching sound, and stretched the small bowl this way. Brother Jiang Ming, eat, okay half a month did not see understand. Jiang Ming happy, was about to reach out to take, but Tian Anan hastily shrink back his hand, also did not say anything, round big eyes staring straight at him, as if to say, aren't you forgetting something? Jiang Ming speechless, white praise. He folded back into the house and turned out a light red peach blossom stone from the bottom of the medicine basket. The surface of the stone was covered with peach blossom-like spots, like spilled petals. It was very beautiful. For 2 robin monkeys, Jiang Ming clutched the stone and passed it over vigilantly. In fact, every time he came down the mountain, he would bring this little girl a pretty little rock. But why give something for nothing when you can trade it? Tian Anan happily took the stone, her 2 big eyes narrowing into a line with a smile before she handed over the porcelain bowl. It's all your stinky saliva. Jiang Ming nonchalantly grabbed 2 of them and threw them into his mouth, and in the process verbally attacked this little brat who had an eye for rocks. You're the one who stinks, you stink. Tian Anan shot back relentlessly, concentrating on playing with the small stone. Jiang Ming glanced at the porcelain bowl on the ground aside, and quickly pinched up another one and threw it into his mouth. Tian Anan exclaimed, threw the small stone to the small bowl, covering the small ceramic bowl, twisted his head and ran. A smoke ran back to the house, but also poked out half a head to take a look. Jiang Ming has not followed up to rob her robin monkey. Jiang Ming lost his smile and chewed with his mouth as he wobbled towards the 100 herb hall. Zhou Wenxiu has long opened the door, is organizing the medicinal materials. Jiang Ming lightly to the inner hall of the bamboo chairs. A lie. Some experience of Ji Shi Hall Sun Doctor's taste of life, is quite comfortable. Boss, buy medicine. Suddenly, a man with a bucket hat, whose face was somewhat hard to see, walked into the medicine store and said in a deep voice. Jiang Ming did not take it seriously, sent Zhou Wenxiu to sell the medicine. This kind of hidden identity to buy things are too many people, who are a little unseen secrets. They are also too lazy to care more. However, the next few herbs that the man uttered caused Jiang Ming to immediately sit up and take notice. Mountain lobelia, snake flower herb root, cicada molts, dried leeches, 9 spice bugs. Jiang Ming's memory, all of a sudden back to when he just crossed this realm. That prescription from the old man Huang. That was the beginning of everything. Chapter 83, You Heard Little Lives. The man in the bucket hat reported out 1 flavor of herbs at a time, and Zhou Wenxiu's face was as normal as ever. How much do you need? There are a few flavors of herbs that are not much. The man in the bucket hat had been staring at Zhou Wenxiu's complexion, and seeing that there was nothing unusual about it, he seemed to be secretly relieved. How much do you want? I have plenty of money. Snap. He slapped the table with an uncharacteristic air, and there were 250 taels of grain silver. Okay Lu, you wait a little. Zhou Wenxiu only then revealed a smile, joyfully began to grab the medicine. Jiang Ming sat in the back hall, glancing at the man in the bucket hat inadvertently through the aisle between the front and back halls, and then continued to read the medical books seemingly without any distractions, taking a sip of fresh tea from time to time. His mind, on the other hand, was racing with thoughts. These few herbs are all from the Imperial Beast's medicinal formula. Jiang Ming took the Imperial Beast medicine prescription from old man Huang back then. The first bucket of gold is relying on this medicine prescription to rake in. However, he would not take it for granted that this is the only Imperial Beast prescription in the world. Just that today he saw a similar combination of herbs for the first time. And also at this clever time when the storm in Yunmeng Shanzi was rising. He could not help but think a little too much. Also thanks to my large number of medicinal herbs to buy. are disguised to change their appearance to go to the Wang family pharmacy to buy. Jiang Ming muttered in his heart. Otherwise, if it has been in the home to take these medicinal herbs, today Zhou Wenxiu is afraid to reveal. Don't be in a hurry yet. Just observe a bit more. Jiang Ming glanced at the bird's nest under the eaves, which was housing a nest of rain swallows. Soon, the man in the bucket had carried a large bag of medicinal herbs and hurriedly left. Zhou Wenxiu also joyfully popped into the back hall to show off today's performance to Jiang Ming. Jiang Ming praised the girl twice and sent her away, then reached out and beckoned. Xiao Yu. A rain swallow immediately flew out of the nest and landed in his palm. This is one of the earliest rain swallows he cultivated. Quick and agile. A good hand at tracking. Jiang Ming put the rain swallow on his mouth, whispered a few words, stroked its feathers, and then reached out and threw it. The rain swallow made a spin in the air. It flew away. Jiang Ming, on the other hand, was recalling in his mind every move the man in the bucket hat had just made. The family is not rich, but the work is a bit simple. Not like the old man of the big power, but rather like a fledgling who has suddenly made a fortune. A word shot out of 100 silver. This is really not like a normal person should do things. Even if the force is not vulgar, acting casually is not such a casual law. Instead, how to see how to look a little bit of bravado, meaning, fortunately, I'm not a bad person who sees money. Jiang Ming praised himself and closed his eyes to fake sleep. In the evening, Jiang Ming told Zhou Wenxiu to go home first, and he would keep watch at the medicine store. Be safe. Zhou Wenxiu opened her mouth, but in the end, she just bit her lip and said, silently turning away. Jiang Ming glanced at her back. His own movements were mysterious every day. This girl probably guessed that she had secrets, but never asked. Not I don't want to, really can't Jiang Ming sighed softly, shook his head and no longer think about it. Late night, Jiang Ming sat quietly on the bamboo chair. The faint light of the candle on the table shone brightly on his face. Call out. One suddenly flew back out of the window and landed on the table in front of Jiang Ming, spitting a tight ball of pages out of its mouth. Jiang Ming opened it and saw that it was the crooked handwriting of the fourth master. Into the cloud dreaming mountains and swamps, bloodletting and potion making. Jiang Ming raised an eyebrow. It was really someone who held the royal beast pill formula and was also here to seek the immortal fate? Call out. Another rain swallow flies back. 2 sons of the Liang family, tailing this man into the Yunmeng mountain zephyr. Jiang Ming frowned. This Liang family, they're really stirrers. They're in everything. Probe again. Report again. Jiang Ming waved his hand, sending both rain swallows away. The following evening, Jiang Ming to the feet of the tea stove, threw in another paper ball. The fire sprang up, burning it into ashes. He had already received more than 30 messages, and it looked like the man in the bucket hat was indeed a rookie from nowhere, unaware of being tailed into the mountain by the Liang family's children, and being hidden by others to observe his pill refining process. But it seems the guy hasn't practiced much medicine either. He's already bled out 5 or 6 times in the course of the day, and his arms are all scratched with bloody trails. When the medicine is practiced, I'm afraid the person will be gone. Jiang Ming is speechless. Cannot be practiced to lose blood and die. Practiced by the Liang family's children to extinguish. Jiang Ming shook his head, not intending to get into this mess for the time being. Although these 2 sides do not look like experts, but he already has the imperial beast medicine formula. There is no need to mess with these troubles that have nothing to do with him, not to mention that he is also too lazy to run. Go home and eat. Jiang Ming patted his ass and got up, telling Xiaoyu to pass the word to the fourth master that a routine report 3 times a day would do. He was on vacation and didn't want to take care of politics. But this royal beast pill prescription, it can't be the one that came out of the mountains. Right, Jiang Ming thought as he walked, his thoughts scattering, his mind wide open. Even the foothills are a bit muggy in the evening in July and August, and many people are sitting in front of their homes with large bushels of fans to keep cool. A group of little kids with bare-ass balls, running and playing under the shade of a tree. Jiang Ming saw Tiananmen, who liked to play with mud, also carrying a small wooden bucket, running all over the ground, giggling happily from time to time. Smack one's lips. Jiang Ming was walking. Suddenly there was a soft sound under his feet. He lifted his feet to see a round robin monkey, which he had stepped on. Tiananmen was gleefully popping up from not far away, stretching out his dirty little hands ready to grab this robin monkey. When he saw this tragic scene, Tiananmen froze, then looked sad, then bawled, "Brother Jiang Ming, you're hurting little lives." Jiang Ming? He glanced at Tiananmen's small wooden bucket. A dozen or so fat and tender robin monkeys already submerged in a shallow layer of water. He grimaced and said, "Who's eating fried Robin Hood monkeys every day? You hurt the little life." Tiananmen repeated with a sad face, not knowing whether she was really heartbroken for the little life, or whether she was heartbroken that this robin monkey could not be deep fried. Jiang Ming's head was filled with black lines. I'll come out after dinner and catch it for you. You hurt little lives. Jiang Ming surrendered. I'm going to shiver rice noodles. Are you going? You're hurting. Tian Anan's big eyes fluttered. I'm going to say 3 bowls. Is shivering not that? Line deal. Put down your bucket. Bring your bowl. Jiang Ming corrected, signing the contract with Tian Anan with a high five. Tian Anan then ran home happily, and in a short while ran out again, holding her little porcelain bowl in her hand. At the entrance of the courtyard, a woman with her hair in a bun smiled and waved her hand, letting Jiang Ming take Tian Anan out to play, while she herself carried a small bucket to fry robin monkeys. Zhou Wenxiu, hearing that she was going to shiver noodles, was also fully loaded and ready to go, when she looked at the neighbor woman and shouted, "Sister Qingqing, should I bring you a bowl?" The woman shook her head serenely and smiled. "No, you guys go ahead." Jiang Ming and her exchanged a glance and nodded, carrying the yelling Tian Anan onto his shoulders and heading for the night market in the county. Chapter 84: A Dog That Knows Martial Arts. The afterglow of dusk was still somewhat warm. Zhou Wenxiu was walking side by side with Jiang Ming when she suddenly said, "Sister Qingqing has changed so much from before. It always changes when you experience more." Jiang Ming said, also recalled the winter of that year, the first time to see Li Qingqing, or a warm and cheerful carpenteress daughter, 4 or 5 years have not seen, has become a quiet and introverted woman. 3 years ago, the Shi family was destroyed, and a few months later, Li Qingqing came back with her daughter, who was still in her infancy, and lived in the courtyard next door again. But the skillful and helpful old Li Tu didn't come back, and Li Qingqing's husband didn't come back either, leaving only this mother and daughter to depend on each other. It's hard to let go of your hometown. It's just not the same anymore. 100 years from now, how many of today's close friends who drink and rejoice will be left? Jiang Ming's small courtyard and the main street were a bit far away, and a few people walked through a dark path before they were able to see the lights of the night market in the distance. It was the time when the stalls were only open, with hot smoke pouring everywhere and all kinds of aromas coming out of the air. Jiang Ming found the rice noodle stall, put down the little thing flailing on his shoulder, and pressed it to a side bench before he was greeting the boss. 2 big bowls of vermicelli. Just dislike whatever ingredients you have. Zhou Wenxiu gave him a blank look. Is it a disgrace? Jiang Ming laughed. A few moments later when the powder came up, and filled Tian Anan's small porcelain bowl with a full bowl, the two of them competed to see who could eat fast, and ate happily. The little girl ended up asking for an extra bowl full of china to take back to her mother. You didn't brush the dishes, did you? If it's not clean, your mother will get sick if she eats it, Jiang Ming said deliberately. I swiped it. Tian Anan looked at Jiang Ming in surprise. Brother Jiang Ming didn't see it just now. I licked and brushed it with my tongue. It's clean. Don't believe me? Ask Sister Wenxiu. Jiang Ming, Zhou Wenxiu. The night market gradually lively. The 3 and wandered around for a while, ate some roasted potatoes and other snacks. One held up to the belly round, slow wobbling back to the home. On the way back, they passed the dark path again, and Jiang Ming suddenly saw a black dog with a bald tail, slowly wandering forward along the road. The black dog was so big that his head was raised a little higher than even the little girl Tian Anan. Jiang Ming's gaze stared, and he released Tian Anan from his shoulders, letting Zhou Wenxiu carry her while he protected the 2 of them behind him. I'm so bleeped. Jiang Ming stared at the black dog with shocked eyes. For 3 years, he continuously drank Qingshan soup, and now his super sense could almost maintain for as long as a tea every day. And even if he didn't use his super sense on weekdays, he had a keen sense of the surrounding qi, and he could even vaguely sense the realm of a martial artist. This was also why, when he saw the man in the bucket hat in the medicine store who was buying imperial beast herbs, Jiang Ming didn't panic in the slightest, because the other party's realm was only around the 3rd stream, and Jiang Ming wasn't afraid at all. As for this black dog in front of him, his body was surprisingly emitting the same vigorous blood qi, which was as conspicuous in Jiang Ming's eyes as a bright light in the darkness of the night. This has to be at the level of a 3rd-rate martial artist or so, right? Even dogs can practice martial arts these days? And while Jiang Ming stared at the black dog, the other party similarly stared at Jiang Ming, seemingly sensing the dangerous aura on this human. Woof! The black dog barked, then turned and fled. You escaped a good. There was no one else nearby. Jiang Ming rushed up with an arrow step, and with an expressionless face, he slammed his fist and hammered it on the black dog's brain. There's a black dog with martial arts skills in front of the house, so what the hell? Let's hammer it to death first. Knock! With a muffled sound, the black dog screamed miserably and flew backwards, fell to the edge of the ridge, shook his head, and surprisingly climbed back up. Ha! Jiang Ming's eyes were astonished, although he left his hand in this punch, but hammering a 3rd-rate martial artist to death was absolutely no problem. This black dog actually did not even break its skin? This dog has something Jiang Ming suddenly did not want to let the dog die, and his gaze was kind to the black dog. We have something to sit down and talk about. There is no need to fight to death? The black dog saw Jiang Ming's kind gaze, but the dog's hair stood on end, so scared that his limbs scratched randomly, turning his head to run. However, just as it ran out 2 steps, it felt an empty space under its feet, and it seemed that something was wrong. It twisted its head to look, only to see that smiling human, who unexpectedly appeared behind it at an unknown time, grabbing it by the neck and gripping it up. The black dog flailed wildly, but was unable to escape the human's palm. Bang! Jiang Ming threw 2 more punches, hammering on the black dog's brain, directly hammering it unconscious and dragging it towards his home. Tian Anan struggled and jumped down from Zhou Wenxiu's arms, shouting in shock, "You're hurting little lives again. A dog this big is a small life?" Jiang Ming was expressionless. "You give it to me. The dog is so cute. I won't let my mother kill it and eat it," Tian Anan said, her big eyes flashing inexplicably. "I don't have a big pot in my house to cook such a big dog-ess," Tian Anan emphasized, as if trying to reassure Jiang Ming. "Jiang Ming, I didn't say I was going to eat it. Not eating?" Tian Anan's voice seemed to be a bit down. "A dog this big will eat people, specializing in children," Jiang Ming explained seriously, already walking to the door of the house. "Scary eating a child?" Tian Anan's little face paled, and she hurriedly covered the little bowl and ran back home. Jiang Ming, on the other hand, dragged the big black dog back to his home, dragged it all the way back to his house, closed the door, and threw it on the ground. Bang! The black dog slammed to the ground but showed no signs of waking up. "A little hungry. Let's eat dog meat hot pot tonight." Jiang Ming looked at the unconscious black dog, then said indifferently. His perception was sharp and he had long sensed that this black dog had woken up. The black dog on the ground's body trembled and finally slowly opened its eyes, its agile eyes turning around, looking for a chance to escape. Jiang Ming then pondered for a moment and suddenly said, "You don't think you're a dog that has drunk the imperial beast medicine soup, do you?" The black dog's body stiffened slightly, and then it was filled with confusion, as if it didn't know what Jiang Ming was talking about. "The imperial beast potion soup can make animals awaken their spiritual wisdom, and this dog of yours is so stupid. It looks like it has never drunk it." Jiang Ming then shook his head and looked at the black dog. "Right?" The black dog was ecstatic in his eyes and nodded his head in a hurry. "Jiang Ming, and you're telling me you've never had one?" Jiang Ming thought for a moment. This was a smart dog that was a bit stupid. He didn't want to kill it, but he couldn't let it go either. With that stupid girl Zhou Wenxiu, she probably can't watch this dog. Let's start with some hex tech. Jiang Ming thumped his fist, smashing the black dog again, and taking advantage of its dizziness. A pitch-black pill had been stuffed into its mouth. "This is the marrow-eating pill. Without an antidote, you will be corrupted by the bone marrow and die within 3 days. Jiang Ming introduced his invention. "You are the first to enjoy it. Remember to tell me if you have any clinical reactions." Black Dog. Chapter 85, The Truth of the Immortal Fate. In the hut, Jiang Ming said indifferently as if he didn't see Black Dog's grudging eyes. "As long as you take your medication on time, you won't die. Can you write?" The Black Dog stared at Jiang Ming for a long time, seemingly wanting to show his teeth to show resistance. Finally, thinking of this human-esque ferocious methods, he could only nod his head in humiliation. Jiang Ming was not surprised. He could think of teaching the fourth master to recognize words, so the person who trained this black dog could not possibly not think of it. He immediately threw over the straw charcoal pencil and asked Drilly, "I asked you to answer. Name, where you came from, where your master is, and why you came to kill me." "Not here to kill you," the black dog exclaimed, and hastily brushed and wrote, "Bold, how dare you sophistry." Jiang Ming recalled the bridge he had seen and slammed the table. "Lie again and chop off your dog's leg and stew it for dinner. Tell me everything you know." The black dog's eyes were horrified. Feeling that the other party's gaze seemed to keep wandering over his hind legs, it hurriedly pulled over the straw paper and wrote at a rapid pace, "My name is Black Bean, from the country of you, master into the Cloud Dream Mountain Swamp. I was about to go after him. We really are not here to kill you. Don't talk about it, doesn't matter. What is your master's name, appearance, and cultivation?" Jiang Ming didn't wait for it to finish writing and continued to ask Drilly, "Explain everything about you and your master. If you dare to hide it again, I won't ask." The killing machine in his eyes filled the air, and he kept scanning all parts of the black dog. Black Bean's black face is almost white with fear, picking up a charcoal pencil is wildly writing. "The owner's name is Wu Rong, 24 years old, thin and tall, third-rate martial artist. The master's ancestors had obtained the royal beast art in the mountains. The Wu family had once also produced a patriarch, but now the family is in decline, leaving only the master with a single seedling. Heard that Yunmeng Shanza Immortal Fate is back again, so they want to come and try their luck." The black dog brushes and keeps writing. One after another the straw paper is written all over, while Jiang Ming gratifyingly browses through one after another, gradually figuring out the origin of this black dog. If this black dog didn't lie, then the man in the bucket hat who came to the 100 Herb Hall to buy Imperial Beast herbs should be the owner of this black dog Wu Rong. And according to this black dog said, Wu family's old ancestor is nearly 1,000 years ago. Once in this Cloud Dream Mountain Zephyr got the royal beast art. As a dependency, not out of 3 generations will be the family development of prosperity incomparable. However, the peak will decline. The royal beast art is, after all, only the auxiliary way. And the Wu family royal beast way is not bad. They were thought of by the people. Centuries passed. Through the war, fighting, and other changes, the Wu family is gradually declining, although all the way to avoid surviving. But to the generation of Wu Rong only one person left. This black dog is Wu Rong's father who used Wu Rong's blood during his lifetime to train a protector for him, and left some money to protect Wu Rong to live his life peacefully. It is a pity that Wu Rong ability is not good, but also quite high-minded. According to the black beans, Wu Rong is not willing to family silence. Dislike of the royal beast art is not strong enough, and only external. They want to come to this Yunmeng Mountain Zephyr, to seek a real art of becoming an immortal, to revive the glory of the family. However, Wu Rong did not want to let this black beans involved in the risk of following. In the middle of the road with the drug it stunned and threw it down. Thanks to this black beans dog no sensitive, only all the way to find over. As for why at the foot of Yunmeng Mountain, there is still a broken Imperial Beast prescription circulating. This is not what Black Bean knows. Maybe there were Wu family members in the past who wanted to return to Cloud Dream Mountain to seek opportunities. Jiang Ming shook his head, too lazy to think about it. As for the Imperial Beasts not being strong enough, it's not strong enough. It's not strong enough in your hands. Jiang Ming muttered in his heart. Even if he was a patriarch martial artist, his blood chi was invaluable and couldn't withstand daily bloodletting. But by the looks of it, this Cloud Dream Mountain is truly immortal. Based on what this Black Bean had said, Jiang Ming also understood the so-called Cloud Dream Mountain immortal fate a little more clearly. Wu family handed down the canonical records. Wu family old ancestor in the Cloud Dream Mountain Zay got the Imperial Beast art. After the establishment of the Wu family, every year will search for rare heavenly treasures, strange stones and wonderful medicines, personally sent into the depths of the Cloud Dream Mountain, until after the death of the Wu family old ancestor, only is to stop this kind of behavior. The so-called immortal fate is more like a transaction. Jiang Ming mused. The sleeping immortal is rather like a mountain god, collecting tribute and granting fate. But if it's a true immortal, why go to such trouble? What do you need? Just go and get it yourself. A patriarch, casually, can establish a huge power to do things for him. This immortal can create a patriarchal power with his hand. So why should he hide in the ravine to do things by borrowing other people's hands? Is the immortal who shows up every few hundred years injured, or sealed? Jiang Ming muttered in his heart. But I'm afraid that an existence that can live for thousands of years is not a weak one. That Wu family's old ancestor pays tribute every year. I'm afraid that the immortal has cast some kind of means and has to obey. Jiang Ming thought that he had the indestructible source light. Was he immune to that immortal's means? Forget it. It's better to stay honest. There is no hurry. Even if it is an immortal, there is a day when he boiled to death. But I still have a bunch of topaz bead fragments that I can try. By the way, do you have the complete Sentinel Beast art? Jiang Ming suddenly asked. If he was Wu Rong's father, he would definitely pass down a copy of his family's spell to this black dog. After all, what way could be safer than this? According to this black dog's description, the complete Imperial Beast art not only allows people to communicate with animals, but also has animal martial arts practice techniques. And as long as there are enough resources, it is possible for unusual animals to harbor blood chi and become martial artists. This is also the reason why the Black Bean can become a third-rate martial artist. This is much more powerful than my Imperial Beast pill formula. Jiang Ming's eyes were expectant. No, Black Dog wrote quickly, shaking his head adamantly. Jiang Ming nodded. It seemed that the guess was right. It really did. But it looks like this bald-tailed dog, it is quite loyal to the Wu family. How to trick over is a problem. Suddenly, the sound of a bird breaking through the window rang out. Knock! Jiang Ming's eyes twitched, and with a swift punch, he smashed the black dog into unconsciousness. A rain swallow flew in through the window, moving with what appeared to be some anxiety, and spitting out a paper ball in rapid succession. The man who made the medicine was killed. 2 Liang family members were injured and are walking down the mountain, expected to walk out in 3 days. The man who made the medicine was tortured before his death, casually saying that the prescription was left in the 100 Herb Hall. Jiang Ming immediately feel bad. Youing dead on the dead. Pull me into the water for what? Don't talk nonsense even if you are tortured. Do I have a prescription? I really do. But it's not yours. It's so damn true that people sit at home and pots come from the sky. And this Liang family also do not know where to get the news. How will know Wu Rong has the imperial beast medicine prescription? But it is useless to think about this now. And it is imperative to stifle the trouble in the cradle. He got up and was about to go out, when he suddenly glimpsed the big black dog again. And suddenly his eyes moved and burned the note. Anyway, those two are injured. They can't walk out for a while. Jiang Ming sat down at the table and thought about the next script. Early the next morning, Black Bean woke up in a daze. You're too tired from your long journey. I want you to sleep more. Jiang Ming had a kind face. Earlier it was all a misunderstanding. I am really sorry. I am now coming to my senses. You are so loyal and honest. We have no grievances and no hatred. You are surely not here to kill me. You are so loyal to your master. And I am also very touched. Why don't I go into the mountain with you and help you to look for your master? Black Bean was a bit touched and scratched his aching head, but he didn't dare to move. Good. It's decided. Jiang Ming smiled, stuffed the black dog into the medicine basket to keep it still, picked up the basket and headed for the mountains. Chapter 86. One mind is unified for good. Yunmeng Mountains A. Perennial clouds and fog. The depths are the terrain is dangerous. Ferocious beasts everywhere. Almost no medicine pickers dare to go inside. More do not know what the depths of this mountain range is really like. An ordinary-looking young man with a bucket hat, a medicine basket on his back, and a bald-tailed dog following beside him, walked deeper into the mountain forest. Not much different from an ordinary medicine picker. The black dog's nose sniffs from side to side from time to time, tracking its master's scent, but it doesn't pay the slightest attention to the few rain swallows that occasionally fly through the sky. Jiang Ming raised his head absently and glanced at the direction in which the rain swallows had left, which was the same as the direction in which Black Bean was searching. So he didn't say anything. Only occasionally, Jiang Ming will open his mouth and express his concern for the safety of the Black Bean owner, as well as his own previous beating. Bah! It is not right to beat the dog. If he can help in the future, he will definitely not excuse himself. Yun. Black Bean sniffed, immediately moved to tears. It seems that before really is a misunderstanding. Where in this world there is such a good person. The last time I met a stranger halfway, almost to their own tails to grip bald. When I find my master, I will definitely repay you properly. The black dog wrote on the ground with a sincere face. I'm all about being kind and helpful, so how can I be doing it in return? You are insulting my character. Jiang Ming instantly shook his head in displeasure. Black beans get even hotter. Is the drama over the top? Jiang Ming wanted to feel guilty, but realized that he couldn't. Who the hell let your master screw me over? A person and a dog are martial arts body. Deep into the mountains and forests after the speed is also gradually accelerated. But half a day time will be to the mountains and forests very deep. To here, Black Bean's footsteps have gradually slowed down. Here beast activity gradually more. Some disturbed the Black Bean's sense of smell. Look at the signs of someone passing through here. It shouldn't be more than a few days. Jiang Ming pointed out at the right time, pointing to a shrub that had been stepped on and broken. I'm a medicine picker, so I still have some experience in this area. The black dog was overjoyed and hurriedly ran in that direction. Jiang Ming followed behind, and a squirrel suddenly jumped over the top of the tree, shaking down a pile of dead branches and leaves, and a paper ball. The Liang family. 10 miles. Jiang Ming's face didn't change as he continued on. A quarter of an hour later. Woof! The black dog stared at the two strangers in front of him with a ferocious look and barked madly. It smelled its master's blood from these two. Jiang Ming looked at these two Liang family members, both young people in their 20s. All of them are colorful. One leg is also broken. No wonder they walk so slowly. It also seems to be two third-rate rookies. In order to be greedy for credit, not to report the clan martial arts, want to monopolize this credit, if not to meet their own. It really became medicine picker. Mind your dog. Come over and carry me down the mountain, or I'll kill you. The young man with the broken leg's eyes were ice cold as he angrily rebuked. The black dog growled lowly and bared its fangs. Jiang Ming hurriedly pressed it down and looked at the two Liang family members with a kind face. There is something to say properly. Do not fight and kill. I came to enter the mountain to find my brother. Have you ever seen a man in black? Thin and tall. Even though I had known it was these two guys who killed the man, the play had to be acted out. As expected, both Liang family members looked cold. You know that dead man? Who are you? What? You guys killed my brother? I haven't even properly apologized to him yet. Jiang Ming's face was filled with grief. I'll fight you guys. His feet fierce force rushed to the two. The black dog to see. Under the anger is also touched by the body heat. Chaotic roar rushed up. Martial artist? The two Liang family members' faces changed drastically. Boo! Jiang Ming had already smashed his fist on one person, sending him flying backwards into the dense forest. and then immediately followed by also rushing in. The black dog, on the other hand, pounced on the man with the broken leg and frantically tore into him. This dog. This is not a dog. Ah. The man with the broken leg screamed in horror. He smashed his fist on this black dog body. Why didn't he smash it to burst? He himself is a third-rate martial artist. Soon, the man with the broken leg was bitten through the throat and died beyond death, and Black Beans rushed into a side of the dense forest, but did not find Jiang Ming, hastily followed the smell to seek. In a mountain forest more than a dozen miles away, Jiang Ming stared at the Liang family man in front of him, who had already had his limbs broken, and asked in a cold voice, "Where did you guys learn about the Imperial Beast remedy?" Liang family man full of fear, such as bamboo tube poor beans like confided, "Is the clan elder Liang Xianyan order. Since hearing the rumors of Yunmeng Mountains they appeared rabbit riding a tiger. Xianyan elder will suspect that here appeared the inheritance of the royal beast art, but soon there is no news of that rabbit. In order to avoid alerting the snakes, Elder Xianyan then ordered us not to act rashly. Until a few days ago, this Wu Rong appeared in the Great Cloud House, unintentionally showing the ability to understand the language of the beasts. Was my two happened to find. In order to make a merit, we chased all the way into the mountains, wanting to steal his law of the imperial beasts, but it's a pity that there is also no prescription on the body of this guy. But he said that he left the prescription to the owner of the 100 Herb Hall. You spare my life, I will take you to fetch. The Liang man remembered something and said in a panic, "Then why don't I go get it myself?" Jiang Ming glanced at him like he was a retard. His palm probed his chest, and a strange force burst out. This is my Liang family's Yuan taking art. The Liang family man looked horrified. Who are you? However, he didn't wait for the answer, but he died with his blood chi withered and his vitality gone as far as the eye could see. It's only worth 7 or 8 days of my cultivation. Jiang Ming shook his head. This was the first time he had ever used the element seizing technique on someone else. He was now a first-rate martial artist, and seizing the yuan chi of a third-rate martial artist was not particularly useful, but it was better than nothing. Liang family, Liang Xianyan. Then Jiang Ming gaze slightly sunken. When it first got the news of the fourth master of the white, it immediately warned it to keep a low profile. I did not expect that it was still being watched. Being missed by a clan family is not something that makes people happy. Write it down in a little book first. Boo! Jiang Ming kicked the body into the ravine before turning around and walking back, and soon met the chasing Black Bean. Don't worry, I've already spared the damage to my origin and killed him. Jiang Ming coughed, and his face turned a little paler. Quickly go find your master. With tears streaming down his face, Black Bean nodded heavily and darted all the way to the mountains. In the evening, at the mouth of a cave, Black Bean crouched over a corpse whose blood had drained away, his eyes full of sadness. Hey, still came late. It's all my fault. Jiang Ming blamed himself. The Black Bean endured the grief and got up, wrote on the ground, "Don't be sad. The master has been dead for a long time, without meeting you, and I won't be able to save him in time, much less find his body. Thank you." Jiang Ming sighed long and stopped speaking. The next day, Jiang Ming dug a grave for Black Bean for its owner and buried it in the mountains. You almost pitted me to death, and I also dug a pit for you. Enough. Jiang Ming stared at the earthen grave and muttered in his heart. A few moments later, the man and dog returned and headed down the hill. What are your future plans? Jiang Ming suddenly asked. There seemed to be some hesitation in Black Bean's eyes. Jiang Ming slapped his head, as if he suddenly remembered, and threw a white pill over to Black Bean. This is the antidote. It will last for a while. Just come and get it from me regularly in the future. Black Bean fell to his knees with a plop, his doggy paws digging into the ground. Beans drifting for half a lifetime. Only hated not to meet the bright master. Chapter 87, Complete Imperial Beast Art. Summer heat. In the small courtyard of the bamboo hedge, a big black dog lazily sleeps on its back, turning over from time to time, and may fly some chrysalises towards the shade of the trees. Next door in the small courtyard, a small head lurking in the gap between the bamboo fence, big eyes staring straight at the Black Beans for a moment, and then looked around to make sure that there is no sign of starting a pot to burn oil today, before it is disappointed to return to the house carrying a small wooden bucket. Not long after, Li Qingqing's frantic yelling came from the next house. Tianan, who told you to fill a bucket of mud and dump it on the comforter? Jiang Ming lay comfortably in the bamboo chair and prayed for some stupid little unlucky person for a split second before continuing to look through the thick pile of straw paper in his hands, which was filled with crooked drawings. Complete Imperial Beast Art. Jiang Ming revealed a satisfied look. This Black Bean but also quite no gratitude. A return home. The royal beast art complete right out. And for its previous concealment to apologize. Jiang Ming also expressed understanding. In the future to be honest with the clouds. Soon, Jiang Ming finished reading this pile of straw paper and also revealed a look of astonishment. It turns out that this beast warding technique actually has a total of 3 medicinal prescriptions, and a martial art. The Imperial Beast pill formula he had obtained before was only the basic pill formula for the Imperial Beast art, refined with the blood of the Imperial Beast Sage, which could open the spirit for the beasts and obey the Imperial Beast Sage who provided the blood. The second prescription, on the other hand, was to use the blood of 9 different birds and beasts such as tigers, leopards, eagles, fish, etc., as the main medicine, supplemented by dozens of medicinal herbs, and refine it into a pill for the Imperial Beasts to take, so that the beast's language could be understood. With this prescription, there's no need to trouble the fourth master to send a message. Jiang Ming nodded his head. Just this one prescription alone, even if it's not a small gain, the news in the future can also be more timely. However, the most strange, but also the third prescription, is still the blood of the Beastmaster refining pills, can be fed to the beasts that have already served the first prescription. The two sides will be able to establish a mind link. The Beastmaster has the probability of the mind on top of the beasts, control the beasts, as if there is an additional beast's bilocation, but according to Black Bean's memories, the so-called placing one's mind on top of a beast is a complete legend, and no one has ever succeeded in the Wu family's legacy so far. Jiang Ming guessed that this third prescription was so arcane that he was afraid that it truly involved the realm of immortal cultivators, and that it would be impossible for an ordinary martial artist to succeed. But it's something to try sometime, he muttered. He wasn't short of the $2 anyway, just in case it worked out. As for that last method of martial arts, only beasts can cultivate it, and it goes straight to the realm of the Grandmaster. It looks quite bluffing, but the Wu family inheritance has been handed down so far, and the highest of the best efforts have only cultivated a first-class martial artist, and it has never been able to break through the shackles of the martial arts grandmasters. I don't know how far I can go if I let Master by Sea and Fat Tiger practice with them, Jiang Ming thought to himself, but with the recent rising storm, he wasn't going to make any rash moves for the time being. We still have to keep a low profile in the future. Jiang Ming remembered the 2 Liang family members he met in the mountains and said those words, and suddenly his body was slightly cold. Liang Jia is looking for the inheritor of the Imperial Beast art, of Yunmeng Mountains AISNT that he himself, although they want to catch themselves, first to pry open the mouth of the White Four Masters. Pry open the mouth of the White Four Masters have to catch it first. To catch it first have to avoid those eyes in the Cloud Dream Mountain Swamp. Have to avoid these thousands of eyes, almost have to kill all the animals in the Cloud Dream Mountain Swamp. This difficulty, it seems to be quite big, Jiang Ming muttered. Then his expression was solemn, but we can't take it lightly. A hint of probability can happen. We must wait and see. Without realizing it, I've actually been targeted by the patriarchal family. This is simply a great terror that has never been seen before. It's too terrifying. Jiang Ming's eyes flashed as he made up his mind. Looks like I'll have to start practicing hard again. Being watched, there will be trouble. And if there is trouble, it is easy to get into trouble. And if something happens, he will not be able to live on his own. No one can stop me from go. Jiang Ming's expression was slightly icy. Neither can the patriarchal family. I said. A corner of the yard. Black Bean suddenly agitated a shiver. Seems to feel a killing intent. In the days that followed, Jiang Ming doubled his cultivation. 10 times a day he took over the Yuan technique and slapped it on himself relentlessly with a thump. His martial arts cultivation was growing by leaps and bounds in a single day, and he was rapidly rushing towards the top of the first-class peak. In addition to that, Jiang Ming also changed his appearance and sneaked around the various medicine stores in the county, purchasing the herbs needed for the 2 prescriptions at the back, and delving into the refining methods of the 2 Imperial Beast pills. Day by day, the weather is getting hotter and hotter. In the city of Daeunfu, the convergence of unfamiliar martial artists is also more and more. The entire Daeunfu are brewing a restless atmosphere. August 17th. In the small courtyard, Zhou Wenxiu kept wiping her sweat and complained. What's wrong with this year's day? What time is it still getting hotter and hotter? There's no head, isn't there? Jiang Ming and Tian Anan, on the other hand, sat face to face on the ground, staring at each other with wide eyes, furiously gnawing on the watermelon they had just fished out of the well. No one paying attention to Zhou Wenxiu's complaints. Suddenly, a rain swallow flew in from nowhere and landed in the bird's nest under the eaves of the house, chirping away. Jiang Ming lowered his head and nibbled on the watermelon, while in his mind, he naturally heard the cries of a few rain swallows. Liang family martial artists have entered the mountains, heading straight towards the forbidden zone. Jiang Ming's gaze condensed. This Immortal Edge fiasco, is it finally going to rise? In the days that followed, the news kept coming. The Zheng family and the Chen family, the 6 great patriarchal lineages coming from Yan, are all leaving the Great Cloud Prefecture city today and entering the Yunmeng Mountains Zephyr. There is an unknown carriage procession coming from the capital. The procession guards casually slashed. The blade broke through the air and killed more than 10 bandits. Jiang Ming sucked in a mouthful of rice flour. The blade awnings were also made of blood chi. Being able to break through the air with blood chi to chop the enemy. This was a means unique to the patriarch. To be able to have a patriarch as an escort, even if it was the head of a patriarchal family. The identity of the person in the carriage, I'm afraid, was calling out. Just do not know. This is not really personally come. In case of death here, then Yen's joy is not big. Time is passing. And as we enter September, the weather is getting hotter and hotter. Perversely so. The cloud dream mountain zephyr, on the other hand, was getting more and more lively. The news of the Immortal Edge's emergence somehow swept through Yen and beyond like it had wings, and an unknown number of martial artists trekked not far from thousands of miles, rushing in from all directions to converge outside the Forbidden Zone in the Yunmeng Mountains in Zephyr. Although the Immortal Edge has not yet come out, but already from time to time there are bloody conflicts broke out. According to the description of the rain swallows running back and forth, even the patriarchs have struck out, born to break down a mountain, and even have patriarchs coughing up blood and injured. Who the hell is this, making such a big deal? Jiang Ming's eyelids fluttered. This news had by no means flown out on its own. It was obvious that someone with a heart of gold was spreading it. I am afraid that there is a great calamity. Jiang Ming said in his heart, more and more Buddhist. This immortal fate, let it be given to you. Chapter 88, Intercepting the Lian Family. A few days ago, the patriarchs went out to fight because of a strange flower that suddenly bloomed. And yesterday a purple-rooted grass that flowed with silver light appeared, triggering a bloody fight that killed more than 30 martial artists. Within a 10-mile radius outside the Forbidden Zone, the growth rate of grass and trees has become faster again. A dead lightning strike would draws out new buds, and a martial artist perched in the lightning strike would suddenly breaks through the bottleneck. For several consecutive days, Jiang Ming listened to Yu Yan's intelligence, and his heart became more and more shocked. Was he going to play the aura recovery bit? If that was the case, Jiang Ming would be happy to see it, and he wouldn't have to bother looking for any immortal cultivation laws, and would just suck in aura meticulously. It was a pity that after a few more days had passed, the sight of grass and trees reviving and martial artists breaking through was still only centered around a 5-mile radius outside the restricted area. Almost all the martial artists are crowded into the forbidden area of 5 miles, for all kinds of mutated grasses and trees to fight and kill. Just a few days, the dead martial artists more than hundreds of people. It seems that it's not any aura revival, but some kind of aura leakage in the forbidden area that caused it. Jiang Ming muttered. Could it be that the sleeping place of that mysterious immortal is a place of rich aura? And now that he's about to awaken or some formation is open, the aura is leaking out and it's triggering a change in the surrounding aura? Call out. Another rain swallow flies back. A martial artist entered the Forbidden Zone with a topaz bead and came out alive, bringing out fruit-bearing small trees that seemed to be more precious than the exotic flowers and herbs outside the Forbidden Zone, and were snatched into the bag by the Liang family. Forces with topaz beads have stepped into the Forbidden Zone, but it seems that each topaz bead can only shelter 3 or 5 people, and most of them are still fighting outside the Forbidden Zone for the mutant plants. It seems that the immortal fate has really arrived. Jiang Ming whispered softly, raising his hand to put the rain swallow back into the mountain, while he himself got up and walked towards the tavern. The mind needs to be quiet. The person needs to be stable. Walking on the road, Jiang Ming also adjusted his breathing to calm himself. He had only gained immortality, not having lived for millions of years. How could he not be moved when he encountered such a chance? But at this moment, the most important thing is to remain calm. Although the Immortal Edge is important, but Loki is more important. This time the Immortal Edge is obviously not normal. Someone deliberately create big waves, cause martial artists to fight. Who knows, there is no means behind. Already determined that this place really have immortal fate, and I hold the topaz beads. Hundreds of years later sneak into the mountain to seek immortal fate on the line. There is no need to trip this muddy water. As we walked, a few old farmers carrying hoes passed by, also discussing in a chorus of voices. Hey, I didn't realize there were old gods living in this ravine of ours. TSK, 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 maybe the gods wave their hands in gold. Silver and jewels grow out of the fields and we'll be rich. I heard that the old yin from the East End sneaked into the mountains, and I don't know if I can touch a gold lump back. Jiang Ming shook his head. Nowadays, even old farmers in the fields and street vendors could say a few words about the Immortal Edge coming out of the world or something. Not to mention bloodthirsty martial artists. I don't know how many of them sharpened their swords and rushed into the Yunmeng Mountain Zephyr. This time, I don't know how many times bigger than the last Medicine King fiasco. In the tavern, it was also a mess, with many bloodthirsty men staying here temporarily, preparing to enter the mountains. Thief, this child is well said. Ha ha ha, let's a few team up. Add me one. I'm from Jianglanfu. What is the place of the Regeist He? All sorts of different accents were mixed together, and martial artists from the south and north of the sky converged, in groups of 3 or 5, as if they were going to a big fair. And in Jiang Ming's eyes, it's no different than rushing to jump into a meat grinder. He came to the second floor, but happened to see one person. Fong Lai. Long time no see. Jiang Ming walked to his opposite side and sat down, but also some sighs of sadness. Once with the people who went to the tiger hunt village, now only remaining Fong Lai and his two. And really, he is also considered half detached from the tiger hunt village. Go back to the village if you want to see each other every day. Fong Lai smiled. There was a shallow knife mark on his face. His eyes were much more stern, and he seemed to have grown a lot in a few years. Jiang Ming lost his smile, then asked, "Has Tiger Hunt Villa made any moves?" Fong Lai nodded. Master Zhuang has brought Guan Hunting Head and a few other second-rate martial artists into the mountains. Jiang Ming frowned slightly. Fong Lai could tell what he was thinking and said, "Don't worry, we're considered a clan-level power nowadays." Jiang Ming froze, then remembered the Flying Cloud Fortress, and was immediately surprised in his heart, not realizing that the Flying Cloud Fortress, a low-profile force, had a patriarch in its ranks. Then he sighed in relief. Yes, how could he dare to fight for the world without a patriarch to press on? But by the looks of it, Tiger Hunt Villa had completely tied up with Flying Cloud Fort on the same boat. But there's something abnormal about this storm, Jiang Ming reminded. Fong Lai smiled. Wei Yan said the same thing. We'll be careful. Jiang Ming was completely relieved. That seemingly powerless young man, but the heart is quite deep. There is nothing wrong with having him to plan. After this storm, the Tiger Hunt Villa is going to leave the Great Cloud Province, Fong Lai suddenly said. Jiang Ming froze for a moment, and then somewhat understood. Now that the world is in a great drought, the public grievances are all over the place. Coupled with this storm, the martial artists are bound to die and be injured in countless ways. And perhaps the patriarchs are going to fall a few. World family chaos is also almost inevitable. With all the chaos, it was the right time to rise up. It has only been a few years of peaceful life. Jiang Ming sighed lightly in his heart, but he also understands that a peaceful life is not necessarily a good life. And how many people's peaceful lives are forced upon them? If everyone lives and works in peace and happiness, the Sanshan Army of the Year, in any case, cannot pull so big flag, all the way to Jiangnan Province, almost hit the bad lords of the field manor, only to be annihilated. When the wine was over, Jiang Ming returned home and continued practicing martial arts and teasing his dog, researching medicinal prescriptions every day, and listening to the news coming out of the mountains in the meantime. On this day, Jiang Ming was purring and eating noodles when a rain swallow suddenly landed on the table, chirping. A big event seems to have occurred in the Forbidden Zone. Martial artists holding topaz pearls are entering the Forbidden Zone as much as they can. The Liang family owns 2 topaz beads. The Liang family patriarch and all the martial arts masters all stepped into the forbidden area. Since several first-class martial artists secretly escorted the captured exotic flowers and herbs out of the mountain, and no one has discovered it so far. Jiang Ming's shivering noodles stopped instantly, his eyes showing a strange color. He pondered in his heart. It seems that the patriarchs and martial arts masters entered the forbidden area to compete for the immortal destiny, but they were afraid that some outlaws would rob the Liang family, so they went dark. It is estimated that the Liang family, at the beginning, did not expect to be able to obtain these exotic flowers and herbs, so they did not make thorough arrangements. And now that there is a steep change in the Forbidden Zone, they can only send a few first-class martial artists to escort them. In that case, it's hard to tell if we don't make another move. Jiang Ming's eyes moved slightly, ready not to talk about a wave of martial arts. Anyway, determined to destroy the Liang family, now collect some interest. It is not excessive right, but it's better to be careful. Jiang Ming did not act rashly, and sent another rain swallow to keep an eye on him at all times, and to check the environment in the vicinity of the Liang family's team escorting the exotic flowers and herbs, to avoid it being a fishing operation. Late the next day, Jiang Ming sat quietly in the house with a short sword in his hand. A rain swallow returned quietly, confirmed that there are only first-class martial artists, all of whom have displayed their strength in the mountains. The chosen route is remote and difficult to travel, with no one within a 10-mile radius, and is expected to come out of Yunmeng Mountains early tomorrow morning. Great! Jiang Ming nodded, his gaze calm. If you want to live, then live. If you want to kill, then kill. At this moment, is the time to strike. He got up and rolled over the window and leapt into the middle of the night with a knife. Chapter 89, Your wave-swallowing sword is a female. Mountain forest night. 7 or 8 black-clothed silhouettes swept the figure between the rabbit rise and fall as fast as electricity. Silent and fast towards the Cloud Dream Mountain Zephyr outside to run and swept away. And in the center there are 3 people hidden in the middle of the protection. Their backs are carrying a large baggage, which from time to time there is a strange fragrance coming out. These medicinal herbs. I'm afraid that they can create another one or even two martial arts masters for my Liang family. I didn't expect that before the immortal destiny was seen. There would be this kind of harvest, but it's really an unexpected blessing. A black-clothed figure lowered his voice and said, his eyes flashing with undisguised excitement. Another person said longingly, this is nothing. If the old ancestor captured this immortal fate, attained to the realm above the sect master, my Liang family can be considered a real step to heaven. From now on stand at the top of the secular world. Keep your voices down and keep your eyes and ears open. The head of the person's sideburns half white. Issued a pale voice drank low, immortal cave has opened. The old ancestor and all the elders to compete in full for the immortal destiny. There is no time to take care of us. This trip errand if it is done badly. All their own head chopped down it. Master Chun you are too cautious. Not to mention that no one has discovered our whereabouts. And even if we do. So what? 8 first-class martial artists. Supplemented by the combined attack technique of the wave-swallowing blade. Even if a martial arts master were to come in person, he would not necessarily be able to defeat us. A younger voice was unimpressed, even glancing at the man in charge with slight disdain. A hint of sulkiness flashed in the eyes of the man known as Master Chen, but he forcefully suppressed it. He was only a person with a foreign surname, but he had fought for the Liang family for his whole life, deeply trusted, and experienced in walking the rivers and lakes, before he was temporarily assigned to be the steward of this errand. But he didn't dare to get really angry in the face of these high-minded masters of the Liang family. But all the way through, no human traces have been found, and no one has triggered the traps I left behind. 9 times out of 10, it's safe and sound. Master Chen's eyes were still vigilant as he scanned the surroundings, but his heart was also slightly relaxed. The Liang family as a patriarchal family, in the mountains and forests would have been exclusive of a large area. No one dared to approach, and a few of them were even walking quietly. Picking the most hidden and steep mountain road, it is impossible to be discovered. As for the ordinary people in the villages and towns up the mountain, they would just kill them casually. A group of people continue to speed up the road. The silence of the mountains and forests, from time to time, a few birds and beasts' cries, is really too normal, did not cause any attention. It's so mentally intense that it makes me a little tired. Suddenly, a man carrying a bag muttered, not good, it's ecstasy. Encountered the enemy. That leader, Master Chen, however, changed his face drastically and droned. Form a sword formation. Although those Liang family martial artists looked down on this Master Chen, but their ability was still more recognized. At this time, they all changed color. 8 of them instantly shrunk together, and they drew out their steel combat knives, looking around vigilantly. Boom! A battle sword burning with crimson blood chi suddenly slashed down from an ancient tree in the sky, carrying the momentum of 10,000 pounds and ruthlessly smashing into the Liang family crowd. Blood-burning blade technique? That Master Chen's eyes were slightly startled, but he didn't panic as he drank. 9 tidal waves, paintbrush. A hilt of battle knives was covered by blood energy, and at this time, they interlaced with each other, actually like waves, cascading down to collide with the blade light that fell from the sky. Boom boom boom. Terrifying force erupted. Invisible chi cutting the surrounding grass and trees were blown out a mouth, but this force was never able to cleave down, being weakened by those layers of knife light like waves, and eventually completely dissipated. Clamor. A figure shot backwards and landed lightly on the ground, staring at the Liang family crowd with a hideous, icy face full of horizontal flesh. Worthy of the Liang family. Jiang Ming's heart is not surprised. Ecstasy actually has a limited effect on first-class martial artists. The last time to deal with the Sure family head, or because the other party was injured to get the hand. But in the face of these experienced Liang family martial artists, it is a bit insufficient to look at. And this swallowing wave blade formation of the other party, it is also somewhat interesting. However, it is also limited to this. Who are you? Master Chen stared at the fierce-looking man and shouted in shock and anger. This person had obviously been lurking here for a long time. How was this possible? There was no one following them before or after. So how did this man know they were going to pass through? Dead people talk a lot of nonsense. Jiang Ming drank coldly. His body swept up at the same time. The blood-burning blade technique erupted, and he slashed with his sword. Where do you get a guy who doesn't want to die? It's ridiculous. Master Chen laughed back in anger, seeing that the other party's degree of blood chi was only first-rate, relying on the blood-burning blade technique to dare to kill towards their 8 first-rate martial artists. Simply a jumping clown. Boom! The long swords collided again. The blood energy exploded, splashing out blinding red auras in the night sky. Both sides staggered back at the same time, but this time, the many martial artists of the Liang family were all white in the face, their breath disorganized. After all, they are just first-class martial artists. Jiang Ming is a first-class martial artist who has been empowered by a forbidden art, and his power exceeds them by too much. Carry on, he can't use this forbidden technique more than a few times. Master Chen shouted calmly, when he runs out of strength, kill him and leave this place quickly. The crowd's spirits lifted in unison. Jiang Ming, on the other hand, smiled strangely, can't be used more than a few times? Boom! The blood-burning blade technique erupted once again, slashing on top of the opponent's blade formation with a clang, emitting an ear-piercing metallic friction sound, but still failing to cleave it apart. Just as Master Chen and the others were about to let out another sigh of relief, another blade slash came up right after it. Clang, blade after blade, like a crimson wave surging, wave after wave washed over the Liang family's wave-swallowing blade formation. A power that was dozens of times more terrifying than the previous one came pressing down in a matter of moments. One of the youngest Liang clan martial artists couldn't handle the sudden increase in pressure, and immediately spewed blood from his mouth, and under the staggering of his body, he was almost chopped off by Jiang Ming's sword. Master Chen and the others were also red in the face, desperately trying to maintain the blade formation, while their eyes were horrified. What kind of demon is this? Does the blood-burning blade technique work like this? How come he hasn't died from the backlash of the forbidden technique? No, this is the swallowing wave blade. Stone family, he is the murderer who destroyed the Stone family. Master Chen woke up abruptly and shouted angrily, stealing my Liang family's saber technique, looking for death. Screw you, your Liang family's wave-swallowing blade is the one that stole from me. Jiang Ming chopped wildly as if he didn't want to die. If you have the guts, let's go one-on-one and see whose wave-swallowing blade is the male and whose is the female. You. Master Chen's mouthful of old blood rushed up to his throat and was swallowed alive by him. Sound of escaping laughter. After just a few moments passed, all of the Liang family martial artists, including Master Chen, were bleeding from their 7 orifices, having their organs shifted and tendons cracked by this kind of life-threatening beating. Finished, Master Chen's heart was in despair. If they had scattered and fled in all directions at the beginning, they might have been able to survive a few, but now and then escape. But it is already too late. Covered with injuries and can escape to where? To maintain the knife array can still live for a while, but what is the use of it? Suddenly, the blood chi on one of the long knives could no longer be maintained, revealing the steel blade, and in an instant, it was hacked into pieces by Jiang Ming's pitch-black short blade. If these war blades weren't enhanced by blood energy, they wouldn't be able to withstand a first-class martial artist's battle, and now that the blood energy had dissipated, they were naturally unsustainable. With the first one, there is a second and a third. A long knife burst one after another, and the knife formation completely collapsed. Knife light flashed one after another. One after another head flew up high. Blood splattered dozens of meters all around, reminding Jiang Ming of a fire hydrant blowing up. After a few moments, there was only that Master Chen left. It seems that your wave-swallowing knife is female, Jiang Ming said indifferently. Sound of escaping laughter. The last head fell to the ground, and the mountains were instantly silent. What are you waiting for? Carry the goods. Jiang Ming beckoned to the side. In the darkness, a black dog reluctantly moved out. Both sides of the body tied tailored bamboo baskets. Was Jiang Ming Clang 2 thrown in 2 large packages? Suddenly became like a lost you version of the packed goods black donkey. Jiang Ming also carried the last package. 1 person and 1 dog flew away from the crime scene. Chapter 90. I've written it all down in my little notebook. Inside the small courtyard, the door to the house was closed and the light was dim. Black Bean wagged his bald tail and tiptoed back and forth by the window, his eyes alert to the outside world. Jiang Ming glanced at it and nodded with satisfaction. The switching of roles from pack donkey to watchdog was smooth and unhindered. It was a buildable talent. White 4 masters sit in the mountains to lead the 10,000 beasts. Black Beans to watch the house and guard the yard is also not noticeable. They are saving a lot of heart. With that, Jiang Ming carried a package to the table and unwrapped it, instantly revealing the items in it. To spend so much effort to get back. I would like to see this strange flower and grass. What is so special? Jiang Ming muttered, looking carefully, only to see that within the package was a variety of plants that were similar to the flowers and plants in the mountains, yet extraordinarily thriving, and in the darkness there were threads of glistening light flowing, permeated with a refreshing and fragrant aroma that was refreshing to the senses. Jiang Ming triggered his super sense and only felt that these flowers and plants seemed to contain a pure and incomparable strange energy, but it was very weak and seemed like it would dissipate at any time. Could this be aura? Jiang Ming all thought. He pondered for a moment, directly seized a petal and threw it into his mouth, chewing it a few times before swallowing it into his stomach. When he first picked medicine, Jiang Ming tasted all the herbs in the mountains, and had long been accustomed to the simplest way of experimentation. It seems to have made the blood qi slightly more condensed, but it's not obvious. Eat 2 or 3 plants before it tops a bowl of blood-strengthening soup, I think. A moment later, Jiang Ming muttered to himself, but this was amazing enough. What he tasted were just ordinary wildflowers in the mountains, but they all had a miraculous effect that surpassed that of herbs, and if they were carefully studied, they might have other effects. Just ordinary flowers and grasses have such a role. If it is a mutation of exotic flowers and grasses, and what amazing miraculous effect. With this in mind, Jiang Ming immediately unwrapped the second package and his eyes suddenly lit up. This package, Hurley stored dozens of mutated medicinal herbs. Pig ling color is as deep as ink. Golden worm ginseng is like gold casting glittering. He couldn't wait to cut off a small slice of golden insect ginseng and put it into his mouth. A pure medicinal power instantly melted away, inducing the blood qi of his entire body to boil up, causing Jiang Ming's body surface to glow slightly red. Phew! Jiang Ming stood up in his totem, hurriedly running the flowing cloud skill, quenching the bone marrow with this abundant blood qi, and it was only after a full incense burner that the blood qi calmed down. The medicinal power contained in this piece of golden insect ginseng is on the verge of catching up to a fire cloud grass. Jiang Ming's eyes flashed with astonishment. The medicinal effect of this mutated medicinal herb was too amazing, and the medicinal power contained in this mutated medicinal herb was extremely special. Not only could it grow the blood qi, but it also made the blood qi more pure and condensed, and the sinews and bone marrow that were tempered and refined were also more resilient and sturdy. If practicing martial arts is building a house, the same house, unusual martial artists use wood, while the children of the family with the aid of secret medicines, like using bricks, more resistant to cold and heat. And now that Jiang Ming ate this piece of golden worm ginseng, and then when he quenched the bone marrow, it was as if it was cast in refined steel, giving him the feeling that the bone marrow was as impenetrable as 100 refined steel. If I use these mutant medicinal herbs to temper my entire body's sinews, flesh, blood, and bones again, and reach the peak of the first class, even if I don't use forbidden techniques, I'm afraid I'll be able to fight hard against martial arts masters. Jiang Ming stared at these medicinal herbs. His heart has made up its mind. This thing, if transported back to the Liang family, never extravagant enough to be used in a person's body, but now in the hands of Jiang Ming, naturally how cool how to use. Before I cultivate immortality, I'll first train to become a big muscle mass, Jiang Ming muttered. Who doesn't have a dream of breaking 10,000 enemies with one punch? While fantasizing, he was also unpacking the last of his baggage. In the third package, there was only one plant, a small miniature tree full of fruits, and Jiang Ming counted a total of 9. Although the fruit tree is not big, it is heavy. The trunk is like fine gold poured. 9 fruits are red, only the size of a dragon's eye, flowing with a golden red luster. This must be the fruit tree that was born in the Forbidden Zone. Jiang Ming picked a fruit and threw it directly into his mouth, casually chewing it a few times and swallowing it. Jiang Ming was prepared for the terrifying medicinal power to burst his body, only to find that this was not the case. A wave of warm medicinal power directly into the head, so that he instantly doubled his spirit. The 5 senses seemed to have strengthened a lot. The oil in the house, the change of light and darkness of the light, the dust fluttering, the black beans tiptoeing around the movement. Everything appeared instantly to his perception. The feeling subsided in an instant, but Jiang Ming's perception was still much sharper than before, as if he had drunk hundreds of bowls of clearing soup at once. Jiang Ming carefully sensed it, and could not help but reveal a shocked look. If he triggered the super sense again, the time should be able to fully enhance about 50%. Since a few months ago, the effect of the clear spirit soup has gradually decayed. My super sense has not been enhanced for a long time. Jiang Ming stared at the small tree. The value of these fruits, I'm afraid it's higher than any mutant medicinal herbs. If the Liang family found out its value, it would never have sent only a few first-class martial artists to escort. My manipulation of blood energy has become more and more refined. Jiang Ming and finger like a sword. A blood strength instantly covered in the finger above, and in the tip of the finger, a trace of blood strength jumping and flashing, trying to spread to the outside of the body, like a bright red snake letter gulping. Still not working. Jiang Ming's head was beaded with sweat as he withdrew his blood energy, but his eyes flashed with surprise. But it's getting close. As his perceptions grew sharper, Jiang Ming realized that his control over his blood energy was getting stronger and stronger, and he even had a hidden tendency to outwardly release his blood energy, but he never succeeded in doing so. But today, after eating a crimson fruit, it almost worked. It was important to know that the externalization of blood energy was an exclusive sign of a martial arts master. And the only way to achieve this step was to further condense the blood energy with the help of a master-level technique. However, now that Jiang Ming has not yet cultivated to the peak of the first class, He has almost achieved the blood strength outward with the help of his strong perception. If I eat all the other few fruits, maybe I really can. Jiang Ming muttered to himself. If he could do this, plus condense his blood strength with the mutated herbs, maybe his strength could really overwhelm a martial arts master. With that he was also thinking about his own so-called super senses. Could it be a change in the soul? In the immortal cultivation world, shouldn't it be called the divine soul, divine consciousness, or something? Jiang Ming wasn't quite sure, but felt that his guess was very likely. Both the clear spirit soup and this strange red fruit could enhance his super senses, causing him to perceive more and more keenly, and to control his own blood energy more exquisitely. None of this was a change in the physical body, and the only explanation was that the soul had undergone a metamorphosis. Could it be that I'm going to have a divine soul before I even cultivate immortality? Jiang Ming muttered, then shook his head and thought no more. Now in front of the eyes a blind guess is not a result. Can only wait for when to find the real immortal cultivation law. To know. Speaking of the immortal cultivation law, I also wonder how the mountain getting immortal destiny fiasco is going. Although Jiang Ming did not intend to go down to participate, he was keeping an eye on the storm, and all the people who had entered the mountain had been registered with him in the past few days. Especially those forces that held the topaz beads and had already drilled into the forbidden zone were the focus of attention. Write it down in my little book, and don't let whoever took anything get away from me, Jiang Ming muttered, hiding a few packages in a large pit under the table, commanding Black Bean to sleep on it, and falling into a deep sleep himself. Chapter 91, A Shocking Change in the Immortal Fate. Early the next morning, 3 more buns and a bowl of tofu brains with chili. Jiang Ming sat in a breakfast stand and shouted nonchalantly, "You have eaten 5 cages, and there is no need to take care of my business so." Li Qingqing, her hands full of flour, served tofu brain and steamed buns, helplessly said, "What are you talking about? Martial artists melting blood chi? This meal is nothing. The Guan hunting head I know is a second-rate martial artist. That's a living meal. A cow can eat it all." Jiang Ming blurted it out, throwing dirt on Guan Feng, who was still in the mountains, without any guilt. Li Qingqing shook her head, too lazy to bother with him, and after blankly glancing at him, she continued to go back to her work. Jiang Ming smiled and continued to eat his bun. A moment later, but Jiang Ming's heart suddenly throbbed for no reason. He looked up expansively and stared into the depths of the cloudy dream mountain swamp. A few breaths later, a muffled thunder sound, if any, seemed to come out from the mountain. Is it going to rain? I think I heard thunder. Li Qingqing hurriedly poked her head out of the stall, surprised. No, the weather is good. Sister Qingqing, you heard wrong. Jiang Ming's face was as usual and he smiled. He smothered the last of the buns in one gulp, kept the coppers, got up and went quickly back to his home, closed the door, and sat quietly in the house, waiting. Less than a quarter of an hour later, call out. A rain swallow shot in like lightning and landed on the edge of the window, chirping sharply. There was a big explosion inside the forbidden zone. Red light erupted, and the smoke cloud enveloping the forbidden zone was blown away, revealing the scene inside the forbidden zone. A valley surrounded by mountains on 3 sides. A mountain was blown down. Countless deaths and injuries. One of the 6 great families, the Zheng family, the patriarchal ancestor, was blown up on the spot. There are powerful beasts rushing out from the depths of the forbidden zone, seemingly enraged, and fighting with the human martial artists. A giant wolf with a silvery gray body and a golden ape, whose strength is comparable to that of the patriarchs, fighting with 2 human sect masters. The rules of the forbidden zone seem to be invalidated, and all living beings are allowed to enter. As countless human martial artists rushed into the depths of the forbidden zone, fighting against those beasts in an attempt to compete for the immortal edge, Jiang Ming's gaze moved slightly. It seemed that the man behind the scenes who had spread the news and attracted martial artists from all over the world to gather at Cloud Dream Mountain had finally made his move. This handiwork made Jiang Ming's heart skip a beat as well. What did the black hand behind this want to do? Destroy this land of immortal edge? Or did he want to forcefully rob the immortal edge? Even if the one hibernating in that mountain wasn't an immortal, it was definitely a super ruthless character. And this black hand had too much guts to call attention to this kind of existence that had lived for thousands of years? As for the fact that there were sect-level beasts in the mountains, Jiang Ming was not surprised. He had long guessed that this beast guarding technique had been passed down from the mountains, and even black beans could be practiced to become a third-rate martial artist. So it was not surprising that the so-called immortals had produced a few sect masters. Woof woof. Black Bean suddenly looked up. Red glow? Has anyone suddenly died anywhere in recent times? Jiang Ming frowned. Where no one has ever died. What do you mean? Black Bean hurriedly said. Not 1 person or 2 people died, but thousands, or even more, died in a few days. Jiang Ming froze, and then his face changed abruptly. Baningfu, Martial Marquis swung north, fought a great victory, killing Sangshan army countless. Rumor has it that a prisoner has not stayed, but also slaughtered tens of thousands of people in Bainingfu. The blood flowed into a river, and the Marquis of Wu, so far, has not yet returned to the court. Rumor has it that he is still in the Red Pine Snow Plains to hunt down the Sangshan king and his remaining. Wu family ancestral codex has records that hundreds of years ago there was a kind of evil codex art. The use of blood bane gas can be sacrificed 10,000 blood beads, possessing the power of destruction with unparalleled might, and even able to kill patriarchs, is the most terrifying enemy-killing art in the world. A patriarch of the Wu family's ancestor died under this sinister object, so it's well documented. Blackbean quickly spoke out the information he knew, and the bloodbane chi can only be condensed in a place like a battlefield where there are countless deaths and injuries over a period of time. Jiang Ming's heart was shaken, and those previous doubts were openly solved, and there is no doubt that the Black Hand behind this storm is the martial Marquis Zhou Pingshi. At the cost of the deaths of 10,000 people in the northern Ningfu province, the 10,000 blood bead was sacrificed to detonate the land of the Immortal Edge in Yunmeng Mountain in Zhe, which inspired the Immortal Edge masters to fight with the mundane martial artists. And his purpose, if you think about it, is really a little scary. Could it be that he wants to forcefully snatch the Immortal Edge from that immortal? Jiang Ming muttered, only to feel that this is either an unprecedented super ruthless person or a complete madman. It's not impossible, Blackbean suddenly said. There are only a few words in the Wu clan's legacy. Rumor has it that with the depletion of spiritual qi in this world and the absence of the immortal Tao, the strongest force in the mundane world is the peak of the Zongshi. It is because of this that no one can break through to above the sovereign. Even if an immortal descends, they are still subject to this limitation, and if they want to exert the power above the sovereign, they will need to pay the price of a serious injury or even a fall. This Yunmeng Mountain Zephyr should be a rare, extremely occasional or a burst of blessed land, so that the so-called immortal talents somehow hide here. But if the legend is true, heaven and earth has a shortage, even if it is here with the help of aura. That immortal cannot play beyond the power of the Zongshi too much. Jiang Ming listened quietly and finally glanced at Blackbean. You're quite smart today. As you wish. As you wish. Blackbean woofed twice in a row. Jiang Ming lazily ignored it, closed his eyes and contemplated. If these news are true, that martial marquis gathered so many martial arts masters and grandmasters, there is really a possibility of success. Just that immortal must also have a lot of means of preserving their lives, and who wins and who loses. But it is not yet known. Now that the hatred had been stirred up, the Liang family ancestor and other martial arts masters were already riding the tiger. They couldn't run away even if they wanted to, and no one would be able to sleep peacefully unless they got this immortal dead. What's more, dare to participate in this storm of martial artists. Who is not a knife tip licking blood of the ruthless role? The purpose of everyone here is to seize the immortal edge. Since there is an opportunity to get dead immortal to grab the immortal edge, want to wrestle with the people only more and less. Thank goodness the old man wasn't involved. Jiang Ming, on the other hand, couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief and look leisurely. He was now waiting for the little rainbows to give him constant news reports. I hope you all have a great success, and we must drink together in the future. Jiang Ming wished from the bottom of his heart. With that, he flipped through the booklet and browsed through the many names of forces on the list, revealing an affectionate smile like that of a wolf's grandmother. Liang family of the capital, Guo family of Qinglin province, Feiyun castle, Wang family of Dayun province. Spiritual pills and whatnot. It will be given to you to eat. If there are gongfa, weapons and whatnot. In the future, when I become a patriarch, you have to taste it together. Call out. Suddenly, a rain swallow returns again. Deep in the forbidden zone, a cave was broken down, and many martial artists rushed in. Fierce battles erupted, and there were sounds of scrambling for things coming out. The head of the Chen family in Jiangnan province took advantage of the chaos to escape from the cave, running wildly all the way to avoid human traces and fleeing, from time to time touching his arms and revealing a smile. No martial virtues are you, everyone is fighting and killing, but you stole and ran away first. Jiang Ming bristled and flipped through the list of books, adding a few strokes after the Chen family's name in the directory of Jiangnan province. The Chen family head is a martial arts master. It's too risky to rob it. It's better to wait a few years. Jiang Ming was old and calm, not panicking in the slightest. What you have is great. It's yours now, but in the future. Chapter 92, The Great Rebellion rises again. Early in the morning, a few roosters and dogs woke up the entire peaceful county. Cooking smoke rises. Early morning vendors set up their stalls, and old farmers head for the fields with hoes on their backs. In the small courtyard, Jiang Ming stood with his fists closed, his fingers clenching and unclenching as a trace of color flashed in his eyes. These herbs that have mutated are really extraordinary. Only 2 days had passed, and after Jiang Ming had taken a few slices of mutated gold bug ginseng, he felt that his fleshly body had undergone a considerable change, and his blood energy had become more condensed and vigorous, as if it was evolving. Shouldn't get a chance to strike again though. In the past 2 days, the Immortal Edge fight in the depths of Yunmeng Mountain Zephyr had become more and more brutal and bloody. Both inside and outside the forbidden area were filled with blood. Even the martial arts masters had fallen several times. In normal times, they were all existences that could start a sect and dominate a party. But now they had died in a tragic manner. Slightly valuable things are collected by the major families. Occasionally someone picks up the slack, tucked into 1 or 2 mutated flowers and plants to escape. Jiang Ming is also lazy to go after. The family has enough medicinal herbs. It is not worth the risk. That so-called immortal. I'm afraid he's dying too. According to the news from Rain Swallow, the sect masters killed all the sect master level ferocious beasts, and then killed into the deepest part of the Forbidden Valley, where they had a great battle with a human who came out of a cave. That human wearing ancient strange clothing, missing an arm, all the muscles like porcelain cracked, but burst out of the terrible fighting force, glowing, and fully 13 martial arts masters into a tie, but perhaps too heavily injured, perhaps the world suppressed, and ultimately still beaten coughing up blood fled, and today seems to be on the verge of running out of light and oil. At noon, the rain swallows returned. Jiang Ming looked up and looked, and if he felt this immortal edge storm, it should be coming to an end. Sure enough, the rainbows chirped. The ancient human who came out of the forbidden zone died, but before he died, he performed the art of flying swords and instantly killed 3 sect masters, and then he used an unknown secret technique to enhance his battle power and kick 2 sect masters to death. But in a split second, he was overflowing with blood, and his flesh crumbled and died. Still really killed. Jiang Ming backed up a mouthful of oil-splattered noodles, his eyes astonished. Although he guessed that the existence hibernating in that forbidden area was mostly not considered an immortal, presumably an immortal cultivator or something, it was definitely an existence far beyond a zongsher, and it should be somehow hiding in this Yunmeng Shanzi to recuperate from its injuries, which expected to raise thousands of years also did not get the injury well, but by a group of mundane realm clan masters stole the old nest, but also be combined to kill. How tragic. More ants bite the elephant. Jiang Ming shook his head. Next, it should be the various parties fighting for the immortal relics and whatnot, and I'm afraid the fight will be even more bloody. I prefer peace. I can't see this kind of thing, so I won't get involved. Jiang Ming shook his head, put his hands behind his back, and went to Li Qingqing's stall to eat buns with 8 steps. Tian Anan sat on the small bench by the case, her eyes staring straight at Jiang Ming who was taking a bite of a bun, and only after a long time did she murmur from the bottom of her heart, "Mother, brother Jiang Ming is exactly the same as the rice bucket you said oh." Put. Jiang Ming almost took a mouthful of soy milk and sprayed it out, indignantly getting up and rubbing Tian Anan's well-combed hair into a chicken nest head before he was contentedly slapping down 5 coins to leave. In the evening, follow-up news came back. Patriarch's battle, looting immortal corpses. Immortal caves were crumbled. In addition to the Zhang family, whose patriarch is dead, the Liang family, the Zhao family, the Su family, and other patriarchal families have gained something, taking away the mysterious iron box, the animal skin baggage, and other items. In addition to this, there are powerful martial arts masters who fish in troubled waters, entering the cave and then escaping, fleeing out of the mountain. According to the information they exchanged with each other earlier, respectively, the Longshan Martial Arts Hall of Qinglin Province, and the Tong family of Jinghua. Yu Yan while reporting, Jiang Ming while in the small notebook, finally satisfied closed the book, carefully put away, and for that unknown immortal silence half a blink of an eye, is shaking to go to the tavern to drink to go. The next time, it is a daily record of small books, with mutant medicinal herbs to quench the physical body. A month later, the weather turned cooler and many people were already wearing thin cotton clothes. This weather is interesting. The days when the land of Immortal Edge opens and the aura gushes out. It seems to be the time when the weather is abnormally the hottest. Jiang Ming whispered, "Is there any correlation not? But it's none of my business for now." He shook his head and no longer think much. According to the legend of the parties, the immortal edge of each opening interval of several hundred years, even if this place has the next mutation, but also several hundred years later. At that point, it's not too late to explore. With that, Jiang Ming closed the booklet in his hand and headed out of the house. He hadn't recorded any new information into his book for several days. The land of the Immortal Edge had dissipated. The Immortal's remaining treasures had been plundered cleanly, and the aura that had caused the mutation of the flowers and grasses had disappeared. This Immortal Edge fiasco that had swept through Yen and beyond, countless lineages and martial practitioners, had finally dissipated and gone away. Some people are happy and some people are worried. There are small martial artists lucky pick mutated herbs to escape. There are also such as the Zhang family, this unlucky clan master's family. Have not yet seen what the immortal looks like. The old ancestor was a shocking thunderbolt blasted to death. But before and after the storm, I have not heard of anyone seeing the Marquis of Wu. Could I have guessed wrong? But it's not necessarily. Even I can get the disguise technique. Martial Marquis kind of people standing at the peak of the secular world. To have force, to have power. It's not difficult to want to hide their identity. Maybe they've already raked in the biggest benefits. If the speculation is true, this is the most terrible person more shady than me. In the tavern, Jiang Ming sat by the window on the second floor, drinking alone. Jiang Ming, a burly figure, walked over with a dragon's stride and a big smile, and sat down opposite Jiang Ming with a prancing motion. Guan Headhunter. Jiang Ming revealed a smile. That way Yen really still have two brushes. Early to see that something is wrong. Flying Cloud Castle under the martial artists. All only in the forbidden zone outside the action. Although did not snatch what immortal relics, but looted countless mutant medicinal herbs, and casualties are almost negligible. Those medicinal herbs were enough to produce a large number of extraordinary strength martial arts experts for Flying Cloud Castle, and even some of the patriarchal families might not have as large a harvest as Flying Cloud Castle this time around. And this month, Jiang Ming was instead drinking and eating meat with these old friends of Tiger Hunt Villa every day. Today is the last drink. Afterward, I don't know when I'll find you to drink again. Guanfeng nonchalantly poured himself a large bowl of wine and suddenly said. Jiang Ming had expected this and raised his bowl. Then I wish Guan Headhunter a safe journey. A fairy edge storm. Died an unknown number of martial artists. The patriarch fell. The family chaos. Yen domestic in foreign storm. This continuation of more than 200 years of Yen seems to have finally come to its end. However, this so-called fairy fate, but also just a root fuse, from the Tsangshan army unveiled when Yen will enter the countdown. The two of them drank until late at night, before they enjoyed themselves and left. Early the next morning, all of Tiger Hunt Villa's men were fully loaded and ready to go. Jiang Ming came to see him off and found Guanfeng again, handing him a package. I have been gathering medicines in the mountains, studying pharmacology, and compiling a book of 100 herbs, and I hope it will be of some use as I can't avoid getting injured while marching and fighting. Jiang Ming laughed. He learned martial arts for free in Tiger Hunt Villa, except for going up the mountain to hunt some prey. He hadn't made any contribution, so let's just make up for it today. Guanfeng wanted to refuse, but when he heard that it was just a medicinal scripture compiled by Jiang Ming, he nodded and accepted it. However, he does not yet know Jiang Ming's 100 herb scripture. The value is afraid than the unusual first-class martial arts law is also precious, which recorded many medicinal materials. Pharmacology. Our other medicinal codex? Never recorded. With that, Jiang Ming said goodbye to Fong Lai, Pang Lu and other familiar old friends, and Apothecary Feng was also in the group, his white hair even thinner, yet he had to put up one last fight for this unknown road ahead. Gentlemen, see you again sometime. Jiang Ming stood on the side of the road and watched a caravan of horses leave. Chapter 93, The Master's Method. Fairy Edge Storm completely dispersed. The life of Ping'an County is as calm as ever, except for a few daydreaming guys, rushed into the mountains and never came back. Jiang Ming's life also relaxed, daily practicing boxing, drinking, and then go to the capital city to do some interesting things, but also live a relaxing life. But even if the immortal was suspected to be dead, Jiang Ming had no intention of going to that immortal edge place to explore anything. Who knew what other secrets were there? At the very least, he would have to wait until he became a zongsher. Then he would go to find out what was going on. According to the intelligence that Rain Swallow sent back, after that mountain immortal moved beyond the power of a patriarch, he immediately had his body completely disintegrate. It seems that this heaven and earth really has some weird rules that do not allow the existence of beings above patriarchs. Become a patriarch to have the capital to explore various secret places. I just didn't expect to cross into a weird land like this. Jiang Ming shook his head and was also somewhat speechless. But this seems to be good. The world's martial artists can only be practiced to the zongsher. And if he reached the peak of the zongsher, whether he can spell the body explosion, to explore a higher realm, in that case, wouldn't I be invincible in this heaven and earth? Jiang Ming muttered in his heart as he slowly walked into the tavern. Hey, as expected of a marquis of martial arts, his methods are amazing. He even used the immortal edge to attract the 6 great families and almost wiped them out in one fell swoop. A rough-looking man, who was standing with one foot on a stool, exclaimed, "These families have been rooted in Yen for hundreds of years, raiding the people and doing all the bad things, and now they are finally going to fall a few. Where did you hear all these rumors from?" The Marquis of Wu is chasing and killing the remaining members of the Tsangshan army in the Beining province. That immortal edge has nothing to do with the Marquis of Wu. In the tavern, a few drinkers were gathering and talking in high spirits. Jiang Ming raised an eyebrow at the words and casually found a table to sit down. sipping his wine in silence. Immortal edge of the storm has been dispersed, but is still a lot of people after dinner talk. Who can say a little weird secret? Enough to raise eyebrows at the table for a long time. Impossible. The 6 great families are not little cuties. Would they be that gullible? A person also shook his head, not believing such rumors. Humph. That depends on how to cheat. Legend has it that the emperor has been addicted to the fairy edge for a long time, changing our Pingan town into Pingan County, all for the sake of seeking the fairy edge of the mountain. Before the storm, there are still people who see the patriarch as the escort of the carriage arriving at Yunming Mountain from the capital. All thought that the emperor was personally present, but until now, who has seen the face of the emperor in the mountains? No. Everyone was the emperor false shot. That is all in order to play with the Marquis of Wu to cooperate. The two made a shocking big game, ready to pick over these high and mighty families in one fell swoop. Without the lineage, wouldn't Tien be finished? Don't make up nonsense. You are so good at making up. Why don't you go and make baskets? A man immediately glared, not believing this guy's nonsense at all. The tavern burst into laughter, and the rough man was old and red, saying something about the truth of the matter having several possibilities and whatnot. Jiang Ming, on the other hand, turned the wine bowl for a moment and then revealed a smile. The truth of the matter, sometimes maybe the most ridiculous one. Yen has long been beyond redemption. Perhaps that emperor, not the world mouth rumors of desolation, but have the intention to save the country but unable to return to heaven. Perhaps the emperor, holding his tongue, wanted to personally give Yen, an old ship about to be destroyed, a ride. And by the way, those patriarchal families, who jumped sideways left and right and never drowned, also slapped hard into the water and sank along with this old ship. Is that really the case? Jiang Ming shook his head. He didn't know, but it didn't matter. He finished his bowl of wine and got up to leave, heading in the direction of the capital city, the city of Dianfu, the king's mansion. Jiang Ming disguised himself as an ordinary-looking man and sat in a tea house across the street, his gaze leisurely looking at this ancient and magnificent mansion. The Wang family is the oldest first-class martial artist power in the Great Cloud Province. Even though in recent years there are rumors that the head of the Wang family is aging, but no one dares to easily mess with it. No one knows that this kind of inheritance of more than 100 years of the family. What are the cards? But these days, the Wang family is not having a good time, because I don't know when. There are rumors that the head of the Wang family, in order to gamble on the future, died tragically in the Immortal Edge fiasco. And now the Wang family has no first-class martial artists sitting on the sidelines, and it's a toothless tiger. At first no one believed it, but as time passed, the Wang family head never showed up, and gradually rumors spread. But even so, the Wang family head still did not show his head, although the Wang family had been sternly denying these rumors, claiming that the family head was in seclusion to impact martial arts masters and whatnot. Fewer and fewer people believed them. Wang family head seems to be really gone. This news is like a hurricane, spreading throughout the Great Cloud House. At first, the various stores of the Wang family were mopped up by strangers, and later, there were even second-rate martial artists who broke into the Wang residence at night, and although they were beaten up, they escaped alive and were not attacked by first-rate martial artists. Similar troubles have been increasing in the past few days. The destruction of the Wang family is just a few days away. Jiang Ming's gaze is calm, but in this kind of world, not being strong enough is the biggest mistake, and the development of the Wang family so far, although less cursed than the Stone family, but can go to this step of the family, nasty things and will not do less, with its hatred of people also absolutely lined up a long line, plus want to get together to eat some meat of the greedy generation, without a first-class martial artist, but wanting to guard such a large family business, can only be delusional. If you want to blame it, you can only blame the Wang family head for losing his bet. The news wasn't spread by Jiang Ming, but that didn't stop him from coming to get a piece of the pie. He had only one goal in mind, the master-level martial arts method. Rumor has it that the head of the Wang family had paid heavily for master-level spells, but he was stuck at the peak of first-class martial artists for a long time, never able to break through. Jiang Ming was originally still considering how to get a master-level martial arts method, and then he happened to encounter this stormy Wang family. Is a coincidence. Another 2 days passed. Late night. Boom. The gate of the Wang family was steeply smashed open, and a few masked men steeply rushed in. Meeting the Wang family guards blocking, they were blasted with a punch, and continued to barge in. Miserable screams rang out from the royal residence, seemingly blowing a horn, as one figure after another rushed into the royal residence from the night and began to loot the belongings. Where are the officials and soldiers? Quickly go and call the officials and soldiers of the prefectural city. Didn't they say that they would send first-class martial artists to protect us? A steward with a white beard roared in anger. Sound of escaping laughter. A long knife stabbed into his chest and abdomen. revealing the crimson tip of the knife, and the old man instantly lost his voice, collapsing in a pool of blood with a face full of unwillingness. The murderer casually touched the corpse, touched out 2 taels of broken silver, grinning, is to continue to rush inside. A few moments later, an ordinary-looking big man, who had stepped over the corpse of this old man, shook his head. Officials, hey, they're only your friends if you don't need them. Chapter 94, and unhappy. In the darkness of the night, the smell of blood filled the air, and the roars of rage and screams rang out from time to time in the royal residence, and there was a tragic scene everywhere. The once high and mighty Wang family has now been reduced to a guest under the sword of a bystander. A great chaos is about to rise. The world is in a state of confusion. Jiang Ming sighed lightly, casually slapping a masked martial artist who was slashing at him with a knife, and continued to walk deeper into the royal residence. If it was a few years ago, when Yan still had power and the government was in full force, the Wang family might not have been destroyed so easily. But this time is different from the past. The officials and soldiers have changed a few crops. The neighboring volunteer army and some of the meaning of the emergence. The whole Big Yen is shaky. These officials and soldiers are thinking about how to save their lives. We still care about what the Wang family, maybe even from the Wang family here, blackmailed away a lot of protection fees it. Jiang Ming thought of the old man's grief before he died, and couldn't help but bellyache. Boom! In the inner courtyard of the royal mansion, the sound of a fight with a lot of movement came from the courtyard wall was shattered, and a figure covered in blood and cloaked in hair flew out backwards and turned around to escape. Jiang Ming glanced at him and recognized that this was one of the Wang family's stewards, a well-known second-rate martial artist in the prefecture city, with a high status in the Wang family. Behind him, a tall, burly man with 2 hammers in his hand was chasing after him with a fierce look on his face, seemingly also the owner of whichever martial arts school. Jiang Ming stepped out and blocked in front of that steward Wang, saying, "This person belongs to me. Where did the scum come from? Give the old man to get out of the way." The tall strong man's eyebrows stood up, not bothering to talk to Jiang Ming much, carrying a hammer that was blasted and smashed. Dang! There was a loud bang, but the hammer was having trouble falling the slightest bit, only to see a palm surrounded with blood strength, easily lifted the hammer, then flexed his fingers and flicked. The hammer was flicked out, shocking the strong man's tiger's mouth cracked, blood and flesh blurred. 1. First class. The strong man saw the palm covered with blood strength, and immediately turned around and fled as if he had seen a ghost. Jiang Ming casually threw out a long knife picked up, instantly as cut through the night sky. Bang sound pierced the chest and abdomen of the strong man, exploded a bloody hole. A second-rate martial artist's sword impenetrable flesh was no different from tofu under a first-rate martial artist's terrifying force, and with a calm gaze, as if he had done something trivial, Jiang Ming turned to look at that steward Wang. "Many thanks to the good man for saving me. A great favor is not to be thanked." Steward Wang hurriedly bowed in fear. His eyes were a little excited. Could it be which old friend of the family head has come to save the Wang family? "My Wang family is saved," he said, his old face reddening. However, without waiting for him to finish his sentence, Jiang Ming interrupted him with a wave of his hand. "Then don't thank me. Tell me where your Wang family's master-level martial arts method is?" Steward Wang instantly froze and his face turned white. You are also." Jiang Ming was a little impatient, and directly walked toward him. A moment later, he threw down the Wang steward with all his limbs broken, and folded his body and rushed toward the Wang family's family head's special courtyard. Steward Wang was very loyal, but unfortunately not loyal enough, and under Jiang Ming's kind words, he soon explained the whereabouts of the spell. The deepest part of the Wang clan, a secluded separate courtyard. When Jiang Ming arrived, the courtyard door had also long been stepped on, and the sounds of furious drinking and screaming and crying were coming from the courtyard. It seems that someone has already arrived. Long ago, Jiang Ming walked in without changing his face, only to see that in the courtyard, there was also blood all over the ground. A few Wang family members fell to the ground. No sound, only a bright-eyed and white-teethed young woman, face without fear, stood in the courtyard. Around her, a few swords and swords stained with blood of foreign martial artists, is staring at her with a gloomy face. Ms. Wang. Jiang Ming sighed softly in his heart, remembering when Miss Wang went to Ping'an Town to release, causing a big sensation, when he was still a small medicine picker, with Fei and the old ginger head, together with the river to catch the fat fish released by Miss Wang. So not happy. It's a long time coming, but things are different. Brother, what's going on? Jiang Ming came back to his senses and familiarized himself with one person, striking up a conversation, like a street-watching dilettante. The other several people cannot help but look over. The eyes are strange. Brother, we are robbing well. Can you not be serious? Get out. The man beside Jiang Ming even coldly shouted. Boo. His head was directly blown out by a punch. and his headless body fell limply. Jiang Ming wiped his fists carelessly. Don't make me unhappy, when I am unhappy. You guys have no brains. Crowd in the courtyard? God is clueless. Where did this psycho murderer come from? You say it. Jiang Ming stared at the other man. The man's face went white, glanced at the corpse on the ground that was still gurgling blood, and hurriedly said, this Wang de Miss burned all of the Wang family's spells, tomes, and prescriptions to the ground, and there's nothing left in this courtyard, and she said that it's all in her head, and that whoever can save her from leaving the Danyan mansion will offer up all of her stuff. Asterisk. Jiang Ming was also dumbfounded, and then remembered that when he met Miss Wang at the royal residence, the other party had said that she had the ability to never forget. This works. Jiang Ming was speechless, but he also had to admit that Miss Wang was playing with this hand of flowers. Anyway, even if he handed over the spell it might still be a death, so he might as well take a gamble like this. He stared at Miss Wang. Is everything they say true? Miss Wang smiled sweetly. Since this is the case, if this good man can take my slave away, my slave and everything in my head is yours. Jiang Ming glanced at her hands that were shrunken under her sleeves, and the slightly white knuckles seemed to be trembling. Obviously this Miss Wang's heart is not as calm as the surface. Things have come to this, you have no choice but to come with me, Jiang Ming said blandly, treating Miss Wang as if she was in his pocket, not caring in the slightest about the few martial artists around him. First-class martial artist act, if still cowering, how to stand up to his bitter cultivation these years. Sure enough, the faces of those people changed, and one couldn't help but say, isn't your excellency being a bit overbearing? Boom! Jiang Ming's figure was like a ghost, directly rushing to that person. His 5 fingers were like claws, directly twisting off his head and throwing it to the corner. Am I bossy? He asked sincerely. The remaining few people were like sifting chaff, no longer daring to say a word. Let's go, Jiang Ming said indifferently, leading eldest Miss Wang towards the outside of the courtyard. Miss Wang's target was too conspicuous, and along the way there were constantly unenlightened people killing, all of which were punched by Jiang Ming one by one, leaving him mindless. Gradually, but also killed a bloody road. No one dared to approach again. Surprisingly, I didn't meet any first-class martial artists, until the 2 of them killed their way out of the royal residence and fled into the distance. Jiang Ming had not met anyone who could block his punch, making him save up all his strength and not exert it. Thanks for squatting for so long, Jiang Ming muttered in his heart, but he didn't have any regrets. It's never wrong to be careful, but it's normal. The Great Cloud House has gone through several storms. First-class martial artists either died or ran away. There weren't a few left, and now that the Great Yen is going to die, they are all busy retaining their strength, and those who dare to jump out and take risks are afraid to be even fewer. Jiang Ming sighed a little. Unknowingly, his strength was already overlooking a prefecture. Of course, this is because there are no martial arts masters in the Great Cloud House. The martial arts have not yet succeeded. We still need to continue to work hard. Jiang Ming regained his sobriety and triple-examined himself. Then he lifted up Miss Wang's collar like a small chicken, and disappeared into the night between several leaps, leaving several tailgetters who had sneaked up to catch up with him suddenly without a target. Chapter 95, The Way of the Master. Early in the morning, before dawn, under the dark green pall, everywhere foggy, filled with the coldness of autumn, amidst the clear mist, a large man with an ordinary face wrapped his clothes around his body and came from the end of the street, burrowing into a street stall with a wind-blocking tarpaulin. One end of the stall is supporting a large pot, the pot of thick white soup bubbling, floating a layer of grease, fresh flavor into the nose. People cannot help but swallow saliva. A big bowl of goat soup, 2 tails of meat, 3 cakes, spices galore. The big man rubbed his hands together and sat down casually at a low table, shouting impatiently, okay, want blood. Over half 100 stall owners' body shape is thin, but the action is very nimble. Pinched lamb and scallions, cilantro into the bottom of the bowl, plucked out 2 pieces of mutton oil chili, after seeing the big man nodded, and threw in a few strips of mutton blood, with a big spoon poured with a bowl full of mutton soup sent up. You are really a connoisseur. Just in time for the first pot of soup, the stall owner brought another freshly baked hotcakes and smiled warmly. Soup at the dawning of the day, water at the eve of the hour. I get it. Dahan grin. Also do not use a spoon. Directly lying on the side of the bowl shivered a big mouth soup, and broke a few pieces of hotcakes thrown into the soup, to be absorbed enough soup, before using chopsticks to clip into the mouth. Spicy fresh mellow flavor filled between the lips and teeth, only to feel the whole human body are soaked into the dense soup gas. This Luo City sheep soup is really good, compared to the light mushroom soup. The big man was naturally Jiang Ming's disguise. Half a month had passed since the robbery of the Wang family. Jiang Ming brought Miss Wang all the way north, and finally landed in the northernmost city under the jurisdiction of this great cloud house. In the past few days, Miss Wang had mimeographed the Wang family's master martial arts method for him, and Jiang Ming tried practicing it every day to test whether it was correct or not. He is not afraid of what tricks this Miss Wang is playing. Even if it is a spell that can practice death, it is nothing to him. There's nothing wrong with the spell. It's time to leave. Jiang Ming didn't have much kindness to send the Buddha to the west, and it was already benevolent to get the person here. He drank the whole bowl of goat soup in one gulp, and asked the stall owner for a free refill of white soup, drank the bottom of the bowl, tapped down a few coins, and only then was he contentedly waddled away. As the light of day dawned and the clear fog dissipated, pedestrians on the street gradually increased. Jiang Ming wandered into an alleyway and entered a narrow courtyard with only 2 dilapidated houses. Inside the courtyard, a woman in rough clothing, with a waxy face and disheveled hair, like an ordinary woman, was clumsily chopping wood for the fire. Jiang Ming smiled. This Miss Wang was able to put down her stature and disguise herself as a poor woman. While he practiced martial arts every day, she practiced all kinds of ordinary people's life skills in this courtyard. Jiang Ming is also not motherly, and directly said, "There is nothing wrong with the spell. Tomorrow I will leave. What kind of life you can live is up to your own destiny." Eldest Miss Wang's body stiffened, then she gently nodded her head, so she continued practicing chopping wood. Jiang Ming did not think, "You in order to live, I in order to merit. Everyone who is not a white lotus flower, and do not play what the world has a true love in the." He strides back into the house to organize what Miss Wang has written down. In the thick pile of books, there were not only spells, but also medicinal formulas, martial arts techniques and other things, and there was even information about the terrain and mountain divisions of the Great Clouds province, gold and iron ore hideouts as well as rare medicinal herbs, as well as some historical information about the Great Clouds province, which could all be described as the heritage of a first-rate martial artist family. This Miss Wang is not bad at heart, and with these contraptions, she may really be able to rise again. The world is chaotic and it is difficult for women to survive, but sometimes the heavy identity of a woman can be used to great effect. If at this time the house sitting is a mundane power obsessed with first-class martial artists, perhaps also to be this Wang de misplay in the palm of the hand. It's just a pity that I'm bent on seeking immortality and have no other thoughts. Jiang Ming shook his head. During the night, the weather was overcast and cloudy, and it appeared that heavy rain was coming. Bored, Jiang Ming sat down in front of his case and continued to delve into the Wang clan's master-level technique, the 4 Harmonies Canon. According to the description of this 4 Harmonies Canon, the so-called martial Dao master is to take a step further from the first-rate martial artist's blood force, quenching the bone marrow, causing the blood chi to resonate with the physical body, and reaching the realm where the blood chi thunders, and the sinews and bones vibrate in unison. Only in this way can the blood energy be condensed and metamorphosed, like an arm, allowing the blood energy to be released 3 feet like a sword, cutting through gold and cracking rocks. Indestructible. This 4 Harmonies code is to use a fierce and domineering internal breathing method to integrate the 4 external combat techniques of sword, gun, fist, and sword, all of which are ferocious moves that open and close, so as to refine the martial artist's physical body and blood chi, so as to make them resonate and unify, and to enter into the realm of the masters. I just didn't expect that the end of this method of martial arts would be the Grandmaster. Jiang Ming flipped to the last few pages and looked at the description of the martial arts realm. According to this, the master has the law, and the patriarch has no path, meaning that the martial arts master can still cultivate along the law of the predecessor, but the patriarch has no cultivation law, and it all depends on the individual to sense, because a sovereign was not a cultivation, but a realm, even if the blood chi was more vigorous. If the martial intent could not be further advanced in the 100-foot pole, then it would never be able to break through to the realm of the sovereign. The so-called patriarchs, the generation that started the sect, is the person who creates the law and preaches. No one can open the way for them. They can only go by themselves. Every master have their own breakthrough road. Some people travel the world and the world of martial arts competitions breakthrough. Some people face the wall sitting for 10 years breakthrough. More people through the red dust love affair entanglement breakthrough. No wonder sect masters are rare in the world, and sect master families with a long heritage are even fewer and farther between. It's still far away. Let's break through to the master realm first. Jiang Ming shook his head. The wind outside the window gradually became louder and louder, emitting a gust of whistling sound. A piercing electric light suddenly cut through the sky. Rolling thunder exploded and a downpour was close at hand. Anum. Ding dong. A sharp knock suddenly came from outside the house. Jiang Ming frowned, pressed the booklet to prevent it from being blown away by the wind, got up and opened the door. Miss Wang, hair wet, cheeks washed clean white, only wrapped in a single layer of clothing, standing in the doorway. The cold wind blew. Jiang Ming, eyes white, shaking a piece of The house tiles fell off. Miss Wang's voice is as thin as a mosquito nah. Jiang Ming did not wait for her to finish. A hand ripped it into the house, banging the door of the room closed. Boom! With a clap of thunder, heavy rain poured down. Stormy rain from the sky, crazy impact on the earth, dry land for a long time to usher in a long-lost moisturizing. The shallow ditch in the yard grew some wilting weeds, gradually filled with rainwater, became muddy. Chapter 96, 7 years. At the beginning of the rainstorm, the remnants of the rainwater pooled into small streams, bubbling in the gullies, the grass leaves stained with crystal dewdrops, gently shaking. Slaves are willing to be oxen and horses for your lord, and serve your lord. Miss Wang shrank into a ball, carefully looked at the big man beside her, and said in a pitiful manner, if it were an ordinary martial artist, seeing such a scene, I am afraid that his blood would rush to his head and he would not be able to resist agreeing to it. Jiang Ming laughed lightly in his heart. His eyes scanned the beauty before him recklessly and laughed twice, but the bottom of his eyes were ancient. This Wang Dim is intelligent. Do things without hesitation, should be sacrificed when the sacrifice, what to do cattle as a horse, the house and the falling tile, but also for the sake of condescension to survive just. Jiang Ming would be the ultimate foolish ingrate if he were to develop any macho feelings because of this. However, Jiang Ming has nothing to loathe about this. In this impermanent world, the only people who can live longer are people like Miss Wang. I'm all alone. I don't need any cow or horse to follow. Jiang Ming said indifferently. Miss Wang's eyes darkened. Some feeling of powerlessness. How intelligent she is again. Is just an ordinary woman. Once in the Wang family is just a vase to fill the doorway. In the face of a first-class martial artist who can shoot her with the flip of a hand. It seems that what flowery words are useless. After a long time, Miss Wang seems to have thought of something again. Once again drummed up the courage to say, Your Excellency, you practice martial arts. You also need to collect all kinds of medicinal resources. One person will always be inconvenient. These things, slaves have quite a lot of experience. The person beside her glanced at her with an expressionless face, and Miss Wang immediately rested her voice, not daring to speak again. The next day, the sun came up. Miss Wang woke up with aches and pains and found that the house was silent and empty, and the books and materials on the table and case had disappeared. Alas, her eyes lost, but there is no resentment color. This is a ping shui meet. Each take what they need just. This strange martial artist was lucky to follow his promise and not kill her. She suddenly saw that there was also a piece of yellow paper pressed on that tabletop, with some small words written on it in a dragon's hand. She hastily lifted the covers, not bothering to put on her clothes, and ran barefoot to the table to pick up the yellow paper and read it carefully. If last night's promise is still willing to follow, then live quietly here. Cultivate martial arts to nourish the body. At the latest half a year after receiving a secret letter, go to the Qinglin Prefecture hibernation. Development of power. Collect the world's medicinal herbs and wonders on behalf of the seat of the. This page finally, is the disguise, the art of disguise. Miss Wang's face, suddenly revealed a sweet smile. See the face of the basin of water under the white face, only to be hastily awakened, with grass charcoal ash to the face to wipe away, to be turned into a scribble peasant woman look again, only to be relieved. Will be easy to disguise the art of remembering in the heart. They burned this page of yellow paper. In the middle of the wilderness, an ordinary-looking teenager rode a donkey, wobbling all the way south, with rain swallows rising and falling from time to time in the treetops. This Wang family is worthy of being a centuries-old family, and its heritage is really richer than the Shi family. Jiang Ming held a booklet containing hundreds of medicinal prescriptions and looked at it unhurriedly. Even if I don't intervene, this eldest Miss Wang shouldn't be doing too badly, and the heights she can go to nowadays will all depend on her ability. His gaze was calm, and the piece of paper he left for Miss Wang was just a casual move. It was also the last words spoken by that Miss Wang that moved Jiang Ming to use her. Collecting medicinal herbs and whatnot is naturally a front. He looted the Liang family's mutated medicinal herbs, and with the help of the Yuan capture art, the last thing he lacks is resources for practicing martial arts. Jiang Ming's true purpose was something related to immortal cultivators in this heaven and earth. From the immortal edge of the storm, Jiang Ming realized that this world, although there is a shortage, but there may be which immortal cultivators cannot live outside, hiding back here to retire, or what immortal cultivators left behind the skills, treasures circulating in the world, are possible. But being all alone, there are some things that are ultimately too much to do, and it's really harder than climbing up to the sky for me alone to explore or hit my luck picking up the pieces, developing a power, slowly exploring this heaven and earth, and searching for the chance to cultivate immortality, is not a bad idea. Although the Cloud Dream Mountain in the immortal fate belongs to, our Jiang Ming remembered in the small book, but this immortal fate, this is misty. Jiang Ming naturally will not put hope on a rope. In case the time that burst in died of the immortal left behind, what is the little man book? A kung fu? No, he is not completely blinded. As for whether Ms. Wang succeeded in her rise to power, or died on the way to it, Jiang Ming does not care how long his life. Although the rain scene is beautiful, but it is just an indulgent pastime. He will not put it in the heart. The big deal is to find someone else and recultivate. There's always a successful one. But with my help, there are a few hopes that it can work out. Jiang Ming thought of the animals he had raised by feeding them blood for 3 years in the mountains, and his mind was already tentatively set. Now that the immortal edge is gone, just leave a few little guys to keep an eye on it, and it's time to send out the rest. To do something, the donkey stepped walking. Far away, can already see the front of the rolling piece of mountains, all year round by the clouds, can not see the top. Yunmeng Shanza, finally back, but looking at the mountain run dead horse. Until the sunset, Jiang Ming is to arrive at a small village, in a family to borrow a night, eat some rough tea and rice. The next morning, Fong is to continue to depart, to the direction of Ping'an County to go. How come this waif's donkey didn't ride away? An old farmer with a stooped body stepped out of the house and was suddenly shocked. 2 days later, an ordinary and unexceptional rain swallow flew out from Yunmeng Mountain Zhe, silently cutting through the night sky and swept towards the north. Half a month later, Qinglin Mansion, second-rate martial artist power, Flying Dragon Martial Hall, in the hidden garden in the deepest part of the inner courtyard. Master, I really had a momentary lapse before I killed that surname Pei, who let him scold my good-looking man. A young man in his 20s, panicked and incomparable said, but in a back alley, absolutely no one saw. In front of him, a gray-haired old man with thick hands shouted angrily, don't say these useless things. That Pei family is a first-class martial arts power. If they know, not only will you die, but I'm also going to have bad luck. Think carefully about it. There are still no breaks, absolutely nothing. As long as Yuer keeps her mouth shut, there will be absolutely nothing. That youth's head shook like a rattle. The old man was silent, but a hint of killing intent flashed in his eyes. The youth quickly begged for forgiveness. I love Yuer sincerely. She will never betray me. Please master, let her go. You, alas, control her mouth. Hide her into the village or town outside the city to avoid the wind. If there is any difference, immediately kill her. The old man glanced at this doting disciple, but he was also a bit ruthless. Many thanks, master. Many thanks, master. The youth was overjoyed, and hurriedly ran outside. That gray-haired old man looked around and also left with a sullen face. Call out. On a treetop in the garden, a small rain swallow flew up silently and unhurriedly, prancing through the branches of a large tree in the street, following the hasty figure of a young man. Such scenes, in the Qinglin prefecture city everywhere from time to time, an unseen hidden information, but also a steady stream of transmission back to Ping'an County. 3 months later, in this world, the last thing that is lacking is nasty things. These things are almost enough to make some waves. Jiang Ming glanced at a thin book in his hand. This thin book of things, but I do not know how many remembered to let the color of the contraption. He tore one out of his hand, wrote a few more strokes on the back, rolled the page up and hid it in a hollow twig, and summoned a rain swallow. Xiao Yu, you've been to Luo City with me. The first mission is all yours. The rain swallow picked up the branch and shot away like a black lightning. This was the first rain swallow that Jiang Ming had fed. It was the most intelligent and swift. Even a martial arts master wouldn't be able to knock it down from the sky. After all, martial artists are just martial artists and can't fly yet. City. Miss Wang skillfully made a fire to cook rice, and went to whack and wash clothes. No different from the peasant woman who had lived for many years. She had been here, waiting quietly for months, and had never had anyone to contact her. Yet she had never been in a hurry, practicing her various farming skills. After finishing her farm work, she turned around and walked into the house, ready to rest for a moment, but suddenly her gaze froze, looking at a tree branch on the tabletop. The unforgettable eyes of her. She knew the furnishings of the house very well. This plain branch was never in the house before. A flash of excitement could not be avoided in her eyes, and she hurriedly walked over, pinched up the branch, and immediately saw the pages among them. You and I are nobodies. We stalk the shadows. The handwriting on the back of the page is exactly the same as the letter that was once left. When she saw those pieces of information recorded on the front, her face changed even more, and the awe in her heart deepened towards the mysterious martial artist who had saved her life. These information, by no means a person single-handedly can collect. What exactly is his origin? Miss Wang was shocked in her heart, and then also gave birth to a few hints of joy. With this information, it will be much easier to get started, and perhaps my Wang family, there really is still a day when we can rise again. That night, she packed her bags and continued north. Peace County. All the storms are silent. The next is to dive into cultivation. In the middle of the house, Jiang Ming was teasing the Yu Yan, who had already returned, while flipping through the Tetragrammaton, which he didn't know how many times he had read. Outside the window, the sun is shining brightly. Zhou Wenxiu is sweating profusely and steaming steamed buns, and Tiananan is giggling and laughing, riding on a big black dog, running back and forth inside and outside the yard. A euphonious figure closed the breakfast stand and had just walked to the front door of her house when she was almost knocked over by a speeding black bean. Tiananan stuck her small hands in her waist and said with a face full of pride, "Ha ha ha, mother, you're back." Brother Jiang Ming said, "I'm the Dark Knight. This stupid Tiananan, betraying me again." Jiang Ming made a boar's plunge and lay down on the bed and covered the quilt to pretend to be asleep. Early the next morning, Jiang Ming stepped on the remnants of the moon, put all those mutant medicinal herbs into the medicine basket, and carried some steamed buns and dried vegetables to the mountains, and returned to his mountain hut. Yunmeng Mountain Zay is thousands of miles deep, and the land of Immortal Edge is far away from here, so it didn't affect his small base. Roar! An excited growl came from Jiang Ming. Jiang Ming looked up and saw the fourth master and fat tiger running from afar, like two stacked together sizable dumplings, bouncing downward through the mountains and forests, except that one was white and one was yellow. It's time to train the YouTubers as well. Jiang Ming remembered that in the Imperial Beast Art, there were martial arts methods that could be practiced by animals, and he narrowed his eyes with a warm smile. "I'm out fighting and killing. You guys are eating and drinking in the mountains. Really good. Time gradually passed. Jiang Ming's life completely calmed down. Most of the time was drilled in the mountains to dive into martial arts, using mutant medicinal herbs to quench the physical body, and drilling into the Four Harmonies canon to condense his own blood chi, impacting the realm of the masters. In his spare time, he will drill a wave of Four Masters Fat Tiger and other delicious and lazy generation, to balance the unbalanced psychology of his own buried hard to cultivate. The years go by and the fall leaves fall over and over again. 2 years later, the emperor's old man collapsed, and Yen was in great turmoil, with a group of males rising up to take over the world. 3 years later, the rise of a mysterious force in the Qinglin house, calling themselves Nameless, walking between the forces and families, the main intelligence trafficking, in the first-class martial arts forces for the Pei family, captured 3 years ago the murderer of Pei's children. The wind for a moment, and gradually to the Yen State House probed the claws and teeth. The 4th year of Dinglong. It had been 7 years since the Immortal Edge fiasco, and almost no one had mentioned the super fiasco that had shocked the world. In a few years, more than a dozen ways to pull the flag and rise. Yen Smoke, completely plunged into the war. Yen Court even let the imperial city out. The royal family with a group of remnants of the old generals, retreated to the southern border. Only the remaining 2 provinces of the land, the once mighty Marquis of Wu, is nowhere to be seen, and there are rumors that he was injured in the Immortal Edge fiasco and died. It is also said that Wuho got the immortal fate, martial arts through the gods, break through the realm of the patriarch, leaving this world to find a higher martial arts. In the swamp of Yunmeng Mountain, Jiang Ming stood on top of a broken cliff, amidst the cold wind and snow, playing an incomparably fierce set of punches, his blood chi blazing and exuberant, and the snow around his feet showing some signs of melting. With a soft shout, he violently merged his fingers like swords and swept towards a huge greenstone. Anum, buzz, blood energy like a rainbow, even violently from its fingertips spread out, enough 3 feet long, cut in the lapis lazuli, just like cutting tofu, leaving a deep sword marks. 7 years, even the realm of the masters has come to an end. Jiang Ming withdrew his blood energy and spoke softly to himself. A few years ago, he had condensed his blood energy and stepped into the realm of a master, and coupled with the benefits of the element seizing technique, his power had skyrocketed, and now he had also stepped into the pinnacle. There is no more inch of progress in martial sense, and it is already difficult to make a breakthrough with bitter cultivation. Jiang Ming shook his head and packed up his things to head down the mountain. During these 7 years, in addition to the various volunteer armies to fight over the past, but there is no other special events. Jiang Ming low-key action, but it is peaceful and stable over the years. Maybe it's time to collect on those accounts remembered in the little book. Jiang Ming's gaze was misty. This novice village was considered to be brushed to the end. There was always a need to go out for a stroll. Now he reached the peak of the realm of martial arts masters, coupled with the body of immortality and the blood-burning knife method, and even more mutant medicinal herbs to requench the flesh. A body of strength has long been out of the category of martial arts masters. Even if the martial arts masters in person, he has the confidence of a hard fight. Jiang Ming suddenly thought of something inside. Let's get through this year first. Testimonials. Thank you to all the readers who have supported me all the way to this point. The author Fungus appreciates it 1,000,000 times over. Around 12 o'clock noon to open VIP. The system reason is estimated to be later. It is scheduled to send the first chapter before 12:30. The remaining 2 chapters are sent at night. Are large chapters? A total of more than 10,000 words. Try to more. Please book friends, do not feed. Give a first booking it. You read the saint, read the emperor. Also understand that the first book means something to a book. The results of the future is crucial. The author fungus here on his knees to ask for a wave. Whether it is the starting point, or a queue. Have the ability to please be sure to come to the starting point to support a wave of wow. Misery is not for sale. So let's get right to the update plan. Subsequent guaranteed update 3 chapters of 6,000 words, or 2 big chapters. In short, the word count is going to be enough, and will not let you spend less coins. Ah shucks. Less books. Extra shifts are planned. The current chase reading is 4,000 out of the head. According to other books, to estimate the probability of the first book is more than 2,000. Everyone, if you can put the first booking rushed on 3,000. Also do not play what plus a more 2 more. October, this half of the month, all the bottom of the 8,000 words update. 8,000 words should be the limit. Reward plus more. A palmist plus 1. An ally plus 3. I think. Put in November to make up. Monthly votes plus more. Mid-month shelves are afraid of not rushing the new book monthly vote list. If the end of the month can set the list of top 10. Next month on top of the limit, squeeze a squeeze. The whole month of the daily more 10,000 plus more, not other authors set so fine. Mainly I'm afraid I cannot remember. You cannot remember. Too much trouble. Not so simple and rough, good supervision. By the way, have the ability and raise the book of the book friends, but also please open an automatic subscription it. Up average subscription can also give the book to bring a big recommendation, big exposure. See, the more people, the author fungus, naturally the more power. Finally, leave a book group number, 7871618884, please do not rush more usually not online during the day. The evening unified review through. At the very end, ask for the first booking, ask for the full booking. I only practice forbidden arts. It's in the middle of being typed, so please wait a moment. After the content is updated, please refresh the page to get the latest update. Chapter 97, Martial Dao Forbidden Technique, Vein Breaking Sutra, Request First Order. Heavy snowfall is approaching the end of the year. Jiang Ming existed in a mountain wooden house in the wine, but also drank almost. Then found a wooden stick, picked on the hit roe deer, wild boar and other prey, returned from the mountain, walked into Pingan County, in a crowd of envious and unparalleled gazes walked to the home. After all these years of development, Pingan County has gradually prospered, and the county town is bustling with people, with lights and colors everywhere, full of festive atmosphere. Jiang Ming, a little dazed, and remembered the year the old scarab was killed. Families stick red paper, households hanging lanterns. But today's situation is quite different from that of the beginning again. Although Yen was caught in the middle of the war, but after the Danianfu was captured by the Flying Cloud Army, under its jurisdiction, it was living in a well-organized way. The army would purchase grain and iron, but would also give enough payment, which was unknown how much stronger than the once Sangshan army, coupled with the fact that the Flying Cloud Army has always had a good reputation among the people. When the Sangshan Army rebellion, the Flying Cloud Fortress came out of nowhere and relieved the lives of an unknown number of people, and its reputation spread far and wide. Now that the Danianfu has been returned to the Flying Cloud Army, there are many hearts and minds that are happy, and they even took the initiative to give the Flying Cloud Army nests to eat and express their gratitude. However, the Flying Cloud Army is also never boast of benevolence and righteousness. Meat there is not open-minded, or rascals. Kill is also dry and incomparable. Even with the rise of several families in the capital city, are hard to knock a number of, and obedient is to pull together to cooperate, even with the fight, but the big clouds of the governance of the city in good order. This Flying Cloud Army is full of talents. Jiang Ming heart light laugh. Flying Cloud Army now control the land of the 3 provinces. The stall cannot be small. If there are not a few can talent, simply cannot do such a situation. Rather, it has the posture of a true dragon. Jiang Ming recited, then poo-pooed a few times, not wanting Fawn Lai and the others to be milked to death by himself. Master Jiang is back. Good New Year's Eve. Master Jiang, the little old man bids you good morning in advance. Good New Year, good New Year, good. Old Mr. Body still healthy, ah. Along the way, many people greeted him, shouting Master Jiang in awe. Jiang Ming responded appropriately, and occasionally said a word or two, can make the person who greeted him with a red face doubly honored, and walked with their heads held high. Time and time, things are different. From Jiang Ming crossing this boundary, it has been more than 10 years. Nowadays, Jiang Dazwangren has faded from his youthful frivolity, but he is still a vicious stalwart in the county. With the strength of a peak third-rate martial artist in Pingan County, Jiang Ming had cleaned up a lot of rascals and chopped off a few heads in the past few years, and his reputation was very strong in the county. Walking to a two-story restaurant, Jiang Ming did not go in, but stopped to probe inside, looking for the boss behind the counter who was dozing with his head supported, before shouting aloud, "Fei, remember to bring wine on the night of the 30th. Time is relentless, and after several storms and wars, nowadays, the familiar faces in the tavern are also less and less." Jiang Ming seldom sits in the tavern again, bragging and saying paragraphs with those drinkers. The most is that every time after going down the mountain, taking advantage of the night tavern to hit the ocean, and Fei is shutting down the tavern to have a drink. Today's Fei, but also faded youthful jumping, the whole person composed a lot, but after hearing the shouts outside, then suddenly opened his eyes wide, and again eyebrows fluttered up. This chapter is not finished. Click next page to continue reading. I only practice forbidden arts if I'm immortal. How could I, Boss Fei, forget about this? Wait for it, Brother Ming. This year my drinking capacity has increased greatly. I'll make sure to drink you down. Don't learn some bragging rights from your dad. Jiang Ming patted the head of a 5 or 6-year-old tiger toddler at the doorway, and tossed him a bag of fried chestnuts that he had just bought on the street, before continuing to stagger forward. A street, the red-faced butcher who was busy selling meat, saw the passing Jiang Ming, and hastily took the time to look up and shouted, "Brother Minger, lean meat and plate oil, and a set of underwater, are all sent home for you." Nowadays, Wang Dong completely put down the dream of martial artists, but practiced martial arts. He killed the pig is also like a god. Business is red hot. Jiang Ming nodded and walked slowly back home. Brother Jiang Ming is back. Come and eat my mother's steamed pork. In the small courtyard next door, a pavilion young girl was practicing martial arts in a decent manner, and her eyes also lit up when she saw Jiang Ming. Tian Anan, how many times have I told you that you have grown up to call uncle? Jiang Ming's temples are painful. Jiang Dezhong maniacs across Ping'an County, only afraid of this one person. I don't care. Let's talk about each other. You call her sister. I'll call you brother. Tian Anan crossed her arms, and Jiang Ming completely lost his temper with her. Jiang Ming glimpsed a figure out of the corner of his eye, carrying a rolling pin and rushing out from the next house, so he hurriedly butchered back to his own house. In the house, Zhou Wenxiu was sweeping the dust and said without looking back, "There's no food. Make it yourself." Jiang Ming speechless. This with age, this one saw showgirl, temper is also more and more big. New Year's Eve night, the snow was falling just as hard as the New Year's Eve when it first came. Jiang Ming brought Shang Wenxiu, covered some hot dishes with a wooden box, and stepped on the snowy nest toward the other end of the county, arriving at a secluded greenstone courtyard. Fei's family, Li Qingqing's mother and daughter were all there. Tian Anan was teasing the little tiger-headed guy. Jiang Ming handed over the meal to a bunch of female rolls, so he bent down and drilled through the door curtains and entered the house. As soon as he entered the room, Jiang Ming felt warm all over. The fire was burning brightly, a reddish piece, like a warm and radiant life burning, and at the head of the bed, a dry and thin old man sitting against the quilt, is staring blankly at the flourishing fire, the firelight reflected in his cloudy eyes, as if it can give him the hope of rekindling life. "Master Jiang, have a sip?" Jiang Ming lifted a shiny wine gourd with a shiny disc and laughed. "Ha!" The old man looked up in bewilderment, and only after seeing that the visitor was Jiang Ming did he laugh somewhat sluggishly. Well, I love this sip of your wine. It's even more mellow than the one I brewed myself." Master Jiang is wrong. Jiang Ming sat cross-legged across from Old Gingerhead and poured a small glass of wine for each on the small table between the two. Over the years, the Old Gingerhead was also getting too old to walk. Jiang Ming used the old yellow wine soaked with mutated herbs to try to renew his life, but unfortunately, even the best herbs could only slightly slow down the process of the life fading away, but could not reverse it. Old Gingerhead trembling sip of wine, comfortable and incomparable long out of breath, seems to suddenly remember what, slowly said, this time down the mountain. Harvest how old scar and how much exploitation This chapter is not finished. Click next page to continue reading. I only practice forbidden arts if I'm immortal. Not bad. Made some money. Jiang Ming smiled, reassuring old Jiang too. That's good. That's good. Old Ginger nodded, muttering under his breath as his eyes wandered back involuntarily to the fire in the center of the room. Tian Anan led Fei's son, who playfully came in to add a handful of firewood, and then ran out to play in the snow again. The firelight leaps, more and more light, but the shadows in the corner of this bed and couch set off the deeper and deeper. Seems to be no matter how to melt into the light of that flame. Jiang Ming silently accompanied the old gingerhead to drink, from time to time to listen to him talk about some messy things. There are a few years ago, there are also decades ago. Perhaps the life of all old people is like this. Slowly, the line goes on. Slow movements, slow reactions, the past that keeps surfacing. Aging is quietly beautiful, and dying without a disease may be a blessing as well. The old gingerhead can live through many storms and wars. Already more than many people. Too happy. Jiang Ming was immortal and had long lost his fear of death. Now that he saw the old gingerhead's appearance, his heart was filled with a lot of emotions. Regardless of longevity or not, life was always the most magnificent thing in this world. Unconsciously, he seemed to feel that his martial arts realm also seemed to have refined a little forward. Wudao is also a kind of life that needs all kinds of experiences to fill it. A wudao that is cultivated in a bitter way is like a muddled life, thin and powerless. Stick to a point. Jiang Ming clinked glasses with old gingerhead and drank the wine in his cup. In March, the willow leaves sprout new shoots. A scene of vitality and prosperity. Old gingerhead didn't survive the winter after all and died on the 10th day of the new year. At the foot of the mountain, in front of an earthen grave, Jiang Ming spilled 2 cups of old wine, left the wine gourd in front of the grave, and turned to stride away. The breeze hunts, blowing a corner of the clothes, gradually disappeared at the end of the mountain road. I've been picking medicine for more than 10 years, and I haven't been out of the Great Cloud Mansion yet, so it's finally time to go out and take a look. Eternal life itself is uninteresting. Enjoying the infinite beauty of life can only add a million colors to this calm lone life. 1 month later, the first break in the continuous rainstorm was followed by a bright sunny day. On the muddy official road, a teenager carried a large wooden box on his back, walking in the wind. Ahead, the continuous city wall appeared in sight. As you got closer, you could see the 3 big words written in the center of the citadel. In the middle of the building, Qinglin Mansion. Jiang Ming stared at those 3 words and smiled. I didn't expect that in these few years, that Miss Wang borrowed my intelligence, and really put the so-called nameless person, the development of the sound and color. Back then, Jiang Ming left a letter, but it was just a casual act, and did not hold too much hope. After all, intelligence is only intelligence, not a murderous knife. Miss Wang to the body of an ordinary person, can maneuver in the major forces, will be the use of this information, the development of a party of forces, but also really a bit of level, and pushing me as the ultimate boss of the nameless. Nameless. As soon as Jiang Ming pronounced the name, he remembered the unlucky man who was full of blood and played the arrow, and he couldn't help but shake his head. However, Jiang Ming did not object. This is also a deterrent. If there is no one behind the masters sitting in the town, what the forces of the nameless and the famous, it is impossible to develop. This chapter is not finished. Click next page to continue reading. I only practice forbidden arts if I'm immortal. 7 years. No Name has also been out 2 or 3 times. Every time out, are mercilessly killed first-class martial artists, and even a first-class peak martial artists, also fell under the sword of the No Name, is to let this No Name, the development of the more and more huge, and now the tentacles, has long been touched all over the country of Yen. Intelligence is wealth. With the development of forces, the Nameless One's banner, also gathered a staggering amount of wealth. Countless heavenly materials, rare and exotic items, techniques and martial arts, all lurked in the Nameless One's various secret stashes, and the list of these treasures would be summarized by Miss Wang every year and listed for Jiang Ming's perusal, and he came here because of a secret technique in a list of treasures. Pulse-breaking scripture, at the cost of breaking the meridians, increases the speed of a martial artist to several times faster in a short period of time. It's not likely that it's another usable martial arts forbidden art, Jiang Ming whispered softly, heading towards the city. These years, the martial arts forbidden art also saw a few. Jiang Ming also practiced some, but most of them for him some chicken ribs, and this broken vein scripture, the party is the first time to let Jiang Ming feel the interest of. Chapter 98, carrying a sharp blade, killing intentions rise. At the entrance of the city, a few guards from the Flying Cloud Army held it, inspecting it one by one. My name is Yua Shang, and I came from the Diyunfu to join my relatives. Jiang Ming opened the wooden box, revealing the carpenter's implements inside, and after the guards inspected it, he was let in. Kid, if there is no way to live, you can come to the east camp of the city to look for me. Big head Gua. That guard encountered a wood, but also shouted behind. Jiang Ming quickly turned back and nodded, and turned around and disappeared in the crowd. Inside the prefecture, in a bustling and noisy tea house, Jiang Ming asked for a large pot of the cheapest strong tea and kept to himself, listening to the guests in the tea house chattering away. I heard that Pei a few days ago planted a big hila. The head of the family was intercepted by 2 first-class martial artists on the way out of the city, almost died, and finally broke an arm to escape a life. How can? Pei's family is with the Chen family. Business in Jiangnan province is quite frequent. The relationship is extremely close, and that the Chen family's head of Chen Dongfeng is a master of martial arts. but also heard that Chen Dongfeng last year had single-handedly killed 2 masters of martial arts. The world is rumored to be on the verge of stepping into the sect masters, with the Chen family as a backer. Who dares to touch the Pei family in this Qinglin province? Could it be the handiwork of the Nameless One again? Someone next to me whimpered, obviously hearing this for the first time. Hey, there is gossip that the Pei family once designed to kill the martial arts talent of other families, but also more than 1 or 2. Also somehow, it was the nameless person to poke this news to those families know, which is the secret joint attack Pei family head. There is this matter? That blame it. Cut off the hope of the rise of human offspring. This is a clear cut off the children and grandchildren under the blood and sea of deep hatred, but also care about the backing of the mountain not backing of the mountain. If I also have to fight with him to a fish death net break, the one without is truly terrifying. How could he even get his hands on such hidden information? Many of those who noticed the presence behind this message could not help but be alarmed by the battle. Once the rise of the nameless person is to help the family to find the murderer. I did not expect a few years past. This nameless person has grown to be able to casually toy with the Pei family step. Hey, maybe between you and me, there's a nobody. Someone's eyes rolled back in their head and they suddenly hemmed and hawed. The surrounding was silent. Although this person is open to play, but still let a person feel chilled all over the body. What are you guys talking about the Nameless One? A young man who had slightly just stepped into the martial artist realm, but he was puzzled. Hey, you are still young. The water of this matter is too deep to understand. There is no need to say anything. If you don't understand. A middle-aged man stroked his beard and said in a profound manner. The faces of several other people also showed a taboo color. Although the name in the circle of martial artists' reputation is not small, but has been holding some kind of mysterious color. Not in the outside world to show the Mountain Dew. No one has seen the real members of the nameless face. If it is here to say something, maybe it will be listened to. But a big, straight man big way, what can't be said? It's not like scolding them. Today I will say with you how powerful this nameless person is. Legend has it that there are 3 great chiefs in the organization of the Nameless Ones, the Faceless, the Traceless, and the Wayless. Faceless is responsible for pervasive intelligence. This Pei matter. Legend has it that she is the one who operates. Faceless is the most terrifying assassination master. Killed more than 12 martial artists. No one has ever been able to find his trail. Dao is black and white. Traveling between the major volunteer armies and even the imperial court. Trafficking in weapons, food and grass. Rich as a nation. And above them, there is even the legendary ultimate head. Nameless. Once till the peak first-class martial artist who was about to break through to martial Dao master with just 1 slash. No one knows he is strong. Rumor has it that he could possibly be a peak martial Dao master. Or even a true patriarch. Jiang Ming silently drank a large mouthful of tea, and admired Miss Wang. To be able to create the Nameless One in such a godly manner, it also needed some real level. The Nameless may not have the so bizarre, but sometimes fame is also a real. A keep mysterious is not always the best choice. Appropriate mystery plus shocking fame can develop better. Jiangnan Chen family, Chen Dongfeng. Then Jiang Ming turned the tea bowl and remembered, this chapter is not finished. Chapter 98, carrying a sharp blade, killing intentions rise. Warm tips to prevent incomplete access to content and disorganized text. Please do not use the browser, app, reading mode. Back then, in the Immortal Edge fiasco, a martial arts master who didn't know what he was stealing in a cave, turned his head and ran away. A few years have passed, and you're on the verge of breaking through to the sovereign? I guess I got something good. Jiang Ming finished his tea and got up to leave with the wooden box on his back. It seems that the location of the next stop has been determined, but there is no hurry. Eat this Qinglin house food, delicious, eat 3 times, and then tour some famous mountains and rivers. Enjoy the beauty of the mountains and rivers, and then go on the way to do the right thing. This is called life. Walking. Jiang Ming stared at a bakery that exudes a tantalizing aroma. And again not since turned in. 3 days later, Ming carried his toolbox and walked slowly through the streets, and from time to time, he felt strange gazes passing over him. This Qinglin has been run drip by drip. Jiang Ming's face didn't change, and he could clearly sense that within these people's bodies, the way their blood qi operated was all from the same source, from some kind of low martial arts technique that the Wang family had once collected. Nowadays, his super sense has been sharp and amazingly incomparable. Within a square meter, any wind and grass movement cannot escape his sense, and all this is thanks to the mutant small tree in the Dream Mountain. 9 red fruit down, his spirit or soul, a big unknown change. This change, perhaps the only way to solve the confusion is after touching the cultivation world. It's time, too, to reach out to the deceased. After so many years of the Nameless One's development, Jiang Ming had never come into contact with Miss Wang again. Even though he had made a few trips, The prosperous streets are in the midst of red cloth rows. A woman with an unusual face, coated in floral rouge, was selling her customers a variety of flowery cloths, until the sun set in the west. The sky is getting dark. The store is no more customers, and will also send the fellows away. The woman is moving a few joints. The store door closed and unlocked, and walked towards the backyard. Just as he walked to the backyard, he saw a faceless year lying in a bamboo chair, rocking around. What kind of teenager are you? Why are you trespassing on other people's homes? The woman frowning questioned. The teenager smiled gently and got up to walk towards her, mouthing the words before she tensed up and was about to strike. 7 years have not seen. Already a third-rate martial artist, worthy of being the most intelligent size of the Wang family, is very good. What are you talking about? The woman's child hole shrunk, but her face did not change. The teenager flexed his fingers and flicked. A piece of folded paper lightly to the woman fell. The woman access to the hand. Open a look. There are only 2 lines of words on it. You and I are nobodies. We lurk in the shadows. Familiar traces. Sydney words, which she never mentioned to outsiders. Immediately, eldest Miss Wang fell to her knees and said excitedly, Faceless, meet Lord Nameless, get up, are the few things I want here? Jiang Ming had verbose, tantalizing words. Before he came here, he had already sent a letter by flying to inform a few things of interest. Slave this to fetch it for you. Eldest Miss Wang nodded her head respectfully. These years had passed. She camped this huge intelligence organization, but she felt more and more that this lord was terrifying. The first-class martial artist of that year to the unfathomable nowadays. The growth of his strength was terrifying. It was as if he could never see the end of it. She even wondered if this lord had already broken through to the realm of the sovereign master. Soon, from a hidden compartment in one of the rooms, Miss Wang took out 3 items. A volume of books, a broken knife, and an ancient copper coin. Jiang Ming first spoke the booklet to pick up, and then triggered the super sense, and sensed toward the remaining 2 things. And a moment later, suddenly eeped softly and pinched the copper money. Where did this copper come from? Miss Wang hurriedly said. This Wu Dao guy with his men, through the North Ningfu, from an ancient stall to collect slaves to mobilize all the power to query the age of this board. But there has never been any results. This world has never existed in the dynasty named Daxia. Jiang Ming stared through the afterglow at the 4 large characters of the bronze coin. Daxia Tongbao. Could it be coins from the immortal cultivation world? This chapter is not finished. Chapter 98, Carrying a Sharp Blade. Killing Intentions Rise. Warm tips to prevent incomplete access to content and disorganized text. Please do not use the browser, app, reading mode. Jiang Ming rubbed the copper plate. Just now, through his super sense, he sensed a trace of an extremely weak and strange aura from this copper plate. Extremely similar to those herbs that mutated in the land of Immortal Edge. Good job. Keep investigating. Jiang Ming nodded his head, and with that, he flipped open the book and carefully browsed through it. Pulse-breaking scripture. Before practicing, the sinews must be quenched to the realm of sinew and bone alignment. Otherwise the sinews will be broken at the time of practice. And from then on, you will become an invalid. The stronger and tougher the sinews, the more progress in practicing this method, the greater the power. And when it is performed at the cost of meridian breakage, to stimulate the potential of the martial artist. And within a short period of time the speed of the martial artist will be increased to a number of fast. Jiang Ming gave it a cursory look over and stood still with his eyes closed in contemplation. A moment later, Jiang Ming opened his eyes and said expressionlessly, I will go away with this merit and copper plate. And you keep the broken knife. Doing well. Keep it up. Yes. Miss Wang nodded her head and turned around to return the broken sword to the dark compartment. Yet by the time she turned around and returned to the courtyard, it was silent and empty, as if nothing had come. Alas, was the only thing that came out? A ghostly sigh, ringing in the wind. On the official road, a teenager rode a steed, slowly heading south. This vein-breaking scripture always makes up for my last shortcoming. Jiang Ming said to himself in his heart, my tendon has the quenching of the mutant medicine. That is, compared to the sect masters are afraid to be no less than the same. Coupled with the help of the yuan taking technique, the cultivation of this broken vein meridian to be afraid of progressing quite quickly. According to the Gong method, breaking 10% of the tendons and veins of the whole body can increase the speed to 3 times. And if it breaks 30% of the veins, it is enough to increase 10. But after the tendons and veins are broken, it is also difficult to repair them. And it is almost like destroying the foundation of the martial arts path. Is a no-brainer ban. Forbidden techniques. Forbidden techniques are good. Jiang Minglu smiled, and couldn't help but fantasize about what kind of situation he could achieve if he spared his entire body's tendons and veins from breaking to increase his own speed. Now that's some self-preservation. Jiang Ming nodded with satisfaction. Being able to fight is not considered powerful. running is really strong. I will see who can chase me in the future. On that day, he found a mountain and couldn't wait to practice. While practicing martial arts and rushing, Jiang Ming is not in a hurry, and when he meets personnel of interest, he stops to take a look and play. In June, Jiang Ming finally crossed the Yanming River and stepped on the warm and humid land in the south of Yan Country, Jiangnan Prefecture, Baizhou City. Family even in this Jiangnan Prefecture premier rich big city, also called Chen Half City, visible Chen power of the huge, even the occupation of the Jiangnan Prefecture of the righteous army. The Chen family is also a courtesy. The head of the Chen family, moreover, is known far and wide as Chen the Great Benefactor, who once dispersed his family's wealth to buy grain during a grain shortage and gave rice porridge for months, allowing thousands of people to live. A tall, strong man, lying on an ox cart transporting groceries, with the city of Baizhou distantly visible in front of him. The car driver who is over half 100 years old is introducing the folk characteristics of Baizhou City to this foreign man, especially praising Chen Dazhonren, just short of setting up a plaque for him at home. Hey, Chen Daxian. Jiang Ming couldn't help but laugh silently at the car driver's bragging. The people only see the Chen family in the grain shortage to give rice porridge, but did not see this grain shortage as created to come, only to see into the tens of millions of people survived, but did not see thousands of surnames how to die in the grain shortage, in the nameless person's intelligence. This Lord Chen, but the story is a lot of stories, say 3 days and 3 nights cannot finish, need to hang on the street lamp to continue to say the kind of. It's just a shame there are no street lights in this world, so I'll give you a ride. Jiang Ming muttered and followed the ox into the city. After tasting some of the South's food and seeing the unique colorful Jiangnan beauties, a few days later, Jiang Ming finally came to the gate of the Chen family. There is a force behind the work is convenient. There is also with the help of the scouting rain. Jiang Ming no longer need to carefully mapping the surrounding situation. He already knows. This Chen family only Chen Dongfeng a martial arts master. In addition to this, there is no way to let him put on the heart of the person. This chapter is unfinished. Chapter 98, Carrying a Sharp Blade, Killing Intentions Rise. Warm tips to prevent incomplete access to content and disorganized text. Please do not use the browser, app, reading mode. Jiang Ming's face was calm as he walked straight toward the gate. Carrying a sharp blade, killing hearts since the rise of. Jiang Ming is now standing in the peak of the master of the martial arts, and practiced the broken vein scripture. If it is still fearful, so many years of martial arts, and feed the dog is about the same. This brother, who are you looking for? A guard at the gate saw this muddy and downtrodden big man. The bottom of his eyes flashed a trace of contempt and disdain, but still mildly said, I'm not here to find someone, I'm here to deliver. Jiang Ming said tantalizingly, send what man? Where? The guard froze. Boom! Blood chi erupted. A fist descended in front of the guard, blowing him out backwards. The thick door directly smashed to pieces. His body fell into the courtyard like a broken sack, his 7 orifices overflowing with blood, and he was already motionless. My name is Zhang Shan, and I'm here today to send Chen Dishanrun to his death. Jiang Ming's voice was like thunder, spreading far and wide by the power of blood strength. Chapter 98, Carrying a Sharp Blade, Killing Intentions Rise. Chapter 99, This knife has a lifespan of 30 years. Can you block it? Sending Chen Daxian back to the west. Back to the west. The sudden outburst of shocked shouts, like rolling thunder sent out in all directions. In the city of Baizhou, countless people are stunned to look up, shocked to look in the direction of the Chen house. Someone kills Chen Dishanrun? Where did this evil man come from that he dared to do such a hurtful thing? In order to raise silver to help the people affected by the drought, Chen Dazhong put all his swords with him. Is it true that good people don't get good rewards? The world is chaotic. The people do not It is not easy to meet a big good man, but even the thieves hit the door. Humph! Chen Dashan is a martial arts master, an existence that is about to become a supreme master. How could he be bullied by a petty generation? That evil person is dead. Discussions rose in all directions, and many people converged towards the Chen mansion, some carrying hoes and shovels, trying to seek justice for Chen Dazhong. They were filled with indignation and wanted to know what kind of ferocious and heartless person would come to kill Chen Dishanrun. Jiang Ming, on the other hand, had already stepped into the Chen mansion, casually picking up the iron sword that the guard had just dropped, his face full of fury as he took a step forward. A middle-aged marshal in the appearance of a steward, heard the commotion and rushed to the front yard with a dozen guards, saw the scene of the gate shattered and the guards died horizontally, and at once could not care less about what to ask, and was full of ice-cold snarling filial piety. Dare me Chen, really do not know death. Give me to chop him to death. Tinkling of small bells. A group of martial arts guards drew their swords in unison, shouting and rushing forward, cutting towards Jiang Ming without any hesitation. Ha ha ha. Bunch of mongrels. Zhang Shan, who was transformed by Jiang Ming, laughed up to the sky and walked forward without any haste, like a tiger entering a flock of sheep, rushing towards the group of guards. Although his gait was slow, but the knife light was like electricity, fast to the extreme, but also fierce and fierce. Just in a moment, there was a large area of blood explosion. The knife is too fast and too heavy. A set of fresh flesh, like being hit by 1,000 iron bars, straight exploded into two. Thrown up, a bright red heart fell in. Seems to still be slightly beating. In an instant, the Chen mansion was a bloodbath, and all the guards were slaughtered in the blink of an eye. In Jiang Ming's hand, the long sword was like a rainbow as he continued to go towards that house steward. You, martial arts master? A piece of broken intestine fell on the Chen family steward's head, but he had no time to care about it. He just looked horrified at the blood-strength blade rainbow spreading out above Jiang Ming's long blade. Whatever grudges my Chen family has with you can be resolved, please. Also, sound of escaping laughter. A knife slashed and heads flew up. Noisy, I Zhang kills people. Why explain with you? Jiang Ming continued to walk towards the inner courtyard while shouting once again, Chen Dongfeng, come out and fight. If you don't get out, the people of your Chen family will be exhausted by me. He carried an iron sword and scratched the green brick surface to go inside. And along the way, all the people of the Chen family that he encountered were killed by a crackling sword. Among the Chen family, there was a cry of misery, and countless Chen family members fled in a hurry. Boom! In the middle of the inner courtyard, a strong and overwhelming aura steeply erupted out. Seek death. The old man's drinking voice contained a strange power, causing the panicked Chen family members to immediately calm their hearts, and their fear subsided by a large margin. It's still really fast to break through to the zone master. Jiang Ming's heart was also stirred when he heard the might in those words. Absolute masters, at the top of the martial Tao, casually moving, contained the true meaning of the martial Tao and had great power. This pale old drinking voice seemed to still be almost on fire, but it was still considered half a foot into that threshold. But, after all, he didn't really step over. Still just a martial arts master. Jiang Ming's gaze was calm as he sensed the aura that was sprinting from the depths of the inner courtyard. Boom! A figure suddenly broke through the wall and raised his hand to slap down towards Jiang Ming. The blood energy bloomed with a blazing light, transforming into a huge palm that looked like a blood-colored millstone, pressing down towards Jiang Ming, only a sliver, away from the blood energy leaving the body. This chapter is unfinished. Chapter 99, this knife has a lifespan of 30 years. Can you block it? Warm tips to prevent incomplete access to content and disorganized text. Please do not use the browser, app, reading mode. Jiang Ming assessed the strength of the person in front of him, but his face was unchanged. His backhand palm was to meet up. Blood energy surrounded the palm, although not as bluffing as the other side of the momentum, but vaguely seems to be more condensed. Winter, a deafening loud noise. The void suddenly exploded, a circle of blood-colored ripples. The road broke through the wall of the figure that came to the strange attack. Was actually a muffled grunt, staggered back more than 10 steps, only to stop the figure. Martial arts master Chen Dongfeng. Nothing more than that. Jiang Ming looked at the gray-haired martial artist across from him who was over 100 years old and laughed out loud. Tick tick. Chen Dongfeng's right hand was trembling slightly, blood dripping from his fingers and palms. And surprisingly, he had lost under the collision of this move. This can't be. Chen Dongfeng stared at Jiang Ming in shock and anger, his face full of disbelief. How could anyone in the realm of the masters outwit his physical body? Then Dongfeng seemed to remember something. His face changed slightly, and he drank in a low voice. You went to Cloud Mountain and got the changed medicinal herb. The only way to be strong like this is to quench your body with exotic herbs. Not bad. You killed my friend in Cloud Dream Mountain, and today I'm here to seek revenge. Jiang Ming made it up as he went along. Anyway, a good man is a friend everywhere. Why did you come? You and I are clear in our hearts. What I got? Not that I can't give it to you. We might as well sit down and talk about it. Chen Dongfeng's gaze was deep and profound as he said with great meaning. He has guessed that this Zhang Shan is afraid to see back then. He escaped from the immortal cave and the elephant. Talking, I am here to take revenge. Kill you. Anything is mine. Jiang Ming grinned and snorted, and with his sword in hand, he rushed up. If this guy is really Chen Deshanren, Jiang Ming naturally do not mind sitting down to drink tea and negotiate. Really can not then fight on, but then know that this guy is fake, full of bad water. Jiang Ming lazy to talk, just want to chop him to finish, depressing the purchase price of grain, and then high prices when the grain shortage, is still pretending to sell the sword to raise silver, to pretend that you are a big master, just in time to test the results of these 7 years of cultivation. Boom! The blood energy spread 5 feet long, blazing up as Jiang Ming swept out as if he were holding a long flaming sword. To the realm of martial arts masters, the show of the blood-burning knife law, the power is simply horrible to the extreme. The knife where the on passes through, the temperature in the air menacingly high, the wall root of the withered leaves suddenly burned into ash end. Within a radius of tens of meters, no one under a first-class martial artist could withstand this burning breath. You are crazy. Chen Dongfeng's face changed. The more powerful the martial artist, the more serious the damage of casting forbidden techniques. He simply had not seen such a life-threatening guy. Could it be that I really killed his friend? For a moment, this thought popped up in Chen Dongfeng's mind. What on earth could make someone willingly fight for their life? Not life and death situation, but cannot allow him to think more. Can only desperately flash, but still by the sharp edge to the back. Sound of giggling. A bloody gash directly exploded, and the sharp blade strength even seeped into the body, causing Chen Dongfeng to stifle a mouthful of coughing. Jiang Ming's body followed him like a shadow, and he slammed his fist on his shoulder. Boom! Chen Dongfeng's body flew out like a meteor, thumping and crashing into more than 10 brick walls before he fell down in a cloak. Jiang Ming took an expressionless step and continued to kill towards Chen Dongfeng. Don't you force me! Chen Dongfeng gritted his teeth. How am I forcing you? Do whatever you want. I won't stop you. Jiang walked idly. His pace was dashing and reckless. After all, I want to kill you, and it has nothing to do with you. Please don't be in the heart of the Chen family master. You! Chen Dongfeng was furious. And when he saw that Jiang Ming had once again performed the blood-burning blade technique, his face was also a bit hideous, and he suddenly let out a cry. Buzz. He dazzled around the blood strength, then contracted into the body. At the same time Chen Dong's breath, but also in the section of the high body breath more and more exuberant, but some unstable, as in the edge of the storm. Forced to use the blood spirit gong. You really deserve to die. Chen Dongfeng stared at Jiang Ming with a deadly glare, his eyes red. This chapter is unfinished. Chapter 99, this knife has a lifespan of 30 years. Can you block it? Warm tips, to prevent incomplete access to content and disorganized text, please do not use the browser, app, reading mode. And a lock of his hair, in an instant, turned from gray to white, and the whole person seemed to have lost a great deal of vitality, permeated with a hint of decay, decaying breath of life, and the horror of the power of the breath cross, but some indescribable strange. Ming's gaze suddenly condensed. At this moment, he actually felt the aura of that mutated medicine from the other party's body. It seems that this is what he got in the Cloud Dream Mountain, right? Chen Dongfeng's figure had already rushed towards Jiang Ming with a blatant swing. Winter! This time, it was Jiang Ming's turn to fly out backwards, collapsing an unknown number of rooms. Boom boom boom! Chen Dongfeng one fell into madness, defying death crazy attack, hair white more and more, face as the emergence of wisps of wrinkles, quickly pale and down. Jiang Ming also did not flinch to display the burning blood knife method. The two fought all the way through the Chen house. I do not know how many houses and trees were destroyed. What is this spirit power? It is really an evil art. Jiang Ming frowned, watching that Chen Dongfeng body is almost withered into a dry corpse, but still sends out horrible power. It ends here. Jiang Ming had already tested out all of his opponent's cards and was too lazy to continue fighting. He fiercely slapped his long blade horizontally, and the two of them erupted into a fierce collision, both of them flying out backwards, and Chen Dongfeng fell into a piece of rubble, his body's strength being shaken to the point that it was a little unstable, and he struggled to get up. I have a blade that I have yet to use, so I will leave it to you today. Jiang Ming smiled, the hands of the long slowly raised, vaguely even such as waves slowly vibration shaking, and in the long knife above, wisps of blood strength burning shrouded, and the more thick, seems to be by the layer and layer of burning blood strength, fused together. Drone! The air rippled with a crimson ripple that filled the air with a seasonal scent. This was the ultimate fusion of the wave-swallowing blade and the blood-burning blade technique. Only one blade, but superimposed to incorporate dozens of blood-burning blades, exploding into the strongest strike. I knife. 10 years of life. Can you block it? Boom! Jiang Ming's long knife swung down. The crimson knife dyed the sky and earth as if they were all a rouge-like crimson color, descending on the Chen family head. Clamor. After the blade, nothing is left. Chen Feng faced horror to meet this knife. The whole body is turned into flying ash in the light of the knife, burning into fog. Outside of Chen, there was an amazing cacophony of sound, seemingly hearing the battle inside stop. A group of people suddenly shouted and rushed in. Master Chen, are you all right? We came to help you kill the thieves. Elder Chen is mighty, worthy of the existence of an instant sect master. Chen Dishanren has accumulated virtue and good deeds, and his virtue is immeasurable. So how can a small thief in the district hurt him? A person rushed into the courtyard of the Chen mansion with 7 mouths and tongues, holding up a hoe and shovel. However, after seeing the standing figure, he suddenly lost his voice. He seems to be the thief. A dead silence. Rolling. Suddenly, a warehouse that had been crashed through during Jiang Ming and Chen Dongfeng's fight seemed to have had a few of its main beams blown off, and at that moment, it suddenly tumbled down. Crashing sound. Warehouse collapsed, revealing the middle covers a wide area, and stacked more than 10 layers of grain bags. This time was smashed by the top of the broken collapsed. White flowers big splash out, sprinkled all over the ground is. The many people watched the scene in confusion. Didn't Chen Dajian say that his family has no food this year and that he will sell his sword to show his determination to suffer sweetly and sweetly with the people of Baizhou City? Jiang Ming glanced at the grain that was enough to feed a city full of people for 10 days, turned around with an expressionless face, and walked towards the inner courtyard of the Chen mansion. He just kills and fires and scavenges what he needs. As for whether these enthusiastic people understand each other with the Chen family or rise up in revolt, it has nothing to do with him anymore. Chapter 99, this knife has a lifespan of 30 years. Can you block it? Chapter 100, the first experience of immortal cultivation. The Chen family's backyard. Jiang Ming walked all the way through, the long knife in his hand dripping blood, after killing a few martial artists with an eye on wanting to recover. No one dared to stop him again. Casually grabbed a person of the Chen family to ask questions, and then forced to ask about the place where Chen Dongfeng often stays. After searching several other courtyards and halls in a row, Jiang Ming finally came to a chamber. There seems to be something famous here. The sharp perception in the underworld immediately caused Ming's gaze to flicker, and he triggered his super sense without hesitation. The details of the entire quiet room seemed to be millimeters away at this moment, unable to escape Jiang Ming's gaze. There is an end behind the statue of Buddha. These old men, why do they all love to worship Buddha? Jiang Ming raised his eyebrows, and was too lazy to slowly find the organ. Directly kicked the entire back wall, immediately revealing a black hole opening slanting into the ground. He entered it, and after a few moments of walking, he entered into the middle of a chamber. Not bad for a martial arts master. Seeing the scene in the chamber, Jiang Ming's eyes narrowed slightly. In the middle of the room, there was a piece of cold light flashing blade on display. Each piece was not vulgar. Put in the outside world is enough to cause countless martial artists crazy robbing. On the other side, there are a few bookshelves with stacks of books. Jiang Ming casually flipped through a few. All are some martial arts methods and martial arts techniques. And even the first-class martial arts methods have more than a dozen books in them, which are not precious at all. And at the end of the chamber on a table eucalyptus, is thrown some messy paper, above the haphazard writing and drawing a lot of east, as well as 2 up to the oldest book, and some pen and ink miscellany. Blood Spirit Technique. Jiang Ming picked up one of the booklets, and when he saw the name on the cover, he immediately revealed a full color. This technique should be the thing that Chen Dongfeng had stolen back from the Dream Mountain Zephyr, by fishing in troubled waters. When Chen Dongfeng performed this so-called blood spirit gong, the breath of mutated medicinal herbs diffused from his body, as well as the breath of coins similar to that Dasha Tongbao. Dao is the so-called aura? Jiang thought of the battle with Chen Dongfeng just now. Could this blood spirit technique allow ordinary martial artists to cultivate aura? But the cost seems to be small. That Chen Dongfeng cast for a while was almost sucked into human dryness. This is simply too damn suitable for me. Jiang Ming was so relieved that he didn't hesitate to tuck it into his arms. Then he looked towards another ancient book, thicker than the blood spirit Kung Fu Su, is turning the inner pages spread in the center of the table, next to the mess of yellow paper thrown. Above the writing and drawing seems to be in the study of cracking this ancient book. There is also a yellow paper only to write to half, ink-stained quill casually thrown in, soaked black a piece of writing. People seem to have something, hurriedly left. Jiang Ming sighed. This writing person obviously cannot come back. Really, the world is difficult. At any time life people seem to be killed by me. That's fine. No wonder I heard that this Chen Deshanrun is usually low-key and incomparable, almost unobtrusive. Even I hit the door did not immediately rushed out. It turns out to be every day drilling in the ground to study these contraptions. Jiang Ming was instantly interested in this booklet, picking it up and roughly reading a few pages, when his face revealed a look of surprise. Could this be an essay by cultivators? This nameless book among the content of scattered chaos seems to be someone's accompanying notes. Written some of the things seen in the day-to-day, but also written aura, breakthrough chi practicing the 3rd layer, and other words that make the ordinary look confused. There are also some scribbled records of the alchemy process, as well as a simple map of mountains and rivers, with some marks and labels. It's like a meme, but significantly not for ordinary people. This is also stolen from the Cloud Dream Mountain Swamp. Also this Chen Dongfeng collected in the secular world? Jiang Ming only pondered for a moment. Is too lazy to think? Anyway, is now their own. Later slowly study. He put the Immortal cultivator's essay into his bosom as well, and organized all the papers that Chen Dongfeng had written and drawn on the table into a thick pile, packed it into the middle of a wooden box, and wrapped it up in a bag and carried it on his back. The harvest is quite abundant. Jiang Ming satisfied point, and again walk weapons before. Naturally walk to a black ghost head big knife before. The blade is broad and sharp, and at the hilt this chapter is unfinished. Chapter 100, the first experience of immortal cultivation. Warm tips to prevent incomplete access to content and disorganized text. Please do not use the browser, app, reading mode. A ghost head decoration looks a bit grim. Ming walked closer and realized that the ghost head itself did not seem to be black, but was soaked in an unknown amount of blood, and even the hilt of the blade was infiltrated with a black and red color. Under the supersensible wisps of icy cold baleful gas from the ghost head knife, so that the surrounding temperature seems to be a little down. This head knife. I'm afraid I don't know how many people have been killed. Maybe there are still martial arts strong died under the knife. A good weapon. Just right for my good man Zhang Shan. Jiang Ming took the long knife, so he lifted his foot and left the secret room, strutting out. Chen House courtyard is chaotic. Countless people do not know what they heard. The wind is crazy from outside the Chen house pouring in, but also buzzing, shouting and discussing. The grain collapsed. I saw white flowers of rice, piled up like a small mountain. How could it be? How could it be? How could Chen Dazhan lie to me? More of the people were incredulous, but ran faster than anyone else, rushing in the direction of the granary, and the Chen family at this time by Ming to get anxious. See, this killed the head of the family of the big bad man is still in the house. No one dares to show his head to stop these people. There really is food. Gosh, there's not that much grain in the official granary. How do I look at the handwriting on that grain bag? Like writing Jiangnan it will be the government's relief grain it. Soon, cries of alarm were heard. A shocking news quickly spread throughout the city of Baizhou. Jiang Ming was too lazy to care about this, and after the Chen mansion, he headed for the city gates. Stop doing STH. For a period of time. In the distance, there is a figure that leaps from the roof, and a body is more than 10 feet away, toward the direction where Jiang Ming is coming fast. Worthy of being a rich Jiangnan prefecture, there is even more than one martial arts master in a city. Jiang Ming raised his eyebrows, turned blood strength, and laughed with a voice like thunder. Jiangnan house is really hospitable. This seat hard appreciate, but this go far. No need to send. Boom. Blood energy running, in the tendons and veins of the crazy flow. Foot stomped fiercely. The body is like an electric light. Eye is shot out of 100 feet away. Surname Pang. A sonic boom erupted in the air, and Jiang Ming's figure had already disappeared into Baizhou city. A few moments later, a man with a majestic aura leaped more than 10 feet and stationed himself on top of the city wall, staring into the distance, but even the silhouette was found. This is not a patriarch. He thought of the speed shown by the man just now. Suddenly through the body ice. Even ordinary martial arts patriarchs, all burst out of that kind of horrible speed. This Chen family, it really kicked the iron plate. He shook, decided not to meddle anymore, and quietly left. This tendon rupture still hurts. On a mountain road, Jiang Ming, with his head full of grass and leaves and his clothes in tatters, spat out a piece of stubble in his mouth. The first time he performed the vein-breaking sutra with all his might. A large portion of his meridians had collapsed all over his body. But this speed is really scary. Just now did not break, directly smashed dozens of large trees. This kind of horrible speed crashed into a patriarch. Is not also knocked him into the bone-broken tendons? Jiang Ming dripped, having a deeper comprehension of this move. Not only can it be used to escape, but attacking and killing is also a masterpiece. Come down, play for a while, then find a place and slowly drill down on this hall. For more than 10 years, basically only in the words of the book. See this big cloud outside the house of the soil and people. Are also time to really experience some. Saying that Dongyuan Prefecture City is adjacent to the sea. In the Immortal Edge Storm, it seems that there are a few families that have gained benefits that are running over from Dongyuan. Jiang Ming pulled out a small book, flipped through a few pages, used a fine charcoal pencil to cross out the name of the Chen family in Jiangnan province, then found the directory of Dongyuan province, looked at it carefully for a moment, and put it away in his arms again, all the way east. Then, Jiang Ming bought a handsome horse. And after roughly identifying a direction, he headed east. Along the way, he walked and stopped, saw a lot of interesting people and interesting things along the way, have encountered interest in the West, will stop for a few days or even months. This chapter is not finished. Chapter 100, the first experience of immortal cultivation. Warm tips to prevent incomplete access to content and disorganized text. Please do not use the browser, app, reading mode. Jiangnan Prefecture City. The famous Great Yen in the South First Medical Hall. Jiang Ming incarnation of the tour of the four sides of the practice of medicine, and respected medical experts and discussing medicine, in the medical experience and insights, was crushed by the body without a skin. However, Jiang Ming's knowledge and insights of medicinal herbs, as well as his whimsical ideas in the medical path, shocked all the medical experts. Whether it is a brand new medicinal herb that they have never heard of, or a medical vision that is far beyond the times, all of them have made this white-haired old man whose body is in the coffin thrilled beyond words, exchanging and learning from each other for several months. Jiang Mingfang is in a crowd of unwilling light, floating away, lodging in the deserted land in the village. Jiang Ming met the tiger mouth long callus of the strong villagers, was enthusiastic about a bowl of vegetable soup. The sinking of the sleep. A dozen soldiers in tattered armor gathered from the face into the house, discussing what men's meat is not good, women's meat is medium, children's meat is excellent, and other topics. This man is too rough. First tied up and scalded with boiling water poured over them once, before brushing the bitter skin with a bamboo broom, before cutting off the meat and cooking and frying it, or just simmer in a vat and roast with a fire. Radiance is the most beautiful. Jiang Ming can no longer listen to it. A whistle to call the horses that have been tamed and enlightened. Drew the ghost head knife. A knife one. Cut a clean. The lonely village was completely silent. Found behind the house piles of white bones. Jiang Ming dug a large pit. Will be buried as much as white bones? And set up a wooden sign. Do not know what. Then simply did not write anything. Sprinkled with turbid wine to send off after riding away. Alone. In the mountains. Solo martial arts. And stand on a withered bamboo. Along the monstrous river water with the waves. Stunned a crowd of riverside fishermen. A cottage called the Wild Wolf Cottage. Jiang Ming and the big cottage master do not fight, and when half a year of the second pawn, along with the cottage and the good man robbing the rich to help the poor, killed I do not know how many masters, robbed the gold and silver grain and grass, at night quietly through the village and town of poor people in the household. In his spare time, he also went to the Lingwang temple in the camp of the coyote walled city, when a burst of gangs of lay disciples, collected the incense of the merchants and lords, and listen to their prayers for this grain shipment to be flat and safe and not to be robbed by the mountain bandits. Aya, Buddha will bless you. Jiang Ming's gaze was gentle as he followed the compassionate head presiding officer, knocking on a wooden fish to draw circles on his lordship's head. At night, the bald presiding officer took off his robe, pulled out two large swords from under the bed, and Jiang Ming, a hand full of fury, rode a fast horse, and galloped towards the official road under the mountain. Under the moonlight, the bald head is shiny and reflective, like wearing the sacred halo of Buddha. Finally to Danjuanfu. Jiang Ming breathed in the somewhat moist air and looked down from above the high mountains. A large city lay prostrate on the earth in front of him. Beyond that, there is an endless ocean that makes the mind happy up. After walking around for more than 2 years, Jiang Ming, you arrived here. Arrived at purpose. Time to celebrate and rest for another month. Jiang Ming patted the horse underneath him and headed toward the large city ahead. Another year later, Dongwon Fuzong, a small middle school. Jiang Ming set up a stall, supporting a large pot, to the young ladies from the city, doing the seafood chowder that opened his eyes. It was only at sundown that he removed his stall and returned to his hut with the money he had earned today. Sitting on the couch, Jiang Ming touched out a thin book in his bosom and opened it, which was densely packed with many Danjuanfu deeds observed over the past year. These few clans in the Dongyuan province, they don't seem to have made much of a move over the years. Jiang Ming murmured, those few families back from the Cloud Dream Zephyr. Seems to have not heard of any family Chen family that. Suddenly someone became a peak martial arts master. Also did not pop up what martial arts genius. But that's normal. After all, it would be abnormal if everyone could snatch a great opportunity. Jiang Ming shook his head, intending to drop this matter first when the time came, preparing to delve into the 2 books he had obtained from the Chen family. Let's practice blood spirit kung fu first. In the past few years, Jiang Ming had roughly flipped through this technique a few times, but he hadn't been in a hurry to practice it. Anyway, life was long, so why rush it? He flipped through this book from Yunshanzai one at a time. This chapter is unfinished. Chapter 100, The First Experience of Immortal Cultivation. Warm tips to prevent incomplete access to content and disorganized text. Please do not use the browser, app, reading mode. The Kung Fu, Blood Spirit Gong. The land of aura depletion of the law against heaven to change the fate of the human body's blood as a fire. Burning sacrifice out of the aura. This law point has 2. One is the sacrifice of the refined gas can only be used for their own cultivation, and the second is the consumption of the blood is very great. Non-martial arts masters cannot be lightly practiced. It's also thanks to this lack. Otherwise the Chen de Shanrun is afraid that he will create a shocking killing. Jiang Ming muttered to himself. But look at that Chen Dongfang's last appearance. In a few breaths, he was almost sucked into dryness. Fear is that this gong method is much more terrible than the description. Jiang Ming estimated that even if the martial arts master practicing this thing is afraid to be short, unless like Chen Dishanren, really desperate, want to rely on this method to break the bottleneck of the martial arts, or else it is estimated that no one dares to practice this intention. Speaking of which, it's also considered a forbidden art, but it's considered an immortal Tao forbidden art. Right. Jiang Ming's eyes flickered. If he practiced this method, would he be able to condense his aura and become an immortal? It is a pity that there is no immortal cultivation law. Then he sighed with a glance. Chapter 100, The First Experience of Immortal Cultivation. Chapter 101, Returning from the Sea. On the calm sea, a fishing boat drifted unhurriedly, and under the afterglow of the setting sun, a small figure sat in the boat like a dark apocalyptic statue. This rowing is really a technical job. Jiang Ming's gaze was wooden as he let this fishing boat go with the waves. Several big families in Danjiwanfu have nothing to do. Jiang Ming is temporarily lazy to care about them. He heard that there are many islands in this near sea, and he wanted to buy a fishery, such as the hidden masters, like a slow and leisurely rowing to an uninhabited island, burying his head in the study of the blood and spirit work, but he did not expect to overestimate his own skills. It's not easy to play with some pussy out there. Not playing, looked around, did not find any traces of the ship. Jiang Ming simply threw away the oars directly. The blood energy in his hand was gulped, and he fiercely slapped to the back of the sea. Boom! Between the waves, the boat was like an arrow that had left the string, shooting out with a bang, leaving a long white trail on the sea. Thank goodness the boat I bought was strong enough. Seeing that it worked, Jiang Ming was also happy, thumping the surface of the sea, like a dish flopping in the pool, speeding toward the distance. After passing many islands along the way, Jiang Ming finally found an island with an eye. The terrain is steep, the rocks are jagged, and the reefs are still vaguely visible on the beach, and the general fisherman will not dock here at all. That's it. Jiang Ming's eyes lit up. The fishing boat slowly rowed to the near sea. Jiang Ming directly rolled down the boat, hands on the hull of the boat, feet under the blood-strength fierce outbreak. Even with the boat is to leap and, across dozens of feet, landed on a shallow beach. Pang! Jiang Ming put the boat down and began to move things from the cabin towards it. Leaves and rice noodles, salt and dried fruits, talking books, axes and iron hoes, rice and vegetable seeds, cultivation to cultivation. The joy of life cannot be less. Their own paddle a piece of land, drink tea, cooking, farming, not livelihood, not worried about not. This small life is simply to be too comfortable. No anxiety, no involution, no insomnia. That's what makes everlasting life comfortable. Hiding the ship, and a cave to store all kinds of items. Jiang Ming began to regard this lonely island. Suddenly have a feeling that he is Lucian. After a few days, Jiang Ming in an island on the slopes of a place where there is water, shade, cut down the wood to build a sturdy cabin, which will be placed in all the things, and made some tables and chairs beds, before settling down. Hey, we living people, just highlight and not in a hurry. Jiang Ming reclined on the chair he had made and slowly sipped his tea. Spend another half-month clearing fields and planting crops, and when you're bored, jump naked into the sea and catch fish for soup. Another calm day. When the sky was clear, Jiang Ming woke up with his bare buttocks and stretched. Looking at the cloudless sky, he finally decided to start practicing blood spirit technique. Although Jiang Ming did not cultivate immortal law, but based on his experience of eating mutated herbs, and Shen Dongfeng's table to see, this so-called spiritual qi, to contain the blood qi, quenching meat, also has a huge use. If the physical body can be strengthened all the time until even the spells of the immortal cultivator don't open my defense, isn't it possible to shoulder the immortal cultivator even with the body of a martial artist? Jiang Ming muttered to himself, feeling that this is not impossible. However, I am afraid that this road has quite a lot of shackles. Otherwise that immortal cultivator who died in the Cloud Mountain Zephyr, if he borrowed this method to strengthen his flesh when the aura gushed out, where is he still afraid of what the patriarchs are besieging him? Nowadays, his physical body is still far from the peak, and the realm of the division is not so good to break through. The only way to enhance his strength is to enhance his physical body. Recalling the breathing method and the technique of blood energy operation in the blood spirit technique, Jiang Ming immediately began to try to cultivate it. For the first time, no aura was born. Second time, fail. Third, Jiang Ming got in, and not in a hurry. His own qualifications such as what is also a force number. Practicing a martial arts also have to rely on the forbidden arts to those talented martial artists faster. This blood spirit technique was clearly beyond the realm of martial arts and belonged to the wondrous arts of immortal cultivators. If all of his qualifications could be comprehended quickly, it would not be a case of the sun striking the west. This chapter is not finished. Chapter 101, Returning from the Sea. Warm tips to prevent incomplete access to content and disorganized text. Please do not use the browser, app, reading mode. It's out 10 times now. Well, try again tomorrow. Jiang drew Dao Dao on the ground, and as soon as the time was up, he immediately rested and lay flat, and wandered off to water his vegetable seedlings. Fully a month or so later, early that morning, Jiang Ming sat cross-legged on a smooth boulder at the edge of the cliff as the waves below lapped against the cliff wall with a loud clatter. 10th again. Jiang Ming is light and familiar with the process. Half of the buttocks are ready to lift up. Time 1 will immediately go. Buzz. Suddenly, a strange and familiar power was born within him. Jiang Ming's but instantly sat back down, a look of surprise on his face. It's done? Is this aura? A lock of Ming's hair was slightly gray, and then it was quickly restored, as if nothing had happened. Instead, his focus was on a strange amount born within his body, almost identical to the mutated herb sent from back then, but more pure, containing barely a trace of impurities. Jiang Ming tried to use this trace of aura to contain a mass of blood qi, which instantly made the mass of blood qi shrink by several times, but it was more condensed and the power it contained became much stronger. This is already a blood qi that has been quenched to the limit by the mutated material from back then, and now it can even change again. Jiang Ming big, does not this mean that their own strength, but also can once again significantly improve? Is there really a path to sainthood in the flesh in this world? Jiang Ming couldn't help but be skeptical. He suddenly recalled the legend about that martial Marquis Josher after the Immortal Edge fiasco. There had been news that he wanted to be a martial artist, breaking the ceiling of the peak of the sovereign and breaking through to a higher realm. Maybe the martial Marquis took a similar path? Jiang Ming's heart was shaken. The martial Marquis plotted the Immortal Edge blood eucalyptus. If he got the greatest benefit in that immortal cave, he might really be able to step out of that step, breaking through the shackles of the sovereign master with martial arts, standing above the sovereign master. These geniuses, they're so jealous. Jiang Ming long and short sigh. Where? No talent, no qualification. Can only rely on the forbidden arts to open and hang this way, in order to barely be born. The practice has been successful, and it should be celebrated. Today without practicing, he used up the one qi that he had sacrificed, shook his arms and stomped his legs, and carried it back toward the cabin. The blood spirit skill has become time to study another ancient book. Back to the house, added firewood to the tea boil on, and baked 2 stolen turtle eggs by the stove. Jiang pulled out the year Qin Dongfeng research that cultivator of immortality essay. From browsing up, late at night, the bright moon rises from the sea. In the wooden house, Jiang Ming closed the ancient book, his face ancient. This ancient book he has actually seen several times, the content of which is too scattered random. Jiang Ming can only look over and over again, each time rely on even with guessing, speculating on the experience of the owner of the pen. Look at the content of this booklet. This immortal should major in refining Dan and minor in making talismans. In addition to a few kinds of Dan and talisman matching, as well as the distribution of some medicinal herbs between the mountains and rivers, and a low-level fireball art, it is the number of Dan practiced every day, sold a few spirit stones, and how much spirit stone paid to the boss. Other content is not much. By the looks of it, it's a social animal that's been hanging out in the cultivation world pretty hard. But according to scattered records inferred, this cultivator once stayed in the place. Should be a piece of scattered cultivators' convergence? Nothing big door big faction. But he mentioned the red pine snow plains, and I do not know whether it is the search for medicine error, or to avoid the enemy. In short, came to this world. Jiang Ming can't help but guess. Could it be that the red pine snow plain is the gateway to the immortal cultivation world? As for this cultivator to stay in the scattered cultivation of exactly where, how far away from the red pine original? But there is no news. Jiang Ming shook his head. This volume of information is too little, only later to gradually collect more information Anyway, there's no rush. It's safer to explore the road ahead first before heading to the immortal cultivation world. Better study this fireball. Jiang Ming didn't go for pills and talismans, both of which required quite a few spirit material formulas, and the refining process was even more aided by aura. While the blood spirit kung fu sacrifice, this chapter is unfinished. Chapter 101, Returning from the Sea. Warm tips to prevent incomplete access to content and disorganized text. Please do not use the browser, app, reading mode. Reiki can only be used for one's own cultivation, and cannot be used to make medicine or talismans. It's a pity that Qin Dongfeng ambition is quite just all white research. Those papers from Qin Dongfeng, Jiang Ming had long since browsed through them, which recorded his research on these Dan formulas and several talismans, and even wanted to personally delve into trying to refine them. And there is no aura in this heaven and earth. Even though Qin Dongfeng has thought of 1,000 ways, he has not been able to practice any of them. However, Jiang Ming did understand his thoughts. Fireball spells like this immortal cultivation spell, which required a depletion of aura, were the least to be attempted for a normal martial artist. On the contrary, those pills, talismans, if you can some alternative materials, practicing the same or even practiced into a semi-finished product, perhaps enough to itself up amazing help roll. It was a pity that Qin Dongfeng had estimated the Dan formula talisman for immortal cultivation, and had not succeeded in developing the same. But although he failed, but a variety of medicinal herbs and materials processing, then and other scriptures, such as back on land can be practiced, in order to if it is really involved in alchemy and talisman making, can also be considered to lay some foundation. When doctors can sew banana peels to practice, I think this alchemy system is similar. Jiang Ming pondered in his heart for a moment, then he temporarily put these two immortal cultivation skills behind him and concentrated on the fireball technique. Cultivation of immortals. Although the fireball art is one of the lowest level, but the spiritual firepower contained in it is not something that ordinary people can resist. I just don't know if it will be subject to this heaven and earth suppression if it is cast out. Jiang Ming pondered for a piece, or decided to practice it first before saying, so what if it's suppressed? Can it still suppress me? But without cultivating the gong method, just with the blood chi sacrificing those auras, I'm afraid it's a bit hard to practice it. But Jiang Ming is not afraid of the most difficult. A day or 2 days cannot be practiced. A year or 2 years, or even 10 years and 20 still cannot be practiced. Blood spirit technique and fireball technique go hand in hand. After placing the cultivation plan, Jiang Ming began to cultivate the two immortal cultivation techniques on a daily basis. In addition, on the martial arts advancement, Jiang Ming also did not stop, practicing every day a variety of boxing knife art. A variety of martial arts skills are also hair refined. He had slaughtered several martial arts families and collected a lot of techniques and martial arts skills, plus the nameless one had collected techniques over the years. Jiang Ming now had a wide variety of martial arts methods, such as just the right time to sort them out and incorporate them into his own martial arts system. In his spare time, Jiang Ming will be in the house around a variety of vegetables, rays, occasionally fishing in the sea. When a wave of white playing a few days, time rushes on, and the moss on the cabin gets thicker and thicker. Wooden boats hidden along the shore slowly rotting and breaking. After 8 seaside bluffs, Jiang Ming's gaze was leisurely as he wore a tattered garment and stood up with a long stride. Is it finally the end of practice? From the beginning of 2 years, the progress of quenching the blood and flesh with the aura sacrificed by the blood spirit gong is to come more and more slowly, until the day. Finally it is difficult to progress by an inch. He clenched his fists. His strength today was more than 10 times stronger than back then when he first came to the Lonely Island. If he were to fight with that Chen Dongfeng again, he was afraid that a single punch would be able to blast him into pieces. Even if it's a patriarch, in terms of pure blood chi condensation, it's still no match for me, right? Jiang Ming murmured. Today's him, martial arts realm has also been comparable to when the Chen Dongfeng. Even further, martial arts realm of intent deep incomparable. Blood strength with the heart of 1,000 changes. The same, always unable to take that last step. Change has reached its limit. But the final qualitative change requires an opportunity, which cannot be reached by sitting withered. It's time to leave. He put a few important books into his arms, looked back at the wooden house on this lonely island, as well as the surrounding reclaimed large farmland, and the distant sea turtles that were slowly lying on their backs to bask in the sun, shook his head, and then turned around to leave. A good and quiet life is only fleeting after all. It's a long way off, and I don't know when I'll be back. Maybe not. The small boat on the shore has rotted. Jiang Ming did not go to build another one. After approaching the shallows, he leaped up, and landed steadily on top of the sea, with blood under his feet. This chapter is not over. Chapter 101, Returning from the Sea. Warm tips to prevent incomplete access to content and disorganized text. Please do not use the browser, app, reading mode. The power trembled and turned into a ripple, going to fall of a half-step grandmaster. His use of blood energy had already reached the realm of the out of the blue. He stepped on the tip of the wave, walking on the surface of the sea as if he were walking on a flat surface, and took big steps forward, moving dozens of feet horizontally with each step, dragging a white trail behind him, and approaching rapidly in the direction of the. In the early hours of the morning, the sky and the earth were dark. The only thing that was left was the thin moonlight, reflecting the slight waves on the sea. Beach. A few fishermen are organizing their nets in preparation for today's fishing trip. A fisherman packed up his things and was about to get on the boat here, but suddenly saw on the distance. There seems to be a small black dot, speeding close to come. Sharks? Seagulls? Neither two he muttered, and as he watched the black dot getting faster and faster, speeding toward the side, he hastened to call out to the other fishermen. Look, you guys, what's that? When the crowd heard this, they hurriedly looked over in the direction he pointed to, only to see a white wave trace trailing a long trail on the dim and incomparable sea surface, like a white electric light, shooting towards the coast at a rapid speed. Is it a boat? It can't be. Sharks aren't that fast. The crowd was in awe. Having fished for so many years, they had never seen such a sight. However, soon after, a look of horror appeared on their faces. I only saw that the white trace approaching the shore, and the black spot at the forefront of the white trace was also getting clearer and clearer, and it looked vaguely like it was actually a person. How can this? How can this? All the fishermen were scared silly, staring at the figure stepping on the sea. In the blink of an eye is close to the beach, feet in the water in a fierce step, is like a flying bird's young general. The figure spread, landed on the shore. A big man with a face full of sang was cloaked. His clothes were torn and tattered, but his eyes were like torches, gleaming in the darkness. He glanced at the fisherman and said tantalizingly, "What age is it now?" A fisherman stuttered, thinking that he had met an immortal from outside the world, and a bold one trembled and said, "Your Excellency, this is the great Yen dynasty, and this year is the 15th year of Dinglong. Yen hasn't been destroyed yet?" Jiang Ming was greatly surprised. That fisherman hastily bowed and said, "Report to the Immortal." Nowadays, the Flying Cloud Army, the Qingxian Army and the three tripods of the small Yin country have been conquering for several long years, and the world is in great turmoil until now, and there has always been stability. So it is. Jiang Ming thought about it and left without looking back. Chapter 101, Returning from the Sea. Chapter 102, 20 years. Dongyuan Prefecture City, a lively restaurant. Jiang Ming, who had changed his face, ordered a table of good wine and good food to feast on, listening to the diners around him talk about world affairs. It's really surprising that this southern Yen can hold out until now. I heard that he won another victory yesterday, destroying several thousand men of the Qingxian army. He. Although the Marquis of Wu has disappeared into thin air, but he left behind a lot of backhandedness. This small Yin country may have to fight back in the future, and become a big Yin country again. Humph. I'm more optimistic about the Qingxian army. When the Emperor and the Marquis of Wu designed to kill the major families of patriarchs, and now only 3 of the 6 major families are left, and the combined efforts of the Qingxian army pushed out the iron will to exterminate the Yen, is not what soft persimmons. The back of the retaliation must be extremely scary. Yes, that Liang family is still 2 patriarchs in one family, and it has the appearance of being the first family in the world. A martial artist shook his head and said. Jiang Ming raised an eyebrow. This Liang family seems to have gotten something extraordinary in the Yunmeng mountain swamp, recreating a patriarch in a few years. I've been eating fish for 8 years, but I haven't become a patriarch yet. Jiang Ming secretly tittered, but he expected that second patriarch of the Liang family should have been at the peak of the grandmasters long ago as well. Otherwise it would be difficult to break through this final step even if he took advantage of the opportunity. It's just that this matter of destroying Liang will have to be pushed back again. Jiang Ming took a sip of wine, his gaze leisurely, not in a hurry. If 8 years is not enough, wait 80 years. At this time, a black-faced man suddenly laughed. Speaking of which, the Flying Cloud Army is the one that has risen out of nowhere, actually being able to rise from the minutiae and fight to the end. With these 2 forces in 3 parts of the world, I heard that behind the Flying Cloud Army, but also stand a few martial arts masters. The army is full of talent. These years those 2 green-clothed young ministers and white-robed Confucian generals, but also the rise of fame for the Flying Cloud Army to break into a lot of territory, coupled with the fact that the Flying Cloud Army is even more popular nowadays. I don't know how many people run to their territories to join them, and their strength is growing day by day. If it finally comes to fruition, it's not bad at all. Jiang Ming listened for a moment, but couldn't help but show a stunned look. The so-called green-clothed young phase and white-robed Confucian general were actually talking about Wei Yan and Fong Lai. He couldn't help but think back to that year, when they first met in the Cloud Dream Mountain Zephyr, not realizing that more than a decade had passed, and both of them had become famous throughout the world. It's just a pity that I'm still a nobody. Jiang Ming shook his head and continued to smother his head and furiously sweep the food on the table. I've almost stayed long enough in this Dongyuan province, so I'll eat seafood for a few more days, get my business done, and then I'll go to the next place. Half a month later, late night, in the middle of the Qin family, the number 1 family in the Dongyuan province, a blinding blade light suddenly lit up, directly crackling a separate courtyard into 2 halves. The number 1 expert in Fu City, martial arts grandmaster Qin Hong was dead, his head cut off, leaving a headless body empty. You don't listen when I talk to you nicely. You have to fight me. Jiang Ming carried the head in his hand. His figure swept through the darkness of the night towards his next target. But this Qin Hong doesn't seem to have gotten anything, other than some mutated medicinal herbs. There's nothing else related to immortal cultivators. but it is not without gain. Jiang Ming searched a martial arts master's cultivation insights, although the path of the master is different. But there is always some reference role. This chapter is not finished. Click next page to continue reading. I only practice forbidden arts if I'm immortal. The Wu family, too, was an old family in the Dongyuan province. Jiang Ming carrying Qin Hong head. The Wu family head from the bed to wake up. The latter just wanted to rise up. Is to see that bloody head. Instantly shriveled down. Shivering to say that should not say all set a clean. It's also only herbs. And it's been eaten up. Jiang Ming disdained the rest. Carrying his head away and continuing to the next house. Those who listen to it will have a long conversation and drink wine. And those who do not listen to it will just ga off their heads. The next day, a piece of news began to spread like crazy in the Dongyuan province. Someone crazy attacked the major forces, cut off the head at the drop of a hat. Even the only martial arts master in the capital city was cut off the head. All the major families are in danger. And since then the legend of the head cutter, which has been circulating in the Dongyuan province for decades, has become an excellent material for making children stop crying. Jiang Ming, on the other hand, had long since left the Dongyuan prefecture, riding a black horse and wandering along the official road, playing with a mutilated piece of pitch-black metal in his hand. The only thing that could be counted as a real harvest in the Dongyuan mansion was this piece of metal obtained from a family, only palm-sized, as thin as rice paper, with sharp edges, and Jiang Ming could hardly damage it even with all his efforts. According to that guy, it was also snatched from Yunmeng Shanzi, taking advantage of the chaos. Maybe it's some kind of magic weapon fragment. Jiang Ming shook his head, but perhaps it has been broken for too long. But there is no aura breath. No matter whether it is dripping blood or inputting aura, there is no response. Can be used as a concealed weapon. With my strength nowadays, casting the vein-breaking scripture to enhance my speed, and then throwing this iron piece. Even if it is a patriarch cannot defend it. Jiang Ming pondered the usage of this iron piece for a moment and put it away for the time being. Although the harvest here is not great, I have heard many legends of the Nameless One, who has developed to an extremely terrifying scale by moving from side to side in the three major forces such as the Flying Cloud Army. In the midst of war and chaos, intelligence information is always the most valuable thing, and the Nameless One is relying on this stuff to get started. So naturally, he is like a fish in water. However, Jiang Ming was not going to continue contacting the Nameless One for the time being. Even the most mysterious forces are also people. The Nameless One is now powerful and may be targeted by someone. Let's go back and take a look when we become a patriarch. Jiang Ming put it behind him and pulled out another small notebook from his pocket, crossing off a few forces in Dongyuan province and continuing to look for the next place he wanted to go. The Lin Yangfu. Legend abounds with famous calligraphers and painters. In the book of the Immortal Cultivator's accompanying book, the record of the talisman information had mentioned that the talisman together on the pen work requirements are extremely high. Ordinary immortal cultivators, even if they want to learn, is also very difficult to start, and can be in the talisman together with the achievements of the people is even more fewer and farther between. The best way to get started is to start with calligraphy and painting, but it's also extremely time-consuming to learn, and few cultivators are willing to waste their time on this. Just as well, I have the least amount of time. Jiang Ming smiled, looking at the great scenery ahead, his legs clamped, and the steed underneath him suddenly increased in speed, galloping all the way away, leaving behind a trail of rolling smoke. Lin Yangfu now is under the Qingxian army, but because of the location of the rear, but a peaceful scene, when many of the Yan state's dignitaries are moving their families here, in this south of the rich and affluent place to continue to live. This chapter is not finished. Click next page to continue reading. I only practice forbidden arts if I'm immortal. It seems that quite a few people are optimistic about the Qingxian army. Jiang Ming is a half-step master, easy to mix into the city of Linyang. Feeling a prosperous scene in the city, looking for a small painting shop, is to walk in. Junior Yua Shang, dare I ask if this place accepts apprentices? From then on, a young man named Yua Shang became an apprentice in the painting gallery in the city of Linyang, working at the gallery during the day to learn painting, and then going to the docks at night to work as a laborer to save up for tuition fees. 2 years later, Linyang City, a shocking change. Several martial arts masters, in one day by the murderer, broke into the door and injured. At the same time, the small painting gallery in the apprentice named Yue Shang is also disappeared. Time is long. The blink of an eye is the 25th year of Ginglong. The sky is divided into 3 parts. The war lasted for more than 10 years and still hasn't ended. But the small Yan country has become more and more weak. The Marquis of Wu left for many years, leaving behind means that can't anticipate such a long time to change. The bitterly cold land of the northern frontier. A figure was sitting quietly on the ice in the lake. An ice hole cut in front of him, with the fishing line going straight down, and was ice fishing in an old-fashioned manner. It's been 20 years since I left Peace County. Jiang Ming's gaze was long. During these 20 years, he had traveled all over Yen, and even went to Jing and Yu, playing and stopping, and finally visited all the names under the sovereign's power in the small book. Along the way in the body of the sword, killed I do not know how many of the vicious generation, but also know a lot of the world's powerful, but also to martial arts will be friends, to see all kinds of martial arts masters, set 100 of the long, into their own four cannon, a variety of boxing sword and knife moves at your fingertips. The meaning of the martial arts is also more and more out of the spirit of comprehension. Several years ago, he even in the name of Zhang Shan, and Fong Lai drink a few days, disguised as a general of the Flying Cloud Army, killing and chopping the enemy on the battlefield, and made many small and large merits before drifting away. In the Qingxian army and the Little Yen Kingdom, a few vests were also left behind to drink and rejoice with many strange people. It's just a pity that every man for himself, and I don't know how many are still alive after the endgame. Jiang Ming shook his head. Even in the pandemonium of the small Yen country, there are many hot-blooded and righteous people, otherwise they cannot hold out until now. But it is a pity that the old ship is going to capsize. How can a few planks that are not infested with worms be saved? Suddenly, the fish line fell. Jiang Ming's face was so happy that he hurriedly stood up, and with a lift of his hand, he yanked up a big, fat fish of tens of pounds. Dinner is there again. Jiang Ming grinned, although he can't starve. But who wants to starve when he can drink a bowl of steaming fish soup? Then he looked up and forward, only to see that the distant opposite side of the frozen lake seemed to have a hidden fiery red color. Up ahead, there's the red pine snowfield. Jiang Ming stared at the fiery red, shaking his head for a moment before turning away. He has all the patience in the world and doesn't need to rush to explore anything. Not only the red pine snowplain, the Nine-Dragon Lake in Jiangnan province, the Thunder Sound Valley in the western desert. Many secret places with rumors of immortals have been carefully avoided by Jiang Ming. In addition, although Jiang Ming does not contact with the nameless, but still with the help of flying birds to send a message, from the place of Miss Wine got a lot of information, to some suspected traces of immortal cultivators also one by one to avoid. Never go to mess with. This chapter is not finished. Click, next page, to continue reading. I only practice forbidden arts if I'm immortal. Curiosity killed the cat. Jiang Ming gaze calm. Now the martial intent is only a thread away from a breakthrough. Only a certain opportunity is left to break through to the realm of the sovereign master. It is only after becoming a patriarch that the sky is high enough for birds to fly, the sea is wide enough for fish to leap, and it is not too late to explore the traces of the immortal way. But although it is intentional to avoid cultivator traces, but the harvest of these years is still not small. These years also drilled almost. It is time to leave. A year ago, Jiang Ming had rushed to the northern Ning province, and after dealing with the last name on the list, he had secluded himself here to organize his gains over the years. Not only is the harvest in the Cloud Dream Mountain Zephyr, but also all the way to the occasional thing, he is now a body of strength is almost comparable to the master. Can access to the thing is not extraordinary, although there is no intention to seek, but there are still some unexpected joy. The scattered remnants of the booklets and indestructible fragments of objects made Jiang Ming understand a little more about that mysterious and unpredictable cultivation world. It seems that in the immortal cultivation realm, there are also vast and boundless immortal dynasties that rule over the world's boundaries. Jiang Ming remembered the Dashe Tanbao that he had obtained back then and couldn't help but shake his head. It seemed that there were lords everywhere, but it doesn't matter. If I lie flat enough, his lordship can never cut me. Jiang Ming hummed a little song, carrying the fish back to the lake in a small wooden house. The house messy things scattered around. Books, medicinal herbs, drawing paper, iron. There are also many bottles and jars containing various pills or liquids, some of which are the results of Jiang Ming's research on alchemy, and some of which are medicinal liquids concocted during the practice of talisman making. It's just a shame it's all about as good as operating without physical objects. Jiang Ming glanced at the table, a few pieces of talisman paper drawn with a Taoist rhythm. His drawing skills had been refined quite a bit, but without aura. No matter what kind of contraption he drew, it would just be a piece of scrap paper. The study of this cultivation technique is also considered to have laid some foundations. So let's stop here. In the future, when we arrive at the immortal cultivation world, we should also be able to quickly get started. Jiang Ming will be these contraptions, all thrown into the fireplace, burned a pot of boiling water, began to boil fish soup. The next day, Jiang Ming carried a bulging traveling bag and walked away in the wind and snow. Sherwood City. After the Tsunjan Army's rebellion, the city of Baining province was almost slaughtered, and this Xuelian city became the most prosperous place in Baining province. Jiang Ming liked it here, eating meat and drinking wine. All of them were bold and generous. Son, 3 pounds of slate. Jiang Ming walked into an old tavern and waved and shouted. Slate Child is the nickname of this tavern's signature old wine. Ordinary people a mouthful down like being smothered with a slate. The whole head is dizzy, unless the martial artist, or almost cannot carry the second cup. Good man. As soon as the boy heard that he dared to ask for 3 jin, he knew that this was definitely a strong martial arts practitioner, and he immediately raised his thumb and went to sell the wine behind the counter. In the tavern, several martial artists were gathered at a table, also discussing the recent current events. The Little Yin Kingdom is not enough to worry about, but the Feiyan army and the Qingxian army are fighting harder and harder. I heard that the patriarchs have all stepped in, and both patriarchs have fought more than one battle, just all holding each other back and not appearing on the battlefield, or else that would be absolutely invincible. This chapter is not finished. Click next page to continue reading. I only practice forbidden arts if I'm immortal. I heard that last month, the Qingxian army seemed to have suffered a great loss, being used as bait by the Feiyan army's 30,000 generals, routing the Qingxian army's 200,000 strong army, annihilating more than 100,000 of them, and killing countless bloodshed and ambushed corpses. But I heard that the 30,000 man flying cloud army, still holding in a lonely city, facing more than 100,000 troops of the Qingxian army, has been defending for most of a month, but still has not yet lost its position. It is really admirable. Speaking of which, I also have a side with that General Guan. Have a side of it. A person side. Unfortunately, it is estimated that it will not be able to hold it for too long. Jiang Ming Winebowl Emil slowly raised his head and said, dare to ask all brothers to know that General Guan. What is his name? Chapter 103 Warm wine beheads the enemy. A few people turned their heads to look at Jiang Ming, and one glanced at the 3 pounds of slate on his table, knowing that this was a Meng man. So he smiled politely and said, what? Older brother also knows General Guan? Jiang Ming shook his head and said, that's not true, it's just that I heard what a few people said, and I think it's a magnificent man. Ha ha ha. General Guan Fengguan can certainly be called a great hero. That person laughed loudly and said, rumor has it that he was once just a hunter in the Great Cloud Province, and then joined the Flying Cloud Army when it was at its humble beginnings, and step by step he has come to this day, and he has fought countless victories, and wherever he goes there is no offense, and the military discipline is strict. The Black Tiger Army under his leadership is even more notorious. Jiang Ming's gaze was deep. Then he asked, how is such a brave general still being used as bait? One can only say that that green-clothed godly phase of the Flying Cloud Army is not only calculating, but acts even more ruthlessly and decisively. Another martial artist sighed. I heard that at that time the battle opportunity was changing rapidly. That divine minister made a snap decision and sent the only Black Tiger Army that was resting to move out at a rapid pace. Not to mention the Qingxian army was tricked into. I heard that even the Black Tiger Army itself was tricked out. Now think about it. If not to use the Black Tiger Army and such elite as bait, also can't fool that 200,000 Qingxian army. That 200,000 army is also the direct line elite of Qingxian army. But now it is completely gone. Qingxian army is afraid of a big injury. May have to affect the future direction of the war. It is just a pity that 30,000 good men are now trapped in Ningzhou City, and I am afraid that there is no hope of survival. This martial artist shook his head and drank a large mouthful of wine. Thanks for telling me. Jiang Ming nodded and gave the rest of the slabs to these guys, and left the tavern in stride. Outside of Snow Forest City, Jiang Ming's figure unfolded like a bolt of lightning, darting all the way to the south. With his current strength, plus using the vein-breaking scripture once in a while, it would be somewhat modest to say that it was 1,000 miles a day, traveling day and night. In about 3 or 5 days, I will be able to arrive at Ningzhou City. You don't want to die first. Jiang Ming dripped. Once in the tiger hunting villa to learn martial arts. You told me that if the future tiger hunting villa has difficulties, let me fish you a hand. I did not expect that today it should be fulfilled. Guan Hunting Head. You should not be a general to rebel. You should go to be a fortune teller. Even this robbery can be calculated. Jiang Ming muttered to himself in a broken voice, but his gaze was calm and unperturbed. Some things needed to be chosen, and some things didn't even need to be thought about. The moment he learned the news, he made his decision. When he was weak, he took on the Tiger Hunt Villa's favor and made a promise to Guan Hunting Head, and now was the time to make good on it. For the enemy, he could naturally cheat and deceive, but for his friend's promise, Jiang Ming had always abided by it. Words are true, actions are true. This is also a way to keep your heart honed in the midst of a long life. Jiang Ming whispered softly in his heart. What the indestructible source light brought him was simply immortality, but there was no guidance on how to live forever and what kind of everlasting one he would eventually become. Jiang Ming had pondered that perhaps different people would have their own different ways to live forever if they got this golden finger. Maybe some are meticulous to the end and don't get involved in any karma. Maybe some are reckless and do as they please. Sometimes, Jiang Ming would even be a little afraid when he slept at night. What would he become in the end of his long life? An ice-cold and heartless ghost? Or a devil who scourged the world? This chapter is not finished. Click next page to continue reading. I only practice forbidden arts if I'm immortal. I just want to be a normal person in peace. Jiang Ming sighed lightly. Broken vein meridian fierce outbreak. Speed once again to enhance. The whole person like a stringless arrow. Burst of air-breaking buzz. A flash and disappeared at the end of the mountain road. 5 days later. In the north of Qinglin province. In a small, chaotic city. I'm glad I'm not late. Jiang Ming disguised himself as a white-haired beggar and walked slowly along the street. Although there was a large army besieging the city, Jiang Ming, a half-step sovereign, took advantage of the night to leap onto the city wall and blend into the city. So there was no one to notice. Black Tiger Army is now busy defending the city. Manpower shortage. And no time to care about these beggars and stragglers. Even many of the city people's young and strong men, either voluntarily or forcibly on the walls, to help in the defense of the city, to contribute to the transportation of wounded supplies and even join the battle. Benevolence and righteousness also have to score time. Now life and death, naturally, can be exhausted with. Guanfeng is not any abusive person, otherwise also cannot sit on this position. However, this Black Tiger Army is not bad, although it holds the grain depot, but every day it will give kanji on the streets to stabilize the people's hearts. Jiang Ming also mixed in the crowd, went to receive a bowl, cat at the root of the wall purring and drinking. This Ningzhou city was once a major town of Yen, the main road for transporting grain. The city should not be short of food and grass, but after all, there are only 30,000 defenders, and now I'm afraid that 20,000 can't make up the whole, can't last a few days of fighting anymore. Jiang Ming looked in the direction of the city wall, and there were traces of smoke and fire everywhere, and there was also blood dripping down from the city head. It is clear that this battle to defend the city has been tragic to the extreme. Waiting for a time to strike, Jiang Ming sipped his white porridge with a calm gaze. He originally wanted to kill from the rear of the Qingxian army, but thought a little stupid. That is claimed to be more than 100,000 people of the army. The real number of people must be tens of thousands, even if it is a few tens of thousands of pigs. Alone one person to kill, but also have to kill to what time to go, and perhaps also the patriarchs to recruit them. So Jiang Ming mixed into the city, ready to wait for an appropriate time. He not only want to kill, but also to break the morale of the Qingxian army outside the city in one fell swoop. Once the morale is scattered, it is a scattered sand, to be slaughtered. At night, Jiang Ming and a gang of beggar brothers nestled in the corner, eyes closed, fake sleep. The next day, alarm bells rang loudly, and the Black and Qingxian army outside the city suddenly pressed in large numbers once again. The city defenders swarmed toward the city wall. Soon it is shouting and killing sound of the sky, rolling smoke from the direction of the city head. Should be defending the city. Soldiers threw down the kerosene, and in the city, there were soldiers walking around, calling out to settle the people. There is no need to panic. There are soldiers to guard the city. Jiang Ming nodded. This was a lot stronger than the Tsongshan army back then, when defending the city not only to prevent external danger, but also to beware of internal disorder. How many of the battle of the city finally lost in the hands of the people of the city? Some panicked, disrupting the defending army's defense, and others take advantage of the defending army's unpreparedness to impact the city gates. Boom! In the distance, a piece of housing was suddenly thrown by the stone thrower. Stone smashed, broken, collapse. There are scattered arrows raining from the sky, constantly shooting down the city. The houses burned up, screams and cries incessantly. The people began to run around. A few soldiers of the Black Tiger Army back and forth to deal with, but manpower is stretched to the limit. The city was suddenly more chaotic. This chapter is not finished. Click next page to continue reading. I only practice forbidden arts if I'm immortal. Get out of the way. Get out of the way. Suddenly, from the direction of the city lord's mansion came a line of troops, all clad in full armor and formidable, hurrying towards the city's head. General Guan. This west gate has the flattest terrain, which is favorable for the Qingxian army to attack the city. Their purpose should be to open the gap from here. A voice that made Jiang Ming feel somewhat familiar rang out, but it was a bit more mature and old. He looked toward the team. The person who spoke was a man with a slightly dark face. It was Peng Lu who led him into the tiger hunting villa back then. Now the wrinkles at the corners of his eyes were hidden, and his temples were a bit graying, and in front of him, a burly figure was walking in a dragon's footsteps, his eyes gleaming. Besides Guan Feng, who else could it be? However, Today's Guanfeng looked as if he was even younger than Pang Lu, and had actually not changed much from 20 years ago. More than 20 years have passed, and Guan Headhunter has also stepped into the realm of a master? Jiang Ming raised his eyebrows. With Guan Hunter's previous qualifications, to break through to the first class is the ancestral tomb of smoke, now even become a martial arts master. It seems that in the Flying Cloud Army, got a lot of resources to help. This timing should be about to arrive as well. Jiang Ming quietly got up and trailed on without a trace. After walking through a few streets, Jiang Ming had already changed from a white-haired beggar to a strong man with a pale face. Master soldier, this city must be defended. Let me move things for you. He ran to a crate and said, carry this load of arrows up. The soldier in charge of the supplies saw that some people had come to help, and at this time, he had no time to screen anything, and assign tasks haphazardly. Anyway, even if it was to transport things to the city wall, it was right. Jiang Ming hurriedly mixed in the crowd, carrying a bundle of lost arrows toward the city. On top of the city wall, Guanfeng stared down at the fiercely attacking Qing Xian army below, his brows furrowed. Headhunter, this time I am afraid that it is the end of the road. I didn't expect that in the end it was us brothers who died together. Pang Lu walked to Guanfeng's side and laughed in a low voice. Only when there were no outsiders would Pang Lu address Guanfeng as Headhunter. Guanfeng glanced at him in a humorless manner. I don't want to die yet. However, there was also a hint of fatigue and helplessness in the bottom of his eyes, and he cursed in a low voice. Asterisk 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 his great master Wei Yan. Pang Lu laughed. But it's not a problem, before we came out, didn't we guess that we wouldn't be able to come back in all likelihood? Guanfeng sighed, guessing is guessing, but when I think of so many brothers going to the Yellow Springs with us, I still want to curse. I just hope that after we die, this world can be stabilized as soon as possible. He shook his head. It was because he believed in Wei Yan's scheming that he was willing to be this bait. The defensive battle had been drawn out and fought for a day and a night until the next morning, when the Qingxian army only retreated like a tidal wave, only leaving the walls up and down the city full of horizontal corpses and broken flesh. However, immediately afterward, the Qingxian army sent people to keep clamoring in front of the formation. These scumbags, pissed off old man. Pang Lu's eyes were red. The Qingxian army outside the city didn't fight them to the death at all. They just wore down their patience and endurance wave after wave. Non-stop. Some brothers have been guarding for several days and nights in a row. They really can't hold out. Pang Lu sighed. This way I am afraid that I can't top it for long. This chapter is not finished. Click, next page, to continue reading. I only practice forbidden arts if I'm immortal. Outside the city, a great general of the Qingxian army was riding his warhorse and swaying from side to side, running his blood chi from time to time, angrily scolding the cowards in the city that no one dared to fight him. Guanfeng stared at the man for a long time and suddenly said, send someone. Meet the battle. Ha! Pang Lu was shocked and hurriedly said, that Gung Yuanlong is a martial arts master. Their purpose is to seduce us into a one-on-one fight with him, regardless of whether we win or lose. That is, we want to cash in on our martial arts masters, and cash in on them in the end will certainly be unfavorable to us. If we don't meet the battle, the morale will fall. Guanfeng glanced at the city walls, the soldiers with tired eyes. The only way to drag this out longer now is to win a battle. A few moments later, Guanfeng summoned the 5 generals and said in a deep voice, who is willing to go in this battle? You can only win and not lose. A few people are pondering. They are not afraid of death. But that Gung Yuanlong was known as the Great Yan's strongest martial artist back then, and after so many years it will only get stronger, and no one dares to say that they are sure to win over him. Eventually, a slightly older general stepped forward and slowly said, let me go. I don't dare to guarantee that I can defeat him, but I, Dong Jiusheng, can guarantee that he will never return alive. Several people's faces changed. This was holding the determination of certain death. Then I'll leave everything to General Dong. Guanfeng bowed slightly and turned to drink. Bring the wine. General Guan, and prepare the wine. I first go down to change clothes, fight, or wear my own clothes comfortable. Dong Jiusheng smiled and laughed and said, and martial arts masters of the battle, wear or not to wear armor are no difference. Under the city tower, Dong Jiusheng stepped into a tent, took out an ordinary gray robe from a wooden box, and was about to change into it when someone behind him suddenly lifted the tent and came in. General Dong. General Guan asked me to give you a word. General Dong turned around in confusion. However, before he could see the face of the visitor, he felt his eyes darken, and was smashed on the door of his head by a punch, and then the sky turned around and he fainted on the ground. Much obliged. The visitor fed him another pill to keep him asleep before looking at the gray robes in the wooden box. On top of the city wall, Guanfeng saw that Dong Jiusheng had changed his clothes and came back, and the whole person didn't seem to be quite the same anywhere. Maybe it's because he's been watching him wear armor for too long, and he's not used to changing his clothes. Guanfeng shook his head and thought no more about it. General Dong, please. He walked forward and was about to pour wine for Dong Jiuxing. Dong Jiuxing, however, reached out his hand and smiled. How can I drink this wine when I have not yet killed the enemy? General Guan, please send someone to warm up the wine, and wait until I finish this trip and come back to drink it again. Guanfeng and the others were all a bit stunned. How did this Dong Jiuxing go down for a walk and become so sharp? That's a good thing. It's better to harbor a sense of certain victory than a sense of certain death. Guanfeng thought to himself, and was about to raise his head to say something else, when he saw that Dong Jiuxing had already walked to the city wall with his long sword, and with a single leap, he flew down. Guanfeng opened his mouth, but in the end, he could only shake his head helplessly and instructed Pan Lu, go find a stove to warm the wine. Instead, he looked to the two sides of the city wall, where one by one, the soldiers were converging, staring at the figure leaping off the wall, and a glimmer of light seemed to rise in their wooden and tired gazes. This chapter is not finished. Click, next page, to continue reading. I only practice the forbidden arts if I'm immortal. If we lose this battle, it's basically a foregone conclusion. Guanfeng sighed lightly in his heart. Sometimes give hope, if the hope is dashed, followed by more complete despair. But this battle has been fought to this point, and if we don't gamble on it, we won't be long away from a complete rout. He stared down at the city wall, the lone man fading away. All hope rests on this one man. On the city wall, more and more soldiers and generals converge, but more and more quiet, all staring at the figure. Perhaps in the end is still inevitable death, but can die before witnessing a victory, is also a kind of solace. Steadily, Jiang Ming stepped over corpses, stones, lost arrows stuck in the ground, stepped over puddles of blood and water, and arrived step by step in front of the screaming enemy general. Gung Yuanlong, who is the incoming general? Report your name. Gung Yuanlong, with a full beard and a long spear, rode on top of his warhorse and looked down at Jiang Ming. In the distance behind Gung Yuanlong, there was the Qingxian army's army, with its flags unfurled and its sound and power out of sight. This kind of might alone was enough to make martial artists with poor mental capacity cringe. Jiang Ming faced this kind of scene, but feel the heart of the heart born a wave of lofty feelings. Learn martial arts. Why? Just should be so. One person alone against 1,000 troops. The battle intent rises more and more. Jiang Ming suddenly had a feeling in his heart. Breaking through the patriarch is today. Dead people don't need to know my name. He stared at Gung Yuanlong and laughed lightly. Humph, then I can only set up a nameless tune for you. Gung Yuanlong sneered, fiercely leaping up from his warhorse, his lance waving, blood energy bursting out, the lance skyrocketing 3 feet, stabbing fiercely towards Jiang Ming. 3 feet of blood strength, the great achievement realm. On top of the city wall, Guanfeng and the others' faces changed greatly. This Gung Yuanlong had been hiding his clumsiness. This is not good. Guanfeng's eyes were obscure, as if he had already seen the end. And the battlefield. Jiang Ming's face color ancient wells without waves. Body shape fierce forward. Long knife seems to be slow actually fast raised. Blood energy is also covered blade. And that gunman ruthlessly collided together. Boom! The blood energy exploded and shattered. Exploding a circle of ripples and splattering debris and sand in all directions. The cold on flashed. A string of blood splattered. And the head rolled down with it. Chapter 104 Top of the Martial Way. Absolute Grandmaster. The collision of the two martial arts masters. Erupted rolling smoke. The two figures shrouded. Everyone thought that the battle had just begun, but did not expect just a photo. The head is from the smoke rolled out. Under one move, victory or defeat was immediately decided. Life and death had been divided. How? How did it happen so fast? Above the walls of Ningzhou City, there was a sudden panic, and many of the soldiers couldn't believe this scene, as a deathly gray color gradually appeared on their faces, and amongst the Qingxian army formation below the city, a mountain of shouts of approval erupted, like rolling thunder, causing the Black Tiger army defending the city to become even more desperate. Pang Lu held on to the battlements of the city wall, and a heart sank to the bottom. Is it General Dong? He stared at the head that was still rolling on the ground, so full of blood and dirt lake on the ground that he could no longer see the face. Looking miserable, Guanfeng was silent, although he also wished that the head didn't belong to Dong Jiuxing. But even if Dong Jiuxing had broken out his forbidden techniques and fought for his life, he would never have been able to kill Gung Yuanlong with a single slash. Alas, the time is also fate. Guanfeng stood with his arms folded, his eyes gradually becoming calm, the whole person like a lonely green pine. A great man who dies in battle is considered to have died a worthy death. So what is there to be afraid of? Peng Lu sighed. Headhunter. That's not what you said yesterday. You kid. Net tearing me down. Guanfeng glared at him angrily. When we get to the Yellow Springs Road, I'll have to ask the Mona to pour a few more bowls of soup into you, so that you'll say less flirty things in your next life. The two of them looked at each other and both laughed again, laughing in a spontaneous and uninhibited manner, as if they had put everything down. Clamor. The autumn wind is cold and cold, blowing the flags fluttering. In the battlefield smoke and dust, but also slowly blown away. A mold-like figure static position, gradually revealed. Not right. Pang Lu stared at the figure, and with a sudden jolt, he yelled, "He's holding a sword, not a lance." Although they couldn't see their faces yet, the appearance of their weapons was vastly different and extremely recognizable. On the city wall, there was a commotion, and the many generals who had already despaired, all breathed a sigh of relief when they heard the words, and crowded to the wall in a swarm, looking at the figure with wide-open eyes. "It's a sword! It's a sword, ah!" A small soldier did not know whether to cry or laugh, excitedly shouted, as if igniting a fuse, leading to a full wall of people are all in commotion. The eyes of those who have been desperate generals, but also rekindled the fire of hope. Soon, the smoke and dust cleared, and the gray-robed figure was finally completely revealed. Black Tiger Army, Dong Jiushang, standing with his sword, unharmed. Good kill. Above the city wall, a roar that was several times more enthusiastic than the party's Qingxian army erupted, releasing all the suffocation and despair of recent days at this moment, crazily venting, as if it were going to wash away the clouds in the sky. This time, it was the Qingxian army's turn to be silent, and the eyes of several vanguard generals revealed a strong look of disbelief. How could Gung Yuanlong be killed by a single move? However, in front of the Dong Jiusheng, a headless body lying in a pool of blood, as if in worship to him. This real scene, but no one can not believe them. Pang Lu at this time then looked at the head that was filled with a lake of blood and mud, but how could he not see the miserable flavor anymore? This chapter is not finished. Click next page to continue reading. I only practice forbidden arts if I'm immortal. Like a briny egg wrapped in a noodle lake. That was his final conclusion. Guanfeng didn't bother to pay attention to him. His eyes flashed with amazement as he continued to focus on the figure in front of him. Could it be that this General Dong really has some secret life-fighting technique of unrivaled power? He mused darkly, but to be able to decapitate a martial arts master, I'm afraid that he's also reached his limit. With this in mind, he hurriedly called for someone to prepare to recall Dong Jiusheng. However, before Guanfeng could say anything, everyone on the city wall heard Dong Jiusheng from below exerting all his blood chi, his voice rolling out in all directions. "Who dares to fight with me? The jumping clowns of the Qingxian army." After the sound rolled, many defenders on the head of Ningzhou City, morale suddenly once again soared a cut. Many generals, excited face red, have shouted to cheer. "Bravo General Dong! General Dong is invincible! Kill them all!" Guanfeng and other generals, however, changed their faces slightly, and this General Dong can kill the enemy with a knife, and must have used a very costly means. If the fight goes on, I am afraid that it will be very fierce. However, at this time, morale was soaring, and if they stopped Dong Jiusheng back, it would only demoralize them even more. Just at this moment, among the Qingxian army, there has been another martial arts master rushing out from the formation, coldly and sternly shouting, "Crooked arts, also dare to make a big fuss, wait for me." Noisy. Jiang Ming was immersed in a marvelous situation at the moment, in desperate need of an enemy to sharpen his sword, and before he finished listening, he couldn't help but let out an explosive cry, and raised his sword to meet him, like a black arrow, colliding fiercely with that martial arts master. Boom! The blade erupted, and that martial arts master was still leaping in the air, and was directly chopped to pieces, and the blood mist fluttered and drifted down. "Ha ha ha ha, fight again!" Jiang Ming laughed loudly, the long knife in his hand dripping blood, like a god of death who reaps lives, step by step toward the Qingxian army's military formation presses. At this moment, Jiang Ming, in between the two armies, listening to the shouts and cheers from the rear, and facing the black pressurized enemy army, only felt his body and mind relax like never before. There is nothing else in heaven and earth. No need to be afraid. No need to hide. To kill. The so-called martial way should be the way of conquering and killing. Jiang Ming's gaze is clear. His aura is more and more condensed, and the bottleneck that has blocked him for 20 years has become more and more fragile today, and it seems that he can step into the middle of that new world at any time. The Qingxian army is dead silent. In just a few moments, 2 martial arts masters died in a row, but the other party is getting more and more courageous, not frustrated in the slightest, and even dared to kill the tens of thousands of people's army alone. This scene makes I don't know how many people are chilled in their hearts and souls, and some trembling up. Not good. This is the patriarchal realm of intent? The several martial Dao masters of the Qingxian army, however, had their faces changed drastically. Only a patriarchal intent can affect so many people. Although the wisp of intent is iffy and weak, it has truly existed. He's about to break through to a grandmaster. Several people were shocked and furious. No wonder he was able to cut down 2 martial arts masters in a row. This Black Tiger army had hidden such an amazing expert. We must kill him. We can't let him break through. The main general of Qingxian army's face was gloomy, and he drank urgently. Don't care about face anymore. You and I will make a quick move, and combine our efforts to surround and kill him, or else when he breaks through, this army of ours will be all over. This chapter is not finished. Click next page to continue reading. I only practice forbidden arts if I'm immortal. Just as it should be. Humph. Daring to break through the clan master before the military formation. Really not knowing the height of heaven and earth. It seems that today will be the day to grill a future patriarch. The other few people also nodded in unison and took their weapons, killing together towards the great-robed figure. This, on top of the city wall. Guanfeng and other martial arts masters were however shaken in their hearts. They glanced at each other and could all see the shock in each other's eyes. This is by no means the strength Dong Jiushang should have. Guanfeng's gaze suddenly changed. As if he remembered something, turned his head and whispered an explanation to Peng Lu, who twisted his head to look at him in shock, as if he had seen a ghost, and hurriedly ran under the city head, and outside the city wall. Qingxian army fully 8 martial arts masters, has rushed out of the military formation, altogether to kill Jiang Ming, the fastest a withered old man when the first fist, towards Jiang Ming ruthlessly smashed down. Above the fist, the blood energy is condensed like a poisonous snake, exuding a cold and vicious atmosphere. Obviously a master of the realm of the great accomplishment, hammering the meaning of the gong method to the extremely profound realm. This punch of mine, even if it is a half-step master who takes it, the blood and chi will freeze, and the sinews and bones will be damaged. The withered old man looks sinister and vicious. If this Dong Jiushang dares to take this punch, his strength will be greatly damaged. Then he will be dead. And if you don't dare to take this punch, this Dong Jiushang will have to dodge to reveal the cracks, and will only lose faster. The thought of this, the face of the withered old man, cannot help but reveal the color of self-satisfaction. He immersed in martial arts for decades, experienced and incomparable. At this time the timing of the shot, but also pinpointed just right. Pang! What responded to this withered old man was a fancy-free punch, fist of flesh and blood, and the cold blood force bombarded together. The withered old man felt like he hit a high-speed flying mountain, that the previous invulnerability of the blood force, in an instant shattered into powder. The whole arm is also thump, flesh and blood exploded. The white bone inch broken. What kind of power is this? His face was horrified, screaming miserably and flying out horizontally. Half of his shoulder was under this punch, being blasted into broken meat flying, blood shooting out in all directions like a fountain. Vaguely also visible in the chest cavity of the internal organs churning. You must die. Feeling the life flow, that withered old man under the despair, still dead staring at Jiang Ming, the power is strong again. So what? Hit my cold snake power. A body of blood will be abolished most of the time. Boom! At the next moment, Jiang Ming erupted with blood energy, exuberant as the blazing sun. His left hand swung his fist to block the fierce sword that followed him, and his right hand's long knife chopped horizontally, and the blood energy also gushed out, sweeping over a martial arts master and chopping him into 2. How is he not affected? The withered old man's eyes were blank, and his consciousness unwillingly fell into complete darkness. Winter! Another palm draped with rigid and fierce blood energy took advantage of Jiang Ming's blocking of other people's killing moves to fiercely blast at Jiang Ming's chest. However, Jiang Ming didn't flash at all, letting his palm fall on his chest. The whole person didn't move at all, taking the opportunity to do so, but his left hand pinched a person's neck, gripped his fingers into a claw, and fiercely yanked. Whoop! The blood vessels, along with the skin and flesh, were directly torn down. Another martial arts master died. 8 people attacked and killed, in the blink of an eye, and 3 martial arts masters fell. This chapter is not finished. Click next page to continue reading. I only practice forbidden arts if I'm immortal. What the kind of monster is this? The remaining 5 people were scared to death. Blood chi condensed and exuberant. Fleshly body strength was boundless, and moves were exquisite. These 3 could do any one of them. It would be enough to dominate in the martial arts world. However, this person in front of them was actually every item was powerful to the extreme, and there were almost no weaknesses. Even if it is a martial arts master, there are few people who can do this step. Right. A few people's hearts are in despair. This is simply impossible to fight at this moment, Jiang Ming, but to fight more and more freely. He practiced martial arts for more than 30 years, most of the time are buried in hard training. How has he ever fought such a hardy battle? Gradually, Jiang Ming seemed to have no enemies in his eyes. Immersing himself in his own martial intent, all kinds of martial arts techniques were unchecked. Fists, palms, claws, and swords, honed more and more subtle and pure in this battle. He's borrowing our strength to hone his martial intent. The several martial Dao masters of the Qingxian army were also appalled as they realized this situation. But at this time they have been held by Jiang Ming alone, like a few accompanying human piles, involuntarily meeting Jiang Ming's fists, feet, and blades. Whoever wants to escape at this time will definitely be the one who dies first. On the city wall, Guan Feng's eyes burned as he stared at the battle in the distance, but his heart rippled a bit. That Dong Zhousheng, just now he seemed to have used a style of the tiger hunting villa's claw technique. At this time, Pang Lu had already returned from under the city, reporting the fact that Dong Zhousheng was still huffing and puffing in his tent. But the only ones who knew the truth of the matter were a few martial arts masters such as Guan Feng. Who exactly is he? To fight for my Feiyan army to relieve the siege? Guan Feng was disturbed. Just now he asked me to warm the wine. Could he be coming back? At this time, Guan Feng had many questions in his mind, but he couldn't make sense of them. Right at this moment, the battlefield changed again. Jiang Ming's moves are getting faster and faster. Often between a move, it contains several kinds of martial arts momentum. Fist out like a gun, palm sweep like a knife. Gradually seems to be even the moves are no more. A random fist and a knife. Simple and unparalleled, but as contains countless changes. Pang, one of the accompanying meat steaks finally couldn't carry it anymore, and was killed by a slash that cut diagonally from his shoulder to his waist and stomach. The few remaining Qingxian army martial Dao masters were also like lambs to the slaughter, being obliterated by Jiang Ming one by one. Every kill A, behind the Black Tiger army cries will rise 1 point. His aura is also a trace of enhancement. When killed the last person, Jiang Ming's entire person, it seemed, had undergone a complete metamorphosis, stepping into the midst of a whole new world. He stood still, and his eyes were somewhat lamented. 30 years of practicing martial arts, today finally become a grandmaster. Jiang Ming looked in front of him. It was the countless bewildered Qingxian army. With every step he took forward, those Qingxian army took a step backward, and the color of fear in their eyes was 1 point more intense. Without the martial arts master, this 100,000 army is no different from a group of lambs, and has completely lost the will to fight. One man can defeat 1,000 armies. This is a martial arts master. Jiang Ming spoke softly and casually swept his hand. The piercing blood energy turned into a 3-foot blade light, and shot out from his palm, and fiercely chopped into the Qingxian army formation. Pamba! When the blade light passed by, a flurry of blood exploded, and in the blink of an eye, the Qingxian army was cut out of a tens of feet long bloody path. This chapter is not finished. Click, next page, to continue reading. I only practice forbidden arts if I'm immortal. Ah! Terrified yells rang out as this blade light finally completely broke the heart of Qingxian army's army. Countless soldiers in front of the formation dropping their spears and frantically fleeing backward. In an instant, the Qingxian army formation was completely thrown into chaos. Ningzhou City. The city gate has long been wide open. The Black Tiger army rushed out of the Black Tiger army, suffocated more than half a month's anger. In today's complete venting out, the big picture is settled. Jiang Ming's gaze was leisurely, and he didn't continue to pursue the Qingxian army. The routed army is no better than the pigs, and in the previous life there was once an allusion to 300 people chasing and killing tens of thousands of troops, not to mention the tens of thousands of Black Tiger army elites of today, and several martial arts masters leading them. He turned to walk back and saw a figure standing by the battlements above the walls. Looking away from him, Jiang Ming smiled, and when he was still 100 feet away from the city wall, he made a gentle leap, and the whole person, like a light feather, drifted down toward the head of the city. On top of the city wall, Guan Feng stared at Dong Zhousheng, who had returned from killing the enemy, and respectfully arched his hand. In the presence of the Grandmaster, thank you for saving my Black Tiger army from a desperate situation. Jiang Ming smiled without saying anything. Hey, you also have a day to be so polite to me. Guan Feng stared at this Dong Zhousheng with a strange expression, but he couldn't say anything and just took it as a quirk of the patriarch. But he still couldn't help but say, the people of this city, they always need to know who saved them. Chapter 105, Traces of Immortal Cultivators. Outside Ningzhou City, the Qingxian army was routed and fled all over the mountains, and the Black Tiger army inside the city poured out their nests and chased them away. The head of the city was empty for the most part all of a sudden, and only a few people remained to defend it. And around Jiang Ming and Guan Feng, it was even more sensible for no one to approach. Ordinary soldiers only thought that General Dong was a heavenly genius, and he broke through in the battlefield. But those few martial arts masters, they were vaguely discernible, And this mysterious master who was disguised as Dong Zhosheng seemed to come to save the scene in person because of Guan Feng. Now that this patriarch is obviously looking for General Guan, who dares to approach without opening their eyes. In a corner of the city building, Guan Feng spoke slowly. A lone man rushed into the enemy lineup, killed 10 martial arts masters in a row, made a breakthrough in a bloody battle, achieved the position of patriarch, and stood at the top of the martial arts path. These deeds will surely spread throughout the world and become widely known in a few days' time. Such a mythical and legendary deed is extremely rare even amongst the patriarchs, and should be famous for thousands of years and honored by future generations. He looked at the Dong Zhosheng in front of him, hesitated for a moment, and said, "Actually, I don't care who you are per se." "That's right." Jiang Ming laughed, then looked at the stack beside him, placed a clay basin, which held hot water, a jar of old sprinkles placed in the hot water, not yet cold. He rushed to kill the enemy and broke through the clan master. In fact, the back and forth is less than an incense stick time. The wine is just warm enough. Don't waste it. Jiang Ming poured a bowl for Guan Feng and another for himself, casually sitting on the pallet, lifting his hand and drinking it all in one go. Drinking this kind of thing is still tasty in front of the deceased. Xuantan. Jiang Ming smashed his mouth, let out a long, cozy breath, and poured another bowl. Guan Feng had no choice but to sit at the other end of the palisade, accompanying this eccentric patriarch, drinking bowl after bowl until he had emptied the bottom of the warm jar of wine. Jiang Ming is still savoring the aftertaste of old wine. Guan Feng, however, remained undeterred. But the people of this city and the generals of the Black Tiger Army should know who saved the day. Whether it's the people who have endured suffering and displacement, or these generals who have fought for more than a decade and have long been exhausted, they all need the name of the hero to support them. The name of the patriarch should also be remembered. There are many heroes. The blacksmiths in the city who help build swords, the pickers who carry stones, the women who transport the wounded, and the defenders who have suffered countless casualties. Jiang Ming looked at Guan Feng and laughed softly. If it wasn't for them, this Ningzhou city wouldn't have lasted long enough for me to come and help. Speaking, he suddenly saw the fine wrinkles at the corners of Guan Feng's eyes, as well as the color of vicissitudes in his eyes, before realizing that this original Tiger Hunt Villa's toughest man has also gradually aged. Jiang Ming slightly dazed. Once a teenager, the first time I saw Guan hunting head, the gas Ling Jiuxiao, wanton and uninhibited, he broke into the wooden tiger formation in the tiger hunting village, and Guan hunting head with the days of hunting tigers on the mountain seems to be still close to the present. 30 years rushed by. Some of the deceased can no longer see. Some may also be the last time. Jiang Ming shook the wine bowl and drank the last mouthful of the already cold old wine, stood up long enough to look at Guan Feng, and laughed lightly. Anyone can be a hero, even if a person knows that some unenlightened, light-hearted kid doesn't want to stay in the manor. He's willing to accommodate him for a while and teach him everything selflessly, so that he'll know that there are still people who bleed hot blood in this cold, menacing world. This chapter is not finished. Please click the next page to continue. Guan Feng looked skeptical. Then he seemed to remember something, and a look of shock gradually appeared on his face as he stared blankly at Jiang Ming. You. Guan Feng stood up in his totem. Errorless update at. Jiang Ming had already jumped onto the wall stacks, his clothes hunting in the wind. Goodbye, Guan Headhunter. I Zhang Shan go also. Exhale. The gale blew up the boundless fallen leaves, and Jiang Ming's figure swept in the wind and disappeared into the distant ravines. Guan Feng remained frozen until a figure ran up from under the city's head and came to his side. General Dong has woken up. Nothing much, just didn't see by whom he was knocked out. Pang Lu looked around and was suddenly shocked. Where's the patriarch? You let the headhunter go? Didn't stay for a meal? Guan Feng came back to his senses. This chapter is unfinished. Chapter 105, Traces of Immortal Cultivators. Glanced at him without a good mood and pointed at the wine pot and bowl. These are all used by the patriarch. Take them home and offer them. Hey, that's a good feeling. Pang Lu hurriedly tucked it away, fearing that it would be snatched away by someone. Then he hurriedly asked, by the way, what is the name of that patriarch? Always not a nameless person. Guan Feng looked at the distant mountain gullies with a ghostly gaze, not knowing what he was looking at, and only after a long time did he slowly spit out two words. Zhang Shan. On top of the official road, a teenage figure was walking slowly with a traveling bag on his back. Ahead, a city was faintly visible. Qinglin Mansion. Vaguely remember. When the Qinglin house. The night of the storm. Jiang Ming shook his head and laughed as he entered the city, walking aimlessly through the streets, and a moment later, looked up at a certain place. Sure enough, once Wang de Mist sheltered red cloudcloth line. Already do not know change a few. Now is a tea store. But, still seems to be the sphere of influence of the nameless ones instead. Jiang Ming glanced at the shopkeeper. A martial artist's blood aura could not escape his increasingly sharp perception. and his face was also after a disguise. Walking in the city, such people Jiang Ming met one after another, and even a lot of hidden eyes have swept over his body. He guessed that his information has been registered. Decades have passed, and these three have managed to make the Nameless One grow stronger and stronger. Jiang Ming is also a little surprised. That year, in addition to the pseudonym of Miss Wang without a face, the other two without traces and without the road, he took in from the streets of the beggars, pass them martial arts, give them resources to help Miss Wang to run this organization. I have heard that the three chiefs nowadays have even stepped into the realm of martial arts masters, and that the forces of the Nameless Ones are all over Yen and beyond, pervasive and pervasive. For decades, although I have occasionally passed on messages, I have never really used the power of the Nameless One. It is also time to use it. Decades have passed. Once the old things Jiang Ming cannot forget it. There are still the last few names on the small book. Need to deal with it. But since we have to deal with it, we have to deal with it thoroughly and cleanly. Those names have too many minions and too deep roots. Jiang Ming is too lazy to kill the past a little bit, and since this nameless person has already branched out, it will be used by hand. And a few months ago, a message was received that seemed kind of interesting. Jiang Ming walked into a restaurant, ordered a table full of good wine and meat, and ate leisurely alone. _O_M. This chapter is not finished. Please click the next page to continue. All the drinkers are talking and laughing chaotically. The most is the situation of the world nowadays. The small Yin country shrinks in a prefecture, almost exists in name only. The Qingxian army has suffered a heavy blow from the Feiyan army, but there are still three major patriarchal families such as the Liang family. The victory or defeat is still not yet known, but that newly promoted patriarch Zhang Shan, if he could give the Qingxian army another blow, I'm afraid no one will be able to withstand it. A person suddenly said, mentioning Zhang Shan's name. The atmosphere at the table suddenly warmed up. There were already a number of patriarchs under the sky, and every birth was an earth-shaking event. Back then, several patriarchs fell in the Immortal Edge turmoil. Nowadays, there are less than 2 hands of patriarchs in Great Yin, plus it is in the middle of the war. A newly promoted patriarch is enough to affect the world as momentum, coupled with the fact that the process of this patriarch's birth was legendary, killing through 10 martial arts masters along the way and stepping on the tired bones to ascend to the position of patriarch. It was simply a ferocious reputation that shocked the world. For a while, countless legends about Zhang Shan were circulating, what with a handful of blood-burning knives crackling with blood, as well as having once broken a man in half of which drank blood and ate meat, half of which was dipped in steamed buns, and favorite noodles in the skull. Gradually, this patriarch Zhang Shan was also given the nickname, Blood Sword Frenzy Demon. What the is all this stuff? Jiang Ming listened to these people counting all the stories of the Bloodsword Fiend as if they were a family, but he also couldn't help but have a head full of black lines. You're the one eating spaghetti in your skull. Your whole family is eating spaghetti in their skulls. Suddenly, one of the tables brought up the Nameless One, and Jiang Ming happened to not want to listen to the story of the Bloodsword Berserker, so he hastily switched channels. I heard that the tentacles of this Nameless One are probing. This chapter is not finished. Chapter 105, Traces of Immortal Cultivators, to the Royal Palace of the Little Yin Kingdom. Some days ago the Nameless One was active in the Little Yin Kingdom, stirring up the wind and clouds. The newly enthroned young emperor of the small Yin country can't stand it, thinks it's the minister's incompetence that can't catch these people, and angrily says I don't believe he knows what I'm having for dinner tonight. And guess what? Early the next morning, a thick cookbook was sent directly to the Great Hall of Council, which recorded every meal the emperor had eaten for a month. The crowd laughed in unison, thinking only that it was a story told by a storyteller. One man casually asked, what is the Nameless One up to in Little Yin Kingdom that has caused the emperor to be so angry? I heard that they stole the maps of the various city defenses of the Little Yin Kingdom, and some machine information and whatnot. The crowd was shocked. What? This Nameless One is also going to enter the world's great power? The most well-known thing about the Nameless One's development so far was its absolute neutrality, not being used by any party, and being able to sell any information as long as it was willing to spend money. If the unnamed get in, it's a big deal. That road is not so much. Maybe it is just buying and selling information. But I heard that the Qingxian army in the past 2 years, it seems to have gotten a little more help from the Nameless One. But there are also opposing voices within the Nameless One. The man shook his head and said no more. In the corner, Jiang Ming's gaze moved. It seems the decades not much control this organization out of a lot of people with different minds. He is not surprised. After all, just a bunch of mortals to get up the organization. Nothing legendary with soul lamps and other contraptions to control the loyalty. We are rich and want to split up. And occasionally what news leakage is naturally normal. This chapter is not finished. Please click next page to continue. Screw around all you want. Just don't jeopardize this operation for me. Jiang Ming dripped and cooed, wiping his mouth and throwing down the silver to walk away. Qinglin residence. Zhou family. Once a first-class martial arts power. Originally the head of the family was killed by an enemy in a storm, gradually declined and fell. However, the wife of the Zhou family head, but in the face of adversity to break through to the first-class realm, leading the Zhou family to prosper again, even more than in the past, to become the premier big family in the Qinglin province. Late night, in the Zhou mansion's inner courtyard, on the ground floor of a secluded attic, in a certain secret room, Mrs. Zhou, who is over 100 years old, is sitting in front of the eucalyptus. Her back is slender and plump, and she seems to see the elegance of her youth. At the moment she was looking at a note over a candle flame, burning it after each one. Suddenly, Mrs. Zhou looked up fiercely and saw a black shadow reflected on the wall in front of her by the lights behind her, and as the flames danced, the black shadow was also rising and unstable, as if it was an evil ghost with teeth and claws. Her body tensed up, but then relaxed, because she knew that the person who could silently touch behind her had already surpassed her in strength by too much, and was simply unable to resist. I wonder what your excellency's nightly visit to the Zhou family is about, the Zhou family's lady tantalizingly said. I haven't seen you for 30 years, but Miss Wang's ability to forget things has not diminished in the slightest. A slightly hoarse voice rang out. Lord Nameless? The woman turned around in shock and looked at the figure in front of her, whose face was the same as it was 30 years ago. In disbelief. At essence/book pavilion * first update. Jiang Ming looked at the wrinkles on Miss Wang's face and also lamented the power of time. Even if Miss Wang became a martial arts master, she couldn't completely resist it. Although Miss Wang was a disguised face, Jiang Ming could also sense the slightly decaying blood qi in her body. His fingertips lightly scratched, and blood energy spread out, leaving a few familiar scribbles on the ground. Miss Wang stared at the handwriting that she hadn't seen for decades, completely dispelled her doubts, and directly bowed with immense excitement. My lord, in the past few decades, although Miss Wang kept sending various messages to this adult, but the response was very few. As for the real body is not seen once. Sometimes she even wondered if the lord was deceased, and it was his descendants who were delivering these messages. However, once she saw it today, all doubts were dispelled, even though she was already a martial arts master. This lord was still unfathomable. That mysterious mutilated corpse in Jinghua. Again, this chapter is unfinished. Chapter 105, Traces of Immortal Cultivators. Tell me about it in detail? Jiang Ming didn't nag and said directly. Over the decades, Miss Wang did pass on quite a few strange news to him. What immortal rumors, real dragons in the mountains, and so on, but most of them were not very reliable, and there was no follow-up news. Jiang Ming was traveling comfortably on the road, and did not bother. The small part is a little bit interesting, and it also involves a mysterious place. Like Nine Dragon Lake and Thunder Sound Valley, Jiang Ming is even more reluctant to explore. A Cloud Dream Mountain has killed several martial arts masters. Those other places may have what danger. Until this year, Jiang Ming put the accounts almost, which really care about the information, but also really let him find a somewhat reliable news. Miss Wang nodded and said, a few months ago, a mountain behind a village in Jinghua, someone found a body that had just died soon after the mutilated body, covered in skin and flesh, as if it had been cut by 1,000 knives, but its skin and flesh are tough. Even the first-class martial artists can't cut open his blood and flesh, and I wonder what he died of. Jiang Ming's heart stirred, thinking of the ancient immortal cultivator who had once burst into flames on Cloud Dream Mountain. _O_M. He murmured. Any other news? A nearly elderly villager claimed that the face of the mutilated body resembled someone he knew when he was young, but no one took the matter to heart. It was only later that several martial arts masters came in person to chop up the mutilated corpse. Several lineages split it into pieces. The people under Traceless stole a few drops of residual blood back. With that, Miss Wang headed to the end of the secret room and opened another secret vault, from which she took out a porcelain bottle and handed it to Jiang Ming. Jiang Ming nodded and put it away, not immediately looking at it, but continued. There's one more thing that needs to be done by you. Eldest Miss Wang's face was joyful. This lord had finally sent a mission. Jiang Ming slowly said, one of the controlling forces behind the Qingxian army, the Liang family. I'll only practice forbidden arts if I'm immortal. Long sky fine rain to remind you, after reading remember to collect. Next time I update you to facilitate the continuation of reading. Oh, look forward to wonderful continue. Chapter 105, Traces of Immortal Cultivators. Chapter 106, The Unknown. The Liang family of the Qingxian army? Eldest Miss Wang was startled. Your Excellency wants to move the Liang family? The Liang family is now the #1 family in Great Yan. There are 2 patriarchs sitting in the town. Even when the Little Yan Kingdom withdrew from the capital, They didn't dare to do anything to the Liang family. If you really want to move, you need to think long and hard about it. Jiang Ming was non-committal and said tantalizingly, "Do you know what the Liang family actually obtained in Cloud Dream Mountain?" Miss Wang shook her head. The Liang family's news is guarded too tightly. In addition to a few first family members, other people simply can't access those things. Nowadays, the only thing we know is that the Liang family's old patriarch is already 150 years old, and his blood has slipped seriously. But in recent years, he has suddenly looked radiant, as if he were living out his second life. It is suspected that the treasures in the Immortal Edge were used, and that newly promoted Liang clan patriarch Liang Xuanma, who had only just broken through to the peak of the Grandmaster a few years before, suddenly became a patriarch, and many people in the outside world are also talking about it, speculating that he also took advantage of the treasures he harvested in the Immortal Edge storm before breaking through. Jiang Ming raised an eyebrow. Didn't he say that a martial Dao patriarch could only break through by virtue of his own perception of the martial intent? This Liang family's newly promoted patriarch broke through based on external objects. Can he be considered a true martial Dao patriarch? Forget it, just kill all of them regardless of how he breaks through. Jiang Ming's gaze was ancient. Although he had just broken through to Zhongshe, both his blood qi and physical body, after decades of tempering with the blood spirit technique, would not be weaker than any peak Zhongshe, or even better. Coupled with the forbidden technique and the power of extrasensory, Jiang Ming was confident that he would be able to cut any patriarch in this world under the knife. Now in this world, the only thing he is afraid of is those who do not know the truth of the immortal cultivators, as well as the various mysterious forbidden places. As for the immortal's treasure in the hands of the Liang family, Jiang Ming didn't put too much emphasis on it. Based on the bits and pieces of information he had gotten from Lin Lin over the years, even immortal cultivators' treasures had to be suppressed in this heaven and earth, and when placed in the hands of a martial artist, they simply couldn't exert power above the Zhongshe level. Only the cultivator himself, in the case of fighting for his life, can burst out to exceed the power of the peak of the patriarch, but the price should also be incomparably terrible. The two suspected immortal cultivator existences that Jiang Ming knows of today, an ancient being in the Yunmeng mountain swamp, and an unnamed remnant of a corpse in the Jing kingdom, both died with broken bodies. Jiang Ming guessed that the corpse in Jinghua might have also died under the unknown rules of heaven and earth because of some reason that had exploded the power of a true immortal cultivator. Could it be that they were forced to fight with other immortal cultivators? Jiang Ming's gaze moved slightly. That would mean that it was possible that there were other immortal cultivators within the Jing country. We can't act rashly. It's better to finish the matter of Great Yen first before. Jiang Ming kept it in his mind and didn't intend to explore it for the time being. One must be careful in all things when engaging with the cultivation world. He looked back at Miss Wang. Make every effort to collect information on the Liang family, including every one of their stores, every branch, and every bastard. I want the eyes of the Nameless One to be staring at the back of every Liang family member. Jiang Ming looked at Miss Wang and said tantalizingly, when the news of the Liang family's patriarch's death spreads out, the Nameless One will strike, and I will make the Liang family fly into oblivion, with nothing left. This chapter is not finished. Please click next page to continue. Jiang Ming was the one who held a grudge. Back then, when the Liang family tried to lay their hands on the Imperial Beast technique of Yunmeng Mountain Zephyr, he could still remember it clearly. Although so many years have passed, no one can guarantee that the Liang family will forget about this matter. It is also a scourge to keep it, so simply destroy it completely. At essence/bookloft * first update. For her part, Miss Wang's eyes shook as she looked at the figure in front of her. She had thought that this adult was trying to do something to the Liang family, but she hadn't thought at all that he was trying to directly destroy the Liang family. Her heart can't help but vibrate. To what extent is this adult powerful? Is he going to kill the Liang family and kill the patriarch? But shocked as she was, she still immediately bowed and nodded. Subordinate will definitely not dishonor her mission. Although eldest Miss Wang was now in charge of the world-famous Nameless One's power, she had always been loyal to this nameless lord and had never betrayed him. The enemies of the Wang family back then had all been wiped clean by her using the Nameless One. But yet she didn't want to rebuild any Wang family anymore, and only wanted to use the rest of her life to repay this lord's favor. This chapter is not finished. Chapter 106, The Unknown. Emotion. When Miss Wang got up, she was the only one left in the secret room, the Great Cloud Mansion. More than 20 years had passed, and Jiang Ming had returned here for the first time. The Nameless One has been in full operation. Countless intelligence like a spider web passing around in Great Yen, preparing for the destruction of the Liang family. Jiang Ming was bored with waiting, and without realizing it, he wandered back here. It's fine to go back to the mountain and cultivate for a while, now that I've stepped into the realm of the Sovereign Master. Maybe my flesh and blood qi, which I've long been unable to advance by an inch, will be able to improve again. He pondered as he walked along the official road. the capital city looming ahead. The morning light was clear and cold. The sky and the earth were gray. The ancient city of Dayun was gradually waking up in the cold winter fog. The street vendors had their hands freezing red as they struggled to tie up their cloth ponchos and prepare for a busy day. The day is not yet bright. Along the street is very few people. There are vendors see people passing by. They yell loudly to solicit customers. Old man, have a bowl of tofu brain. Jiang Ming glanced over and slowly walked over, sitting at a low table and ordering a bowl, smiling. How long has this stall been open? Full of vicissitudes of the face of the middle-aged stall owner, humble smile, hastened to say, 30 or 40 years, when it was my father operating, and then the soldiers and horses, alas, then replaced me here. Still an old favorite. Jiang Ming gave a thumbs up, and after taking a big bite, he put down his copper plate and shook himself up to leave. Next to the stall is a wide area of the old mansion, in which the roar of the morning exercise. Look at the plaque, should be a martial arts hall, but back then here, also called Tiger Hunt Village. Jiang Ming still remember the tofu stall next to the stall owner's family of naughty children, not less scolded by his old man. Things are different. Jiang Ming glanced at the hurriedly busy stall owner one last time and turned to leave. Peace County. Jiang Ming didn't disguise himself as a stranger again, but instead made his original appearance slightly paler as he slowly walked into the middle of the county. In the middle of the tavern, a man with a mustache was behind the counter, crackling his accounts, when his eyes suddenly went dark. Guest, what kind of wine? To drink, he said without raising his head. Where's Fei? This chapter is not finished. Please click the next page to continue. Fei, what are you looking for my dad for? The mustachioed man immediately looked up with a strange gaze. It had been a long time since anyone had called his father's name like that. Are you, Tiger? Jiang Ming was also stunned. The mustache man suddenly had a hand. This name, but only the old boss of this tavern, once old Ginger Head, and another person so-called Uncle Jiang? The mustachioed man stared at the slightly older figure, slowly overlapping him with the face in his memory, and suddenly became excited. My father is fishing by the river. I'll take you to him. Just busy yourself, and let him come to the house for a drink in the evening. Jiang Ming laughed. As soon as he heard this, Tiger immediately looked embarrassed. Jiang, Uncle Jiang, you left for decades. That yard has long been broken beyond recognition, and was torn down and planted into a field. Jiang Ming stared, and then helplessly, did not expect to go out for a stroll, and his home was gone. Also, people are gone. Jiang Ming smiled, remembering that more than 10 years ago, Yu Yin passed him a letter. Zhou Wenxiu did not want to waste time in this small county. Backpack left here. Seems to say that it is going to join the Feiyan army. Jiang Ming, this is happy to see. Life in the world is always the most important, is there? So-called children's love. But it is to be set by the world of the shackles just. He understands Zhou Wenxiu. If she really leaves, it means that she really puts down everything and wants to do what she likes. This is the Zhou Wenxiu in his heart. The dashing and cheerful young girl in his memory. Right. Who demolished my house? Jiang Ming said curiously, although he had left. I'm afraid that not many people would be able to do something like dare to demolish his yard. Tiger smiled awkwardly. Who else could it be? When he saw this expression on his face, Jiang Ming's mind then instantly appeared as a certain mixed-up little devil. Tianan. This chapter is unfinished. Chapter 106, The Unknown. Late night. The door to the sprinkler was closed and a group of people sat around a large table. More than 20 years have passed. Fei has blossomed into a grandparent, and several grandchildren are milling around him, making him laugh. A woman around 30 years old sat at the table, her sleeves rolled up high, staring righteously at Jiang Ming. Brother Jiang Ming, your yard has collapsed. I planted some rice or something, but also to avoid being occupied by others. This is to protect your property, understand? Jiang Ming, a great grandmaster, suddenly felt some brain pain, and hastily nodded his head. Yes, you are right about everything. Fei is full of vicissitudes. Holding a small grandson smilingly said, I can testify that your house is really broken, and you have not been showing up. I will help to give a direct demolition of the planting. Want to wait for you to come back and then rebuild. Who knows that it has been waiting until now? Yeah, wait until now to drink together again. Jiang Ming looked at Fei, who was over 100 years old, and then at Li Qingqing, whose wrinkles were creeping into the corners of her eyes, and realized that he really should leave. For him, indulging in the mountains and rivers and traveling in the red dust, 20 years have passed in a snap, but for ordinary people, it is already a small half-life. The unseen gulf between Jiang Ming and these old friends was already getting bigger and bigger, and forcing himself to stay here any longer would just add to the troubles. This chapter is not finished. Please click the next page to continue. After 3 rounds of wine, each one left. First update at. Jiang Ming stepped into the moonlight and walked towards the Yunmeng mountain a few moments later. An old dog with thinning hair came out of the mountain forest and slowly followed Jiang Ming. Jiang Ming looked at its bald tail that was losing all its hair and knew that this black bean was also old and decrepit. Even a dog that has practiced martial arts is considered senior after living for more than 30 years. Fat Tiger died 2 years ago. And fourth master can't run anymore. Black Bean woofed twice. Breathless. Jiang Ming nodded. The fourth master and Fat Tiger hadn't practiced martial arts as early as Black Bean. And even after eating a few mutated herbs, holding out until now was almost the limit. In the mountains, the wooden houses are old. The aging, ungainly white fourth master came forward trembling. And from a small bundle on his back, he pulled out a thin book. Jiang Ming took over to open, which recorded the depths of the mountain forest. That once the immortal edge of the land of the 20 years between all kinds of changes. The grass grows as usual. Everything is no different from the outside. In addition, the little birds and animals under Master by Sea discovered that the mountain got fire mayflies, which turned out to be flying out from the land of the fairy edge. There is a valley of fiery red miasma in which fire mayflies roam. It seems that the so-called immortal's fate is indeed related to the fire cloud grass. Just exactly what the relationship is, there may never be a way to know. Jiang Ming picked up Master by Sea and glanced deep into the mountains, shaking his head as he walked towards the wooden house. That the land of immortal destiny has been broken, but it is obvious that there are deeper secrets. Jiang Ming now do not want to explore. At the very least, wait to raise all the power to the pinnacle of the Zhongshu before. In the evening, Jiang Ming finished cleaning the house and sat side by side at the door with Master by Sea and Black Bean, slowly watching the setting sun sink into the night. Boss, it's good to know you. It's good to know you. Before the sun set, the white fourth master's dry and thin paws gently scratched. Jiang Ming patted its head and didn't say anything. For White and Black Bean may be able to hold out for a few more years. But what about a few years from now? Everlasting, oh everlasting. Jiang Ming stared at the roaming black night. Honestly, he quite like long life. But sometimes it's quite. Clouds roll in and out. Flowers bloom and fall. Jiang Ming has stayed in the mountains every day with the fourth master and Black Beans up the mountain and down the river, catching fish and picking mushrooms, indulging in the mountains and rivers. When he was idle and bored, he cultivated the element snatching technique and the blood spirit technique, continuing to raise his blood chi and temper his fleshly body. Jiang Ming realized that after breaking through to the sovereign master, there really was still a great deal of heaven and earth, and his strength continued to grow by leaps and bounds with no end in sight. He sometimes wondered, is the immortal cultivator must be high above? They are also from the mortal cultivation. Cannot be a leap and become a great cultivator of the sky and earth? There must be a weak time. In other words, the strength of a martial artist. And whether or not it is also comparable. This chapter is unfinished. Chapter 106, The Unknown. Certain weak cultivators can even beat them. Maybe there's a great deal to be gained from martial arts cultivation in the end. Jiang Ming made the decision to raise his martial arts cultivation to the limit before seeking immortality. Maybe after entering the cultivation world, this power of martial arts is also a big help instead. After another half a month, Rain Swallow suddenly sent a message. Something's happening to the Nameless. This chapter is not finished. Please click the next page to continue. Jiang Ming unwrapped the note, but was not surprised. It's true. The three major systems of the Nameless One, the intelligence of the Faceless, the assassination of the Traceless, and the Chamber of Commerce gangster of the Roadless, each of them are not related to each other. Everything relies on secret letters to contact, and the three major leaders have not even seen each other. But this time, two of Traceless's martial arts master assassins suddenly appeared in the Qinglin residence. Before that, Faceless had surprisingly not received any intelligence. Also thanks to the Qinglin house was her management of the solid gold soup, which was detected in advance. Alone fly away. The last moment in the once two initially fled to the Qinglin house of the small brick courtyard, leaving this note. It seems the guess was right. Among the Nameless Ones, someone has hooked up with the Qingshan army. Jiang Ming said to himself. If not, where would there be such a coincidence? He was going to destroy the Liang family of the Qingshan army in the front foot. And this happened to the Nameless One in the back foot. Things aren't done yet. This Miss Wang can't die yet. Jiang Ming shook his head and left some refined pills for the fourth master in Black Bean, lifting the ghost-headed sword to leave. Although the spirit pills on the immortal cultivator's accompanying pen couldn't be refined, they were also very helpful to Jiang Ming's medical skill enhancement. And coupled with decades of traveling around the world, he was afraid that there was no one in the world who could surpass him in terms of his medical skill strength. Refined these pills, but also can be solid growth of some blood. Perhaps for two old friends to continue for a period of time. What follows is this mundane world, the final reckoning. The time has come for the Nameless to make a name for themselves. Jiang Ming took a big step down Cloud Dream Mountain and swept off into the distance. Long sky fine rain to remind you, after reading remember to collect. Next time I update you to facilitate the continuation of reading. Look forward to wonderful continue. Chapter 106, The Unknown. Go to bed early tonight. Make up for it during the day. Nothing tonight. 3 chapters tomorrow. Stuck in the dark wheel. Every day in the early morning update. The morning faint and weak. Tomorrow to adjust a little. In the future try to update during the day. And then so screwed up body barbecue. More cannot keep updating. 8,000 words is still a bit challenging. Let me get used to it. After the content is updated, please refresh the page to get the latest update. Chapter 107, The Taoist Temple of Wind and Snow. Late in the winter, the wind and snow were blowing. On top of the lonely mountain, the only thing that remained was a small, dilapidated Taoist temple, covered with snow. Ding dong. Outside the door of the Taoist temple, there were suddenly several knocks on the door. A young green-robed monk hurriedly jogged all the way out from the main hall, crunching on the snow, ran to the door to open the door. Creak. When the door of the kunai opened, the little Taoist priest was in a daze, only to see that in the midst of the wind and snow, a slim old monk in plain gray robes, holding a black iron zen staff, bowed slightly. Tonight the wind and snow are too much. The little monk passing through here. I have no choice but to want aboard the temple to seek shelter for the night. I wonder if the governor can oblige. Monks staying at Taoist temples is a rare sight. _O_M. The master discounts the path. However, the little Taoist also only froze for a moment, and then quickly revealed a warm smile, invited him in, and laughed. The master wants to stay overnight. The little Taoist is of course welcome. Only this night the mountain road is difficult to travel. This temple has already had a few residents to borrow the night. If it is disturbing the master's purity, you can be more sorry. The old monk recited a Buddha's name and said with a face full of kindness, "My Buddha is merciful. I am already grateful to have a place to stay." The little Taoist smiled, then led the old monk toward the main hall. "If you don't mind, you can rest in the main hall for the night. A few residents in the hall are burning a fire, so the master will quickly come in to warm up his body." Burning fire to keep warm? The smile on the old monk's face stalled. Frowning slightly, in the main hall, it should be clean and solemn. How can it be so nonsensical? The little Taoist monk's smile remained unchanged. Smilingly said, "The master is from a big place, right? Your Buddhist temple may be preoccupied with these, but our little shabby Quan doesn't have so many rules. A few of the gods and goddesses who have made offerings to the gods and goddesses may be greatly pleased to see that this hall can shelter those who pass by from the cold of the wind and snow." The old monk stopped speaking, but gently shook his head. His eyes flashed a trace of disdain. Such a Taoist temple is not in order. No wonder it is so dilapidated. As they spoke, the two of them also stepped into the main hall. 3 idols were enshrined in the temple, and their lacquered and colorful faces were even more intimidating. And the temple, a bunch of bonfires rise, surrounded by some shaped passers-by. There are ordinary people. There are also armed with a sword draped in the martial arts, bags and baggage thrown in a mess. On the campfire, a pot of chowder and soup was set up, and dry biscuits, wild boar and whatnot were baked on the side, giving off a sizzling smell. Here comes another one. Yo, or a master of compassion, a hunter with a white beard, but his eyes are shining and not cloudy, picking up the axe and chopping the roasted animal meat quickly and skillfully, giving each person a piece. While everyone was feasting, the old hunter still raised his hand to the old monk's side. "Master, do you want a piece? It's beautiful. The Bodhisattva is compassionate. But there is also a Vajra rage. Schism master, please be self-respectful." The old monk's voice was slightly cold. "Found a corner and sat on the ground. Not with these people. Ha 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 ha." The old hunter laughed, unimpressed, and continued to blabber with the others about anecdotes of the Jianghu, the world of great chaos, the great and powerful awe. Before the good man Zhang Shan even beheaded 10 martial arts masters, ascended to the position of the patriarch. After the master Nameless threatened to destroy the Liang family, is bound to be another patriarch. Master, who is Nameless? Could he really destroy the Liang family? Beside the old hunter, a young man who seemed to be his apprentice opened his mouth and asked, when was there such an expert in the Jianghu? Several other people around them, also tickled with interest, looked towards the old hunter. He. The old hunter took a vicious bite of fat meat and ate with his mouth full of oil. "You are too young. It's normal that you don't know. Faceless, no trace, no road. 3 mysterious experts you know?" The young man immediately revealed a vibration. "Of course I know. That is the nameless person of the 3 big chiefs, the god of the head of the tail. Rumor has it that the nameless person can rival the wealth of the country. The intelligence is even more pervasive. And even the several masters' family were infiltrated, all thanks to the 3 chiefs of the gift. The nameless, the unknown, is it? Not bad." The old hunter laughed out loud. "That nameless one is the true leader of this nameless one. single-handedly cultivating these three martial arts masters with different means. Decades ago, he was able to crackle and kill martial arts masters with a single slash. Now threatening to exterminate the sect master. He has obviously reached the sect master realm. This is also too crazy, right? The young hunter apprentice was dumbfounded by what he heard, and then seemed to say unintentionally, the patriarchal family has stood for hundreds of years without being immortal. Is it not something that a newly promoted patriarch and a power that has been established for several decades can provoke? The others listened and nodded their heads, thinking that this nameless was too conceited. First update just at this moment, a thin young man who has been burying his head and not saying anything, raised his head and said, patriarchal lineage, also non-long surviving and indestructible. Once the Yunmeng Mountain Xian Yuan windstorm, directly let the six great lineage fall, three of them, and now fall again a family. And what is wrong with it? He. The old hunter tantalizingly smiled at the skinny man, revealing a mouthful of old yellow teeth. Young people just don't know the sky and the earth. He broke off a piece of dry cake and chewed it. The crumbs fell all over the floor, and the great hall gradually fell into silence. Only the crackling of the campfire sounded from time to time, and a few tired people had already laid down on the rows of the traveling bag and fell into a deep sleep. Bang, bang, bang. A few moments later, there was suddenly another knock on the door outside. Are there so many people passing by tonight? The little Taoist, who was dozing against the idol's abutment, was suddenly awakened, rubbed his eyes or muttered, and started to open the door again. Creak, get out of the way, get out of the way. Just as the door opened, a group of people swarmed in, directly pushing the little Taoist priest to stumble, almost falling into the snowy nest. He hurriedly got up and fixed his eyes on it, only to see that it was a group of figures dressed in all black, with only a crimson sword-shaped embroidery at the cuffs. Sound of a crash. This group of black-clothed people entered through the door of the temple in a fishbowl, and at once, the people inside the temple were also startled to look at them in unison. Hissed the Wayless gang. A martial artist was shocked and changed color when he saw the red sword embroidery on the group of black-robed men. Other people also heard that the face is also wildly changed. These years the nameless person is famous in the world. A big reason is that this group of people of the roadless gang, mixed in the black and white, the means of bloody and vicious, do not know how many martial arts masters killed. Rumor has it that even the masters of the martial arts have planted in their hands that red knife mark is their logo. Every member of the roadless gang will practice the martial arts forbidden art of burning blood knife, is a gang of uncompromising life-threatening madman. No one wants to mess with them. Irrelevant people. Get out. A black-robed man snapped. A group of people were like amnesties, rushed to run outside. A person still wanted to go to the corner of the hall to get the bag. Directly by a black-clothed man threw over a flying knife, stabbed through the heart. The others no longer dared to make any extra movements and frantically ran outside. The roadless gang is looking for them? Someone glimpsed with their afterglow that the old hunter master and disciple who had been talking loudly just now, as well as the skinny young man who had been arguing with the two of them, were all sitting still. They think of just now even in and these people laugh about the world's affairs. Suddenly through the body cold, no longer care about what the line bag is not the line bag of. Scattering fly without shadow. A few moments later, the great hall was slightly cleaner. The old hunter was still carelessly eating a dry cake, and the young hunter was staring playfully at the skinny man across from him. Suddenly, a footstep came from outside the temple. Lord Faceless, we finally meet. Numerous black-clothed people scattered to the sides, and a stout figure walked in. His ink-like black hair was spread out, his eyes were like eagles, and his entire person exuded a cold temperament. He walked straight to the campfire and stared at the skinny man. What is the use of being in disguise? At this time, the thin man slowly stood up and stared at the burly figure. Wudo, so it's you. I thought it was that fellow without trace. He. That bachelor only knows to accompany his dagger. Lousy slightly tricked him around. The stout man Wu Dao disdainfully sneered. The skinny man's voice was slightly cold. Lord Wu Dao has ordered that the three of us shall not see each other, and those who disobey the order shall die. It seems that you have really lived long enough. His voice gradually changed. At first a rough male voice, to be finished when, has become clear and soft. Face is also slowly changing, revealing a woman's face with a lingering charm. It is the real face of Wang Demis. She already knows that today. She is afraid that she will not be able to walk out of this Taoist temple, and it is no longer useful to hide her true face. Ha, is whatever he says? Today, it's time to change this rule. Wu Dao laughed loudly. His face was a bit fierce. He did not show up for so many years. This nameless one almost relies on me alone to carry up. Now as soon as he comes back he wants to pick the peach, ordering me to do this and that. He really does not put me in his eyes. All these years, It was so hard for me to hitch a ride with the Qingxian army and find a path to the green clouds that would allow the Nameless One to rocket up the ladder. He even wanted to exterminate the Liang family. It's simply like he's deliberately working against me. And you are clearly the weakest among the three. If not for the various secret medicine resources I sought, how can you break through to the martial arts masters? But you have the highest power among the three of me. The only way you can contact that old thing. But you have to know, when you are watching others, others are also watching you. Your spies were even planted in my bed. The guts are really too fat. Lousy Shuanting touch melon. Killed dozens of your underlings girls. Finally found your trail. And lied to that guy without traces to pick up the assassin mission to kill you. He still thought it was an ordinary assassination. Hey, it's just a pity that that idiot didn't manage to kill you either. But it doesn't matter anymore. Today, this Nameless One will change the heavens and the earth. As Wu Dao finished speaking in one breath, his gaze had turned cold and murderous. Miss Wang stared at Wu Dao with pity. She knew that with that lord's ability, even if she died physically today, this Wu Dao wouldn't be able to live for a few days. Do you really think that this Nameless One is carried by you alone? Miss Wang sighed. The three major systems of the Nameless One are indispensable. Without intelligence and assassination, how could the so-called roadless gang develop into today's scene? It's just a pity that this stupid. Miss Wang shook her head and didn't want to say anymore. She knew that this was a greedy person who had been taken advantage of. And already didn't know exactly where her position should be. She glanced at the old and young hunter, as well as the old monk with his eyes closed in the corner of the hall, and said tantalizingly, what virtue and ability does a little woman have that she can attract three martial arts masters to come in person? Why should a few of you pretend to go on? The Nameless One's intelligence is pervasive. And today I finally got to meet its leader. Your Excellency has stirred up the wind and clouds over the years, but even the patriarchs couldn't do it. The old hunter revealed his mouth full of yellow teeth and slowly rose up with his axe. Wu Tiantong. I'm here to meet Lord Faceless. The Wu family, once one of the 6 great families, was now behind the Qingxian army, just like the Liang family. At Essence / Study Pavilion error-free debut, the young hunter beside him also threw down the dry cake in his hand in disgust, clapped his hands and stood up. I did not expect to fishing to today, did not catch that Nameless, so bold, but also presumed to want to exterminate my Liang family. It is really ridiculous. Are you the Liang family's newest patriarch, Liang Xuanma? Eldest Miss Wang's gaze condensed slightly. Dang! In the corner of the hall, the old monk heaved a pestle and mortar of his Zen staff, slowly walked closer, and looked at Wu Dao. Wu Dao, even if you did not kill Nameless today, you promised to give the poor monk something. Don't forget it. Wu Dao snorted coldly and didn't say anything, but his eyebrows were gloomy. I didn't expect that old thing to be so slippery, and this Wu Fan is going to die even if he doesn't show up. On her part, Miss Wang glanced at this old monk and sneered. I have always thought that Master MTC of Xuanjin Temple is some kind of noble and lonely person. MS. Faceless has committed too many killings and is no different from a devil. The poor monk has compassion in his heart. Today is just to cut down the demons and remove the devils. Monk Emishur flashed a smile, unimpressed. Since Nameless has not yet appeared, then I ask all of you adults to make a move. To kill this Wu Yan, and the future Nameless One will be under the Qingxian army's dispensation, and he will die by all means, Wu Dao said in a deep voice. He knew that after today, he had already stood on the opposite side of the fence from that Nameless, and that there was only one way to live if he embraced the thighs of the Qingxian army. In that case, very good. Wu Tiantong looked like a hunter, revealing a satisfied smile. The three of them, the generation of the Grandmaster, personally came here of course not only for the sake of killing a Nameless, for Nameless created this force, is more on the heart, mastering the Nameless One. This world is already mostly settled. My Buddha is merciful. Let me exterminate this sinful obstacle, Master Empty Seeing said smilingly, walking forward. Just then, a voice suddenly sounded at the door. How are the guests? Resting? Yes. Do you need the trail to prepare some more meals? Wu Do, Wu Tiantong, and several people's faces changed greatly in unison and turned to look, _O_M, only to see a seemingly ordinary little Taoist priest, smilingly standing in the doorway, looking at the several people with a smirk. This person, Liang Xuanma's face was full of gravity. He couldn't feel any blood qi surging from this person's body. But behind this little Taoist priest, the gang of the very vocal Wu Dao gang had unexpectedly fallen down and planted themselves in the snowy nest without a sound. In just an instant, they realized who the person in front of them was. Nameless? The little Taoist revealed a smile. If you all have eaten and drunk enough, you can be on your way next. Chapter 108, A Fate with the Buddha. In the midst of the wind and snow, the hall was silent. The three great patriarchs stared at the Taoist figure at the doorway in unison. all of their gazes grave. The generation of the patriarch, the martial intent is extraordinary. The surrounding chi already has a mole-like sense, can sense the blood chi of other martial artists. Between the three of them, they were like three exuberant flames when they sensed each other, their blood chi as intense and radiant as the blazing sun. However, when they looked at that little Taoist, they felt as if they were seeing an ordinary mortal, without any aura of blood. In this situation, there are only two. First, he really is an ordinary person, but the dead and silent roadless gang outside the door clearly negates this possibility. The second is that this little Taoist's degree of control over blood chi has far exceeded these three people. The blood chi all over his body is not exposed at all, condensed to the limit. This is impossible, Liang Xuanma subconsciously said. Other than that person, no one in the world can reach this level. Never Zhou Pingshi. He has left this heaven and earth. Wu Tiantong frowned tightly, but he could never guess the origin of this nameless. Before this, they had suspected that the leader of this nameless person was that newly promoted Zhongsher Zhang Shan, but now they directly overturned this speculation. Even if the martial marquis Zhou Pingshi, who had outstanding talent, could not have just broken through the Zhongsher to reach such a realm. Jiang Ming then looked at Wu Dao, his face ancient and unperturbed. Back then, it was also such a windy and snowy night. You were living on the streets and nearly froze to death. I gave you a hot meal, taught you martial arts, and helped you step by step to get to where you are today. I didn't think that you wouldn't be satisfied yet. The beggars you picked back then can be more than just me, without a little ambition. How do I get to this point today? Wu Dao frankly looked at Jiang Ming. You came, so what? The three great masters are all together in you and this no face. Today one cannot walk away. Alas, walk away or not, you won't be able to see it anyway. Jiang Ming sighed and took a step forward. Three adults. Save. Wu Dao's face changed and he hurriedly looked at Liang Xuanma's three people. Only what made his body cold was that those three people actually didn't move at all and looked at him with a cold gaze. You, guys, said Wu Dao, his face pale. Until this moment, Wu Dao is only waking up to the fact that he is only a dispensable pawn. Ridiculous. I still think I can stir up the world. Just as Wu Dao thought of this, he saw a ghostly figure descend in front of him. He didn't even have time to fight back. He was clutched by the neck, and before his consciousness disappeared, he seemed to hear the sound of his cervical vertebrae shattering. Pang! The body hit the ground with a splash of dust. The leader of the roadless gang, who had been in the Jianghu for decades, just died in this deserted mountain Taoist temple. Next, it's you guys. Jiang Ming's gaze was calm as he looked toward the three remaining great patriarchs. Nameless, even if it's a martial marquis, it's difficult for one person to take down three sect masters. How about we shake hands and make peace and take the world together? Wu Tiantong carried an axe, and at this time, the words he uttered were that he wanted to talk peace. The words that came out of his mouth were to talk about peace. MTC Monk glanced at him, surprisingly did not object. This Wu Tiantong said words are not false. A patriarch, how powerful. It is difficult to kill three patriarchs, but this kind of control of the blood chi to the subtle peak of the great patriarchs, before death, I am afraid that I want to take away one cannot be difficult. Anyone would not have thought that the boss of this nameless person is a great master of the absolute great master who is comparable to a martial marquis. Nowadays, the two of them have a great tacit understanding, and they kind of want to draw back. Even if we can't talk about it, you destroy your Liang family. We can't get involved. Wu Tiantong and MTC Monk exchanged quiet and unmarked glances, already agreeing without saying a word. Only Liang Xuanma was left, still staring at Jiang Ming with an icy face and killing intent in his eyes. Three patriarchs? Where did three come from? Jiang Ming was smiling. Isn't there only 2.5? When these words came out, Wu Tiantong and MTC Monk did not understand their meaning, but Liang Xuanma's face changed slightly. His own family knows his own business, how his patriarch broke through. His own hard and clear, but the blood chi is powerful and terrifying, but the martial intent seems to have a lot of flaws. Golden jade outside, defeated inside. Jiang Ming spoke in a casual tone and suddenly glanced at Liang Xuanma. Boom! In the eyes of Liang Xuanma, the halls, Taoist temples, and wind and snow in front of him seemed to have disappeared. In this instant, only the three model idols in the main hall were left, and they opened their eyes fiercely, and they lunged down at him with open teeth and claws. Ah! Liang Xuanma subconsciously yelled. In the next moment, a sharp tearing pain came from his body, and when Liang Xuanma came to his senses, he saw only the face of the little Taoist priest near his eyes, and an arm that pierced his chest. Surname Pang. Chest exploded. Liang Xuanma screamed miserably and flew backwards out. The whole person's internal organs are almost blown up, most of them. Between the chest and abdomen there is only a big hole before and after the translucent. Jiang Ming's gaze is indifferent. The meaning of the patriarch is like a substance. A glance can stare at the death of an ordinary person. Martial artists under the Patriarch. When facing the Patriarch, the biggest disadvantage is not the blood chi, but this rift gap in the meaning of this kind of rift. This Liang Xuanma didn't know what he was relying on to raise his blood chi to the realm of the sovereign master. But Jiang Ming's perception was so keen that he saw his flaw at a glance. And when he was unprepared, the sovereign master's intent erupted steeply, and directly shocked Liang Xuanma's mind, easily killing him when his mind was shaken. Right at this moment, two piercing blood energies, also from the two sides of the steep eruption, breaking the knife light and fist prints, fiercely bombarded Jiang Ming's vitals around his body. Too weak, Jiang Ming laughed tamely, not even utilizing his blood chi, and swung out his left and right fists flatly, using his physical body to harden against the Zhongshe level of disembodied blood energy. Boom! Boom! Two loud sounds were heard, only to see the blood energy dissipate, and Jiang Ming's hands were as bare as jade, unharmed, so strong. Miss Wang Da's chest rose and fell. Every time she saw this adult strike, it could shock her beyond measure. Again, Jiang Ming cloud tantalizingly light, is missing 2 lines to continue to pretend to be an expert, but only to see that Wu Tiantong and empty sea monks, full of horror, turn and flee in unison. One jumped out of a window, one went straight into a wall. Wu Tiantong's heart jumped wildly. His mother who does not escape who little cute. Ah, is this guy still a human being? The killing moves of the Patriarch level can't break his flesh. Even that Zhou Pingshi, it is not so outrageous. No interest. Jiang Ming shook his head, his figure spread out, and he directly rushed out of the window. Through the color of the snow, Jiang Ming immediately saw a figure carrying an axe, fleeing fast in the mountains. Boom! Jiang Ming didn't hesitate. The vein-breaking scripture erupted at once, and the speed of the whole person increased steeply, just like a meteor descending from the sky, approaching towards Wu Tiantong at a rapid pace. Seeing the imminent proximity, Jiang Ming transformed his palm into a sword, and the blood energy slowly coalesced between his fingers and palms like layers of waves. Wu Tiantong seemed to feel something and glanced backward, instantly scared out of his wits. Crazy, crazy, you're so much stronger than me. Do you need to explode 2 forbidden arts to kill me? Pang! Knife-like chopping down. Wu Tiantong is no chance of regret. The whole person directly burst into a mass of blood mist. Only half of the axe head in the air turned a few circles, nailed to a large tree. 3 great masters, only one of them remains. Jiang Ming didn't delay and immediately reversed his direction, chasing towards the other end. In less than a cup of tea, he was able to see the empty sight monk who was fleeing on his Zen staff in front of him. Tai! That bald donkey! Stop! Jiang Ming let out a loud shout. Empty seeing monk turned a deaf ear, burying his head and running wildly. Code of no fun. Jiang Ming felt that this monk had no love interest at all. Boom! He slammed his fist out, and the blood energy transformed into fist power, spanning a distance of tens of feet, and blasted towards the shiny head of the air-seeing monk. At essence/book pavilion * first update. Clank. Empty seeing monk could only stop and the blood energy was draped over the Zen staff, barely blocking the blow, but the whole person was bleeding from all 7 orifices and flew out dozens of meters horizontally, and rolled a dozen or so times on the ground, almost rolling into a snowball. Before he was in a sorry state and climbed up, he coughed up 2 big mouths of blood, carrying a Zen staff with only half of the iron rod left, staring at the Taoist figure that came floating in fear. No, Taoist master. The little monk has no grievances and no enmity with you, but only under the compulsion of that Wu Dao. Please forgive me. Can you spare the little monk's life today? Compelled by the Wayless? Jiang Ming's complexion slightly condensed. So that's how it is. Empty seeing's heart was happy. Difficult. The road has turned? However, only to hear Jiang Ming again solemnly said, that means that the master's Buddhism is not pure enough. Such a person with inferior Buddhism can also be the presiding officer of the Xuanzhen temple. Lamentable. Pathetic. Today I will be the Buddha in addition to you. This sinner. You. Another mouthful of blood spewed out from empty seeing monk. Boom. Jiang Ming said no more as he steeply rushed out and slammed another fist down on his chest. Clank. A clear chirping sound of golden gob clashing rang out. The air-seeing monk was shocked by a huge force and his body exploded with countless blood traces, directly falling into the snow nest in the distance, not moving at all. Jiang Ming, however, looked at his fist with some suspicion. Just now it seemed to have smashed into something. He slowly walked to the empty sea in front of the monk. The other party has completely no sound, but the chest shirt is shattered. Is revealed a length and width of less than a foot of black stone plate. This stone slab didn't even break under my punch? Jiang Ming was instantly amazed, picking up the stone slab and observing it from left to right. The slab was rough to the touch, with some knife marks on one side that seemed to have been chiseled a little from a larger stone, while the other side was densely carved with small letters. On the far right, There were 4 incredibly complex ancient characters, and thanks to Jiang Ming's travels over the years, he had read a lot of books, otherwise he really wouldn't have recognized them. This is rumored to be an ancient font from more than 2,000 years ago. Jiang Ming's heart shook as he recognized those 3 characters. Little thunderbolt technique. He took a cursory glance and was pleasantly surprised. This seems to be a pure body refining technique, but it also needs aura to help. This empty seeing monk can't be practiced, so he can only use it as a heart protector. Jiang Ming shook his head, but unfortunately, although he was able to block the attack, the power of his punch was so huge that just that vibration alone would have shaken the empty seeing monk directly to death. I didn't expect that I would have this day. Jiang Ming lovingly caressed the slate. There is a destiny with the Buddha. There is a destiny with the Buddha. He laughed twice and turned away. After this night, eldest Miss Wan was back in charge of the Nameless One, and under her intentional spreading, the news of this battle also flew in all directions as if it had grown wings. Only a few days later, the legend of Nameless was completely circulated both inside and outside Yen. One person alone chopped the 3 great patriarchs. This kind of record, simply more than that Zhang Shan's battle to break the realm, is also countless times more horrifying. The name of Nameless, but also completely overwhelmed all the strong martial arts. A time of the wind without 2. Become a martial arts myth standing at the top of the absolute top. The might of the Nameless One. 2. Peaked overnight. The previous Nameless One was mysterious to mysterious, but there was no martial arts master sitting in the town, and at best, it was just an underground rat that couldn't be put on the stage. But after today, no matter which side of the force, they would have to be cautious when facing the Nameless One. Under Miss Wang's purge, the forces within the Nameless Ones were thoroughly coalesced under her hand, launching investigations and strikes against the Liang family. Countless Liang family's shadowy forces have been uprooted in just a few days. Whether it is the Little Yin country, or within the Feiyun army, there are countless heads rolling to the ground. As for the Liang family's home base, once the capital of the great Yin country land, but also panic, do not know how many Liang family members in their sleep inexplicable tragic deaths. At the same time, the Flying Cloud army suddenly marched out in force, pressing in towards the Qingxian army's sphere of influence, and the friction between the two sides entered into a white-hot frenzy, seemingly on the verge of a final showdown. Capital. No matter how the wind and clouds change, in Great Yen, this is still the most prosperous and prosperous place. Among the 6 great families, the Liang family, the most powerful, sat here. Hundreds of years have passed, dynasties have changed, emperors have rotated, but the Liang family has always stood. However, there is nothing that will never fall. Forever, Jiang Ming said as he wandered through the capital. More than 3 months had passed since that battle at the Taoist temple, and Jiang Ming had long since arrived in the capital. Yet he hadn't directly rushed up to the Liang family. Everything requires timing, and now the time is almost here. He walked into a tavern, went up to the 2nd floor, and sat in the window eating sprinkles and looking out at the view. In the distance, a huge and incomparable mansion could be vaguely seen, and that was the Liang family's base camp. I heard that among the pavilions, the patterns are more extravagant than the imperial palace. The Qingxian army has lost again, and has already lost 3 prefectures. In the sprinkler building, all the people are talking about the recent war, martial arts myths and whatnot. After all, is still too far away from ordinary people. After a few days of the storm, it is gradually silent down. If we retreat any further, we'll have to retreat to the capital. Alas, who could have imagined this situation? Many people sighed. Jiang Ming also understood that the people who could live here, their families could not help but have millions of connections with the Qingxian army, and if the Qingxian army ended up being gone, they might also have to follow the bad luck. There is no one who is right and who is wrong. Life is just a few decades. In this world, trend can only go with the flow. Success or failure. The history books will not be more for them to write a mark. Great news! Great news! Suddenly, a figure came up for air and rushed up to the restaurant, yelling, "The battle of the patriarchs and the patriarchs." The old ancestor of the Liang clan fought his way through serious injuries and killed a patriarch of the Flying Cloud army, and he has returned triumphantly today. Chapter 109, For the sake of the greater good, please sacrifice all of you. Above the restaurant, the atmosphere was instantly high. A few months ago, Nameless had consecutively decapitated 3 major Zhongxian masters, causing the number of Zhongxian masters in the Qingxian army to almost have all of a sudden, and their morale had plummeted. In these few months, the Flying Cloud army has continuously attacked the city, beating the Qingxian army to retreat. The situation has gradually become bad. This old capital city is in fear. Countless people are thinking about the way back, and when the Liang family's old ancestor killed the enemy's patriarch, it instantly injected a shot of cardiotonic into the low morale. Good, good. The shopkeeper of the restaurant was beaming. For all the guests today, each of you will be exempted from paying for a pot of wine. So everyone eat and drink well. The atmosphere is more enthusiastic, and many drinkers praise the shopkeeper's generosity. King flag change has nothing to do with most people, and what they want is just a peaceful life. Jiang Ming sipped his wine alone, and his face also revealed a smile. Good. The time is not here. He can rely on the Liang family's old ancestor when he accompanies the army. Sneak attack the Liang family treasure hunting. But if the Liang family's old ancestor is hidden in the dark waiting for the opportunity to retaliate, it is still a bit of trouble. A patriarchal master trying to hide. Even the nameless will have difficulty discovering his traces. Although Jiang Ming was fearless, it wouldn't be pleasant to think about it if he was always being sought out behind the back by an old silver coin. Since we are going to exterminate, of course, we are going to exterminate cleanly. From top to bottom, not a single one left. I just want to live peacefully, but you guys almost disturbed my purity. For the sake of my big picture, I can only ask you to go to the Yellow Springs together. Jiang Ming drank while sighing. In his heart I am still the same teenager as before, as when I just crossed over. And I am still a person who cares about the big picture after all. Turning to the thought that he was nearly 50 years old, Jiang Ming hastily rubbed his face. Over the top. And in the restaurant, many drinkers after the excitement. But still someone sighed. Liang family old ancestor some reckless Now the Liang family only he this one master. How dare to fight with the enemy. And now fell into a serious injury. Maybe about to be that nameless to find door to door. The surrounding crowd all breathed in unison. Nowadays, at the mention of nameless name, everyone felt as if they were looking up at an infinitely high mountain. The person who passed on the news poured a few large mouthfuls of tea, already smoothing out his breath, and sighed when he heard the words. There is a reason for this. At the time when that young patriarch of the Liang family and the MTC monk and the others were baiting and killing nameless, the Liang family's oldest ancestor was already in the battlefield against a certain Flying Cloud's army patriarch. Liang family adored two patriarchs. At that time, naturally do not have to worry about what the back. Not to mention the patriarchs easily do not make a move. Just both sides of the deterrent force. But who did not expect that young patriarch was killed by nameless one move? Even the Wu family's ancestor and the MTC monk were killed cleanly. This situation is suddenly different. When the news spread on the battlefield, the Liang family old man wanted to retreat, but has already retreated not to come back. That Flying Cloud army step by step to press. A few sect masters changed to provoke the Liang family old man. Until a few days ago, he was finally forced to be helpless. The outbreak of forbidden art to hit the Flying Cloud army, two sect masters, a death and an injury. And this is only to be freed from that kind of situation. When he finished in one breath, the high atmosphere in the restaurant was also as if cool water had been poured on it. And although it was still a joyous event, there was always a bit of a sad feeling. This chapter is not finished. Click, next page, to continue reading. I only practice forbidden arts if I'm immortal. Everyone did not say anything, but the same expression was written on their faces, so it's a ing morning joyful report. Although the Flying Cloud army has lost a patriarch, it's hard to say if the Liang family's old man still has any battle power. A few more battles to go on. The Qingxian army's patriarchs are exhausted, and this battle is not about to end. I just hope the Liang family's old ancestor will be able to survive this calamity. Many people's hearts are in a state of solidarity, praying that nameless don't really kill the Liang family. Jiang Ming smiled, threw away the wine money and left the restaurant, returning to his perch and sitting in the dimly lit house with his eyes closed, waiting for darkness to fall. The nameless one was running on all cylinders. Everything that should have been done had been done. Everything that should have been waited for had been waited for. And now all that was missing was a fuse. Today the time has come. There is no need to wait. After dark, that is when the fuse is lit. Late night, the Liang family mansion was still overflowing with a festive atmosphere. More than 10 tables of banquet were set up in the front yard, inviting dignitaries from many families in the capital to come here to celebrate the Liang family patriarch's invincibility in front of the battlefield and his beheading of the enemy patriarch. I'll drink to Brother Su. At such a young age, you've reached the peak of the first class. You'll definitely have a chance to reach the realm of the Grandmaster in the future. One of the young sons of the Liang family was giving a toast to another young man, his words full of esteem and praise. Su Yihao's face was tantalizing, smiling as he took a sip of the wine in his cup. That Liang family's son's eyes flashed with a trace of embarrassment, but his face was still enthusiastic as he muffled the entire cup of wine in one gulp. The whole scene looked strange, as if the one who beheaded the patriarch was not the Liang family's old ancestor, but the Su family's old ancestor. And in an attic, two middle-aged men from the Liang family stared down at the banquet below, both with gloomy gazes. Most of those who came are juniors. What do these families mean? Do they really think that my Liang family is finished? Or are they afraid that Nameless will kill the door and chop them up? together? Liang Fenghua, the head of the Liang family, let out a sigh of relief. It's just a matter of time. As long as the Su family's ancestor is here, it's the best thing. Nowadays the 6 great masters' families, only the Su family and my Liang family are left to watch over each other. If we can carry through this calamity, and when the old ancestor recovers from his injuries, my Liang family will still be sitting on the top of the clouds, and then we will clear up and teach these families one by one. It won't be too late. Humph. That Nameless, if he really came today, I will definitely let him have no return. Not until the last moment. Who the deer will die is still unknown. Come on. We also go down to turn around. Today hastily organized this banquet. The main thing is to invite the Su family. The Su family head is also on the list. How to say that the face of the Su family still have to give? Liang Fenghua laughed. When the two of them walked down from the attic, they saw that a number of people in the courtyard had already drunkenly collapsed on the wine table and huffed and puffed. The wine isn't that strong today either. Liang Fenghua puzzled. And then his face was a big change. Something is wrong. This is ecstasy. In just a few moments, even he was dizzy. And a large number of people in the courtyard even fainted, leaving only a handful of people with notable martial arts cultivation still supporting themselves. Quickly go. Liang Fenghua immediately ran her blood chi to expel the medicinal power and prepared to say something to the person beside her. However, as soon as he turned his head, he saw that the person beside him had a tranquil and calm smile on his face, but his body was devoid of any vitality. The smile looked too good to be true, as if the man hadn't realized until then that he was dead. This chapter is not finished. Click next page to continue reading. I only practice the forbidden arts if I'm immortal. A grandmaster of martial arts. Just like this, he died silently. Love. Liang Fenghua's face changed greatly. However, before the word love was uttered, he felt a slight coldness in his heart, and a marvelous sensation struck his heart, making him involuntarily show a soft smile. As he was dying, he remembered a certain legend in the jungle. Among the nameless ones, no face, no road are all famous, but only no trace. But as if it does not exist. No one in this world has seen him. Anyone who has seen him is dead. It is only rumored that Traceless has an assassination knife named Lover. All the people who died under the Scarless knife have a characteristic. There is no scar on the whole body. Just like the name of the Scarless. Only in the front and back of the heart, there is a thin line that is shallow to the point that it can't be shallow anymore. And if it is not carefully identified, it can't be found at all. And the people in this state of death, all with the most serene smile on their faces, as if all the beautiful things in this world are gathered at this moment, straight to the moment of his death. Liang Fenghua finally realized why that knife was called Lover. Like a lover, it feels infinitely better, but with a little coldness that kills you. It was not only Nameless who came, but also the most terrifying assassin under him, Traceless. Dying under such a sword may also be a kind of happiness. Liang Fenghua had a smile on his face as his consciousness sprinted down into darkness, and above the banquet table, those who were still holding on strongly and not collapsing. At this time, all of them were one by one revealing a quiet smile, plopping down on the ground. Vaguely, can only see a mold lake unclear shadow, in the crowd like a butterfly dance flying, seems to be slow real fast swept. Every breath passed, there is a figure fell. Don't kill me. I'm a member of the Su family. Sui Hao could no longer maintain his tantalization, and his face turned pale as he screamed in terror. My Su family patriarch is right here. The molded lake figure seemed to pause, and then surprisingly, it really swept past Sui Hao without moving him. However, Sui Hao was still shocked by a cold sweat, constantly changing his expression and touching his front and back to make sure he was really alive, until confirming that he really didn't die. Sui Hao Fong was full of surprise and laughed. Ha ha ha, I didn't die. Even Wu Tian didn't dare to kill me. A few moments later, all the people standing in the front yard, except for Sui Hao and a few of the Su family's children, died under their lover's knife. The banquet, which was previously bustling with activity, became silent in an instant. How a yard full of bodies with smiles can be weird and scary. It was only until this moment that a figure quietly appeared at the entrance of the front yard. His face was flat and unimpressive, standing with his arms folded, calmly looking at the depths of the Liang family's compound. The silence of the ambulant corpses all over the ground greeted one person to come. Sui Hao's complexion was shocked, and he had already guessed the identity of the visitor. Nameless, the figure of the molded lake, also quietly swept to half a step after Nameless, standing with his hands hanging down. I actually saw Traceless' real face? Sui Hao and a few other members of the Su family were all breathless, looking incredulously at the middle-aged man hiding in the shadows behind Nameless, the half-mute face vaguely visible. Infinite excitement rose in their hearts, and they were proud of themselves. My Su family is indeed still the world's premier sectarian family. Even the Nameless one is so giving face. This chapter is not finished. Click next page to continue reading. I only practice forbidden arts if I'm immortal. Maybe for the sake of my Su family ancestor. This nameless won't really kill the Liang family ancestor today. To ask for some reparation will be almost. Sui how relaxed and thought so. And just at this moment, two surging breaths, also one after the other, rose simultaneously from inside and outside the Liang family. Nameless, this is where you will be buried today. In the courtyard, an old voice rang out like heavenly thunder. Before the voice fell, a tall old figure came flying from the courtyard. And outside the courtyard, that aura was also approaching at great speed. Descending on top of an attic, the two patriarchs appeared in unison, pinning Nameless and Traceless in the center. Jiang Ming laughed and gave the two a careless glance. There were once three patriarchs who were also so confident, but in the end, they were still killed by me, one by one, with a single punch. Patriarch, there is also a gap. Liang family old man gaze icy cold. Do not think that only you and Zhou Pingshi. Standing at the top of the patriarch, the old man immersed in martial arts for decades, is not in vain. Besides, you killed 3 sect masters in a row and used forbidden techniques. I don't believe you're not injured at all. His breath became more and more calm, and in the end, although the blood chi was not completely condensed in the body, it was almost the same. Hurricane is also a great master on the verge of the peak. It seems that elder ancestor Liang's injury was also faked. The expression on Jiang Ming's face changed slightly, as if it was somewhat unexpected. In his mind, he was thinking, it seems that even though the Liang family has obtained a chance in Cloud Dream Mountain that is not as good as the Marquis of Martial Arts, it is still far superior to the other lineages. Although I have minor injuries, it's still more than enough to kill you. The Liang family's old ancestor sneered, not knowing if what he said was true or not. Jiang Ming frowned slightly, seemingly a bit scornful, then turned to look at the figure above the attic. Your Excellency is the Su family's old ancestor, right? I've come to exterminate the Liang family today, but it has nothing to do with you. So please don't make any mistakes about yourself. Old ancestor Su. Liang family old man saw this. His heart is very stable, more convinced that this nameless is in fear of the two of him to join hands. And if not, how can this Wu Trace destroy the people in the courtyard, but only leave the Su family people? Must not want to really anger the Su family old man. Above the pavilion, the Su family's old ancestor laughed. Ha ha ha. The hallowed martial arts myth Nameless, but also afraid? You destroy the Liang family. How can it have nothing to do with me? The reasoning of lips dying and teeth chilling. I Su still understand. Su family's old ancestor said in a deep voice. Today, I Su, Liang two families together. You this martial arts myth when a few months. Addicted enough. It is also time to overthrow. The Liang family's old ancestor nodded his head repeatedly. Worthy of being a family that has been passed down for hundreds of years just like my Liang family. It really does have a big picture perspective. In the future, the world will still be under the control of my Liang and Su families. Just two Zong masters. What is there to fear? Jiang Ming's gaze was fierce, and he looked like he was going out on a limb. If you have the guts, come and fight. Ha ha ha. Today's battle is not a battle that can be won by anyone who has big guts. The Liang family's old ancestor let out a long laugh. Old friend Su, slaughter this kid who doesn't know the sky in the sky, and then you and I will drink and be happy again this night. Not drunk and not return. That's very good. The Su clan's old ancestor also greatly agreed, and between their words, the two of them had actually disregarded Jiang Ming. Boom! This chapter is not finished. Click next page to continue reading. I only practice forbidden arts if I'm immortal. Steeply, Liang and Su, the two patriarchs, but moved at the same time. Blood energy erupted in unison, and the two of them arrived in an instant, killing Jiang Ming near the front. I'll see how you can still live today? The Liang family ancestor's face was filled with ruthlessness as he fiercely blasted his fist at Jiang Ming. Jiang Ming's face was full of gravity, and his fist met the attack with a winter sound as it collided with the Liang family's old ancestor, erupting into horrifying ripples and splashes of chi energy that nearly chopped several Su family disciples into pieces. The Liang Jiao old ancestor's body shook, and he thought to himself that this nameless really lived up to his name, and this strength of flesh was truly terrifying. But if it is limited to this, then today he will die undoubtedly. Blocked me this punch. How to block Su old friend's killing moves. Liang family old man's heart was happy. It seems that this nameless even killed 3 patriarchs, and used forbidden techniques. Sure enough, he still suffered a lot of injuries. Boom! The next moment, the Liang family old man's body, but steeply flying out horizontally, half of the chest is collapsed, in midair constantly coughing blood, incredibly looking at the person who shot at him. Su, Chapter 110, finally obtaining the law of immortal cultivation. In the Liang family's mansion, a figure coughed up blood and flew across the ground, his eyes filled with shock and anger. Ah Pumba Pumba. The Liang family old ancestor knocked over more than 10 tables, and smashed an ancient tree that shattered and collapsed, before he staggered and stood still, blood spilling from the corners of his mouth, cloaked in hair, staring at the Su family old ancestor, his gaze hideous and terrifying. How dare you! How dare you! The Liang family's old ancestor covered his chest that was molded like of blood and flesh, and his voice was hoarse. Across from him, the Su clan's old ancestor then slowly closed his fist, his gaze calmly standing at Jiang Ming's side. That punch just now was clearly thrown by the Su clan's old ancestor, and while everyone thought that he was going to surround Nameless with the Liang clan's old ancestor, he abruptly turned his spear and sneak attacked the Liang clan's old ancestor. Even if the Liang family's old ancestor is strong, it is only a body of flesh and blood, and the Su family's old ancestor is also a patriarch who has been famous for decades. This fist smashed solidly, and the Liang family's old ancestor only felt that his internal organs were ruptured. However, despite this, he still didn't die, and he had already claimed a great deal of power. TSK, Liang old ancestor, no matter if you pretended to be seriously injured before, now, it should be true. Jiang Ming cloud tamely, looking at the Liang family's old ancestor's broken chest, seemingly smiling, said, also, you are right, today's battle, indeed, it's not whoever has the guts can win. Got to use your brain. Why don't you use it? Jiang Ming nodded his head and said in a serious tone. He looked at the old ancestor of the Liang family with an indifferent gaze. What the? Dare to compel my old man's men to betray me? Let you also die under betrayal today. It is fun to kill people, and it is even more fun to kill their hearts. Laozi is so vindictive. Of course, these are secondary. The main reason is that Jiang Ming does not want to enter the Liang family alone recklessly, or find a cannon fodder to try a little better. You, Liang family old ancestor, almost a mouthful of blood sprayed out, angrily staring at this Nameless. Even if the reaction is slow, at this time, also see out. This Su family old ancestor and Nameless, even early are colluded together. Liangjia old ancestor's eyes are red, nearly lost his mind directly. How did he not expect that his old friend, who he painstakingly invited to protect himself, would help Nameless to kill him? On the side, Sui Hao and the others were also looking dumbfounded. Their own old ancestor was actually here to kill the Liang old ancestor? Old friend Su, I treat you as a brother. The Liang family's old ancestor stared at the Su family's old ancestor and gritted his teeth. Put your ass on the line. The Su clan's oldest ancestor, however, suddenly stormed into a rage. Treating me as a brother, and still assassinating my Su clan's people in the land of Immortal Edge to snatch mutated medicinal herbs and Immortal clan's techniques? For so many years, when did you Liang family put my Su family on an equal footing? What 6 great families speak well of each other? Only you Liang family, relying on the fact that you have the Immortal's relics, have always thought of yourself as high and mighty, treating us like dogs. The Su family's old ancestor looked like he had endured for decades, cursing the Liang family's old ancestor in one breath before he was able to stop. Jiang Ming listened with great interest. No wonder when he went to the Su family ancestor, he had not yet threatened a few sentences that he agreed. The original has long been tolerated enough Liang family. However, this Su family's old ancestor has also lived for hundreds of years, and it is impossible to be so easily hot-blooded. Jiang Ming glanced at him without a trace. And I am afraid that this old thing is also uneasy with good intentions. This chapter is not finished. Click, next page, to continue reading. I only practice forbidden arts if I'm immortal. If Nameless and the Liang family's ancestor lose both in a battle tonight, there is no need to say who will gain the most. Pretty good. No need to be embarrassed about killing. Jiang Ming laughed lightly in his heart. Good. Since this is the case, then tonight I lay down my life, but also to spell the two of you to death. For his part, the Liang family's old ancestor looked a little crazy as he stared at the Jiang Ming duo. What bull **** martial arts myths? I'll show you today what is called the power of an immortal. He has realized that if he does not fight for his life to solve these two big enemies tonight, not to mention that he will die, even the Liang family, behind this is afraid that it will go up in smoke. The only way for the Liang family to survive was to fight these two to death. Boom! The Liang family's old ancestor's blood chi was running to the extreme as he fiercely rushed towards the two of them. In the hands of the Liang family's old man, a party of decayed greenish-gray wooden seal, only half the size of a palm, covered with insect holes, but filled with a heart-rending pressure. Toward Jiang Ming is the head of the cover to go. Liang family old man's blood chi, such as no money, crazy toward that green would seal in the infusion and go. Buzz. Wisps of green mist hung down from the wooden seal, and Jiang Ming instantly felt a suppressive force that weighed more than 1,000 pounds, and the entire person's clothes were tightly pressed onto his body. Jiang Ming looked up brightly, but his eyes were flashing with excitement. After decades of searching for immortals, various remnants in ancient books could occasionally glimpse a hint of immortal cultivator legends or traces. But Jiang Ming had yet to truly see the power belonging to immortal cultivators unfolding in this world. Except for his own cultivation of the blood spirit technique and the fireball technique. Is this the means of an immortal cultivator? Even if it's a generation of patriarchs, I'm afraid that they can't block this kind of power, right? Jiang Ming stood still and didn't move, carefully sensing the subtle power in these green-colored mists. What nameless, give me to die. The Liang family old ancestor saw that Jiang Ming did not move at all, and thought that he had been completely suppressed. So he immediately roared filial piety with unparalleled pleasure, and swung down menacingly with the greenwood seal in his hand. Although it was the Su family's old ancestor who sneak attacked him, he is very clear that this nameless is the biggest enemy, and only by killing this nameless, there is a possibility of living this night. Sure enough, it's a completely different power from the power of a martial artist's blood chi. Jiang Ming pondered. This green-colored mist, similar to the aura produced by the blood spirit skill, is extremely similar, but it is more complex and mysterious. Jiang Ming today is still not able to participate in it. Good. The method of immortal cultivation is really interesting. Jiang Ming revealed a smile and became more interested in that immortal cultivation realm. But this kind of power is not quite enough. In a flash of lightning, that greenwood seal was already less than 3 feet away from Jiang Ming's forehead. Getting closer, Jiang Ming could also see that at the bottom of the green wooden seal, a few small ancient seal engravings were faintly visible, flickering with a faint light. With the first to get that Dasha Tanbao above, the font is similar to the extreme. It seems to be the same out of a place. In the distance, the Su family's old ancestor has long retreated to 100 feet away, his eyes staring at the green wooden seal. With fear. It is because of this contraption of the Liang family that the other 5 great families have been deadened by the Liang family, and no one dares to really provoke the Liang family. This chapter is not finished. Click next page to continue reading. I only practice forbidden arts if I'm immortal. Even if it is a martial arts master, sacrificing blood chi to cast this greenwood seal, it can also threaten a martial arts master. Let alone now it is a martial arts master who is almost standing at the peak of the martial arts master to cast this seal. Let alone what nameless. Even if it is a martial arts marquis who personally arrives, he will also have to drink his hatred here. This is a power that completely surpasses that of a patriarch. But exerting immortal power in this heaven and earth is a matter of great terror. When this old thing Liang kills nameless, he is bound to be seriously injured and dying as well. And at that time, Su family old man eyes light flashing, face has shown a trace of ambition smile. This night storm, the Su family is the final winner. Pang! A soft sound was heard, but it caused the faces of the 2 old ancestors of Su Liang to show a stunned expression. In the midst of the night, the greenwood seal emitted a faint glow, but it was lightly blocked in the air by a palm draped in blood energy, unable to fall. Nice stuff. Is mine. Jiang Ming's palms closed together, fiercely clutching that side of the greenwood seal and pulling it towards himself. You! The Liang family's old ancestor stumbled as he was yanked, but he stared at Jiang Ming with horror. How can he not be suppressed by the power of suppression? What kind of monster is this? Liang family generations inherited this seal. Do not know how many famous generation of masters killed. Even the martial marquis face Liang family, also dare not be too tough. Fear is this seal. There has never been anyone who can carry the suppression of this greenwood seal. Pang! In the next moment, Jiang Ming was unrelenting as he blasted out a fist, directly smashing the Liang family's ancestor backwards and sending him flying out, holding that green wooden seal steadily in his hands. This greenwood seal itself may be strong, but the aura contained within it is too thin. Jiang Ming shook his head. If it was an ordinary martial artist's mortal flesh, he naturally wouldn't be able to withstand this kind of power. However, Jiang Ming's flesh and blood chi had both endured decades of aura tempering and flushing, and had long undergone a radical transformation, with a resistance to aura that far exceeded that of an ordinary martial artist. In this world, I'm afraid I can't find a person whose flesh can compete with him. Liang family old ancestor blood chi how full, poured into the greenwood seal after the conversion into the aura also 10 does not exist. This aura insufficient greenwood seal suppression and down. For Jiang Ming, with scratching the itch is not much different. If it is a real immortal cultivator, I am afraid that it is only a little bit effective to pour insufficient aura to suppress Jiang Ming. In addition, finally have the opportunity to see with your own eyes the power of the rules of this heaven and earth. Jiang Ming played with the darkened greenwood seal, then looked at the Liang family ancestor who had fallen in the courtyard. Thumbs up, only to see the invisible power seemingly descending from the void, already on the Liang clan's old ancestor's torso, leaving a wound deep enough to be seen on the bone, like being cut by an unseen sharp blade. The flesh of a grandmaster level. Who could carry the punch of the Su family's ancestor without dying? was now sliced to pieces like a piece of tofu. Just a moment. The Liang family ancestor is soaked in blood, and even the screams have not yet issued a complete one. It is terrified beyond measure into a ground of broken flesh and bones. The most powerful ancestor of the Liang family, one of the 6 great Yin families, died here. A wisp of breeze brushed by, and the unknown force in the void seemed to have dissipated and gone away. This chapter is not finished. Click next page to continue reading. I only practice the forbidden arts if I'm immortal. This piece of heaven and earth, it really contains a great terror. Jiang Ming's child hole shrunk slightly. He had just triggered his super sense, only to feel an aura that made even his heart season, permeating the underworld, seemingly capable of decapitating all those who violated the rules. However, it seems that to the undying source light, this rule is nothing. Jiang Ming touched his eyebrow. Just when he triggered the supersense to sense the rules of heaven and earth, a strand of rule power seemed to have descended on him incidentally, causing a scar to appear on his eyebrow and spreading towards his body. However, with a gentle tremor of the indestructible source light, that terrifying force of rules dissipated and never appeared again. It seems that this rule of heaven and earth has little effect on me, Jiang Ming said in his heart, but if he needs an immortal cultivator, he still needs to be careful and alert. After all, he also has nothing to really decapitate the power of the immortal cultivator. Even if he can cast fireball spells without fear of the cost of this cultivation of the world's lowest level of the spells, it is not certain whether it can hit the enemy. If it backfires and someone else runs away, they'll just get themselves in trouble. If you're going to strike, you can only do it with one blow, Jiang Ming said in his heart. Then he put the greenwood seal into his bosom and looked up at the Su clan's old ancestor in the distance, revealing a smile. Old ancestor Su, what were you running for just now? Su family old man eyes fearful look at Jiang Ming, as if looking at the world's most terrifying demon general. Even he cannot figure out how this nameless fearless that the power of the greenwood seal, woo, nameless brother is invincible in the world. Su Mao is really admired. Su family old ancestor's brain is empty. He can only subconsciously say dryly. However, he arched his hand, and as soon as he looked up, he realized that where Nameless had stood just now, there was no longer a silhouette. And at the banquet below, Su Yihao and several other children of the Su family were all staring at the place of Su Laozu with horrified incomparability, their mouths wide open as if they were about to be reminded of something. However, before Su Laozu had time to turn his head, he felt his vision turn and saw his back. Gotcha. Until this moment, Su Laozu seemed to realize that, oh, it turned out that the neck was broken. Pang! The body fell into the dust. The last patriarch of the 6 great families, the Su clan ancestor, was dead. The 6 great families, finally dust to dust and earth to earth. Jiang Ming walked idly, heading deeper into the Liang family. Are we living? Su Yihao stared at the leaving Nameless, double stalks warring. However, no one responded to him, and when he turned around, he saw a few companions beside him with quiet smiles, and then his own consciousness was plunged into darkness. Liang family courtyard. Jiang Ming strides along the way wherever encountered the Liang family people are killed with their hands. Just a moment is to kill the blood flow into the river, and in the farther, a mold lake figure is also like a ghost like swept, harvesting a large number of Liang family people life, leaving only a place to show a quiet smile of the corpse. Are you Liang Xianyan? Jiang Ming killed an old crone with pale hair, and suddenly heard someone calling her name from a distance in a sad voice. Jiang Ming was instantly jogged into reminiscence. The Liang family elder who investigated the imperial beast art back then seemed to be called by this name. Spare your life. The old crone did not know why this murderous devil suddenly stopped, thinking that she had caught a chance to live, and hurriedly begged for mercy. This chapter is not finished. Click next page to continue reading. I only practice forbidden arts if I'm immortal. Spare your life? Your Liang family was all destroyed because of you. Jiang Ming laughed, as if he was talking about an insignificant trifle, and then mercilessly slapped her palm on her heavenly aura, all the way to kill the rise. The heads rolled down. Moments later, Jiang Ming finally remembered the main thing, grabbed a few Liang family direct line members, one by one after forced to ask, finally learned that the Liang family collection of Immortal Edge secret collection place, in a secret vault. Jiang Ming kicked open the steel cast door and stepped inside. Finally, saw. Jiang Ming's eyes narrowed slightly as he stared at the center of the secret vault, where a tattered corpse lay horizontally on one side of the stone platform, with only its torso remaining, and a large hole broken in its chest, in which the heart was missing. In the center, the heart had disappeared. Jiang Ming suddenly remembered. Back then, the rain swallows back to the intelligence. All the great families divided immortal corpses. A siege of that ancient immortal cultivator of the mysterious patriarch. The strength of unparalleled strength, the crown of the group, but ultimately only seized the heart of this corpse. the other do not want anything, and drifted away. For some reason, Jiang Ming's mind instantly recalled a name, Martial Marquis, Zhou Pingshi. He had never met this person before, but it was as if this person had always walked in front of him, and in the face of this treacherous and unpredictable immortal fate storm, he was even more daring, and single-handedly planned this immortal extermination, and in the end, he actually succeeded. And in the whole immortal edge storm, no one has ever seen the Martial Marquis appear. According to the subsequent intelligence investigation over the years, the only person who fits the situation is the mysterious and incomparable patriarch, who disappeared without a trace after seizing the heart. Could it be that his path to martial arts godhood is the heart of this ancient immortal cultivator? Jiang Ming's eyes narrowed slightly. This person seemed to have left this heaven and earth. If he entered the immortal cultivation world and was able to grow, I'm afraid that he would also be a super ruthless person. It's just don't meet it. Jiang Ming shook his head and began to scavenge for other things. A moment later, Jiang Ming's gaze froze, staring with some excitement at an ancient book in his hands. The Immortal Cultivation Law is finally available. Chapter 111, The Path of Immortal Cultivation. In the darkness of the night, a magnificent giant city stretched out across the land. The old capital city, bearing the history of Yen for hundreds of years, among which there is a long and ancient family of masters in town, hanging on hundreds of years not fall. Many of the people living in this old capital city had long since treated those ancient sectarian families as gods in their hearts, seeing them as the great Yans see fixing pins. Tonight, in this great Yan's oldest family, the Liang family, but a monstrous fire, illuminating half of the sky is red. Smoke rolled up. The sound is horrifying. Vaguely, a burst of screams and cries could be heard in the middle of the Liang family. Countless people were awakened, shocked beyond measure, looking at the mansion swept away by the fire. Somewhat like falling into a dreamlike feeling. That's the Liang family. How come? Liang family's old ancestor. Didn't he just come back? Who dares to be so bold as to attack the Liang family? Liang family, is it going to be destroyed tonight as well? Someone said in a trembling voice, his face pale beyond compare. If the Liang family was destroyed, could this Qingxian army still survive? Some of the people ran to the door of the Liang family home, but they were even more tearful and crying, as if the faith in their hearts had collapsed. An ox cart slowly passed by the Liang family's entrance, and the mute driver who drove the cart seemed as if he wasn't paying attention to anything, slowly waving his whip, and behind the ox cart, amidst a pile of messy clutter, an ordinary old man sitting casually, smiled and glanced at the side. The people with tattered clothes and disheveled faces, but still kneeling on the ground, crying and shouting. I'm sorry you're crying so hard without a few braids. Moo, sound made by cow. The ox cart moved slowly away. A few moments later, the ox cart passed through the patriarch's family, the Su family, and after a short stop, more goods were added to the cart before setting off again. At the entrance of the city, leaving a field of smiling bodies of Qingxian army generals, the ox cart is gradually moving away in the dark night. The next day, the ox cart rattled along the bumpy dirt road. Jiang Ming casually reclined on the cardboard, holding a booklet in his hands as he browsed thoughtfully. The family history of the Liang family? He had searched a lot of things in that secret vault last night, and this booklet was extremely hidden, but it hadn't escaped his super senses. He turned the first page, and it was a shock to his heart. 300 years of the Great Enlightenment, the end of the dynasty, the world is in chaos. I Liang Jiao by order of the Fire Lotus Valley Immortal Master to establish the Liang family, and get the Immortal Master's magic weapon to protect the body. The descendants of the Liang family must protect the magic weapon circumspectly. There shall be no loss. Liang family through the generations. Focusing on Yunmeng Shanzi, Fire Cloud Grass, Medicine King. After reading for a few more moments, Jiang Ming didn't turn the page, but closed his eyes in contemplation. Qi Gua. That is the last dynasty. Even the last year is 300 or 400 years away from today. This Liang family, surprisingly, had existed since then, and behind the Liang family, there were traces of immortal cultivators, which made Jiang Ming really didn't expect it either. Even the immortal cultivators, who were paying attention to the Pill King of that Cloud Dream Mountain, had even purposely supported a patriarchal family to compete for the Pill King on their behalf. It seems like that Pill King, which is even more precious than Fire Cloud Grass, is worth a lot of money even to immortal cultivators. But look at this Liang family history records. The Fire Lotus Valley Immortal Master of that year was soon to leave. Seems to be avoiding something. This chapter is not finished. Click, next page, to continue reading. I only practice forbidden arts if I'm immortal. Jiang Ming pondered. Could it be because of the rules of this heaven and earth? Even if an immortal cultivator does not exert his power, he will suffer some kind of harm? He opened his eyes and continued to scroll back, all of which were some of the Liang family's family heads' legacy. patriarchal deeds, and other major events, interspersed with a few records of the Liang family's fight against the Yunmeng Mountain Pill King. From the establishment of the Liang family to date, Yunmeng Mountain has appeared a total of 3 times the king of the medicine, all by the Liang family. Contemporary patriarch held a greenwood seal, strong and incomparable fight to get his hands on it, and sent to the red pine snow plains within, in exchange for help martial arts cultivation of the treasure medicine magic and other things. Whether it is the Liang family's wave swallowing knife or the Yuan raiding technique that had been given to the Shi family, they are all spells that were given by the immortal cultivators after the Pill King fiasco a few times ago. It seems that although the Pill King storm is not silent, the danger is not small. Jiang Ming's heart celebrated, thanks to the fact that he did not go to join in the fun back then. However, after this incident, he could be more and more certain that the border between this heaven and earth and the immortal cultivation realm would most likely be in the red pine snow plain. It's just that we still have to think long and hard about exactly how to go forward in the future. Jiang Ming said in his heart, and was not in a hurry. Now it is not known whether there is a small pass that must go through the row, or a boundless road that everyone can go. If he rushes over there and is seized by the immortal cultivators, it is not a wonderful thing. As he continued to scroll through, he soon came across a piece of news that the Liang family had suddenly acquired 40 or 50 years ago. Above the Pill King, there is even an immortal destiny, hidden in the depths of Yunmeng Mountain, holding the yellow jade bead. You can enter. Hundreds of years ago, although that immortal cultivator supported the Liang family, he never gave the Liang family the method of immortal cultivation. Therefore, after learning that there was actually an immortal fate in Yunmeng Mountain, the Liang family frantically searched for the topaz pearl, and the Shi family was also mobilized to search in Yunmeng Mountain in Zhe. In the end, the Stone family was the first to find a broken topaz bead, but hid it from the Liang family, as what treasures to study, and eventually found that it can help martial arts practitioners to cultivate. It will be buried in the body of Shi Junwei. It just seems that not only did the Liang family get the news, but even the other 5 great patriarchal families, and even the many great powers outside of Yin, were coincidentally informed of the matter of the immortal edge. Combined with the information that Jiang Ming has received over the years, the truth of the matter no longer needs to be guessed. It must be the martial Marquis Zhou Pingshi, who spread the news of the immortal edge, attracting all the families to join forces to break through the immortal edge, and helping him to seize the heart of that immortal cultivator. It seems that even the immortal cultivator who supported the Liang family in the beginning, did not find the immortal destiny here. Martial Marquis, a mundane sectarian, why is it that this immortal destiny, so well understood? Jiang Ming pondered. In the end, can only helplessly shake his head. I'm afraid that there are quite a few secrets on that martial Marquis, but now that he has left this heaven and earth, there is no need to explore. It's better to be concerned about what the Liang family has gained from this immortal edge fiasco. Jiang Ming clattered and flipped to the end, documenting the Liang family's research on the harvests in the immortal edge over the past few decades. The corpse of an immortal is incredibly tough, but carries a rotten and broken aura. The blood seems to contain spiritual qi, but when it drips into the body of the martial arts master, the martial arts master died on the spot. Jiang Ming immediately looked disgusted. Thanks to him did not even load that half of the body into the car. That thing, even if it was useful for him to cultivate immortality, he was guilty of nausea. This chapter is not finished. Click next page to continue reading. I only practice forbidden arts if I'm immortal. I am a long-lived person. I really can't wait for other immortal destinies. This kind of stuff is better to forget. Jiang Ming immediately skipped over it and looked backward. Spirit stones, strange medicines, quenching blood qi, consumed. Jiang Ming was expressionless. He didn't lack aura anyway. The art of immortal cultivation. The 5 elements. Jiang Ming took in a light breath. It was finally here. The immortal cultivation technique he had found in the Liang family's secret vault was the 5 elemental technique. He had taken great pains to search for immortality for decades, and the only so-called thing was the immortal cultivation law. And only by obtaining the immortal cultivation law would he be able to combine it with the blood spirit technique and embark on the path of immortal cultivation. The 5 elemental skills, suitable for people with any physique to cultivate. But several people from my Liang family have tried and consumed all the spirit stones, and none of them have succeeded. Seeing this, Jiang Ming immediately narrowed his gaze. It seemed that this immortal cultivation wasn't simple either. He slowly put this Liang family history down, and from a bundle, he took out another thick ancient book, made of some unknown material that was tough as hell. The 5 elements technique. Jiang Ming turned it over and browsed it carefully. A path of immortal cultivation that he had been searching for decades without being able to find, finally unfolded slowly in front of him. The path of immortal cultivation is to collect the essence of heaven and earth, gather the divine splendor of the sun and the moon, and take in the aura in one's own body. break through the shackles of the mundane, and constantly break the limits. Immortal cultivation realm, divided into chi practice, foundation building, step by step. Each barrier is a life and death disaster, screening out 90% of the cultivators. Jiang Ming raised an eyebrow. The realm recorded in this 5 elemental technique only went as far as foundation establishment, and was broken off further. Even the technique itself, surprisingly, could only be cultivated up to the 9th level of chi practicing, and there wasn't even a technique to break through foundation establishment. He couldn't help but wonder, could the power of the immortal cultivator be so terrible? That ancient immortal cultivator was only a chi practicing stage, and could live for thousands of years? Jiang Ming shook his head without further thought and continued reading. According to this 5 elemental secrets record, mortal bodies have different physical qualities, the vast majority of which are no different from a wasted body. And even if they get the gongfu of a direct immortal, they will not be able to cultivate successfully. Although this 5-element skill is inferior, but it is based on the 5 elements, suitable for all people to cultivate. But the disadvantage is that the speed of cultivation is extremely slow, but also extremely consuming spiritual chi resources, Reiki resources. You're going to say this? I'm not going to be sleepy. Jiang Ming raised his eyebrows. He wrote down all the contents of the book, slowly closed the tome, and closed his eyes to carefully comprehend. A few days later, the ox cart stopped at a tea stall at a major traffic intersection. Merchants and martial artists passing by in all directions also rested here to drink tea and talk about world affairs. I didn't expect that the 6 great families that held Great Yin for hundreds of years would all be wiped out just like that. That Nameless is really scary. I heard that he only used 1 punch, then blasted to kill the Liang family's old ancestor, and even the Su family's old ancestor was also broken his neck. This kind of means is simply through the sky. To say that it is the world's #1 patriarch, it is not too much to say. A swordsman sighed, but the patriarchal family, after all, rooted in the world for hundreds of years. I thought the Liang family and the Su family can last some more time. Hey, do you think that the Hall Marshal myth is just a reckless person? As far as I know, even before that Nameless One killed his way up to the old capital, the Nameless Ones had already poured out all their forces to investigate and assassinate the Liang and Su families. This chapter is not finished. Click next page to continue reading. I only practice forbidden arts if I'm immortal. Someone immediately picked up the conversation. In that night Nameless killed Liang, Su 2 ancestors, and slaughtered half of the Liang family after. Nameless person is even more complete outbreak, clearing the Liang family all the minions. The Liang family's forces of all parties uprooted, can be said to be eradicated. Now that the Qingxian army's patriarchs are almost dead and wounded, with only 1 or 2 Flying Cloud army left. The Flying Cloud army has already pressed in with a large army, and I'm looking at the world's great power. It's finally going to be decided. Truly things are unpredictable. Who would have thought that a nameless person who came out of nowhere could have such a great impact on the world? Jiang Ming sat in the corner and quietly sipped his tea, crossing decades, from a nameless medicine picker, to the present martial arts myth Nameless, dynasty overthrow, the fall of the family, Flying Cloud army of this new ship, but also finally to set sail. All things are done. The next thing is to dive into cultivation. Whether it's this 5 elemental technique or the one obtained from Monk MTC, the Little Thunder Sound technique, all of them need to meditate and cultivate a bit, before raising his own strength to the end of this heaven and earth. Jiang Ming was not going to go out for the time being. As for the information on the various immortal cultivators that Miss Wang has collected, let us put it there, and wait until we stand at the peak of the patriarch. Then it's not too late to explore. At that time, no matter what kind of immortal cultivator it was, under the limitations of this heaven and earth, it wouldn't be able to escape from one's grasp. 2 people and a cow ate and drank enough to set off again, slowly heading in the direction of the Great Cloud House. Although there were still many famous mountains and rivers in this world, but Jiang Ming still preferred to stay accustomed to the Yunmeng mountain in Zhe. And after this retreat, Jiang Ming also intended to explore that once the place of immortal destiny. The owner of the immortal Edgeland is dead, plus decades have passed, and his own strength has been raised to the end of the clan master. Even if that immortal Edgeland has any other trouble, it should be enough to deal with it. As the ox cart swayed around, Jiang Ming silently continued to cultivate in silence, using the sliver of aura refined by the blood spirit technique to try to use the 5 elemental technique to condense it at the place of his belly and open up his dantian. Although he had long ago used his aura to refine his body, immortal cultivation was a completely different process. And the only way to perform all sorts of mysterious and unpredictable immortal cultivation techniques was to incorporate the aura into his dantian and transform it into his own spiritual energy. If you can't open the dantian, everything is vain. However, Jiang Ming had been trying for several days and hadn't succeeded. It seems that my talent for cultivating immortality is even worse than my talent for practicing martial arts. Jiang Ming was not surprised. It must not be me. It must be the reverse buff of the elders. For sure. He suddenly looked up at the carter in front of him. What's the matter with you boys? In his eyes, this car driver's breath just now fiercely weakened for a moment, but also thanks to his keen inspiration to capture. If it is other patriarchs, I am afraid that they can only feel the person in front of them disappeared as well. The mute coachman whipped his head around and gave a somewhat embarrassed smile. Enlighten your lordship. It seems like I am close to breaking through to the sovereign. Jiang Ming froze. Are you serious? I just finished spouting off about my talent. And you give me this, on purpose? Although among the beggars taken in that year, this Wutong has the highest talent, but this is only cultivated for less than 30 years. It is also too outrageous some. This chapter is not finished. Click, next page, to continue reading. I only practice forbidden arts if I'm immortal. Among the patriarchs that Jiang Ming knew of, it seemed that the only one who had achieved patriarch faster than Traceless was the patriarch's bone that he had seen back then, in the mountain catacombs. That day, after the battle between Your Excellency and the Liang family's old ancestor, the Liang family's old ancestor was obliterated by an unknown force, Traceless slowly said. At that moment, it seems that I then saw my own path to becoming a patriarch. In these few days, recalling the scene of that night, my feelings have become deeper and deeper, and my martial intent has become more and more refined. Jiang Ming opened his mouth and didn't know what to say. Is this a genius? I've perceived all the super senses, but I haven't realized anything. But it's good to have a patriarch sitting amongst the nameless ones. Jiang Ming suddenly thought, looking at the Traceless in front of him, and suddenly had some new ideas. Chapter 112, Exploring the Immortal Fate. What do you think of the power that decimated the Liang family's ancestor? On the ox cart, Jiang Ming asked with interest. Traceless, this kid. At that time, the first time to meet, Jiang Ming will feel that he has a kind of indescribable peculiar temperament, obviously in the crowd, but extremely easy to be ignored. Ordinary cannot be an ordinary, is simply a natural killer. However, for this guy to have gotten this far and be on the verge of breaking through to sovereign in just 30 years was also greatly unexpected by Jiang Ming. And hearing that Wuhan was able to see the path of the patriarch due to that power that killed the Liang family's oldest ancestor, Jiang Ming was naturally extremely interested. After all, according to Jiang Ming's speculation, that force is closely related to the deeper secrets of this heaven and earth. Traceless carried the whip and drove the old cow for a bit, thinking a little before he was saying, I can't quite say, but at that time I didn't feel intimidated. Instead I had a sense of closeness, couldn't help but want to integrate into it, and then my martial arts realm was much more refined, and in my senses, that power seems to be condensed with heaven and earth, like a vast ocean that can't be seen. Jiang Ming couldn't help but look at him twice more. It couldn't be that this kid was the son of the chi of this heaven and earth, right? But more likely, or his talent in the sneak assassination this one. Indeed amazing. Sense the ordinary people difficult to sense the heaven and earth Tao rhyme. Perhaps in the future if you can cultivate immortality, the achievement is even more amazing. Jiang Ming was satisfied. If such a person became a zongshi, it would simply be too much more terrifying than an ordinary zongshi, and there was no one in the world who could block his sword. He was afraid. Except for me. Of course. Then Jiang Ming closed his eyes and contemplated. Previously, I also guessed that this force could be some kind of horrible power, artificially arranged in certain areas. But from the Yunmeng Mountains, a ancient immortal cultivator to the Jinghua remnant corpse, and then to the Liang family's old ancestor, the three instances of being killed by the nameless power cut, plus this no trace of the mold lake sensing, all seem to be stating that this is indeed a cruel rule of the heaven and earth as cruel rules, covering the entire heaven and earth. No matter who violates the rules, they all have to die. In that case, then Jiang Ming can be a bit happy. Nowadays, I and the cultivators of this heaven and earth meet. Perhaps who loses and who wins is not certain, but when I reach the peak of the patriarch, and then practice the cultivation method, in this heaven and earth, won't it be rampant, invincible? If I go to the immortal cultivation world in the future and can't make it or encounter enemies, I'll just turn my head and simmer back to this heaven and earth. Whoever dares to chase me in, will be directly knocked down by an old fist. Jiang Ming thought prettily, you can even carry spirit stones and elixirs and whatnot, and hide in this heaven and earth to dive into cultivation. Or cultivate a force, to explore the secrets of this heaven and earth for me, like that cultivator of the Fire Lotus Valley back in the day. Unconsciously, Jiang Ming had already begun to fantasize about the future. The scenes of repeatedly jumping sideways in this martial arts and immortal cultivation world. It's just a pity that there's no aura at all in this part of the world, or else we could grow some spiritual medicine, raise some spiritual beasts or something. Jiang Ming tittered, but it wasn't hopeless. when the Cloud Dream Mountain Immortal Edge opened. Hadn't a wave of aura erupted? Although the rules of this heaven and earth are cruel to cultivators, it seems that they do not suppress the appearance of aura itself. If they can find another place where the aura is slightly thicker, these ideas are not impossible to realize. Raising cows and cattle, planting flowers, this is my home. Jiang Ming heatedly smiled. In the front, No Trace drove the ox cart, eye to eye, as if he didn't hear the commotion behind him. Yunmeng Shanzi. Jiang Ming returned again, but did not reappear in Ping'an County, but directly drilled into the depths of the mountains, and on top of a steep and isolated peak, he built another cabin and cultivated. Once in a while, they would walk down the hill, walk and stroll around in the Yunmeng Mountain and Zeitgeist, and watch the sunrise and sunset with the increasingly aging Bai Siwei and Blackbean, and Ping'an County in the middle. There is more a mute middle-aged man, like to take a black knife, in the street stall withered wood, made many wooden toys, a big hit with small children. In the middle of the cabin, Jiang Ming sat on his knees, and when his heart was as quiet as water, he once again revolved the blood spirit technique, and after a trace of aura appeared in his body, he immediately began to cultivate the 5-elemental technique. The human dantian, mysterious and mysterious, can't be in a hurry, ah. He controlled the trace of aura towards his dantian, trying to open up that one place of immortal Tao origin that was neither imaginary nor real. But even if Jiang Ming wasn't in a hurry, the difficulty of this immortal cultivation had greatly exceeded his expectations. Fully 2.5 years later, on top of the lonely cliff, Jiang Ming sat cross-legged, mechanically controlling the trace of aura, once again attempting to open up the dantian. Buzz. Suddenly, Jiang Ming's body shook, and the wisp of aura disappeared without a trace, but immediately following it was a subtle sensation that was born out of his belly. Jiang Ming opened his eyes fiercely, then stood up in a prancing manner. Finally, opened the dantian. He let out a long whistle, startling the birds in the mountains and forests. A full 2.5 years only counted as an initiation. This cultivation road is really not for anyone. Jiang Ming had a lot of emotions, and only after a long time did he calm his mind. His eyes slightly closed, sensing the newly opened dantian, like a piece of heaven and earth opening up for the first time, containing infinite wonders, waiting for him to dig. The path of the immortal path is to take the chi of all the spirits of heaven and earth into the dantian, Jiang Ming murmured, while the path of the martial path is to constantly tap into one's own potential. He vaguely had a feeling that these two paths seemed to be opposing each other, but they were also perfectly integrated. If they could go hand in hand, they might have an unexpected effect. But it seems that this cultivation method is not recorded in this 5-elemental technique. Jiang Ming frowned, and after a moment of contemplation, a flash of realization suddenly flashed in his eyes. Whether it is practicing martial arts, or cultivating immortality, are extremely time-consuming things. He just opened up the dantian will use more than a year. If it is cultivated to the 9th level of chi cultivation, may also need to use a few decades or even 100 years. Jiang Ming himself is a long life. Do not care about this kind of time to kill. Cultivation of immortality repair board. Practice the law of martial arts, and even have time to pick tea and refine medicines, and then find No Trace to drink and play chess. But ordinary immortal cultivators where there is so much time, only to repair the immortal will repair the hair or white, can build the foundation of the 100 does not exist If then distracted to practice martial arts, it can only be brain pumping. But I'm different. The path of immortal and martial arts cultivation is completely feasible. Jiang Ming's eyes flickered, deciding to take a two-pronged approach. While it was cool for immortal cultivators to fly with their swords and decapitate their enemies from thousands of miles away, their physical bodies were a drawback. And if they were to be approached by a martial artist, they might have to drink their hearts out as well. He lives a long life. To be a pentagonal cultivator, leaving a short board is never okay. Nowadays, I am also considered a rookie who has just entered the first level of chi cultivation, so the few minor spells contained in this 5-elemental technique can be practiced. Golden Wind Blade, Withered Wood Transportation, Smoke and Rain Technique, Fire Control Technique, Earth Elemental Body. They are all basic spells. Attacking, escaping, planting, alchemy, refining, and defense are quite full of life. Jiang Ming recalled the spells and stroked the white fourth master who was slumbering by the fireplace, but he sighed softly. There is no technique that can save a life from passing away, even if all kinds of immortal techniques are used. It might just be that Jiang Ming hadn't found it yet, but with the state of Master by Sea, it was clear that he didn't have time to look for it either. His eyes flickered, after another half a year, to cultivate these spells to familiarize with the introductory a bit. Coupled with the mastery of the fireball art, it is also considered to be an immortal cultivator with combat power. Coupled with the fact that during these 2 years, I have utilized the yuan taking technique and the blood spirit technique to continuously refine and enhance my flesh and blood. I have also gradually come to the end of my rope, and my progress has become slower and slower. Between this heaven and earth, the person who can win over me, I am afraid that it is really not too good to find. It is also the time to go for a walk. He stepped out of the house and looked into the depths of the Cloud Dream Mountain swamp. It is surrounded by smoke and clouds all year round, and even when the land of the Immortal Edge is broken, it is still off the beaten track, and ordinary medicine pickers simply cannot go there. And as the Immortal Edge is dispersed, a few decades, even the martial artists who wanted to bump into luck gradually dispersed. This place, almost completely forgotten. Only Jiang Ming, still keep in mind, think among the situation is not so simple. Now that he was all-powerful and had almost touched the ceiling of this heaven and earth, it was time to explore. But you still have to be completely prepared. Jiang Ming pondered for a moment and pulled out another pitch-black stone slab from the house. The very same one he had snatched from the empty-seeing monk back then. This little thunder sound skill, actually is divine, very strange. The patriarch can also cultivate. Jiang Ming stared at the stone plate. This more than 2 years to mainly drill cultivation of immortal technique, occasionally simply quenching the blood chi and physical body. This refining of the body method is not really cultivated. Just according to this stone plate, the small thunder sound skill is divine and incomparable, can make the physical body of the patriarch further, but this gong method is overbearing. Only the physical body of the peak of the patriarch can be cultivated, otherwise it will only be the collapse of the physical body and die. Now that Jiang Ming's physical body is almost at the end, he thinks that he surpasses any patriarch in the world. It is also time to try this spell again. It's also thanks to eldest Miss Wang that she even found the accompanying internal training breathing method. Jiang Ming then pulled out another thin book, which was an item that Miss Wang had searched for when she took over his power after Wu Dao's death. I think that the deal between the monk MTC and Wu Dao in the beginning was this breathing method. Jiang Ming muttered to himself, and then began to study it carefully. Another half-year later. Winter and spring. The White Four Masters and Black Beans more and more old and decrepit. Especially the White Four Masters cannot even walk. Lying all day by the stove, eyes cloudy and feeble, no longer have the original spirit. Rolling, above the lonely peak, a low thunderous sound was emitted abruptly. A figure was bare-chested, moving as swiftly as electricity, hammering a set of rigid and fierce boxing techniques, breathing rhythmically, and between every move and style, the blood energy rumbled through the body, erupting in thunderous rattles. Sneer at, with his fist more and more fierce, on the surface of the body, even fierce overflowing strands of red blood energy, leaping and flashing, like red lightning, demonic. Exhale. Jiang Ming menacingly stopped his stance. The blood energy on his body surface disappeared back into his body, and his entire aura returned to calmness and introspection. Just like a plain, ordinary teenager. This little thunder sound skill, it really isn't bad. Jiang Ming's eyes flashed with astonishment. As Jiang Ming cultivated the little thunder sound skill during the greater part of this year, his stagnant physical body had unexpectedly risen once again. To this day, Jiang Ming doesn't know what realm he has cultivated to, but what is certain is that his flesh and blood chi have definitely surpassed the peak of the sovereign master. But even so, it didn't attract the invisible rules of heaven and earth. Jiang Ming clenched his fist and fiercely slammed it into a huge mountain rock. Boom! The mountains and rocks burst and shattered, and after the ringing silence around the area, Jiang Ming was still standing there intact. Could it be that the rules of this heaven and earth are only for immortal Dao power and ignore martial Dao power? Jiang Ming guessed, and even thought farther. This piece of heaven and earth martial arts prevalent, whether it is also this reason, just never seems to be someone can walk to the patriarch above with the martial arts. Even Jiang Ming is only a physical body that surpasses the sect master, but the martial intent has still not broken through. Perhaps the failure to invoke the rules of heaven and earth has something to do with this as well. Jiang Ming shook his head without further thought and turned around to go back to the house. Fourth Master, Black Bean. Jiang Ming looked at the two leathery old men. Departure. The power of the martial way surpasses the peak, and the cultivation method is also initially mastered. It would seem too cowardly to live on. Woof, came a breathless sound from Black Bean's throat. There is no need for. Its cloudy eyes stared at Jiang Ming, gently shaking its head. Black Bean comes from the Wu family, which is an ancient family with a longer heritage than the Liang family, and knows a little more about this heaven and earth. Knowing that this, underneath the seemingly peaceful heaven and earth, there were many great secrets that even immortal cultivators could not decipher. It was already dying and didn't want Jiang Ming to risk his life. The White Four Masters also wiggled their paws. Jiang Ming smiled sagely. Don't be motherly. Laozi originally intended to go to the land of the Immortal Edge to find out what happened, and bringing you two along can only be considered as a matter of convenience. Nowadays, Jiang Ming's strength stood at the peak of martial arts, so even if there was something wrong with that immortal edgeland, he was sure that he would be able to retreat in one piece. A few moments later, Jiang Ming carried the two old guys in a large bamboo basket, lifted the ghost head sword, and tucked the pitch-black stone slab into his chest, striding towards the depths of Yunmeng mountain swamp. Gradually, he approached the place of the storm of that year. Around, insects chirping and birds chirping, a peaceful scene of the primitive forest. Occasionally, there are ominous and ferocious beasts rushing out, and under Jiang Ming's punch, they also become peaceful and quiet again. Decades have passed, and even more violent fights and battles have been completely buried under layers of rotting leaves under this great force of nature. Finally, Jiang Ming walked to the entrance of a valley. Ahead, the mountain rocks crumbled and the peaks collapsed. Before the scene of the great battle of the year was vaguely visible, wisps of mountain smoke and clouds dazzled in the valley inside and outside, as if it was still some kind of forest fairyland. Jiang Ming's gaze was calm as he stepped straight in. Drone! A fire mayfly lifted its wings and swept past Jiang Ming, its fiery red wings refracting colorful rays between the sunlight and smoke clouds, disappearing into the distance. 96. The long sky fine rain reminds you, after reading remember to collect, www. The next time I update your convenience to continue to read look forward to wonderful continue. You can also use the mobile version, WAP. Anytime and anywhere can read without hindrance. Chapter 113, Goodbye Dr. Sun. The fire mayfly flew farther and farther away, and Jiang Ming watched for a moment before he was turning back to continue walking inside the valley. The fire cloud grass of that year was metamorphosed from the purple root grass inhabited by the fire mayfly. Jiang Ming's mind was in turmoil. The immortal edge has disappeared. The powerful and unrivaled ancient immortal cultivators have fallen. Countless martial artists have died, and the 6 great lineages have now been wiped out. In the end, the only ones who are still roaming these mountains and forests are these fire mayflies that can only live for a day. Jiang Ming sighed softly and continued to walk forward. Along the way, vaguely visible broken rocks and weeds, collapsed caves, witnessed the great war of that year. Jiang Ming left hand greenwood seal, right hand ghost head knife, triggering the super sense. One by one carefully probed the past. Unsurprisingly nothing was found. Back in the day, countless martial artists dug here to search for immortal destiny. Jiang Ming can pick up the leakage as a ghost. However, he came here today, not to pick up the leakage. The pickup have been one by one door-to-door visit to pick up. If we can find the source of that aura eruption, maybe the 4th master in Black Bean can still be saved. Jiang Ming thought to himself. The aura refined by his blood spirit technique could only be used for himself, and even though he had the intention to save them, there was nothing he could do. If we can find the source of aura, we may be able to nourish their decaying blood chi. As he explored one place after another, Jiang Ming's expression sank a little. Not to mention the source of aura, he failed to sense even a trace of aura. That leaves this last place. Jiang Ming walked to the edge of a cliff, which was the end of the valley. In front of him was an unseen cliff, and underneath the cliff was another unseen deep valley. And in the middle of the deep valley, the fiery red clouds flowed endlessly, like a piece of flame burning, emitting a brilliant light. From time to time, a fire mayfly flew up from the deep valley under this fiery red cloud haze, its translucent fiery red wings flapping as it flew towards the outside of the valley. Is this the valley that Yuin explored back then? He stared at those fiery red clouds. That is not any ordinary clouds, but a strange poisonous incomparable miasma. By the powder of the ores in this valley, intertwined with the poisonous fog of the valley bottom of the rotten forest breeding, in the sunlight fusion of mutation and become, contains an incomparable intense fire poison. Except for these fire mayflies that were born here, no one dares to easily touch these fire poisons. Even the patriarchs do not dare to enter this place for a long time. Back then, during the Immortal Edge fiasco, I don't know how many martial artists leapt down from here and never came back up. According to the records, the only time the fire poison miasma here will dissipate is at midnight. But even though countless martial artists have taken advantage of the miasma's dissipation to enter this place, they have not been able to find any opportunities. Even the Zhongshan martial artists had gone down to explore the area, and there was nothing else but fire mayflies flying in the sky. Even the cave where that ancient cultivator inhabits does not have any aura breath. Could it be here? Jiang Ming frowned, not holding out much hope, but with only this place left, there was only one thing left to explore. You two wait here. Jiang Ming put the bamboo basket down, slowly walked to the side of the cliff, his body blood chi quietly running up, and then leaped down. Sound of the wind or the breathing of SB, who was sound asleep. Jiang Ming only heard the strong wind whistling beside his ears, and the whole person smashed into the tumbling fire poison miasma, and fell towards the bottom at great speed. Wisps of burning sensation, slowly rising in the body. This fire poison miasma, it really isn't bad. Even the patriarchs are in trouble when they are dipped in it. His gaze moved slightly, but he didn't need to utilize the undying source light yet. As his body's blood chi shook, the fire poison gas was expelled from his body. With his fleshly body that surpasses that of a patriarch nowadays, these miasmas are nothing. Bang! Jiang Ming landed steeply at the bottom of the valley, smashing up a fallen leaf. Ha! The miasma at the bottom of this valley is much thinner instead. Jiang Ming looked up, and the thick, fiery red miasma above him was like a fiery red cloud that stretched halfway across the deep valley, and near the bottom of the valley, the sight was much clearer, almost free of miasma, and ahead of them was a tall wood of. The crown of the tallest tree was almost lost in the miasma cloud. Crashing sound. Jiang Ming's fall startled a flying insect. Jiang Ming casually glanced at it and was about to leave, but he suddenly let out a light eep. Is this a fire mayfly? I only see that these flying insects and fire mayflies are generally different in shape, with 2 short tentacles, slightly yellow eyes, and a pair of long tail whiskers at the end of their abdomen. But their wide pair of front wings are an ugly, miserable white color. And even the whole flying insect also looks even uglier and dead. And Jiang Ming realized that only the fire mayflies that flew higher and higher had wings that were more and more fiery red and colorful, until they finally rushed into the miasma and disappeared. Is it only after swallowing this miasma that they can grow into full-fledged fire mayflies and break out of this deep valley? Jiang Ming couldn't help but feel that there was something interesting. So it turned out that this fire mayfly didn't eat or drink nothing, but only swallowed these miasmas that were extremely poisonous to other living beings. It's a pity that it can only live for 1 day. What's the point of flying out? Jiang Ming reached out and picked up a miserable white and ugly fire mayfly, shook his head, and let it fly. He felt that this land of immortal destiny was rather marvelous for him, a long-lived species that could live until the end of time. But here he met the shortest-lived animal that was born in the morning and died in the evening. Jiang Ming shook his head and continued to walk forward. Through the incredibly tall forest and through a large white gravel clearing, a stream appeared in front of him and flowed into a dark valley. Opposite to the stream were towering cliffs. Obviously this deep valley was the end here. Is that all there is? Jiang Ming frowned, then suddenly looked at the stream. There seems to be a tantalizing aura in this stream. Jiang Ming's gaze froze. Although it was just a flash of light, Jiang Ming's supersense was getting sharper and sharper nowadays, so naturally he wouldn't perceive it incorrectly. He looked menacingly upstream of the stream, striding upstream against the current, and soon came to a mountain wall. The water in the stream is coming from a crack in this mountain wall. Near that crack, there are piles of rubble, which seem to have been excavated. Obviously the martial artists who came down back then also explored here, but failed to have any results. Jiang Ming glanced at the crack, but quickly averted his gaze and turned to stare at a place more than 10 meters downstream of the crack. The stream flowed down the mountain stream, and the wall of that mountain, like the rest, seemed no different. However, Jiang Ming's supersense felt a hint of an unusual aura from there. And intermittent faint auras were escaping from among them. That aura is too weak. In other immortal cultivators, I'm afraid I can't feel the difference at all. Jiang Ming retreated more than 10 feet, his face showing a look of wariness. The ghost head blade in his hand trembled slightly. Wisps of crimson blood energy was draping around it, diffusing an increasingly terrifying aura. Blood wave blade. Jiang Ming lightly shouted in his heart, and raised his hand to crackle a blade towards that mountain wall. Stop it, kid. The moment Jiang Ming crackled out, an exasperated voice also came out steeply from within the mountain wall. Jiang Ming heard that the voice was somewhat familiar, but in his heart, he was even more shocked. The force in his hand increased by a few more points, and his blood energy worked like crazy, crackling out the most powerful blade he had ever practiced martial arts so far. Boom! The 3-foot blade aura left the blade and cut across the sky like a crimson pike, chopping towards that mountain wall. Asterisk. Vaguely, Jiang Ming seemed to hear an annoyed voice from within the mountain wall. Winter! Immediately afterward, a wall of light that swirled with green light was stretched across the front of the blade. Boom! The blade and the wall of light collapsed at the same time, swirling up boundless fallen leaves. When the fallen leaves dispersed, Jiang Ming saw that the mountain wall, surprisingly, quietly revealed an extremely narrow crack, from which a silhouette had stepped out. The silhouette was extremely fast. At first it was still as skinny as a piece of paper. But after a blink of an eye he walked out of the crack and turned into a slightly chubby old man with crane hair, who was staring at Jiang Ming in annoyance. Jiang Ming's gaze was also shocked, of staring at this man. Nima, Dr. Son, turned out to be you. Without hesitation, he exploded his blood chi and crackled out another sword fiercely. 96. The long sky fine rain reminds you, after reading remember to collect, www. The next time I update your convenience to continue to read look forward to wonderful continue. You can also use the mobile version, WAP. anytime and anywhere can read without hindrance. Chapter 114, I am the fairy fate. Boom! The blade light chopped out, sharp and incomparable chi overflowing in all directions. This blade, even if it was the peak of the zone master himself, Jiang Ming had the confidence to crackle it into two halves. However, on the opposite side of him, that chubby Dr. Sun, but just revealed a trace of helplessness. His right hand gently pinched a strange seal and pushed forward. Drone! Wisps of green light rushed out from Dr. Sun's palm, condensing into an ancient seal character in the void, meandering and flowing like a tadpole, and then lightly falling towards the blade light. Clamor! The two collision, swept up a ripple, actually dissipated in unison. Only a trace of light wind escaped and opened, blowing up some fallen leaves. Don't fight. I can't beat you, but you won't be able to beat me for a while, so if you fight again I'll run away. Dr. Sun, on the other hand, took the opportunity to shout out. His chubby appearance was a bit funny, but Jiang Ming couldn't laugh. His gaze fixed on the person in front of him. In his mind, he flashed back to decades ago, when he first went to the tiger hunting villa. Under the recommendation of Apothecary Feng of the tiger hunting villa, Jiang Ming found the next door G*********************** and asked the chubby Dr. Sun to instruct him in martial arts practice. Before each visit, they also go to the best restaurant to buy the best roast chicken and fine wine, enough to spend Jiang Ming big tens of taels of silver. However, that year's Grand Madam Sun was not bad, and even ended up selling Jiang Ming's prescription for chi-nourishing soup. Later, the Sanshan army into the city. The time of war Jiang Ming and go to the G********************, met the hidden strength of the Sun Daifu, killed 4 sides, cut down a lot of muddy water to fish bandits. Decades passed. Jiang Ming has stood at the pinnacle of martial arts, becoming a martial arts master. Tiger Hunting Villa also took on the new ship of the Flying Cloud Army to soar. Dayunfu things are different. Jiang Ming passed by the Tiger Hunting Villa, but also had seen that the G********* had turned into a rice farm, and the once Dr. Sun disappeared without a trace. I didn't expect that I would meet this person again today in this mysterious and unpredictable land of immortal destiny. I thought you were just a second-rate or first-rate martial artist hiding your strength, but I didn't expect the hiding to be deep. Jiang Ming stared at Dr. Sun in front of him, waiting sternly, and said word for word, the years Dr. Sun will be dying. Now more than 30 years have passed, but he is still the same appearance, and suddenly appeared here, and even cast as suspected immortal cultivator means. Jiang Ming didn't even need to think about it to know that this fat old man was definitely a big terror. This is why, just after meeting Jiang Ming wanted to directly crackle him to death. This kind of existence is only the most reassuring when it is dead, but by the looks of it, it can be hard to kill. Jiang Ming's eyes narrowed, and he even suddenly remembered that the immortal cultivator tactics used by that Dr. Sun just now hadn't caused the rules of this heaven and earth to backfire? What kind of monster is this? Hey, kid, what kind of eyes you have? Dr. Sun only felt the chrysanthemum tight, and quickly waved his hand and said, don't stab me with a knife again. I really can't stand it. FFS. What's that? Just finished Dr. Sun is chagrined, patted his mouth, and then hastened to continue, our acquaintances. Let's sit down and talk. Talk about. He squeezed a daisy-like smile on his face and tried to lighten the mood. Jiang Ming stared at him with his ghost head knife, while his mind was racing with thoughts, although I can't seem to kill him. He doesn't seem to be able to do much with me. Otherwise he wouldn't have smiled so much. What acquaintance is not acquaintance? Are all nonsense, Tanya. Sun Daifu hidden here, obviously do not want to be discovered. The year that a little bit of burnt chicken and wine and meat affection. In this kind of big secret with the front counts for a fart. Jiang Ming can still remember, when Dr. Sun was full of medicine hall hacking seen it. If at this time he can hack to death Jiang Ming, it is estimated that there will not be a hint of hesitation. It's just a shame that no one seems to be able to cut anyone. In the deep valley, fire mayflies were flying around. The two of them stared at each other, and the atmosphere seemed to have stiffened down a bit. After dozens of breaths, Jiang Ming is only suddenly relaxed, revealing a gentle smile, nodded. Dr. Sun said yes, are all acquaintances. Why fight? Sit down to drink wine and eat meat more good. Jiang Ming came to this place after disguising himself, but now, this Dr. Sun obviously saw through his disguise, and he doesn't need to pretend anymore. Put away your Cheng Mu seal first, don't fight me on impulse. Dr. Sun nodded his left hand and grunted. Apparently Dr. Sun also recognized Liang family, this town family treasure. However, he does not know that if I use the greenwood seal, I do not need to fight. For my life, Jiang Ming thought in his heart, this is his most unexpected bottom card. But if the real fight, unless there is certainty that this Dr. Sun directly killed, Jiang Ming would rather turn his head and run for his life. but also absolutely will not use these immortal cultivator means up. He smiled and flipped his hand to take the greenwood seal into his arms. Dr. Sun, on the other hand, was still staring at Jiang Ming with a strange expression on his face, seemingly not expecting him to be so well hidden. How was he discovered by this guy? And how many years have passed? Jiang Ming has grown into a generation of masters, and even the Liang family's greenwood seal has fallen into his hands. What exactly has happened outside this mountain? Dr. Sun sighed. No more thinking, reached out and waved his hand. A stream of light flowed from his fingers. A tea table and 2 stools appeared beside the stream. The rumored storage ring? Jiang Ming looked at Dr. Sun with interest at the ring he wore on his finger. He became more and more curious about this person in front of him. Why did he dare to use the power of an immortal cultivator in such a blatant manner? Was it because of himself? Or was it because this deep valley could shield the rules of heaven and earth? Have a seat. Dr. Sun reached out his hand to invite them, and took out a wine cup, pouring a cup of cloudy wine for each of them. He was the first to take a sip, but shook his head and said, "This shoddy stuff brewed from berries in the forest is tasteless, paired to the wine you brought back then." Jiang Ming just pretended that he didn't hear this hypocritical nostalgia of his, smiled and sat down, drinking the cloudy wine in his cup. "Say it, Dr. Sun, why are you here?" Jiang Ming slapped his wine glass on the stone table and stared at Dr. Sun with a burning gaze. "Why am I here?" Dr. Sun smiled and said frankly, "Because I am the fairy fate here." A single sentence, but it was like a stone breaking through the sky, instantly causing Jiang Ming to tremble and stare at Dr. Sun in disbelief. How can that be? That person is already dead. He subconsciously tightened his grip on his ghost head sword. There are thousands of Taoist laws in the world, and even though this heaven and earth suppresses my power, but wants to fool you martial artists, it is still easy. Dr. Sun smiled, and then seemed to remember that this martial artist in front of him was powerful and scary, and then he lost his smile. Then he shook his head helplessly, but now there's no difference between that and being dead. Jiang Ming took a deep breath before he was able to calm his mind down. He stared at Dr. Sun dead in the face and said in a deep voice, "What the hell is going on? Who the hell are you?" "Me? I am now a body struggling to hold on. Everything seems to have stopped for me. My memories have become fragmented. Sometimes I can't tell night from day, or even dream from reality." Dr. Sun murmured, "The me you saw back then was just a part of my memory awakening. It may still be the same today. Don't play dumb. Tell me what you can remember." Jiang Ming frowned. Dr. Sun dumbfounded, shook his head and said, "I only remember. It seems to be more than 1,000 years ago. I was seriously injured by a great enemy, escaped into this heaven and earth, and with the help of a unique means of casting the cultivation method, chopped off a lot of cultivators, who were chasing me. But the memory of that enemy outside the heaven and earth is too terrifying. I have not dared to leave this heaven and earth again. So I looked for this Yunmeng mountain swamp and hid here to recuperate. Sometimes awake and sometimes muddle-headed, and even lost a lot of memories." He said it lightly, but Jiang Ming heard it with his heart pounding. If what this Dr. Sun said is true, then he has at least lived for more than 1,000 years, and he is afraid that his strength among the immortal cultivators is also strong and terrible. So how outrageous should the enemy who seriously injured him be now, and what is his strength? Jiang Ming was digested for a long time, before he continued. "Then this piece of heaven and earth." "Exactly. And what's going on? And what's the secret of this Yunmeng mountain swamp?" Dr. Sun glanced at his chest, as if looking at the greenwood seal in Jiang Ming's arms, and then laughed. "You've seen that terrifying power of heaven and earth?" Jiang Ming nodded in silence. "In fact, the deepest secret, I do not know." Dr. Sun shook his head gently. "I only remember that when I escaped into this world, it was because I knew the rules of this place, which could kill all those who practiced the immortal cultivation laws, and only through this did I escape with my life. But in my memory, I seem to remember that this kind of terrible rules survived for more than a few thousand years, even so long ago that it is impossible to trace. Even if the cultivation world, those who sit on the clouds above the head of the great religion, if you enter this place to cast the cultivation method, you have to be killed here." Jiang Ming's eyelids fluttered as he listened, and the more he felt that this piece of heaven and earth appeared mysterious. As for Yunmeng Mountain Zephyr, it seems that there is also a big secret that can be dug deeper. But I am disabled body, do not dare to look deeper. Only this place is an occasional outbreak of aura of blessedness. Spend a large price cloth array, will be in this source of aura slumbering to nurse their wounds. Dr. Sun pointed behind him, to the crack he had just walked out of, signaling that the source of the aura was within the crack. This Cloud Dream Mountain Swamp. Every 100 years or so, the aura will be a small outbreak, only maintained in this deep valley. In addition to let a few fire mayfly produce mutation, and then spawn those fire cloud grass and the king of the medicine, and then no greater impact. And 300 or 400 years of the cycle, the aura will be a big outbreak, and even the surrounding mountains and forests will be affected. Occasionally, the cycles of large and small aura outbreaks will also overlap, with the outbreaks occurring extremely close to each other. Jiang Ming listened and immediately remembered that the Pill King fiasco and the Immortal Edge fiasco a few decades ago should be the so-called cycle overlap. Only when there is a substantial outbreak of aura will I awaken from my slumber, draw in aura, repair my broken body, and leave a chance for those who enter this place by chance, so that they can help me to find all kinds of wondrous treasures in heaven and earth and help me to heal my wounds. Jiang Ming suddenly said, "Then how did you escape when many martial arts masters besieged this place?" Back then, although the Sun Dafu's methods are bizarre and unpredictable, since he doesn't want to die with Jiang Ming, it means that there are still some limitations. If he was surrounded by that group of patriarchs back then, it is estimated that it would be difficult to escape death. Hey, what siege? That small outbreak of aura more than 100 years ago, when that Zhou Pingshi first came here to compete for the Pill King, with malicious intent to spy on this place. I was awakened. Dr. Sun suddenly laughed coldly. District a martial artist, actually want to count me? I certainly is ahead of time buttery away, and spent a lot of effort. I once broke into this place Immortal Cultivator Corpse practiced into a puppet, placed in this place to disguise as the Lord of the Immortal Edge. Jiang Ming couldn't help but give him a look. You're the king of Go, aren't you? No wonder the Liang family's information recorded that the body emits a rotten atmosphere. At that time he only thought it was the Immortal Edge of the Master to live too long. Did not think that the original ING is a dead man. However, Jiang Ming's heart skipped a beat when he heard the name Zhou Pingshi again. So it turned out that he had been calculating this immortal fate since more than 100 years ago. The lifespan of the patriarch is only more than 100 years, and this martial marquis is so able to hold back. Also really a ruthless person. But why did he only take that corpse's heart? Jiang Ming asked as he suddenly remembered the matter. Dr. Sun's gaze was ghostly as he suddenly stood up and undid his shirt. What are you doing? Jiang Ming was shocked. Don't be so hot, okay? However, the next moment, he was staring blankly at the scene in front of him, only to see under Dr. Sun's shirt, the chest is actually a big hole, in which an empty piece, only visible around the blood vessels, the center of the heart is gone. You can live through this? Jiang Ming was dumbfounded. Dr. Sun redressed, sat down, tantalizingly said, my heart is where the essence of my cultivation life? In order to deceive him, the only way to dig out my heart, and then implant it in that puppet among. Then wouldn't you be completely finished, and all the injuries you've sustained for so long would be in vain? Jiang Ming was shocked. No matter how powerful that Marquis of Wu is, he's still just a martial artist. Why would he do that? Ordinary martial artists, and how to know how to deal with me, and know me so well, only to take my heart. Sun Daifu calmly said that Zhou Pingshi must be the pawn of that great enemy of mine, and found out my traces, and only then lured the world's martial arts practitioners to encircle and kill me. Only when that great enemy of mine, who has seen my heart, confirms that I am sure to die, will he be able to rest in peace? What exactly is the cultivation level of you and your enemy? Jiang Ming couldn't help but ask. Dr. Sun shook his head. I don't remember. Jiang Ming's head was filled with black lines. Then do you remember any immortal magic and wonderful techniques? Pass on a couple of hands. Dr. Sun continued to shake his head. I don't remember. Jiang Ming's eyes narrowed slightly, very suspicious that this old thing was swindling him, but he had no proof. Then what do you know? So many people have come to ask for immortal destiny, and you've given them all away. Why don't you remember anything when it comes to me? What I gave, they all brought with them. Dr. Sun explained, over the past 1,000 years, I don't know how many bold martial artists and immortal cultivators have broken into this place, leaving behind layer after layer of corpses, and their gung fu treasures, piled up into small mountains. As for myself, when I fled for my life back then, I threw away all that I could, and used all that I could. Except for this storage ring, there is nothing left. The super heist initiated by Zhou Pingshi a few decades ago also robbed this valley clean of those things. Jiang Ming dawned. No wonder the things he found from door to door over the years didn't look so advanced. Even the immortal cultivation law he got from the Liang family could only be cultivated up to the 9th level of chi practice. Turns out it wasn't even the rightful owner's stuff. Jiang Ming was speechless and glanced at Dr. Sun, feeling that his image at this time was only somewhat overlapping up with the old man's son who had violated the rules of his ancestors back then in Jishirtang. It's all pretty ing slick, but I really have a native art, rooted in the soul consciousness, never forgotten, said Dr. Sun quietly. If you want to learn, I can teach you, Jiang Ming glanced at him, but did not show any excitement. This Dr. Sun so frankly said so much, only at this time to finally reveal the tale of the fox. 96. The long sky fine rain reminds you, after reading remember to collect, www. The next time I update your convenience to continue to read look forward to wonderful continue. You can also use the mobile version, WAP. Anytime and anywhere can read without hindrance. Chapter 114 Immortal Dao Forbidden Technique, Forbidden Spirit Seal. Jiang Ming looked at Dr. Sun and said with some disgust, with your native art, you shouldn't have to dig out your heart and disembowel your liver or something. He always felt that this Sun Dafu, with the imaginary cultivator gap is too big, and even suspected that this guy practiced some kind of crooked way. Everyone else practiced the Dantian. How come you are the one who practiced whatever essence to the heart? No wonder they're being hunted down so badly. It's not for nothing, is it, kid? What's in your eyes? Dr. Sun was instantly dissatisfied. This my native art, is how many cultivators are seeking for the amazing treasure art? Even my great enemy chased me for this spell. Then why do you let me learn? In case that enemy of yours finds out, won't I be dead through and through? Jiang Ming spat. Dr. Sun hated his teeth. If it wasn't for the fact that he couldn't beat this kid in this heaven and earth, he really wanted to whack him on the ground. Jiang Ming also stopped talking nonsense. Tanya smiled and said, why don't Dr. Sun tell me what I need to do first? If I can't do it, you don't have to tell me about your immortal technique, so that I don't have to think about it. One of Jiang Ming's purposes for coming here was also to search for the immortal edge, and since he had the opportunity, he might as well listen to what this Dr. Sun had to ask for. But if it's too outrageous, don't learn it. Dr. Sun glared at him for a moment before he slowly said, of course I have a request. If you have the opportunity in the future, do something for me. Shouldn't you have killed your archenemy? Jiang Ming subconsciously said, this old bridge Of course not. Dr. Sun shook his head, and said tantalizingly, the matter of revenge. If I am not personally doing it, what is the meaning? If I die, this feud will return to dust, and if you can drink with him in the future, it is also your ability. I have no opinion. Jiang Ming smiled, suddenly feeling that this Dr. Sun was somewhat interesting. Dr. Sun continued, I only have one request. If you learn this art, if you meet my clan in the future, you can teach him this art. It turned out to be a trust. Jiang Ming stared at Dr. Sun for a moment. Are you really going to die? Dr. Sun calmly said, when he was seriously injured, he left a dark wound in my body, and until today, he has not completely dispelled, even if I still have the heart, so simmering down, at most, cannot last more than 300 years. Now that you have lost your heart, you will only have about 100 years of light left, but it is worth it to fool that martial marquis, and there should be no more trouble next. For more than 1,000 years, my attainments in the art of nativity have also become more refined. After a few decades, if I can wait for the next small outbreak of aura, I will wrestle for the last thread of life here. If I succeed, this spell will be given to you free of charge. If I fail, I will follow what the party has said. But where are you from? What ethnicity? Jiang Ming asked doubtfully. There were countless ethnic groups in this heaven and earth alone, large and small. What's more, you escaped from the immortal cultivation world. Who knows where your clan is? This time, however, Dr. Sun didn't say that he didn't remember, but smiled allegorically. If you really intend to learn my spells, in a few decades, when the fire cloud grass appears again, you can come back here, to observe me casting perhaps for the last time, and maybe you can also comprehend something. I will tell you then. Jiang Ming's gaze flickered slightly. Dr. Sun didn't know that he was able to use the blood spirit technique to produce a steady stream of aura, so he naturally wouldn't say anything more. And what if we don't meet your people in the future? He then asked with a frown. Then this art will also be given to you. Dr. Sun's gaze was silent. I am the only one in this world who has mastered this art. If I die and you pass it on, it will be a proof of my existence. His twilight, cloudy eyes are a little yellow, like a dying old man. Rolled love this heaven and earth, but there is nothing to do. Is this really a good thing? Jiang Ming looked at Dr. Sun suspiciously. Dr. Sun said tantalizingly, by the way, with your body, you should only be able to cultivate the first layer of this art, unless you meet my clan again. In his, it is only with help that one can hope to continue cultivating down the road. Jiang Ming instantly filled with black lines. I knew you didn't have a good heart, but how else did I not see that you are still a Nen community lover? Dr. Sun shook his head and said, I am not fond of the ethnic group. It is just that over these thousands of years, this road has been too lonely. I hope that in this world, there will be a person who is on the same road with me. Even if I have already disappeared in smoke when he set foot on this road. How's it going? Do you dare to learn? Dr. Sun looked at Jiang Ming with a smile on his face. Jiang Ming smiled sagely. What's there to be afraid of? As long as you dare to teach, I'll dare to learn. In his heart, he secretly said, I hall of immortal body. Still afraid to learn you what this life of the art. Sun Dafa laughed, also no longer nagging. Good, have the courage. Then I will talk to you. This then forbidden spirit seal. When you stepped into this place and crackled me with your sword, did you notice the seal I performed? Jiang Ming's eyes also lit up. That's the forbidden spirit seal? He immediately came to be interested. And the secret art that can avoid this rule of heaven and earth does not need to think about it to know how powerful it is. It is not simply the seal of the forbidden spirit, but other spells that I cast with the seal of the forbidden spirit, so long as they do not exceed the boundaries, they can deceive the rules of this heaven and earth. Dr. Sun said slowly, in my memory, this forbidden spirit seal is from the end of my own comprehension, and become my biggest dependence across the cultivation world. The so-called forbidden spirit is specifically for the aura of the sealing art, if the cultivation of the deep enough, no matter what kind of aura. In this art under all like a sham. Earlier, I used the spirit seal to seal off my own breath and the aura spilling out of my spells when I perform them. And if it is in response to the enemy, whether it is the aura of heaven and earth or enemy spells, it can be sealed and worn out. According to my deduction, if this forbidden spirit seal is cultivated to the 9th layer, even a true immortal can be cut off. All cultivators' cultivation is based on aura. Wouldn't this spell be the #1 killing move against all cultivators? Jiang Ming couldn't help but ask. It can also decapitate immortals? Really? How many layers have you cultivated to? He was a bit skeptical. Being equipped with the immortal beheading spell, how could you still be reduced to such a state? The 4th layer. Dr. Sun smiled sarcastically. But I am about to deduce the 5th layer. If I become, this death calamity will be able to pass through. And maybe I also have the means to fight with that great enemy. Jiang Ming suddenly speechless. Only the 5th layer, or did not deduce the completion of the, that you say again. Dr. Sun didn't bother to pay attention to him, and continued, this forbidden spirit seal, there are 6 basic seals, respectively, sealing, suppressing, intercepting, transforming, forbidding, and destroying. Even if you only cultivate into the 1st layer, under the 6 seals altogether, there is almost no enemy across the chi cultivation and foundation building layers, and it will still be used in the higher realms. Jiang Ming frowned. Why can't I cultivate the later layers? Dr. Sun glanced at him and suddenly stretched out a hand, on top of which a layer of fine grayish-white fluffy hairs were unexpectedly born, and the whole palm became somewhat elongated, like the forelimbs of some kind of insect. I am a demon race. Only the blood of our clan can withstand the backlash of this forbidden spirit seal. Even so, I do not dare to easily cast the 5th layer. If you are not careful, will be backlashed. According to my estimation, even the highest of my clan can only be practiced up to the 6th layer. The latter layers only exist in theory, cannot be realized. And your human body, you can only cultivate the 1st layer. If you dare to cultivate the 2nd layer, the entire physical body will be banned by the spirit seal backfired into a mortal body, become a body of the forbidden spirit, the Dantian dead, and then cannot be refined a trace of spiritual chi, and even the physical body will be thus collapsed. How can you talk about continuing to cultivate? You, with your thick eyebrows and big eyes, are not even human? Jiang Ming was also greatly surprised. Although he had long fantasized about the immortal cultivation world, he was still a bit surprised to see a real demon for the first time. Dr. Sun restored his palm to its original state and continued, I will pass all 5 layers to you, but if you can't help but be tempted to practice the 2nd layer in the future and practice yourself to death, don't blame me for not reminding you. Won't. Jiang Ming even said, while his heart is dripping up, practicing death? You're in a small. Who to see? In that case, this forbidden spirit seal is also considered a forbidden art. Jiang Ming's eyes flickered. He was naturally not afraid of any backlash. If he really learned it, would he be able to surpass Dr. Sun one day and deduce this spirit band seal to a higher realm? Is it possible that one day, one can really conquer the immortals? Too far away. Better not think. He hurriedly shook off these chaotic thoughts, now just touching the threshold of the immortal cultivator. What is the blind thought? Then your enemy is chasing you for this technique. Could he be able to cultivate it? Then Jiang Ming remembered the reason why Dr. Sun was being chased and asked curiously. The counterpart to the body of the forbidden spirit is the innate Taoist body, which is naturally close to the aura of the great Tao. It is the only physique in the vast world of immortal cultivation that can cultivate this technique, except for my clan. Dr. Sun glanced at him. If you think you might be an innate Tao body, You can try it out in the future. An innate Tao body combined with a forbidden spirit seal. Your future accomplishments are bound to be immeasurable, and it might be a true path to immortality. So scary? Jiang Ming froze for a moment, then sighed in relief. Then it's fortunate that your archenemy didn't get your forbidden spirit seal. That can't be said. Dr. Sun shook his head. My heart has condensed the fruits of my life's Tao. That man may be able to deduce something. Then you gave it back to him? Jiang Ming couldn't understand it even more. How can I not? Now I am about to deduce the complete fifth layer. That great enemy can cultivate. But the innate Taoist body is too close to the great Tao. But instead, it is a shackle to deduce this art, and can never be deduced backwards. Dr. Sun's slightly yellow eyes flickered with light. If he really cultivated the forbidden spirit seal, it would only be incomplete, and even the innate Taoist body would be broken. If I survive this calamity, and meet him again in the future, I may be able to avenge this. Jiang Ming completely understood. Dare to say that this old man's son was dying, but he was still counter-calculating that enemy and digging a pit for the opposite side to jump into. That great enemy can only be practiced and not extrapolated. And then there will always be drawbacks. I just didn't expect. You can't also have some means. I don't know how to become an immortal cultivator? Dr. Sun suddenly said carelessly. Jiang Ming was startled and looked at him warily. The spirit seal is not only able to deal with the enemy, it is also easy to detect the aura. Otherwise how can I find the source of this aura? Dr. Sun smiled. No need to be so careful. The mysterious place in this heaven and earth is not only Yunmeng Mountain. If you find any source of aura elsewhere, I won't bother to ask more about it instead. This is better. Now I will be able to teach you the forbidden spirit seal, so you will stay here for some time. Jiang Ming, slightly relieved, nodded and said, so good, but I came here. There is one thing to ask for. You say it. I have two old friends who are at the end of their lives and want to come here to ask for a way out. It's that rabbit and the black dog. Right. Dr. Sun was not surprised. When I came back from the mountains this time, I passed by the outside mountain forest, and I found these two little guys who were dying of old age. Jiang Ming, on the other hand, was a little afraid. From the time he crossed over, this Dr. Sun had not been in the mountains. Otherwise he was afraid that his every move was under his surveillance. Immortal cultivators' methods are really too mysterious and unpredictable. In the future, when you go to the immortal world, you must be more careful. However, I myself are dying, in this place of aura depletion. And how can I find any way of life? The most I can use the residual spiritual energy in my body to give them a bit of combing the blood chi, which is just a drop in the bucket. Dr. Sun shook his head. And your two old friends, I'm afraid that you won't be able to hold on to the outbreak of the aura a couple of decades from now. Or else there is still a little bit of hope. Jiang Ming frowned. Is there really no other way? There is one, but life and death are uncertain. Dr. Sun pondered for a moment before he spoke. The source of the aura here is an ancient and incomparable withered well. Even if it is not the period of aura outbreak, there is still a thin and incomparable aura overflowing. If I use my means to seal their blood chi and let them sleep in that withered well, there may be a line of possibility to hold out until the time of aura outbreak and help them to step on the road to becoming a demon. However, that dry well gives me a sense of heart season, and even after being here for more than 1,000 years, I have never really gone in. If I put them in, Jiang Ming frowned, not realizing that even after finding the immortal edge master, he couldn't even beg for a foolproof path. If you seal their blood chi and sleep in the well, how many % certainty do you have to let them wake up again? Jiang Ming asked with a frown. Dr. Sun shook his head. It is impossible to estimate, because I do not know the roots and feet of that withered well at all. Perhaps they will sleep until they die, and perhaps they will gain some great benefit as a result. Jiang Ming was silent and bowed his head, uncertain. After a long time, he was suddenly raised his head and smiled. This matter is not something that I should make a decision. Can I bring them here and let them make their own decision? Dr. Sun smiled and nodded. Go, I'll go with you and move my legs. Together, the two of them headed downstream towards the stream, with a fiery red miasma across the way, and fire mayflies of varying shades of color fluttering around. The light in the deep valley was a bit dim, and it seemed to be close to evening, and many of the fire mayflies that were flying in the miasma were now falling down from mid-air, spreading a thick layer on the ground like fiery red dead leaves. In the distance, the forest towers into the clouds, and the stream on the side is clear. This valley hidden under the miasma is a different kind of beauty. Jiang Ming was suddenly curious. Did you come here back when you were crisscrossing the immortal cultivation world? Otherwise why would you know this heaven and earth so well that you deliberately fled to this place? I don't remember. Dr. Sun looked up blankly and looked at the fiery red miasma, but a light suddenly flashed in his eyes. I seem to. suddenly remember something. Back then, I should be born in this cloud dream mountain. I should have lived here for many years, when the Daeunfu was still a small mountain village, and I often went up the mountain with the villagers to hunt and collect medicines, until they found out that I was a demon. More than 1,000 years ago, when I came back to recuperate from my injuries, under my influence, someone else operated a small cloud town here, which slowly became the Great Cloud House. Again, Jiang Ming looked at him in shock. So the legendary Immortal who established the Great Cloud Mansion was also you. He could not help but vibrate in his heart. It seems that the depths of this Yunmeng mountain in Zhe, there is really a deeper secret, and it was able to give birth to this big demon. Perhaps it is only when I am dying that I remember these memories in the depths of my mind. Even when I am awake, I don't seem to recall much of these past events. Dr. Sun continued to murmur. Back then, in the world of immortal cultivation, I have traveled to many places and seen many things, but after living for more than 3,000 years, I did not expect to forget all these initial things. You've lived for over 3,000 years? Jiang Ming was also surprised. This was even longer than his initial estimate. Even if the lifespan of immortal cultivators far exceeds that of mortals, I'm afraid that an existence that can live for so long is also powerful. Yes, I have lived for more than 3,000 years. I am the demon king of the demon race, and I rule over 10,000 miles of territory. The more Dr. Sun speaks, the smoother he speaks, and it seems that he remembers more and more. But his gaze is more and more bewildered. But 3,000 years seems like a wasted time, and the scenery here is so gorgeous and colorful. Why did I never notice it 3,000 years ago? At that time, I was young and vigorous, and seemed to only feel that this place was boring and monotonous, and I was bent on escaping from this uninteresting place with depleted aura, and going to the legendary world of immortal cultivation to break through and have a look at the scenery outside. Jiang Ming looked toward the tumbling fire miasma above and smiled. Maybe if you stay here all the time, instead, you will never be able to discover the scenery of this hometown. Thinking about it this way, Yu Haven T spent these 3,000 years in vain. He suddenly had a feeling in his heart that he had lived forever. And would he feel this way in the future? Lived for 1,000 years, 10,000 years, and looked back as if there was nothing. Recommended. At Mountain First to play for 3 years. Drink, eat meat, learn calligraphy and painting. Dr. Sun laughed out loud. Have been staying here, instead of being able to discover the scenery here. I didn't expect you to be more thorough than me. Well said, but still feel pity. 3,000 years of constant cultivation, killing, long time passes in a flash, and the memories that can be left behind truly are not much. Now suddenly, I feel that I have lived for more than 3,000 years. It seems that there is no difference between me and these fire mayflies that only live for one day. The same is born, fights for crossing, and perishes, and after living for so many more years, I haven't really experienced anything more, and it is not bad if I die here together with these little bugs. Jiang Ming looked at Dr. Sun's yellowed, cloudy eyes, and suddenly felt that they were somewhat similar to the yellow eyes of these fire mayflies. Perhaps Dr. Sun chose to hide here to recuperate, but also because there is always some resonance between a 3,000-year-old demon king and a one-day-old bug. The long sky fine rain reminds you, after reading remember to collect, www. The next time I update your convenience to continue to read. Look forward to wonderful continue. You can also use the mobile version, WAP. Anytime and anywhere can read without hindrance. Chapter 116 Invitation from an Immortal Cultivator. Late at night at midnight, the miasma of the deep valley dissipated and some moonlight spilled out. Jiang Ming carried the fourth master and Black Bean on his back and returned to the deep valley with Dr. Sun, walking to that crack in the mountain wall where he had hidden. Come with me. With a wave of his hand, Dr. Sun walked towards the crack first, and when he touched the extremely narrow crack, his entire body naturally shrunk, turning into a paper figure as he walked in. Jiang Ming exclaimed in amazement, also tried to walk toward there, but suddenly felt that the cracks on both sides of his body suddenly became bigger, as if it had turned into a canyon that could allow him to walk into it. After the crack, a clearing was made, and an open land covering an area of about the size of an acre was revealed. Not far away was a thatched hut, surrounded by flowers and grasses, while the rest of the area was a cultivated medicinal field, in which a lot of medicinal herbs were planted, and many of them were flashing with tantalizing spiritual light. You do know how to enjoy yourself. Jiang Ming's eyes lit up. This was simply stronger than his own mountain hut. Really decided? Dr. Sun, on the other hand, walked slowly, glancing at the two old guys in the medicine basket. Woof. Black Bean looked up slightly. Instead of dying like this, it's better to put up a fight. Who doesn't want to live longer? Master by C also said, if we die like this, then we will never see the boss again. Yes, Who doesn't want to live longer? Dr. Sun laughed and said no more. A few moments later, Dr. Sun brought Jiang Ming to the back of the grass house, to an inconspicuous dry well. This is. Jiang Ming, slightly shocked, stared at the dry well, more than 3 feet in diameter. But the walls of the well are not earth and stone or something like that, but the whole body is pale and rough, just like a one piece. Jiang Ming glanced down and suddenly had a feeling that it was as if the bones of some giant animal had been stuck here, and the so-called dry well was like a hollow in the middle of these bones. Jiang Ming looked downward. The so-called dry well was only a few feet deep and shallow. The bottom of the well was covered in withered leaves and dirt, but it was filled with a tantalizing aura, as well as a scent of the unknown that made Jiang Ming a little heart-seasoned. Hey, when I first saw this well, I was just like you. Dr. Sun let out a strange laugh. The truth of this piece of heaven and earth may be even more terrible than I guessed. If it is revealed one day, perhaps the entire cultivation world will have to be shaken for it. Jiang Ming frowned slightly, not knowing whether it was good or bad to let the fourth master in Black Bean enter this dry well. But things have come to this point. There is only this road. Go in, there is still a possibility of life. Do not go in, there is only one way to die. I'll pick some spiritual herbs and comb the body blood chi for your 2 best friends. Wait for a few days, then you can start. Dr. Sun said. Jiang Ming sighed and nodded. After a few days, Dr. Sun then picked this valley spirit medicine, practiced pots and pots of medicinal liquid and pills, so that the white 4 masters and black beans and soaked and ate. The 2's body seems to be slightly recovered. Some radiant meaning. However, Jiang Ming can see that these are just treating the symptoms but not the root cause of the problem. Both are just mortal bodies, and no matter how, they can't break through the upper limit of the life expectancy, unless it is really as described by Dr. Sun, who will evolve into a demon someday. During these few days, Dr. Sun also taught Jiang Ming all about the cultivation method of that forbidden spirit seal. A few days later, early in the morning. Boss, no need to worry. One day, we'll meet again. White 4 masters stand in the well edge, all dry hair in the wind fluttering, and toward Jiang Ming arching bow, as when the first separation, that cheerful jumping off the white fat glutinous rice ball. It's just that with this separation, there's no telling if we'll ever see each other again. Hurry up, come on. Black Bean, on the other hand, was like an old, undead hobnail, waiting for Dr. Sun to make his move, and since he wasn't going to resist, he was going to enjoy it. When you guys come back together, let's kill our way out of here and crisscross the immortal cultivation world. Jiang Ming revealed a smile. Dr. Sun did not nonsense. A strange green light runes hit out. Toward the flesh of the 2 fell. The breath of the 2 is also quickly convergence. Gradually no breath. Dr. Sunda, 1904 to 1985. Famous Chinese-American physicist. Author of the Beijing Spring Festival. With a wave of his hand, the bodies of Master by Sea and Black Bean flew down the dry well. Whether they make it or not is up to them. Dr. Sun said. Jiang Ming stared at the 2 silent and motionless old friends at the bottom of the well, and suddenly had some difficulty understanding his mind. Those together across the mountains and forests of the scene, as if still close to the eyes, and sometimes still feel the 4th master some noisy, hate to throw it out of the house. Black Beans at home in Tiananmen also did not less toss. Annoying very. However, as if only in the blink of an eye, all the clamor disappeared, and there was only one person left walking alone in the world. Dr. Sun patted him on the shoulder and headed out first. Jiang Ming looked at it for a moment, but also sighed softly and turned to leave. Above the cliff, Jiang Ming looked at the tumbling miasma below and laughed. Then this is goodbye. You and I will meet again when the fire cloud grass appears next time. At the skyline, a gorgeous rising sun slowly rose, shining above the crimson miasma like a churning flame. One fire mayfly after another bursts out from beneath the miasma, its crimson wings reflecting brilliantly in the sunlight, and flies off in all directions. Dr. Sun stared blankly at these fire mayflies that were struggling to fly, and a trace of envy seemed to flash through his eyes. Is it not more interesting for the weakest worm in the world to live and die, but still struggle to survive such a day than for 3,000 long years? Jiang Ming thought out of the blue. Maybe it is precisely because they have swallowed these highly poisonous miasmas that they only have one day to live. If they endure this temptation, they may live even longer. Dr. Sun gave him a look. Maybe it's not much of a temptation, just an experience they should have in their lives. If they didn't have that experience, they wouldn't be true fire mayflies. Dr. Sun fell forlornly said, turned around and leaped. Robes flapped between, sank into the miasma, disappeared. Jiang Ming's heart moved, suddenly gave birth to some guesses, but felt ridiculous, could not help but lose a smile and shake his head, turned to leave. This former land of immortal destiny has once again regained its peace. Peace County. Carpenter Old Wu Tu is now known far and wide. Not only can he make wooden toys for little dolls, but also help neighbors to repair their furniture. And he is extremely well liked in the county. This day, the old Wu had closed the stall back home. Just walked into the house. We'll see a figure, cozy lying in his family's bamboo chairs, holding a brand new booklet in his hands looking at rubbish, portraying the hallowed good man Zhang Shan as a big devil who eats human flesh and drinks human blood. The figure shook his head and threw down the booklet. This author is really not afraid that I am good man Zhang Shan to raise the knife to kill the door, is it? My lord. Traceless bowed respectfully. Jiang Ming got up from the bamboo chair, tantalizingly smiled. Not bad. A little closer to the realm of the sovereign master. At most 5 years, this world is going to have one more supreme sovereign master. An embarrassed smile appeared on Traceless' mute face. How's it going? Has anything happened in the last 3 years or so? Jiang Ming asked casually. Wu then slowly said, the only major event in the world is the change of dynasties. Once the Qingxian army and the small Yan country have all been destroyed, the Flying Cloud army into the master of the Great Cloud House, the patriarch Zhang Yuanhe claimed to be the emperor, will be established in the Great Cloud City as the new capital city, the establishment of the country's name for the Cloud Country. Jiang Ming froze for a moment, not realizing that this Great Cloud Mansion had become the foot of the Son of Heaven, but it didn't matter much to him. Once hiding everywhere because of the war in a prefecture, but now even the change of dynasties, it is difficult for Jiang Ming's heart to produce any waves. Perhaps this is also one of the reasons why those immortal cultivators rarely come to this world. Jiang Ming suddenly had this thought in his heart. Other than that, there is one more thing that should be of interest to your excellency. Traceless continued. Ha? Say it. Jiang Ming raised his eyebrows. Half a year ago, there was a being who claimed to be an immortal cultivator who came in contact with the Nameless One, claiming that he wanted to invite the martial arts myth Nameless to meet with him. Jiang Ming was suddenly surprised, not expecting. He has been searching for immortality for decades, and he has not found any serious immortal cultivators, and he has only met a big demon. Now the immortal cultivators are actively looking for the door, but if you think about it, it's understandable. Jiang Ming was a bit dazed. After the martial myth Nameless had killed several sect masters in a row, the Nameless One today could be called as a heavenly figure in the entire heaven and earth, and even the new Great Cloud's royal family, I'm afraid, would have to treat them respectfully. The once-old ancestor of the Liang family was able to be approached by the immortal cultivators and work for them. Now this nameless person, attracting the attention of the immortal cultivators, is reasonable. After all, those cultivators came to this heaven and earth. If they don't want to die, their strength is not much different from that of an ordinary zongshur. And even if their physical body is not strong, they may not be as good as a zongshur. If you want to do something, the best way to do it is to find ground forces to work with. And the Nameless One is now one of the strongest groundlings in this heaven and earth. If the news is true, maybe we can still operate well, and take this opportunity to increase some understanding of the cultivation world. Jiang Ming said in his heart. After all, Dr. Sun left the cultivation world for more than 1,000 years, and it is still an Alzheimer's memory is misplaced. Although he has given him some news of the cultivation world in these days, even Dr. Sun himself sometimes can't figure out whether those memories are true or false. Not to mention that they are also outdated early. What about specific news? Jiang Ming looked at Traceless. It is all within the grasp of Lord Faceless, and it seems that she still maintains contact, and she is now in the Great Cloud City, replied Traceless. After the death of Wu Dao, the Nameless One was reorganized, but there was no more rule that the chiefs could not meet each other. Jiang Ming nodded his head. Good job. So focus on breaking through to the Zone Master next. The next day, Great Cloud City. From afar, Jiang Ming could see a magnificent palace that was being built in a frenzy. Royal residence, naturally, is extremely luxurious and grandiose, even if built a few years 10 years, is also common. The walls of the Great Cloud City were even broken open, expanding outwards as a whole, and the city was much more lively than before, with countless people flocking to the city in an attempt to seek a sliver of opportunity in this new dynasty's capital city, and perhaps rise to great heights. Chow House. Across the street, at a street stall, the stallholder is neatly cutting sheep's blood and serving bowls of steaming sheep's blood noodles to all the customers. TSK, old brother. This Zhou family is a big family with a martial arts master. To be able to open a stall across the street here, you have quite a hard relationship. A customer cautiously poked around. Hey, what relationship? I'm an out-of-towner. The master of the Zhou family is kind-hearted. See my pity to arrange a place for me just. This is a blessed place. A white-bearded old man, slowly shivering with noodles, sweating profusely from the spice, said smilingly, when I was young, do you know who lived here? After attracting many gazes, The old man smiled smugly and said, "That is the first family of the Great Clouds, the Wang family. The prestige here is also very high. That Miss Wang is even more beautiful and kind-hearted. Many people in the city have received the relief of the Wang family. What did I think it was? Back in the day, the Great Cloud House didn't even have a single martial arts master. So what's the number one family to brag about? Yeah, old man. You need to get out and see more of the world." 2. Crowd of people talking, but did not think. That old man was suddenly red in the face. Want to argue also argued, and ultimately can only hold a bellyful of gas. Sighing to leave. Sighing at the rise and fall of a prosperous place, Jiang Ming finished shivering sheep's blood and noodles and got up to leave. Once the splendor and hustle and bustle has long been buried under layers of dust. Even if someone remembers, no one cares anymore. In the middle of the Zhou mansion, a sycamore tree in the backyard was old and luxuriant, shading a shade. Under the tree, there was a swing hanging, and at that moment, a figure was sitting on the swing, gently swaying. The surrounding area was empty, and all the Zhou family knew that this was a forbidden place in the Zhou family, and the only person who allowed it was old lady Zhou. Only the bystanders are allowed to step in. "I didn't think you'd come back here." A tantalizing laugh rang out abruptly. The swing came to a screeching halt. Miss Wang got up from the swing and bowed respectfully to the figure that suddenly appeared, before carefully explaining, "Back when I was a child, my father tied a swing for me under this tree, and at that time, my favorite place was here." Jiang Ming waved his hand and didn't let her continue explaining. "Tell me, the immortal cultivator came to me? What happened?" Miss Wang's gaze was also a bit grave. "Half a year ago, a martial arts master under the Nameless One's command was suddenly sought out by a mysterious person, and the other party asked him to pass on a message saying that he wanted to meet Nameless and have a deal to talk about. The man also left a name, saying they belonged to the Valley of the Fire Lotus." Jiang Ming's eyes suddenly narrowed slightly. Fire Lotus Valley? According to the Liang family history, it was the immortal cultivators of the Fire Lotus Valley that approached the ancestors of the Liang family, which led to the patriarchal family that has been passed down for hundreds of years. The Liang family has been serving the Cloud Dream Mountain Medicine King for generations, exchanging martial arts resources from the Fire Lotus Valley immortal cultivators, until they were exterminated by Jiang Ming and the Nameless One. Here to seek revenge? Jiang Ming muttered to himself in his mind, then looked at Miss Wang. What other messages did the other party leave? That person left a jade pendant, saying that the area of martial arts is only a small way. If Nameless still want to go further, seek immortality, go to the Red Pine Snow Plains within the request to see. Requesting an audience? Jiang Ming smiled but not laughed. Do you really think you're a lord? 96. The long sky fine rain reminds you, after reading remember to collect, www. The next time I update your convenience to continue to read. Oh, look forward to wonderful continue. You can also use the mobile version, WAP. Anytime and anywhere can read without hindrance. Chapter 117, Plotting to Hunt Immortals. The immortal cultivator, whom he had never met before, told Nameless to go to the Red Pine Snow Plain to seek an audience. Deep in this Red Pine Snow Plain, could it be that it already belongs to the immortal cultivation world, not suppressed by the rules of this heaven and earth? But these immortal cultivators are really quite big. Jiang Ming laughed lightly. It seemed that the so-called Fire Lotus Valley immortal cultivator was still looking down on the martial artists in this heaven and earth with a condescending stance. Outside, immortal cultivators can fly and hide everything. I naturally have to be afraid of you, but in this heaven and earth, you seem to have not figured out who is in charge. Jiang Ming's gaze was slightly cold. This was the world belonging to martial artists, and martial artists were the masters here. If there really are immortal cultivators who dare to come and act recklessly, Jiang Ming might also have to let them know what it means to be a martial artist. Where is that jade pendant? He asked after a moment of contemplation. Eldest Miss Wang respectfully said, together with the many exotic treasures collected over the past few decades, they are placed in the middle of the secret vault. Jiang Ming glanced at her with a smile and nodded. It's been hard all these years. Let us go and take a look. When the Nameless Ones were founded, one of their purposes was to search for information and resources of immortal cultivators, but as decades passed, Jiang Ming had let them develop without checking those harvests much. After all, this nameless person seems to be a powerful voice. The actual is also a gang of mortal martial artists. Jiang Ming pressed also did not report what hope. Now he has succeeded in practicing qi, but also not much on the heart. But if there really is any treasure, it would be an unexpected blessing. Jiang Ming's gaze was calm as he followed Miss Wang deeper into the mansion. The two of them walked all the way into an inconspicuous side house, and then into a tunnel, where Miss Wang used her personal key to open the two heavy fine iron gates before stepping into them. As far as the eye could see, there were wooden shelves that couldn't be seen at first glance, displaying one odd item after another. Swords and spears, bronze tripods and gold pots. animal skins and bamboo slips, jade and pearls, all kinds of rare things in the world, all gathered here. Jiang Ming estimated that even the emperor's family background are not so deep. On the other hand, Miss Wang went to a certain wall on the side and used a key to open a secret compartment, taking out a palm-sized wooden box and handing it to Jiang Ming. Jiang Ming opened the wooden box, revealing a long, white jade pendant in the middle. The jade pendant was warm and moist, and on it was withered a 9-petaled lotus flower, while inside there was a hint of crimson light that was changing shape and flowing. It's really a thing of the immortal cultivator. Jiang Ming stared at the jade pendant, sensing the flow of aura in it, and in his heart he was almost sure that the person who sent the message was most likely the one who belonged to the Fire Lotus Valley forces that had a relationship with the Liang family. There is a deal to talk about this piece of heaven and earth where immortal laws are forbidden. What can there be for immortal cultivators to fall for? Jiang Mingxin said, it's nothing more than seeing that the Liang family is gone, and wanting to find another hitman to snatch the Pill King for them. According to the Liang family's family history, that Yunmeng Mountain Pill King, even for immortal cultivators, had a considerable value. Otherwise why would the Fire Lotus Valley specialize in supporting the Liang family, and go to snatch it every 100 years? There should be at least 60 to 70 years before the next Medicine King appears. Jiang Ming looked at the jade pendant that was flowing with red light and secretly pondered. If the Fire Lotus Valley intended to continue snatching the Pill King, then they would definitely make a move regardless of whether or not he, the martial myth Nameless, showed up. Perhaps while contacting me, they are also contacting other martial arts masters at the same time. With this in mind, Jiang Ming looked at Miss Wang. From now on, always keep track of the movements of the world's Zhongshi forces, and if any of them probe their tentacles towards the Great Cloud Mansion, promptly note them down. Without asking anything more, Miss Wang nodded her head in response. Right, Zhang Yuanha's people, give me a good eye on them as well. Jiang Ming pondered for a moment and added, because it suddenly occurred to him that this Zhang Yuanha had set the capital of his country in this Dayanfu. Was it also related to the chance in Yunmeng Mountain? Whether it's relevant or not, keep an eye on it first. Yes, eldest Miss Wang still had a calm face. Zhang Yuanha, it is now the Cloud Country, the mighty founding emperor, to be recorded in the history books to be passed down through the ages of existence. However, in the mouths of Jiang Ming and Miss Wang, it is as if there is not much difference between them and the ordinary people in the streets and alleys. In the eyes of today's nameless people, the so-called change of dynasties, but also just a small wind and small waves, their tentacles have long been explored to every part of this world. No longer stick to a city and a country. After a few decades, it will be another storm. Jiang Ming spoke softly, his gaze leisurely. The Pill King fiasco more than 30 years ago, when he didn't even dare to go see it. But the next Pill King, I want to taste something. Go was a means and not an end. Jiang Ming had already go to the peak of this heaven and earth. It was hard to find an enemy in the world. What else was there to be afraid of? Even if the group of immortal cultivators wanted to get involved, he would have to break their hands. In this heaven and earth, he is the hunter. Those cultivators are just prey. However, a lion fights a rabbit with all its might. Since Jiang Ming was going to make a move, he would do everything thoroughly, not allowing any mistakes, and anyone who dared to obstruct would only have a dead end. The big deal is to get another emperor. Next, take a look at these things you've collected over the years. Jiang Ming walked forward first, and with a hint of apprehension in her eyes, Miss Wang hurriedly followed behind. Most of them are mortal objects. Jiang Ming walked slowly, but his face was without waves. His super senses were getting sharper and sharper nowadays, and if there was anything unusual about these items, they would never escape his eyes. But almost everything here, in his eyes, is so dead that it's hard to arouse his interest. As Miss Wang watched this nameless lord, skimming through these things like a horse, she also felt a little guilty. Couldn't any of these things she had collected be of help to the lord? Seems like, isn't without its rewards. Jiang Ming walked to a wooden shelf and stared at a tantalizingly green jade stone, or rather jade piece, in front of him, its surface smooth and unmarked, yet still seeming to emanate a tantalizingly luminous light in the dim light. In Jiang Ming's senses, the jade piece then contained some spiritual chi within it. Could this be the jade slip mentioned in those materials about immortalists? Over the years, Jiang Ming had gathered quite a bit of information, and he had a slight understanding of the immortal cultivation world. In the immortal cultivation world, the carrier of recorded information is not a book, but a kind of thing called a jade brief. Only need to use the divine soul to probe into it. You can browse the information. Jiang Ming picked it up, resisting the urge to immediately probe, and continued to walk forward. A moment later, he picked up another small palm-sized ink blue-colored sword and flexed his fingers. Buzz. The sound of the sword echoed in the secret vault, and the rust on the small sword suddenly rustled off. revealing a sharp and cold aura. Could this be a magic weapon? Jiang Ming sensed the aura swirling inside the small sword and also revealed an unexpected look. Over the years, he had collected quite a number of suspected magic artifacts, but all of them were either completely damaged or as dead as mundane iron. And none of them, like this small sword, made him feel as one and unblemished as he did. Where did this come from? Seeing that Jiang Ming was interested in this small sword, Miss Wang hurriedly said, "Do you still remember the mutilated body of the suspected immortal cultivator in the prospect country more than 20 years ago?" Jiang Ming reminisced for a moment before he nodded. Back then, he had found immortal cultivators who had died under the rules of heaven and earth in the king country, but he hadn't gone to explore it subsequently, and he had slowly forgotten about it. This small sword was found in a mountain forest near where the body was found, and was sold by the villagers as a scrap iron sword, which was purchased by the people under the Nameless One. Could it be left over from the immortal cultivator fight? Jiang Ming pondered for a moment. Gather all the information related to this matter. I'll come and get it in a few days. Before dealing with the cultivators of the Fire Lotus Valley, it is always necessary to make some preparations. There is still a long time before the Medicine King appears, so let us study the other cultivators first. The rest of the things, you deal with them on your own. Jiang Ming looked around the secret vault and said with a tantalizing smile, "Other than what I explained today, in the future, no. It's up to you how the famous one's path is going to go. I won't intervene anymore." Miss Wang froze for a moment and could only nod her head gently. Then she gathered enough courage to ask, "Sir, are you going to the immortal cultivation world?" The Nameless One had developed for so many years, and Miss Wang knew more about this world, knowing that there was an even more mysterious and unpredictable and vast world above this world of martial artists. It was just that that world, however, was not accessible to ordinary people, and legend had it that only martial arts masters were qualified to go on that path. As the leader of the Nameless One, Miss Wang is clearer than anyone else in her heart. Although this Nameless One is a superforce that is famous to the heavens, the purpose of this Lord's creation is only to collect information on immortal cultivators for him. Jiang Ming smiled. In front of Miss Wang, this was not a secret that needed to be hidden. After knowing each other for a while, there is always a time to part. A few moments later, Jiang Ming drifted away, leaving only the frustrated Miss Wang. Great Cloud City. Jiang Ming walked down the street with some emotions in his heart. Snapping fingers. From the year when the Stone family was destroyed, the Wang family fell, has also been the past few decades. Now the new dynasty has been established. The first-class martial arts forces in the city has been counted as nothing. Those stories of the old days, but also be thrown into the pile of old paper. Not many people remember. He, once an old man, seems to have been somewhat out of place in this new landscape. Suddenly, there was a cacophony of voices, which reached his ears from the street. Opening offer, buy one get one free. Limited edition of 300 bowls of 10 perfect soup. Don't miss it. Jiang Ming looked over with an odd expression on his face. This technique was somewhat familiar. When the 100 Herb Hall in Ping'an County first opened, Jiang Ming learned the tricks of his previous life to solicit business for the pharmacy. I didn't realize I'd been stolen from this trick. Jiang Ming looked towards the pharmacy that had just opened. A few fellows were busy with their work, and the trick worked, recruiting a lot of customers. And when Jiang Ming looked up, he froze. The plaque of the pharmacy had 4 big, bright letters written on it. Saoming Pharmacy. In the drugstore, a figure can be seen vaguely, the movement of numbness back and forth, directing the store fellows to work. 96. The long sky fine rain reminds you, after reading remember to collect, www. The next time I update your convenience to continue to read look forward to wonderful continue. You can also use the mobile version, WAP. Anytime and anywhere can read without hindrance. Chapter 118, Meeting and Parting. Jiang Ming looked at the figure that was busy in the medicine hall, and he could vaguely see the joyful jumpiness of that year. Just more than 20 years passed. The deceased has also changed a lot. The face is still clean, but the corners of the eyes have more crow's feet. Oh years, the greatest and cruelest being. Jiang Ming gazed leisurely at the figure as he slowly walked away. A few moments later, he once again reappeared outside the pill hall, but this time, it was to reveal his true face, only slightly older. Jiang Ming slowly walked inside, and the fellow on the side was still greeting him warmly until the figure inside the medicine hall turned around and saw Jiang Ming. The sunlight from the window shone on the two men, seemingly gilding them with a layer of golden light. Well, it's all an illusion. It's just two old guys over 100 years old, and the people next to them can't help but sweep up and down as they pass by, as if they resent being in the way. Jiang Ming looked at the person in front of him who was full of surprise and grinned. Little girl, long time no see. You. Zhou Wenxiu stared at Jiang Ming with a face full of shock. Where have you been for the past few decades? I thought you died outside. Saying that, Zhou Wenxiu's eyes were also a little red. and regardless of this, she leapt up and jumped onto Jiang Ming's body to give him a big hug. Around them, those pill hall fellows were filled with shock. Although their own boss was big-headed, he had never seen such a move towards any person. Jiang Ming didn't bother to explain, lifting Zhou Wenxiu off his body and walking to the backyard together. After decades of not seeing each other, the little girl is able to be on her own too. Jiang Ming sat on a stone bench, looking at the not-so-small medicine hall, and laughed. Nowadays, the Great Cloud City is the foot of the Heavenly Prince, and to get such a big piece of land is really not something that ordinary people can do. Humph, I have not spent these 20 years in vain. I joined the Flying Cloud Army, starting from a small woman doctor who was disliked by others, and worked my way up to the most outstanding doctor accompanying the army. The position is not low, and this is the turf granted to me by Marquis Fong. Zhou Wenxiu hugged Jiang Ming's arm, in front of Jiang Ming as if he had turned into that cheerful young girl again, proudly talking about his achievements, and messy about his experiences over the years. Jiang Ming quietly listened until Zhou Wenxiu's mouth was dry from talking, and when she snapped to a halt, only then did he rub her head and give a heartfelt thumbs up. Really great. This kind of experience, put in the previous world, proper real big heroine, and is not the kind of fall will have a man to hold the kind of. Jiang Ming glanced at those vaguely visible calluses on her weathered hands again. 20 years? It's not an easy life, is it? Zhou Wenxiu's eyes reddened a little more, but she held back the tears in her eyes and stubbornly said, I am the most powerful Zhou Wenxiu. No difficulties can stop me. Jiang Ming lost his smile, but sometimes, smelling the smell of blood, lying on the ground in those wildernesses, I look at the stars in the sky, and I always think of Ping'an County, think of you, think of Grandpa, and think of Sister Qingqing in Tiananmen. No, don't think of Tiananmen, that little devil, Zhou Wenxiu murmured, and began to ramble on again, then talked about what she had seen over the years, and the new friends she had met. Jiang Ming listened attentively, revealing a gentle smile. It was obvious that Zhou Wenxiu seemed to be very happy even though it hadn't been easy for him to live these 20 years. It's true that the Zhou Wenxiu he knows is outstanding everywhere he goes. By the way, Marquis Fong often mentions you, Zhou Wenxiu said suddenly. Jiang Ming was stunned. His mind recalled that gentle young man, when he was bent on reading only the holy books, and then had no choice but to learn martial arts, and finally followed the tiger hunting villa to join the Flying Cloud's army by mistake. And 20 years have passed. Surprisingly, he has also become the martial marquis of the Cloud Country. The two pillars of the civil minister Wei Yan, the martial marquis Fan Lai, Yun Guo. Although they are both less than 50 years old, but they have both made great achievements, and they are the right and left arms of the emperor. I don't know if this kid has realized his dream in this situation. 3 days later, the marquis residence, Edmund. The moment Fan Lai saw Jiang Ming, he immediately rushed up and gave him a bear hug. Jiang Ming looked around. Pang Lu, Wang Dong, are all old friends who were in the tiger hunting villa back then, and they are all together today. There was also Guan Feng present. Now instead he was a great general under Fang Lai's command, but at today's gathering, who would dare to let him take the lower position? Headhunter Quan, long time no see. Jiang Ming and Guan Feng looked at each other and smiled. Everything was in the air. This night, all the people are drunk, shouting nonsense once in the tiger hunting villa. Interesting stories, such as the first time Marquis Feng hunted tigers. The tiger almost crackled into minced meat and what? But once was once. But no one dared to talk about any embarrassing things about Marquis Feng nowadays. And no one dared to hook up with Fan Lai when drinking anymore. Late at night, Jiang Ming broke away from the crowd that was still sparring and walked over to Fan Lai, who was the only one here, sipping on a mouthful of strong wine. It's hard to get high, isn't it? Jiang Ming glanced at this old friend. The youthful gentleness of that year had disappeared, replaced by a solemn coldness. Only when occasionally laughing with the deceased, a trace of gentle color was visible. How's it going? Have you realized your ambitions today? Fan Lai was stunned at his words for a moment before he silently poured down a large mouthful of wine and sighed softly. Where else can we see any ideals? Now looking back, I realize that, from the moment I joined the Flying Cloud Army, I was a wheel being pushed by history to roll forward. In addition to constantly rolling, cannot see the road ahead, and do not know where to roll, do not know whether the front is a plane or a cliff, is a fly or fall to pieces. Every decision I make affects the fate of countless people, and when someone gets better, someone has to get worse, but they are all meritorious members of the Flying Cloud Army. That's why I seem to be in a high position now, but I can't decide anything. Fan Lai could no longer speak and fiercely poured another mouthful of wine. That's why. Ideals are hard, and it's good enough that we can roll with the punches. Jiang Ming laughed. Right. Wei Yan has been asking about you intentionally or unintentionally. When the night wind blew, Fan Lai seemed to wake up a bit and suddenly said. At the mention of Wei Yan, Fan Lai's gaze was also a bit cold. and it was obvious that these two pillars of the protectorate didn't get along with each other as pleasantly as the outside world had imagined. When the siege of Guangfeng in Ningzhou City, Fang Lai then almost killed Wei Yan's door. Inquiring about me? Jiang Ming froze a little, remembering the calculating youth he had met in the Cloud Dream Mountain back then. There should be some suspicion. Jiang Ming whispered softly in his heart and was not surprised. After all, he was not a god. Even with the disguise technique, he couldn't completely hide his tracks. If someone had the heart, they would be able to find some clues. The most obvious deed was that martial arts master Zhang Shan went to Ningzhou City, saved Guanfeng from a desperate situation, and ascended to the realm of a grandmaster. Obviously someone who had a great relationship with Guanfeng. When the Flying Cloud Army is still called Flying Cloud Castle, perennial mixing in the Danianfu, naturally, has long heard the name of Zhang Shan, and then investigate the scope of this Zhang Shan activities. The most is the Danyun City and Pingan Town. And that year, from the peace town out of the martial artist is not a few people. Jiang Ming is one of them, but also went to the tiger hunting village to learn martial arts. Rescue Guanfeng also makes sense, but these bits and pieces of clues, he can guess my head, is also a little something. Just do not know to find me for what. Is it simply pulling a clan master? Or have other purposes? But it doesn't matter. Nowadays with my strength, even if Zhang Shan's identity is exposed, it won't have any effect on me. With this in mind, Jiang Ming smiled. You don't need to care about this matter. If he can find his way to my head, then he can come. Fang Lai frowned, hesitated for a long time before he was swallowing and asked, that Zhang Shan, and you actually have no relationship? Jiang Ming laughed. You already have the answer in your mind. Do you need to ask more? When these words came out, Fang Lai looked at Jiang Ming in shock even though he had already guessed. Compared to you, what is this martial marquis of mine? Fang Lai shook his head inside. Jiang Ming looked at him with a smile. What? Got a new ideal? Fang Lai looked up to the sky, looking at the sky full of stars. Of course there is no matter what position, what age, who cannot have ideals? Only a pity that nowadays I have been completely trapped, cannot go after those things. The starlight is reflected in his eyes, and it looks a little crystalline. In the distance, a little girl withered in powder and jade ran over, shouting Grandpa drink less wine, which led to the roaring laughter of many hunting tiger Zhuang Hanzi. Fang Lai lowered his head, the starlight in his eyes disappeared, and a kind smile appeared on his face as he picked up the little girl. This is my. Fang Lai looked back, but realized that his old friend, who had been drinking by his side just a moment ago, was nowhere to be seen. Fang Lai subconsciously raised his head to look, only to see the distance above a certain attic. A figure seems to nod to him, turned around and leaped, then swept into the moonlight, disappeared. Ideal. Fang Lai waved his hand toward the figure that was no longer visible, and the hair on his temples had begun to turn gray. 3 days later, Jiang Ming and Zhou Wenxiu returned to Pingan County to meet up with the increasingly old Fei and Li Qingqing and the others for a reunion. The deceased people of Pingan County, who are not even martial artists, are far older than Zhou Wenxiu and Fang Lai, and nowadays Fei even looks a bit like the old ginger head of the year, with gray hair at the temples and a lost figure. When we come back, I'm afraid things will be different. In the early morning light, Jiang Ming took one last look at the words Xiaoming Medicine Hall, smiled and turned to leave. Half a month later, on a commercial road, a merchant fleet slowly marched forward. This was a newly opened commercial road between the Cloud Country and the Jing Country in the south, which had been quite lively in the past few years. In the only carriage in the caravan, Jiang Ming disguised himself as a slightly fat old man, like a rich merchant, and sat in a relaxed manner, with a number of books by his side, all of which contained intelligence information related to the corpse of the Jing Country's immortal cultivator. It should really be an immortal cultivator, but the body after death was chopped up by a few martial arts masters, indicating that the flesh of an immortal cultivator doesn't seem to be much more powerful than that of a martial artist. Jiang Ming nodded. The same as I guessed. Even immortal cultivators have a limited lifespan. They focus more on practicing qi to build a foundation rather than spending their time and energy on their physical bodies. This is understandable. After all, for ordinary immortal cultivators, the path of practicing qi is the true path to immortality. I was thinking of stealing a body fragment to study it before, but now I have a new goal. Jiang Ming stared at the booklet in his hand, which recorded a strange man who had suddenly appeared in recent years on a riverside pier a few hundred miles away from the small mountain village where the mutilated body had appeared. The body is thin, and the blood is not vigorous, but the strength is surprisingly strong, can carry several bags of grain, and make money as a laborer at the docks, but on weekdays it is very low-key, almost no contact with people. The time of appearance also coincides with the time of the appearance of the mutilated body, only slightly later than half a month. Back then, Jiang Ming had suspected that the appearance of the mutilated corpse was due to immortal cultivators fighting in this heaven and earth. Later, the nameless person forces in that mountain forest surveyed. There are indeed traces of the destruction of the fight, signaling that in addition to that dead body, there is another immortal cultivator has fled. I'm 80% sure that Weirdo is another immortalist. Jiang Ming pondered. As for the many cracks revealed by the strange man, such as his strange strength, sudden appearance, coincidental timing, etc., Jiang Ming was not surprised. In the eyes of ordinary people, immortals can do anything, but those who cultivate immortals are also mortals practiced. Under the day-long hard training, walking the experience of the Jianghu may not be as good as ordinary martial artists. Maybe carrying a big bag in a low profile is already considered hiding your identity to that cultivator. Jiang Ming hemmed and hawed and laughed at the trip. The more I look forward to it. After another half a month or so, the wobbly caravan finally arrived at its destination. Jinghua, Haiwanfu. It was a prefectural city built on the edge of a canal and prospered as a result. My lord, farewell. The true leader of the merchant caravan secretly arched his hand to Jiang Ming and led his team away. The tentacles of the Nameless One has long penetrated into the corners of this Haiyuan province. The chief does not know who this adult is, only know that it is a high level of existence that he cannot touch. Jiang Ming stood on a tea house in the middle of the city, looking towards the canal in the distance and the busy scenes that could be seen faintly along the river. There's no need to rush into contact first. Let's just settle down here first. Jiang Ming muttered to himself. He still didn't know what the other party was from. If he revealed his identity as an immortal cultivator in a hasty manner, he was bound to cause vigilance and wariness. Then it would be difficult to extract any valid information. At the very least, I have to practice the first sealing word skill of the Forbidden Spirit Seal first, and be able to seal my whole aura breath before I go to touch him. Jiang Ming's gaze is calm. There are still a few decades before the Pill King comes out. He can slowly cultivate and slowly lay out. What he lacks the most is time. Over the next few days, he bought some mansions and stores with gold and silver, hiding himself under layer after layer of identities, and creating perfect fake identities with the help of members of the Nameless One. 96. The long sky fine rain reminds you, after reading remember to collect, www. The next time I update your convenience to continue to read look forward to wonderful continue. You can also use the mobile version, WAP. Anytime and anywhere can read without hindrance. Chapter 119, Diving into Immortal Cultivation. Haiwanfu, Fuhu Martial Arts Center. Crackling firecrackers were set off in the sky, and jugglers were invited to perform, attracting a lot of people watching. This is a new martial arts school. There's another martial arts expert in town? Hey, I see that this has just opened without popularity. Maybe I can send my family that Paiwa Z to do odd jobs and steal a couple of tricks. Under the watchful eyes of the surrounded people, a stout, middle-aged man walked out of the Fuhu Martial Arts Center, and after performing a wave of sword and spear, and blood power covering his body, he clasped his fist at everyone. My name is Li Wuan, a first-class martial artist at the top of his game. Today, I'm here to open this martial arts school in Haiyuan province. Everyone, please show your support. Anyone who is interested in learning martial arts can sign up. Simply said a few words. The big man is turned to return to the martial arts hall, leaving only a few invited martial artists and fellows to maintain. This martial arts center is almost as good. In one of the halls, Jiang Ming contemplated while casually writing the word Wu on a large white paper, and called for a young martial artist to send it to be mounted on a table and hung it in the main hall. Master, your writing is quite like that of a master. The martial artist named Wang Ji hurriedly flattered. Jiang Ming shook his head and laughed. As soon as he spread the news of opening a martial arts hall, there are many martial artists flocking here. Even if there is no salary, there are people squeezing their heads to miscellaneous, so he casually collected a few disciples. The strength is not great, but flattering is first class. After half a month, we will uniformly teach the second-rate martial arts method. Fu Hu Quan, Jiang Ming said tantalizingly, and with that, he left through the back door in big strides. With his current martial arts attainments, he could transform Fuhu Fist into a brand new one with his hands. If he spent some effort, even a master-level martial arts method would not matter. But to teach these disciples, a second-rate method would already be enough. Wang Ji and other disciples' expression as usual. There is no surprise color. Hall first-class martial artist, naturally, cannot always stay in this martial arts hall. 10 days and a half months can take the time to teach some martial arts knowledge. It has been considered diligent. A few days later, Taoyuan restaurant, still under renovation. A fat businessman showed up, gesturing and pointing a few sentences, is tilting his face in a sedan chair to leave. A month later, a pharmacy called G******************** had just opened, and the owner didn't even show his face. only sending a teenage young servant to show his head. The young servant walked out of the Jishur hall and walked slowly through the streets. Everything is almost set up. The next step is to wait for the heavenly time and cultivate immortality at ease. Came to this Haiyuan province has been more than a month. Jiang Ming this time even did not borrow the forces of the nameless person. Are their own face? Secretly opened up a dozen different stores. High, middle and low end full coverage. Even if that cultivator has any means. But also talk about checking out what things to come. As long as that person lives in this town, there may be a day when they cross paths. Jiang Ming muttered to himself in his heart. It was too obvious to take the initiative to bump into the other party. This way was troublesome and time-consuming, but it was steady. And time and whatnot, always not in Jiang Ming's consideration. Wait a few decades, slowly try to contact with him, if to the fire cloud grass appeared, still cannot set out his words, and then try to use force to solve it is not too late. By then, my cultivation should also have risen a lot of. In fact, Jiang Ming estimated that there are a few points of certainty to take down the other party right now. But anyway, there is nothing else urgent. Naturally, it is to choose a safe way. His figure swept, changing direction several times, returning to the compound where he was perched. In an underground chamber, Jiang Ming sat cross-legged, and 3 items were placed in front of him. Jade tablets, small swords, jade pendants. Jiang Ming first picked up that Fire Lotus Valley's jade pendant token, and with a slight flow of light from his fingertips, an incomparable rune of a molded lake appeared and fell towards the jade pendant. However, the rune is still in mid-air. It is Peng's collapse. Moreover, in the void, there seemed to be some kind of terrifying and incomparable power that nearly descended on Jiang Ming. This spirit-prohibiting seal, it really isn't easy to master. Jiang Ming shook his head. Just the first seal. He couldn't really cast it out even now. It's a good thing it's a forbidden spirit seal. By casting other spells, he might have already invited that kind of obliterating power. But he didn't seem to be afraid. Since you can't seal this jade pendant, it's better to destroy it. Jiang Ming said to himself, this kind of immortal cultivator token might have some kind of tracking function. Leaving it on his body was the same as a time bomb. With this in mind, his fingers and palms exerted force and directly pinched this jade pendant to pieces, leaving only a trace of aura floating and disappearing. You guys should show up for the next Cloud Dream Mountain fiasco, right? Jiang Ming's gaze was calm as he picked up the thin jade piece again and tried to put it on his forehead. According to the information gathered, if this object was a jade slip, it would require the immortal cultivator to probe with his divine soul before he could browse through the information. However, few cultivators in the chi practicing stage are able to externalize their souls, so they can only stick to their foreheads to sense. This is the map of the Red Pine Snow Plain? As soon as Jiang Ming put it on his forehead, he sensed the information recorded in the jade slip. Among them is clearly recorded in the snowy plains outside the North Ningfu all kinds of situations, such as where there is a path, where the rules of heaven and earth are missing and so on. When the browsing was finished, Jiang Ming's face also showed a dazed look. It seems that the Red Pine Snow Plain really is the place leading to the cultivation world. But perhaps due to the split between this world and the cultivation world, the rules of heaven and earth there are not stable, although still belongs to this heaven and earth. But there are a very small number of heaven and earth rules crippled place. No wonder the people of the Fire Lotus Valley asked me to go to the Red Pine Snow Plain to seek an audience. It is assumed that they are stationed in that kind of place where there is a lack of rules, so they can exercise the power of the immortal cultivators without any fear. That's prudent. Jiang Ming smiled. It seemed that these people also knew that in this heaven and earth, immortal cultivators were not omnipotent. In addition, Jiang Ming also figured out that the Red Pine Snowy Plains were vast and incomparable, and there were also 10,000 feet of snowy mountains and treacherous ice valleys, so even immortal cultivators would find it difficult to fully control them, and if they didn't mind the trouble, they could pick a path and leave this world quietly. But the depths of the snowy plains are full of crises. Not only the terrain is difficult and dangerous, there are even more ferocious beasts hibernating. Even if the masters may be in danger, the masters under them more impossible to go out alive. This is good news for me. Jiang Ming revealed a smile. Previously he was worried about being discovered on his way to the immortal cultivation world, but now it seemed that there was no need to worry. With that, he picked up the last item, the small ink blue colored sword. It was heavy in the hand, but it was lusterless, like a well-made artifact. However, when Jiang Ming tried to input the aura in his body into the small ink green colored sword, he immediately sensed that within the small sword, there were complicated and strange patterns that were quietly devouring his aura, until his practicing chi a layer of aura, almost lose withered empty when, buzz. It was only then that the small ink green colored sword suddenly trembled, vacating into the void from Jiang Ming's hands. At the same time, Jiang Ming could also sense that a faint connection had been established between his mind and this small sword. and he naturally knew the purpose of this small sword. It's a legendary flying sword? Jiang Ming's eyes lit up as he tried to maneuver this flying sword. Go! Stop doing STH. For a period of time, the small sword transformed into a green light and shot out steeply. Pangs did not enter the wall. Only the hilt remained outside. Jiang Ming's face was also instantly pale. This attack alone had sucked his already almost dried up aura completely dry. And at the same time, his body surface is also coming from the intense pain. A sharp blade cut like wounds suddenly appeared in all parts of his circumference. The indestructible source light gently shook before those wounds subsided. Jiang Ming panted heavily, a moment before he yanked down the flying sword from the wall. Frowning slightly, the power of this sword. It is not good. However, he wasn't disappointed. Instead, this was more certain of his conjecture that immortal cultivators weren't necessarily really stronger than martial artists. At the very least, his flying sword strike from the first level of Chi practitioner wasn't as powerful as the punch he had smashed out directly. Maybe it has something to do with the lack of spiritual power I infused. 2. Jiang Ming said to himself, he was only at the first level of Chi cultivation now. If his cultivation was stronger, the power of this flying sword might be even greater. The most prominent advantage of this flying sword is not its power, but its speed and sharpness. A surprise strike of the flying sword is enough to decapitate a great enemy. Jiang Ming tried to slash at his arm, and his patriarchal flesh was dissecting a gash. The gap between martial artists and immortal cultivators is not only their own strength, but also these external aids. Jiang Ming saw the scene and also shook his head. I still need to cultivate immortality, and strive to cultivate a few more layers of the 5 elemental technique to enhance my spiritual power, or else I won't even be able to execute this flying sword. There's also the forbidden spirit seal, which should also be practiced diligently, and this is the secret technique that weighs down the bottom of the box. The rest of the day was one of leisurely cultivation and a pleasant retirement. Every 10 days and half a month, to Fuhu Martial Arts Museum to sit, casually instruct a few hands, or to the restaurant other stores, check the accounts, collected silver money to the city dashing, do something interesting. When the cultivation is boring, Jiang Ming will also practice the way of calligraphy and painting again, and even continue to pick up the carpentry skills, as a master carpenter who walks the streets. Spring and fall, a few years passed. Fuhu Martial Arts School has gradually become a household name in the city's old martial arts school. Several times someone wanted to kick the pavilion, but also by the strength of the strong pavilion owner Li Wuan broken bones and tendons, but also generously send healing medicine, attracted a voice of praise, prestige greatly enhanced. Peach Source Restaurant and Jishir Hall and other stores, but also gradually integrated into the city. Business is not good or bad to maintain. Everyday shape guests are not a lot of. Jiang Ming's various cultivations were also progressing steadily and step by step. The art of flying swords and the forbidden spirit seals, both of which were gradually being introduced. Only in the cultivation of the 5 elemental technique, it was a difficult step forward. Since coming to this Haiyuan province, Jiang Ming had spent another 2 years to raise his cultivation to the peak of the first level of Qi practicing, and another year to break through to the second level. As for the second level of Qi practice, it took Jiang Ming 5 years. In the blink of an eye, nearly 10 years had passed. This practicing Qi third layer is also too difficult. Jiang Ming sighed and stood up from the secret room. With the breakthrough to the third level of Qi cultivation, the speed of cultivation was getting slower and slower, and it was even near stagnation in the past few months. Jiang Ming even doubted that he would be able to break through to the fourth level of Qi cultivation in another 10 years. In addition to his average qualifications, Jiang Ming's need for aura was greater with every level he advanced, but the blood spirit technique he had acquired back then was getting stretched to the limit to maintain this huge demand for aura. Be still and go out for a stroll. Cultivation was fruitless, so Jiang Ming simply left his home and continued to wander up to the city, counting the time. Today is the time to recruit apprentices again. When Jiang Ming wandered into the martial arts center, he saw that there were already many new batches of apprentices standing in the courtyard. Aha! Jiang Ming's face was expressionless, but in his heart, he was greatly surprised that this person had come to learn martial arts. I thought I would wait for you in a few other places. 96. The long sky fine rain reminds you, after reading remember to collect, www. The next time I update your convenience to continue to read look forward to wonderful continue. You can also use the mobile version, WAP. Anytime and anywhere can read without hindrance. Chapter 120 First glimpse of the immortal cultivation realm, big chapter seeking subscription. My name is Zhao Hong. I've never studied martial arts, but I'm very strong. I beg Master Li to accept me. A slim young man respectfully said, handing over 2 taels of silver to the stout and strong man with slightly gray temples in front of him. Jiang Ming sat on a taisher chair with an old spirit, smiled and did not move, while Wang Ji beside him hurriedly came forward to receive the silver. and said in a solemn voice, "The reason why Master collects silver from you is not to make money, but the equipment and secret medicines that you need for practicing martial arts on weekdays need silver money to buy." I get it. Thank you, eldest brother, for pointing it out." Zhao Hong nodded his head with a respectful face and offered Jiang Ming another tea of worship before standing aside. Jiang Ming also gave Zhao Hong and other new disciples, passed on the basic practice of the Fuhu fist, casually said some words, is to get up and leave. Zhao Hong. In the secret room, Jiang Ming recited this name in his mind, and his expression was a bit odd. This Zhao Hong, the strange man who was suspected to be an immortal cultivator back then, has been working as a laborer on the pier for 10 years, keeping a low profile and staying out of trouble, and seems to be ready to live for a long time. Therefore, Jiang Ming also prepared many places for Zhao Hong: blacksmith store, beast hunting manor, as well as the pharmacy medical hall. Everything is complete. I didn't expect to end up here learning martial arts. A cultivator of immortality, coming here to learn martial arts. How interesting, but it fell into my pot anyway, so it wasn't a waste of effort. Jiang Ming revealed a smile. He had already sensed the aura in Zhao Hong's body through his supersense just now. It was indeed an immortal cultivator, but the aura didn't seem to be any stronger than his own. It should be a rookie in the early stage of chi cultivation, and over the years, Jiang Ming's sealing word seal practice is beginning to be effective. After casting it on himself, he can perfectly seal his own aura without leaking, but he is not afraid of the other side of this rookie to find anything. Is there something wrong with his body? Or does he not dare to return to the immortal cultivation world? Want to learn martial arts to make a living? Jiang Ming guessed in his heart, but there was no result, so he just stopped guessing. Since this guy had landed in his martial arts school, there would be plenty of time to slowly lasso him. There's no need to be too hasty. Fishing requires patience. Jiang Ming's gaze was calm as he continued to close his eyes and began to cultivate. Although the aura refined by the blood spirit technique was getting thinner and thinner for the third level of chi cultivation, it was still better than nothing. In this heaven and earth, to be able to cultivate is already good. Where can one ask for so much? If we reach the immortal cultivation world, our cultivation speed should be able to increase a bit. Jiang Ming muttered. No wonder this heaven and earth almost see no immortal cultivators, even without the horrible rules of heaven and earth. This kind of aura depletion place, afraid that no one wants to come to. Previously, Jiang Ming would like to have been meticulous to 9 layers of chi cultivation, and then go to the cultivation world. But according to the current progress of this cultivation, even if the grinding on a few more decades, at most is the appearance of 5 or 6 layers of chi cultivation, and then I'm afraid that it is no longer rely on the time to simmer can be broken through. I also don't know if that pill king can be of some use. Jiang Ming thought of the aura explosion in a few decades, and was also slightly looking forward to it. Time flew by, and Jiang Ming continued to maintain the rhythm of life, practicing, teaching boxing, and entertaining. In the Fuhu martial arts school, Zhao Hong is quite capable of suffering, learning boxing in the daytime in the martial arts school, and working at the dock at night to earn tuition fees, but his talent is average, and it took more than 3 years to become a martial artist. It seems that the talent for practicing martial arts and cultivating immortality have absolutely nothing to do with each other. Jiang Ming stared at Zhao Hong and the others who were practicing boxing in the courtyard and was amused, continuing to shake his head and read the book in his hand. Eldest brother, what kind of books does master read every day? A disciple's eyes dripped and suddenly asked. Humph, don't think of some crooked ways. Master read the book you can't get it. Wang Ji coldly grunted. More than 10 years have passed. He also became a second-rate martial artist, and broke out a lot of prestige in Huiyuan province. Those disciples immediately snapped, not daring to say anything else. Zhao Hong stood in the corner, his eyes moving, secretly memorizing the two men's conversation in his mind. Jiang Ming's afterglow glanced at the man who had almost taken the idea of the all written on the face of the guy, but also cover the face and sigh. This rash is how to live in the world of fairy cultivation. Another dozen years passed. Zhao Hong is actually a late bloomer, gradually surpassed many senior brothers, finally stepped into the second-rate martial artist, became the second senior brother of the Fuhu Martial Arts Hall, and the owner of the Museum Liwana, also more and more old. The martial arts hall and the big event almost all by Wang Ji agent. However, although Wang Ji's prestige was not small, on the surface, he was still respectful to Li Wuan, because the first-class martial arts method in Li Wuan's hands still had not been passed on to any of his disciples. As for Zhao Hong and other disciples, they often see the pavilion master lying in a bamboo chair, his hair gray, his eyes lifting up to the sky in a lifeless manner. In a small tavern, many disciples of the martial arts school gathered to eat and drink, chatting casually. Master is afraid that there's no hope of breaking through to martial arts master. Alas, the martial way is difficult. Master's heart is afraid to be all worn out. every day to read those gods and weird books. After so many years had passed, the disciples in the martial arts center, slowly and unintentionally, had learned what books the owner was reading. All kinds of weird ancient books, recorded what can fly to the sky to hide the legend of the immortals, and what to refine the immortality of the Dan and other stuff. Hall of first-class martial artist, eventually also fell into this situation. Put hope in what vain immortal is really ridiculous, Wang Ji said with an indifferent face. In this place where Li Wuan couldn't see, he simply didn't pretend anymore. Now Wang Ji was already standing at the peak of the second stream. His strength was terrifying, and he was only one first-class martial arts method away from being able to break into the middle of the first stream. And that Li Wuan now blood gas failure is long without war. Two people if really fight, who lose who win is not yet known. The other disciples were silent at once, and now everyone can see that Wang Ji's might is getting more and more terrifying. And if he waits for a few more years, and the master does not pass on the first-class martial arts method to him, what exactly will happen? No one can say. Zhao Hong, drink, Wang Ji suddenly said, his eyes burning into Zhao Hong. Zhao Hong sighed softly in his heart, while his face showed a pleasing smile as he clinked glasses with Wang Ji and drank it all. Wang Ji then revealed a smile, and a trace of ruthlessness flashed in his eyes. Old man, if you don't pass on my gongfa again, don't blame me for not being polite. The wine is gone. Late night. Zhao Hong is lying in the dark house, but how can he not sleep? What to do? I also need a first-class martial arts method. With Wang Ji's character, if he gets the first-class method, he will definitely not pass it on to me, but it would also be almost impossible to ask the master for it. Unless, Zhao Hong struggled with his gaze and eventually resisted the urge. The next day, Jiang Ming watched Zhao Hong step into the martial arts center with bloodshot eyes, his eyebrows raised and he didn't say anything. Bang, bang, bang. Heavy footsteps sounded. Wang Ji suddenly walked up to him and said in a deep voice, Master, I've been hovering at the peak of the second rate for several years now, and I'm sure I can go further. Jiang Ming old god, careless said wait again. The foundation must be more stable, in order to go farther. Wang Ji's face flushed red and he turned away without saying a word. Jiang Ming stared at the guy's back. His face had a complicated expression, as if he was sentimental about something, and in his heart, he secretly sighed. And then wait the old man purpose has not yet reached it. You do not so anxious to send death in a corner of the courtyard. Zhao Hong, with what he thought was a hidden gaze, stared at his master's complicated expression for a long time, and his gaze gradually firmed up, as if he had finally made up his mind about something. Jiang Ming stared at the book in his hand, as if he suddenly saw something interesting, revealing an old smile. 2 days later, in the evening, Jiang Ming reclined on the bamboo chair, reading the last page of the booklet in his hand, and got up to prepare to go home from work. Zhao Hong looked around and realized that Wang Ji hadn't come today, so he finally crossed his heart and took a big step in front of Jiang Ming and said in a deep voice, Master, I have something to ask you. Skip class of students. A sea of eyes stared over at once. Although this Zhao Hong is the second senior brother, but the weekdays are extremely low profile, simply did not take the initiative to find the master. What is it? Tomorrow. Oh no. In a few days. Jiang Ming waved his hand and walked out impatiently. Zhao Hong was in a hurry. He had already taken this step today. If he didn't get something, it would definitely be reported to Wang Ji by the other disciples, and that would be bad. With this in mind, he clenched his teeth and suddenly pulled out a thin book from his bosom, handing it to Jiang Ming. Master, please look. As if filled with doubt, Jiang Ming frowned and flipped it open, looking at it absently. After reading only a few lines, Jiang Ming was shocked. Then he raised his head fiercely and looked at Zhao Hong in horror. This is. Immediately after Jiang Ming seemed to remember something, he hastily collected his expression and pulled Zhao Hong's arm, excitedly heading towards the inner courtyard of the martial arts center. The other disciples were filled with bewilderment, not understanding what was happening, and a few people looked at each other cryptically. All saw the uneasiness in each other's eyes, and they quickly left to look for Wang Ji, who didn't come today. In the inner courtyard of the martial arts center, in a quiet room, Jiang Ming squeezed the tome tightly in his hands and looked at Zhao Hong excitedly. Where did you get this? Is this the legendary Immortal Cultivator's spell? Zhao Hong's body stood upright, took a deep breath, and looked at Jiang Ming in a calm and composed manner, seemingly with an aura of I'm finally done pretending. I'm going to show my cards to you today. Master, what I am going to say may shock you very much. Please make sure you don't spread it out, Zhao Hong said in a deep voice. Jiang Ming hastily nodded. While the heart is old wistful, disciple you finally open up. Master are waiting for decades. Zhao Hong looked at Jiang Ming and said word for word. In fact, Am an immortal cultivator. What? What? You're an immortalist? Jiang Ming's face, revealing shock, awe, complexity, and suspicion. All kinds of expressions intertwined. He felt that if he went to compete for the Oscars at this moment, he would definitely be able to get an award. Zhao Hong nodded heavily. I was chased by my enemy and mistakenly entered this place. Although I killed my enemy, I was deeply impressed by the danger and hardship of the immortal cultivation world, and I already don't want to go back. And I want to survive in this place where there are no immortals. I came to learn martial arts from you, master, and to find a good way to live. Jiang Ming opened his mouth. I have not asked it. You poor beans pour also too fast. After a long time, Jiang Ming seemed to have calmed down. Still suspicious. You're not swindling, master, are you? Why don't you show me a magic spell? Zhao Hong shook his head. There is no aura in this heaven and earth, and it will wipe out any immortal cultivator who casts spells. That enemy of mine died under such rules. Jiang Ming's body shook. Then he said despondently, then wouldn't it be useless to take the immortal cultivation law? Not so. As long as the master goes to the depths of the red pine snow plains, if he can meet the outside cultivators guarding there, he may be able to seek immortal destiny, and from then on go to the cultivation world. Free and easy, Zhao Hong slowly said, but I have to remind master that the immortal cultivation world is much more dangerous than here. You must be careful. Danger is nothing. Have I encountered fewer dangers? Jiang Ming seemed to be very excited. Since there is this immortal road, then I must go and take a trip. Then he turned the booklet in his hand with trembling hands, and after a moment looked at Zhao Hong suspiciously. However, you said on this immortal cultivation law that there are realms such as qi cultivation and foundation building. But how is it that there is only the cultivation method for the third level of qi cultivation in this booklet? Zhao Hong's face reddened. Master, I want a first-class martial arts method. Jiang Ming face a plate. In fact, almost did not hold back the laughter. Heck, where have you so talked to do things but also blush. Alas, there should be a reason why this guy doesn't want to return to the immortal cultivation world. Jiang Ming was speechless in his heart. He stared at Zhao Hong with a ghostly gaze and said in a deep voice, if I were to give you a first-class martial arts method, even if you were to give me the complete immortal cultivation law isn't enough either, right? I can't cultivate without aura here, and the immortal cultivation law isn't worth much. I still have 3 spirit stones, all for you, master. Zhao Hong seems to have gone out on a limb. I don't intend to go back to the immortal cultivation world anyway, so I'll give all these things to you. 3 spirit stones in the immortal cultivation world, and I can also purchase many things. Is there any more? Jiang Ming frowned, seemingly uncertain. No, I can't afford a storage ring. I can't carry much on me, but it's a pity that I lost my flying sword when I was running for my life, or I could have given it to my master as well. Zhao Hong shook his head regretfully. Jiang Ming coughed lightly. Then it will be so. Jiang Ming then let out a long sigh. These years I see that you have a good character. Much better than that dog. This first-class method is passed on to you, but it is also considered to be good. Many thanks, master. Many thanks, master. Upon hearing this, Zhao Hong's face instantly showed great joy and he bowed and thanked him. In addition, you tell me again, what is the cultivation world like? If I go, I cannot be 2 eyes, right? Jiang Ming said intentionally or unintentionally. The thin book had long since been placed to one side of the table by him, the first page blown up by the wind, vaguely revealing the 3 big words 5 elemental technique. Jiang Ming spat in his heart. It seems that this 5 yuan know-how in the immortal cultivation world is indeed 5 yuan ground goods. His true purpose was only revealed at this moment. He had worked hard to find living immortal cultivators, naturally not for any kung fu myths, but to learn the latest information about the immortal cultivation world. He doesn't want to be like the passerby who robbed his money as soon as he showed his face when he first crossed this realm. Zhao Hong scratched his head in embarrassment and said, the world of immortal cultivation is so vast that no one knows how big it is. Compared with this world, it's just like a drop of water and an ocean. And the area that I know is only 10,000 miles in circumference. And I don't know if it's any farther away. Then let's talk about the square miles. Jiang Ming laughed. Zhao Hong nodded his head and slowly said, outside the red pine snowplain is a vast land called the Northern Realm. Almost no one knows how big it is, and it is rumored that an unusual immortal cultivator will not be able to walk to the end of it in a lifetime. And while the place where I live is called the Feather Kingdom and rules over 10,000 miles of territory, the rumor is that it's still just a drop in the ocean to the north. Feather Country, the size of the immortal cultivation sects, but I am only practicing the 3rd layer of the small cultivator, naturally not in the eyes of others, and did not have much contact with those legendary immortal cultivation sects. perennial only to stay in a group of scattered cultivators live in a place called the Small Thousand Mountains, where there is a Jiedan stage cultivator sitting in the town. Weekdays are also peaceful. Zhao Hong said a lot of things, causing Jiang Ming to finally have some preliminary understanding of that mysterious and incomparable immortal cultivation world. And in Zhao Hong's narrative, Jiang Ming also knows the Fire Lotus Valley is close to the Red Pine Snowy Plains, a party of immortal cultivator forces, but also the Jiedan stage town, the clan within the terrain of the peculiar, perennial ground fire naturally gushed out, to the refining of medicines and refining of weapons as the main industry, mainly to the Fei Duo territory for sale. Master, if you have the possibility, you must strive to join a real immortal cultivation sect. That's the place to soar. Zhao Hong said sincerely. Join a child. I do not go to the ing. Jiang Ming heart, to be on the meticulous in the land of scattered cultivation, although it may be chaotic, but this is more suitable for Jiang Ming hidden. Every tens of hundreds of years to change the identity, no one will pay attention to it. However, on the surface he still smiled bitterly. I am now nearly 100 years old. My blood chi is beginning to decline. How can I join a cultivation clan when I go? That's not true, Zhao Hong said seriously, although immortal and martial arts qualifications can't be generalized. But to be able to achieve martial arts masters from various places where the aura is depleted shows that enlightenment and perseverance are extraordinary. And there are many such people who have made a splash in the immortal cultivation world. Jiang Ming nodded his head expressionlessly, while in his heart, he smiled awkwardly. It's just a pity that my martial arts qualifications aren't that great. It's all about opening up forbidden arts to drive up. Zhao Hong saw Jiang Ming does not seem to believe. Suddenly remembered something. I heard 100 years ago, there seems to be a fairy genius. That is, from the master of this small world to go out, was a strength of a deep power to guide and go. In my place of scattered cultivators have spread crazy. Know that there is still a legend. And, his name, seems to be Zhou Pingshi? Jiang Ming froze, then said, wasn't that the Marquis Wu of Yin back then? That's him, Zhao Hong hurriedly said. I also came to this piece of heaven and earth before I realized that that person was even so prestigious here. Jiang Ming counted the time, but it didn't feel quite right. The Marquis of Wushu decades ago was involved in the Yunmeng mountain storm. How could he have been picked up by the immortal cultivator powerhouse 100 years ago? Could it be that he became a patriarch when he was young and broke into the world of immortal cultivation to worship under a great power before returning again to become a martial Marquis of Yin? Jiang Ming was secretly shocked in his heart, thinking that Dr. Sun had said that the Marquis of Wu was suspected to be the pawn of that great enemy of his. Now it looks like it might be true. It seems that Sun old man, this forbidden spirit seal, in the future really cannot be performed in front of people. Jiang Ming secretly tittered. This Zhou Pingshi is the Pigfoot template, right? Maybe the speed of becoming a master is faster than that withered bone in Yunmeng Mountain. A real absolute genius. 96. The long sky fine rain reminds you, after reading remember to collect, www. The next time I update your convenience to continue to read. Oh, look forward to wonderful continue. You can also use the mobile version, WAP. Anytime and anywhere can read without hindrance. Chapter 121, Fire Cloud Grass reappears, request for subscription. Master, this is a spirit stone. The two of them talked until late at night, and Zhao Hong fetched 3 more square light blue stones, as clear as glaze, emitting a tantalizing light. With just a glance, Jiang Ming could feel the abundant spiritual chi contained within this spirit stone. The aura in these 3 spirit stones alone is worth several months of my blood spirit technique. Jiang Ming sighed in his heart. If he had this spirit stone, why would he have cultivated to the 4th level of chi cultivation only after 30 years, and not yet perfected, but also cannot be in a hurry to use these spirit stones? Wait until the 4th level of chi cultivation is complete. Keep the impact of the bottleneck. May be able to play a big use. Jiang Ming heart, flipped his hand will be the spirit stones into the arms. Zhao Hong was immediately nervous, not knowing whether the master would keep his promise. Jiang Ming looked at Zhao Hong. His heart murmured, I've been camouflaged extremely well for decades, and Zhao Hong is only a chi practicing 3rd layer. It is impossible to see through my layers of camouflage, although this person is a bit stupid, but his nature is not bad. There is no need to make an extra effort. Let nature take its course. And the information that I got from him is worth a lot to me. In that case, let's reward the kid with a handful. Jiang Ming smiled and said, I don't have a ready-made gongfa at hand until tomorrow morning. You come to pick it up earlier. Yes, many thanks, master. Zhao Hong was instantly delighted. Jiang Ming also asked some small questions about the cultivation world, master and disciple, before they were all happy to part. In the blink of an eye, from the last time the fire cloud grass appeared, it has been 60 or 70 years. I am also almost 100 years old. To be tomorrow, I will leave this place, find a place to meditate. Oh yeah, there's also the gong fa. Jiang Ming suddenly remembered, which ambled to the head of the eucalyptus, to Zhao Hong's silent writing martial arts techniques. Early the next morning, a cold greenish-gray fog filled the air. Jiang Ming tucked away his gongfu and shivered a big bowl of chicken soup rice noodles on the street before wobbling through the back door and walking into the Fuhu Martial Arts Hall. Aha! As soon as he came in, a hint of a smile appeared on Jiang Ming's face, so it turned out that Zhao Hong wasn't the only one who couldn't wait. Well, let's get it all over with today. He walked into the front yard of the martial arts center with a tantalizing look on his face, and saw Zhao Hong walking back and forth anxiously. His hair was wet with dew, and he didn't know how long he had been waiting here. Seeing Jiang Ming appear, Zhao Hong was also pleasantly surprised as he walked forward to salute. Jiang Ming smiled and didn't talk too much, handing the prepared gongfu to Zhao Hong. Take a look first. Seeing that Zhao Hong went straight to his pocket, Jiang Ming also helplessly shook his head and laughed. I believe in master. Zhao Hong's face reddened, but he still pulled out the gongfu and turned it over to read it. However, after reading only the first page, Zhao Hong looked up in shock. Master, this is... On the first page, it was clearly written that this voodoo fist could be practiced all the way up to the realm of a martial arts master, and even how to follow up on the path of a grandmaster was also described. In other words, this was the ultimate martial arts technique that led straight to the pinnacle of martial arts. Put it away. We have other things to do today, Jiang Ming said carelessly, closing the gongfu and stuffing it into Zhao Hong's arms, patting his shoulder. Nowadays, the Fuhu Quan, in his hands, had long been transformed, and even among master-level martial arts techniques, it was considered to be among the top ranks. After today's incident, I'm afraid that there will be no more connection with this world. Back then, in the middle of the small courtyard in Ping'an Town, I learned the initial martial arts boxing from old Zhou Tu, and today it will be passed on, which is also considered a kind of inheritance. Bang! Jiang Ming had just stuffed the technique into Zhao Hong's arms when the door of a side room next to him was kicked open fiercely. Old thing, Wang Ji stepped out with a heavy saber, his face full of fury, and behind him, there were two slightly nervous people, all of them disciples of this Fuhu martial arts school. Sound of a crash. On the other side of the house, the front door and the backyard, are all rushing out several figures again. Jiang Ming roughly looked at it, including Wang Ji. There were surprisingly enough 5 second-rate martial artists, all staring at Jiang Ming with eyes full of killing intent. TSK, 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 what a lot of work. Jiang Ming watched the scene with interest, remembering the night attack on the old snake gang and the looting of the first-class martial arts techniques back then. In the blink of an eye, the scene plays itself out, but the person who was killed today still won't be himself, right? Wang Ji, you came quite early today, Jiang Ming said tantalizingly. Wang Ji stared at Jiang Ming with his face full of fury, and said hideously, old thing, stop pretending to be tantalizing, today is the day you die. Jiang Ming waves unperturbed. When you worshipped me as a teacher, you were patting the horse ass behind me every day. This turn of the eye, how do you not know how to honor your teacher? Wang Ji pooh. A face of hatred stared at Jiang Ming. I for you saddle horse back and forth, do decades of dirty work, but you still do not want to pass me a first-class martial arts method. By what right do you pass it on to this brat? He fiercely pointed at Zhao Hong. Obviously the scene of Jiang Ming giving Zhao Hong the gongfu just now had been seen by him. Jiang Ming smiled indifferently and tantalizingly. I just don't want to give it to you. So what? Then I can only blame you for seeking your own death. Wang Ji laughed coldly. First-class martial artist, so what? Nowadays your blood qi, I'm afraid it has already decayed out of shape. A toothless tiger. I see how you jump. Wang Ji, cut the crap and hurry up to seize the merit law and be done with it. Next to him, a second-rate martial artist frowned and droned. Good. Old thing, you are heartless. Today don't blame me for being unrighteous. Wang Ji raised his large knife in his hand and suddenly shouted. Together, chop them up. Boom. The 5 second-rate martial artists exploded their blood qi in unison, killing Jiang Ming fiercely. Zhao Hong was shocked and gritted his teeth as he was about to charge forward. He also knew that his master's blood qi was depleted and he was afraid that he wouldn't be able to carry the siege of these people. Stay back. Jiang Ming breathlessly rode him behind him. This kid rash to rash, but really heavy feelings. Exhale. One of the fastest martial artists had already raised his fist and blasted his way to Jiang Ming's side. Pung. However, in just an instant, this person flew out sideways at a speed faster than when he came. Miserable screams came out at this time. And instantly no movement. When Wang Ji glanced at his afterglow, he saw that the man's chest had blown open a front and back translucent bloody hole, and his vitality was lost. He can't throw more than a couple of punches. Wang Ji was shocked in his heart, but when it came down to it, he could only grit his teeth and bellow, carrying his sword and charging forward. Bang! 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 Several muffled voices came out. and a shower of blood splattered again and again. And just in the blink of an eye, a body fell on the ground in the courtyard of the martial arts center. Only Wang Ji was left with all his limbs broken, lying helplessly on the ground, looking at the figure walking in horror. How? Do you still have such exuberant blood? Jiang Ming gazed indifferently. A frog in the bottom of a well. How can you know how big the sky is? The power of a first-class martial artist. You can't imagine it. Sound of escaping laughter. He picked up Wang Ji's long knife and backhanded it into his chest, pinning him to the ground. Zhao Hong's heart rose and fell, shocked as he looked at this master who, in the twinkling of an eye, had killed several second-rate martial artists, as if he had only recognized him on the first day. Zhao Hong, this kind of means, is stronger or weaker compared to your immortal cultivator spells? Jiang Ming walked back and asked with a smile. Only then did Zhao Hong come back to his senses, pondered for a moment, and said seriously, if the distance is more than 10 zhang, the cultivator will win, but if it is within 5 zhang, the cultivator who is below the third level of qi cultivation is afraid that he will be killed by the first-class martial artist. Of course, if a cultivator is taken by surprise, it is difficult for a martial artist to block the attack. Jiang Ming nodded slightly. It seemed that his own cultivation as an immortal cultivator was only slightly able to surpass that of a first-class martial artist right now. So calculated. The immortal cultivator has to cultivate to the 9th level of qi practice, only almost topped the realm of the patriarch, right? It seems that this road of martial arts really cannot be put down. In the future, if encountered by immortal cultivators, under the surprise, may also be able to make a miraculous achievement. Jiang Ming pondered for a moment, no longer think more, looked at Zhao Hong. In the future, the teacher will go to pursue the immortal road. This Fuhu martial arts hall will be given to you. How to operate depends on your destiny. Zhao Hong's eyes reddened slightly as he bowed and clasped his fists. Have a safe journey, master. Why do you have to be so childish when you're a man of the world? Jiang Ming patted Zhao Hong's shoulder. Although the original purpose was to count on this Zhao Hong, but after decades, this guy had a good heart, and the two of them got along quite well, and had some feelings. Oh, gone. Jiang Ming's voice dissipated in the wind, leaving only Zhao Hong slightly bewildered, looking at this courtyard full of wreckage, and stroked the gongfa in his arms, before sighing and starting to clean up. On the deserted one-person dirt road, Jiang Ming rode an old horse, swaying slowly. Those who practiced martial arts asked for immortality, and those who cultivated immortality came to learn martial arts. Interesting. Jiang Ming revealed a smile and gradually disappeared at the end of the path. As spring goes by and fall comes and goes, time goes by. Year after year, the baby grows into an old man and turns into a shovel full of earth. And the many stories that were once told are also scattered with the wind like the yellow earth. It took 7 or 8 years, but Jiang Ming finally borrowed the rich spiritual qi from those 3 spirit stones to break through the bottleneck of the 4th level of qi cultivation and step into the 5th level of qi cultivation. Another 10 years later, Jiang Ming reached the peak of the 5th level of qi cultivation, but no matter how, cannot enter the 6th level of qi cultivation. It seems that we can only wait for the medicine king to show up, above a steep and lonely peak that is rarely visited by people. Jiang Ming's mind moved, and an ink-blue flying sword hovered and fluttered around him, flexible and ethereal, as if it were in his arms. Cloud Country. 70 years of the Great Cloud Calendar. Great Cloud City became more and more prosperous, surpassing the once-old capital city and becoming the center of power in the Cloud Kingdom. No one had already mentioned anything about Yen, and even the once incomparably brilliant 6 great patriarchal families had returned to dust, with no one mentioning them anymore. But while the world changes and dynasties change, some things are forever. The Ryu family, the new generation of the Great Cloud Country's patriarchal family, a top power like the sun. Even the royal family had to be courteous. In the courtyard of the Lu family, the Lu family's oldest ancestor, Lu Huaji, stood with his arms folded as he looked at a small reddish grass in front of him and said tantalizingly, "This month, how many plants have been found?" 96. The long sky fine rain reminds you, after reading remember to collect, www. The next time I update your convenience to continue to read. Look forward to wonderful continue. You can also use the mobile version, WAP. Anytime and anywhere can read without hindrance. Chapter 122, 100 years rush by. Pill King reappears. The scorching sun. A teenager rode a donkey, slowly wandering down the official road. 100 years have rushed by. Fire Cloud Grass has finally appeared again. In recent years, Jiang Ming had been passing through the intelligence channels of the Nameless One, the news of Cloud Dream Mountain. However, he had purchased the information with silver money as a Jianghu man, without ever using his nameless identity again. Even the first leader of the Nameless One, Miss Wang, I'm afraid, has passed away, and the people and things of the past should be buried in the dust. so there's no need for them to appear. The deceased people back then. I am afraid that they have all gone up in smoke. Jiang Ming muttered. A flash of sigh. Jiang Ming's complexion to restore calm. Time is the greatest existence. Enough to wear down everything. Now he cannot even somewhat remember the faces of those people. When the matter of Cloud Dream Mountain was over, the time had come for him to leave. In these decades, his cultivation growth had almost stagnated, completely stuck at the 5th level of Qi cultivation, but it was the several spells that accompanied the 5 elemental technique that were cultivated, especially the smoke and rain technique and fire control method. Even those cultivators in the outside world can't be more skillful than me. He lived in seclusion in the mountains, planted a lot of medicinal herbs and whatnot. Every day they used the smoke and rain technique to evolve the aura rain to water. Although the aura is thin, but for these mortal grasses, it has been considered a sweet rain from heaven. The growth is delightful beyond compare. Cultivating a lot of medicinal power is not bad old medicine too. The reason for focusing on practicing the fire control method was because Jiang Ming had discovered that proficiency in the fire control method was also very helpful in performing the fireball technique, making the fireballs more condensed and more powerful. Over time, both of these spells were skilled to the point of incomparable proficiency. If it is a real immortal cultivator, I am afraid that he will not be so concentrated on this kind of low-level spells. Jiang Ming smiled. If there are high-level spells, of course he would like to practice them as well. But there's no ing. Then Jiang Ming looked at the city in front of him, already belonging to the Cloud Kingdom territory. Now that the Pill King storm is approaching, in this Cloud Kingdom territory, we might encounter immortal cultivators, or put on a few more layers of forbidden spirit seals to ensure a little more. With that said, he was quietly casting the seal character seal, and gave himself a few more strokes, completely sealing the breath of his dantian, and according to Dr. Sun's words, even if an immortal cultivator who was a large realm higher than him cast some kind of probing secret art, he would not be able to detect his breath. What's more, in this heaven and earth, it is estimated that no immortal cultivator dares to cast spells indiscriminately. However, it's always good to have a little bit of insurance. Jiang Ming muttered to himself. Uneasily Pang pasted a few more sealing word seals, until when he looked internally, he saw that it looked like a dantian that had been plastered with a bunch of doggerel, and only then did he stop with satisfaction. Over the years, the sealing word seal was also getting more and more pure. It was a pity that the 5 sealing techniques behind it still hadn't been grasped. Perhaps it would only be possible to go further when one reached the immortal cultivation world. But even though the progress wasn't great, Jiang Ming had a deeper understanding of this forbidden spirit seal. I always feel that there is some commonality with this heaven and earth. Both of them are cutting off and sealing off the spiritual qi. Maybe Dr. Sun is through this heaven and earth, and then he realized the seal of forbidding the spirit. And I don't know if he's made it this far. Jiang Ming sighed, and the donkey continued to move forward slowly, taking a short break at a tea stall and listening to some of the Jianghu people's blabbering in the meantime, such as what newborn martial arts master, which sect has been destroyed again and so on. As for the nameless, Zhang Shan's generation, disappeared for decades, long ago no one mentioned, was thrown into the pile of old paper. Boss, a bowl of wine. A young girl with a clean-cut appearance, carrying a sword, shouted as she sat down with great interest. Beside him, an old man with half-white hair furrowed his brows, but he didn't dare to really stop him and could only sigh helplessly. Jiang Ming glanced at the young girl, and then continued his drinking. The way the blood qi in that teenager's body operated, it actually made Jiang Ming feel a trace of familiarity. However, he didn't intend to explore anything. There were too many people who practiced this method. A few moments later, Jiang Ming set off on his donkey. The girl's still back there, watching with great interest. Tong Bo, there are still donkeys riding around the world. It's really interesting. Peace County. Jiang Ming led the donkey and walked in, vaguely seeing the pattern of that year. But there were more new attic mansions, and the size of the county had expanded a lot. However, Jiang Ming does not recognize any of the people in the city. To this day, Jiang Ming, on the contrary, did not have much sadness, like an outsider, calmly watching all this. Boss, a bowl of running tongue. Suddenly, a rough yell came from a street stall. Jiang Ming turned his head to look, only to see that on a humble street-side wine stall set up at the back of the alley, there were a few poor men such as old farmers and medicine pickers in tattered clothes sitting, drinking small bowls of wine with relish. At the side of the stall, a handy teenager is nimbly selling wine to the guests, then serving hot smoked tofu and pouring fresh chili peppers on it, and from time to time, he also boasts a few lines of cowhide with the drinkers with his eyebrows fluttering. Jiang Ming looked at the frowning teenager, and for a moment, he was actually a bit dazed, as if he had seen the glowing Fae again. The sight of that teenager with a rotten fishing net on top, happily fishing for fish in the river and pointing at the bald donkey and cursing angrily, seems to be still vivid. The familiar scent of wine filled the air, finally stirring up those thoughts in the depths of his memory. Jiang Ming's gait slowed down as he approached the wine stall. "Boss, a bowl of running tongue and a plate of smoked tofu." Jiang Ming bolted the donkey to a tree, sat down on the food stand, and shouted with skill. "Okay." Teenage stall owner answered loudly. A few moments later is the end of the wine and food sent up. After seeing Jiang Ming as a stunned, then curious, "Sir, you look a bit strange, but why are you so familiar with our food and drinks? I almost thought you were a familiar customer." Jiang Ming smiled. "I've heard that the running tongue here is painful to drink, so I just came to taste it today, and it's really good. Hey, this is an ancestral wine recipe. Legend has it that the patriarchs have drank it." The teenager immediately praised himself in a loud voice, causing the surrounding drinkers to roar with laughter. Jiang Ming glanced at the wine bowl and laughed intentionally. "I have heard that back in the day. This running tongue, a bowl can make a person's body hot. Your bowl is a bit too small." When these words came out, the young stall owner did not say anything, but the surrounding drinkers could not help but say, "This young man, you are from abroad. You do not know our market hero, the foot of the Son of Heaven, that anything can be very expensive. Miles. Think I was a child when that a penny can buy how many things, and now." An old man with gray hair shook his head inside. "Yes, this Ping'an County is getting better and better, but our lives are getting worse and worse." An honest-looking medicine picker also sighed heavily. "You don't know, this Ah Xing's ancestor is also in the county to open the restaurant it. When I heard that the red hot very, alas, it is a pity to arrest the head of the old man to see the, we're a poor family, so don't think about getting rich." The teenage stall owner named Ah Xing also had a somewhat despondent expression on his face, but he quickly recovered and continued to smile as he tended to the wine stall. The drinkers also tacitly changed the topic, discussing the fire cloud grass that had recently reappeared in Cloud Dream Mountain. "This month, you can have all 3 plants. TSK, if you really find one, secretly take it away and sell it elsewhere. Maybe you can really make a fortune." Several of the herb pickers' eyes flickered, and they were clearly moved. Jiang Ming silently finished his drink, threw down a few coppers, and led his donkey to wander away. The next few days, he bought a small broken yard, low-key living in this Ping'an County, daily meditation and cultivation, and when he has time to go to that Xing's wine stall to drink some wine. The two also gradually familiarized themselves, and in the Yunmeng Mountain, more and more people found the fire cloud grass, and Ping'an County is gradually lively, appearing many strangers, one blood. On this day, Jiang Ming was again drinking at the wine stall. Slowly, as he leisurely ate the smoked tofu, a surprised voice suddenly sounded beside him. "The boy on the donkey?" Jiang Ming twisted his head to look, and instantly raised an eyebrow. It was actually the clear-cut young girl he had met at the tea stall on the official road that day, with the old man following behind him, staring at Jiang Ming warily. "Why are you here too?" The young girl sat down opposite Jiang Ming in a familiar manner and said with a smile, "You can't be here to look for the Pill King as well, right?" The old man behind the young girl hurriedly stopped the young girl from continuing. The young girl, however, did not care. What is there to hide this news? In a few days everyone knows. Make it mysterious. No one will compete with us. The old man's head was full of black lines. Jiang Ming smiled and said frankly, "Who wouldn't want to come and take their chances? Maybe I'll be hiding in a ravine and the Pill King will jump into my arms." The young girl's eyes lit up. Hey, fellow traveler, nah, I was thinking the same thing. Get to know me. My name is Fong Zishuang. This is Tong Bo." The young girl enthusiastically introduced herself. "Surname Fong?" Jiang Ming looked up at the words and stared at the young girl for a moment. There really is a bit of a resemblance. He remembered that old friend, who was trapped in the martial marquee house and gave up his ideals counting the time. Even if he is a martial arts master, he is almost at the end of his life now. But when the martial marquee, but in the city of big clouds, and he met on the road these two people, but from the south of the direction of the Jiangnan province to come. It seems the decades have passed, and the once mighty Marquis Fawn Lai isn't having a very smooth life either. Jiang Ming laughed lightly in his heart, but he had little interest in understanding these courtroom disputes. He clasped his fists and said seriously, "The man known as the Great Sword Wang Wu is me." Put. Fong Zishang see him this serious look, also cannot help but laugh. "Small age. Blind up, what nickname? I advise you or do not go to mess with luck. When the time to grab the king of the medicine. But the danger is very dangerous. The patriarchs may be chattering blood to death it." Jiang Ming smiled without saying anything. Tong Bo cannot help but secretly shake his head. "Where is the rash? Another cannon fodder. By the way, the wine here is very good." Fong Zishang, like a familiar face, introduced. I searched a lot before I found. I heard from my great-grandfather that when he was here, he often came here to drink this bowl of tongue runner, which is a first-class good wine. When Xing served the wine, Feng Zixuan couldn't wait to take a sip of it. She grew up playing in the military camp and drank a lot of strong wine, and she was looking forward to the running tongue that had made her great-grandfather think about her. However, a mouthful of it. Feng Zixuan's face is suddenly stagnant, then willow eyebrows slightly knit. This wine. What's up? Not bad. Ha! Xing exclaimed from a distance, beaming with pride. Kudong. Feng Zixuan swallowed it with great effort and cried out in a hurry. It's really good. However, the rest of the wine, she is in any case cannot drink it. She was born in the family of the Martial Marquis, and she drank the best wine. How has she ever drank this kind of bad wine? Jiang Ming took advantage of Xing's lack of attention and quietly poured the wine in her bowl, without a drop left, into his own empty bowl and took a sip with a smile. The best wine, the good is not in the taste, but in the story. Your great-grandfather was here back in the day, and he must have had a great story. Feng Zixuan was filled with confusion. Was that so? Another few months passed, and the fire cloud grass appeared more and more frequently. The older people in the county finally remembered the legends they had heard in the memories of Mold Lake. There is a king of medicine in the mountains. The city gradually stirred up. Some medicine pickers are anxious to feel that a big disaster is coming. In advance, they quietly butchered away. There are also people who want to take this opportunity to wrestle a chance to soar. It's time to go into the mountains. Jiang Ming finished the last sip of wine, looked around to see that no one was there, and bid farewell to Xing, who was cleaning up the bowls quickly. I look at this wine stall of yours. It seems that there are only two kinds of wine. I won't pay for the wine today, and I will give you a few wine prescriptions. He drew a few folded pages from his arms, pressed them under the bowl of wine, and rose to leave. Back then, the old gingerhead eventually passed on all the brewing techniques to Fei, and Jiang Ming learned a handful of them along the way. You don't be so polite. No money to bring it next time. Ah, Xing hastily shouted, but when he got up, it was that he could no longer find the figure of that Wang Wu. He walked over to the table and saw the sheets of paper and curiously unfolded them to look at them. He looked suddenly frozen. These several kinds of wine. Seems to have heard my father mentioned. Every time mentioned are sighing. Because of that your grandfather accidentally died horizontally. Has long been lost. Who the hell is this guy? Xing looked up blankly at the crowded street. Yunmeng Mountain. Jiang Ming walked slowly through the mountains and forests, feeling the familiar and incomparable scent of the mountains and forests, and his mood was relaxed like never before. Starting from Yunmeng Mountain and ending at Yunmeng Mountain. It's really interesting. At this time just after the rain, the forest has grown a lot of fungus mushroom loan. Jiang Ming is also playful. In the mountains and forests picked a pile of messy mushroom loan, pocketed in the shirt, all the way trotting to the memory of the cave ran. I can't believe it didn't collapse. Jiang Ming raised his eyebrows and dug in. Among them there are a few broken tiles, and some grass and wood ash. Apparently now this place is still some into the mountains of the people's landing point. Jiang Ming found the water source with a light hand, caught a jar full of water, and began to cook the mushroom orphan soup in the cave, which he hadn't drank for decades. It's really nostalgic. Jiang Ming let out a long comfortable breath. It's just a shame that with the bloodlust, there's no longer a villain in front of you, but it's a little less of that. Another dozen days later. The king of medicine has appeared again? It's just 10 miles to the south. Many martial artists have already rushed there. I'm afraid it won't be able to run away this time. In the mountain forest, several martial artists came together, all filled with excitement. Not long after, they left in unison and swept towards the south, a few dozen meters up in the treetops. Jiang Ming stood quietly and shook his head helplessly. As early as a few days ago, the medicine king has already appeared. Just slippery but extremely. This mountain forest and vast and boundless. Even the patriarch is also difficult to catch. Often rushed to the medicine king appeared at the medicine king. The medicine king has long been running out of sight. Jiang Ming had also run to several places and hadn't even seen the pill king's face. But he had met many martial artists from all over the world. Did not see the medicine king? Jiang Ming is also lazy to conflict with them. A blanket recognition of the run. However, as more and more martial artists, that medicine king vacillating place is gradually forced narrow. This time I am afraid it is very difficult to escape. Jiang Ming fell from the treetops like an ordinary martial artist, rushing towards the south of the mountain forest. After decades of absence, I wonder if anyone still remembers the myth of the nameless martial artist. There are also cultivators from the Fire Lotus Valley, who seem to have appeared. 96. The long sky fine rain reminds you, after reading remember to collect, www. The next time I update your convenience to continue to read look forward to wonderful continue. You can also use the mobile version, WAP. Anytime and anywhere can read without hindrance. Chapter 123, The Pill King Arrives. Yunmeng Shanzi, after 100 years of silence, finally came alive again. Countless martial artists at home and abroad in the clouds are converging, competing for that only one plant of the king of medicine. Jiang Ming swept idly in the direction where the Pill King had appeared, and along the way, he had encountered quite a few martial artists, surging forward like a tidal wave of madness. Before seeing the king of the medicine, the fight is already started. With the emergence of the king of the medicine, the mountain of fire cloud grass is also more and more. From time to time people found, causing killing. After all, there is only one Pill King, and the value of this fire cloud grass is enough to make most people's eyes glaze over. And a lot of people have come here for this reason. Jiang Ming also picked up 2 fire cloud grass. This fire cloud grass really also contains aura. Only back then I was not an immortal cultivator. I could not sense. Jiang Ming was not surprised. Back then, he had guessed that the medicinal effect of this fire cloud grass exceeded that of mundane herbs. Little thief, return my old man's fire cloud grass to me. Not far away, a few figures swept wildly, with a hideous smile on their faces, as if they were looking at a single fat sheep. Bang, bang, bang. Jiang Ming casually flung out a few stones, opening beautifully rounded bloody holes in the heads of several people, and carelessly continued to rush forward. About an hour or so later, the sound of people ahead of him grew loud, and Jiang Ming finally arrived at a river valley formed by the impact of a waterfall. According to the last news, the Pill King disappeared near this river valley. Up and down the river valley, an unknown number of martial artists had long since converged, digging around in search of the Pill King. Jiang Ming stood above the river valley, overlooking the raging and rushing waterfall. Those who dared to converge around this waterfall were all martial artists of notable strength, while some who wanted to be of low strength were standing far away, their eyes looking around, trying to fish in troubled waters. There is really never a lack of bold. Jiang Ming also shook his head. Those people know that even if they are lucky enough to catch the Medicine King, the probability is that they will not be able to escape death, but they still want to take a shot. Nearby, many people had fiery gazes and lowered their voices to discuss the news of this Pill King. It is rumored that this king of medicine appears only once every 100 years and is so miraculous that whoever eats it will become immortal. Seriously, I'd been using it. Kid, good courage. A few martial artists searching all over the place for the Pill King just happened to pass by from this place and couldn't help but sneer at his words, being so disrespectful to the patriarch. I think you're tired of living. Coldness flashed in the eyes of several people, but this was the critical time to search for the Pill King, and they didn't want to cause trouble, so they let out a couple of harsh words, and after writing down Jiang Ming's face, they left in a hurry. Don't you talk nonsense, ah. Fang Zishuang's small face was bitter. See the logo on those people's clothes? That's the Lu family, the strongest patriarchal family in the Cloud Country. She quietly pointed to a group of people standing in a certain direction and whispered, look there, that's where the Lu family experts are. I heard that their ancestor, Lu Huaji, has been waiting here for a long time, and he is determined to win the king of medicine. This master is very fierce, and the path of the masters is all based on killing all the way. And a few decades ago, he even followed the example of Zhou Pingshi, the former martial arts marquis, and slaughtered half of the city to refine his martial arts path. Zhou Pingshi slaughtered half of the city in order to refine his martial arts path. Lu family people near the ink is black. Most of them are also ferocious and murderous. You are targeted by them, but it is dangerous. Or, you'd better run away in advance. Jiang Ming glanced at her and laughed. Patriarchs aren't omnipotent. Didn't you say that in this kind of scramble, patriarchs can also be bloodied? Maybe later when they are all dead, it will be my turn to pick up the pieces. Let me tell you, I used to live here. I'm a local here, and I'm very powerful. Those outsiders, they're definitely not my match. You are hopeless. Fang Zishang completely lost her temper, and she didn't know if this guy had picked the mushroom loan in the mountain and ate it to hallucinate. Then she also looked around the waterfall dumbfounded, and after a moment she suddenly sighed and turned back to the old man at her side. Uncle Tong, do you think we have hope? She knew that the strength of Tong Bo beside her was not bad, but in front of those terrifying sect masters, she was afraid that she wouldn't be able to block a single move. The old man's eyes flashed a trace of helplessness, sighed softly. At the beginning is not reported hope it can find a dozen fire cloud grass, has been considered above the expected, can only hope that these fire cloud grass can also roll it. Miss, you must not take any chances. This storm today is not simple. Then Tong Bo looked at Fang Zishuang and said in a low, grave voice, Whoa, after all, was once also brilliant in the dynasty. Tong Bo through their own news channels, but also learned some shocking news. Fang Zishuang could only nod her head in a slightly bewildered manner. Jiang Ming stood still, his eyes slightly closed. Super sense had been triggered. like a spider web spreading out. Sensing the emergence of the situation that made his mind leap. I used to think that this super sense belongs to the power of the divine soul, but through Dr. Sun and Zhao Hong, has been collected over the years to see, although and the divine soul is somewhat similar, but there are still differences. The power of the divine soul outwardly can clearly detect all the things within the area of coverage. However, this super sense is somewhat similar to the sixth sense or something like that, and it seems that only things that pose a threat to oneself, or that one cares about, will produce a touch. What is this called? Jiang Ming a jolt? Jiang Ming maintained his super sense, his thoughts spreading randomly, but in the end, he didn't think of a result, so he could only wait until he went to the immortal cultivation world later to slowly study it. Soon, among the super senses, a few places seemed to appear, making Jiang Ming feel slightly uncomfortable, but it didn't give birth to any sense of danger. It's not where those few patriarchs are standing. Could it be those outsiders? Jiang Ming memorized those places and continued to maintain his super senses. Aha! Suddenly, Jiang Ming opened his eyes fiercely and looked toward the place where the waterfall fell, below the surface of the water. Feng, it seems that something touched on the super-sensitive spider web. Finally, Jiang Ming revealed a smile and took big steps towards the waterfall nearer. You don't want to die. Feng Zishang was startled and shocked. That side was the place where the friction was the most intense, and there were already martial artists who had a big fight, with many casualties. Seeing that Jiang Ming was still moving forward, Feng Zishuang hurriedly prepared to rush forward and pull him, but he was yanked back by Tong Bo and shook his head. Today, this medicine king has made many people crazy. Cannot help but heart greed person. Ultimately difficult to become a great miss. Do not for this person to take their own. Tumor calmly said. Feng Zishang froze for a moment, helplessly sighed. She also felt that this teenager is not bad. I did not expect to also be overwhelmed by this king of medicine. Jiang Ming walked at a fast pace and soon reached a rock near the waterfall. There were also martial artists searching in the rivers above and below the waterfall, but still no one had found the Pill King. Looks like you're hiding pretty deep. Jiang Ming's eyes narrowed slightly as he stared at a certain place under the waterfall, and suddenly took a leap of faith, zipping straight down to the bottom of the water. The man next to him was startled, then shook his head. Another crazy one. Plop. The water splashed everywhere. Jiang Ming entered the water in a 0-point position, and like a sharp arrow, he continued to dive towards the deep water. Among the super senses, the place that caused the touch is getting closer. Sound of a crash. After Jiang Ming drilled a few underwater dark holes, he suddenly emerged in a dark river, and immediately saw that a small white mass was lying in the shallows at the edge of the water. No wonder no one has found. Jiang Ming was speechless. If not for his super sense, he would not have been able to discover such a place. The body of that small white thing is emitting a dense and extremely rich aura, almost comparable to that of a spirit stone. This is the Pill King? Jiang Ming revealed a joyful expression. However, the movement of him out of the water, but immediately startled the small white thing. Reflex-like leap up, turned into a white arrow, directly into the water. Jiang Ming hurriedly dug into the water and chased after him with all his might. Seeing that he is getting closer and closer to the Medicine King, however, that Medicine King is gradually approaching the river from which he came. Jiang Ming's heart also can't help but curse. Originally found the Medicine King at the bottom of the river. He also thought of sneaking around and catching the Medicine King butch. This time I'm afraid it won't work. This Medicine King is really extraordinary, containing a rich aura. Even the speed of running is so outrageous. But don't try to escape from me. Jiang Ming's blood qi was running. The vein-breaking scripture burst out fiercely. His speed once again increased by a large margin, and in a flash, he rushed to the Pill King's near front, and fiercely grabbed it. Crashing sound. The Pill King seemed to sense the danger and fluttered and fought to swim forward, but was still caught in Jiang Ming's hands. Boom! However, Jiang Ming was also having trouble stopping his body and directly leapt out of the water, bringing up a large splash. Paintbrush. Nearby, everyone's gazes converged. Following that, everyone stared at the object in his hand. The atmosphere of the entire heaven and earth seemed to freeze all of a sudden. The King of Medicine, caught in the act. Jiang Ming, however, was oblivious to the fact that he was not aware of it, looking down at himself and taking a closer look at the white donut in his hand for the first time. This Pill King. Jiang Ming's face is odd. The appearance of this Medicine King, with his imagination, is also too far away. Only the size of the palm of the hand, all white piece, long 4 short limbs, but it is like a sketch. Even the palms of the feet are not. It was like a white carrot that had grown on all 4s, but the top few blades of grass were a fiery red color, like brilliant flames waving at the top of the head. On the body of this white donut, It is surprising that the traces of the five senses are still vaguely visible, only that they have not been completely molded. Boom! There was a strong wind whistling steeply around him, and an unknown number of attacks were coming towards Jiang Ming's vital points around his body at the same time, covering him crazily. Pumba! A fluffy blood splash. Just a moment. There are more than 10 people exploded and opened. The river was dyed red. I'll only practice forbidden arts if I'm immortal. Long Sky Fine Rain reminds you, after reading remember to collect. The next time I update you only convenient to continue to read. Oh, look forward to exciting continue. You can also use the mobile version, WAP. Anytime and anywhere can read without hindrance. Chapter 124 Martial Arts Myth, Big Chapter Seeking Subscription. Sound of a crash. The river rushes forward, splashing blood and flesh, staining large swaths of the river red. However, this tragic sight did not scare off the other martial artists, as more people let out greedy hisses and rushed up with red eyes. As long as a person with clear reasoning knows how powerful an expert who can kill more than 10 martial artists in a split second is. However, when the white medicinal king appeared, emitting a tantalizing smell of fresh fragrance, how many people could keep their sanity? Riches and riches, that's probably the only thing on these people's minds at this point. Boom! A nearby martial arts master, the first to enter, mercilessly swept away several blocking martial artists, and his blood energy transformed into a 3-foot green blade, fiercely chopping at Jiang Ming's arm that was clutching the pill king. This king of medicine, is the old man S? His eyes flashed with ecstasy. Pang! However, the next moment, Jiang Ming lightly stretched out a hand, clutched his neck, like lifting a small chicken, lifting him in mid-air, and then gently twisted. Kacha twisted off, casually thrown in the river. The body along the turbulent river, washed away without a trace. Blood splatters continue to splash. Jiang Ming leisurely stepping on the river against the current, beside the body constantly fell into the river, limbs and broken flesh flying, like a tragic scene of hell. From afar, the martial artists who were not yet involved in the scramble were all staring at this scene in horror. Those who rushed up, from ordinary martial artists to martial arts masters. Surprisingly, there was no one who could walk through a single move in the hands of that person holding the pill king, as if no matter how strong a martial artist is, they are all ants to him. Grandmaster. He must be a martial arts grandmaster. Damn. How did a patriarch find it first? Many people had ugly faces and felt that their luck was too bad. Although the patriarch is powerful, he is not omniscient. In the matter of finding the medicine king, he may not be able to exert his ability to exceed the others by much. Therefore very few patriarchs personally go down to the field. They all send their subordinates to fight for it, and then finally step in to pick the peaches. Who would have thought that there would be such a tireless patriarch, who did not have the face to drill into the river to find the medicine king, and it was really found by him. Code. Bad luck. Many of the martial artists who were rushing towards the river saw the blood and broken flesh that kept drifting up in front of them. Their eyelids jumped wildly, and without hesitation, they turned their heads and ran. If there was a chance to fish in troubled waters earlier, at this time, the pill king fell into the hands of the patriarch. Then there is really no chance at all. In less than an incense stick of time, the first wave of hot-headed people who rushed up were killed cleanly. The river is heaving, but only one person is standing, surrounded by countless ambushed bodies. No one dares to rush forward anymore. Is this the battle power of a patriarch? Countless martial artists looked at the blood-red river, as well as the broken corpses and remnants of flesh floating on the river. Are all fearful in their hearts and souls, and do not dare to issue another sound. The world as patriarchs are rare. Most people only hear the name of the patriarch, and rarely see the patriarch out of hand. And not many people can see the real strength of the patriarch, and the party this scene, but a lot of people are scared out of their wits, completely realize the terror of the patriarch. A dozen or so martial arts masters rushed up. Even a wave did not make a fuss. There is no movement, said a martial artist trembling, looking fearfully at the river. A martial arts master's head, floating up and down like a leather ball, above the waterfall. Fong Zishuang and Tong Bo, too, were staring at the scene in disbelief. Is that Wang Wu? Fong Zishuang murmured with some uncertainty. Tong Bo also opened his mouth, not knowing what to say. Just now he seemed to be advising people not to take risks. It is difficult to become a great man? The two of them looked at each other, and only then did they realize that all the bullskin this Wang Wu had blown before turned out to be true. At this moment, Jiang Ming leaped and jumped from the river valley below to the waterfall, and none of the thousands of martial artists dared to make a sound to stop him. Jiang Ming passed by the two Fong Zishuang and smiled. Told you, I'm very powerful. These outsiders can't beat me. After saying that, He was clutching the Pill King and preparing to leave. Fang Zishang also can only helplessly bitter smile. Who has seen you so meticulously patriarchal? Stand still. What kind of curmudgeon dares to take away my Yun Kingdom's national fortune? Right at this moment, a thunderous drinking voice abruptly sounded across the waterfall, shocking countless people's eardrums with pain and dizziness. Another patriarch. The hearts of many martial artists were shaken. Was it finally coming? A duel between the sect masters? Boom! A breath steeply erupted. Jiang Ming twisted his head to look, only to see a burly figure standing in the distance. His face is cold and extreme. Between the eyes of the murderous intent surging. That is not know how many people have killed people to brew out of the. Fang Zishang also changed her face and hurriedly whispered. He is Lu Huaji, suspected to be the strongest patriarch in the Cloud Country. You must be careful. Patriarch hearing how keen. Lu Hua pulled a cold laugh. Fang family people also dare to appear in the vicinity of the capital. Is wanting to be exterminated? Fang Zishuang's face turned pale, and she instantly didn't dare to utter another word. Jiang Ming, Pill King to hand, had already been lazy. Heard this. Footsteps but completely stopped, turned around. Looks like this old friend is really not doing well. His gaze calmly looked at Lu Huaji. The Medicine King was born between heaven and earth. What does it have to do with the fortunes of your Yun Kingdom? What's more, the district Yun Kingdom. What the? Wow. The river valley up and down suddenly boiling. This is also too damn burning off. Even if the master does not care about the dynasty change, but generally is also peaceful. However, seen such a fierce existence, directly to a country to open scolding. Fang Zishang's eyes also lit up, almost shouting out loud, but on second thought, he is also a person of the Cloud Country, and quickly closed his mouth. Good guts. It seems that today, another patriarch will fall. Lu Huaji stepped forward step by step, his blood aura growing more and more exuberant. Hand over the Pill King, and I'll leave you with a whole body. Boom. Behind Jiang Ming, another aura erupted abruptly. A figure in Xian clothes stood with his arms folded, his beard and hair all white, but his entire person exuded a majestic and incomparable aura as he indifferently looked at Jiang Ming. This is the Emperor of the Cloud Kingdom, Zhang Yuanhe? Many people exclaimed in shock, not realizing that for the sake of a Pill King, the founding emperor of this Cloud Country, had even personally visited this place. Rumor has it that he has long since abdicated and died of old age, but I didn't think he would last this long. Boom boom boom. In just a few short breaths, four more figures appeared, standing in the four directions of the river valley. All the martial artists are holding their breath, and their hearts seem to have stopped beating. Legendary martial arts masters. Some people have a rare glimpse in their lives, and today there are so many of them. How come all these patriarchs are so faceless? Never heard of them before? We don't have that many martial arts masters in Yun Kingdom. Could it be a patriarch from outside the Cloud Kingdom? Someone said in disbelief. Jiang Ming, on the other hand, narrowed his eyes slightly as he looked towards the four unfamiliar figures, sensing the kind of aura in their bodies that was different from that of a martial artist, and revealed a smile. Finally revealed chicken feet. Bah! Horse feed it. Seems Liang family was destroyed. This Fire Lotus Valley is down the blood. Sent so many people, and really in the Cloud Country hooked up. No wonder this Medicine King fiasco. Did not see other masters. The original is the Fire Lotus Valley in the layout of the blood. The other masters are afraid that I already know the news butch. Only I am the drums of the clan Ah. However, these people are both immortal cultivators and patriarchs, and I don't know whether they are martial arts experts cultivated by the Fire Lotus Valley or patriarchs who have gone out from this heaven and earth. Jiang Ming pondered for a moment, then he didn't bother to think about it. Who cares what's going on? If he kills all of them, there won't be that much trouble. I think that's such a talent. For the Fire Lotus Valley, it is also very precious. That kills up. Happier. In the river valley, an unfamiliar patriarch sneered. This friend, the Pill King, is not something you should take. Jiang Ming's gaze was tantalizing as he said carelessly. What? Who stipulates that this Pill King must belong to the Fire Lotus Valley? The Valley of the Flaming Lotus? What force? The many onlooker martial artists all looked puzzled. On the other hand, those unfamiliar sect masters, including Lu Huaji and Zhang Yuanhe, were all turning pale and staring at Jiang Ming with a deadpan expression. How do you know this name? Lu Huaji shouted morosely. You'll know soon enough. Jiang Ming stood with his arms folded, looking at Lu Huaji with a smile on his face. Lu Huaji body breath taut, vigilant staring at this mysterious patriarch. Can know the existence of the Fire Lotus Valley? By no means ordinary patriarch. Aha! Suddenly, Lu Huaji felt a slight chill in his heart, and an indescribable feeling surged through his heart, causing him to involuntarily reveal a serene smile. What Medicine King? What rights? Everything in this world is not important. The mountain wind such as a lover's hair on the face. It seems that only the tranquility of this moment is the only wrong. A fear suddenly arose in Lu Huaji's heart, but it was already too late. In the next moment, the blood chi in his body quietly dissipated, and his body fell backward powerlessly. Consciousness quickly plunged into darkness. This moment of Lu Huaji finally knew the identity of the person in front of him. Martial arts myth, nameless, surname Pang. Lu Huaji's body smashed on the ground, splashing a shower of fallen leaves. Until this moment, it was only when someone realized that something was wrong. The Lu family was terrified beyond measure and went up to cry out, but they could no longer wake up this old ancestor of the Lu family. Zhang Yuan's body was cold through and through, staring at Lu Huaji's corpse in horror. Lover, without trace, nameless, you are nameless. Back then, when Nameless killed the Liang family with Wu Shang, it was a big event that shocked both inside and outside of Yen. Not only was the martial arts myth of Nameless famous, but the Wu Shang under his command was also a frightening experience. The Liang family head, who was at the peak of the martial arts master, was stabbed to death by Wu Hen with a single stab. So many years have passed, and there have long been people who suspect that Wu Hen has already broken through to the Zong master, but no one has ever seen him strike again. However, the kind of skill that kills without traces is enough to become an unforgettable memory for many people. The quiet smile that is like seeing a lover before death is too chilling. That knife named Lover is also the one that has kept many martial arts masters awake at night, doubting whether they could have blocked that knife if Wushu had become a master. I didn't expect that after 70 years, Wu Hen's first strike would directly kill a great master in his prime. Such a killer master. Absolutely more than normal martial arts master to scare countless times. Even Zhang Yuan. At this time there are some winds to look around, for fear of being that no traces touched close to the front. Instead, his horrified cry was the one that made the entire river valley boil. Nameless? Although this name had not been mentioned for a long time, as long as one was a martial artist with a good reputation, they had all heard of this world's only martial arts myth, rumored to be the most powerful patriarch in heaven and earth. Decades passed. Some thought he had long passed away quietly. Some thought he had left this heaven and earth, but did not expect that on this day, the martial arts myth reappeared in the world. Truly a mythological style has not yet made a move, but scared the hall of the founding emperor. Martial arts master face pale, terrified. Just one of his men can easily attack and kill a martial master. So what kind of strength should this Nameless be? A great man should have this kind of style. The many martial artists looked at this scene with conviction, only feeling that it was not a vain trip anymore. The faces of those few Fire Lotus Valley patriarchs, however, suddenly revealed killing intent. You destroyed the Liang family? So what? Today, you all go down to accompany them too. Jiang Ming said tantalizingly. Since he had already formed a feud, he could only settle the trouble cleanly. A Fire Lotus Valley patriarch laughed back in anger. Kid, don't really take what martial arts myths seriously. In our eyes, you are just an unseen turd. If it is in the outside world, I can pinch you to death with my hand. Jiang Ming looked at him with pity and sighed softly. It's only a pity that you have come to my place. Boom! His blood chi exploded fiercely, and his body swept out like a rock spreading its wings, and in the blink of an eye, he arrived in front of the person who had spoken, and his fist slammed down fiercely. Seek death. This patriarch's face was ice cold as he raised his hand and ushered in a palm. However, just the moment his fists and palms met, his face changed dramatically. Boom! The terrifying force exploded, and half of this patriarch's body was blown to pieces on the spot, and the entire person died. His face is still with a color of disbelief, as if he did not expect that his hall of immortal cultivators and martial arts masters would die under an unseen turd. Eugene, the other three patriarchs were in a rage. They are high and mighty immortal cultivators. How can they die here? The anger and killing intent in the eyes of a few people was like it was going to turn into substance. This is not right. Join forces and kill him. The three of them swept out in unison, and their blood energy transformed into various blades and weapons, frantically chopping away. Zhang Yuan's face was ruthless, and he also wanted to kill forward, but he suddenly saw a molded lake figure that seemed to flash by not far ahead. He was horrified and searched for the figure, but he could no longer find it. The crest seemed to be a little cold, and Zhang Yuan had frozen in place and no longer dared to move. Boom boom boom. In the middle of the battlefield, blood energy exploded, boulders crumbled in all directions, and the river water swept back high into the sky. Yet Jiang Ming walked idly, blocking with his physical body casually, attacking and killing a Flame Lotus Valley patriarch, and quietly pressing his palm on his chest like a ghost. Pung! Palm power gulping. This patriarch's chest was immediately collapsed. 5 viscera and 6 bowels were directly squeezed and broken. The whole person coughed up blood and flew out horizontally, and the visceral fragments were coughed out from the mouth. Obviously, they have already been unable to live. The second Fire Lotus Valley Patriarch fell. How is it possible? The remaining two looked at this scene with horror. How could this person's flesh be so terrifying? Quickly use a talisman. The two of them pulled out a piece of reddish talisman paper with a decent texture in unison, and injected spiritual energy into it to activate it. At this moment, they all don't care about the rules of heaven and earth. If they continue to fight like this, the two of them will also die here. They simply cannot imagine how there can be such a powerful martial artist in this heaven and earth. Even that Zhou Pingshi, when he first left this heaven and earth back then, he definitely did not have such terrifying strength. Boom boom. The two talisman paper rose tremendously against the wind, respectively transforming into a fireball as big as a human head, and a fire snake, carrying a blazing incomparable high temperature, surging forward to attack. This time, I'll see how you can still live, forcing us to use the talisman. You should die without regret. Both of them were grimacing. The talisman was a tricky way to take, and could be driven with a weak spiritual power, but even so, the force of the rules of heaven and earth that they were subjected to was enough to nullify them into mortals, and perhaps they would not be able to cultivate in the future, but it's better than being killed here anyway. Immortals, immortals. In the river valley, all the martial artists who saw the scene screamed out in shock, their bodies trembling with excitement. Today was indeed not in vain. Not only could we see the battle of the sect masters, but we also saw an immortal make a move. And this battle will definitely be recorded in the annals of history and passed down for 1,000 years. It's a pity that this martial arts myth seems to be finally coming to an end. Many people, on the other hand, were shocked, and at the same time, their faces showed nervousness and loss. Although the immortals were very powerful, but after all, they were people who practiced martial arts, and they were not willing to see the myth in their hearts fall so miserably. The next moment, however, their eyes widened in disbelief as they stared at what was happening. A scene. I only saw Jiang Ming's clothes, blown by the incoming heat wave, hunting, almost burning up. However, he was standing still, and launched a palm flat, simultaneously needing the spells transformed by the two runic papers. Boom! The flames raged, but a crimson barrier made of blood energy stretched across Jiang Ming's body, blocking the two spells. Boom boom boom! Searing hot and horrible power continued to attack. Even that blood strength barrier was burned out bursts of black smoke. Some places are almost burned out holes. However, when the blood strength barrier finally couldn't support it and completely collapsed, in the void, there was also only a small wisp of fire left, feebly floating toward Jiang Ming. Bang! With a casual slap of his hand, Jiang Ming slapped the small flame away. The spells of this immortal were blocked? Everyone was stupefied. To use a mortal's body to resist an immortal's spells. What kind of greatness was this? The martial arts myth. Real martial arts myth. A martial artist with half-white hair was red in the face and roared incoherently, and was close to falling directly to his knees. Blocked? In the distance, Zhang Yuanhe was completely dumbfounded. When ordinary martial artists saw this scene, they only thought that this martial arts myth was really powerful and could block the immortal spells. However, only Zhang Yuanhe, who was also a patriarch, understood just how shocking this scene was, indicating that this nameless blood strength had been refined to a level that was sufficient to be comparable to an immortal cultivator's spiritual power. With the path of martial arts, it is comparable to the path of immortality. This is the real martial arts path in the legend. Zhang Yuanhe was in tears. To this day, he finally saw the real martial way. Even if he died here, he had no regrets. In the river valley, those two remaining Fire Lotus Valley immortal cultivators fell helplessly into the river water, staring blankly at the unharmed Jiang Ming, finally realizing what kind of people they had messed with. The invisible rules of heaven and earth had descended down, and the two men, covered in blood, lay powerless in the river water, staring blankly at the figure that walked slowly, unharmed. The way of the martial arts, the way of the gods. A Fire Lotus Valley cultivator broke off. Even in the immortal cultivation world, it's almost impossible to see people like this. Pang! Jiang Ming stomped on the two heads and mashed all four immortal cultivator corpses to pieces, turning them into minced meat to be washed away by the river, before he was relieved to wash his hands and pull out that Pill King from his arms. Now he is just a rookie against these powerful and unrivaled immortal cultivators. Naturally, he should do things more thoroughly. It didn't scare you? Jiang Ming looked at the Medicine King and smiled. The Pill King white dumpling was lying straight in Jiang Ming's palm, the red grass blades on top of its head drooping and motionless. It's kinda from the heart. Jiang Ming tucked it back in again and took a step in front of the last martial grandmaster, Zhang Yuanhe, the founding emperor of the Cloud Kingdom. How about another fight? Jiang Mingtan smiled. Zhang Yuanhe's face was bitter, but he bowed down without hesitation, as if seeing a god, and respectfully said, Yuan, he deserves to die. Please forgive me. Lord Nameless. Boom. The atmosphere of the entire river valley reached its climax in this instant, and all the martial artists went crazy. What kind of scene was this? The martial arts master, the king of a country, the founding emperor, the Zhang Yuanhe who had left a great reputation in the history books, was just like this to one person, not hesitating to ask for forgiveness and admit his mistake. That's the way a man should be born. 96. The long sky fine rain reminds you, after reading remember to collect, www. The next time I update your convenience to continue to read look forward to wonderful continue. You can also use the mobile version, WAP. Anytime and anywhere can read without hindrance. Chapter 125, 3,000 Years in One Day. Yunmeng Mountain. All the gazes converged on that seemingly juvenile figure. Yet no one dared to show any disrespect. Nameless. No one knows his real name and face, but every time this name appears, it is accompanied by the fall of the patriarch. A true martial arts myth. With the heads of patriarchs, piled up with supreme prestige, you can call it what no one has ever done before, maybe equally what no one will do after. Jiang Ming, on the other hand, stood in front of Zhang Yuanhe, overlooking this emperor of the Cloud Kingdom who was bowing to him, and suddenly revealed a smile. This cloud country has just been stabilized for several decades. Today, so I want to kill you first. In Ping'an town is used to seeing the war. Jiang Ming only feel bored with it, too lazy to ignite the fire of war again because of his own hand. Zhang Yuanhe sniffed, and hastily let out a big sigh of relief, and his long tightened body stumbled and almost didn't stand still. Jiang Ming did not care about him again. A step out. The figure will be like a goose swept out. A few leaps disappeared in the sight of all the martial artists. A martial artist stared blankly at the direction where Nameless disappeared and muttered, "This Pill King fiasco is destined to go down in history." The other martial artists also looked excited, itching to leave this place immediately and spread the word about everything that happened. Within a few days, the news of today's battle spread like a hurricane to the clouds and beyond, and was known by countless people and thoroughly recorded in the martial arts legends of this heaven and earth. Martial arts myth Nameless also became the subsequent countless years, the world of martial artists in pursuit of the object. However, since then, Nameless has no longer appeared in the eyes of the world. Some people speculate that even martial arts myths can't escape old age and death, but more people prefer to believe that Nameless has become an immortal and left this heaven and earth. Boom! Fist awnings piercing the eyes. Jiang Ming blasted a man into two, and continued to walk forward with his face as normal. Along the way, he had already killed a dozen more ungrateful guys. After all, the Battle of the River Valley has not spread to the periphery of the mountain forest, not to mention that no one knows that he is nameless. Many ruthless people are lurking in this mountain forest, waiting for the fat sheep to pass by. Only no one could have imagined that what they waited for was not a fat sheep, but a fierce tiger. It looks like I've done a great deed after all. Jiang Ming suddenly realized, if he did not seize the king of medicine, then the river valley is bound to have more crazy bloody killing. What he did, but also invariably avoided the death of many people. So I'm a good guy. As for those he killed, well, let's call it a necessary sacrifice. But killing the people of the Fire Lotus Valley is also considered a great revenge, although the one who killed them was nameless. Who knows if the Fire Lotus Valley has any divine means that can project my Jiang Ming's name? Jiang Ming then contemplated with a heavy gaze. The face of immortal cultivators cannot be as casual as the face of martial artists, even if the name is changed. There is no guarantee that it will not be uncovered. So, this little book of my cultivation world, Fire Lotus Valley is the first name. Jiang Ming's eyes were certain. Very good. Finally the first small goal in the immortal cultivation world. Since I killed your people, you will definitely look for me to take revenge. You will bring me trouble if you look for me to take revenge. And I am so afraid of trouble. I can only think of a way to solve the trouble once and for all. Soon, Jiang Ming arrived in a valley, the fiery red tumbling miasma still in front of him, not much different from a few decades ago. Finally, it's back. Jiang Ming was a little apprehensive, and he didn't know how things were down in the valley after decades had passed. He took a deep breath and leapt. Exhale. Passing through the layers of miasma, Jiang Ming landed at the bottom of the valley, still surrounded by fire mayflies flying around, miserable and ugly. The aura here is really much thicker. Jiang Ming sensed the situation for a moment. Although compared to that year's great outbreak of the immortal fate storm, it was still worse than that of the but according to what Dr. Sun said last time, the residual aura of this small outbreak can also last a few years. If he were to dive into cultivation here for a while, he might be able to rush into the 6th level of Qi cultivation. I don't know if Dr. Sun has passed through the life and death tribulation. Jiang Ming then sighed, and went upstream along the stream next to the mountain wall, gradually approaching the fissure where Dr. Sun was hiding. Yet the chubby old man's son did not come out to greet him. There was no movement around him. Jiang Ming had a bad premonition in his heart, and walked to the mountain wall where that crack was located and tried to cast the forbidden spirit seal. This is the key to unlock the seal of this place. Clamor. The crack opened and even more pure aura overflowed. Jiang Ming hurriedly stepped into it and sealed the crack again, walking quickly to the end of the crack. The sky ahead was bright. Jiang Ming slightly squinted his eyes, and then he saw a figure reclining on a bamboo chair in front of an incredibly dilapidated wooden hut, full of twilight. And when he saw Jiang Ming coming, he immediately revealed a tragic smile. Failed? Jiang Ming tried. Unwillingly nah. Dr. Sun sighed longingly. The rules of this heaven and earth seem to be incomplete as well. I failed to completely understand the fifth layer of the forbidden spirit seal. His forbidden spirit seal, really from this birth of the world to comprehend. But unfortunately the road ahead has been broken. Jiang Ming sighed, then remembered something and pulled out the lump of fat white pill king in his arms. I captured this pill king. Is it useful to you? Dr. Sun shook his head. The effectiveness of this medicine king, for immortal cultivators or martial artists to break through the cultivation has a miraculous effect, but for the healing of life-saving general, can only be said to be slightly stronger than the fire cloud grass? Right. To me has not been able to play any use. By the way, how exactly was the pill king born? Jiang Ming wondered. Similar to the fire cloud grass, fire mayflies that fail to metamorphose into the purple root grass evolve into the fire cloud grass, while fire mayflies that succeed in their metamorphosis are also scorched to death by the power of the sun, and are incorporated into the fire cloud grass to make them evolve again, which is the king of medicine. Dr. Sun said. His tone seemed a bit disappointed. Such a metamorphosis is simply a wrong path. Even if the metamorphosis is successful, there is no way to survive. Jiang Ming looked at him suspiciously, not understanding why he was so touched by the life and death of the fire mayfly. Well, today the aura in this valley has reached its peak. I will do a life and death struggle here. Dr. Sun is no longer say more. Tongue from the bamboo chair stood up, cloudy eyes, flashing with unprecedented light. Kid, this may be my last time to perform the forbidden spirit seal. You can watch. Jiang Ming could only sigh and didn't say much. Perhaps if we continue to stay up, we can still survive for some more years. But Dr. Sun is obviously not willing to live like this. Boom. Dr. Sun pinched his hands together, and one after another complicated and mysterious runes flowed out from between his fingers and palms, like tadpoles swimming and butterflies flying, circling around him and drawing spiritual chi from heaven and earth. Jiang Ming eyes wide open, carefully staring at each of those runes. These runes as if they have broken through the scope of the 6 basic seals. Each rune contains several kinds of seals' true meaning. The 6 seals as if at this point in time combined with countless kinds of subtle meaning, so that Jiang Ming's eyes wide open, for the understanding of the forbidden spirit seals, but also rapidly deepen. Gradually, all the runes became radiant, as if they were alive, and then rushed into Dr. Sun's body in unison. Rolling. Vaguely, Jiang Ming seemed to hear the innate thunder, and this heaven and earth seemed to have discovered this being that should not exist. But the thunder flickered and passed away, as if it had lost its target again. Boom boom boom. Dr. Sun's body constantly erupted a variety of strange fluctuations. His breath is also suddenly strong and weak, seems to be in some kind of drastic and incomparable metamorphosis. There is a moment of light contained in the eyes, so that Jiang Ming are a burst of heart season. It seems that old man Sun remembered this point correctly, and was indeed a terrifyingly great expert back then. Jiang Ming heart secretly shocked. Just do not know this old man claimed to be the demon king is what cultivation? In the cultivation world and what position? Suddenly, Jiang Ming's face changed slightly as he looked at Dr. Sun. Bang, bang, bang. There seems to be some kind of sound, ringing in his body, just like a string breaking general. Sun Dafu's breath is also crazy all the way down. Just a moment. Dr. Sun's breath is completely fell, nothing left. In Jiang Ming's eyes at this time, Dr. Sun and an ordinary person is no difference. Dr. Sun's body stumbled and nearly fell to the ground. Jiang Ming quickly prepared to help him, but Dr. Sun waved his hand. His voice seemed to carry an unprecedented calmness. No need to walk with me. Jiang Ming's movement was a beat, and the result was already in his heart. Dr. Sun's complete failure. He could already feel that the vitality that was draining out of Dr. Sun's body, and he was afraid that he wouldn't be able to last even half an hour. This demon king, who had been roaming the immortal cultivation world for thousands of years, was only afraid that he would fall today. These 2 old friends of yours have already awakened once, only to fall asleep again. The 2 walked to that dry well. Dr. Sun slowly said. Jiang Ming hastened to look into the well. then saw the white four masters and black beans, still breathless lying at the bottom of the well, but now the two of the fur, seems to be bright a lot of, body also looks as if back to the prime of life, no longer the year of the decay of the weather. Jiang Ming's gaze stared. What's the situation? They seem to have some kind of connection with the dry well, were nourished by the unknown power in the dry well and awakened, but a few days later they were pulled in by an inexplicable force and fell into a deep sleep. Dr. Sun shook his head and said, now if we take them away hastily, I'm afraid it will cause unknown consequences, but I could sense before that their conditions are getting better, and their life forms are in the midst of evolution. If they sleep here for 100 years or even longer, perhaps after waking up again, they will be two great demons with notable strength. Jiang Ming froze for a moment, and suddenly looked at Dr. Sun, the you of that year metamorphosed into a demon. Is it also related to this dry well? Born in this Yunmeng mountain, and turned into a great demon. White for Moncler both now occurring metamorphosis. And how similar to the experience of this Sun Dafu. Dr. Sun laughed softly and shook his head. Even if it is related, it was before I was born spiritually. I don't remember it at all, but what you said might have a point. The two of them walked out of this secret land again, and came to the deep valley outside the crack, where the fire mayflies in the sky were flying all over the sky, constantly devouring the fiery red miasma, and going from being ugly and incomparable to being covered with splendor. Rushing into that miasma, Dr. Sun looked at the fire mayflies that were flying around freely and gradually became a bit dumbfounded. He suddenly turned back and looked at Jiang Ming beside him. Do you think it's worth it for the fire mayflies to swallow the poisonous miasma in order to break out of this deep valley, but they can only live for one day? In my opinion, it's certainly not worth it. Jiang Ming laughed softly. One day is enough for what? There are many meanings of life, but with such a short life, where is the time to experience those meanings? Just as you have lived for 3,000 years before you can experience the endless scenery and realize the colorfulness of your old home. If you only live for one day, I am afraid that you will not even be able to see a single river in Yunmeng Mountain. And how will you know its beauty? Dr. Sun laughed bitterly, gently shook his head, and said quietly, 3,000 years ago, I also thought the same way. Why fire mayflies can only live for one day? If they do not swallow that miasma, is it possible to live longer? The evening sunlight shone through the thick miasma, like firelight on Dr. Sun's body, but his body was getting colder and colder, as if he couldn't feel this warmth, and many downy hairs had already been born on top of his arms, which turned into two long, slender tentacles, and behind him, two huge, translucent feathered wings slowly stretched out, and his cloudy eyes seemed to become more yellow, with crystalline tentacles sprouting from his forehead. You are. Jiang Ming looked at Dr. Sun, who slowly revealed his prototype, just like a large mutant fire mayfly, but his tentacles and feathers is not the kind of reddish splendor seen outside the valley, but the ugly incomparable miserable white, and the bottom of this deep valley, those just born ugly fire mayfly general. Dr. Sun lowered his head and somewhat disappointedly, he looked at his tentacles. It turns out that you can really live longer without swallowing miasma. E.g., 3,000 years. Jiang Ming looked at Dr. Sun in a daze, and that ridiculous speculation in his heart back then was actually true. Dr. Sun's face was getting paler and paler, his chubby body was becoming thin, and his fluffy limbs were vaguely visible under his thin clothes. A fire mayfly that has only been alive for 3,000 years will never be able to realize what it feels like to fly in splendor with fire wings on? Which is more meaningful? 3,000 years of life or a single day? Fine downy hair has been born from his face. The eyes also gradually lose the spirit, gradually become stagnant. He looked at Jiang Ming as if he was recognizing him for the first time and began to mumble unconsciously. Hello, my name is Full of Clouds. I was born to see a sky full of clouds. Jiang Ming knew for the first time the real name of Sun Dafu, but the Sun Dafu on the verge of death. It seems that he no longer recognized him. The face of the fine fluffy hairs completely covered. The whole person gradually transformed into a large fire mayfly. 3,000 years of the Demon King. Now the cultivation is scattered, completely changed back to its original form. It flapped its ugly wings, together with those newly born fire mayflies, flew toward the miasma in the sky, and its body became smaller and smaller, until Jiang Ming could no longer distinguish which fire mayfly was him. As the sky darkened, the fire mayflies of the morning glory fell one by one, laying in thick layers on the ground like red and white intertwined fallen flowers. Jiang Ming knows that one of those fire mayflies is called the full sky cloud, and it has lived for 3,000 years. 3,000 years. It makes sense after all. Jiang Ming whispered. At the very least, you have seen a different scenery. Is the only fire mayfly in control of their own destiny, to have lived and experienced, is the meaning. Jiang Ming looked at the fiery red miasma that filled the sky and muttered to himself, but a day might be worth it. After all, I'm not a fire mayfly, so how am I in a position to judge their lives and whether they are worth it? What I can do is to take control of my life, even if I don't live forever. Every day has to be meaningful. Otherwise, even if you live for 1,000 years, 10,000 years, and really cultivate into a fairy, if you look back and see nothing, then what's the point of cultivating this fairy? Wouldn't it be worse than a tiny fire mayfly? 96. The long sky fine rain reminds you, after reading remember to collect, www. The next time I update your convenience to continue to read look forward to wonderful continue. You can also use the mobile version, WAP. Anytime and anywhere can read without hindrance. No. 126 Encountering Immortal Cultivators on the Road. In the 80th year of the Great Cloud Calendar, the founding emperor of the Cloud Kingdom, a generation of Master Zhang Yuanhe, fell. In the south of the Cloud Country, 3 vassal kings rose up, and the large Cloud Country seems to be plunged into the storm again. In Ping'an County, in a modest tavern, some old farmers and medicine pickers in shabby clothes were discussing, in lowered voices, the great events that had occurred in recent times. I heard that there was a bloody incident in the palace. Someone killed into the palace. The emperor is not necessarily the end of life. Alas, is the Grand Master of Martial Arts so miserable? In the corner of the tavern, a big man with an ordinary face was silently drinking wine. The passing of a generation. Jiang Ming had no intention of exploring how Zhang Yuan had died. He wasn't familiar with the guy either, but he still felt some emotion when he heard about it. Another decade has passed since the Drug King fiasco of the year. Even this martial arts master who had experienced the Tsongshan King's rebellion and led the Feiyan army to rise up and establish the Cloud Kingdom had already died, and it was even more difficult to find a recognizable face with Jiang Ming's contemporaries, whether friend or foe. There is no longer a familiar deceased person to be found in this world. Just when I said I didn't recognize anyone, someone from the past came back. Jiang Ming shook his head and laughed, drinking the wine in his bowl, getting up and leaving the tavern, walking through Ping'an County, which was full of unfamiliar faces, and returning to the Cloud Dream Mountain. On top of a steep and lonely peak, Jiang Ming casually sat down and watched the clouds roll in front of him. Your Honor, a gray-robed figure, silently appearing behind Jiang Ming, bowed. 10 years, you also stepped into the 3rd level of Qi practicing. Jiang Ming twisted his head and glanced behind him, the dusty middle-aged man, tantalizingly smiling. Over the past 10 years, Jiang Ming's understanding of the Forbidden Spirit Seal had grown deeper and deeper, and he had already comprehended the 2 basic seals, and his sense of aura was incomparably sharp, able to easily see through his cultivation. Of course, this is only the Qi practicing stage. If it is the foundation stage, Jiang Ming will not necessarily be able to see through it. Traceless bowed and said yes, without any look of shock on his face from being seen through. He was different from Miss Wang. In Wu Hun's mind, this lord would always be incomparably powerful, and even though he had already set foot on the path of immortal cultivation, he hadn't changed this thought. Tell us what you saw and heard in the world of immortals, Jiang Ming said. Since the Pill King fiasco had subsided back then, Jiang Ming had stayed in the secret place of the withered well where Dr. Sun was hiding, practicing with the help of the aura that remained there. While no trace was sent by him to explore the Red Pine Snow Plain and the immortal cultivation world, the two agreed to meet here 10 years later if there were no accidents. Although he planned to travel to the immortal cultivation world, he had to be prepared for any eventuality. As a martial arts master of the assassination way, Wu Trace's attainments in the proper sneaking one, even Jiang Ming is difficult to compare. The ability to live naturally need not be said, which is also the reason why Jiang Ming sent him out. Of course, Jiang Ming also had some of his own insights in sneaking around, but he was too lazy to bother learning these tactics from Traceless. The Red Pine Snowfield is indeed a path to the immortal cultivation world. No Trace respectfully said, I follow a path you gave me to explore. The road did not encounter any trouble, then arrived at the cultivation world, but the depths of the Red Pine Snow Plains is incomparably cold. I'm afraid that under the Patriarch cannot pass. In addition to encountering some ferocious beasts, the strongest even comparable to the Patriarch, but they were all careful to avoid. Jiang Ming nodded slightly, from the jade slip he had gotten back then, as well as from the mouth of that cheap disciple of his, Zhao Hong. Jiang Ming had gotten at least 5 or 6 paths, and gave a few of them to Traceless as well. These situations, on the contrary, were generally the same as those described by Zhao Hong, and although there were paths leading to the immortal cultivation realm, ordinary people could not go there, and outside the Red Pine Snow Plain, there is a cultivation dynasty called the Feather Kingdom, with a vast territory. According to the information I have learned, there are 3 big caves, 6 great blessed places, and other forests of many cultivation sects within the Feather Kingdom. and I joined the Immortal cultivation sect called Yunshi sect, which is one of the 6 great blessings. Jiang Ming was surprised, said, looks like you have a good talent. In order to know more information about the cultivation world, I participated in the Yunshi sect's entrance trial, because the age is too big did not pass, but Yunshi sect, an elder, that I can cultivate into a martial arts master, but also in the concealment of a talent is good. Broken into the door to incorporate me into the door, Wuxian honestly said. Jiang Ming nodded and continued to ask, what about the Fire Lotus Valley? The Fire Lotus Valley is one of the strongest several clans within a few thousand miles outside the Red Pine Snowplain. Although it cannot be compared to the 6 blessed places, it also has an early stage of Jiadan sitting in the town, with a legacy of more than 1,000 years, and it is the oldest strength within the Feathered Kingdom. Adults must be careful after arriving at the Immortal cultivation realm. As for the neighborhood, there are still Qingyin Pavilion, Li Jian Sect, Little Thousand Mountains, and other Jiadan forces. When I first arrived in the Immortal cultivation world, I stayed at Little Thousand Mountains for a while. As Traceless slowly spoke, Jiang Ming was also gradually gaining some initial understanding of that mysterious and vast Immortal cultivation world. It wasn't until the sun was setting in the west that Traceless was able to pretty much talk about what he had seen over the years. Standing respectfully behind Jiang Ming, no Trace, how many years have you followed me? Jiang Ming suddenly laughed. Traceless froze, then said, it's been more than 110 years since my lord picked me up. Jiang Ming calmly said, there is no unending extended banquet in the world. You have already stepped into the Immortal cultivation world, so you will walk on your own in the future. My lord. A trace of bewilderment and trepidation flashed across the wooden face of Traceless, from the once fatherless and motherless beggar boy, to the mighty and powerful absolute master at home and abroad in the clouds, and then see the vast and incomparable world of Immortal cultivation. Wuxian has long since adapted to follow behind this lord. Jiang Ming long stood up, tantalizing smile, no need to panic. Speaking of which, you and I are both 100 years old. Accompanied me all the way to the martial arts master, and then contacted the cultivation world. You have also found your own cultivation path. Now it is time for each to go their own way. Jiang Ming had never thought of controlling anyone's life, whether it was Zhou Wenxiu, or Miss Wang, or the traceless person in front of him. Everyone should walk their own path, just like the man Tian Yun who had mastered his own destiny. Traceless was stunned. He followed Lord Nameless for a long time, and also instantly understood the meaning of this lord. He, on the other hand, never disobeyed this lord's orders. Traceless, I am honored to follow your excellency's orders. Wuhan bowed down and slowly said, if we can meet again in the Immortal cultivation world, if your excellency has any orders, Wuhan is always at your service. Go go go. Jiang Ming waved his hand and urged with a smile. No Trace bowed deeply again before he turned away and disappeared into the mountains with great strides. Jiang Ming looked at the tumbling clouds of smoke in front of him for a long time before he laughed softly. They're all gone. I should go too. After 10 years, he finally broke through to the 6th level of Qi cultivation, but the aura in the secret land of that withered well had already been depleted. The 6th level of Qi cultivation was the end of the middle stage of Qi cultivation. Even if there was another aura outbreak next time, with his qualifications, he wouldn't necessarily be able to break through to the late stage of Qi cultivation, and it was time to leave. Take a stroll, look around, then head to the world of cultivation. A few moments later, Jiang Ming returned to the secret land of the withered well. The 4th master and Black Beans, still sleeping in the dry well, and do not know when they can wake up, and in the field next to the withered well, inserted a thin several circles of the white group, was already molded lake features are now almost disappeared. The head of the fiery red grass leaves are also wilted. This Pill King was born with a spirit, and Jiang Ming didn't want to eat it directly, relying solely on its naturally escaping aura to cultivate over the years. But forgive me, after the aura depletion, this Medicine King is also a little unable to carry. 2 years ago fell into a deep sleep, never moved again. Let's hope you'll come back to life when we get to the Immortal world. Jiang Ming shook his head and pulled it out of the ground, tucking it into his arms. Xingmu seal, flying sword. Jiang Ming checked his own items again, and there is nothing else to take. The unusual sword to the cultivation world, almost no different from scrap iron. The next morning, Jiang Ming walked out of Cloud Dream Mountain and looked back at a glance at this lofty mountain range that is surrounded by smoke and clouds all year round is like a dark giant that sleeps in this heaven and earth. Come back again, but I don't know when or how. Gone. Jiangnan Mansion, Kowloon Lake. Jiang Ming canoeing, in the smoky waters of the lake. Looking at the 9 mountains between the lake shaped like black dragons, he felt something in his heart, melting all kinds of martial arts methods. Took 3 years, and finally, based on the 12 animals such as tigers, eagles, serpents, turtles, and so on, he finally created his own martial arts methods. naming it the 12 true forms. Almost all the martial arts moves I've seen have been melted into the 12 true forms, and if I continue to practice martial arts in the future, I should be able to incorporate them into this system as well. As he had thought back then, Jiang Ming had never thought of giving up the martial arts path. His life was still long, so he might be able to walk out of a real avenue on this path. 10,000 miles away in the west, Jiang Ming arrived at the legendary Thunder Sound Valley. This place is scarcely visited. The only time when the wind and rain, the valley will emit the sound of thunder, like heavenly power. Jiang Ming cultivated the small thunder sound skill on that black stone plate here, and in the thunder sound, the breathing method went further, as if it was in harmony with the sound of the sky and the earth. The tendons and bones of his body shook in unison, and his blood chi was like thunder, and it became more and more exuberant. A full 5 years later, Jiang Ming blood chi condensed to the extreme. Before leaving from this place, north of the Cloud Kingdom, Red Pine Snowfield, a figure slowly walked into it. Counting my age, I'm 150 years old. Jiang Ming walked slowly. These years he put the world between the famous mountains and rivers, almost all over the world, but also saw those legendary secret places, although they have not been in, but in the travel between the realm of martial arts also refined a lot. Nowadays, his blood chi is more condensed than back then. If he encounters the talisman cast by those two immortal cultivators back then, he may really be able to completely block it with the power of his blood energy. It seems that the path of martial arts can really be traveled. Jiang Ming became more and more confident in this path. When blood power could rival spiritual power, how would a martial artist be weaker than an immortal cultivator? Or, the path of martial arts is also another path of immortal cultivation. After all, blood chi can also be quenched with aura. The temperature here is indeed not something a normal person can handle. Jiang Ming walked deeper and deeper into the red pine snow plain. The sky and the earth were also getting colder and colder, and he couldn't see any human beings at all. Even the animals were getting less and less, but they were getting more and more ferocious, and their strengths were all extraordinary. A few days later, Pang, Jiang Ming hammered a snow wolf to death with a single punch and dragged it lightly toward a valley ahead. This should be the legendary place of the Hollow Valley of the Sword, right? He looked up. More than 10 lonely peaks, like a white giant sword straight into the sky, in the middle of the arch out of a valley. The legend is that in the coincidence of chance, can hear the sound of the sword, can attract the martial artist's body of the blood, will be quenched out of a trace of sharp sword intent. But countless martial arts masters throughout the ages come to try. It seems that not many people can succeed. Jiang Ming didn't have much hope, but since he had come here, what was the harm in feeling it? As the saying goes, come what may. Jiang Ming dripped, carried the snow wolf and walked into the valley, melted some snow water and skillfully began to dispose of the carcasses, finally picking a few parts that had a better texture and setting them up on the campfire to begin roasting them. These days, he had killed quite a few ferocious beasts and accidentally discovered that the blood and flesh of the ferocious beasts in this place even contained strange power that could nourish the flesh and blood chi, making it more pure and vigorous. Maybe it's getting close to the world of immortals, Jiang Ming muttered to himself, and when the beast's meat was roasted golden and oily, he didn't care about burning his mouth, so he couldn't wait to feast on it. But there's something mysterious about this place. Jiang Ming while eating, is also while looking around this valley, the super sense of touch hair, but also really give him a sense of mystery. With the Nine Dragon Lake, Thunder Sound Valley and Yunmeng Mountain, equally similar, they all seem to carry a marvelous rhythm. It's not a bad idea to practice here for a while longer. Jiang Ming quickly made a decision. Anyway, this place still belongs to this heaven and earth. In other words, he is still invincible, and he is not afraid to meet any cultivators from the outside world. It shouldn't be that coincidental, Jiang Ming said to himself. However, it did not take long. Jiang Ming is to know that there are things in this world, is so coincidental. Half a month later, the wind and snow are in full force. In the empty valley, there seemed to be a tantalizing sword sound echoing. Jiang Ming stood in the middle of the icy sky and snow and began to practice the 12 true forms, and carefully sensed the sound of these sword calls, trying to melt them into his own martial arts path. Suddenly, the sound of the sword seemed to be mixed with some other sounds. Several figures of extraordinary aura slowly walked in from beyond the empty valley. Ha! There's someone here? A light and melodious woman's voice rang out. Oh, it should be the people of this mundane world. I guess what the stream of martial arts masters is nothing. Just a bunch of turkeys who only know how to train their bodies. Just get rid of them. A few more voices rang out, their tone casual, as if they were talking about chasing away field mice. In the empty valley, Jiang Ming stopped his form inside. Code what kind of luck? Has really encountered an immortal cultivator? But he has nothing to fear. Otherwise he wouldn't have stayed here for so long. Rustle. The sound of footsteps approached, and 5 figures were gradually revealed amidst the wind and snow. 2 young women with outstanding looks, and 3 young men, all with aura breath permeating their bodies, were clearly 5 immortal cultivators. On the white robes of those 3 men, a fire lotus embroidery was familiar, and it was clearly the symbol of the Fire Lotus Valley. 96. The long sky fine rain reminds you, after reading remember to collect, www. The next time I update your convenience to continue to read look forward to wonderful continue. You can also use the mobile version, WAP. Anytime and anywhere can read without hindrance. Chapter 127. Jiang Ming stared at the Fire Lotus embroidery on the chests of the trio, his gaze narrowing slightly. Coincidence? What a ing coincidence. If it wasn't for the fact that no one knew his whereabouts, Jiang Ming would have thought that these people had come specifically to seek revenge. On the other hand, opposite Jiang Ming, the gazes of the 5 people all revealed a hint of a strange light, like suddenly seeing a cockroach in a pure land. A tall young man at the head of the group frowned slightly as he looked at Jiang Ming, who was still standing there motionless. To be able to walk into this sword valley, you should know what we are. What are you waiting for? Why don't you get lost? 6th level of Qi practicing. Jiang Ming sensed the aura within him, while the other 4, ranging from the 4th to the 5th level of Qi practicing, were all mid-level Qi practicing cultivators. According to what Traceless had stated, the middle stage of Qi practicing was considered a core disciple in an ordinary immortal cultivator's power, and even in the Fire Lotus Valley, I'm afraid that the status of these few people was not low. But, Jiang Ming is still a little curious. Sincerely asked, in this piece of heaven and earth, you a cultivator of immortality, are not afraid of me? The tall man couldn't help but reveal a sneer at his words. Afraid of you? Do you think that we are just ordinary immortal cultivators? He reached out with one hand, and the blood energy condensed into 3 crimson blades in his palm, hovering above his palm, emitting a sharp aura. The bodies of the other 2 men are also filled with exuberant blood chi breath. These 3 Fire Lotus Valley disciples are all equally martial arts masters. The 3 of them looked at Jiang Ming playfully, like a cat playing with a mouse, as if they regarded Jiang Ming as a country bumpkin old man, who had never seen the world. The other 2 women, who didn't seem to be from the Fire Lotus Valley, were just looking at the scene with calm gazes, and didn't show any compassion. Or not, it is better to kill it, in case he comes back again. 1T it affect us to sense the sword intent. A woman with a dusty temperament. Her voice is warm and soft, but her words are merciless. In their eyes, Jiang Ming seems to be nothing more than a random bug, to be killed rather than a human being to be treated equally. What a subtle way to control the blood power. Jiang Ming, on the other hand, had no feeling for these words, but instead, his gaze narrowed slightly as he stared at the 3 blood energies that flew deftly in the center of the tall man's palm. In Jiang Ming's senses, the martial intent of these 3 people didn't seem to have reached the level of a grandmaster, but the exuberance of their blood chi, as well as the subtlety of their manipulation of their blood energy, surpassed that of an ordinary grandmaster of martial arts, worthy of being a cultivation sect with a heritage of more than 1,000 years. Its heritage is indeed terrifying, and it seems that it has mastered an extraordinary technique of utilizing blood energy. Jiang Ming looked a bit greedy. The people in their small world could only rely on the martial intent to harden up to Zhongshe. Although this path was the most perfect martial path, the disadvantage was that it was too hard and slow, and since there were too few Zhongshe, they lacked inheritance, and there was no method of fine maneuvering of the blood energy. And in front of a few people, although the martial arts realm is lacking, the degree of blood force condensation is not enough. But this hand of subtle blood force control method is enough to make up for this shortcoming. If it is on the ordinary martial arts master, the chance of victory is even much greater. After all, the cultivation world is rich in resources, even if it does not focus on martial arts. But the hard heap can also pile out some blood-chi powerful people, so that quantitative change causes qualitative change, derived from the blood power manipulation method, is not a difficult thing. But, you should still be afraid when you meet me. Jiang Ming laughed lightly in his heart. It's done. The opposite side has flashed their knives, so what the hell is there to say? I'm going to be in sneak mode. Old man. Boom. Jiang Ming's feet stomped fiercely, and the snow surface instantly sank into a large pit, while his figure, like a giant eagle, swooped out, and in the blink of an eye, he came to the tall man's near front. I'm going to die. The tall man's face sank as he raised his hand and 3 blood-powered blades flew out, cutting towards Jiang Ming's neck, heart, and lower body in a tricky manner. Jiang Ming's body suddenly sidestepped, and his entire body slid like a snake, as if narrowly avoiding the 3 attacks, and then a fist was smashed into the tall man's head. This person's blood energy was not condensed enough, and Jiang Ming's, the flesh is enough to carry hard, but he does not want to scare away a few other people. In case these immortal cultivators have unpredictable means to escape 1 or 2, then he is not a sneak failure. The tall man was also startled. not expecting Jiang Ming's stance to be so skillful, and in his haste, he hastily raised his arm to block. Boom! Chi force overflow. Exploded a group of snowflakes. Two people in a moment. Is a continuous battle, dozens of strokes? Blood collision splash. The sky, wind and snow fluttering. Jiang Ming's face was full of gravity, as if he was dealing with an unprecedented enemy. However, in the eyes of several other immortal cultivators, it was simply too shocking that this strongest among them had failed to take down the other party immediately. To know that the martial arts masters of this heaven and earth, but only the blood strength condensed some just, but the use of the method is crude. They have also met a few native masters, are casually defeated. I just didn't expect to meet a real martial arts expert today. This guy, the tall man, was also shocked and furious. To him, to fight with a native like this is simply an insult to him. Could it be that you have met a peak sect master? His face was gloomy, not wanting to continue to be so humiliated. He suddenly droned. What are you still watching the show? Together to kill this scum. Although he firmly believed that continuing to fight must be his victory, but in front of those two women, but did not want to lose face by dwelling on it. Hearing this, the other two Fire Lotus Valley immortal cultivators rushed up and erupted blood energy in unison, killing Jiang Ming. Bang! 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 Snowflakes splash as the battle gets more intense. However, a few moments later, these three Fire Lotus Valley immortal cultivators all had looks of shock and anger welling up on their faces. What's going on? How can he still carry it? The three of them combined their efforts, and although they pressed Jiang Ming to the ground, they still didn't immediately take down the native martial artist. This is beyond the pale. Jiang Ming saw that these three people seemed to have developed a vigilant heart, and even took a punch. A trace of blood spilled from the corner of his mouth, and his eyes became even more grave. His face was pale and incomparable, and beads of sweat were oozing out of his forehead. It seemed that he was already at the end of his strength, and he would be completely defeated at any time. The three men's eyes lit up and their attacks became more fierce. Another few moments later. Damn it! The three Fire Lotus Valley cultivators all looked gloomy, realizing a hint of something wrong. And on the side, the two women's faces, but also showed the color of worry, but did not dare to go forward. It seems like those two, their blood chi shouldn't reach the sovereign realm. Jiang Ming's face was pale, and while gritting his teeth, he leisurely glanced at the two female immortal cultivators, although he sensed that the two people's blood chi was weak at the beginning. But after all, it is a cultivator. Who knows if there is a means to hide the blood chi, or to try more to be safer. But fighting to this point, the opposite side of these three people are fighting fast, eyes on fire. It looks like they are also giving their best. It's about time. Jiang Ming heart, suddenly a fist smashed out, like an ape-like dexterity. In the interval, fiercely bombarded in the chest of an immortal cultivator. Pung! The blood mist exploded, and the man was instantly blasted with his chest shining through front and back, and his entire body flew out horizontally, falling helplessly into the snowy nest, not moving a muscle. What? The two remaining people were shocked, and a strong sense of horror arose in their hearts, completely awakening them. In front of me, this is not a turtle, is clearly a fierce and incomparable fishing old, has been waiting for the three of them to take the bait together. However, it was too late to wake up at this moment. Pang! Jiang Ming threw another punch, directly smashing yet another immortal cultivator into a mindless, headless corpse that fell softly to the ground. Damn! Only the last tall man was left, and under the fear, he was going to directly explode his spiritual power and cast spells to fight Jiang Ming to the death. However, Jiang Ming had clawed his fingers before he exploded, digging directly into his abdomen like a sharp tiger's claw, and the terrifying force directly destroyed his dantian, leaving him muddy and confused. Body spiritual energy directly collapsed. The whole person sprayed a mouthful of blood, paralyzed on the ground. Although he was still alive with the support of his blood chi, his entire person was completely out of battle. Phew! Jiang Ming, however, did not let up, and while destroying this person's dantian, he threw out two channels of blood energy, transforming them into blades that chopped at the two women one after another. Boom! A woman didn't even react, and was directly pierced through the chest by the blade, her entire body exploding into a mist of blood. The last woman, on the other hand, in the nick of time, panicked and offered up a talisman, transforming into a watery curtain of light, blocking in front of her. Pang! The blade-ons collided with the light curtain and burst into pieces and dissipated in unison. The woman's body, on the other hand, was cracked open with a wound, blood dripping as she fell to the ground, her face full of misery. Although she blocked the blow, she was also injured by the rules of heaven and earth, completely transforming her into an invalid. In an instant, the Sword Valley was quiet, leaving only snowflakes falling and the last standing native martial artist, Jiang Ming. Jiang Ming glanced at the still alive female immortal cultivator and nodded in satisfaction. His last slash was deliberately slowed down for a moment, just to give her enough time to cast the spell. The woman's reflexes are still okay, and it really didn't let him down. Jiang Ming slowly walked up to her, and at this moment, the female immortal cultivator no longer had the tantalizing calmness in her eyes from before, and instead, she was in a state of anguish and horror. Spare my life. Whatever you want me to do. She was struggling backward, and a large area of snow-white skin, intentionally or unintentionally, was exposed from the tattered clothes. However, in Jiang Ming's eyes, this woman was cloaked in hair and was still like a blood gourd, so she really didn't have much to look at. There's nothing special about a fairy begging for forgiveness. Pumba! Jiang Ming 2 blood energy shot out, piercing through the woman's 2 slender thighs. The vitality is still quite strong. Stay still and don't move. He then turned around and walked over to the tall man, casually lifting one of his arms and dragging it outside of Sword Valley like a dead dog. I am a disciple of the Fire Lotus Valley. You can't kill me, the tall man said in a terrified and incomparable manner. Gotcha. Jiang Ming stepped on one of his arms and said tantalizingly, I ask, you answer. After an incense stick burned, Jiang Ming looked at the person with crushed limbs in front of him, and it seemed that he really couldn't ask anything else. The tall man was shorter by a large margin, his torso twitching unconsciously, and a faint moan of pain was still coming from his mouth. My heart is compassionate. I can't see anyone living such a miserable life. Jiang Ming sighed, and when he said that, he struck out a few blood energies, plowing him from top to bottom a few times, and strangling him to pieces. Is this a storage ring? Jiang Ming looked towards the only ancient ring left in the piece of broken meat, picked it up and washed it clean, and Peng pasted on a few seal marks to avoid the aura from leaking out and being perceived, and then tucked it into his bosom. According to this tall man, in the Fire Lotus Valley, only disciples at the 6th level of Qi practicing were qualified to receive a storage ring, in which his entire fortune was contained. Your stuff is good. Now it's mine. Jiang Ming was satisfied and took a big step back to the Sword Valley. Then he saw 2 long trails of blood dragging in the snow. The last living female immortal cultivator was still struggling to crawl out, but covered in wounds and pierced through her legs. She obviously didn't manage to crawl out much farther. What effort does it take? Jiang Ming shook his head and walked up and stomped down. Gotcha. The delicate white jade foot directly turned into a puddle of bloody mud. I ask, you answer. 96. Long Sky Fine Rain reminds you, after reading remember to collect. Take a free read at Chapter 128, The Little Thousand Mountains. Late at night, the snow and ice world. A cave. Jiang Ming lit a bonfire and roasted a wild deer. The meat smelled delicious and the golden oil dripped down into the fire, raising a cluster of embers. After giving that last female immortal cultivator a hard time, Jiang Ming quickly left that Sword Valley and continued to move deeper into the snowy plains. These two are honest, spitting out the same information. Jiang Ming said to himself. He left 2 immortal cultivators to inquire separately, just to verify whether the other party would swindle him. But it seems that the people in the immortal cultivation world, in addition to being somewhat impolite, are still relatively simple. After some friendly conversation, Jiang Ming understood the cultivation world outside of the Red Pine Snow Plain a little better. Beyond the snowy plains, there is a vast territory called the Leaving Fire Domain. Although it is only a remote part of the Feather Kingdom of the Immortal Cultivation Dynasty, but according to the description of these 2 people, the area is also worth more than 10 cloud countries, and 99% of mortals have never left the Leaving Fire Domain in their entire lives. The Fire Lotus Valley, Qingyin Pavilion, Li Sword Sect, and Little Thousand Mountains are the 4 major cultivation forces in the Lihua Domain, all of which have early Jiedan cultivators in attendance. The first 3 forces are all cultivation clans with strict rules, except for Little Thousand Mountains, which is a loose gathering of casual cultivators, although it seems to have a backer behind it. There seems to be a backer behind it, but on the surface there is not much mandatory constraints on the cultivators who live in Little Thousand Hills. Jiang Ming bit into a large mouthful of venison and was somewhat helpless, not realizing that he had already messed with 2 major immortal cultivation sects before even entering the immortal cultivation world. The 2 with the Fire Lotus Valley disciples into the Sword Valley of the Woman, all belong to the Qingyin Pavilion, the main cultivation of the sound of the wonderful art. Do not pay attention to the physical body. This time is also invited by a few disciples of the Fire Lotus Valley. Come to the Sword Valley tour, and in the meantime, the sense of the sword sound mood. Originally an infinitely beautiful outing for the cultivators. Perhaps something interesting could happen, but they did not expect that the stray insects that they had been prepared to wave away with their hands had turned into the big menacing people who had slaughtered them. But Jiang Ming does not have any regrets. If he spares these people, the trouble may be bigger, or it is cleaner to kill them all. Now he has mastered the Seal Town 2 basic forbidden spirit seal know-how, can perfectly seal their own spiritual power. The scene did not leave any breath belonging to their own. even if it is the foundation stage repair. Do not want to find out any traces, and it is even more unlikely that a clan ancestor at the Jedan stage would run into this kind of dangerous land that can wipe out an immortal cultivator to explore for the sake of a small chi practicing stage. Confirming that the matter was done flawlessly, Jiang Ming also began to think about the next road. From the news obtained from all sides, the Little Thousand Mountains are the most suitable place for me to make contact with. Although it may be somewhat chaotic, it also represents a better hiding place. And generally, if there is no major chaos, it can also survive peacefully for a long time. Although Jiang Ming made up his mind to be a loose cultivator, but the world of immortal cultivation is not everywhere as full of aura. If it is in an unusual place to cultivate, with the aura of depletion of the land is not much difference. As for some places with rich auras, they had long been occupied by large and small immortal cultivation forces. Little Thousand Mountains is a rich place of spiritual energy containing spiritual veins, initially occupied by Aegean realm experts. To this day has been inherited for thousands of years, by successive generations of immortal cultivators with large and small polygraphic arrays to enhance. Although compared to the Fire Lotus Valley and other immortal cultivation sects are still not as good as, but for the scattered cultivators, has been a good place to live. And the small Thousand Mountains, gathered a lot of loose cultivators, but also has a lot of skills, pills and artifacts and other resources, but also contains a spirit stone mine and spirit field and other resources. Shape cultivators come and go, even those administrators. It is difficult to all the cultivators of the identity of the origins of the clear, the most suitable for me to slowly meticulously cultivation, although there are still some even smaller cultivation forces. But in Jiang Ming's opinion, it is not necessarily as safe as the Little Thousand Mountains, and it may be that they will get into trouble and be exterminated at any time. If you want to meddle better, you still need to perch in a stable place. The next step is to avoid the Fire Lotus Valley compound in this snowy plain and go forward into the immortal cultivation world. From that tall man's mouth, he learned that the Red Pine Snow Plain was the boundary between the immortal cultivation world and the small world where the Cloud Kingdom was located, and that after crossing a certain ice valley that was hundreds of feet deep, he would break away from the limitations of the rules of this heaven and earth and completely enter into the immortal cultivation world. The Fire Lotus Valley is located next to the Ice Valley. It is said that there are only a few mid-chi practicing disciples stationed in rotation all year round, collecting some spirit medicines and materials unique to the Red Pine Snow Plain, and occasionally entering the small world of the Cloud Country to seize the King of Medicine. However, Jiang Ming also did not intend to provoke the Fire Lotus Valley resident. The strength is not enough, or do not mess with unnecessary trouble. Wait for one day to form the Golden Dan, and then go to chisel through the Fire Lotus Valley. Completely eliminate this trouble. There's a long way to go in subterfuge. Jiang Ming sighed lightly, deeply responsible. Half a month later, in front of a dark, icy valley. At last, Jiang Ming had run diagonally for nearly 100 miles in order to avoid the Fire Lotus Valley resident before he turned to this ice valley. What is this great power that creates a valley of ice so terrifying? Severing the cultivation world from this small world. Jiang Ming was also shaken in his heart as he stared at the bottomless ice valley. If it is the ghostly work of nature is just, if it is man-made it can be really terrible. But with my humble strength, I'd better not explore these for the time being, Jiang Ming muttered, and then he leapt, directly crossing the 10 feet wide ice valley and landing in the middle of the snowy ground on the opposite side. Is this the arrival of the immortal world? Jiang Ming tried to perform the fire control technique. A wisp of fire jumped and danced on his fingertips, but the world was serene, and there was no more rule force descending on him. He looked back. The wind and snow in the back of the ice valley is still there, and the majestic snow mountains are continuous and uninterrupted, quietly sprawling there, just one ice valley apart. That seems to be an ordinary heaven and earth scenery, but it has a terrible power that can obliterate all the immortal cultivators. The secrets of this heaven and earth will be explored one day, Jiang Ming whispered softly to himself, then turned around and left in large strides. After another half a month, when Jiang Ming felt that he was on the verge of getting snow blindness, some emerald green color finally appeared in front of him. He finally got out of this red pine snowfield. Fishing town, an ordinary mortal town. Jiang Ming hunkered down here after disguising himself. Although we are going to Kachiyama, we have to take the road step by step. It's not prudent to rush up there. Although this town is small, it is not far from several large cities where immortal cultivators reside, and one can often hear some news about them. Hey, my brisket. The big cultivators of the foundation stage have eaten it when they passed by. A brisket stand with the owner bragging about it. Jiang Ming felt quite amused even as he bought a meat sandwich and nibbled on it while walking. Here, any random mortal could say a few words about things related to immortal cultivators. What with practicing chi, building foundations to conjugating Dan, it was even more common knowledge that everyone knew. However, it is also limited to this. poor literature and rich martial arts. This sentence, in the world of immortal cultivation, is also applicable. Ordinary mortals just live will have already given their best. And where is the qualification to go to cultivate immortality? Walked to a tattered bookstall. Jiang Ming and the stallholder bargained for half a day. Fang is a face of pain to pull out 2 grains of silver. Buy away a few old books no one reads. Learn about the history of the area. Get to know some of the customs. And become thoroughly immersed in the area. Spring goes to fall. And another 3 years later, Jiang Ming was finally completely integrated into this world. And had become familiar with the town of Yuyang. Becoming a native of this place. With his language and habits being the same as those of ordinary townspeople. It's almost time to go after all. Although Yuyang town is good, but the aura is thin. 3 years, Jiang Ming's cultivation did not grow much. Still stuck in the 6th layer of Qi practice. Did not step into the late stage of Qi practice. However, in this world that does not prohibit the cultivation of immortal law, Jiang Ming casting spells, after all, is also a little more smooth as desired. These 3 years in a variety of small spells on the attainments, but also once again refined a lot of. The next day, Jiang Ming was leaving Fishing Sun Town and started heading in the direction where Little Thousand Mountains was located. He showed his cultivation at the 4th level of Qi cultivation, and the journey was peaceful, safe and sound. No trouble. Practicing Qi 1 to 3 layers is the early stage, 4 to 6 layers is the middle stage, and 7 to 9 layers is the late stage. Cultivate to the 9th layer of Qi cultivation to the 9th layer of the Great Circle, and then you can try to build the foundation. And if you are successful, even in the 4 major forces such as the Fire Lotus Valley, you can be regarded as a party of experts. And outside of the 4 major immortal cultivation forces, a mid-Qi cultivator, in this territory where mortal towns predominate, is also considered a rare person who dares to mess with a powerful character. Jiang Ming walked and stopped, growing in insight and deepening his understanding of the immortal cultivation world along the way. And half a year later, he finally arrived at the so-called Little Thousand Mountains. Ahead, the sky can faintly see the rainbow light swept by. Should be the cultivator harnessed magic weapon flight. Jiang Ming, on the other hand, looked at the so-called Little Thousand Mountains and opened his mouth, feeling only a little unexpected. Just see in front of me is a piece of rolling hills, surrounded by light smoke and clouds. Does not seem to be naturally formed. It should be the so-called protection of the spirit array. Through the thin clouds, Jiang Ming could also vaguely see that on a mountain with the highest terrain, there seemed to be some attics and temples, as well as many buildings of various forms, and on the surrounding mountains, there are also scattered buildings distributed in a haphazard manner like a mountain city that covers a rather wide area. On the mountain road ahead, a figure came and went. Some of them were immortal cultivators, but more of them were surprisingly mortals. There were some mortals carrying goods toward the mountains, salt, fruits, and the like, as well as animal skins, iron ingots, and various other items. There were others who followed the cultivator, seemingly in the stream of servants. Jiang Ming even saw a cultivator big man, left embraced 2 mortal women, rubbing all the way to the mountains, along the way also with familiar people. Warm greetings. Is this one of the 4 great immortal forces? Jiang Ming took a deep breath of the meat sandwich and felt that he had really gained insight this time. Imagine the world of immortal cultivation. Ride the wind and sword to remove demons between heaven and earth. The actual world of immortality. Eat you? After the shock, Jiang Ming also somewhat understood that immortal cultivators are also mortals practicing up, and it is impossible that as soon as the dantian is opened, the 7 emotions and 6 desires will disappear into thin air. Some physical and psychological instinctive needs are always there. However, it's good that the fish and dragons are mixed up, so no one will notice me more. Jiang Ming Xin said, walking forward along the mountain path with a calm face. Hey, new here, ha? Suddenly, an old man carrying a flat stretcher and carrying 2 baskets of persimmon cakes walked past Jiang Ming, revealing a mouth full of big yellow teeth and smiling. Jiang Ming's face fell. What happened to the promise that no one noticed me? The old man knocked the tobacco bag, smilingly said. The eyes are so vigilant. You must be a new casual cultivator, right? Don't worry. During the day we are still quite safe in this small thousand mountains. No one dares to mess around. Daytime. Jiang Ming keenly captured these 2 keywords, pulling out a perfunctory smile. Not ashamed to be the place of loose cultivation, ha. 96. The long sky fine rain reminds you, after reading remember to collect, www. The next time I update your convenience to continue to read. Oh, look forward to wonderful continue. You can also use the mobile version, WAP. Anytime and anywhere can read without hindrance. Chapter 129, Smoke and Rain Technique. Old man. What else is there to say about this day and night? Jiang Ming asked with a smile. Not because of this picking the flat burden of the old man is immortal. There are any contempt, can be in this immortal convergence of mortals to mix down the mortals. Who knows with which immortal cultivators have friendship it. After Jiang Ming asked about the price of persimmon cakes, he bought 2 pounds of them with broken silver, eating and walking while following the old man's idle chat. This world has somewhat inflated currency, but silver is still hard currency for the average person. You're welcome, Immortal. The old man accepted the silver, obviously much more enthusiastic, gave Jiang Ming a detailed introduction, this little 1,000 mountains during the day. There is a late chi practitioner led by the law enforcement team patrols, whether it is mortals or immortal cultivators, is strictly prohibited to provoke trouble, or else lightly expelled from the little 1,000 mountains. The heavier is on the spot kill, even if the foundation stage of the big repair. Also dare not in this place bad rules. After all, we have a small 1,000 mountains. There are Jindan strong town it, and at night, only those who rent or buy a cave in the little 1,000 hills can stay in the cave for the night. Otherwise no one will care about any fighting or killing that occurs outside the cave. Jiang Ming raised his eyebrows. It seems that if you want to survive for a long time in this little 1,000 mountains, you have to find a cave and listen to this meaning. It seems you can't build your own, you have to rent or buy an official. Jiang Ming understood it, and felt a long-lost familiarity with this rule. However, if he wanted to survive here, he could only do so. Then you this persimmon cake. Jiang Ming raised the persimmon cake in his hand and asked with a smile, where is it going to be sold? The old man grinned, the mountain gate within the Round Valley Workshop Market. Whether it is mortal goods or cultivator treasures, have a special area. Immortals also have a craving for a lot of mortal goods are also in demand. We are also to make a living. How about you eat it? Jiang Ming nodded heartily. That's nice. That is, the mortals who can be allowed to come to the little 1,000 mountains to sell goods. The quality of those goods can all be late not to get. The old man smiled smugly. Jiang Ming also smiled. Suddenly felt that if there is no killing, this cultivator life is not bad. Eat good, drink good, play good. Is simply a lord-like life. He looked at the shapely crowd around him, and suddenly there was some clarity in his heart as well. Those who embark on the path of immortal cultivation do not always do so for the sake of longevity, and for most immortal cultivators with low strength, living a nourishing and enjoyable life is perhaps a little more important. After all, even if they put their best foot forward, 99% of cultivators will not be able to build a foundation, and their life expectancy is only 200 years. So is it better to spend all of their lives on bitter cultivation, or to find some fun and live comfortably while cultivating? A large part of the people, perhaps, will choose the latter, lying flat or swinging bad, for most of the bottom of the hope not to build the foundation of the immortal cultivator. This is just a helpless bittersweet choice. No one should be criticized. The huge cultivation world can't be completely finished and massacred by demons just because a part of the people are lying down. After chatting with the old man for a few moments, increasing his understanding of the many rules and regulations of the little 1,000 mountains, Jiang Ming said goodbye and ate the persimmon cakes as he walked towards the mountain gate. The only people who know the rules of survival in a place best are the group of people living at the bottom. I'm Jiang Ming, a casual cultivator. I'm new to your place, so I'd like to ask for your guidance. At the mountain gate, Jiang Ming arched his hand to an immortal cultivator in a pavilion. Jiang Ming, this name is not considered to be anything special. Even back in the year in the big clouds of the house, the same name with the same name can be dragged out many. Not to mention this vast world of immortal cultivation, is not with the real name is not much of a difference. Senior, you're welcome. The one guarding the mountain gate was a middle-aged man at the 3rd level of chi practicing, and when he sensed Jiang Ming's 4th level of chi practicing cultivation, he was startled and hurriedly returned the greeting. Practicing chi 3-layer and 4-layer seems to be similar, but it is the difference between the early stage and the middle stage. Many casual cultivators cannot get through this hurdle in their lives. The strength and status is also a world of difference. He naturally did not dare to be slow. This middle-aged man then handed over a jade slip and respectfully said, you are new to the little 1,000 mountains, and there is some information you need to know all here. Jiang Ming received the jade slip, pasted on the forehead, sensing a moment for the distribution of the peaks, cultivators in this place, how to make a living, and many other information. But also understand some of these is that sell persimmon cake. Old man cannot touch the. Returning the jade slip to the mountain guard, Jiang Ming handed this person another broken spirit stone, and in the face of the other party's ecstatic thanks, he casually chatted for a while, and strode forward. Back then, Wuhan returned to the mundane world, but also got some spirit stones for Jiang Ming, although not much, but the time to spend. Jiang Ming will not be stingy. The way to cultivate immortals is not necessarily to be on guard everywhere. Jiang Ming has to make friends more and enemies dead, in order to live more peacefully in this immortal cultivation world. The small mountain guardian cultivator named Wang Geng, let's take it as the first friend. Walking past the pavilion, Jiang Ming stepped into the smoky clouds that shrouded the little 1,000 mountains. and after only a few moments of walking, his eyes lit up and the scenery became clear. The terrain at the mountain gate was fairly flat, and as far as the eye could see there was a large expanse of farmland, planted with many golden rice paddies that glistened in the sunlight. Occasionally, some cultivators were visible, commanding many mortals to labor in the farmland. More distant valleys, peaks in the middle. There seems to be a higher value of the spiritual medicine field, but around from time to time flashed a flash of spiritual light. Apparently there are powerful formations forbidden a kind of things to protect. Food is the most important thing for the people. Immortal cultivators are no exception. Jiang Ming, who already had a preliminary understanding of this little thousand mountains, didn't look surprised. Cultivation world, of course there are all kinds of exotic treasures. Can make people's cultivation greatly improved. Beast meat spirit medicine is also a lot, but for the ordinary bitter casual cultivator, this field grows the spirit of the rice, is they can usually eat the best tonic things, contains pure spiritual chi, can assist in cultivation, and all the rice paddies in this place are officially owned by the little thousand mountains, controlling the lifeblood of many scattered cultivators in this place. With that, Jiang Ming took a big deep breath, only feeling as if he was a dried up fish jumping into the water. His pores seemed to be stretching open, comfortable to the extreme. Just the aura between these ridges is 7 or 8 times denser than the outside world. Jiang Ming, greedily breathing, made up his mind to get a set of cave residents first live. The small thousand mountains in the most dense place of spiritual chi also lies in the various cultivation of immortal cave, are arranged with the polygraphic array. The higher the value of the higher value will be, on the cultivation of a great benefit. He walked forward along the mountain road and soon came to a crowded circular valley, a street crisscrossed with mortals and immortal cultivators mixing together, with all kinds of vendors and stores, bustling to the extreme. Jiang Ming is also a great insight, to see a variety of strange clothing cultivators. There are carrying a wolf tooth stick 2 meters big man. There are also drinking and eating meat monk. There are light shirt and thin gauze woman, embracing the 2 mortals strong man, but also to Jiang Ming's secret eye. However, the most cultivators in this place were still around the middle to early stage of chi cultivation, and when the occasional late stage of chi cultivation appeared, all of them spontaneously avoided it. Jiang Ming's cultivation at the 4th level of chi cultivation was neither high nor low in this market, so no one dared to look down on him as he walked around the stores. It seems to have a good grasp. Jiang Ming nodded. A suitable display of strength is the best way to avoid trouble, but this immortal cultivation world is too dark. Even though he had expected it, Jiang Ming couldn't help but shake his head and sigh every time he walked out of a store. Pills and talismans casually cost 5 or 6 spirit stones. The cheapest gongfu is 30, and magic weapons are even more outrageous, with the worst beginner's magic weapon costing more than 50 spirit stones. Back then, no trace gave a large part of his fortune to Jiang Ming, and the bits and pieces added up to about 20. Originally thought it was still quite a lot, but now it seems to be useless. So it seems like that Zhao Hong was doing alright back then. Jiang Ming touched his left arm, where a flying sword was strapped on, ready to be sacrificed at any time. He was carrying a greenwood seal and a flying sword, so there was no need to purchase a magic weapon for the time being. But, these spirit stones, I am afraid that renting a yard will be gone. Jiang Ming shook his head. The hallowed martial artsmith, now once again feel poor. We've got to make some money. Jiang Ming was looking at it as he walked, and his heart was dripping. In this little thousand mountains, there are many ways for immortal cultivators to make a living, including alchemy, talisman making, artifact refining, and so on, but obviously none of them have anything to do with Jiang Ming. There are only 2 kinds of things he can do. Go to the depths of the little thousand mountains to dig the spiritual iron ore for making magic weapons, or lead a piece of farmland to grow spiritual rice. Mining or not. Jiang Ming shook his head. Although mining earned more, but harboring in the pit every day was simply too bitter. Not the kind of bitter cultivator with great perseverance and pursuit. Really couldn't eat that kind of suffering. Thinking about it, I'll just have to farm first. Listen to that, Wang Geng said. In here planting is not bad, although the income is meager. How are considered to work for the official? As long as on time to pay grain, low key, generally cannot cause any trouble. And if some hard work, more surplus grain can also belong to their own, can also be sold in the black market. The small thousands of mountains turn a blind eye. Will not be much. I don't know what to ask. Jiang Ming smiled. These were all things that weren't recorded on the Jade Brief. If he had treated that Wang Geng poorly at that time, the other party probably wouldn't have informed him of these things. It's also good to plant in a low profile for a few years to familiarize ourselves with the situation here before making any subsequent plans. Jiang Ming whispered in his heart. The last thing he lacked was time and patience. In the center of the square city, a 9-story tower with the door plaque of the small thousand pavilion. The whole body was constructed by spiritual iron, and from time to time, It flashed with a hint of spiritual light, obviously containing a powerful to the extreme forbidden system. This is the largest official office of the Little Thousand Hills. Many rent a cave, rent a spiritual field, and other matters can be dealt with here. The upper floors are also selling all kinds of techniques and pills and other treasures, but the general practitioners cannot afford to consume. Jiang Ming wandered around the marketplace for a few moments before finally heading towards this Little Thousand Pavilions. Hey, bro, disguised? New here, right? Before walking in, a gray man wearing a hat quietly leaned up. Jiang Ming's head is full of black lines. I have 3 big words written on the top of my ing head, right? But this mortal disguise art. There is time as also need to update and modernize a little bit. Using blood chi to change the muscle distribution, in the eyes of the cultivator is too easy to be seen. The gray man hemmed and hawed, and continued, brother rent cave. Female fairy first hand cave. Cheap, renewed by day. Rata is also available for rent on a seasonal basis, 20% cheaper than the official. Jiang Ming stunned. In the other side of the rambling, also heard a general. It turned out to be some immortal cultivator's long-rented cave spirit field, but sometimes will go out to practice for a long time. Then the cave or spirit field will be dependent on these second-hand traffickers. That's ing smart. Jiang Ming was powerless to spit out. This cultivation world can really be grounded enough, huh? He refused to walk into the small 1,000 pavilion in a row. When the gatekeeper saw Jiang Ming, he was not surprised to see him and said while pointing the way, new here? Register your identity and rent a cave in the front. Go to the left for farming, and go to the right for digging. Thank you for your guidance. Jiang Ming's polite attitude made the gatekeeper's face look a little kinder, and he casually said, if you want to plant a field, go to Fenghe, the newly reclaimed areas are good. Jiang Ming revealed a proper look of surprise and thanked him repeatedly for leaving. A moment later, Jiang Ming registered his identity and walked into the left side of the first floor. In a separate area, a few cultivators who also seemed to be new to the city had already received their spirit field tags and left. A slightly chubby man with a somewhat old-looking face was lying on a bamboo chair and leisurely drinking tea, and beside him, there was a large, soggy field, among which grew a few wilted rice seedlings. Senior Feng, I want to rent a spiritual field, Jiang Ming said respectfully. The person in front of him was clearly a late-stage chi cultivation expert. Feng Votan laughed. Have you ever practiced the smoke and rain technique or the spirit stream technique? These are all water attribute spells that are the essential spells to enhance the harvest of the spiritual fields. If you don't know these 2 spells, even if you rent the spiritual fields, the harvest won't be good. Jiang Ming arched his hand and said, I cultivate the 5 elemental technique, and I have dabbled a bit in the smoke and rain technique. He chose to plant a field, and the smoke and rain technique was also a big reason. Back then in the mundane world, these 5 small spells were almost practiced by him, and today they could finally be put to use. Cast it and see. Feng, he said casually. 5 yuan trick, this kind of big road color. Cultivation of loose cultivators and a lot. But the smoke and rain art is just one of the chicken rib spells. Cannot fight, cannot prevent. A large part of the people simply do not even practice all practice, and can practice this chicken rib spell to the depths of the people is almost no. After all, ordinary casual cultivators do not have the energy and talent. And there are these 2 kinds of cultivators, who practice this stuff. Apart from Jiang Ming, a scum who has lived for more than 100 years and has never seen a few spells in total. What else can he do when he is bored with his daily cultivation, except practicing these small spells? He lightly pinched his seal, and the smoke and rain technique was cast out towards the top of that soil. Wow! A cloud of smoke covered most of the soil, and rain as fine as cow hair sprinkled down, dripping into the land and landing on top of those few rice seedlings. Drone, warm and gentle spiritual power, accompanied by the smoke and rain technique immersed in it. Those few wilting rice seedlings actually seems to have recovered some vitality. No, I only used the 4th level of chi cultivation spirit power, and also hit a large part of the strength. Jiang Ming looked at this scene and also exclaimed in amazement. Was this smoke and rain technique even so marvelous for spirit rice? It seems that the 5 elemental skill is not a big deal, Jiang Ming said in his heart, and looked up at Fenghe, but he was immediately startled, only to see Fenghe has long since stood up from the chair, full of enthusiasm to look at Jiang Ming, smiled and said, little brother from where can have residence here come. Sit down and talk. I'll only practice forbidden arts if I'm immortal. The long sky fine rain reminds you, after reading remember to collect, www. The next time I update your convenience to continue to read look forward to wonderful continue. You can also use the mobile version, WAP. Anytime and anywhere can read without hindrance. Chapter 130 Evolution Toward a Master Planter. Fenghe rubbed his hands together and sked as he looked Jiang Ming up and down, as if he had seen a rare oddball. Jiang Ming was puzzled in his heart. but looking at the other party's demeanor didn't seem to be a bad thing, so there was nothing to be alarmed about. He just put on a look of trepidation and said, "The little one's name is Jiang Ming. By chance, in the mountains, found a cultivator corpse, got the 5 elements of the trick. Some years ago in a small place called Fishing Sun Town, hard to cultivate, shy and cannot afford to buy other spells, can only be practiced diligently day and night in the 5 elements of the trick of a few small spells." Jiang Ming said half truthfully, "Anyway, these can find evidence. He did find a cultivator corpse in the mountain." Feng He had an expression that I didn't expect, and nodded with a smile. "If you didn't specialize in this technique so much, Brother Zhang's smoke and rain technique wouldn't have been able to be practiced to the point of profundity. But even so, it also shows that Brother Zhang's talent in this art is not shallow. There are many people who want to earn spirit stones with this art, but they spend a lot of effort, but it's hard to cultivate to such a state. The realm of sophistication?" Jiang Ming froze. This time it wasn't a pretense. He really hadn't heard this expression before. Feng Wu watched Jiang Ming's expression. See him, even this common sense do not know, is more assured a lot. Laughed, "Any spells are not overnight, need to practice day and night diligently to master. And how the degree of mastery of the spells, it will be roughly divided into the 5 realms of the initiation, the small into the deep, the great into the perfect, the consummation of the 5 realms. Those killing techniques, practiced to the depths or even the great success of the cultivator, there are many people, but this smoke and rain technique, our small 1,000 mountains, can be practiced to the depths of the realm, can not even 10. Only a profound level of the smoke and rain technique can control the spiritual power just right, and at the same time instill vitality into the rice seedlings without hurting them in the slightest because of the fluctuation of the spiritual power. 10. So few? Jiang Ming, on the other hand, was a bit surprised. He had hidden some of his means. If he performed the smoke and rain technique with all his might, wouldn't it be possible that he had already become a great success, and it would be even more difficult for a few people to compare with him. However, the thought that this is a chicken rib art that can basically only be used for farming, Jiang Ming is not too surprised. If he has a limited lifespan, he is naturally too lazy to practice this thing, and this smoke and rain art, with talent, does not seem to have much to do with it. Need a long time of continuous practice, in order to slowly improve the degree of mastery. Jiang Ming foot practiced for a large number of decades to have today's results. In the place of an ordinary immortal cultivator, how many people would be able to hold out for so long? On the contrary, it is a few other immortal cultivators who have practiced this thing to the depths of sophistication, which is quite admirable to Jiang Ming. Really is a god man. Feng Wu nodded. If we add Brother Jiang, nowadays in the mountain within the smoke and rain art proficient person, estimated only 6 or 7 people. Brother Jiang mastered this art. It is also considered to eat and wear off. Then he tried. I don't know how old Brother Jiang is nowadays. Immortal cultivators had a variety of means, and their facial features often did not represent their true age. Plus Jiang Ming had also changed his appearance, so Feng He was also a bit bad at judging. But in his speculation, this Jiang Ming can't be too old. That kind of vigorous demeanor with a long life ahead of him is completely different from a half-buried body in the earth. Of course, Feng Wu does not know. Opposite this guy's life, long beyond his imagination. More than 50. Jiang Ming laughed and wiped himself a 0. From the front. Yes, Brother Jiang, you have a bright future ahead of you. Feng Wu heart really not too old. Then enthusiastically said his purpose. I do not know Jiang, little brother. Can be interested in joining my spiritual plant hall as a spiritual plant husband? We are the official organization of the small 1,000 mountains. All the spiritual fields are under the jurisdiction of my spiritual plant hall. The moment he saw the profound smoke and rain art, Feng He intended to recruit this person, and more than 50 immortal cultivators. That is still young. In the future there may be a chance to practice the smoke and rain art to the level of great success, more worthy of his recruitment. The spiritual plantation hall can not only grow spiritual rice, but also grow all kinds of spiritual medicines, and some precious spiritual medicines can only be nourished by the profound smoke and rain technique. If there is an additional such a planting expert, then the number of spiritual medicines cultivated by the spiritual plantation hall will definitely be on another level. Jiang Ming frowned slightly and was just about to say something. Feng He waved his hand and smiled broadly. Jiang brother does not need to open his mouth. I know your concerns. Those who can come to our little 1,000 mountains are naturally people who do not like constraints, and the rules of the little 1,000 mountains are different from those of other immortal cultivation forces, whether it's the spiritual planting hall or other Dan Fire Hall, formation hall or whatever. Will not be forced to constrain your personal freedom. My spiritual planting hall at most only need you to take out 1 hour a day to water the spiritual medicine field. The rest of the time will be completely free. Every month you can receive a salary of 2 pieces of spirit stones. If there is something that cannot get out of the way, but also can be at any time to get out of the way to go, as long as you inform the proportion of the salary can be deducted in advance. In addition, in the future, if there are other immortal cultivators who need to hire someone to water their spiritual fields, they will issue tasks to the spiritual plantation hall. If Brother Jiang joins in, he will be qualified to take over these tasks, and he only needs to hand over 10% of the profits. Several other profound Smoky Rain arts practitioners, all of them joined the spiritual plantation hall. In this way weekdays come and go as they please, and there is no one to constrain them. Moreover, our spirit plant hall is not like the law enforcement team. It is easy to make enemies everywhere. On the contrary, because we often help the scattered cultivators here to water the spiritual fields, we can make friends, but it's not much of a job, is it? Jiang Ming thought to himself. According to the information he had gotten, this spirit plant hall had the lowest status among the various hall wisdom of the Little Thousand Mountains. After all, although the mountains of spiritual fields look grand, but really talking about the profit, that with the alchemy and refinery are not comparable. After all, farming, knows all, cannot earn money, talk about what status. But Jiang Ming on the contrary to this spirit plant hall impression is good, just not easy to make enemies this point. Let him can willingly give up a lot of profits, status and so on, there is a gross use. After all, once you have a feud, you have to find a way to open the sneak, is a real headache. Jiang Ming pondered for a few moments, digesting the news cleanly, before finally nodding slowly and saying, if that's the case, then I'll be respectful. The so-called Godao is not to be a lonely and solitary person, but to be integrated into the public. Now there happens to be an opportunity, and there is nothing constraining, then Jiang Ming will go with the water. With these small thousand mountain official cultivators more contacts some good. What wind and grass can also know in advance. Convenient for him to roll up the cover buttermilk. By the way, Brother Jiang can also take on private missions, but if anything goes wrong, it has nothing to do with my little thousand hills. Feng he reminded again. Jiang Ming quickly said that he would not. In fact, he does not intend to do so. Profit and risk are accompanied by private transactions means that more disputes may arise. Jiang Ming does not want to because of 10% profit, and then inexplicably and wonderfully make enemies to cause trouble. Good. Then it's a deal. Feng Yi walked to a large table, pointing to a map on the table, on which there are many places marked in red and green. Jiang brother, since he joined our spirit planting hall, this spirit field you can freely choose. Each mu of spirit field in a season the average harvest in a stone of spirit rice. The ordinary casual cultivators need to pay 7 buckets of rent. We only need to pay 3 buckets. Brother Jiang has mastered the profound level of smoke and rain technique. If you plant spiritual rice, you can harvest 2 or 3 buckets more than the others without any problem. Jiang Ming could not help but pull his mouth. The scattered cultivator is still really ing hard in this place of abundant spiritual chi, can plant 4 seasons of spiritual rice every year, an acre of fields planted for a year, and fall in the hands of a stone more than a little bit, can barely exchange for a piece of spiritual stone. Ordinary middle chi cultivator. At the same time care for 5 acres of spiritual fields is the limit. A year up and down, can only harvest 5 or 6 pieces of spirit stones. And if the situation in the spirit plant hall was really as Feng He described, Jiang Ming would only need to put in 1 hour of diligence every day, and would be able to harvest 24 spirit stones in a year, which was 4 or 5 times the amount of an ordinary mid-stage chi practitioner. If he then grows some spiritual fields and takes on 2 watering tasks, he should not have any problem earning 30 to 40 spiritual stones a year. A year is almost enough to earn a lower-grade magic weapon. Compared to those immortal cultivators who had mastered alchemy and refining techniques, there seemed to still be a gap, but compared to an ordinary bitter loose cultivator, it was already stronger than anything else. Then I'll rent 3 acres of spiritual fields first. I heard the senior brother at the door say that the newly reclaimed spiritual fields are not bad. Even if it is a profound level smoke and rain art, it is enough to easily take care of 5 or 6 acres of spiritual fields. Not to mention that Jiang Ming's strength is much more than that. But Jiang Ming doesn't want to expose too much, and he can't really plant the land every day, and life still needs to be a little more leisurely. Then here on Little Green Peak, there is a low-level cave house nearby, so it will also be assigned to your name. As a member of the Spiritual Plants Hall, this cave house is also free of charge, and the aura is slightly higher than the outside. If you want to go to a higher-level cave house, you need to rent or buy it by yourself. With that, Feng Yi took out a black iron plate and input the information about the spiritual field and cave into it, then handed it to Jiang Ming. This is your identity card. The cave is also opened with this. Right. When you have time, go to the Spiritual Plant Hall base camp to receive some seeds. They are all your own people. No need to spend money to buy it. Jiang Ming is again and again thank you. The heart cannot help but feel Heck, this is the lowest status of the spirit plant hall. Seemingly salary is not high. However, a variety of reductions in benefits stacked up. That can also be a not small amount of spirit stone. Jiang Ming then left this place and bought some more food and clothing items at the workshop market. Then followed the information in the identity card and walked all the way to a low hill to find a small green stone courtyard that hadn't been inhabited for a long time. Surrounded by dead leaves, the courtyard was shrouded by a layer of tantalizing green light. Jiang Ming tried to press it, and the green light suddenly hummed and sank down a little. I'm sure it's just an alarm. Before he came, he learned that the lowest level of the cave various configurations are general. This small array in addition to gather some aura, but also can only be damaged when called a few times. Early warning just. If it was the highest level cave, it was rumored that even a great cultivator of the foundation establishment stage could not attack it. Develop slowly, develop slowly. Jiang Ming consoled himself and punched his spiritual energy into the identity card, which emitted a green light, and an opening was revealed at the doorway of the courtyard formation. Jiang Ming stepped inside and restored the formation again before he surveyed it. The 3 rooms, apart from some stone beds and chairs, were basically empty. It's nice to have something for free. Jiang Ming shook his head and began to clear the yard. However, the aura of this place was really about twice as rich as the outside world, and it was already a bit more dense than when the aura of Cloud Dream Mountain had a small outbreak back then. Maybe if you cultivate hard here, you can break through to the late stage of chi cultivation. Jiang Ming said in his heart, since this courtyard is barely enough, he doesn't intend to toss it for the time being, and he'll be meticulous about breaking through his cultivation first. The little Thousand Mountains is not too big or too small, and it is not close to his nearest cave, and many of them are uninhabited, so there shouldn't be many people disturbing him in normal times. That night, Jiang Ming was sitting in the empty house and began to cultivate the 5 elemental technique. The rich spiritual chi surged. Since that year after leaving Yunming Mountain, Jiang Ming has not raised his cultivation. Finally once again stupid. Wisps of spiritual energy, constantly sinking into the dantian. According to Jiang Ming's estimation, if he could maintain this speed, he would be able to break through the bottleneck in about a year at most. This is still only natural cultivation. If it is to seek to spiritual rice and spiritual medicine, and even spiritual dan, what resources is not even more rapid? When he thought of this, Jiang Ming quickly took a deep breath. His eyes returned to calm. Of course, resources should be sought, but should not be confused. Now he is just a small shrimp, or first honestly planting the best. First develop into a master of farming, make connections, get many friends, and figure out the various doorways of this small Thousand Mountains. Then think of something else. Moreover, Jiang Ming also counts there is a small treasury in the Sword Valley to kill the 5 immortal cultivators. Can be from the Fire Lotus Valley and Qingyin Pavilion? All kinds of things on the body also have some. He put a few people all the things. Are a brain thrown into that storage ring? And again with the Forbidden Spirit seal sealing a good number of layers. If you're new here, you can't let anyone find out anything because of these things. At the very least, he would have to wait until he found a way to hide his identity, as well as a safe and reliable black market channel, before he could offer those things for clean spirit stones. With this in mind, Jiang Ming stepped out of the house, and in the yard, a deep hole was dug in one corner of the sub and the storage ring was buried in it. The next morning, Jiang Ming was walking out of the courtyard and went to a large spiritual field at the foot of the mountain to inspect his spiritual field. The spiritual fields here all seem to be newly reclaimed. Some weeds have not been removed cleanly, and next to their own spiritual fields, there are also a few cultivators in the middle stage of chi cultivation who are busy, and some people have even begun to sow seeds. Jiang Ming watched carefully for a while and also chatted with them, humbly asking for advice on farming techniques. After all, the smoky rain technique is smoky rain technique, but planting is not the only step in rainfall nourishment. In line with the principle of dry a door to refine a door, Jiang Ming naturally want to carefully seek advice. Will be able to learn all kinds of learning, and then start farming is not too late. As for watering the elixir fields, it would only start at the beginning of next month, so there was no need to rush. In the following days, Jiang Ming then followed a few neighbors in the field every day to chat and enthusiastically help them with some work, and gradually he was also taught some skills to take care of the spiritual fields, from reclaiming, fertilizing, to sowing and harvesting. A full month later, Jiang Ming had been on the medicine field of the spiritual plant hall, to the spirit medicine to cast music for several days after the smoke and rain art. The party is the first time to receive the seed, began to sow the spirit rice. The long sky fine rain reminds you, after reading remember to collect, www. The next time I update your convenience to continue to read look forward to wonderful continue. You can also use the mobile version, WAP. Anytime and anywhere can read without hindrance. Chapter 131, Busy Spiritual Plant Hall. Spring goes to fall. and the year ends. This small 1,000 mountains, but the 4 seasons are the same. Jiang Ming raised his head and looked at the sky. Now the outside world should have been a cold wind, everything withered. But in the small 1,000 mountains under the shroud of the formation, this place or a dense climate is suitable. The trees flourish. There is no sense of cold. This is naturally not for the scenery to look good, but in order to give this mountainous spiritual field, to create the best growing conditions, the harvest should be almost done today. Jiang Ming counted the time and walked out of the courtyard with a small wine gourd, leisurely drinking a small wine while walking towards his spiritual field. 9 months had passed since he had first planted spirit rice, and this was the time for the 3rd harvest. With the level of farming steadily rising, Jiang Ming was now able to produce more than 3 more buckets of land per mu than the next person, and he was able to earn more than 3 pieces of spirit stones for each season's harvest of 3 mu of spirit fields. A year is 12 or 13, plus the salary of the spiritual plantation hall and the extra money earned. There may even be 50 spiritual stones in the pocket. Jiang Ming heart calculation. Think this spirit plant hall is not bad. If you can always be so peaceful and peaceful, save up money to buy some spells and magic weapons, and then find an opportunity to learn alchemy and so on. It is really no better. In the spiritual field, a dozen mortals are pouting, using sickles to sell the rice harvest, after which they have to go to the open space in front of Jiang Ming's courtyard and use the mill to get out the spiritual rice. Seeing Jiang Ming come, these mortals all greeted with fear and awe, and each of them worked even harder. For these mortals, being able to find a job working for an immortal cultivator is similar to heavenly fortune. Of course, risks and benefits coexist, although fighting is prohibited during the day. But if you meet a bad-tempered immortal cultivator, there are ways to screw these mortals. But for me, this life in the little 1,000 hills is quite comfortable. Hiring these mortals to labor was merely a matter of spending some silver. Compared to the value of spirit stones, it was almost as bad as dirt, which saved Jiang Ming a lot of effort. But it is also these ordinary labor can be so. Those alchemy and other advanced work, it is not mortal can be involved in. Jiang Ming inspected the circle, explaining that the leader should do his job well and not be lazy, and was ready to leave. Brother Jiang. Brother Jiang. Suddenly, a figure ran over from a nearby ridge and shouted enthusiastically, "Old cereal." Jiang Ming glanced at the visitor, an old man with half-white hair at the 3rd level of chi practicing, farming on Little Green Peak just like him. This is the most common group of people in the little 1,000 mountains. Old and low in cultivation, not knowing anything else, but also because they or their family members or whatever cannot lie down, they can only rely on planting spiritual fields to make a living. This old valley, although as an immortal cultivator, but during the day here planting, but at night is not willing to rent a cave, but leave the small 1,000 mountains, live in the outside world in a small city with thin spiritual chi, want to rely on planting to save the spirit stone, to his son in this small 1,000 mountains to buy a real cave, so that his son in the cultivation of immortality on the road to go farther. If you can buy a house just by farming, how can the lords of little 1,000 hills buy high-grade elixirs and exquisite magic weapons? Jiang Ming sighed in his heart. This old valley has been planting spiritual rice here for 50 years, maybe for the rest of his life in the future. He will have to keep planting. But such things, without him reminding the old valley also understand. But the heart may still hold a trace of fantasy. Perhaps want a someday sudden fortune. Perhaps someday Lord's great kindness cave price reduction. Jiang Ming shook his head and put these thoughts behind him, throwing the wine gourd to old Guzi and smiling. Got a number in line? Thank you, old brother Jiang. Old Guzi's eyes lit up as he took the wine gourd and carefully poured a little into his mouth before respectfully returning it to Jiang Ming and handing over a note with runes printed on it. Here, this is the voucher I just bought. Jiang old brother, your number can be really bad roa, a month just 5 times out of attendance. From the time I row number to now, the spirit of the rice have been collected 2 crops. A man who has mastered the advanced level of smoke. Cultivators of the rain art, that is definitely the meat and potatoes of this spiritual field. Jiang Ming's information has just been disclosed by the spiritual plants hall. It is known by many people, grabbing their heads to beg him to cast rain. Moreover, although Jiang Ming's attendance was low, he did his best when he worked, and he had accumulated a good reputation in the circle of these cultivators who planted fields. The old man named Lao Guzi humbly said, Jiang old brother can definitely help me. This last season of this year's harvest, can all count on you. Jiang Ming took the voucher, glanced at it to confirm the authenticity, then sighed, old brother forgive me my cultivation is low, but also to cultivate, and even more to do things to the hall, but also cannot be out of attendance every day In fact, Jiang Ming was just used to sleeping and didn't want to work, more money, more eye candy. Of course, the adults in the spirit plant hall are busy. I know what I know. Old Guzi hurriedly nodded his head and said, The spirit plant hall was known to be busy with its sparse numbers, yet it was in charge of thousands of acres of spirit rice fields and spirit medicine fields in the Little Thousand Mountains. While saying that, the old valley also rushed to offer a few soybean-sized crushed spirit stones. For the bottom-scattered cultivators, planting a year's land can only earn 3 or 5 pieces of spirit stones. The complete spirit stones are almost always carefully hidden at home, and seldom take them out. Jiang Ming received the spirit stone before he nodded and headed towards the old valley's ground. To be honest, he is a little sympathetic to the old valley. But sympathy is sympathetic. Things still need to be done in a disciplined way. Doing things here without rules. Not only easy to let people like the old valley despise, but also easy to get into trouble from peers. The old grain spirit field was a full 8 acres. Jiang Ming displayed his cultivation of the 4th level of qi cultivation, and it took him most of the day to do so, before he was able to cast the smoke and rain technique on all of the spirit rice. It's finally over. The aura is running out. I'm exhausted. Jiang Ming's face pale, gasping for air. The heart is secretly estimate. When the first time to the old grain rain, enough to spend almost half of the spiritual power. This half a year, although no breakthrough, but the spiritual power is also more and more deep and condensed. And now to the old grain watering once again, but even 30% of the spiritual power cannot be used. It is also getting closer and closer for him to break through to the late stage of qi cultivation, perhaps before his own next crop of spiritual rice is harvested. The old grain quickly handed over tea in a bowl of simmering pig's trotters covered with rice. It is ordinary white rice mixed with some spiritual rice, but it is fragrant and appetizing. Have a heart. Jiang Ming crossed his thumbs. This stuff was afraid that Old Valley himself wouldn't even bother to eat it. He casually sat down on the ridge and ate his way through it under the apprehensive gaze of Old Grain before he was patting Old Grain's shoulder and leaving. The Old Grain looked at the bottom of the empty bowl, but grinned a happy smile. Look at the sky is getting late, and quickly turned around and walked down the hill, humming a little song along the way, estimating the season's harvest. Spirit Plant Peak, Spirit Plant Hall's base camp. The most precious medicinal herbs of the Little Thousand Mountains are basically all planted here, in a patch of medicinal fields on the mountain glistening with tantalizing light. The value of each medicinal herb is more than 1 spirit stone, which is worth an acre of spirit rice. Brother Jiang, it's coming. At the intersection at the bottom of the mountain, a middle-aged man at the 4th level of qi practicing greeted Jiang Ming. On the surface, both of them were at the same 4th level of qi cultivation, but Jiang Ming, who had mastered the profound grade smoke and rain technique, had a status in the spirit plant hall that was 2 small steps higher, and apart from the late stage of qi cultivation, it was almost a wave of people with the highest status. Duanping, you're on duty today. Jiang Ming greeted him warmly and was about to continue walking up the mountain, but the middle-aged man named Duanping suddenly remembered something and hurriedly said, "By the way, today Zhongguo's senior brother came in the morning and said that his idle hands were itching, and by the way, he had applied rain to those 6 or 7 medicinal fields that should have been applied today." What? Jiang Ming froze, and then the sheep mounted a great fury. So what does he want us to do? As the old saying goes, immortal cultivators can't be too idle. If they are idle, they are prone to harboring demons in their hearts and become slack. We only have that one incense burner to work every day, and he still wants to rob us. Is he trying to destroy my Taoist heart? Although Spirit Plant Peak Medicine Field is quite a lot, but cultivate spirit medicine is not to apply rain every day. Jiang Ming came to know. Sometimes coincidentally can have a dozen pieces of medicine field everyday task. Not coincidentally if only 1 or 2 pieces is also possible. Brother Jiang, calm down, calm down. Duanping smiled and said, Zhongguo's senior brother said, tonight there are everyone busy. That jade agaric building to celebrate the 3rd anniversary of the opening. We have to go to taste. Is not to make our spiritual rice should be the taste of. Lest do not make the rice is not delicious. Bad reputation of our spiritual plant peak. Jiang Ming nodded and said seriously, that's the right thing to do. Also, Miss Zizi from the Miaoyin Pavilion has brewed an improved version of osmanthus flower brew using spiritual rice, and we need to go and give it a grade 2. Jiang Ming nodded his head repeatedly. Then we'll be busy tonight. Yes, the task can be heavy. Duanping slapped his thigh and said solemnly. Then the 2 of them looked at each other and both smiled. Jade Jewel House, the top 5 ranked restaurants in the Little Thousand Mountains. 2 people casually consume a meal. It will be 5 or 6 spirit stones, topping the old grain planting a year's worth of land. A dozen or so figures from the back door in a row, drilled into the 2nd floor corner of a side hall. Not for a moment is to push the cups, wine and carousal up. Zhongguo, I won't punish you for taking someone else's job privately. Punish yourself 3 times today. A slightly chubby cultivator tapped the table. It was Feng He who had invited Jiang Ming to join Spirit Plant Peak in the first place. As a great expert at the 8th level of qi cultivation, he was also one of the real power figures of Spirit Plant Peak. Humph. 3 cups look down on who? See me show you even blow 3 pots. A tall and strong man laughed loudly. Snatch the wine pot as cuckoo 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 cuckoo. The atmosphere was extremely cordial as the crowd made a scene. And apart from Zhang Ming, Zhang Gui and a few others who had mastered the profound great smoke and rain technique, there weren't really many true members of the Spirit Plant Hall. In addition to the medicine fields and the base camp that need to be tended occasionally, those spirit rice fields and other chores are basically recruited by casual cultivators to take care of. A job like Duan Ping and others who take turns guarding the mountain gate is already the most onerous. Sending a full member to guard the gate will also show the seriousness of the work, and will also allow for a welcome in advance in case there is a high-level visit from the Little Thousand Mountains. A young man with a slightly thin, ordinary-looking body on the first seat smiled and raised his glass to Jiang Ming. How are you adjusting to being here for half a year, Ogi? Aside from being a little busy in a surprisingly way, I'm quite comfortable with it. Jiang Ming quickly got up to return the honor. This man looks ordinary, but a large cultivator in the middle stage of foundation establishment. Spirit Plant Hall's Hall Master Huang Chu. The age of the fear is more than 200 of the number of. Well, the essence of our spiritual planting hall lies in the word busy. If you can realize this, you have already entered the door. Huang Chu, however, did not have the frame of the foundation establishment stage at all. Smilingly said, do a good job. In our spiritual planting hall is like home. Just do what you want. There are not so many hooks and corners. We are a group of land growers, and we can't hook up. This was followed by a new round of pushing glasses and tasting food. This spirit planting hall is really busy. Jiang Ming while eating and drinking, the heart is also incomparable emotion, until it came in to know the outside world rumors about the spiritual plant hall of the wind. Every day is busy and busy, finishing the spiritual field information, a variety of miscellaneous matters constantly. Huang Chu gas smashed a mountain. All the dam is false. All the rumors. Are this yellow hall master? Oh no. Are the brothers of the spirit plant hall put out the wind? Even the elders of the top of the small thousand mountains seem to believe. Always allocate a lot of funds for New Year's festivals. Send people to boo and ask for warmth. For fear that the yellow Chu put up his sword, I don't want to do it. In fact, those live. Huang Chu early invited the array expert, engaged in fully automatic processing, every day to send an individual to the array to replenish the spirit stone can be. Of course, busy is not a lie, especially at night. Jiang Ming has been here for half a year, has been the size of the small thousand mountain restaurant, identification of no less than 10 rounds of. He suddenly realized that the spiritual plant hall seems to have that. The poor, the work of farming and selling rice seems to have a lot to offer. At the wine table, Feng he was already yelling. Feng was slapped the table and led the crowd in a windy turnaround to the Myriad Pavilion to taste the osmanthus brew, with 3 spirit stones a pot and 30. The next morning, Jiang Ming is refreshed to return to the cave. This only called cultivation. After a few more days, Duan Ping suddenly visited and gave Jiang Ming a storage ring. This is. Jiang Ming was shocked. Although the storage ring is not considered a proper magic weapon, but the lowest level is also worth more than 20 pieces of spirit stones. Hey, our spirit plant hall's dividends. You're several masters of the profound level of smoke and rain art, senior brother. A year's hard work to the end, then we are still some more it. You just came to half a year. Maybe less than Zhonggu a senior brother a few people. Duan Ping squeezed his eyebrows and quickly turned away again to give it to the others. A year of hard work. Jiang Ming looked at the storage ring in his hand, and his face was also a little odd. Staying here at Spiritual Planting Hall seems pretty damn good. Drone. Jiang Ming hadn't had time to check the storage ring when movement suddenly resounded again outside the door. He pushed the door open to see that a stocky, gray-haired man was standing outside, frowning as he walked around. Fellow Daoist Qin, can I help you? Jiang Ming frowned. It was a neighbor who had moved near him shortly after he had lived here, and seemed to be a shy person as well, renting a cave house of the lowest level. The two had met a few times, but their friendship was not deep, and they had never taken the initiative to visit each other. When the gray-haired man saw Jiang Ming walk out, he hurriedly stepped forward and said in a deep voice, "There is a chance. I don't know if you are interested in it." When he heard the word chance, Jiang Ming instantly tightened his body. Not it. I just settled down a few years ago. Where is the chance? Jiang Ming tried. It's right in the middle of the departure fire domain, the gray-haired man said in a hurry. Oh, don't go. Once Jiang Ming heard that it wasn't a storm in this small thousand mountains, he immediately put down his heart and closed the door with a pang and a twist of his head. The gray-haired man was dumbfounded for a moment before he cursed in a low voice and turned away with a cold snort. 96. The long sky fine rain reminds you, after reading remember to collect, www. The next time I update your convenience to continue to read Look forward to wonderful continue. You can also use the mobile version, WAP. Anytime and anywhere can read without hindrance. Chapter 132, Late Chi Practicing. Jiang Ming grasped the courtyard wall and saw the gray-haired loose cultivator go away without looking back. Before he was relieved to return to the house. We want the chance too, but our strength doesn't allow us to. Jiang Ming sighed. He is now just a practice gas in the middle of the small party dishes. Fight for a gross chance. Meet what happened to run cannot run away. According to the distribution of the immortal cultivators in the fire domain, Jiedan was the top of the pyramid. Foundation establishment made up the head, and the late Qi practitioner had a sliver of the right to breathe, and all the ones further down were cannon fodder. Don't look at the usual or human-like. In the small 1,000 mountains count a character, really outside when encountered blood fight, only hold head and run away. At the very least, we have to raise our cultivation to the late stage of Qi practice, and then find a way to raise our martial arts strength. Before we dare to leave the little 1,000 mountains, Jiang Ming drew a line for himself, and would never leave little 1,000 mountains until he reached that line. After staying in this little 1,000 mountains for almost a year, Jiang Ming would read miscellaneous books on weekdays and understood the cultivation system a little more clearly. Although Qi practice was the mainstream, martial arts body refining was also a path. But although it was simple to get started, it was extremely difficult to practice to a level comparable to Qi practice, and almost no one could refine blood energy to a level comparable to spiritual energy, and body refining compared to practicing Qi. There is also a great disadvantage. The distance is very difficult to play the advantage, so few cultivators will bother to major in body refining. But since this path exists, it naturally still has advantages. Able to carry and fight, invincible in close combat, is to be much more tolerant than the cultivator who purely practiced airflow, and according to access to information, martial arts master peak blood strength, should not balk at the late stage of Qi cultivator. If the real fight, who loses who wins is not certain. With this in mind, Jiang Ming's somewhat panicked mood due to his own weakness calmed down a lot. On the surface he is practicing Qi 4th layer. In fact he is practicing Qi 6th layer. Then in fact he can harden the late stage of practicing Qi. It should be considered somewhat self-preserving. Jiang Ming let out a breath and looked down at the storage ring in his hand. A strand of spiritual energy punched in to start probing. He originally wanted to live for a few years and save up to buy one himself, but he didn't expect that this spirit plant hall's so-called year-end dividend would directly give him one. Truly the poor stuff perishes. Jiang Ming sighed, and finished exploring the 10-foot square space. This is really the style of the spirit plant hall. After Jiang Ming was shocked, his face was also strange. In the storage ring, there were only 3 things. 100 neatly yards of spirit stones, a small blackened round shield, and a small bottle of elixir. The small round shield named Xian Shui Shield, nothing special role, is hard and unparalleled, can block all the attacks below the foundation. Of course, if it is shocked and injured another say, is considered to be a superior quality primary magic weapon. The bottle of elixir, on the other hand, had 10 golden blood dan placed in it, which could give Qi practicing stage immortal cultivators quick recovery from injuries and replenishment of spiritual energy, and was an unparalleled healing treasure. And this bottle of elixir alone was estimated to be worth large tens of spirit stones. Another shield, another healing miracle medicine, made Jiang Ming understand the style of the spirit plant hall more thoroughly. What fight? What fight? Are all false, alive, rich, is the most real. Good, good, this flavor is finally right. Jiang Ming was touched beyond words. The old man had lived for almost 200 years and finally met a group of like-minded people. Stop doing STH. For a period of time. Suddenly, a summoning talisman paper flew outside the door, transforming into 1,000 paper cranes that fluttered outside the small formation protecting the courtyard. This paper is not cheap. Jiang Ming was shocked, recognizing the talisman paper from the spirit plant hall. Could something big have happened? He hurriedly opened the formation and let in the 1,000 paper cranes. The talisman paper fell into his hands, and Jiang Ming immediately consulted the information in it. Be wary of chance scams and don't explore relic tombs with people. The latter recounts, in detail, the recent emergence of the central chances of the departing fire domain in the little 1,000 mountains. Although the chance is true, there is a relic there that will be opened every 1 armor, but this time, there will be a foundation establishment stage great cultivator involved in it. So remember not to be overwhelmed by the benefits and get killed for nothing. This leader can handle awe. Jiang Ming lamented and decided that tomorrow he would have to water a few more medicinal fields in return for the leader's care. Planting, watering, cultivating, eating, drinking, identification. Day by day, Jiang Ming's cultivation became more and more muddy. 3 months later, another crop of spiritual rice is about to mature. Jiang Ming sat cross-legged in the small courtyard, not anxious to run the 5 elements skill, continue to go to grind the bottleneck of the 7th level of chi training. This bottleneck that blocked him for more than 10 years has now become thin. Jiang Ming did not want to use any auxiliary elixir. Anyway, he has a lot of time, so slowly grinding spiritual energy, wear down the bottleneck, is the most perfect way to break through, and will not leave any flaws. Ordinary immortal cultivators do not live long enough to need to use pills to assist in the rush. And what is the rush for him? Suddenly, Jiang Ming's eyes stared, feeling the opportunity for a breakthrough coming. A checkpost. There seemed to be a light sound in his body, and Jiang Ming's spiritual energy, like a river that had been stopped by a dam for a long time, instantly broke through this dam and surged into all the limbs and bones, constantly drawing in the spiritual energy of heaven and earth and pouring it into his body. 7th level of chi practice. At this moment, Jiang Ming was finally considered to be the #1 minor expert in this little 1,000 mountains. He felt the spiritual energy in his body, which had skyrocketed by a small amount compared to before and continued to grow. No wonder it is said that a small barrier is the difference between heaven and earth. Just this kind of spiritual power gap is not the middle stage of practicing chi with external means can make up for the. Jiang Ming moved his fingers, and an ink blue flying sword flew out of his sleeve like a fish, fluttering up and down in the void, much more flexible than before. Cultivation breakthrough. The control of the magic weapon is also much smoother. Just with this hand flying sword, will be enough to deal with many dangers, but it's better to keep a low profile. Jiang Ming slapped a few more layers of forbidden spirit seals on himself, and his breath dropped to the 5th level of chi practicing all of a sudden. That night, in order to celebrate his breakthrough to the 5th level of chi cultivation, Jiang Ming invited Feng He, Duan Ping and the others to the Jade Shone building to get drunk. TSK, no, that relic in the center. This time, a lot of people died. And decades later, I'm afraid the storm is even bigger. Duanping sipped his wine and suddenly hammed and hawed. Tell me? Feng He's eyes lit up. Although this Ping's cultivation was low, the elders of the clan were the top echelons of the little 1,000 mountains in order to place him in this spirit plant hall, and their news channels were much wider than theirs. Jiang Ming also perked up his ears, and he remembered his gray-haired neighbor, which has been a few months in the past, also seems to have never returned. No surprise there should have been an accident already. Duanping smiled and said, that black stone relic, everyone should have heard of it. Since more than 1,000 years, it has been revealed in the Lihua domain. I don't know what era of cultivation sect ruins, there are quite a lot of magic weapons and treasures left behind, and it will be opened once every 1 armor, and only the early stage of the foundation building stage and below can enter. But this time, a mid-architectural stage broke in. Duanping said quietly, those cultivators in the chi practicing stage, facing the early stage of foundation building may still be able to rely on talismans and magic weapons or something to escape with a life. But when it comes to the middle stage of foundation building, it can only be a dead end. This time it is really miserable nah. Ordinary cultivators are like being mowed down like a piece of wheat fall. Jiang Ming's heart jumped as he listened, and he hurriedly ate a mouthful of demonic beast meat to suppress his fear, secretly saying that this immortal cultivation world was really much more frightening than the mundane world, and that if he didn't have enough certainty, he should never get involved in this kind of turmoil. How is it possible? I have never heard of a middle stage foundation establishment entering the Black Stone ruins. Feng He was a shock. Hundreds of years ago, that Black Stone ruin couldn't even be entered at the early stage of foundation establishment. Duanping said, as time passes, the Black Stone relics of the ban is gradually weakened. According to reliable information, the Black Stone relics to the next opening, there may be directly completely broken, then linked and strong. It could all come down to end of the year. Once this word came out, the wine table was slightly quiet. That was the real top figure of the departing fire domain, and there were no more than a handful of Jiedan powerhouses in the entire departing fire domain. What's in that Black Stone ruin? One person suddenly asked. Although there are not many similar relics in this Lihua domain, there are still some, and there are not many that can make a Jiedan powerhouse make a move. Unusual treasures, since needless to say, among the most important is a Gongfa remnants. Duanping drank a little too much, said in the heat of the moment, also do not bother to cover up. Not to mention that this news sooner or later will be spread throughout the fire domain. Perhaps the ban is about to dissipate. The relics opened. It seems that some people in the middle of the heard some kind of sermon Dao sound, came back to record the study. Many people guessed that the relics are still flourishing when a certain great man sermon Dao sound residue. What? Everyone was shaken. What level of great power must that be to leave behind a voice that could survive until now? And the content of that Taoist sound seems to be from foundation building to conjugation and even further back. Maybe it is the great power of that year preaching for the disciples. Duanping once again broke out a piece of news. This time everyone was breathing heavily. Even Feng He was no exception. All the people present are practicing chi stage. Even if they are lying down again, who has not fantasized about the success of foundation building one day? Hey, hey, heart moved it. This time the Tao sound I heard are all mutilated. Next time the relics open, may be able to hear the complete Tao sound. Can attract how much of a storm can be imagined. There was silence on the wine table for a moment. Feng He suddenly let out a long sigh and said with a bitter smile, "Alas, it's a pity that this kind of turmoil is not something that we can participate in. Yes, it's better to forget about this. The style of our spirit plant hall can't be spoiled. Drink, drink, drink." Several people shook their heads and sighed with a look of regret and pushed their glasses up. Jiang Ming silently sipped his wine, while secretly he shook his head. The style was the style of the spirit plant hall. But the hearts of the people were the hearts of the people 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 of the world. Lying down just because they don't see enough benefit. When the heartstrings are tugged by the benefit, no one remembers anything about lying down or not lying down anymore. After the opening of the next relics, the Taoist friends who can still sit at a wine table and drink. It is not possible to say that there will be a few less. 96. The long sky fine rain reminds you, after reading remember to collect, www. The next time I update your convenience to continue to read look forward to wonderful continue. You can also use the mobile version, WAP. Anytime and anywhere can read without hindrance. Chapter 133 No absolute security. Time in the immortal cultivation world seems to be much faster than in the mundane world. In the blink of an eye, it was 3 years later. 3 years, the cultivation of the 7th level of Qi practicing, before it is completely stabilized. A spiritually dense medicinal field with various valuable elixirs exuding a clear fragrance. Jiang Ming walked and cast rain while drawing on the spirit Qi of this place, which was much denser than the outside world, and running the 5 elemental skill to cultivate. This is also considered to be one of the benefits of the spirit plant hall. The spiritual Qi of the spiritual medicine field is even denser than many superior caves, although one cannot cultivate here for a long period of time, but sneakily inhaling for a while every day. No one would care about anything. Each medicine field sucks for a while, sucking as 6 or 7 pieces of children. It is worth his ragged cave to cultivate for several days. The road to immortality is hard. Jiang Ming sighed. Forgive him to have so many resources. Every day also in the Jade Xiong building to eat and drink those containing spiritual Qi food. Only really solid Qi practice 7 layer of cultivation. Can imagine how hard the ordinary casual cultivator. No wonder the vast majority of people, even if they break through the late stage of Qi practice, but also will be in the 7th layer of Qi practice stuck in the whole life. As strong as Feng was kind of spirit plant hall's powerful figure, he was only able to step into the 8th level of Qi cultivation. But these 3 years, finally also saved a few hundred pieces of spirit stones. Waiting for Feng He to help me find the alchemy. It is also time to learn. Planting technology again cattle, but also just a planting. Cannot plant what flowers to. Ordinary casual cultivators do not have the time or financial resources to learn other skills. While Jiang Ming now small family, and unlimited time, in order to later in the development of the cultivation world, alchemy and talisman making and other skills, it is always necessary to learn a lesson. As for why he chose alchemy first, Jiang Ming had also carefully considered it. There were 4 arts in the immortal cultivation world, which were alchemy, talisman making, weapon forging, and array arranging. Among these 4 arts, the only one that is less difficult to start is alchemy. The disadvantage is that it consumes a lot of resources and requires a lot of herbs to practice. As for the other 3 techniques, not only did they consume resources, the requirement for talent was even too much higher than alchemy, and they were extremely complex, so it was better to wait until they developed later. However, even if it was the alchemy that had the lowest entry difficulty, its inherited method was not something that an ordinary person could get. Jiang Ming could only ask Feng He to help him pay attention to it slowly. He came to the world of immortality to realize that the alchemy recorded in the accompanying book he had obtained in the mundane world back then was actually just something unimpressive, and what was practiced could only be called pills at best, but not elixirs. Although there is no complete alchemy inheritance, but Lin Lin also found some remnants. But you can first buy some materials. Try. Jiang Ming finished casting rain and offered a green-colored talisman paper. The latter instantly turned into a green-colored paper bird, carrying Jiang Ming as he wobbled and flew to the Round Valley Market. Come to the small Thousand Mountains more than 3 years. Jiang Ming in addition to the waste bag slowly rich. Other various messy little things are also engaged in a lot of this flying bird charm is a certain time after casting the rain. A loose cultivator to send him is not worth any money, but wins in the interesting. The marketplace was bustling with activity. Jiang Ming got down from the flying bird talisman, carefully put away the much darker talisman paper, and walked lightly into a store dealing with alchemy materials. In the store, The most conspicuous thing was the many furnaces and copper tripods of different sizes, with different alchemy techniques and different artifacts required. Yo, old brother Jiang is here again. Have you made up your mind this time? As soon as the shopkeeper saw Jiang Ming, he smiled. In the past few months, Jiang Ming often came here to hang around, and every time, he only looked but didn't buy. But he got quite familiar with the shopkeeper. If you make this tripod cheaper, I will really buy it. Jiang Ming pointed to a small tripod of the lowest level and said with a face full of meat pain, "You're a big name in the spirit plant hall. Do you still lack this amount of spirit stones?" The shopkeeper said with a look of disbelief. Jiang Ming heavy sigh, "Hey, you this is a layman do not know the inside doorway. Hey, just, the water here is too deep. I cannot say more. You see me this poor look. Their own understanding of it. No all understand." The smile on the face of the shopkeeper remained unchanged. But in his heart he couldn't help but speculate. Could it be that this spirit plant hall still has what he doesn't know about the doorway? Is this guy really a pauper? Is it hard to be exploited by those people in manhwa? The poor man still dared to buy the alchemy tripod. Is it the same as those desperate casual cultivators? Wanting to gamble on their alchemy talent, with alchemy a step to heaven? That's pretty ambitious. It's just a shame that gamblers like that tend to lose their pants. In a matter of moments, the shopkeeper's heart deduced countless great dramas. All in all treating Jiang Ming as if he was already poor and no longer so attached to him. Jiang Ming looked at it for a long time, and seemed to have finally made up his mind, and haggled with the shopkeeper for half a day over every cent, before he bought the lowest grade alchemy tripod for 30 spirit stones, and pick and choose, bought some bottles and jars for alchemy. Jiang Ming is only a face of meat pain color to leave the store. It's always good to be careful. It wasn't until he returned to his own small courtyard that Jiang Ming's face, only then, regained its calm color. The people of the spiritual plant church are not poor, but how to disguise themselves as a poor person depends on the creation of each person. Feng He rides a broken iron sword that is almost rusted off every day, and who can know that his treating his brothers to a meal is worth several years of hard labor for an ordinary casual cultivator. After all, although there are rules in the small Thousand Mountains, but it is still a place of scattered cultivation, a peaceful under the sun, does not mean that there is no blood in the shadows. A few days ago, the old valley originally brought the broken spirit stone. To come to find Jiang Ming Shiryu, who knows in the alley halfway, it was blindfolded and whacked the head. The broken spirit stone are robbed clean. The law enforcement unit talks a good game, and anyone who dares to cause trouble during the day must be severely punished. However, this kind of thing is as small as sesame. The members of the law enforcement team sitting in the flying sword out once, consuming the spirit stone are catching up with the old valley to save half a year, who sparingly have to come to deal with this kind of rotten thing. Of course, if it was the talented disciples of the Fire Lotus Valley who came to travel to the Little Thousand Mountains and were stepped on in the marketplace or something, then the law enforcement team would definitely descend on the streets with great righteousness, and within an incense burner they would be able to deliver that foot to the person. Everywhere is a jungle. Jiang Ming shook his head and pulled out the small green-colored tripod and set it in the center of the courtyard, throwing a bunch of shiny silver sand into the tripod and trying to use the fire control method to sacrifice the thing. This sand is called quicksilver sand, and its form changes greatly at different temperatures, making it an essential material for familiarizing oneself with the new medicine cauldron and improving the fire control method. Late night, Jiang Ming ate his dinner and continued to familiarize himself with the medicinal cauldron as the quicksilver sand continued to change shape in the cauldron. Suddenly, Jiang Ming felt something in his heart and looked in the direction outside the courtyard. It's true that there's no place that's necessarily safe. Jiang Ming's eyes narrowed slightly. From the first day he came to the Little Thousand Mountains, Jiang Ming knew that this place wasn't some kind of good land that was always peaceful. I didn't realize that he had attracted attention just by buying some alchemy things, but just a few cheap practicing middle stage in the district. They dared to do such things. Guts are really big. Jiang Ming felt outside the courtyard, quietly touching close to a few aura, face ancient well without waves, clamor. The small formation protecting the courtyard rippled for a moment, but did not make any sound, and then it returned to calm, as if nothing had happened. Jiang Ming, however, knew that heads had already been sent in on their own. He stood in the courtyard as if he was unknown as he continued to familiarize himself with the pill cauldron using the fire control method. Stop doing STH. For a period of time. In the night sky, a pitch-black flying sword like a shadow instantly swept out from the darkness of the night and fiercely chopped at the back of Jiang Ming's head. At the same time, a rope also rushed out from the side and bound toward Jiang Ming's limbs. I'll only practice forbidden arts if I'm immortal. The long sky fine rain reminds you, after reading remember to collect, www. The next time I update your convenience to continue to read look forward to wonderful continue. You can also use the mobile version, WAP. Anytime and anywhere can read without hindrance. Chapter 134, To Destroy the Grass, Remove the Roots. In the darkness of the night, flying swords and ropes attacked in unison, without a hint of retention, obviously wanting to kill in one blow. And in the small courtyard, Jiang Ming seems to be blissfully unaware of it, still concentrating on figuring out the usage of the medicine cauldron. Flew. Flying sword silently flew to Jiang Ming's neck near the front. The eye is about to Jiang Ming's head cut off. In the dark, a cruel smile had appeared on the faces of several figures. Pang. However, when that flying sword chopped down, it suddenly chopped on a green-colored light shield, rubbing out a series of sparks, and was directly bounced back. The rope also struck above the light shield and erupted into a ripple of spiritual light, returning without success. Gotcha. The green light shield was hit twice in a row. A burst of ripples kept swaying, finally could not withstand. Completely shattered. It was only until this moment that Jiang Ming seemed to be reacting, turning around in shock and horror, looking out into the dark night outside the courtyard, his face fearful as he drank. What kind of person? Good. It's really a fat goat. In the darkness, a burly figure slowly stepped out, one eye gray and blind for some reason, playing with a pitch-black flying sword in his hand. The flying sword returned without any success, and this one-eyed man's face didn't show any surprise. Instead, it flashed with greed as he scanned Jiang Ming up and down. Surprisingly, I can afford to buy a talisman that protects me for more than a dozen spirit stones. The kid's family is quite rich. The one-eyed man seemed to be smiling, while behind him, two figures also slowly walked in, sealing Jiang Ming's retreat on the left and right, on one side of the courtyard wall. On the other hand, squatting a short and thin woman, vigilantly observing the surrounding area, an earth-colored rope slowly fluttering around her. Still quite vigilant, Jiang Ming glanced at the woman and frowned slightly and unnoticeably. But the distance is not far. The flying sword should be able to kill instantly, and no one else lives near my small courtyard, so no one should be able to notice. These people were all in the middle stage of practicing qi, except for the one-eyed man whose aura was very close to the late stage of practicing qi, but in Jiang Ming's eyes, it was nothing. But before doing so, he wanted to make sure that behind these people, there were no others. With this in mind, Jiang Ming's heart was slightly settled, and he looked at the one-eyed man, whose eyes seemed to be flashing with panic. But he forced himself to calm down and said, "This is a spirit talisman sent to me by the hall master. I am a person of the spirit plant hall. If you dare to mess around, no matter what kind of heavenly background you have, Little Thousand Hills will definitely not be able to forgive you. Ha 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 ha, Lousy will disappear 1,000 miles away after I finish this job. I would like to see, Zioki Anshin's fund building Dan will not chase me for a miscellaneous fish in the middle stage of qi cultivation. Finish the job and disappear for thousands of miles?" Jiang Ming's heart stirred, speculating that this group of people was probably not an organized group of people, but more likely a small group of casual cultivators who did this kind of looting everywhere. And while the one-eyed man was speaking, he was carefully observing the person in front of him, whether he had any other backhanders. To do their line of work, they have to be bold to dare to come and loot the people of the spirit plant hall, and their hearts have to be fine, to guard against all accidents. However, the other party's panicked expression was what made the one-eyed man's mind settle down. It seemed that this guy was indeed not very strong, and they were going to be rich today. They chose Jiang Ming, naturally, also after investigation. A good luck to join the spiritual planting hall of qi practice in the middle stage of the loose cultivator. In addition to the smoke and rain art, in addition to the other cultivation talent is a mess. The strength of the spiritual planting hall is almost considered to be the bottom of the list. The Taoist people say that this spiritual plant hall looks poor. The actual one of the pockets bulging, I would like to see, is not true. The one-eyed man's eyes flashed with killing intent, not ready to delay any longer, and with a raise of the flying sword in his hand, he transformed into a pitch-black stream of light, like a black viper, and swept towards Jiang Ming. Stop doing STH. For a period of time, the flying swords made ear-piercing air-breaking sounds, so fast that it was hard to react, and several people seemed to have already seen the scene where Jiang Ming was being lorded over by a sword and blood was flying across the sky. Dang! However, a light sound came out, only to see a small pitch-black shield, not knowing when it appeared in front of Jiang Ming, dripping buttery spinning, accurately and incomparably blocking the flying sword's path of passage. The flying sword collided with the small shield, and behind the shield, Jiang Ming's face turned white, and his body seemed to be shaking slightly. There are still a lot of good things, but it is a pity that the strength is not enough. Don't delay. All of them give me on. The one-eyed man's gaze turned cold, and his flying sword chopped out again. This time, even the woman on the courtyard wall was also out. The rope in her hand was once again thrown out, fiercely shooting towards Jiang Ming's heart. One end of the rope was sharp like a knife, flashing with a purple-black luster, seemingly containing the power of intense poison. The other two, offered an iron seal and several talismans, striking at Jiang Ming in unison. In an instant, all kinds of attacks came in unison, as if they wanted to drown Jiang Ming. Even if the Xian Shui shield was hard, it couldn't T-block all the attacks. Why is this so shabby? However, the center of the various rays of light, Jiang Ming's gaze is a bit strange. The heart is still a bit empty. ING overacted again? In Jiang Ming's eyes, he had always held 12 points of respect and vigilance towards the immortal cultivation world. In his opinion, dare to kill people in the small 1,000 mountains of the immortal practitioners, that is the legend of the evil practitioners, is bound to be the art of high people bold generation. Not a few brushes how to dare to do this kind of thing. Only at this moment, Jiang Ming has a feeling that meeting is not as good as reputation. This iron seal, this flying sword, this talisman, is afraid that it is not even worth 50 spirit stones. That's it? That's it? Jiang Ming suddenly some sympathy for these people. It seems that the days of the world of immortal cultivation is not easy. Look at all the old people forced into what kind of. But sympathy returns to sympathy. When it's time to strike, Jiang Ming won't have the slightest hesitation. He swung his left hand fiercely, and the Xianshui shield swung out like a roulette wheel, panging hard against the incoming flying sword. Gotcha! The pitch-black flying sword let out a wail, but it directly cracked and was crushed away. The Xianshui shield only slightly changed direction, and then hit the iron seal that struck horizontally, and both of them erupted with spiritual light and flew backward at the same time. Boom! At the same time when the Xianshui shield was swung out, Jiang Ming's right hand was performing the fireball technique, and a blazing fireball the size of a human head shot out, burning the several talismans in front of him cleanly in the blink of an eye, and landing on the body of the person who sacrificed the talisman with more than just momentum. Clamor! In just an instant, the man was burned into a charcoal with nothing left. The remaining 3 people all changed their faces drastically. How did they lose one person in a single glance? Something is not right. A trace of uneasiness steeply rose in the one-eyed man's heart. Snap! As for the rope that the woman had offered up, it was directly held in Jiang Ming's palm and yanked fiercely. The woman did not have time to react, and with a miserable scream, she was dragged and flew out. Boom! Jiang Ming delivered another fireball spell, directly bombarding the woman who was still flailing in the air, burning a black hole in her chest, and her body fell to the ground with a charred odor. The one-eyed man and the remaining person's eyelids danced furiously, finally realizing that they had messed with a fierce dragon. Although the strength shown by the other party was still in the middle stage of chi cultivation, these means were subtle and tricky, and the spirit power was more condensed than that of an ordinary immortal cultivator. This was not a rookie casual cultivator at all, but an insidious and unparalleled old greaseball. No matter how strong you are, you're still in the middle stage of chi practice. Together! Yes! The one-eyed man gritted his teeth and bellowed, while the other man also roared and nodded his head, as if he was trying to give himself courage. Brush up! Without hesitation, the two turned around and fled in 2 directions. Go, my ass. Stop doing STH. For a period of time, a flying sword, however, shot out steeply, like lightning, and steeply pierced through a person's head, then drew an arc in the night sky, lightly descending in front of the one-eyed man's eyebrows. Sneer at. The one-eyed man fiercely stopped his body, and a trace of blood seeped out between his eyebrows, and the flying sword had already stabbed into the center of his eyebrows by half an inch. If he was a tiny bit faster, he would have to stab himself to death, carry the body and come back. A light voice sounded beside his ears. The one-eyed man's face was ashen, but with a flying sword at his head, there was no way for him to resist, so he could only carry his companion's body on his shoulders and walk back to the courtyard step by step. Lord! Spare your life! The one-eyed man did not have the ruthlessness he had before. The expression at this time instead reminded Jiang Ming of Lao Guzi. It was just a man with a plain and ordinary face. Maybe all of them who embarked on this road have any unspeakable secrets. It's just a pity that Jiang Ming never lets any hidden dangers go because of these reasons. Why do you want to kill me? Jiang Ming said tantalizingly. The one-eyed man's forehead seeped with cold sweat and he trembled. We bought the news from the 3 Talents Society. The 3 Talents Club? What's that? Jiang Ming frowned. Could it be that he was being targeted? The one-eyed man hurriedly explained. 3 talents will be 3 chi cultivation 6-layer loose cultivators led a small chamber of commerce. Usually in various loose cultivation workshops and small cultivation forces. Selling some low-level pills, magic weapon treasure and what? Sometimes also some news to the outside world to sell. This period of time happens to be in the small 1,000 mountain. Jiang Ming glanced at him, but also some speechless. You don't big breath well. Make me think that the 3 talents will be what large terrorist forces. There are 3 Zuanjuji sitting in the town or something. 3 people at the 6th level of chi cultivation. What are you playing at? Tell me what news you bought. Jiang Ming asked again. We purchased a list of loose cultivators below the middle stage of qi cultivation in Shaoqian Mountain, who are suspected to have rich family backgrounds and low risk of striking. San Kai will mark several key targets for us. Oh, looks like I'm one of them? Jiang Ming said tantalizingly. The one-eyed man nodded awkwardly. In their speculation, you are one of the few people in the spirit plant hall, whose cultivation is ranked at the bottom of the list, and you only know a smoky rain technique that can earn money. So you may have some family background, but you shouldn't have much backstage. Speaking of here, one-eyed man suddenly a little want to curse. What will only smoke and rain art? That fireball art with cannonballs, ready without preparation, a round after a round. There is also that tricky and swift flying sword art. That is the ordinary practice of the middle stage of the qi can be cast out of it. Then his face changed, and he hurriedly said, but there are quite a few targets on that list, and the three talents don't know that we're looking for you. Jiang Ming, however, his gaze sank slightly. It seems that he has been targeted after all. However, this was to be expected. Everything has its pros and cons. As a farming expert who mastered the profound grade smoke and rain technique, he didn't rarely fertilize people to earn spirit stones, so naturally, he would attract the attention of greedy people, and he hid his strength. It is even easier to be treated as a soft persimmon. But the advantage of hiding my strength is that those who come to pinch me as a soft persimmon can't get their hands any harder. This one-eyed man does not need to be said, and that three talented people will. Jiang Ming's eyes narrowed slightly. Your shortcomings lies in the business mind is too flexible. Jiang Ming glanced at the one-eyed man again and suddenly asked, you're so familiar with this. Have you worked with the San Choi gang before? I'm sorry, they have been doing this business for many years, and many people on the road have cooperated. The one-eyed man nodded with a dry smile. How can you be a gangster at your level? Jiang Ming said with some disdain. The one-eyed man hurriedly fawned. What you say is true. I am just a rotten mud. You are the real big man. You have the generosity to spare my life. I still hide some treasures outside the small 1,000 mountains. Jiang Ming looked at him with a smirk. The one-eyed man's legs softened and he fell to his knees with a thud, bursting into tears. I have an old man and a small child, and I am forced to do this. Boom! A fireball spell covered his head, burning him into a pile of charcoal in no time. Now your family will never have to worry about your well-being again. Jiang Ming glanced at the few corpses in the courtyard. The battle started fast and ended fast, except for a few pieces of turf that were charred. There were not many traces. But he's not killing people in the mundane world now. These several corpses can't just be thrown here. Those who can do more. I'll be kind and give you another ride. Jiang Ming muttered to himself, first performing his traditional craft, touching the talismanic spells and other treasures on several corpses. Then he performed the fire control method, and the fire snakes rose at his fingertips, wrapping several corpses. Not even a storage ring. Jiang Ming examined the pile of stuff and was also a bit speechless. Maybe all of these people's stuff was really hidden outside, but it didn't matter to him. Early the next morning, the spirit rice field. Brother Jiang, are you sprinkling fertilizer here? Where did you get it? Is it effective? Old Guzi walked up to Jiang Ming, pointing at the gray powder sprinkled in the field, and curiously said, the old folks gave it to me, the first time I tried. Jiang Ming said smilingly, and threw the last bit of powder in a beast skin bag into the field with a brain. Are you done with the weeds? Let's go. Let's get you some rain. The old grain was beaten up and robbed of the spirit stone. Jiang Ming was also a little heartbroken, so he arranged a job for the old grain to clean up the weeds in the field for him, and each cleaned up 1 acre in exchange for 1 time to apply rain. The weeds growing in the spiritual fields were also extremely difficult to clean up, and it was hard for mortals to remove them completely, requiring immortal cultivators to do it themselves. So Jiang Ming wasn't really losing anything. Good. Thanks to Jiang old brother. The old cereal also no longer asked about fertilizer. Smilingly said, this weeding can pay attention to it. Must be cut off the roots. Otherwise the back of the trouble is big. It is possible to plant a season of the spirit of the rice are destroyed. Yeah, cut the grass to get rid of the roots. Jiang Ming smiled and nodded. And this decimation has to be not only ruthless, but also fast. In the afternoon, Round Valley Place, Jade Jewel House. Jiang Ming sat alone in the corner, leisurely sipping a small drink and listening to the casual cultivators in the restaurant discussing various topics. These days is once again the annual large-scale loose cultivator trade fair. I heard that many people have found good things. Hey, there's also more chaos. And the law enforcement team is so busy every day that it's hard to squash all the chaos. After all, it is the place of scattered cultivation. Without some life preservation skills, then you can only blame yourself for bad luck. Someone is calm. Obviously stay in a place like the Little Thousand Hills. You have to have a certain degree of awareness. A flash of realization flashed in Jiang Ming's eyes. so it's a big fair. No wonder in the past few days, there were also more strangers in the Little Thousand Mountains, and even he suffered a wave of robberies. A pot of wine finished, Jiang Ming got up to the workshop market to casually stroll. Both sides of the street stalls scattered cultivators are more than enough. A variety of magic weapon elixir dazzling. And besides the scattered cultivators, the large and small cultivation forces of the departing fire domain also took advantage of this trade fair to come to the Little Thousand Mountains to sell their goods or search for treasures. Ha! The people of the Valley of the Fire Lotus. Jiang Ming suddenly glanced at a few figures and saw the embroidery on their clothes. This was the first time he had seen a cultivator from the Fire Lotus Valley after stepping out of the Red Pine Snowplain. But now is not the time to provoke them. Jiang Ming did not change his face and brushed past a few people. Moments later. 60 years of old power. Produced by the Three Choi Society. Quality is guaranteed. Fake 1 for 10. In front of a stall, 2 small amendments at the early stage of chi cultivation were hawking. Jiang Ming looked around as he walked, slowly pacing to the booth of the Three Talents Society. He casually opened a bottle of elixir. How do you sell this? Taoist friendship. This chi pill is produced by the Fire Lotus Valley. Its efficacy is 30% higher than other similar pills. 2 small repair immediately warm reception. Jiang Ming 3 words. Is the information he wanted to know set a clean? Then casually bought a bottle of pills. Floating away. 3 old things are on the hill. Good. Very good. I'll only practice forbidden arts if I'm immortal. The long sky fine rain reminds you, after reading remember to collect, www. The next time I update your convenience to continue to read look forward to wonderful continue. You can also use the mobile version, WAP. Anytime and anywhere can read without hindrance. Chapter 135, Taking the Initiative. On the streets of the marketplace, Jiang Ming walked slowly while his mind summarized the information he had obtained. 3 Chi practicing 6th layer, but the real leader is a guy named Lu Boss, rumored to have beheaded 2 or 3 scattered cultivators of the same rank, and there is some small fame. Only the 3 talents will be established for more than 60 years. These 3 practice Chi 6th layer chief, but not a breakthrough to the late stage of Chi practice. It seems that this late stage of Chi practice bottleneck, indeed can stop countless cultivators. Little Thousand Hills Chaos also has the benefit of chaos. Without a trace we'll be able to inquire about some news. San Kaihui is not a big person. Business contacts are also many. Jiang Ming easily got a lot of information. All in all, 3 Chi practicing 6th layer. Even if there is any life-preserving undercard, but chopping up the problem should not be too big. After all, Jiang Ming is not only a late-stage Chi practicing cultivator, but also beyond the peak of the Zhongshi's martial arts. It is just that he does not want to exert this undercard without necessity. It's almost time. The intelligence can't be investigated infallibly. When it's time to make a move, then we should be more decisive. Jiang Ming's pace quickened as he left the area of the marketplace. Then he sacrificed his flying sword and directly returned to Little Green Peak as a stream of light, starting to prepare for the operation. Spirit Melting Talisman, capable of melting the protective spirit formations of ordinary caves without causing any sound. Fire Serpent Charm, instant attack technique. The Chi Explosion Pill is a temporary boost to your spiritual energy, so you shouldn't need it, but it's still a good idea to keep it on hand just in case. Jiang Ming picked and chose among the equipment he got last night, only choosing those talismans or elixirs that could be used immediately, and didn't look at any of the magic weapons or anything else. Talismans and pills are okay. I have everyone. And the characteristics of the magic weapon and whatnot are too obvious. He is not prepared to use it at all, only waiting for the day when he lacks money to spend. Go to the black market to sell one time. Jiang Ming had been here for 3 years, and he was also slightly clearer about the doorways of the Little Thousand Mountains. Little Thousand Hills has rules in the open, but also in the dark. A few corners of the black market, even the law enforcement team is too lazy to care, often appear some things that should not appear. Speaking of which, the treasure obtained from killing those few disciples of the Fire Lotus Valley is also still buried under the tree. Jiang Ming shook his head. Counting his own family's treasure is quite fat. It is a pity that they are all unseen things. Really wait for the day when it is impossible to stay here, then sell them all in one brain and run away. When he was all ready, and the sky was a little dark, it's time, too, to try out the wonders of the character. In this place of abundant spiritual chi, Jiang Ming's mastery of the Forbidden Spirit Seal had gradually deepened, and he had already gained a preliminary grasp of the third basic seal, the Transformation Seal, the word seal of transformation, which can change the characteristics of spiritual energy, is the most unpredictable of the 6 seals. Jiang Ming's gaze flickered as his palm pinched out a seal in his sleeve robe, and a rune that swam non-stop like a tadpole manifested before he punched it into his dantian. Clamor. The characteristics of the spiritual energy that he exudes. Quietly it is a slight change. If Jiang Ming, who practiced the 5 elemental skill before, was covered with neutral and calm spiritual energy. At this time, it is filled with a wisp of femininity, just like a cultivator of the water system technique of cultivation. Not bad. Jiang Ming sensed his own breath and was satisfied. He then performed the disguise technique. His figure was slightly elevated by a few points, revealing a cold and handsome face. This time, from the spiritual energy breath to the face, all of them were changed. Even if it was a foundation establishment cultivator, he wouldn't be able to tell his real identity. Night fell, and all was silent in the small Thousand Mountains. Only the experts of the law enforcement team led the team to skim over the peaks from time to time, making routine inspections. However, this kind of patrol is only 2 or 3 times a night. Jiang Ming has been hanging out in the spiritual plant hall for so long, and the people in the law enforcement team are familiar with them, and they are more than familiar with their 10,000-year-old patrol time. Stop doing STH. For a period of time. After a few more streams of light swept through the sky, Jiang Ming quietly left the courtyard and raced toward another mountain peak in the distance. The place where the 3 Talents Club lived wasn't any better than Jiang Ming's little green peak. After all, they were here to do business, and there were many of them. This kind of small scattered cultivator group is basically a short-term rental of a piece of large miscellaneous courtyard, with average aura concentration, but it is inexpensive and incomparable. Yellow Rock Peak is a room beautiful cheap scattered cultivator settlement. Here fish and dragons mixed. Live a lot of temporary from the outside world scattered cultivator. Although it is night, but the streets of this place, surprisingly, you can still occasionally see pedestrians rush past, from certain yards in and out. But each person was on guard with no conversation between them. It seems that the daytime fares are just scratching the surface. The real good stuff is at night. Jiang Ming frowned slightly, unable to determine if there were any guests in the residence of the 3 Talents Society. But tonight he must make a move. And when the 3 Talents will react to the disappearance of those people, they will certainly be wary and escape from here. Next time he wants to catch, it will be difficult to catch. Daring to put Jiang Ming on the list of fat sheep, they must die tonight. A few mid-chi practicing, and can get what good things, even if there is a deal. The most is late chi practicing, even if you really need, it is not a problem. With this in mind, Jiang Ming kept his feet on the ground, turning down an alley and walking towards a mansion in front of him. Creak. Suddenly, one of the yards down the street was open. See you later, fellow Taoists. See you later. The black-clothed man with a simple face walked out sideways, seemingly saying goodbye to the people in the courtyard, and accidentally bumped into Jiang Ming. A hand shrunk under the sleeve robe, but quietly to Jiang Ming waist to probe. You've got a lot of nerve. Jiang Ming wanted to laugh a little. It really was a place of mixed fish and dragons. Even this kind of bumper sticker stealing minor cultivator was there. Pang! Jiang Ming grabbed the wrist of the other party. The man in black was shocked and immediately wanted to break free, but it was like a bug caught in an iron vise. How could he not break free in the slightest? In the courtyard, a figure's face changed drastically, and he hurriedly closed the door with a pang sound. Double yellow? You guys are a gang? Jiang Ming stared at the man in black and sneered. His face was cold at this time, and with a slight smile, it was as if it contained a piercing killing intent. Dao Yu. Misunderstanding. The man in black hurriedly changed into a pleasing smile. However, at the same time as he spoke, a sinister color flashed under the black-clothed man's eyes, and a talisman was sacrificed from his other hand, transforming into a golden sword light that fiercely stabbed at Jiang Ming's heart. Don't know what to do. Jiang Ming's gaze was indifferent and he casually waved his hand. The raging spiritual energy whistled out, and without using any spells at all, it was directly a force that shattered the sword light and blasted it onto the black-clothed man. Kacha! Pieces of bone-breaking sound. The black man was about to send out a scream, but was Jiang Ming directly sealed his mouth, such as lifting the chicken general, directly lifting him hidden into the darkness. It just so happens that you're neighbors with them, so you'll have to take the blame for this. 96. The long sky fine rain reminds you, after reading remember to collect, www. The next time I update your convenience to continue to read look forward to wonderful continue. You can also use the mobile version, WAP. Anytime and anywhere can read without hindrance. Chapter 136. Deep in the alley, a simple-faced man in black slowly walked out. Behind them, in the darkness, there seemed to be wisps of blood and the smell of charred legs of some animal being burned. Small mirror hall. Yang Zong, majoring in wood attribute spiritual power, is me. A naive smile appeared on the black-robed man's face, and his body exuded a thick spiritual energy of the wood attribute as he slowly walked forward. Soon, he was in front of a courtyard. The courtyard swirled with protective auras, and the gates were closed and unopened. It seems that there is no late stage of chi practicing. It seems that this three talents club, there are not many door-to-door guests tonight. Very good. Jiang Ming perceived for a moment, and there was no breath. That made his heart season, and he couldn't help but feel completely at ease. Looking at the protective spirit formation in front of him, Jiang Ming didn't hesitate to offer the spirit melting talisman and stick it on top of the protective spirit formation after inspiring it. Clamor. Just like ice melting, the formation light shield instantly revealed a gaping hole. Jiang Ming quietly stepped in, quietly sticking under the courtyard wall and wandering back. In the courtyard, in a side room, three wrinkled old men gathered together to discuss the harvest from the trade fair, or from the Fire Lotus Valley into the pills are good to sell up. Just a few days on the income of hundreds of spirit stones. Only a pity still have to pay a lot to the Fire Lotus Valley. Hey, selling news looks good to me too. You can continue to develop vigorously. I wonder if anyone has already started harvesting the list of fat sheep sold this time. We might as well take a look at ourselves, said one of the old men, a little excited. Those fat sheep may be worth more than what we've earned in a few years of business. Yes, if the three of us don't put up a fight, we'll be completely buried in the yellow earth. Another person's eyes also flashed. The three of them had been busy all their lives, but they had never been able to break through the bottleneck of the late stage of chi cultivation, and if they didn't save up some resources, they were afraid that it would really be hopeless to break through. Above the first seat, a slightly younger country face man shook his head and warned, "We only sell news, don't get involved in it, or turn over the car once. It is enough to bury all three of our brothers." As soon as this person spoke, the other two old men shut their mouths. Although the Three Talents Association was nominally three leaders to the outside world, these two people were clear that there was only one real leader, and that was the Lu boss in front of them, who was vicious and venomous, and had killed more than one immortal cultivator at the 6th level of chi practicing. Lu boss see two people still some unconvinced. I slightly sunken said, "I already feel a little wrong. 2 days ago to us here to buy news of a group of people. Yesterday and bought some talismans and pills after. Today is suddenly missing, but also did not see them in the workshop." The other two hearts jumped. One quickly said, "Is it still hibernating in the residence? After all, today I have not heard of any bloodshed in the past 2 days." Boss Lu sighed. "This is what I am most afraid of. If those people really need a ruthless person, they will definitely not even give them a chance to escape. If they get us involved because of this, that would be bad." "It's not that bad." An old man's face trembled. "What kind of crazy person meets a knife hijacker and kills the knife seller after killing the person? I hope I'm just being paranoid. Maybe those guys are really still at the residence waiting for their chance. But let's finish selling this batch and leave as soon as possible." Boss Lu spoke slowly. Suddenly, halfway through his speech, Boss Lu's face changed drastically, and he raised his hand to offer something. However, an inked green flying sword, but has been like lightning, instantly pierced through the walls, beams and pillars, and with a speed that makes despair, instantly pierced through the head of Lu boss. Pang! Although it is a slim flying sword, but the horror of the impact, directly as the head of the land boss, blasted into a puddle of blood and blood from the neck cavity gushing out. The other two old men, who were instantly splattered with blood, froze for a split second before they were shocked beyond measure and bounced up from their original position, their entire body's spiritual energy exploding without reservation as they rushed towards the outside of the house. At this moment, both of them were cold all over and felt that great difficulties were coming. Boss Lu's strength. They have seen it before. In the middle stage of chi cultivation, they have the power to fight with anyone. However, at this time, Lu boss does not even see the face of the enemy, and was blown out of the head by a sword. The person who came is definitely a great expert in the late stage of chi practice. Sound of escaping laughter. Another explosion. Another person's chest was pierced by a flying sword. Talisman spirit light like thin paper. Did not play any defensive role at all. Plop. The last man, in his panic, actually tripped right over the threshold and fell into the courtyard. Jiang Ming stepped out of the darkness and calmly looked at this last chief. "You say, I am a psychopath?" On the ground, that old man froze slightly, then looked at Jiang Ming with a stunned and incomparable look. You said that the list of..." Sound of escaping laughter. The flying sword penetrated his skull, bringing his words to a screeching halt. It seems to have been over-prepared. Jiang Ming shook his head. The expected bloodshed did not appear. Everything was so easy. But a good warrior has no heck of a lot. I am so well prepared that it would be a bit inappropriate to have any more accidents. And the commotion here immediately startled the other cultivators of the Three Talents Society in the courtyard. A figure rushed out from the other houses, all of them offering various magic weapon talismans, ready to meet the change. However, when they saw the scene of their own leader's tragic death, they were instantly changed in color, and one by one, they immediately lost the heart to resist and turned their heads to run. Jiang Ming's gaze was tantalizing. and he flexed his fingers and flicked. The flying sword swept out again, like an elf in the dark night, taking away a life with every dance. The cultivation world is like this, and there is no room for any compassion. If you can drive out all the people, don't leave any hidden dangers. In just a moment, the courtyard is lying a body, without 3 chi practicing 6th layer. The rest of the people under Jiang Ming's flying sword is like a fish. One did not escape. Very good. Hidden danger eliminated. Jiang Ming looked around and didn't search these people's treasures. He only removed the storage rings of boss lose 3 people. And then he walked out of the courtyard door with great strides. Brush. There were quite a few people who heard the commotion in the courtyard of the 3 Talents Association. And when they saw someone walking out, dozens of gazes were immediately gazing over from the doorways of the various courtyards. Through the wide open door of the courtyard, one can vaguely see the courtyard. A body lying on the ground. Jiang Ming didn't bother to pay attention to it. And with a deep leap, his body exploded with green light spiritual energy. And he disappeared into the night. Isn't that one of Kojo Du's men? I think his name is Yangzong? I think it's right. He cultivates the wood attribute technique. Little Mirror Hall. These guys have not done a lot of pitfalls. How to kill to the head of the 3 talents of the association. What's going on? This little hall of mirrors. Did it hide its strength before? Some eyes wandered over to the yard at Little Mirror Hall. However, in the courtyard, the faces of several figures were showing shocked and unsightly colors. What the hell is going on? What is Yang Zong up to? An old man at the 6th level of chi practicing was shocked and angry. This should not be him. One person, however, said with a pale face, What's going on? The old man immediately turned his head to stare at him. I and Yang Zong were just ready to be a sheep. I didn't expect the man to backhand Yang Zong and tackle him. The man trembled. What? The old man's face changed greatly. Cannot afford to get angry again. Even drank. Quickly go. Withdraw from the small 1,000 mountains. No. And in the distance, a stream of light had already shot from the sky and descended on this yellow rock peak. The small 1,000 mountain law enforcement team came a little late. The murderer ran out of shadow. Early, but it is not too late. All Yellow Rock Peak people, gather at the peak. Those who resist will be killed on sight. The cold voice spread across the Yellow Rock Peak, and all of Little Mirror Hall. The people, all of them, were white as a sheet. Can mix this kind of fishing side door? Who is not monkey fine. Do not care that the murderer is not Yang Zong, as long as he showed his Yang Zong's face, and finally did not get caught. Then the scapegoat can only be their small Mirror Hall. For the sake of a sheep, he turned himself into a sheepaw. The old man leading the small Mirror Hall smiled miserably. 96. The long sky fine rain reminds you, after reading remember to collect, www. The next time I update your convenience to continue to read look forward to wonderful continue. You can also use the mobile version, WAP. Anytime and anywhere can read without hindrance. Chapter 137 Immortal Dao Forbidden Technique Golden Fire Sword Finger. TSK. That Sankai Club was wiped out overnight. The last time this kind of eucalyptus happened was the last time. In the Jade Xiong building, a group of spirit plant hall masters and brothers gathered together, listening to Duan Ping's eyebrow-raising narration of last night's events. Although the Little Thousand Mountains is the land of scattered cultivators, weekdays are also small chaos. But this kind of ruthless extermination of the incident, or quite rarely appear. But it really happened. No one cared too much. People before death counts as a person. After death is just a pile of ash. Everyone just as a more after dinner talk. This is the world of immortal cultivation. Life and death is but a common occurrence. Even the strongest Jiedan may die in a fight. The murderer just escaped? Zhong Guizha was surprised. Feng Yi glanced at him with a smile on his face. Zhang Gui also only came 2 or 3 years earlier than Jiang Ming, and it seemed that he didn't know much about the doorways of the Little Thousand Mountains. Where can only Mr. Yang Zong. The rest of the main culprits all caught. Duanping heatedly smiled. The murderer Yang Zong was seen face thing briefly said again. Yang Zong of the small mirror hall? Zhang Gui was stunned. Full of disbelief. I've seen that guy before. He's good at tricking and cheating, but his cultivation is only in the middle stage of chi cultivation. How could he have committed such a big eucalyptus? Certainly someone is pretending to be at least in the late chi practicing stage. Hey, don't talk nonsense. Duanping quickly reached out his hand to prevent the man from continuing to deduce, since Yang Zong has disappeared. Then the murderer must be him. The people of the small mirror hall also do not want to escape. All have been detained by the law enforcement team. Let's just forget about the brotherly banter. After we go out, I advise you not to talk nonsense. The law enforcement team is very observant, since they have concluded that it was someone from the small mirror hall who committed the eucalyptus. It must be them, Feng Yi said smilingly. finalizing the matter. Others are not little cute. A flash of realization flashed in his eyes, and he laughed and brought the matter to a close, and began to discuss other things. Jiang Ming smiled. This direction of development was a bit out of his expectation, but it was normal when he thought about it. The Three Talents Association was destroyed in the cave of the Little Thousand Mountains. In order to appease the other casual cultivators, the law enforcement team naturally had to show their attitude and track down the murderer. But can be in the marigold tea time to destroy the three talents will. Out of the person at least is also practicing Chi-Late Masters, and is absolutely ruthless stubble. The law enforcement team is also a person. Everyone is just earning a spirit stone. Who wants to fight for a small three talents? It just so happens that the murderer has the face of a person from the small mirror hall. And the reputation of the small mirror hall is not very good. So what else is there to say? It's got to be you guys. This little hall of mirrors is going to lose his skin if he doesn't die. Jiang Ming leisurely sipped his wine. But what does that have to do with him? Who let you take the initiative to find the door? The wine was served, and the people left on their own. The destruction of the Three Talents Association caused a small ripple in the Little Thousand Mountains. The law enforcement team's thunderous tactics used the fastest speed to find the murderer, and announced it to the public, expressed a severe condemnation of the cruelty of the Little Mirror Hall, and beheaded the 5 main culprits, and the rest of the accomplices wasted all of their cultivation, and expelled from the Little Thousand Mountains, never allowed to enter. However, in this fish and dragons mixed with the land of scattered cultivators, no one cares about some dead people. This point of ripples is quickly disappeared and gone. Little Green Peak. Jiang Ming burrowed into the house and affixed a talisman to the window to prevent probing before he sat down at the table and started probing the 3 newly acquired storage rings. Not many people come to this nook and cranny, but it's always good to be on the safe side. Rejuvenation Pill, Golden Blood Pill, Water Walking Charms, Wu Jin Iron, Pills, Talismans, Magic Weapons, Materials, Spirit Stones. Linlin total is quite a lot, although basically all the lowest level things, but the number cannot be small. Jiang Ming roughly estimated, add together the value, at least more than 3,000 spirit stones. After all, it is 3/2 of the body into the ground of the old Greece. This life also saved some family, ready to do a few waves, save some resources to impact the late stage of chi practice with. Did not expect to be cut by Jiang Ming leaks. A wave of fat. Jiang Ming's eyes glowed a little. What? Planting and digging. It's still crowdfunding that's fast. But crowdfunding is risky, so don't volunteer for something like this unless you're forced to. He then shook his head. This kind of spirit stone couldn't be earned too often, otherwise the group that came to attack and kill him would be the downfall. Of course, he might be a little worse off, maybe tied to a rack and roasted all day. And cultivators live long lives. Jiang Ming shivered with excitement and hurriedly suppressed these chaotic thoughts, separating these things by category. In the end, the only thing left on the table were some jade slips and messy books. To be honest, Jiang Ming was still more interested in these things. What is outside the body is false. The knowledge that can be remembered in the brain is what will always be there. Maybe one day, when all the immortal cultivators return to dust, there will be no one to pass on this knowledge, so it will be up to me. Jiang Ming muttered, suddenly feeling that he was burdened with a layer of divine mission, and with a righteous face, he began to browse through these jade books. However, most of them are miscellaneous books. Jiang Ming roughly skimmed through them, ready to read them slowly later. Only a few jade samplices contain a few spells. 5 elements transportation technique, boosts speed by 30%, and special environments boost it by 50%. Rubbish, it's not as fast as my pulse-breaking scripture. Rejuvenation, healing magic, garbage, do I need this? Jiang Ming browsed through them one by one, slowly getting a little disappointed. They were all small elementary spells that couldn't even catch his eye. You can practice for fun sometime, but it's not much use. Aha! Seeing that the remaining jade slips were getting fewer and fewer, Jiang Ming suddenly stopped on a piece of jade slip. Finally something good. Gold and fire sword finger. Simultaneously mobilize gold. Fire 2 attributes of spiritual energy, bursting out a powerful destructive force. The attack alone and the primary spells nearly invincible. If the 9th level of chi cultivation will be practiced to the completion of the art, under the foundation of no rival. However, this technique has a huge disadvantage. Due to the fusion of the 5 elements of the 2 most violent spiritual power, the practice process is prone to dantian damage. Every show, but also on the dantian will cause great damage. The stronger the cultivation, the greater the damage. The ordinary chi practitioner stage at least half a month to fully recover. The idea of this spell is wonderful, trying to fuse the 2 strongest attacking spiritual forces, turning into a sharp blade to pierce all defenses. Jiang Ming sked. It's a pity that it's not an easy thing to do, and in the end, it only got a defective product, but this is more precious to me than any spell. Damage to the dantian? Is that a thing? However, this spell also consumes a lot of spiritual energy, but cannot be cracked like the blood wave knife. Regardless, Jiang Ming finally had a truly powerful life-preserving technique. Before the flying swords, fireball magic and so on, are just unusual means, kill the weak generation is okay, meet the real experts. It is difficult to play out 10% of the power. And this golden fire sword finger, if he utilizes it properly, maybe a cultivator who is one small realm higher than him can also cut him down. This is the real killer weapon. Jiang Ming will be this jade brief put away. The back is not to find what interest spells, but this is normal. A group of ordinary casual cultivators just, nothing good is right. Only the golden fire sword finger. For others is estimated to be the price is not high chicken ribs. This cultivation immortal world and the mutilated spells, afraid than the mundane world is much more. In the future it is possible to pay attention in this direction. The bookstalls in the marketplace, the scripture pavilion and so on, but also can often stroll. Jiang Ming played with the jade slip, his mind pondering. A few moments later, after packing everything up, Jiang Ming continued to dig a pit and bury the storage ring under the tree. In addition to that golden fire sword finger, he only took some spirit stones and common defense talismans. Now there is no crisis. There is no need to take those other unseen things to sell money. Next, Jiang Ming's life regained its calmness. Planting, watering, learning new spells, and strolling around the Jade Shone building in the Myriad Pavilion when he had nothing else to do. A few days later, Feng He finally sought out an alchemy inheritance for him, taking advantage of the hustle and bustle of the trade fair. Seems to be the inheritance of a casual alchemist who suddenly died violently in the Little Thousand Mountains decades ago. It is only a primary inheritance, but it is enough for you to learn. Feng He handed him a jade slip and lightly said, however, it is already unknown how many copies have been copied by the seller. And some of the pills recorded in it have long since reappeared in the Little Thousand Mountains, so you don't need to be too cautious. A few short words, but also let Jiang Ming know the cruelty of this cultivation world. Thank you for taking the trouble. Senior Feng. Jiang Ming hurriedly thanked him, although Feng He said it easily. He also knew that this kind of thing could not even be accessed if he did not have some status. This alchemy inheritance, can it be valued under 300 spirit stones? With that, he asked. When Feng He was first asked to pay attention to the alchemy inheritance, Jiang Ming gave the affordability of 300 spirit stones, which was already a fortune that many casual cultivators could not save in their lifetime. Even if they could save up, almost no one would be willing to trade for an alchemy inheritance. Feng He nodded and was about to name the price, but Jiang Ming had already offered a storage ring. Senior Feng, here are 350 spirit stones. It's not easy for you to go through all the trouble for me. Feng He couldn't help but lose his smile. I haven't even said the price yet. You're not afraid of losing out. It's not a loss if I can get this alchemy. Jiang Ming laughed frankly, without a trace of heartache. Although the two had a good relationship, Jiang Ming wouldn't try to take advantage of Feng He for anything based on this relationship. Feng He's channel alone was worth spending some more spirit stones on. Otherwise he didn't know how much effort he would have to put in. Hey, you. Feng He helplessly shook his head. I advise you to stop. See, the situation is not good in time to stop. This alchemy is a bottomless pit. I do not know how many people head into it. The last pill did not practice out, but pants are lost. Feng He kindly reminded, but also did not directly block. Gentlemen's friendship point to point. Other people want to do something they have to go to stop. In turn, it seems stupid. Jiang Ming had already thought of an excuse. A face of helplessness said, I will not our spiritual plant hall so idle. So busy, and I do not dare to go outside to risk. Always have to find some amateur part-time Alright. When you've developed the pills, we'll have a new person in the spiritual planting hall. Feng He laughed and chatted a few more times before he was half-heartedly accepting the storage ring and drifting away. Send Feng He away. Jiang Ming is impatient to pull out the alchemy heritage jade slip, stick on the forehead to explore up. A full incense stick later, Jiang Ming was able to put it down, his eyes flashing with marvel. Alchemy is really not something simple. Medicinal material handling, furnace fire control, duration of fire. Each step requires enough experience to control, but these are not a problem for Jiang Ming. He is the least even if time. A year is not enough to learn 10 years. 100 years, there is always a day to learn. This more than 300 spirit stones, nearly spent all my savings in the past 3 years, but it is not bad. This inheritance not only has a detailed alchemy method, 6 or 7 common Dan formulas such as Qi regaining Dan and Golden Blood Dan, but the most precious is also the annotated detailed explanations of a junior alchemist. Jiang Ming sighed softly. This kind of thing is definitely an alchemist's untold secret, and now it has all been copied in many copies. It seems that former casual alchemist has indeed met with an untimely end. The cultivation world is cruel everywhere. Only strength is everything. The next day, Jiang Ming went up to the Round Valley market to buy some low-grade elixirs and prepared to try to refine the first type of elixir, the Qi recovery pill. This is also the cultivation world's most common kind of elixir. There is only one role, that is, to restore the cultivator's aura. From the practice of small cultivators to the Jindan ancestor, our walking in the world of cultivation of immortality is a must-have thing. Although this alchemy heritage recorded only the lowest level of Qi recovery pills, but if successfully refined, even if the success rate is only 2 or 3%, the speed of earning spirit stones is much stronger than planting. Jiang Ming thought in his heart and returned to the little green peak. Aha! Neighbors living again? Jiang Ming caught a glimpse of a courtyard in the distance, where a figure was setting up tables and chairs and other things inside. That courtyard is exactly the residence of the gray-haired neighbor who came to find Jiang Ming to go out together to look for opportunities. It seems that person did hang up. Jiang Ming, face expressionless, walked into the courtyard. Experienced more killings. This kind of hilarious looking for death of the guy hanging has let his heart cannot give birth to a ripple. The next day, Jiang Ming is pouting his buttocks and pouring the medicine cauldron in the courtyard, carefully urging the spirit fire, trying to practice the Qi recovery pill. Pang! The medicinal cauldron shook, and black smoke rose from the bird, emitting a smell of burnt lake. Jiang Ming full of black lines. Just a morning, the third furnace, Rao Jiang Ming had prepared in advance, to this spirit stone consumption rate, but also some heartache up. Drone! The sound of the courtyard protection spirit formation being activated suddenly rang out, and Jiang Ming frowned as he stepped out of the courtyard, and saw a sunny and gentle-looking youth, with only a cultivation level of the second level of Qi cultivation, standing outside the courtyard in a slightly restrained manner. Is something wrong? Jiang Ming was in a bad mood and said in a bad mood, Senior brother, I'm a new mover. My name is Su Rin. The youth stuttered and introduced himself, and finally handed Jiang Ming a food box with some embarrassment. I used to be a cook, and this is my own cooking. It's all ordinary ingredients, not worth much, so you mustn't mind it. Fragrance emanated from the food box, and Jiang Ming looked at the youth in front of him, and also revealed a hint of a smile. Thanks a lot. The so-called hand does not hit the smiling face of the people. This kid is obviously not much family background. This is their own cooking as a gift. Jiang Ming is also embarrassed to set a stink face. In the next few days, Jiang Ming saw this young man named Su Ren from time to time, sending meals to all the neighbors of Little Green Peak as meeting gifts, which made everyone have a good impression of this kid. The misery of the bottom small repair. Jiang Ming shook his head and continued to burrow back into his courtyard to delve into alchemy. 96. The long sky fine rain reminds you, after reading remember to collect, www. The next time I update your convenience to continue to read. Look forward to wonderful continue. You can also use the mobile version, WAP. Anytime and anywhere can read without hindrance. Take a day off. Unwell. As title. I'll only practice forbidden arts if I live forever. Please take a day off. It's in the middle of being typed, so please wait a moment. After the content is updated, please refresh the page to get the latest update. Chapter 138 Alchemy Success. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye it was half a year later. The fiasco of the Three Talents Association has long been over. The law enforcement team destroyed the small mirror hall, recovered a large amount of dirty goods, and gave some gold, silver and jewels to the family members of the Three Talents Association. So the matter was closed. Jiang Ming's life has also returned to peace. This alchemy, it's really not something that ordinary casual cultivators can play around with. In the small courtyard, Jiang Ming looked at the small medicine cauldron in front of him, which had been smoked black and weathered through the ages, and also let out a long sigh. It took him half a year and consumed at least 100 spirit stones of herbs before he finally refined the first furnace of Qi recovery pill a few days ago. 10 Qi recovery pills. Average quality. The market price should be 10 spirit stones. The cost of the herbs per furnace is around 2.5 spirit stones. At first glance it seems that the profit is terribly high. But this alchemy, the most important thing is the rate of pills. Only a high enough rate of pills can be called a qualified alchemist. Jiang Ming shook his head helplessly. After the first furnace was refined, he refined a dozen more furnaces before refining the second one today. This rate of success is not even 10%. Instead of ordinary casual cultivators, they would have lost their pants. So even Jiang Ming was a bit distressed. Fortunately, I don't have the worry of longevity, so I can slowly increase the rate of pills. Otherwise, whoever lets me learn alchemy, whoever the hell is definitely my absolute great hatred. He finally understood that this alchemy together is the tool of the Lord Snowball, but also the poor casual cultivator's gold-swallowing cave. No wonder the small 1,000 mountain alchemist is so few. This ordinary people who play Jiang Ming playing with the hand milky white back to the gas stand, suddenly feel that this world where all the damn quite like, no matter what they want to learn what, only the Romans to play with what bull asterisk cold family out of noble son, After spitting for a moment, Jiang Ming was the one who took out another portion of herbs from his storage ring and prepared to start refining the next furnace. Suddenly, Jiang Ming raised his head to look under the large tree where many things were buried. A familiar aura suddenly appeared in his perception. Good man, you finally woke up? Jiang Ming put down the herbs and walked to the tree in large strides, carefully digging out a pit. In the pit, a chubby white carrot, stretching its limbs and slowly flopping around as if it had just woken up, was still a little confused. This white radish was clearly the same pill king that Jiang Ming had brought out from the mundane realm back then. Back then, this little thing almost withered away in the mundane world, and after Jiang Ming came to this immortal cultivation world, he poured a lot of spiritual energy into it, but was not able to wake it up, so he could only bury it in his own small courtyard, holding the mentality of treating a dead horse as a living horse. I almost forgot about you. Jiang Ming dripped and gripped it from the pit, inspecting it left and right a few times. Seems to have put on a little more weight than back then, and the features on his face are a little more defined, but still looks a little stagnant and stupid. It seems that this white donut, is still suitable to grow in the cultivation world, but you don't run blindly. Be caught by someone may have to be sliced up. Jiang Ming rubbed its head of fiery red grass blades and threw it back onto the ground. After coming to Little Thousand Mountains for 4 or 5 years, Jiang Ming had read a lot of miscellaneous books, and by chance, he had also learned about this pill king, which was supposed to be something called an alien spirit pill. The different spirit medicine is a kind of mutation of the spirit medicine, although it is the body of the plant, but like an animal can move freely, and the birth of spiritual wisdom. However, this thing besides looking bluff, its medicinal effect is not much stronger than ordinary spirit medicine, and it also likes to eat spirit medicine. It is almost treated as a pest in the immortal cultivation world. Once this thing appears in the spirit field it must be eradicated immediately. It is said that a plant appeared in the spirit plant hall spirit medicine field decades ago, and when it was discovered, it had already chewed up several acres of spirit medicine fields. The only special use that has been discovered is that it is ground into powder and added to pills, which can enhance the rate of pills and the quality of some pills, and is considered to be a rare material, which can be worth some money to the alchemist. I think the Fire Lotus Valley has been sending small cultivators to fight for the pill king. I'm sure that's why I'm here, but I don't think there's anything else in the book, Jiang Ming said to himself, then his eyes turned. Speaking of which, my rate of pills formation is also a bit low. Feet, this white donut is tumbling carelessly on the grass. Suddenly the body stiffens, seems to feel a coolness. Forget it, it's hard to have a companion brought out from the old country. I'd better not be so hard-hearted. Jiang Ming smiled and leaned down to look at the little guy. The mouth among his 5 features had been able to open slightly and was gnawing on the weeds on the ground. Follow me well. If I, Jiang Ming, have a bite to eat, you will definitely not starve. Jiang Ming said boldly, taking out a golden spirit ginseng from his storage ring and threw it to this white group. This sentence seems to have some kind of magic, so that the white group of chubby body tightened, and then it was attracted by the aroma of the spiritual ginseng, pounced on a messy gnawing. Jiang Ming nodded with satisfaction, and a thought suddenly arose in his mind. Although the medicinal effect of this foreign spirit medicine isn't very powerful, but I heard that it can live for a very long time, so maybe it can really be of some use in the future. This thought flickered away. Jiang Ming did not report any hope. There is a companion who can live long enough. It is already a thing worth celebrating. Speaking of celebration, I successfully refined 2 furnaces of chi recovery pills, and I haven't found anyone to celebrate. Jiang Ming stretched his waist, picked out a few elixirs for the white donut to eat as a meal, and after explaining that it should stay at home properly, he walked out of the small courtyard with a flourish. Jade Jewel House, you really refined it. Feng He looked at the chi return Dan in his palm and was surprised. How is the rate of completion? Jiang Ming smiled awkwardly. Less than 10%. Hey. Feng He shook his head. Only when you raise it to more than 40%, you can earn This time is spent on cultivation. Maybe you have broken through to the late stage of chi practice. Although Feng Wei is not an alchemist, but in the small Thousand Mountains mixed for a long time, but also know how difficult it is. How many alchemists to improve 1% of the rate of pills? It will take several years. With his words at this point, he was already reminding Jiang Ming not to lose out on the big picture because of small things. Alas, Feng senior brother, you do not know my talent. This life is afraid to break through the late stage of chi practicing. After a lot of effort is useless. Maybe chi practicing 5 layers to the end of the. If not, how would I be rooted in alchemy together? Jiang Ming is a long sigh. Rambling made up. Bah, said many difficulties in cultivation. The end is the eyes of the despondent said, do not say. Drink, drink. Feng was stagnated and let out a sigh as well, his gaze softening a lot as he accompanied Jiang Ming to drink. Since this day, Jiang Ming, due to the failure of immortal cultivation talent, switching to the path of alchemy, the news is gradually spread all over the spirit plant hall. Inexplicably, Jiang Ming's relationship with everyone in the spirit plant hall seemed to have melted down quite a bit. Even originally there were a few cultivators who also mastered the profound grade smoke and rain technique, who always looked down on Jiang Ming, who was a rising star, and usually didn't say a few words. After learning that Jiang Ming had given up on the immortal path, their attitude towards Jiang Ming was suddenly much better, and they would greet him when something happened, and take care of him in certain small matters. This jungle has the same flavor everywhere. Jiang Ming received 10% more spiritual rice seeds than usual for free from the spiritual plant hall and smiled as he headed back towards Little Green Peak. Back then, when he first joined the spiritual plant hall, he was a flourishing master of the profound grade smoke and rain technique, which made some people feel threatened and made some people jealous in their hearts. But Jiang Ming, who has given up continuing to cultivate immortality, is no longer enough to be the opponent of those people. The Jiang Ming of today is just a small cultivator who has mastered the profound grade smoke and rain art, which is somewhat useful to the spiritual plantation hall, but is not enough to make people feel threatened. A person who is not very competitive, but has some little skills of mastery. Such a colleague is naturally liked by anyone, and is very popular everywhere. This is the art of groping and the essence of laying flat. Jiang Ming was in a happy mood, humming a little song as he returned to Little Green Peak and threw the spirit rice seeds to the group of mortals. Jiang old brother, cast another rain. The old valley ran from the distance and smiled. Have you saved enough money for your room? Jiang Ming asked casually as he couldn't hide the joy on his face. Hey, where can it be? Old Valley sighed, but there was a smile on his lips. Jiang Ming also did not ask more questions. Not long after the Old Valley is unable to hold back, took the initiative to heave a smile and said, but I may be able to live in a cave right away. The senior management of the Little Thousand Mountains ordered that in order to accommodate more casual cultivators, it is possible to purchase a cave without enough spirit stones. Jiang Ming froze, his face oddly colored. Old Guzian continued to be exuberant. No wonder people can become a great cultivator. The brain is flexible. I see the cave house. As long as I first pay 50 pieces of spirit stones, and then according to the provisions of the 5 pieces of spirit stones each year, pay enough 60 years, you can receive the deed to the cave house. What a talent! Jiang Ming sighed with heartfelt admiration. This talent really shines wherever it is, but this little thousand hills is so amassing wealth. Is there some big move? Jiang Ming said in his heart, with an extra hint of vigilance in his heart. If there was anything wrong, he would immediately butch up. I hope it's too much. To be honest, he felt that this small thousand mountains to stay quite comfortable, if there is no accidental events, has been here go to the end of the world is not feasible. Every 1 or 200 years, on a different identity to continue to go. After casting rain on the old grain, that new neighbor Su Run warmly invited Jiang Ming to his home for dinner. Jiang Ming raised a pot of wine, and gladly went. He did feel that this little guy, with the year as fei is somewhat like the year. The enthusiasm for life is incomparable. In a piece of chatting, so that he, the old man, feel younger. Returning home and teasing the white donut for a while longer, Jiang Ming continued to start his alchemy business. Only after mastering the art of alchemy will I be considered to have a slight foothold in this immortal cultivation world, no matter where they drift to in the future. With this skill in hand, no matter where they are, they can make a meal in a low profile. Otherwise, they only rely on crowdfunding to get money, and one day they will have to plant. Pung! Another wave of black smoke rose up, and a white ball was suddenly rolling around on the grass with joy. Jiang Ming kicked it aside without any good reason. You white carrot, if you mock me again, I'll refine you. 2. After refining for an afternoon and wasting 6 or 7 more furnaces of herbs, Jiang Ming was blasted black. Screw you. Jiang Ming kicked down the medicinal cauldron and decided not to make any more pills for 3 days, and started practicing his newly acquired spell, the Golden Fire Sword Finger. What lay flat? Old me sneak roll you all to death. Day by day, cultivation, rain casting, alchemy. 15 years have passed in a hurry. It had also been 20 years since Jiang Ming had arrived at the Little Thousand Mountains. For the immortal cultivators, it is just a blink of an eye, and the Little Thousand Mountains are still the same as 15 years ago. Nothing much has changed, just more lively. Although it was a gathering place for scattered cultivators, the threshold of the Little Thousand Mountains back then was not low, and it was difficult for a small cultivator at the early stage of Qi cultivation to live here, and the middle stage of Qi cultivation was the main force. But nowadays, on the peaks, There are scattered cultivators of the first and second level of chi cultivation everywhere, living in large and small caves. Although the spiritual chi is thin, but at least it is considered to have a place to stay. Old Valley, you can't build this body any harder. At the entrance of a humble courtyard, Jiang Ming cautioned. I know. The Old Valley's body is hunched over, full of white hair. Just 10 years past. He looks like he is 30 years old. His clothes are tattered and shabby, and the whole person exudes a rotting flavor of a dying wood. And his eyes are also much duller. You will indulge me for 10 days more. Just 10 days, begged the Old Valley's man. Jiang Ming stared at the old cereal for a long time. Before he sighed, his voice said quietly, Old cereal, you and I have a lot of friendship, but rules are rules. If after 10 days you still cannot pay these several times of rainfall money, then your acres of spiritual rice harvest, I will take away. Old Guzi was dumbfounded and hurriedly tried to say something, but Jiang Ming had already turned around and left. Lao Guzi stood frozen in place. A few moments later, a magnificently dressed middle-aged man walked out of the courtyard. Frowning, Father, you are not and that person friendship is good well. How he is so unsympathetic. Alas, Lao Guzi is sighing. These years, our family and Jiang old brother's friendship are almost exhausted. He suddenly had some regrets. This living in the cave in advance. It seems that it is not a good thing. Imagined on time to plant the land, on time to turn in the spirit stone. The actual implementation is not at all so. The middle-aged man coldly grunted, cultivation world only cultivation is the biggest right to speak. He is only a small repair stuck in the 5th layer of chi cultivation. Wait for me to break through to the late stage of chi cultivation. He will not be begging to do things for us. The Old Valley was startled, quickly plugged his son's mouth, whispered, What are you mad? He is now the only alchemist in the spirit plant hall. Although his cultivation is not high, but with his relationship a sentence can take away our land. Don't talk nonsense. The middle-aged man was full of indignation, but he didn't dare say anything else. On the mountain road, Jiang Ming's gaze was calm. It wasn't that he was ruthless, but in this little 1,000 mountains, being too kind would only cause trouble. In the midst of chaos, rules are more visible, and the rule of little 1,000 hills is that one must never show weakness or kindness. Good morning, Master Jiang. Along the way, they saw some acquaintances who greeted Jiang Ming politely. Jiang Ming smiled and responded one by one. 15 years have passed. His alchemy has finally refined quite a lot. Several basic pills such as Chi Recovery Pill and Golden Blood Pill. The rate of pills has finally increased to more than 50%, and he is considered to be a little famous alchemist. Although his cultivation was low, with the Spirit Plant Hall as his backing, there were not many ungrateful people who dared to find trouble for him. Occasionally there are a few small trouble, but it's not a big deal. It's just that Jiang Ming sprinkled a few more times of inorganic fertilizer into the field, and the spiritual rice harvest is a little better. Jiang Ming, drinking at night. Suddenly, Duan Ping came flying in on a shaky iron sword. Since Fengwa rode around on a crappy flying sword, the entire spirit plant hall was slowly infected. Even the hall master Huang Chu had found a crappy sword from somewhere and rode around every day. There's a newcomer in our spiritual plantation. Another advanced level smoke and rain. Oh, it's a happy occasion. We should drink. Jiang Ming laughed and was happy to see it happen. The more farming experts that come, then the easier his job will be. Although there was not much work in the first place. However, when he arrived at the Jade Chong Pavilion, he realized that the newcomer this time was actually a woman. My name is He Xiaowan. I'm at the 5th level of Qi practice. Please take care of me. It was a woman in a purple dress, with a dashing demeanor, rather like a warrior woman. However, Jiang Ming did not care about this, but found that this woman, even in hiding cultivation, as well. 96. The long sky fine rain reminds you, after reading remember to collect, www. The next time I update your convenience to continue to read look forward to wonderful continue. You can also use the mobile version, WAP. Anytime and anywhere can read without hindrance. Chapter 139, a turmoil will begin. The degree of aura fluctuation of this He Xiaowan is at the very least a late stage of Qi cultivation. Jiang Ming had a smile on his face as he clinked glasses with this valiant new female cultivator, but in his heart, he was on guard. A late-stage Qi practicing expert. No matter which hall he went to, he could make a living. If not for his carefree lifespan, he would never have come to this unpromising spirit plant hall to live. Therefore this He Xiaowan appeared here, absolutely has its own purpose. However, Jiang Ming did not panic too much. This scattered cultivation of the land was mixed. Just say the spirit plant hall of the crowd. Casually pull out I'm afraid that there are all kinds of cannot talk to people about the black history, and now more than one of these is nothing. I don't care what you do it for. Just don't do it to me. Jiang Ming said silently in his heart, making up his mind to keep a distance from this He Xiaowan. This stewed demon beef is good. New chef? Phone, he suddenly said with a twinkle in his eye. The eyes of the junior waiting at the door lit up, and quickly responded with a smile. The new little cook will have 2 specialty dishes. If Lord Phone likes, I'll let him do a good job later and send it directly to your cave. Phone, he laughed and didn't say anything more. Jiang Ming then moved his gaze slightly and glanced at the pot of beef, suddenly remembering that when he was chatting with that neighbor Su Run, who had been a cook, he had talked about what kind of dishes the people of the Spirit Plant Hall often ate at the Jade Xiong building, and had inadvertently mentioned that Feng will love to order the clear stewed demonic beef, and that Su Ren had gone to great lengths to drill into Jade Xiong Lu as an odd-job man a few years back, and then finally became a junior chef. Looks like someone went to a lot of trouble for this meal today. Jiang Ming thought of that enthusiastic neighbor. His face was ancient and unperturbed, and he had no distaste for him to set these small pieces of information from here. The large cultivation world. Countless cultivators are competing for the ferry. The other party can think of this way to camp, but also his ability. However, Jiang Ming is still a bit frustrated, realizing that the deceased can't be seen again after all, even if there is some similarity, but in the end, they are 2 completely different people. Wine and dine and go your own way. Senior Jiang, please stay. A crisp voice sounded behind him. Jiang Ming twisted his head to look, only to see that He Xiaowan had already followed him and smiled. I'm on the way with senior brother Jiang. Why don't we travel together? Jiang Ming laughed. That's naturally good. When he said that, he shut his mouth and continued to walk forward. The so-called more words will be lost. Who knows whether this guy is really by the way or fake by the way. Jiang Ming lazy to investigate deeply. Also do not want to get involved with her. He Xiaowan was like a familiar face, asking in passing, I heard that senior brother Jiang is also the only alchemist in our spirit plant hall. I don't know what kind of pills Jiang is good at making, so I might have to come back to buy some in the future. Chi recovery pill, golden blood pill, they are all elementary pills. Nothing. That is also very powerful. In the future, please ask Jiang's senior brother to take care of. By the way, is there anyone in our spirit plant hall who has mastered the Deshang level smoke and rain technique? There's only Master Wang. Jiang Ming casually dealt with it, and He Xiaowan asked quite a few more questions, but none of them were any hidden information, so Jiang Ming casually answered them as well. It was only a few moments later that Jiang Ming was separating from her at a fork in the road, heading back towards Little Green Peak. I don't seem to be able to sense any malice under my super senses. Jiang Ming heart murmured. The other party is completely like a newcomer. A look of wanting to increase the depth of understanding of the Spirit Plant Hall and the small Thousand Mountains. If it is not that hidden late stage of chi practice cultivation, Jiang Ming also really believe. Just like the investors who went undercover at our company in a previous life, recording information all over the place. Jiang Ming was a bit tempted to spit, but immediately followed by his heart jumping. Could it be that there really was some foreign power that had its eye on this piece of meat in Little Thousand Mountains? Now it's sending people to infiltrate ahead of time? Will there be similar people in other halls? In this cruel immortal cultivation world, if there is really a power that wants to probe its tentacles towards the Little Thousand Mountains, I am afraid that the means will not be too civilized. It looks like we're going to have to be a little. Heart sum up. Jiang Ming heart, if there is really a big mess, then it can only run away. If he didn't have to. Jiang Ming really didn't want to leave this Little Thousand Mountains. After all these years of understanding, this Little Thousand Mountains was already one of the most low-profile and safe places amongst all the places where scattered cultivators gathered, and the intimidating power of a Jidan immortal cultivator could still deter countless people. Jiang Ming's cultivation progress is so slow here. If he leaves this place, maybe his cultivation will completely stagnate. But nowadays, I'm considered slightly self-protective, so as long as it's not chaos that spreads to the entire Little Thousand Mountains, it shouldn't be a big problem. Jiang Ming had already returned to his cave with this thought in his mind. Nowadays, his cave residence has expanded 4 or 5 times in area, expanding the practice field, alchemy room, and other territories, and the courtyard protection spirit formation is also upgraded into an intermediate level spirit formation, with a shrouded area of more than 1 acre, which can block all attacks under the late stage of chi cultivation. In addition to this, the spirit gathering array also transformed a pass. Now the concentration of spiritual chi in the courtyard is more than 3 times that of the original, calling it an intermediate cave house. Fengwa, that kind of late stage of chi cultivation treatment is also just like this, and this is all because Jiang Ming's alchemist identity, although in the Dan Fire Hall may not count for anything, but in the Spirit Plant Hall is also considered a unique, by the Hall Master Huang Chu quite a lot of care. Jiang Ming occasionally low-priced sold to the Hall of Brothers some of the elixir. That's the perk of being a techie. Jiang Ming smiled. Dan Fire Hall of people also came to invite him, but was rejected by him, joking, I am here as the meat and potatoes. To go to your place is also a moving brick alchemy. Tired figure what it is. It's better to make your own pills and plant your own seeds. Jiang Ming pushed open the courtyard door and walked into the courtyard. A medicinal fragrance immediately filled the air. In one corner of the courtyard, there was a small patch of spiritual medicine planted, with an incomparable growth. When the cave's aura was thin, Jiang Ming didn't want to plant elixirs to share his aura, and he couldn't grow them even if he planted them. Now that the aura is thick and he has mastered the smoke and rain technique, planting some elixirs will not only reduce the cost of his alchemy, but sometimes he can also sell some spirit stones. Clamor. With a wave of Jiang Ming's hand, a piece of smoke and rain covered that field of spirit medicine, sprinkling a fine spiritual rain. At first, I watched Hall Master Huang cast the smoke and rain spell once, although the sound was much louder than me, but the subtlety of the spell, it seems that it is far inferior to me, and he is a great adult level of the smoke and rain. Jiang Ming looked at the fine spiritual rain and realized that he was afraid that his smoke and rain technique had already reached the rumored perfect state. However, this is not because he has outstanding talent, but he got this smoke and rain art from so far, afraid that are almost a small 100 years, practicing day and night. Even if it is a dog, I'm afraid that the practice is complete. I'm afraid no one but me can practice this little spell like this. How long is the lifespan of an ordinary immortal cultivator? Who has the heart to practice this kind of stuff to perfection? And the benefits of the consummate level smoke and rain technique is also obvious. Jiang Ming himself these spirit medicine, every day with the consummate level smoke and rain technique cultivation, then planted in the spirit plant peak of the spirit of the rich aura of the medicinal garden of those spirit medicine. Growth is more rapid. The efficacy of the medicine is also much stronger. The survival rate is also a lot higher. If we get some rare elixir seeds that are difficult to cultivate and grow some good quality elixirs in the future, it might also be a way to get rich. Planting spiritual rice is ultimately a low cost effective hard work, and some of the value of the spiritual medicine, the profit will be much larger. This smoke and rain technique can at least be used to the foundation stage, enough for him to slowly plan a way to get rich. Planting spiritual medicine, refining spiritual pills. This one of the 4 arts of immortal cultivation. Finally on track. I am in this world of immortal cultivation, but also have a foothold in the base. Weed? After the cave's aura was dense, the weeds were also moisturized by the aura and became much more tenacious, and they had to be nourished every few days. Jiang Ming lightly tapped the spirit beast pouch on his waist, and a white ball jumped to the ground. This spirit animal bag is originally for immortal cultivators to cultivate demonic beasts used, but the birth of the spirit of the foreign spirit medicine seems to be considered a certain kind of demonic beast, can be stored in the spirit animal bag, rather less danger of being discovered by bystanders. Go pull weeds, and reward a golden thread ginseng after pulling them all. Jiang Ming waved his hand and said, "Chirp." The white donut raised its head, its many animated and naive features looking blearily at Jiang Ming. Eat before you pull? That's what you said last time. The grass grew taller than you in the end. Jiang Ming didn't have a good mood, but looking at the little guy's pitiful expression, he still had a bit of a soft heart. Forget it. I'll trust you again. Jiang Ming's words did not fall. A white light is flashed. A small golden ginseng in the field of spiritual medicine has been pulled up by the roots, stuffed into its mouth, the small mouth bulging and chewing. It's been more than 10 years, but you haven't found any use for it, and you've squandered a lot of the elixir. Jiang Ming head full of black lines. Finally understand why this thing is treated as a pest. Really let it open belly to eat. Jidan old man afraid also suffered not. The white donut ate his belly buttery round and began to slowly wiggle around pulling weeds. Jiang Ming also began to walk to the practice field and continued to cultivate the 5 elemental technique. After 15 years of cultivation, his cultivation had finally reached the peak of the 7th level of Qi cultivation, and he was only 1 foot short of the 8th level of Qi cultivation. The breakthrough will come in a few days. Jiang Ming hard estimate. This practicing Qi 7-layer cultivation for nearly 20 years. According to past experience, practicing Qi 8-layer and 9-layer will only be longer, but now his cave aura is much richer. Maybe it can be shortened a little bit. Under the 2 elimination, it is estimated that in practicing Qi 7-layer is about the same. That means it will be another 40 years or so before we can cultivate to the great circle of Qi practicing. After that, we will need to pay attention to the foundation building technique. From practicing Qi to building the foundation, it is not by relying on the accumulation of spiritual Qi you can naturally break through. There must be a corresponding method of building the foundation. 3 days later, Little Green Peak. Inside the cave, on the practice field. Boom! The aura in the courtyard was suddenly disorganized and converged towards one spot. The center where the aura converged was clearly where Jiang Ming was sitting on his knees, and his breath floated for a while, eventually skyrocketing steeply, finally stepping into the realm of the 8th level of Qi cultivation. Finally, I've broken through. Let's try my strongest attack again. Stop doing STH. For a period of time, he merged his fingers like swords and fiercely chopped out a 3-foot-long crimson swordlight, with wisps of golden lines wrapped around it, containing an incomparably sharp aura. Sound of giggling. The swordlight is as swift as electricity, menacingly chopping out. An ear-piercing sound. The front of a dark small round shield was immediately cut out an inch-deep sword mark. Hiss, it's the strongest attack technique. Jiang Ming felt the sharp pain of his dantian tearing apart, but he didn't care. Instead, his eyes lit up. This Xian Shui shield from back then was claimed to be able to defend against all attacks below the foundation establishment level. And now, although he hadn't been able to completely cut it apart, he had finally been able to leave behind some traces of it. This shows that his attack has touched the peak of the Qi practicing stage. The art is in the essence and not in the many. 15 years of specialization in this art. If we calculate by the proficiency of the spell, it should also be in the profound level. If my cultivation steps into the great perfection of Qi practicing, and then I raise my proficiency in this technique to perfection, I wonder if I can break through the defenses of the foundation stage. Jiang Ming's eyes flashed, but also did not really want to rely on this thing to fight with the foundation building big repair, and people will not stand and let him fight. No matter what, the average Qi practicing loose cultivator should already be no match for me. This gold fire sword finger is not only unparalleled power, to perform is almost instantaneous. The attack range of 30 meters. Ordinary Qi practitioners, if there is no advanced defense, simply cannot block this attack. Jiang Ming breathed a sigh of relief. With his current strength, he finally didn't need to be overly careful like when he first arrived. In the small Thousand Mountains mixed for 20 years, Jiang Ming for which people cannot be messed with, which places cannot go, also almost touched a door clear. As long as a little attention can be, some of the coveted things in the black market can also be purchased with slightly enlarged guts. Over the years, he has gone and also had a few black markets, but all of them are selling some extra Qi recovery pills and so on, and most of them buy some worthless miscellaneous books to increase the insight. Never bought anything too eye-catching, and now that the strength has grown, it can be a little bit bold. Another reason was that the sudden appearance of He Shaowan made even Jiang Ming feel a trace of inexplicable uneasiness in his heart, wanting to prepare himself with something to save his life and run away. Certainly not too high profile. Let's just remain a shrimp at the 5th level of Qi cultivation. Jiang Ming cast the forbidden spirit seal, and his breath instantly fell again. Another couple of days later, Old Valley visited. Elder brother Jiang. This is a spirit stone. Old Guzi's face was incredibly pale as he handed over a pile of crushed spirit stones. Injured? Jiang Ming's eyes narrowed slightly as he sensed the undulating aura within Old Guzi's body. Went outside the mountain and hunted a demon wolf. Which is, ahem. Only then sold some spirit stones. The Old Valley coughed twice and smiled bitterly. I didn't spare a bite of meat. You see, there are still a few more grains of this spirit stone. Can you give me another rain? Jiang Ming looked at those crushed spirit stones in his hand, and sure enough, there were more. Barely enough to cast another rain. A demon wolf can be worth quite a bit, right? Jiang Ming asked suddenly as he weighed the spirit stones. Do you want to buy a bottle of golden blood pill to heal your wounds? Old Guzi quickly shook his head. No more, no more. Still have to save up to buy a magic weapon for his son. Jiang Ming smiled. It's true. He knew that the Old Valley would not buy it, and asking this one more sentence was just to make sure of his guess. Jiang Ming had wanted to advise Lao Guzi to leave himself a way out, but he swallowed his words as they came to his lips. One thing he had learned from Feng he was not to interfere with other people's choices. Some of the truths he understood. Old Gully understood better than he did. Spirit rice fields. Golden spiritual rice swaying with the wind. Reflecting the old grain face seems to be restored to the red. He gently set aside the rice, his movements gentle as if caring for a child, and then pulled down a weed in the field. He smiled. Can't let these things, the spiritual rain you cast all absorbed. Jiang Ming finished applying the rain as usual, but suddenly glanced at the spiritual field next door to the old grain. The rice had been ripening for a long time, but still hadn't been harvested. Where's Old Li Tu? Old Li Tu is also an old spirit farmer in Shaocheng Peak. He has planted the land for his whole life, counting on saving up some spirit stones to retire and get away with it. Dead. A few days ago, he clashed with someone in the marketplace, and at night, he was burned clean with a fireball spell. Old Guzi sighed. The law enforcement team took a cursory look and left. The spiritual plantation hall hasn't had time to reclaim the spiritual fields yet. Jiang Ming was stunned, and the uneasiness in his heart intensified. Those who could do this quietly were at the very least at the 5th or 6th level of Qi practicing. However, these old greaseballs who have lived in the Little Thousand Hills for a long time will seldom kill the door because of trivialities if they don't have big enough interests, let alone just an old farmer with little oil. That's a maneuver. It's too much like an outsider. He suddenly woke up. These days when he went to the workshop market to sell spirit pills, he saw strange chi practicing middle and late stage cultivators. It seems that there are also more than usual. It seems that there is a storm going on in this small thousand mountains that I don't know about. 96. The long sky fine rain reminds you, after reading remember to collect www. The next time I update you only convenient to continue to read. Oh, look forward to wonderful continue.